Who understands this, guys? A nerd wakes up and finds himself in the world of Qin Shi Mingyu and is mocked by a voice that reads minds. He tries to smash the yes button to go home, but accidentally punches the handsome Xiang Shaoyu in the nose. Then the scene shifts to a magical world, and he walks into a shop only to get caught up in a debate about buying wands. The plot is absurd. Let me tell you, this is ridiculous. Just a second ago, I was pondering what the glowing yes button was all about, and the next second, I just punched someone in the face. With a scream of awe, a handsome guy's nose was just flattened by me. Wait, let's start from the beginning. I, Wang Xiaoming, an ordinary nerd, thought Christmas would just be another regular day. But when I opened my eyes, I was in a daze. I felt like I was lying flat on a hardboard, cold and jarring, and my head was buzzing like a low-end Siri was constantly popping up notifications. Data importing, matching, completed, linking, teleportation starting. I was startled, and cold sweat poured down. What's going on? Am I kidnapped? Did I time travel? I thought I should stay calm. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. They'll pretend to be dead and see what's going on. Then, the scariest moment came. While I was pretending to be dead, suddenly another voice popped up in my head, a deep and magnetic male voice, directly broadcasting my thoughts and my physical state live. Wang Xiaoming is lying flat on the ground in a big character shape. He has woken up, but the strange sounds in his head have made him realize his current situation may not be good. So it's better not to move for now. Who understands this, guys? Isn't this the legendary mind reading technique? The live commentary kind. My mind went blank as I listened to that voice continue. Wang Xiaoming realizes that there are two different voices in his head, and he is shocked, almost revealing a flaw in me. Come on, you've stripped me bare. What else can I pretend? I try to calm myself down and look for clues from my surroundings. Then the voice came again. After a moment of panic, he calmed down. Wang Xiaoming perked up his ears to listen. Some indistinct words were carried by the wind into his ears. I was puzzled. Where were those words coming from? I didn't hear anything. Then the next second, someone really spoke, and the voice was clear and loud. A youthful voice shouted with vigor. Uncle, where are we going? Why don't we fight those Qin people? Upon hearing this, two keywords, uncle and Qin people, triggered my DNA. Then a tired-sounding uncle replied, Xiaoyu, remember, dying is the easiest thing. Living is what true bravery is. Xiaoyu. I sat up in shock. Isn't this the opening of the national animation Qin Shi Mingyu, which I've been following for years? I've time traveled to the Qin dynasty. While I was in shock, that damn narrator in my head started his performance again. Wang Xiaoming made a seemingly illogical judgment from just 2 sentences of dialogue. Has indeed traveled to the world of Qin Shi Mingyu. This fully reveals his nerdy nature, disliking to think, always believing in so-called intuition, and making assumptions. I was furious. Hey, I have a bad temper. Who are you to say that about me? Calling my deduction like a pile of damn it. You're the pile? Your whole family is. But the voice completely ignored me and continued in that sarcastic tone. Although his deduction is like a pile of, he guessed right this time. He really has traveled to the world of Qin Shi Mingyu. You're impressive. In this world, if he wants to survive, there are many ways, but will he choose to hide in a corner and wait for death? Without thinking, I answered directly, of course I would. Survival is the priority. Then the voice, as if it heard me, launched a personal attack. This is the essence of a nerd without goals, motivation, or pursuits. They're just a bunch of scum, a bunch of maggots crawling on the ground, deceiving themselves. NMB. I cursed in my heart. How dare you insult us nerds? Just wait. The voice completely ignored my anger and kept delivering a one-sided output, using a rhythmic tone to paint a picture. Oh no, to draw a cage. Wang Xiaoming is still too naive. Soon, he will realize that there is only one path before him, and he has no choices. This is the sorrow of being. Upon hearing this, I felt a chill in my heart. So I'm just a puppet on a string? Wang Xiaoming is now playing a game. Failure means death, and success means everything returns to normal. He is still that ordinary nerd. This condition sounds absurd. The risks and rewards are completely disproportionate. Who would do that? But Wang Xiaoming will not choose to escape this time. The reason is actually very simple. The voice paused deliberately. In that instant, countless images flashed through my mind. My dad, my mom, my cat, the unfinished anime. Then I suddenly opened my eyes and shouted in unison with that voice. Go home. Yes, it's that simple. Not to conquer or establish a harem. I just want to go home. Even if it means doing something for that goal, I accept it. At that moment, a word appeared out of thin air in front of me, floating in the air, 3 letters, YS. Guys, there's no choice. To go home. I'd do anything. Just let me press a button. So, I clenched my fist and smashed it at the yes. And then the scene from the beginning happened. My punch went straight through the virtual button and hit the face of a boy who had just poked his head into the car. That boy, if I'm not mistaken, should be the future hegemon of Western Chu, Xiang Shaoyu. I didn't even have time to care whether he was in pain or not, when suddenly my head felt like it was about to explode. My head buzzed, and a bunch of chaotic information flooded in. New identity, Xiang. Time, 223 BC. Main task, the road home. World task, punish the unjust, eradicate the tyrannical Qin. Then the most crucial part, a mission flashed with red light. Side mission triggered the road of escape. Goodness, I hadn't even processed what the road of escape meant when everything went black and bright before my eyes. Guys, the scene shifted directly from Chinese fantasy to British magic. While I was still in a daze, a furious roar came into my ears. 6 gold galleons? Why don't you go and rob them? I jolted and looked ahead, pushing open the door of a shabby shop with a sign that read Ollivander. Ding, ding, ding. The shop fell silent instantly. Let me tell you, the atmosphere was awkward. An old man with hair as messy as a bird's nest and a golden-haired kid who looked about my age were staring at each other in disbelief. I stood at the door, unable to step in or back out. That guy Hagrid dropped me off and went to buy me a birthday gift, leaving me all alone to talk about social anxiety hell. All right, the golden-haired kid spoke up first, directly breaking the deadlock. With a loud slap, he pulled out a handful of money from his pocket and slammed it on the table. 5 gold coins and 2 silver ones, shouting, "Listen, this is all I have. It's all right here." The old man's eyes were as bright as 2 little moons, glimmering with curiosity. He glanced at the money on the table and slowly shifted his gaze to the golden-haired kid's other hand. Following his gaze, I saw that the kid was also clutching a gold galleon. "Hey, little guy," the old man said slowly, "lying isn't something a good kid should do." "No way. This is my lucky coin." The golden-haired kid's face turned red as he gripped the coin tightly. "Besides, isn't this just a second-hand wand? Why is it so expensive?" That's when I noticed the wand he was holding. It was pitch black, but shone like black jade. It was indeed beautiful. The old man shook his head and said sincerely, "Young man, it's not that I want to discourage you, but this wand really isn't suitable for you. And it already has an owner." "Owner? Where's the owner?" The golden-haired kid insisted. "Let me tell you, the owner left it here to gather dust. That's just irresponsible. A master like that isn't worth having. The wand deserves better than to be with him." Whoa, I was shocked this kid really knew how to PUA. He was directly defending the wand. The old man was clearly taken aback. His smile vanished from his face, probably the first time in his career he had encountered such a customer. After a long silence, he finally managed to say, "This wand is not for sale." After saying that, the old man reached for the wand. This time, the golden-haired kid didn't dodge. The old man successfully retrieved the wand and carefully placed it back in the box, then softened his tone, saying, "I was just joking with you. How about I help you pick another one at half price?" "No need." The golden-haired kid coolly rejected him, sweeping the money on the table back into his pocket. He turned to me and asked, "Are you here to buy a wand too?" I nodded instinctively. He didn't say anything more and turned back to the old man, asking one last time, "Really not for sale?" The old man was about to explain when the kid, yawning, began listing off names like a menu. Ashwood phoenix feathers, 11 inches, good elasticity. I know all the trivial things you're worried about. The old man was completely stunned. "So," the golden-haired kid smiled slightly and waved at me. And of course, I chose to give up. "Come over, don't stand so far away, we're not bad people." I walked over in a daze. The golden-haired kid brushed past me, and maybe the space was too narrow. He bumped into me, swayed, and almost fell. But luckily he managed to grab the table in time. "Sorry, are you okay?" I quickly apologized and helped him a bit. It's fine, I was just careless." He smiled, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and then casually shrugged. "Looks like luck isn't on my side today. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye, Harry Potter." Goodbye." I waved my hand mechanically, and it wasn't he until he walked out of the store that I realized. What did he just call me? Harry Potter? Do I have the words engraved on my face? "Good afternoon, Mr. Potter." The old man greeted me with a smile. I quickly asked him how that kid knew me. The old man pointed to my forehead. "Mr. Potter, that scar of yours is one of a kind." As he spoke, he began to tidy up the table, and when he picked up the wand box, he paused, a particularly strange smile appearing on his face. What a persistent kid. He slowly opened the box, and as I leaned in to take a look, I was dumbfounded. The wand was gone, and lying quietly inside were the 7 coins that the golden-haired kid had just slapped down on the table. My head buzzed, and I instantly recalled the collision just now. Goodness, it was like a grand magic show. No, a grand wand transformation. Is this kid a thief? I felt a bit disappointed. He looked decent. How could he do such a thing? Aren't you going to call the police? I asked curiously. He paid the money. The old man took the money without a care. And soon he would come back, crying to return the wand to me. Why? Because the old man started giving me a lesson. Ash wand, a real pure love warrior. recognizes only one master for life. If anyone else uses it, it just stops working. Not to mention its core is a phoenix feather. That thing is even harder to please than a cat. Getting it to recognize a master is harder than climbing to the sky. I was taken aback and suddenly felt a bit sorry for that golden retriever kid. After all that effort, he ended up with a conspicuous package that he couldn't use at all. The camera shifted, and I looked at our golden-haired buddy, Ask. He was standing in the crowd of Diagon Alley, feeling his empty pockets and contemplating a philosophical question: where to have lunch and where to sleep at night. For that one, that might not even work. He had turned himself into a broke version of a homeless person, but he had no regrets. His life motto was simple: what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Now, he was going to take his money from someone else's pocket. He scanned the crowd and finally zeroed in on a target: a middle-aged man holding a London map, trying to find his way in the magical world. I thought to myself, buddy, are you in the wrong scene? Ask walked over briskly and politely bowed. Good afternoon, sir. You look like you need help. The man, Mr. Granger, felt like he had found a savior and immediately began to rant about that terrible map. Ask patiently listened, and once Mr. Granger finished, he took the map, crumpled it up, and elegantly tossed it into the trash can. Mr. Granger, I think you need a guide right now, Ask said with a smile. I'm familiar with this place. As long as you pay a small commission, I guarantee your satisfaction. No problem. How much do you want? Mr. Granger responded eagerly, ready to pull out his wallet. Don't rush, Ask waved his hand. Pay after the service is done and you're satisfied. Check the goods first, then pay. Mr. Granger was astonished, looking at this kid who was only about 11 or 12 years old, feeling that he was even more composed than himself. The next part was simple. Ask guided Mr. Granger effortlessly, pointing out which bookstore was good and which cauldron was durable, laying it all out clearly. Mr. Granger was thoroughly impressed and instantly trusted him completely. On the way to find Mr. Granger's daughter, he couldn't help but curiously ask, you're a wizard, right? Our family is all ordinary people, and to be honest, I know nothing about magic. Do you wizards think that we ordinary people are particularly foolish? I have to tell you, regarding this issue, Ask's reaction really stunned me. His eyes suddenly dimmed, and his mood instantly dropped. He quietly said, those who hold such thoughts are truly ignorant and foolish. I have seen the noblest muggles and the most despicable wizards. He paused, as if recalling some sad memory, then said, forget it, it's all in the past. Mr. Granger looked at him and finally managed to say, Ask, how old are you this year? 11, why? Why? Do I feel like you're older than me? The expression you had when you spoke just now, that feeling. Mr. Granger scratched his head, unable to think of a suitable word. Ask answered for him. World-weary? Yes, that's it, world-weary. I rolled my eyes at that moment and thought, come on, don't flatter me, my little heart can't take it. I switched the heavy stack of books from my left hand to my right, shook my numb wrist, and said to him unhappily, you're overthinking it. It's so hot. You have to treat me to ice cream later. No negotiation. No problem. Mr. Granger was so generous, slapping his big hand like a fan on my shoulder. Let me tell you, it hurt so much that my face twisted up. Does anyone in my family understand? I have an injury on that shoulder. This guy really doesn't know his own strength. I suspect he's hinting that I shouldn't get too carried away. We were just an old man and a young boy wandering around Diagon Alley, and it was extremely crowded, like a market day. To be honest, as we walked, I had a moment of daze, feeling like this old guy was really like my dad, so warm. This feeling, I had never experienced it growing up, from Norway to Germany, from that cold spire to a broken magic school. Besides, pretty tragic to say, being homeless is much worse than having a home you can't return to. But the sentiment only lasted for a short while. Who are we? We need to make money. Mr. Granger didn't notice my emotional shift and kept rambling on like a chatterbox, pouring out all the thoughts he had bottled up for years. Let me tell you, 8 out of 10 things that came out of his mouth were nonsense. But the name that appeared most frequently in the remaining 2 sentences was Hermione Granger. Wow. For what he said, his daughter was practically a celestial being, smart and adorable, flawless. But who am I? I'm all about precise predictions. I compressed his overly filtered descriptions and instantly created a user profile analysis of his daughter, a top student, but a bit rigid, probably low emotional intelligence. Because of her good grades, she must be quite proud, carrying an air of I'll teach you how to do things in her speech and actions. In plain terms, she is just a young lady overflowing with a sense of superiority. The worst part? After praising her for so long, he didn't even mention the words pretty or beautiful. Got it. Looks are probably her weak point. My scalp went numb at the thought of having to deal with someone like that. I felt completely deflated. Lost in thought, we arrived at the dessert shop he mentioned. As I pushed the door open, a chill hit me, making me shiver. It felt like two different worlds inside and outside. Although I'd spent 10 years in icy conditions, I'm really afraid of the cold. Even in summer, I have to wear long sleeves. There was no choice. I gritted my teeth and went in. The shop wasn't crowded, and I quickly spotted the target sitting in the corner. Just as I was about to speak at you, I couldn't hold back a sneeze. Great, I couldn't stay here long. Mr. Granger even asked if I wanted some medicine, but I said never mind. I couldn't stay. He actually thought it was quite cool and was still figuring out where the air conditioning was, looking silly. He took the book from my hands and wobbled over. Hey, my daughter, I'm back. The brown-haired girl put down her book and stared at me wide-eyed, asking her dad, who is he? Only then did Mr. Granger realize, hey, she didn't even know my name. The situation became quite awkward. I reported my name expressionlessly, asked. I stared at her with an utterly calm gaze. How should I put it? The young lady who had left me with psychological scars before was a swan of the highest order, while the one in front of me could at most be considered a little hamster. There was nothing I could do. Her two big front teeth were just too eye-catching, really. As a result, this little hamster exposed her father's true legacy. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was quite the talker. Are you Norwegian? Ask is a city in Norway, right next to Oslo, and we had originally planned to go there this year. I interrupted her directly. I am German. The world instantly fell silent. She was taken aback for a moment, then continued. Germany? That's so far away. Germans also come to the UK to study? I lightly retorted, you haven't introduced yourself yet. She tensed up, probably quite angry, and said, I'm Hermione Granger. I know, your dad told me a long time ago. I replied expressionlessly, delivering the final blow. I don't even need to look to know that Miss Granger-esque expression must be like a color palette right now, leaving her with a bad impression. So what? I'm not living with her. Although I said I wanted ice cream, in the end, I only got a cup of hot water. Drinking it warm made me feel a bit better. I just want to make money and then leave quickly. Mr. Granger, do you have any coins on you? I got straight to the point. He pulled out a handful of coins. I said directly, then as payment, these are mine now. No problem? Of course, he had no problem with that, and even thought it was too little, pulling out a bill to add on top. Thank you for your generosity. With a swipe of my hand, the money was in my possession. Mission accomplished. I stood up to take my leave. I've already told you the locations of the wand shop and the dress shop. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. Mr. Granger was still there saying, goodbye, but by then I'd already vanished. He was probably regretting not inviting me for a meal, while his daughter, Hermione, was sitting there crunching on ice cubes, her two little front teeth shining coldly, probably cursing me for being rude. I'll tell you, I have a superpower when it comes to money. If a coin drops on the ground, I can tell how much it is just by the sound. A few days ago, I heard that a wizard was buying muggle coins at a high price, and I knew the opportunity had come. I exchanged all the money I got from Mr. Granger into coins and went straight to find that wizard. The transaction went smoothly, and I ended up with less than 1 galleon worth of muggle coins, which I turned into 10 gold galleons. Wow, this incredible wealth finally came to me. This money is enough for me to live lavishly until school starts. Later, I found out that the wizard buying coins was actually a scammer, specifically placed there to wait for me. With the money, I settled comfortably at the Leaky Cauldron. Before I knew it, the first day of school arrived in London. That dreary place made me feel down every day. I still prefer Norway, but unfortunately, that sissy school in Burbank doesn't accept boys, otherwise I wouldn't have come to England. When the alarm clock went off, I took my time getting out of bed. After packing my things, that small bag with the undetectable extension charm was really useful. I managed to fit everything inside. When I went downstairs, old Tom was already there. Ask, are you leaving? Yeah, school starts today. Would you like a strawberry sandwich? A butterbeer would be even better. You're still a kid. Drink milk. Old Tom said with a serious face. I pouted and said, fine, milk is milk. But I was secretly laughing inside. He doesn't know that I've borrowed a third of the good wine he has stored in his cellar. The main idea is that while you do the first part, I do the second part. I leisurely finished my breakfast and quickly slipped away before he went to the wine cellar. Goodbye, ask, good luck. I'll miss you. The wine? I said the last two words very quietly. What did you say? Nothing, I'm leaving. I estimate that 5 minutes after I left, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the broken pot pub. When I arrived at King's Cross Station, it was still early. I took out my lucky coin, casually tossed it into the air, caught it, and without even looking, slipped it back into my pocket. No need to check, it must be heads, which means good luck for me today. That's what I thought at the time. The station was chaotic, with the thick smoke from steam locomotives, the chattering crowd, and cats darting around everywhere. The first few carriages were already packed with students, noisy and rowdy. Hey, John, how was your summer? Not bad, but my report card was really ugly, so my dad gave me a beating. Let me tell you, The guys next to me are pretty much the same. When we talk, it's all about how they haven't finished their summer homework and got a good beating from their dads. But they're worse off. They're heading back to Hogwarts soon and will have to face a teacher named Snape every day. I've heard that guy has a head full of grease and specifically targets Gryffindor students. Last year, he even failed one of them. As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, isn't this intelligence just what I needed? There's a teacher in Gryffindor named Snape who specializes in manipulating students' mindsets. Well then, for the sake of my physical and mental health, I'll decisively choose Slytherin. I'll hug on a Snape's thigh and let him protect me. Isn't that better than going to Gryffindor and being a punching bag? I'm all about seeking benefits and avoiding harm. I totally get it. Just as I was planning my campus life for the next 7 years, there was a knock on the carriage door, 2 loud thuds. When the door was pulled open, a giant suitcase poked its head in first. Then a somewhat familiar voice came. "Excuse me, is this the place where?" I slowly raised my head, and it felt like a seismic event in my pupils. "What are you doing here again?" "Good morning, Miss Hamster." "Ich kinda here." That's right. The person in front of me was Hermione, who understands how she feels today. Her mood was heavier than the fog in London. She was already self-conscious about her 2 little front teeth, and now being nicknamed Miss Hamster made her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. She was fuming and wanted to leave, but after looking around, she found the carriage was full and had to grit her teeth and come back. Then the show began. She struggled with her suitcase, which was bigger than she was, huffing and puffing, but couldn't get it in. There was a small threshold at the door of the carriage, and she didn't have the strength to lift it. So what could I do? Of course, I chose to watch the show. I took a book out of my pocket, settled into a comfortable position in the back row, and focused on being a supportive spectator. Hermione struggled for quite a while, sweating, and when she realized she couldn't rely on herself, she started giving me frantic signals with her eyes. I tell you, I see everything clearly, but I'm just pretending to be blind. The book in my hand, I even turned it upside down to make it look realistic. Hermione is probably so angry that she wants to smash the box in my face, but unfortunately she doesn't have the ability to do that. So she can only imagine pressing me to the ground and rubbing me 100 times in her mind. In the end, she couldn't hold it anymore and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "Hey, can you help me out? The box is too heavy." I hadn't even put down my book when a voice floated out from behind it. "I don't go by hey." She took a deep breath and bit down on her back teeth. "Ask, help me out a bit." "Is this your way of asking for help?" I asked lazily. I could hear her fists cracking. I shifted my book down a bit, revealing my eyes, and smiled brightly. Wow, what kind of expression is that? So scary. I'm almost crying from fright. Suddenly, she wasn't angry anymore, but stared at me intently. "Why are you always targeting me?" "Hey, that's quite a question." I remained calm, closed my book, stood up, walked to the door, and with a lift and a pull, the big box came crashing in effortlessly and joyfully. "All right, I'm sorry." I looked at her sincerely, genuinely meaning what I said. She was momentarily stunned. "Sorry for what?" I dragged the box to the corner, set it down, turned around and walked back to my seat, lay down again, picked up the book, and finally lazily threw out a sentence. Just assume I didn't say anything. "You." Hermione's tiny bit of fondness for me, which had just risen to 0, 1, instantly dropped to 0. There were only 2 rows of seats in this compartment, and I occupied 1 row by myself, so she could only sit across from me. She stared at me intently, probably wanted to carve my face into her DNA to seek revenge later. I even have to tell you, she took out a notebook and started sketching me. I laughed. "Have you had enough?" She didn't even look up, quickly drawing. "Not yet, I'm almost done." Only after finishing did she realize, hurriedly closing her notebook, and asked me back, "Have you had enough?" I imitated her tone. "No, not quite." Just as we were exchanging banter like elementary school students. There was a knock on the door. A round little chubby boy came in and timidly asked, "Excuse me, can I sit here?" I pointed to Hermione's side. "Sure. There's a seat over there." The chubby boy was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Oh, thank you. You're a good person." After saying that, he placed a small suitcase down and sat down with a thud. Just as he got comfortable, he felt a chill behind him. When he turned around, he met Hermione's murderous gaze. The chubby boy shivered in fear and forced a smile. "Ew, you're also a good person." Hermione was completely speechless. It was one thing to be annoyed by me, but now she was being handed a good person car by a fat boy. Ugh. The train's whistle blew, the carriage shook, and it slowly started to leave the platform. The little wizards around were all excited, but at that moment, as the train began to move, I suddenly felt cold all over. I sat up, took out the stationery and pen from my pocket, and began to write a letter to my cheap grandfather. The content of the letter was very simple, just 3 words. "I am fine." But it took me over an hour to write those 3 words. After finishing, I stuffed the letter into the envelope, and my hand rummaged in my pocket, touching a cold, stick-like object. I fumbled with it for a long time, and that feeling of restlessness surged up again. Those deeply ingrained memories began to torment me once more. Meanwhile, guess what? The scene shifted to Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. Let me tell you, that old man Dumbledore was just reminiscing while looking at a photo of Harry Potter when his pet bird, Fawkes, couldn't take it anymore and flew over to flip through the new student roster with its beak, finally stopping at my page. In the photo, I was looking at him impatiently. Dumbledore's smile instantly vanished, and his expression became incredibly complex. He stared at my photo for a long time before turning to Fawkes and asking, "Who is he?" Fawkes scratched my name with his claw. "Ask." "No, he is not asked." Dumbledore shook his head quickly. Fawkes flapped his wings, indicating that Dumbledore should pay more attention to me. Dumbledore sighed, took off his glasses to wipe them, and muttered to himself, "Fawkes, don't you know? I've been paying attention to him for a long time." He felt like something was wrong with his memory and decided to take a good look in the pensieve. As for me, I fell back into that nightmare once again on this long journey. It was an endless expanse of ice and snow, with nothing but white. Time and direction lost their meaning. Only the eternal, biting cold remained. But you know what? This cold cannot be solved by just wearing a few more layers. It drills directly into the soul. Let me tell you, this damn nightmare is like a monthly visitor tormenting me every now and then, and if it doesn't leave me half dead, it considers its KPI for the day unmet. I suddenly jolted awake from my dream, drenched in cold sweat, my teeth chattering. There was a bottle of liquor beside me, and without thinking, I grabbed it and chugged it down. Goodness, I was in such a rush that half of it spilled on my clothes. This vodka was so strong, it could be used as rocket fuel. I have no idea where that old Tom from the Broken Cauldron got it from. After one sip, my eyes and nose were streaming. My throat felt like I had swallowed charcoal, and my face was so red it looked like it could bleed. But honestly, it worked wonders. The deadly chill in my body was finally suppressed. However, the aftereffects hit hard, and my head buzzed, the world spinning around me, feeling like I was about to ascend to immortality. Later, I learned that this bottle of liquor had once taken down an adult fire dragon. If I had known earlier, I might have felt a bit more at ease with being drunk. I mumbled to myself that I would sleep a bit longer, my head tilted, and I passed out on the table. Just as I lay down, the compartment door opened, and Hermione and that chubby kid named Neville came back. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Hogwarts, where our white-bearded old headmaster Dumbledore was sitting in his office, reviewing this year's new student list. Let me tell you, this old man was actually just eager to catch a glimpse of Harry Potter. He opened the roster, looking at the messy-haired, green-eyed kid in the photo, and affectionately said, "Good morning, Harry." Who understands family talking to a photo like that? It was a bit odd. Just then, his pompous phoenix fox flew in, flipping to another page of the roster with its beak, then tilted its head to look at Dumbledore. The person in the photo was me, looking quite impatient, as if I was saying, "What are you looking at?" Dumbledore's smile instantly froze on his face. He stared at my photo for a long time, his expression complex, before turning to his bird and asking, "Fox who? Who is this?" Goodness, the most powerful headmaster in the school had no memory of a new student. Something was off. Fawkes flapped his wings and scratched at my name with his claws. "Ask." Dumbledore furrowed his brow. How did I not notice him before? It seemed he had an epiphany. Looking at Fawkes, "You mean I should pay more attention to him?" Fawkes coolly flapped his wings and jumped back to his nest to sleep, emphasizing, "Figure it out yourself." Dumbledore sighed and muttered to himself. Actually, I had already started to pay attention to him. As he spoke, he felt a bit of a memory issue and decided to use the pensieve. The scene cut back, and the Hogwarts Express finally arrived. We kids poured out like dumplings, following Hagrid along the dark mountain path. As we turned a corner, the view suddenly opened up, and a magnificent castle standing on the opposite shore of the lake appeared before everyone's eyes without any warning. Countless spires towered into the clouds, and the lights in the windows flickered under the starry sky. That scene, let me tell you, was simply breathtaking. Everyone was so stunned they couldn't speak, and I quietly muttered, "Is this it?" "It's okay, a bit better than I imagined." Hermione beside me was left speechless. "Only a bit?" I rubbed my still aching face and said without looking back, "Yeah, at least it's not that cold here." Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically and walked past me, muttering something about perverts and bastards under her breath. You asked me where this slap mark on my face came from? It's a long story. To put it simply, I felt hot in the compartment and wanted to take off a layer of clothing. Hermione might have overreacted a bit. She said I was being lewd, and I said I was being fair. I looked at you, so you should look back at me, right? And then, well, There was no and then. I just ended up with a five-finger mountain on my face. I was wrapping my robe tightly to feel the rare warmth when suddenly a strong force came from behind, and a chubby person pushed me off balance. Don't block the way. My temper flared up in an instant. Let me tell you, I'm the kind of person who believes in settling scores right away. That guy who pushed me is one of Malfoy's lackeys, named Crabbe. The other one is Goyle. They look like they were copied and pasted. Both of them are simple-minded and not physically developed. Malfoy himself was just rejected by Harry when he wanted to be friends. And he's got a belly full of anger with no place to vent it. I steadied my stance, moved my wrists a bit, and walked up to Crabbe with a smile. Without saying a word, I threw a standard right hook straight to his nose. Good evening. Welcome to Hogwarts. I grinned. The moonlight behind me making me look like a villain. Crabbe covered his nose, tears instantly streaming down his face. Malfoy, standing next to him, was stunned and pointed at me. You did hit my guy? I ignored him completely and took a quick step towards another lackey, Gaul, delivering a punch just the same. This way it was symmetrical. Draco Malfoy had probably never heard such arrogant words in his life. His pure-blood, noble demeanor was instantly thrown to the dogs, and he jumped up in anger, shouting, hit me until he's dead. If he dies, it's on me. Just as his two lackeys were about to rush over, I turned and slipped into the dense crowd of new students, as slippery as an eel. The three idiots behind me were yelling in frustration. As I squeezed forward, I thought that these three were likely headed to Slytherin, and for the sake of my own safety, I absolutely had to go to Gryffindor. And so, I happily made that decision. I just gave myself a thumbs up, and the next second, karma hit. I slipped on a pebble, lost my balance instantly, and rolled down a mountain path with no guardrails. I'm done for. My mind went blank, and during the fall, I quickly pulled out my wand and shouted at myself. Wingardium Leviosa? Guess what? It was completely useless. I fell even faster. I just remembered that my wand is a bizarre combination of ash wood and phoenix feather, stubborn as hell, and it simply doesn't recognize me as its master. Wingardium Leviosa. No effect. Wingardium Leviosa. Still no effect. I was so angry that I cursed loudly. Damn it. I am your master. The wand actually trembled for a moment, and I seemed to hear its mocking voice. Who do you think you are? I was taken aback, then felt like I'd seen a ghost, and instinctively threw my wand into the darkness. After throwing it, I regretted it, thinking, damn, I threw my wand. But there was no use thinking about that now. I had to figure out how to survive first. Just then, a burst of firelight appeared below, and a bird, tightly gripping my collar with its claws, soared into the sky, flying towards a distant castle. I reached up to touch it. It was a bird's claw, and it wasn't very big, about the size of a turkey. I immediately realized it was Dumbledore's bird, Fawkes the Phoenix. Family, who understands? A phoenix just fell from the sky. This is a walking vault. My eyes turned red, and while it wasn't paying attention, I mustered all my strength to yank one of its most beautiful feathers from its tail. I was going to get rich. I held that feather, my hands trembling with excitement. Fawkes, feeling the pain, let out an angry scream and pecked hard at the back of my hand, blood gushing out. But this small injury was nothing compared to 3,000 galleons. Fawkes was clearly furious. It dove rapidly, and when it reached above a balcony, it released its grip and dropped me down. I tell you, at that moment, I only had one thought in my mind. It's over. I'm done for. With that height, my bow would definitely splatter into 8 pieces, right? I closed my eyes, just waiting to have a close encounter with the ground. And what happened? Huh? Soft? When I opened my eyes, good heavens, Dumbledore. This old man with a white beard was smiling and holding me up. I just breathed a sigh of relief. But when I looked up, my pupils instantly shook. What did I see? That wasn't a beard at all. That was a walking vault. Each strand was the color of golden galleons. Let me tell you, my mind went blank at that moment. All words of thanks disappeared. I just had one thought. I'm going to get rich. I reached out and grabbed a big handful. The smile on old Dumbledore's face was visibly freezing and cracking. He touched his suddenly sparse chin, and I bet he regretted it deeply, thinking to himself, if only I had made this little brat land face first. Anyway, that's how it went. I was brought back to the first-year line by Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, like a little chick. Family, who understands? My appearance at that time was like a beggar from the 7 Bags Elder of the Beggars sect. My hair was so messy it could hatch eggs. There was a handprint on my face that was slightly swollen. My hand was wrapped in bandages. And my clothes were torn like I had just come off a battlefield. You could even see inside. Cough. I walked back to the line like I was just a bystander, swaying a bit. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and started going through the motions, giving a lengthy official speech about welcoming us to Hogwarts, the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, and the points in the House Cup. My ears were almost getting calloused from listening. In the end, she added, I suggest you all take a moment to tidy yourselves up while you wait. As soon as she said that, all eyes suddenly focused on me. The meaning was crystal clear. She was talking about you, the one who stood out the most in the crowd. I wasn't happy at that moment, so I did a full turn and gave them a 360-degree display with no blind spots. What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a stylish outfit? Ha ha ha. Those kids burst out laughing. I laughed along and then gently uttered 2 words, boring. The laughter abruptly stopped. Professor McGonagall instructed everyone to remain quiet and left. Just as she walked out, trouble came in. Draco Malfoy, that platinum little lord, along with his 2 sidekicks, Crabbe and Goyle, directly cornered me from 3 sides. The 2 chubby guys each took a side, their arms like iron bands pressing down on my shoulders, holding me tightly. Draco's smug face leaned in closer, and he sneered. Huh, we meet again. I was completely taken aback at that moment, innocently blinking my eyes. Again? Have we met before, classmate? I even pretended to think hard, furrowing my brows like a twist. Draco's face turned red with anger. He probably had never seen someone act so well. I suddenly slapped my thigh, a look of realization crossing my face. Then I sincerely looked at the chubby guy whose nostrils were still stuffed with tissues and said in an apologetic tone, Oh, I remember now. I'm really sorry. It wasn't me who acted out just now. It was another personality inside me. His name is Ong, sir. I apologize on his behalf. Ong, sir? Draco and his buddies were completely stunned, their faces clearly showing confusion about what I was saying. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I quickly raised the stakes and looked at them with a pained expression. I'm sick. Then I turned to the 2 fat guys and emphasized, and it's very serious. Goodness, the 2 fat guys were so scared that they immediately let go and jumped back 8 feet, as if I were some kind of new virus, afraid that staying even 1 more second would infect them. Draco tried to maintain his composure and disdainfully said, You're sick? I have medicine. But before he could finish his sentence, my expression suddenly changed, and I broke into an extremely eerie smile, twitching my mouth unnaturally. I interrupted him directly. My illness is incurable. Without waiting for his reaction, I quickly pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from my pocket and threw it right in his face. Draco took a quick glance at it, and his face instantly turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly threw the paper back at me and, dragging his 2 lackeys, scrambled to hide at the back of the line. I slowly folded the paper and put it away, the strange smile at the corner of my mouth still lingering. Hermione, who had been sneaking glances from the side, hurriedly caught sight of a few scattered words on the paper. Ask, split, forget, mistake. And the last 4 big characters, clearly written, not guilty. I tell you, my trick is all about making things up out of thin air, and I managed to scare this young master with it. It's simply too effective. Just as I was feeling proud, suddenly more than 20 ghosts popped out from the wall, half-transparent, floating around. Hermione screamed in fright and stumbled back, bumping right into me. I was just about to boast to her, saying, See, I knew you couldn't resist your curiosity. But when I turned around, bang, I ran straight into a terrifying ghost face. The face was so gone it looked as if it had been carved with a knife, with eyes that were 2 hollow glass balls, and it was covered in silvery bloodstains. Let me tell you, the feeling of pressure was instantly overwhelming. I had already gone through the Avada Kedavra in my mind, but what came out of my mouth was a cowardly, Nice to meet you, Mr. Ghost. This ghost was the infamous Bloody Baron. He stared at me intently, opened his mouth, and in a voice only we could hear, said in a deep tone, Nice to see you again. Welcome back to Hogwarts. I was petrified on the spot, my whole body stiff, unable to move. Family, what is going on? See you again? Welcome back. This script doesn't match. Even more bizarre, the other ghosts looked as if they had seen a ghost. Oh wait, they're ghosts. Anyway, they all had expressions that said, what the hell, it can be like this. A chubby, ghostly monk even stuttered. I remembered. But then Bloodman Barlow shot a cold glance, and those ghosts didn't dare to make a sound. All of them zoomed through the walls, faster than the next. Bloodman Barlow also silently floated away, disappearing through the wall. I knocked on my head, feeling like my brain just couldn't keep up, with puzzles coming one after another. Not long after, Professor McGonagall returned. She immediately spotted my tattered clothes, her brows furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. She stared at me intensely, saying nothing, and her gaze would have scared a child into wetting themselves. But who am I? Have I ever been afraid? I pride myself on my thick skin. You can glare all you want. It doesn't matter to me, since I'm not losing any flesh. In the end, it was her who couldn't hold it in first. With a wave of her wand, she sent a cleaning spell my way. Let me tell you, that spell was powerful. I felt like I'd lose my hair if it got any stronger, turning me into a bald reserve. Then, with another incantation, my tattered clothes were instantly transformed into something brand new, though I knew it was temporary, like Cinderella's magical dress. After tidying me up, Professor McGonagall stood in front of me, looking down at me, and finally coldly dropped the line, "You should be thankful you are not a Gryffindor student." Let me tell you, as soon as she said that, my rebellious spirit shot up instantly. Do you understand what top-level PUA means? First, she used a cleaning spell as powerful as a high-pressure water gun to wash me inside and out. Then she used a temporary transformation spell to make my ragged clothes look presentable. And finally, from a position of superiority, she told me I should be grateful I'm not in her academy. Does anyone get it? This is clearly saying that if I fall into her hands, I'll be in for a rough time. I decided at that moment that I had to give her some pressure. I twisted my body. That dress was tight like something, and then I raised my head, looking at her with the most innocent, pure, and flower-like eyes in my life, and asked, "Sorry, Professor. I didn't understand. Could you elaborate? What would happen if I were a Gryffindor student?" The entire room fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. I tell you, Professor McGonagall's eyebrows were so furrowed they could squish a fly. She was furious, absolutely livid, in front of all the new students. Wasn't I just openly provoking her? But what could she do? I wasn't even a formal student of Hogwarts yet, so what authority did she have to punish me? Vice principal? That would just be bullying the small with the big. Goodness, I had her right on the hot seat. And guess what? She swallowed her anger, her expression changing in an instant as if she hadn't heard me at all, turning to everyone and saying, "All right, line up and follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to begin." Incredible, she actually chose to ignore me. I was almost laughing out loud inside, but had to keep a straight face, pretending to be contemplative, while in my little notebook, I had already crossed out Gryffindor in red. No way, I wouldn't want to enter her house after offending the head. I'm not that foolish. Following the crowd, we walked into the legendary Great Hall. Let me tell you, the scene was truly breathtaking. The ceiling wasn't a ceiling at all. It was a real-time, starry sky, with thousands of candles floating in mid-air, bright as day. The place was packed with upperclassmen, a sea of dark heads, and hundreds of eyes were fixed on us newbies, making it feel like we were walking down a red carpet. Professor McGonagall brought us to the front, placed a rickety stool down, and then put an even more tattered and filthy pointed hat on it. Then, the room fell silent. In the next moment, that hat actually came to life, its brim splitting open like a mouth, and it started to sing. I was stunned. Can a hat really debut as a rapper? It sang for quite a long time, with lyrics roughly introducing itself, bragging about how amazing it was, claiming it could see into your thoughts, and then introduced the four houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, describing them as brave, loyal, clever, and ambitious, just like a corporate training session. Once the karaoke king finished singing, the sorting ceremony finally began in earnest. Professor McGonagall held a parchment list and started calling out names. Hannah Abbott went to Hufflepuff. Terry Boot went to Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown became the first new student of Gryffindor. It was just a routine. Most people were quick about it, putting the hat on and having their house called out in seconds. Until Hermione. She was also sorted into Gryffindor. Then, when Professor McGonagall called the next name, I clearly saw her hand shake slightly, her expression instantly turning grim. She paused for several seconds, then looked at me with an extremely complex expression, and pronounced slowly, "Ask Grindelwald." Boom! I felt like the entire staff table exploded, although the students didn't react much. The older teachers in the back looked at me as if they had seen a ghost. I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these little brats don't recognize me. I calmly walked up, sat down, and that tattered hat was placed on my head, plunging me into darkness. Immediately, a voice rang directly in my head. "Grindelwald? Are your parents travelers? All right, let me see where you fit." Before I could react, a chilling sensation washed over me. Let me tell you, it felt like walking down the street without clothes, with all your secrets and thoughts laid bare for everyone to see. Are you using soul reading? My mind exploded at that moment, and I was so angry that I wanted to rip that hat off and stomp it to pieces. But I couldn't move. My body felt like it was petrified. That wretched hat had me under control. "Relax, little one," the hat continued to chatter in my head. "I'm just making some necessary preparations." I was ready to snap. I was furious. "What did you see?" "It's funny," the hat said cheekily. "You have a lot of courage. Gryffindor suits you well." And then, "Am I smart? So Ravenclaw suits me too? Am I loyal? So Hufflepuff would work?" I was directly arguing in my head. "I like your sense of humor." The hat paused for a moment and surprisingly asked me, "How about Slytherin?" I quickly grasped the point. He was asking for my opinion. What if I choose Slytherin? I countered. Then I'll sort you into it. What if I insist on going to Hufflepuff? That works too. The hat sounded a bit impatient. Hurry up and decide. There is still a bunch of people waiting. Haha, I get it. I completely understand. This hat can't make the decision for me at all. What if I just don't decide? I thought slowly in my mind. Can this sorting ceremony be dragged out indefinitely? A few hours or even days. After all, the initiative is in my hands, right? I can decide for you. Don't think you can stall for time. The hat yelled in my mind, but that voice was weak. Go ahead and try. I sneered. If you dare to choose for me, I guarantee you'll regret it. Now, it was its turn to be silent. It directly stopped reading my thoughts. Resting on my head without moving, playing dead. Time passed second by second. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. The entire hall went from curiosity at the beginning to impatience later and finally to numbness. The new students were swaying and almost falling asleep. The upperclassmen were starving. And the professors' faces were all turning the same shade as Snape's. I remained frozen with this hat, emphasizing companionship. Finally, after 1 hour and 6 minutes, the hat weakly uttered 2 words in a voice so faint it seemed ready to expire. Slytherin. The entire venue fell silent, with not a single person applauding. Everyone stared at me in a daze. I smiled slightly, stood up, and gave myself a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. The sound echoed in the empty auditorium, sounding as eerie as it could be. Just a second before I took off my hat, it left a message in my mind at the fastest speed. Welcome back to Hogwarts. I hope this is the last time we meet. I rubbed my slightly stiff face and, looking at the hat, revealed a malicious smile, thinking to myself, I have a feeling we will meet again. And not just once. After saying that, I elegantly tossed the old hat onto the table, and surprisingly, it bounced twice. The subsequent sorting ceremony went by as quickly as if it were on double speed. Swish, 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 15 seconds each, like a production line stamping. That hairy kid too. As soon as the hat touched his hair, it probably asked, Gryffindor? He nodded, and off he went. By the time the last new student was sorted into Slytherin, this exhausting ceremony finally came to an end. Then, the focus of the room, our dear headmaster Dumbledore, stood up. Let me tell you, this old man smiled like the sun, arms wide open as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. Then opened his mouth and said a string of incomprehensible words. Fool, crybaby, scum, twist. Thank you all. The room fell silent for a second, then erupted into thunderous applause. Who understands what that means? Is this what it's like to be a top-tier celebrity? If anyone else had said that, they would probably have been kicked out on the spot. But Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the 20th century. Whatever he says is right. It's just his true feelings coming out. Immediately after, a mountain of food appeared on the table out of nowhere, and the new student's eyes went wide, devouring it ravenously. As for me, I was seated in the far corner of the Slytherin table, and within 3 meters, not even a mouse dared to come near me. The little nobles of Slytherin looked at me with such cold indifference, neither hostile nor welcoming, but definitely maintaining a physical distance. Just as well, I was happy for the peace. As I stuffed pudding into my mouth, let me give you the lowdown. I am Ask Grindelwald. Yes, you heard it right, the Grindelwald you're thinking of. The first Dark Lord is my grandfather. Although there's no blood relation, the generational status is there. So you understand. I'm purely here, carrying the KPI of my ancestors to school. I was doing just fine at Durmstrang, which is also my grandfather's alma mater, but because he had too many enemies back then, I was constantly being picked on at school. Eventually, I caused some trouble and got kicked out, which is why I traveled all the way to Hogwarts. After all, in Britain, Voldemort's name is more prominent than my grandfather's, so I can be a bit more invisible. But for those pure-blood families, the surname Grindelwald is like a spotlight in the dark night, glaringly obvious. Just as I was thinking about this, I tell you, the temperature around me suddenly dropped, as if I had walked into a cold storage. I turned my head, and lo and behold, a ghost covered in silver bloodstains was floating right next to me, looking at me with a cold, dead face. I was a bit annoyed at that moment and directly confronted him. Hey man, I have a weak constitution and I'm afraid of the cold. Can you keep your distance from me? The ghost was taken aback for a moment and said in a voice like ice shards, You're very rude. I couldn't help but laugh and imitated his tone. You are quite rude too, interrupting me while I'm eating. But I'm the kind of person who doesn't argue with dead people. As soon as I said that, I felt the temperature drop several degrees. The silver blood on him seemed to come alive, flowing slowly. I pretended not to care, but in reality, I had goosebumps all over, and I kept saying, Hey, what kind of blood is that on you? Pig's blood? Cow's blood? I heard that ghosts are frozen in the last moment before they die. You wouldn't have been killed by a pig while trying to slaughter it, would you? Boom. A chilling aura of killing intent exploded in an instant. Let me tell you, At that moment, I really thought that if he could move, I would have to go work with him right then and there. Clearly, I had stepped right into a minefield. I immediately put on a completely insincere smile. Sorry, I'm just a bit of a chatterbox, straightforward and blunt. You could just take what I said as nonsense. As I spoke, I pulled a small heater out of my pocket and hugged it, meaning, your strongest cold attack is now ineffective against me. The ghost, who I later learned was the Bloodman Barrow, stared at me for a long time and squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. I remember you, asked Greendew. Coincidentally, I remembered you too, nameless ghost sir. I bit into an apple and mumbled, on the first day of school, I managed to offend the principal, the dean, the house hat, and a ghost who looks like trouble. Isn't this KPI a bit too ambitious? Is it too late for me to apply for withdrawal? Barrow ignored me and walked straight through the wall. This meal was quite a roller coaster. By the time I was about 80 full, all the food on the table suddenly vanished, and Dumbledore stood up again to start announcing the school rules. No entering the Forbidden Forest, no magic in the corridors. Quidditch tryouts. Finally, he cheerfully dropped a bombshell. Lastly, for those who don't want to die a gruesome death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. My eyes suddenly lit up. This old man is quite cunning. Isn't he clearly saying, come quickly, there's a great treasure here. Hurry to seek it. The campus life at Hogwarts is much more exciting than I imagined. Then, something even more outrageous happened. Everyone sang the school song. With a wave of Dumbledore's wand, the lyrics floated in the air, and then he said, everyone, please choose your favorite tune. Ready, sing? I tell you, that scene was simply a chaotic dance of demons. The entire auditorium instantly turned into a massive KTV disaster, with various tunes flying everywhere. The Weasley twins even sang the whole time to the tune of the funeral march. Dumbledore even specifically conducted them, clapping the loudest. After the song, everyone went their separate ways. We Slytherins were the last to leave. I dawdled at the back of the line and instinctively looked back before leaving. Goodness. Dumbledore and a professor with black hair, a waxy complexion, an expression as if the whole world owed him money were staring straight at me, completely unguarded when I caught them. That must be the head of Slytherin, Snape. Looking at that gaze, I just knew my future days would definitely be colorful. As I walked along with the group, I felt 2 pairs of eyes behind me like searchlights. These 2 were definitely scheming something. Dumbledore is my grandfather's arch-nemesis, so I completely understood his desire to monitor me. But my grandfather also told me that Dumbledore is trustworthy, and I should treat him as I would treat my grandfather. I really did that. I even had a few of his hairs from his office stashed in my pocket. Just as I was walking down the chilly corridor, the scene shifted to the other end of the hall. Snape lowered his voice and said to Dumbledore, clearly annoyed, he's back? You should have informed me sooner. Dumbledore shook his head, his expression complicated. Whether it's him or not, it's still uncertain. After all, he can't come back. He said he would return, Snape countered, but his conviction was clearly lacking. Dumbledore didn't reply. Instead, he twirled a bright red phoenix feather in his hand and suddenly said, I think we could try to turn him into him and accomplish what we've never done before. Snape's body jolted. Then he nodded heavily and took the feather. Meanwhile, I, walking ahead, suddenly sneezed out of nowhere. Achoo! I rubbed my nose, and sure enough, someone behind me must be plotting against me again. However, for now, I have to get through an even more ridiculous stage. Let me tell you, our Principal Dumbledore is definitely a tough guy. After the dinner ended, he cleared his throat, waved his wand, and suddenly, a line of golden lyrics floated in the air. Come on, students, sing the school song. The whole place was instantly frozen. The expressions of the older students were like they had swallowed a fly. The lyrics said something about our minds being empty and full of dead flies. Who understands that? Is this a magic school or a mental hospital? The Weasley twins took it to another level, singing it to the tune of a funeral march. And Dumbledore even led the applause, saying it was the charm of music. At that moment, I thought, this school must have some serious issues. After singing that eerie school song, I could finally head back to the dormitory. I intentionally walked at the back of the Slytherin line, and when I turned around, I saw Dumbledore standing next to a black-haired man with a face like someone owed him 8 million. They were both staring at me. That man was our head of house, Snape, who is famously protective of his own, but notoriously dislikes other houses. Being stared at by those two made my back feel cold. I'll tell you, as soon as I walked away, they started plotting. Snape was really displeased. Why didn't you tell me he was coming earlier? Dumbledore pretended to be profound. Is it really him? It's hard to say. Then he pulled out a phoenix feather and started playing riddles, saying something about turning him into him, completing what we didn't accomplish. Listen, is this even human language? It's all about PUA, right? Trying to turn me into the tool they want. Dream on. When we got to the dorm area, things got even more exciting. We were assigned to dorms, and I ended up sharing one with that blonde young Master Draco Malfoy. This guy exploded right there, pointing at me and shouting at the senior. Why should I live with him? That senior was also quite fierce, pushing her glasses up. Her gaze sharp as a knife, and shot back. What's wrong? Are you three afraid of just him? Slytherin doesn't accept cowards. One sentence silenced Malfoy, and with everyone watching, he had to tough it out and enter the dorm. As soon as we stepped inside, this guy started picking a fight. He brought 2 lackeys, all geared up, ready to give me a show of strength. I walked over with a smile and locked the door from the inside with a click. Malfoy was still sneering. Thinking of running now? Too late. I laughed at that. Running? No. I just didn't want to disturb the neighbors. At his command, they came at me. I swiftly threw a handful of flour at them, and they couldn't even open their eyes, crashing straight into the door. Malfoy was stunned, rushing up to try and punch me. I remained calm, made a gun gesture with my right hand, and lightly went bang at him. All turned to stone. Goodness. He froze instantly, his fist just a few centimeters from my nose. I blew on my fingers and leaned into his ear, saying, "Little Malfoy, I forgot to introduce myself. Durmstrang, top of the year, wandless magic is just basic operation. You, on the other hand, might have been the center of attention before, but from today on, you need to get used to one thing, looking up at me." After a minute, the spell automatically lifted. I dropped that and went straight to change into my pajamas and get into bed, leaving him there in a mess. The next day in History of Magic was hypnotic. The professor was a ghost, and his lectures were like chanting scripture, completely monotonous. I was so foresight, I brought a pillow and laid down in the back to sleep. This professor was also a weirdo, calling Ravenclaw students Gryffindor children, and I seriously suspected he was face-blind and forgetful. By Friday lunch, the big moment came. I carried my plate and sat right next to Malfoy, who turned pale with fright. I patted his shoulder, leaving a greasy handprint on his fancy robe. "Hey, little Malfoy, I want to ask you something." He dared not show his anger. I lowered my voice and asked him, "What kind of person is your headmaster Snape?" He looked very alert. I laid my cards on the table. I suspect there's something wrong with him. Seeing he still didn't believe me, I leaned in and whispered my shocking discovery. "I think Headmaster Snape is a pedophile. Just look at the way he looks at Harry Potter. It's downright creepy." Just to mention, there are 40 freshmen in this year's Hogwarts, with the fewest in Slytherin and the most in Gryffindor. And this situation has persisted for quite some time. Slytherin is seen as a terrible house by those in other houses, 1/3 due to Headmaster Severus Snape's consistent favoritism, 1/3 due to the students' bad behavior, and the last third due to people's gossiping and slander. There are no eternally good people, nor absolutely bad ones. History of Magic, by name, should be a course focused on theoretical knowledge, very dull and tedious. However, at Durmstrang, this course is very popular because in class, students learn about all the powerful dark wizards recorded throughout history, how they rose, famous events during their peaks, and how they fell. For some reason, old Grindelwald wouldn't appear in class. Perhaps not every student wants to be a dark wizard, but every student wants power, as power helps them fulfill their desires. In terms of this awareness alone, Durmstrang students understand the importance of power much earlier than those at Hogwarts. However, even though I was prepared, Ask couldn't help but fall asleep during the first History of Magic class. This was quite rare, as Ask had decent self-control, and he and stayed up too late the night before. It was just that the professor's teaching was exceptionally remarkable. As a ghost, Professor Binns had a very simple route to class, just walking in a straight line. Walls couldn't block them since they had no physical form. When he emerged from the blackboard, it indeed caused a bit of a stir. "I am Professor Binns, the teacher of History of Magic. Very glad to see you, Slytherin and Gryffindor children." Professor Binns' voice was rhythmic, clear, and easy to understand. However, his tone had no ups and downs, nor any emotional color. Just like a mechanical clock, ticking away, making it easy to get tired. Then, the content of what he said had a huge problem. This professor seemed to have mistaken Ravenclaw for Gryffindor. I don't know if it was his eyes playing tricks or what. Was he colorblind? Red and blue are very different. And besides, can't he tell the lions and ravens on their robes apart? Ask muttered to himself, feeling that having such a teacher made the future seem bleak. This wasn't Ask's only guess. There was another, even more absurd guess, that Professor Binns was actually suffering from amnesia. The reason was simple. If his eyes were fine, then it was his memory that had issues, mixing up Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. However, Ask almost immediately dismissed this possibility, since a normal headmaster wouldn't let such a person be a History of Magic professor, right? But then Ask couldn't help but think, isn't Dumbledore also not a normal headmaster? History of Magic, a course itself dull and tedious. Under the teaching of Professor Binns, who had the ability to turn dullness into even more dullness, had become comparable to the water of death. Due to the course's dullness, to avoid spreading it further in this text, a 1T described more. Actually, not much happened in this class. After all, the relationship between Slytherin and Ravenclaw could only be described as average, not reaching the level of hatred. After class, Ask yawned and left the classroom with his book. Perhaps due to some after effects, he, who should have been especially spirited at this time, really wanted to go back to the dorm to sleep. Ask was actually quite curious about why such a boring course was scheduled for the first period on the first day of school for freshmen. Perhaps it was a cold treatment to let students cool down from excitement, or perhaps a slow malice towards freshmen, intentionally done. Anyway, Ask had already experienced it. Reflecting on the timetable, Ask could only be glad that History of Magic only had 2 classes a week, one on Monday and the other on Thursday. I take back my previous evaluation. Ask muttered to himself. As long as Hogwarts had a student who learned half of what that professor knew, as long as he taught History of Magic, Durmstrang would lose without a fight. I think Professor Snape is actually a pedophile. Asker's words startled Draco, causing him to spray half of his juice all over Crabbe, who was sitting across from him. Crabbe stared blankly at Draco, completely clueless about why he did that. "You're way too unsettled. What a big reaction," Asker said somewhat reproachfully, pulling out a handkerchief and tossing it to Crabbe, signaling him to clean his face. Draco awkwardly looked around, only to find that hardly anyone had noticed what just happened. He and Crabbe were sitting at the end of the table, a bit separated from the others. A few who heard the commotion assumed it was Asker, who was sitting next to Draco, and didn't pay it much attention. After all, such incidents were perfectly normal for Asker, a freshman who always did ridiculous things. Poor Crabbe, poor Draco. That might be the only thought of the other Slytherins, considering Asker was their roommate and always stuck to them. "What are you looking at? They must think it was me," Draco thought. Asker, however, dismissed Draco's caution, finishing his steak in a few bites and giving Draco a cheeky grin, saying, "Look, I took the blame for you. Are you considering giving me some compensation?" Draco really wanted to take a sip of juice and then smile while spraying Asker with it. However, considering that Asker couldn't spray juice back at himself and that he would become the suspect too, Draco dismissed the thought. "Maybe I can try it when no one is around," he comforted himself. After giving Asker a fierce glare, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and left the Great Hall. Crabbe and Goyle were still engrossed in their food and didn't even notice, while Asker, after finishing a cup of juice, stared at Snape for a long time before also getting up and leaving, having glanced at Harry and Gryffindor for a moment. Did no one really notice that Snape's gaze towards Harry was very strange? Asker wondered. In the first few days of school, whenever he wandered around Hogwarts and encountered Harry, Snape would always be lurking nearby, observing Harry's every move when he wasn't paying attention. Asker didn't think much of this alone, but Snape's duality intrigued him. Whenever Snape was behind Harry, Asker noticed his hands were tightly clenched and his expression was grim, as if he saw something that made him furious but was still trying to suppress the urge to destroy it. However, when he walked past Harry, his expression relaxed a bit. Though still sour, his eyes were clearly different. Asker scratched his head, wondering how to describe it. It was a look that was hard to put into words, somewhat close to tenderness, but not purely so, mixed with other emotions like a bit of anger, pain, and regret. This was a man with a story, and that story likely involved Harry. Considering Harry's past experiences, losing his parents and growing up in a Muggle family, the only possible connection he could have with Snape might be through his parents. Asker felt he might have guessed something and only needed verification. Deriving so much from a single look was somewhat sensational for Asker. In fact, if similar things hadn't happened to him before, he wouldn't have been so sensitive to it. There was someone once who looked at him with the same gaze as Snape's, and that nearly destroyed him. Asker didn't hold a grudge against her, nor did he want similar things to happen to others, because he knew very well that the person who hurt others was often in more pain themselves. Lost in thought, Asker didn't pay attention to where he was going. He didn't crash into a wall or trip, but he did bump into a professor, knocking him down. Professor Quirrell? Without needing to see his face, just the purple scarf and the strong smell of garlic, Asker could guess who the person covering his face was. He shrugged innocently. Who knew Quirrell was so weak that a child bumping into him could knock him over? Taking advantage of not having been seen, Asker considered escaping before Quirrell could hold him responsible, fearing he might claim injury and demand compensation. "Professor Quirrell, are you okay?" Quirrell looked up. The first thing he did was check if his scarf had come off, and, after confirming it was fine, he sighed in relief. This student left quite an impression on Quirrell. After all, he had spent over an hour at the sorting ceremony. I'm I'm fine. Quirrell slowly got up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and said to Asker, "You are a... Hey, Asker?" Asker forced a smile, finding it tiring to talk to someone who stuttered, and the smell coming from him was unbearable, like a corpse. Was he a zombie? So Hogwarts chose professors based on no standards at all? A forgetful ghost became the history of magic professor, and Flitwick, who was shorter than a table, taught charms. The other professors were slightly better, but there were still some oddballs among them. It truly was a magical school. "Professor Quirrell, I have things to do. Goodbye." Not wanting to stay a second longer, Asker quickly bid farewell to Quirrell and jogged away. Quirrell's expression froze. Why did he feel like he was being rejected? He had just been painfully knocked down, and his sensitive areas ached now. He was the one who got hurt. "Fool, what are you still doing here?" The sudden roar and subsequent pain snapped Quirrell back to reality, and he hurriedly left the area. When the voice reappeared, it carried a hint of suspicion and uncertainty. "Quirrell, what was that little brat's name?" "Great Master, that boy's name is Asker Grindelwald," Quirrell replied respectfully. "Grindelwald? What is his relation to Gellert Grindelwald?" "I don't know, Master." Quirrell was no longer stuttering at this point. "Investigate. Find out. I must have seen that face somewhere before. Damn it. Why can't I remember it all?" During lunch, Asker had his first interaction with his head of house. He was eating when Severus Snape left the professor's table and approached the Slytherin long table, speaking to the older students before walking toward the exit from Asker's side. When Snape reached Asker, he suddenly stopped, turned to glance at Asker, who was resting his chin on one hand, slowly savoring a chicken wing with a fork, said nothing, did nothing, and then left. As a relatively well-known, for negative reasons, figure, Snape's every move drew the attention of students, and as a result, some began to pay attention to Asker as well. As has already become famous at Hogwarts because a series of events he did last night has been spread among the first-year students. And the fact that he forcefully delayed the sorting ceremony by an hour through unknown means has left some people speechless. "I think he should come to our table." One of the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table spoke up. "Look, he doesn't fit in with the people over there at all, sitting alone at the end. From what happened yesterday, he seems more suited to be with us, rather than in the gloomy, rigid Slytherin. Come on, don't you think that guy's expression looks particularly annoying?" Ron said with his mouth full, his words muffled and hard to understand. After swallowing his food, he added, "It's like he is always mocking others. How did I not notice that?" "That's because you're not observing closely enough." Ron huffed, glancing again at Ask, who was leisurely enjoying his lunch, but what he was really thinking about was the embarrassing situation he encountered last night. After gorging himself on the Hogwarts Express and forgetting to go to the bathroom midway, Ask's forceful delay during the sorting ceremony seemed very annoying to Ron. Hearing her classmates talk, Hermione looked up towards Ask, but only saw him getting up and leaving. She wasn't sure whether to agree with Ron, but she had a feeling that what Ron said might not be wrong. The smile on that person's face might not be entirely friendly. The first-year curriculum isn't heavy, which is evident in many aspects, such as the arrangement of classes and assignments. Everything emphasizes a gradual approach. Life here is relaxed and cheerful, unlike Durmstrang, which is so hurried. Ask wasn't quite used to life here, but he would refuse to have a year that could be considered a vacation as a transition after what could be described as a terrible year. After finishing the charms class this week, Ask returned to the dormitory early, leaning on his bed and aimlessly flipping through a bestseller titled Walking with Giants. The story was exciting, and it was fine to entertain those who hadn't seen much of the world. The author, named Gilderoy Lockhart, seemed to be a celebrity, and it was perfectly fine as a pastime, plus there was some useful knowledge in it. Ask had spent the previous few days like this, getting up, eating breakfast, attending classes, or having free time, eating lunch, attending classes, or having free time, returning to the dormitory after school, doing something, sleeping, very regular. The light homework didn't take up too much of Ask's time, so he had enough time to do something. However, Ask found that he now didn't know what to do. Read? He had already learned most of what first years were supposed to learn at Durmstrang, even more in depth. Should he read books for higher years? Perhaps he could do that, but wouldn't it be too boring? Practice spells? That is a good idea. Although he had lost the wand he got from Ollivander's, there was still a spare one here. So what spell should he practice? He casually pulled out his wand from his pocket, but after holding it for quite a while, he hadn't cast a single spell. Aguamini. The wand trembled in the air, and after tracing a path, a ball of water appeared above Ask's head, held in place by the wand's magical power. So it didn't fall immediately. Squinting, Ask carefully controlled the magic in the wand, slowly and cautiously reducing the grip on the water ball bit by bit. This wasn't easy, because if he was careful, the water ball would fall and hit his face, and that wouldn't feel good. For beginners, They have the magical power to cast spells and the wand that suits them best, but spells don't always exceed 100. Successfully casting a spell is the first step. The second step is to improve the success rate. Everyone knows that it involves diligent practice and correcting incorrect gestures and pronunciations while casting. The third step is what Ask was doing now, learning to control magical power. If described in numbers, casting Aguamini consumes 5 points of magical power, and to keep the water ball floating in the air theoretically requires at least 2 points of magical power. So many people would initially consume at least 7 points of magical power to maintain the water ball suspension. This is a waste, as the 5 points of wasted magical power could be used to create another water ball, which is a result of insufficient control over magical power. Excellent wizards can cast the most needed spells at the right time and place, and to them, every point of magical power is precious. A critical moment might cost them their lives. Using 5 points of magical power was the limit for Ask while at Durmstrang. In that context, this technique was of no use, as the focus during combat was on casting as many powerful spells as quickly as possible without regard for consumption. What depth could a first-year student reach in technique? As Ask's focus sharpened, the water ball hanging in the air began to shake. This was the limit Ask had previously reached. At that point, he couldn't maintain it for long before it collapsed, causing the water ball to fall. Have I improved again? Ask's expression was dazed, his eyes only on the water ball, less than a foot above his head, if precise to the decimal point. He had now reduced the magical power needed to maintain the water ball to 4, 7, and judging by this rhythm, it wouldn't be impossible to reach 4, 5, or even lower in one breath. Just then, the hand holding the wand suddenly sensed some subtle movement, not from the outside, but from the wand itself. Although it was very subtle, it still disrupted the stability Ask had maintained. There were some flaws in the circulation of magical control, causing some blocks and obstructions. This already signaled the failure of Ask's effort. There was nothing to say. With a firm look, Ask increased the magical power to 10, and the water ball rose instead of falling, flying straight up and crashing into the ceiling. Splash! Water droplets burst everywhere as the water ball hit the ceiling, scattering like stars. Under the effect of gravity, they fell back down, and then, as if encountering a transparent membrane, they paused in the air for a moment before being squeezed together by an unseen hand, regathering into a water ball that slowly descended and landed in the basin Ask was holding. TSK so close, Ask murmured regretfully, putting down the basin and carefully examining his wand. The glossy black wand looked as smooth as jade, but a fine, nearly invisible crack marred this perfection. Although it had been repaired by a master, this wand had already dropped a grade and could only serve as a backup wand. The reason for going to Ollivander's to buy a wand was ultimately that the wand Ask was currently using had developed issues and couldn't be used for long. If he wanted to replace his wand, the sooner the better. After all, getting used to a new wand also takes time. Sighing, Ask put down the wand, rubbed his slightly dizzy head, and decided to go to bed early today. I only revised this much today. Just pay attention to the content, and you'll see that it's basically equivalent to writing 2 new chapters. I added some practice aspects of spells. I think there are 3 elements: magical power itself, technique, and spells, and I wrote around these 3 elements. There was no intention to write a detailed upgrade, just optimize the strength of the previous version. Or one might say it was cut down a bit. Currently, it is just at the level of an ordinary third-year student, sufficient to handle what needs to be handled, and it will be upgraded when necessary. Time, in Ask's mind, is like a river, with a liquid like mercury, viscous, glimmering with silver, and with a very high density, flowing smoothly and calmly without any waves. Ask had once pondered what it would be like to throw a stone into the river of time. This could be verified by experiment. However, he could never imagine what it would be like to throw a stone into the river of time, nor could he verify it, at least not at this moment. Those involved are often confused. For the stone, it does not know what it would be like to be thrown into the river of time, but for the thrower and the onlookers, everything would be clearly presented before their eyes. On Friday afternoon, the sky was clear, and the autumn wind of September blew away the heat of August, sowing a batch of seeds at Hogwarts, continuing the cycle as always. Creek Snape pushed the door open with an expressionless face. The potions classroom in the basement was only a 7-minute walk from his residence, 437 steps. He was as punctual as ever, stepping on the footprints left over from the past 10 years, his heart calm, his face expressionless, his mind blank, and he was almost constantly using mental defense techniques, numbing his thoughts with means more effective than alcohol. However, everything was shattered the moment he opened the door. Green eyes like emeralds, These were beautiful eyes that had never faded from Snape's heart. The corners of Snape's mouth curved into a smile he himself had not anticipated. The noise in the classroom had not yet subsided from his sudden arrival, and few students reacted, so no one noticed the smile at his lips, a gentle smile. No, perhaps one person did notice. Snape followed an unabashed gaze to find its owner, slightly furrowing his brows. He turned his head again, as if he had not seen the boy who was grinning at him with an uncomfortable smile. Disgust. 100 thoughts whirled in Snape's mind. He suddenly felt uneasy because he thought Dumbledore's actions might have been wrong. He also felt a bit regretful. Perhaps he really wouldn't come back. And he was even more angry because that person was simply tarnishing his appearance, or rather, the person represented by that appearance. Oomph. Snape snorted coldly and quickly walked to the podium, the wind lifting his robes as if a bat was sweeping past. It was because of this that he earned the nickname Old Bat. He casually grabbed the attendance sheet. He had long memorized the names on it. He paused for a moment on 2 names before starting to call the roll. Lavender Brown. The first-year Gryffindor student clearly did not know how terrifying Snape was. While chatting with classmates, she merely raised her hand, signaling that she was present. 2 points off for Gryffindor. Snape's eyes remained fixed on the list, not lifting his head as he said, "Did your foolish seniors not tell you what to do in my class? Or perhaps..." Snape raised his head, scoffing. "Is your pathetic brain only capable of accommodating eating, drinking, and sleeping and nothing else? And going to the bathroom, Professor." A voice, which could be described as courageous or foolish, rang out. "Mr. Grindelwald." Snape stared at the boy with a teasing, indifferent expression, showing no politeness because he was a Slytherin student. "I believe there is no need for unnecessary noise in my classroom." Ash shrugged, no longer speaking. He made a zipper motion beside his lips to indicate he was shutting up. Snape did not pursue it further, nor did he deduct points from him. But no student dared to show dissatisfaction, as if Snape's obvious favoritism was taken for granted. Snape continued to call the roll, and the next students were much more obedient, and there were no further disturbances. In the middle, he skipped Ash's name, and no one minded. This strange calm lasted until Harry's turn. "Oh yes, Harry Potter. This is our new, world-famous character." Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle covered their mouths and laughed, as if Snape had told a very funny joke. After finishing the roll call, Snape raised his eyes to look at the whole class, his eyes dark, devoid of warmth, cold and hollow, like 2 pitch-black tunnels. "You are here to learn the precise science and strict craft of potion-making." Snape began, his voice barely louder than a whisper, but everyone heard every word he said. "Since there is no foolish waving of wands here, many of you may not believe this is magic. I did not expect you to truly grasp the wonderful essence of the simmering pot that emits white smoke and wafts delightful aromas. You will not truly understand the magical power that flows through people's veins, enchanting and intoxicating. I can teach you how to gain prestige, brew glory, and even prevent death, but there is one condition. You must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter." After Snape's brief opening remarks, the class fell into silence. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows, exchanging glances, while Hermione nearly scooted to the edge of her seat, leaning forward as if eager to prove she was not a fool. As for Ask, he merely yawned out of boredom. He was feeling a bit sleepy. Thinking of doing it, Ask took out his special pillow for sleeping in class, placed it on the desk, pressed it a few times, confirmed its good elasticity, and contentedly lay down on it. Hermione and her friends sitting next to Ask were stunned, as were a group of new Slytherins. They knew Ask liked to sleep in class and was extremely arrogant, but in Snape's class. Hermione banged her head hard, confirming she was not dreaming. However, from the hand that had crossed the boundary, rhythmically tapping on his book, it seemed that if Ask was not moving his hand while asleep, he was simply pretending to be asleep. Slap Hermione pulled out a book and discreetly smacked the hand on the desk hard. Because the force was concentrated on that hand, and the book's material was good. Absorbing noise, the sound was not loud. However, it hurt a lot. Ask's hand stopped moving, as if it were dead, lying on the desk like a puddle of mud, completely still. Oomph. Hermione lightly huffed. This could be considered revenge for Gryffindor, right? Snape turned a blind eye to all of this. Harry had firmly caught his attention, the black hair and glasses reminding him of a bad memory. "Potter, if I add powdered daffodil root to the mugwort infusion, what will I get?" "I don't know." "Professor, if I ask you to find me a piece of bezoar, where would you go to look?" "I don't know, Professor." "Then tell me the difference between aconite and wolfsbane." "I don't." With 3 consecutive questions, Harry's voice grew smaller, until he simply stopped speaking. After all, he would still say the same thing anyway. Snape laughed happily. He had to be happy. This was a good opportunity for revenge. As the saying goes, Debts must be repaid by the next generation. Those who mix in the world will eventually have to pay their dues. It wasn't too much to ask for James's mistakes to be repaid by his son, right? Even Dumbledore couldn't say anything about that. Let's collect a bit of interest first. What a deep grudge. As couldn't help but sigh. He changed his position and placed his other intact hand on Hermione's desk, speaking as if to himself. If you think those eyes are pretty, you might as well dig them out, put them in a glass jar, and take them home to admire slowly. As for the person, chop them up and feed them to the dogs. I guarantee there will be no witnesses. Snape and his little friends were stunned. Ask's first potions class at Hogwarts was scheduled for Friday morning, and soon Friday arrived. Slytherin would be learning potions under their dear headmaster Severus Snape, alongside Gryffindor. This was not good news for the Gryffindors. Strangely enough, people dislike those who are ugly or fierce-looking and prefer those who are kind or handsome. Although first impressions are very important, they're not decisively important. However, any Gryffindor who held such beliefs would soon reject the latter half when facing Snape and accept the former as truth. Relentless destruction. That was Snape's psychology towards a specific group. If Hogwarts students were the future flowers of the wizarding world, then many of Snape's actions often seemed like cruelly destroying those flowers. The afternoon meant potions class. The headmaster's class. The only ones who could still be excited were the little snakes of Slytherin. By tradition, they would be under Snape's protection, while the Gryffindors attending class with them would be the primary targets. This was simply too terrible. Ron looked at the schedule on Hermione's right and couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had heard from his older brothers what kind of person Snape was before coming to Hogwarts. As the saying goes, you can avoid the beginning of the month, but you can't avoid the middle. What is meant to come will come. After finishing breakfast with the awareness that it was a matter of life and death, the Gryffindor first years headed in small groups to the potions classroom. Unlike the atmosphere of other classes, this group looked like they were heading to the gallows, their faces serious. In the afternoon, they would go to Hagrid's. Normally, Harry and Ron might have discussed what fun things awaited them at Hagrid's. What desserts would be served during tea time, but now. TSK, how boring. A boy wearing Slytherin colors walked past Harry, muttering a complaint that reached his ears. Looking at that person's back, Harry turned to Ron and noticed that Ron's face was no longer numb, but filled with anger. Harry understood a bit why Ron was angry. That person was Ask, a first-year Slytherin. Slytherin. The word popped out from between Ron's teeth, his fists clenched tightly, as if ready to fight. Harry looked at Ron with some concern, but didn't know what to say. Anything he said at this moment could lead to the opposite effect. However, Harry wasn't feeling great either. It seemed that everything related to Slytherin he encountered was unpleasant, and this house left a terrible impression on him, with all sorts of emotions. The last class of the week, and the most sorrowful class, finally began. Potions class was held in a basement classroom, which was colder than the main castle above, with glass jars lining the walls, containing preserved animal specimens that would make timid people shiver. As the students took their seats, Snape had not yet arrived, but he appeared in the classroom right on time before the class started. His footsteps were hurried, as if he were running. The hem of his robes trailed behind him, seeming to float as he walked quickly. Snape's entrance had no special flair, but his aura was reminiscent of a vampire as described in novels. Not in a beautiful way, but in a terrifying one. Ask rested one hand on his chin while the other fiddled with a few snake fangs on the desk. When Snape entered, he slightly raised his head to glance at him, then lowered it again, as if the simple raw materials on the desk were more interesting than Snape. Some teachers called the roll before class, and Snape casually grabbed the list, the names already memorized in his mind. He paused over one name for a moment before beginning to call the roll. Lavender Brown, perhaps due to excessive nervousness. The curly-haired girl merely raised her hand to indicate her position. Aside from being a bit stiff, there was nothing else. Professor Flitwick in Charms class would also call the roll, and she responded in the same way then. 2 points deducted from Gryffindor. Snape, staring at the list without looking up, said, "Did your stupid, foolish upperclassmen not tell you how to behave in my classroom? Or perhaps..." Snape raised his head, sneering, "Your pathetic brain can only hold space for eating, drinking, and sleeping. Nothing else?" The classroom fell silent, with Slytherin students appearing relaxed and entertained, their faces showing nothing but joy, while Gryffindor students were seething with indignation but dared not speak. Ask glanced at the girl named Lavender Brown, perhaps for being overly frightened. She had even forgotten to cry. The resentment is sky-high. Such small-mindedness. Shaking his head, Ask continued to play with the snake fangs, completely indifferent. He had already made up his mind. Once today's potions class was over, he would seek out Snape to apply for skipping a grade. The first-year content at Hogwarts held no meaning for him anymore. and continuing to study, it would be a waste of time and energy. Stretching his hand to rub his shoulder, Ask maintained a faint smile on his face, and if all went well, in a few years. When he returned the pain and humiliation he had once received, his smile should look like this. Graduating from Hogwarts is just 7 years. That's too long. I can't wait. After a thorough reprimanding, Snape continued calling the roll. The next students seemed to suddenly understand what to do, and thus there were no more disturbances until Snape called out Harry's name. Oh yes, Harry Potter, the famous figure who just arrived. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle covered their mouths and laughed as if Snape had told a very funny joke. After finishing the roll call, Snape raised his eyes to look at the entire class, his dark eyes devoid of warmth, cold and hollow, like two pitch-black tunnels. You are here to learn the precise science and strict art of potion-making. Snape began, his voice barely louder than a whisper, but everyone heard every word he said clearly. Since there is no foolish waving of wands here, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly understand the wonderful essence of a pot simmering over a low flame, exuding fragrant aromas. You will not truly comprehend the magical power that flows through people's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the kind of foolish idiots I often encounter. After Snape finished his brief opening remarks, the whole class fell silent. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows, exchanging glances, while Hermione almost scooted to the edge of her seat, leaning forward, eager to prove she wasn't a fool. Ask opened the potions textbook and looked at the names of the potions in the table of contents, still smiling. With the opening remarks over, Snape began to do what he had wanted to do for over a decade. He suddenly asked Harry, Potter, what do you get if I add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Ask's voice was not loud, but in Snape's class, his words were clear enough for anyone who wasn't deaf to hear. Of course, everyone's thoughts varied. Most people viewed this as crazed talk. Somewhat stunned, but considering the character of that person, it seemed quite normal for him. However, was it really okay to casually mention gouging someone's eyes out or chopping them up to feed the dogs, scenes that only appeared in ketchup movies? Was it due to watching too many films, being too deeply influenced, or did that person inherently have anti-human tendencies? And with such arrogance and disregard, treating Snape as if he were nothing. Ask, do your family know about this? Snape was shocked, which was understandable. After all, only he and Dumbledore knew about this matter. Yet now, an unrelated person had brought it up and laid it out for others to gawk at. Anyone would be shocked, especially when you didn't know if he was just talking nonsense, making wild guesses, or if he actually knew something and had evidence. At that moment, Snape felt an impulse to silence him permanently. The temperature in the classroom dropped. It was already underground, dark and dry, and to preserve potions and materials for a long time, the temperature was kept low. However, after Snape's murderous thoughts arose, the temperature dropped even further. For Ask, who was very sensitive to temperature, he instinctively hunched his shoulders and made a motion as if pulling up a blanket. But that hand once again suffered a painful hit from Hermione. Clear water like a spring. Cool down quickly. Snape waved his wand at Ask. As a taciturn and sharp-tongued man, he did not dramatically shout the spell's name, but judging by the effect, it should still be those two spells. A large ball of water floated above Ask's head, teetering precariously, and then a cold wind blew through, causing the temperature of the water to drop sharply, emanating a faint chill. With a sudden motion of Snape's wand, the water plummeted and crashed onto Ask's head. Snape didn't know, and Ask didn't know, that in over 20 years, a similar game would be born, sweeping the globe. Snape's actions were something Ask had done before, but his target had been a stray cat, which was indeed of very bad behavior. At that time, the cat, which had been basking in the sun, exploded in fur at this surprise attack and pounced at Ask, leaving several scratches on his face. Ask learned his lesson and reformed. From then on, whenever he teased that cat, he never forgot to put on armor for protection. Later, Ask stopped playing that game because he had grown up. It wasn't he that he matured, realized his behavior was wrong, or understood that humans and animals should coexist harmoniously. His awareness remained the same, and his level of thought hadn't improved. The answer was quite simple. He grew up, the cat grew up, and then the cat died. Nothing more. In the East, there was a monkey that saw an old monkey die, and its level of thought and awareness skyrocketed, believing it needed to change its fate. It left its hometown to venture out, achieving success and becoming a member of a zoo in the sky, living forever. From a story's content, it seemed that Ask's awareness was even less than that of a monkey, yet from the story's conclusion, he was much better off than that monkey. Unknowingly, I've already written several hundred words, starting from Snape's spell to the ice bucket challenge, triggering a memory, and then dragging out a story from that memory, ending with a nonsensical summary. Thus, writing essays has never been a problem for me. It's just about churning out a few hundred words. Too easy. This shows that I had the potential to become an author from a very young age. The above 2 paragraphs do not count towards the main text. As mentioned many times before, Ask is very sensitive to temperature, and when Snape used the cool-down spell, he already felt it. However, due to the cramped space, the water ball was too close to him, and he didn't have enough time or space to react, so he still got hit. Whoosh! Ask was soaked, shivering. The cold water, falling from the sky, had effectively lowered his temperature. His clothes couldn't prevent the water from soaking through, and the icy water, sliding over his skin greedily, sapped his body heat, leaving only coldness. "Ah, so cold!" Ask jumped up, leaping onto the table, shaking his clothes and shaking his head, as if that would help him shake off the icy water and warm himself up again. Clap, 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 the table groaned under the strain of Ask's weight, his actions resembling a dog that had just been bathed. Tiny droplets of water splattering on the faces of nearby students, causing resentment. Snape snorted coldly and said to Ask, "In my class, sleeping is not permitted. Furthermore, Grindelwald, if you can't control your mouth, I can brew a potion to relieve your troubles." Ask nodded repeatedly, hugging his shoulders and shivering, forcing a stiff smile at Snape. So cold." Snape gestured for Ask to sit down, and with a wave of his wand, the water on Ask's body floated up drop by drop, reassembling into a water ball, which Snape casually tossed to the ground. This was a form of intimidation, also a warning. If anyone wanted to cause trouble in Snape's class, they had to consider whether they could withstand Snape's punishment. Ask was still a bit cold, but Snape was clearly not the kind of person who would lend a helping hand in times of need. He merely mocked Harry according to his own thoughts, occasionally delivering sharp criticisms to someone without naming them. Once he felt somewhat satisfied, Snape began to teach the students how to brew the cure for Boyle's potion. Cure for Boyle's potion time required 33 to 45 minutes. Ingredients: slug with antennae, porcupine quills, snake fang steps. Grind 6 parts snake fangs in a mortar. Add 4 parts of the powder into a cauldron and heat for 10 seconds. Then add 4 slugs and 2 porcupine quills to the cauldron, stirring clockwise 5 times. And it's done. This simple potion requires very little from the maker. Most of the time is spent on handling the materials, and the boiling time is not long with low heat requirements, making it suitable for beginners to practice. The cost of materials is also low. 1 gallon can buy 16 portions of porcupine quills and snake fangs, and the slugs are caught by students who are punished by Snape, making it very convenient. However, when making the cure for Boyle's potion, the porcupine quills must be added after moving the cauldron off the heat. Otherwise, the liquid inside will boil rapidly and splash out. At this time, the liquid is generally referred to as the boil maker, which is highly corrosive and toxic. If it touches the skin, it will cause boils. After all, having spent a year at Durmstrang, Ask understands some basic knowledge of potion making. At this moment, even though he was the only one, and no one wanted to be his partner, Asker still smoothly completed the potion making. The amber-colored potion slowly cooled in the cauldron. Asker was the first to finish, but he did not receive any praise from Snape. In fact, Asker doubted whether Snape even knew how to compliment others. It seemed that this class was destined to be tumultuous. After most of the students had completed their work, the chubby boy Neville, who had once shared a carriage with Asker, caused the potion to boil over due to improper handling, corroding the stand. The cauldron tilted and tipped over, spilling the Scabbers' potion all over him. Neville cried out, his arms and legs covered in red, swollen sores, screaming in pain. Not knowing if Asker's earlier behavior inspired him, he flailed his hands, trying to shake off the potion. Asker helplessly extended a hand to block Hermione, and the splattering potion was caught in his hand, which quickly developed several sores that burst, oozing yellow pus. "Damn it," Asker cursed, hitting his forehead with his other hand, his mouth twitching as he looked at the book on the table, lamenting, "I should have used the book as a shield." Hermione rolled her eyes, completely speechless. What kind of grass powder goes into what solution? Harry glanced at Ron, who, like him, was stunned. Hermione raised her arm high in the air, but Snape seemed not to notice. Asker knew the answer. It was right there in the potion textbook. Perhaps someone like Hermione had read the book and knew the answer, but Harry was probably not one of them. Sure enough, Harry bluntly replied, "I don't know, sir." Snape sneered, but a fleeting look of disappointment and pain flashed in his eyes. TSK. It seemed that fame did not equate to everything. This was not the end. Without giving Harry a moment to breathe, Snape fired off more questions. If I asked you to find me some Bezoar, where would you look? I don't know, Professor. Then tell me the difference between aconite and wolfsbane. I don't. With 3 consecutive questions, Harry's voice grew smaller, until he simply stopped speaking. After all, it would just be the same answer. Snape laughed gleefully. He had to be happy. Late revenge was still revenge, and the taste was delightful. As the saying goes, a son must repay his father's debts. In this world, one must eventually pay back what they owe. Was it too much to ask that James's mistakes be repaid by his son? Even Dumbledore had no words for that. Let's collect some interest for now. The scornful and pleased gaze swept over Harry, and the Gryffindor students all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Snape's eyes, while the Slytherin students were jubilant, as if it were a holiday, almost clapping in delight. After sweeping his gaze over Asker, Snape suddenly asked him, Grindelwald, what are the answers to those 3 questions? Asker lifted his head, glanced at Snape, and replied, Daffodil root powder combined with mugwort can be used to make a potent sleeping potion, scientifically known as the Draught of Living Death. Bezoar is a stone taken from a cow's stomach with strong detoxifying properties. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they're the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. After finishing, Asker lowered his head again, not knowing what was so interesting about the items on the table. Having received the answer from Asker, Snape seemed satisfied, nodding, and then loudly addressed the students, who were completely at a loss for what to do. Aren't you going to write this down? In a flurry of writing, Draco patted Asker on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. This was the first time in a while that Draco had actively approached Asker. Previously, they were like people from 2 different worlds. Even though they shared the same dormitory, they were not on the same page at all. With a slight smile, Asker turned his head and continued to focus on the table. In fact, Asker was quite annoyed at this moment. If he were a middle school student, being forced to sit in a first-year class with other students would likely make him even more irritable. As a student who had already achieved top grades in first-year classes at Durmstrang, Asker had no interest in them anymore. From Monday to Friday, Asker's patience was slowly wearing thin, leaving little left. After finishing with the first-year students, Snape, feeling somewhat satisfied, began teaching the students how to brew the Boil Cure Potion. The simplest and most elementary introductory potion. Boil Cure Potion, cure for boils, time required. 33 to 45 minutes materials. Slug with tentacles, porcupine quills. Snake fang steps. Grind 6 parts of snake fangs in a mortar, add 4 parts of the powder into the cauldron, and heat for 10 seconds. Then add 4 slugs and 2 porcupine quills into the cauldron, stirring clockwise 5 times to complete. This simple potion has low requirements for the maker. Most of the time spent is on handling materials, and the cooking time is not long, with low heat requirements, making it suitable for beginners. The cost of materials is also low. 16 parts of porcupine quills and snake fangs can be bought for 1 galleon, and the slugs are caught by students punished by Snape, making it quite convenient. However, when adding porcupine quills to the Boil Cure Potion, the cauldron must be moved off the fire first. Otherwise, the liquid inside will boil rapidly and spill out. At this point, the liquid is generally referred to as Scabbers Maker, which is highly corrosive and toxic and will cause sores if it comes into contact with skin. After skillfully preparing all the materials, Asker began to add them. This simple potion did not require much effort, but Asker almost made a mistake. As mentioned earlier, the cauldron must be moved off the fire when adding porcupine quills. Otherwise, the result would not be the Boil Cure Potion but rather the Scabbers Maker. Due to habit, Asker followed the method for brewing the Scabbers Maker. When he added the porcupine quills, the rapidly boiling liquid and the familiar smell reminded Asker that what he needed to brew now was not the Scabbers Maker meant to deal with other students. What to do? Actually, it wasn't difficult. One could even say it was very simple. Asker became more serious, quickly grabbed the lid to cover the cauldron, pressing it down to prevent the boiling liquid from splattering out. With his other hand, he grabbed the cauldron's ring handle and moved it away from the tripod to stop it from being heated further. He placed the cauldron on the table, pressed down on the lid, paused for a moment, felt the boiling and rolling inside laugh a lot, then slowly opened a gap to let the high-temperature gas escape, finally lifting the lid. The same formula, the same familiar smell. With a self-mocking smile, Asker took out a specially made vial from his pocket and carefully transferred the Scabbers Maker into it. Although the Boil Cure Potion had not succeeded, the byproduct was still useful. With previous stocks and collections gone, rebuilding them would require more time and patience. No one noticed that Asker had actually failed because everyone was focused on making their first potion. Snape might have noticed under different circumstances, but at that moment, he was busy mocking Harry, and by the time he caught the scent of the Scabbers Maker, Asker had already begun adding new materials to the cauldron. This time, Asker did not make another mistake, but someone else did. After most of the students had finished, Neville, the chubby boy who had been in the same carriage as Ask, accidentally caused the potion to boil over, which corroded the stand and caused the cauldron to tilt and spill, covering him in the Scabbers potion. Anuvid screamed, his arms and legs swollen and red with scabs, crying out in pain. With ample time and materials, Ask had actually prepared more than double the amount of the Scabbers potion compared to others, keeping the normal amount and pocketing the rest. Hearing Neville scream, he stood up, pushed through the students blocking his way, and walked up to Neville, silently taking out a vial of the Scabbers potion from his pocket, opening it, and pouring the potion on Neville's arms and legs where the scabs were. Just as he opened the vial, Snape arrived, frowning and looking furious. Before he could explode, he saw Ask performing a simple treatment on Neville. "What are you doing, Grindelwald?" "Testing whether my Scabbers potion is effective," Ask replied without looking up, while Neville's face, which had been improving, suddenly turned pale. After all this time, the potion he was applying was not an antidote, but rather something Ask had just concocted in class. I think, stammering, the more anxious he became, the less he could say, but Snape came to Neville's aid. He snatched the vial from Ask's hand and, with a dark expression, said to Harry and Ron, "What are you still doing? Take this idiot to the infirmary upstairs." Although being called an idiot made him extremely angry, getting out of the potions classroom was actually a good thing. Gritting his teeth in his mind, Harry and Ron helped Neville leave the potions classroom, while Ask had to face Snape's wrath. Hermione looked at Ask's profile with concern. Perhaps others would believe Ask's explanation. But Hermione still thought he must have wanted to help Neville. Why did she think so? It was just a feeling, without reason or evidence. But the usually rational Hermione chose to go with her feelings at that moment. Still 2 chapters, damn it. I basically rewrote 2 chapters again. Idiot. Snape couldn't help but curse. There is a difference between cursing and being sharp-tongued. One is uncontrollable, the other is habitual. "I also feel very stupid," Ask said dejectedly. He turned his head and extended his uninjured hand to Hermione, saying, "Can I borrow your wand?" "Why do you need to use my wand?" Although she asked this, Hermione still readily handed her wand to Ask. He took the wand, not rushing to use it, but carefully examined it for a while. During this process, the scabs on his left hand continued to ooze pus, emitting a foul odor. Theoretically, any 14-year-old boy should be crying out in pain, tears streaming down their face. But Ask's demeanor was as if that hand did not belong to him, extremely calm. Vine wood, dragon heartstring, 12 3/4 inches long. After studying it for a while, Ask made his evaluation in a very professional tone. "To be honest, I think a wand made of fig would suit you better because..." Although Hermione was very interested in Ask's evaluation, she had to interrupt him, pointing at his left hand and speaking in a strange tone. "Is that really your hand?" "Of course." Ask turned his head, staring at his decaying left hand for a long time, frowning as if he were seriously pondering how to resolve it. At this moment, Snape was treating Neville's injuries. After a simple treatment, he had a Gryffindor student take him to the infirmary. After handling this matter, Snape turned around and stared at Ask for a long time. "Grindelwald, what are you doing?" "I'm thinking about a problem," Ask replied. "Do you have an answer?" Snape seemed not in the least bit anxious, speaking intermittently, his gaze never leaving Ask's arm, lingering on that area of scabs. It was a hideous wound, but that was not what Snape was focused on. He was interested in what was there before the scabs appeared. "Not yet, Professor," Ask answered, shaking his wand, extracting a clump of Scabbers potion from the cauldron and applying it steadily to the wound. "But it doesn't matter. Some problems simply don't have answers." "Oomph." Snape seemed to see something. Having achieved his purpose, he didn't continue to observe. Ask handled his own injuries, saving Snape from having to intervene again, and then turn around, walking towards the podium. "Gryffindor loses 5 points. Slytherin loses 1 point. Grindelwald, don't show off your cleverness next time." Ask shrugged, returned the wand to Hermione, and lowered his head, staring at his left hand in a daze. Potions, after all, also had a magical aspect. The wound on his left hand healed at a visibly rapid pace, and some things that had disappeared due to the scabs reappeared. Hermione glanced curiously at Ask's left hand. More accurately, the inner side of his left arm, where there was something like a tattoo, a skull, from whose open mouth seemed to extend a snake-like figure, flicking its tongue, as if ready to bite. A strange tattoo, Hermione thought to herself. Her knowledge was still insufficient. Anyone with even a slight understanding of that history would recognize this tattoo, which could determine a person's guilt just by its existence. The Dark Mark. 11 years ago, after the Dark Wizard Voldemort's inexplicable defeat, any wizard with this mark was arrested and interrogated, with many being imprisoned without trial. In that era, having this tattoo meant guilt. Regardless of whether you were truly a Death Eater, you were guilty. Ask was lucky. Snape saw the dark mark, but he would not tell anyone other than Dumbledore. Hermione also saw it, but she didn't know what it meant. Ask's left hand healed quickly. He had only gotten a few drops of the Scabbers potion on it. Unlike Neville, who had practically bathed in it, wiping off the excess potion with a handkerchief, Ask rolled down his sleeve and casually propped his head up with his hand, staring blankly at the book. As for the dark mark on his hand, Ask already knew what it was, but he didn't know why the dark mark appeared on his hand, as he didn't remember ever getting a tattoo, nor was he a Death Eater. He didn't know when the dark mark had appeared. Just as he had said, some questions might simply have no answers. Ding, 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 the class bell rang. Only after Snape announced the end of class did the students leave the classroom with a sense of relief. For them, this class had been a nightmare, and such nightmares would occur every week for the next 7 years. Thank you. Ask looked up. Hermione stood in front of him, looking a bit shy and awkward as she gazed at him. That barely audible thank you was probably her greatest effort. What did you say? Say it again, louder. Ask pretended not to hear, signaling Hermione to repeat herself. He was just that kind of mean person, hopelessly incorrigible. Oof. Hermione stomped her foot in anger, glaring at Ask, expressing her dissatisfaction, implying that he shouldn't go too far. Let's continue with the previous topic. Ask cleverly shifted the subject. He pulled out a small notebook from somewhere and opened it, reading from it as if it were a textbook. The fig tree can be used to create wands that are eager for exploration. They crave new experiences, and if made to do mundane work, they lose their talent. Among the elegantly designed wands, they possess a peculiar property. If they feel bored, they will spontaneously combust. The ideal owner of a fig tree wand is someone curious, energetic, and adventurous. When they encounter a suitable owner, they demonstrate strong learning and adaptability. The content wasn't long. Ask finished reading in 3 minutes. Then he put the notebook away and adopted an expert posture, saying to Hermione, "You see, the fig tree is much more suitable for you than the vine wood. Sounds dangerous. It will spontaneously combust." Hermione frowned and said, "Provided it feels bored." Ask corrected, suddenly thinking of a joke and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Hermione thought Ask was laughing at her and felt a bit displeased. "Do you know how to live to be 100? Ask asked. "A glass of milk every day for 100 years, Hermione replied, not finding it funny. "How can we prevent the fig tree wand from spontaneously combusting?" Ask asked, then answered the question himself. "Just don't let it feel bored." He couldn't help but laugh again, and Hermione rolled her eyes. "Indeed. The world of the sick is incomprehensible to ordinary people, isn't it? Well, it's just a suggestion. Whether to adopt it or not is up to you." Ask said to Hermione, "Goodbye. I'm leaving first." "Wait a minute," Hermione said, looking at Ask with a confused expression and voicing her questions. "What is that mark on your hand? How do you know the material of my wand? Where did you learn about the effects of wand materials? Lastly, why didn't you use your own wand just now?" With a few questions, Ask's answers were both true and false. He had a talent for performance, and his face didn't reveal whether he was lying or not. Hermione didn't think too much about it. Although she was speechless about Ask leaving his wand in the dormitory, it was still an explanation. "Well then, goodbye." "Goodbye." Snape was very angry. This time he didn't show favoritism and straightforwardly deducted 5 points from Ask. In fact, this incident was quite interesting. For the potions class targeting Gryffindor, the student who was deducted the most points was a Slytherin. As a Slytherin student, perhaps the only privilege Ask enjoyed was being deducted points without facing Snape's sharp tongue. It should be known that some students would rather be deducted points than face his sarcasm. This class was a torment for many, but fortunately, this torment only needed to be experienced once a week, and each session lasted just over an hour. If it were like herbology class, 3 times a week, perhaps students withdrawing or transferring from Hogwarts would need to queue to obtain application forms. After class, students rushed out of the classroom, but Ask slowly organized his personal belongings. Then instead of leaving, he walked towards Snape. Hermione noticed Ask's unusual behavior, but when she met Snape's eyes, like other students, she chose to leave the classroom immediately. Fear accounted for only a small part. More was discussed. Soon, only Snape and Ask remained in the classroom. No pleasantries, no beating around the bush. Ask got straight to the point. "Professor, I want to apply for a grade skip." "No," Snape replied expressionlessly, pressing his hands on the desk, looking at the calm Ask, and said, "I reject your application for a grade skip. I haven't even said why I want to skip a grade." "You rejected me too early," Ask said, showing no surprise at Snape's reaction. "Perhaps you should listen to my reasons." "I have no interest in your reasons for applying to skip a grade, Grindelwald." Snape leaned slightly forward, his tall body pressing down, combined with his cold face, creating a strong sense of oppression. I simply refuse your application. That is my right. I have completed all the first-year coursework at Durmstrang, and all with top marks. Ignoring the pressure from Snape, Ask said calmly, "After this week, I have confirmed that the first-year content is no longer helpful to me. Continuing to learn is just a waste of time." A smile appeared on Snape's face, but it was not friendly, filled with sarcasm. He withdrew his gaze, closed the book, picked it up, and then turned to walk towards the classroom door, completely ignoring Ask. Ask turned his head to glance at Snape's back, suddenly chuckling softly, shaking his head as he walked towards the classroom door. Snape rejected the application for a grade skip. So what should he do next? Give up? Keep pestering? The former underestimated Ask too much, while the latter underestimated Snape. The potions classroom was in the basement, and the Slytherin common room was also in the basement. If he returned to the dormitory, he just needed to go out, turn right, walk down the corridor to the end, and then say today's password. Ask chose to go left, which was the way back to the ground, and would also pass by Snape's office. Ascending the stairs, when he reached the first floor, Ask saw Hermione standing at the stairway, holding her potions textbook as if waiting for something. "Good morning," Ask greeted first, and Hermione turned around immediately upon hearing his voice. Seeing Ask unharmed, she visibly breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked, "Snape didn't punish you?" Instantly realizing what Hermione meant, Ask shook his head with a smile, then pointed to the mark on his chest, saying, "At least I'm still a Slytherin. It's not as bad as you think." After pausing, Ask continued, "But thank you for your concern." "It's nothing. I just thought of you helping Neville before," Hermione said, thinking of Neville, who was still in the infirmary, frowning, not knowing how he was doing. Seeing Hermione's expression, Ask knew what she was thinking. "Don't worry, you will be fine." Nodding, Hermione glanced at Ask, but in the end, she couldn't help but ask, "What were you thinking at that time?" "What do you mean? Why did you use the results of the potions class to treat Neville?" "Well," Ask stroked his chin and then smiled, saying, "I already said at that time, testing whether my potions results were effective." Hermione frowned and said, "That's not right." Ask smiled and countered, "What's wrong? I am a Slytherin, and anyway, even if there were issues with the potion at that time, the final result wouldn't be too bad. After all, our headmaster is over there, and he is the potions professor. From a motivational standpoint, there is nothing wrong with what I did." "You." Hermione suddenly got a bit angry. "This is not right. I know it's not right, but it's quite interesting." Ask's smiling face made Hermione want to punch him. "Besides, I have confidence in the potions I make myself. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any problems. Such things shouldn't be played with." Shrugging innocently, Ask said, "If I don't find something interesting, I'll be bored to death." "You. Speaking of which, you're here waiting for me for two things, right?" Ask smiled, "Aside from Neville's matter. The other thing should be your curiosity about what I was looking for Snape for, right?" Hermione took a deep breath and nodded. "That's right. I initially thought Snape was going to punish you, but since you said he wasn't, I'm indeed curious about what happened after I left." Ask chuckled lightly and shook his head. "You girls really have a strong curiosity. Just curious." Hermione said openly, "Whether you say it or not is your freedom. I want to force you. It's not something shameful, so it doesn't matter if you say it." Ask said, "I just want to submit an application to skip a grade and go directly to the second year. That's all." After confirming she hadn't misheard, Hermione immediately asked, "Skip a grade? You want to skip a grade? Why are you so surprised?" Ask looked at Hermione's complex expression and smiled, as if explaining and comforting, "Before coming to Hogwarts, I had already completed my first year studies at Durmstrang, so it's quite normal to apply for a grade skip now. If it were you, wouldn't you also feel annoyed if you had to redo the first year? It's purely a waste of time." Hermione nodded. Since she had already completed the first year, unless academically incapable, there was indeed no need to redo it. Otherwise, not to mention anything else, isn't it too unfair to be in the same year as such people? After Hermione digested the information, Ask continued, "However, Professor Snape rejected my application. Why? Who knows? Maybe I annoyed him today." Ask said nonchalantly, then pointed at the ceiling, "But there is another person. He might agree to my application." "You mean, however, if he disagrees as well, then I'll have to change to another school." Ask seemed cheerful about it. "Then I can go to Beaux Batons, which has always been the school I wanted to attend. It's a bit late, and there is only one chapter, but after the next chapter, there will be a significant change that affects the timeline. So after careful consideration, I decided to do it this way. TSK, there is flying class today." Ask folded his blanket while looking at the schedule on the wall. Time passes quickly. It's already Thursday. Draco could only force a smile. For someone like you who sleeps 16 hours a day, time definitely flies. Sleeping that long, every day, don't you feel a headache? I really envy you. Someone who doesn't have to do anything but sleep and doesn't have to worry about anything. Flying class. Maybe this thing will come in handy. After thinking for a while, Ask stood up and pulled out a broomstick from his pocket. The flying broom. Draco looked at Ask's actions expressionlessly. After more than a week, he had accepted many things he couldn't accept before. It's just pulling out a flying broom from a pocket. Even if Ask pulled out the Hogwarts sorting hat from it, Draco wouldn't be surprised. I finally understand why you didn't pack your luggage in a suitcase. Draco said because there is simply no suitcase that can hold your luggage, and you brought so many forbidden items. Forbidden items? Ask curled his lip, tossing the broomstick to Draco, almost poking his eye. This thing is forbidden in my hands, but it's not forbidden in the hands of students in the second year and above. As long as I say it belongs to them and I borrowed it to play, the school rules can't do anything to me. Moreover, Professor Snape has been biased towards us for quite some time now. You really think ahead. Draco could only say that. He lowered his head to examine the flying broom, and being well informed, he quickly recognized it as a relatively new model, the Lightning 1314. Although the name has many flaws. This broom is the second best flying broom after the newly released Nimbus 2000 this year. What is this? Draco found 2 letters on the broom, AK and AV, which should be initials. However, Ask's initials should be A. Gee, I never said this broom was mine. In response to Draco's question, Ask answered matter-of-factly, this broom belongs to someone else. I borrowed it to use, but ended up forgetting to return it. Are you sure it was really just forgetting to return it? Draco didn't believe it. Would I tell you I intentionally didn't return it, and that I forced him to lend it to me? You shamelessly admitted it. Who told me I am a straightforward, noble, and honest person? If you really are that kind of person, please take the broom to the Ministry of Magic and confess. Hoping for leniency, Ask disdainfully shook his head and turned to walk outside, saying as he walked, I'm sick. What sick people do is reasonable, and the Ministry of Magic's regulations can't control me. Draco was speechless. This wasn't the first time. Whenever the argument reached a certain level, Ask would say this with a rolling pin-like demeanor, very annoying. But what does this mean? Draco frowned at the Lightning 1314, planning to give it to me? Passing by the seed area, it was a sunny day with a gentle breeze. As the students hurriedly walked down the sloping grass toward the flat lawn on the other side, the grass waved slightly beneath their feet. And beyond the lawn was the forest, with tall trees swaying in the wind. TSK, still angry about what happened at noon? Draco had a sullen face, angrily crushing the grass on the ground with his foot, nodding furiously. At lunch, Draco snatched Neville's memory ball and then had a conflict with Harry, Ron, and other Gryffindor students. At the critical moment, Professor McGonagall arrived and scolded both sides, even deducting points. Honestly, it was your fault first. I'm not at fault. You're not at fault, but the world is? Ask shook his head, speaking earnestly. Even if you want to have fun at someone else's expense, you should have a certain technique. It's best to let others suffer without being able to speak. Just like you often do to me? Draco said with a look of disdain, but he seemed to have understood something, and his tense face relaxed a lot. Ask stared at the Gryffindor student across from him, deliberately lingering on Neville's tense, pale face for a moment, and said with a smile to Draco, I bet a canute that Neville is going to have an accident today. He didn't lower his voice while speaking, and everyone present heard him. Everyone laughed, except for Neville, including his Gryffindor classmates. Neville's face turned even paler, sweat dampening his hair and sticking it to his forehead, his body trembling slightly, and his lips moving silently as he muttered something. It seemed like Hermione had understood some of it. It sounded like something she read this morning from Quidditch through the ages. Poor Neville, Hermione sighed softly. There are some things she wanted to help with, but couldn't. He had to rely on himself. Relax, Neville, Hermione comforted. I. Neville was so nervous, he couldn't even speak. Class hadn't even started yet, and who knew if he would faint once it did. The disgrace of a wizard, Draco said disdainfully, as Neville's face changed from white to red, then from red back to white, as if his face could change colors like a chameleon. What did you say? Ron, who had always been at odds with Draco, shouted at him, rolling up his sleeves as if he wanted to teach Draco a lesson with his fists. Madam Hooch, good afternoon. Ask suddenly turned serious, shouting behind Ron. Ron was startled and quickly let his sleeves down, straightening his clothes and pretending nothing had happened. Then he heard a burst of laughter. When he turned around, everything became clear. Madam Hooch hadn't come at all. Don't look at me like that. I was just having fun, Ask replied with a smile to Ron's angry gaze. He turned to Draco and said, See, it's that simple. Can we do it again? Draco laughed heartily, the earlier annoyance gone. Of course. Ask turned back, staring at Ron for a long time, and suddenly said again, Madam Hooch, good afternoon. You think I'll fall for that again? Ron said disdainfully, flexing his joints and striding towards Ask. Today I'm definitely going to beat you up, no matter who comes. Ask's smile grew even brighter, and all the Slytherin students laughed. No matter who comes? A voice suddenly rang out behind Ron. Mr. Weasley, I believe it should be me who decides during flying class, right? Ron froze, looking at Ask's triumphant smile, and suddenly had a very bad premonition. Compete with me? You're far from it. Dumbledore's office is on the 8th floor. Although it wasn't clear what the headmaster of Hogwarts did every day, it seemed that Dumbledore was quite busy. In Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, Ask learned that his office required a password to enter. Not just anyone could go directly to Dumbledore with a problem. If there was an issue, one must first consult their respective house head, and if it couldn't be resolved, the head would report it to Dumbledore. However, there were actually 3 opportunities each day to see Dumbledore outside of the headmaster's office, during meals, as even Dumbledore needed to eat. On Friday noon, Ask sat at the Slytherin table enjoying lunch, but his peripheral vision was always on Dumbledore's side. Today, Dumbledore didn't seem to have much of an appetite. He only ate a little before leaving his seat and exiting the hall through a side door. Almost simultaneously, Ask also put down his utensils, tidied up a bit, and left the hall through that exit. As he left, Snape was watching Ask's back with a dark expression, looking even scarier than during potions class that morning. Dumbledore was tall with long legs, and when Ask caught up to him, they were already on the landing of the 4th floor staircase. Headmaster Dumbledore, I have something I would like to discuss with you. Catching his breath after the chase, Ask stepped in front of Dumbledore and looked up to say, My grandfather advised me before I came to Hogwarts that if I have any issues, I can seek your help. After saying this, Ask focused on Dumbledore's face, paying attention to any change in his expression. Ask was quite curious about one thing. Why did old Grindelwald come to Dumbledore, the very person who defeated him? The duel in 1945 created one of the greatest wizards of the modern age and witnessed how a Dark Lord became a prisoner. Among various rumors, there were many versions of the relationship between these two. Ask never heard old Grindelwald mention anything about his past with Dumbledore, which was enough to pique Ask's curiosity. Dumbledore smiled gently, his expression no different from usual, and said, Of course, if you don't mind, you can follow me to my office, and we can sit down and have a good talk. Ask nodded, keeping pace with Dumbledore. He noticed that Dumbledore's pace was much slower than before, probably to accommodate Ask so he wouldn't have to rush. The time taken to go from the 4th floor to the 8th floor wasn't long, and soon Ask and Dumbledore arrived at the door of the headmaster's office, where a stone creature stood guard, requiring the correct password to enter. This arrangement could be found in many places at Hogwarts. The passwords for Slytherin, Gryffindor, and Hufflepuff were generally fixed and changed daily, while Ravenclaw's passwords were various little questions that could only be answered correctly for entry, allowing students from other houses to enter without restriction. Lemon sherbet. Note, the reason for not using the universal version of lemon ice cream is that it was verified to use lemon sherbet as the translation, which comes from the English version's sherbet lemon. The sherbet lemon sold at Honeyduke's in the theme park is indeed lemon sherbet, with a sugar coating and a soft center. Everything should be based on the English version and officially certified merchandise. The commonly used translation in China seems to have been translated from the English version to the American version and then to Chinese, going around in circles. I haven't delved into it deeply, but I've noticed some analyses. Dumbledore spoke the password, and the door to the office opened. He entered first and then gestured for Ask, who was curiously staring at the stone creature at the door, to come in as well. Ask had been brought here once by Fawkes the night before the official school started, so he wasn't as surprised as he was the first time. Walking to the desk, pulling out a chair and sitting down, Ask wasted no time and got straight to the point, saying to Dumbledore, Headmaster Dumbledore, I would like to apply for skipping a grade. Dumbledore took off his glasses and casually picked up a white cloth to wipe the lenses, his deep gaze only glancing at Ask before moving away. He then nodded and asked, Have you discussed this with Severus? He refused. Oh, what did he say? He said that it was his right. Ask shook his head, his tone still indifferent. However, since he disagreed, I would find someone who agreed. That was also my right. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore said, You studied at Durmstrang for a year and excelled academically. If you were to transfer to Hogwarts, you should indeed start from the 2nd year, but after a slight pause, Dumbledore looked at Ask and said regretfully, You were expelled from Durmstrang, and you did not complete the final exams for the 1st year there, which is why we have placed you in the 1st year. The 1st year curriculum is no longer helpful to me. Ask met Dumbledore's gaze and shook his head firmly. Spending another year on 1st year studies would simply be a waste of time for me, without any meaning. Headmaster Dumbledore, I hope you can understand and agree to my request. I can understand, but you're only 11 this year, aren't you? Seeing Ask nod, Dumbledore continued, Once upon a time, I was just like you, eager to graduate and leave school to achieve great things. Only now do I realize that those years studying at Hogwarts were perhaps the happiest days of my life. Dumbledore, Ask interrupted, his tone tinged with impatience. You should know the real reason I want to skip a grade. Perhaps when I reach your age, I will have similar sentiments. But that is a matter for the future. For me now, nothing is more important than graduating as soon as possible. Dumbledore paused his action of cleaning his glasses, picked up the lenses, blew on them, and then put them on, adjusting them before saying, Indeed, I know the real reason you want to skip a grade, but precisely because of that, I did not give you an immediate response. I hope you can consider some other things. Once again interrupting, Ask's tone had hardened considerably. If you don't want me to skip a grade, it's simple. You can reject my application. I won't do that. Dumbledore shook his head, his wise gaze penetrating Ask's little schemes. If I did that, you would choose to drop out and find a school that would agree to your request to skip a grade, and you would continue to skip grades until you graduated. And that would just be the beginning. Then, Headmaster Dumbledore, what will you choose? Ask stood up, slamming both hands on the table. Agree or refuse? Dumbledore still looked at Ask gently, not angry at his rudeness. My choice. Dumbledore took an iron box from his drawer and placed it in front of Ask. I hope you won't regret today's decision, at least not like I did. A smile finally blossomed on Ask's face. I didn't update for the past couple of days because there was a lot going on, and I was also very tired. Phew, after this chapter. This book is basically rewritten, but the main plot and holes won't change much. The flying class teacher, Madame Hooch, had short gray hair and yellow eyes like an eagle's, combined with a stern face that exuded an aura of authority. Ron was predictably reprimanded, but not deducted points. This didn't mean he was lucky or that Madame Hooch had a good temper. Madame Hooch wasn't a fool. She could tell the cause of the incident with just a few questions. She had no interest in the petty squabbles between Slytherin and Gryffindor. As long as there were no major accidents, she let the students stir up trouble. TCH, she only scolded him and didn't deduct points. Draco said, with some disappointment. Whatever. My goal was achieved anyway. He must hate me now. Ask yawned, but even so, what can he do to me? Ron stood directly across from Ask, having overheard their entire conversation. Frustrated, he forced himself to think hard about how to retaliate. After all, having taken such a silent loss, if he didn't do something, others would think he was afraid of Ask. In the first flying class, to accommodate the students who had never used a broomstick before, Madame Hooch planned to teach them how to use the broomsticks and the precautions to take, then let them experience it firsthand. Of course, their flying height couldn't exceed 6 feet, limited to this patch of grass. Slytherin and Gryffindor stood facing each other in 2 rows, each with a broomstick under their feet. Old and worn, worthy of a museum. Ask, let's switch. No way. I don't want your bald broom. Ask flatly refused, leaving Draco with no choice but to swap with Crab. The broom he got was not bald, but it was a dwarf, with a broken handle and shorter than the others. I want to complain. With so much investment every year, why are the broomsticks so shabby? Draco complained in a low voice. Ask rolled his eyes, knowing Draco's father had significant influence on the school board. It seemed Draco's spoiled rich kid syndrome was acting up again. But to be fair, these broomsticks were indeed in terrible shape and needed replacing. Was it possible that the funds were truly embezzled by Dumbledore? Achu Snape wiped an unknown liquid off his face, glaring at Dumbledore, seemingly ready to vent his anger on the old man with a white beard. Sorry, Severus, I've not been feeling well lately. Dumbledore took out a handkerchief and handed it to Snape, rubbing his nose. His blue eyes sparkled with helplessness and confusion, although it couldn't be ruled out that someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. I'd rather believe the former. Snape closed the window, blocking the howling wind outside, and the indoor temperature rose slightly. If it were the latter, Hogwarts would have been blown away by your sneeze. Dumbledore laughed heartily. Snape remained as usual, maintaining his poker face, not finding anything funny about what he said. He was merely stating a fact. There were enough people speaking ill of Dumbledore behind his back to form a line from Hogwarts to the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. Through the window of the headmaster's office, the events happening on the lawn below were clearly visible. Snape pressed one hand on the windowsill, slightly leaning forward, his gaze never leaving the scene. Dumbledore stood next to Snape, and while he was certainly interested in what was happening below, his attention was focused on another matter. Severus, you just said that Ask has the dark mark on his arm? I wouldn't mistake it. No, I don't doubt your meaning. Is that dark mark the same as his? Dumbledore asked. Identical. I see. Dumbledore removed his glasses. Without the lenses obstructing his view, he could see more clearly. The boy on the lawn below, he had appeared at Hogwarts more than 20 years ago. At that time, standing beside him was Snape. And facing him was the traitor who is now in Azkaban. And next to the traitor was Harry's father, the young James Potter. More than 20 years have passed. The boy has grown up, become a brave warrior, married the girl he loves, and they have a lovely son, living a happy and warm life until that day came. His companions, killing each other, betraying one another, some died, some lost their freedom. His opponents, some lost their loved ones, some walked on thin ice in a narrow space, and some walked the path of no return. We found him, Dumbledore said with some emotion, and at that moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, shedding a heavy burden. He could finally get a good night's sleep. Answer Shafiq. Perhaps he is not, Snape said coldly. Aside from appearance, he is nothing like Answer. Answer is a standard Slytherin, while he is just a clown seeking attention. Oh, you remember quite well, Dumbledore said with a smile. Answer. He seems to have a son, about the same age as Ask. Helena was frail and eventually died in childbirth. Answer's son also died that day, never having been born. Snape turned to look at Dumbledore. He is not Answer. I would rather believe that Answer's son did not die, or that he later married and had another son. Well, he is not Answer. Dumbledore sighed helplessly, patted Snape's shoulder. My old friend wrote back to me. He said that Ask is indeed not of the Grindelwald bloodline, but the Grindelwald family will be inherited by him. At this point, Dumbledore paused to give Snape time to digest this information. Answer and my old friend have a deep relationship. The matter is quite clear. Ask is Answer's son. So what? Do you believe in fate? Dumbledore asked in return. After fate decided that Lily would die, I have nothing but resentment and curses for fate. Snape replied. Voldemort will die by their hands. This is the fate I hope to see. Dumbledore pointed at the students on the lawn below, seriously telling Snape, one day, our lives will reach their end, and they will put an end to the things we have not completed. Almost wrote, and they will be crowned as kings. Perhaps they will die earlier than us. Snape bluntly destroyed the good atmosphere Dumbledore had created, especially in your script. That would be terrible. The flying class was still ongoing. Madame Hooch had taught the students how to use flying brooms and related precautions, and so far, there had been no accidents, which was a good start. At this time, Ask still did not know that just now he had gained a father, who left him a pile of troubles. He was targeted by an old man who arranged a role for him without his consent, forcing him to perform without any benefits. For Ask, coming to Hogwarts might become the biggest regret of his life because Dumbledore was here. Baby, get up. Ask looked tenderly at the broom beneath him, as if he were looking at a charming girl. His voice was soft, sweet, and delightful. Simply listening to it was enjoyable. Since birth, Ask had never spoken this way. This was his first time. But Draco could no longer hold back. He grabbed the flying broom, patted Ask's shoulder, and laughed. Ask, you might want to save your energy. Maybe this broom is broken, which is why it won't listen. Darling, get up. Ask changed his address. This time his smile cooled a bit, and his tone began to mix with some impatience. In fact, it was rare for Ask not to jump up and stomp on the broom after 5 minutes of saying get up. Anyone would feel extremely displeased if they spoke to a broom for 5 minutes without any response. Just like before, the broom beneath Ask remained motionless, like an ordinary broom. However, if this was really just an ordinary broom, Ask wouldn't have been foolish enough to say get up for 5 minutes. A certain someone who did this in elementary school is getting hit. Perhaps this flying broom was really broken. Get up. Stade. Draco held a broom in each hand, his expression strange, looking at Ask as if he were witnessing a magical creature. However, the way Ask looked at Draco made the latter's legs go weak, almost kneeling down. Stare. I was wrong. Stare. I was careless. Stare. Please spare me. Stare. Ask snatched the flying broom away and threw it on the ground. Then shot Draco a warning glare. Get up. The flying broom remained silent. Ask smiled indifferently, using a calm tone as if chatting to intimidate the broom beneath him. I know you are not malfunctioning. Ask said, if you don't listen to me and don't do as I say, you are not a good flying broom, which is very bad. Ask. Draco wanted to remind Ask that this broom had no ears and couldn't hear what he was saying. But I am merciful. I have decided to give you one last chance. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Think carefully. This is very important for you. Your future will depend on your next actions. Ask's tone softened further. His smile grew brighter, but Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle all shuddered at the same time. What was he doing? Intimidating a flying broom? At this moment, the only one not controlling the flying broom was Ask. All the students' attention, including Madame Hooch's, was focused on him. Ask's performance made Ron very happy. In his view, this was a demonstration of Ask's lack of talent. Really pathetic, can't even handle a flying broom. If I were you, I'd find a restroom and cry myself unconscious in there. Ron vented with this statement. But Hermione beside him looked very unhappy because she had almost not managed to control the flying broom. Although she knew Ron was targeting Ask, she still felt quite displeased. Similarly, out of sympathy and understanding, she rarely encouraged Ask. Ask, relax a bit. Just try a few more times. Ask looked up, glanced at Hermione, then at Ron, shook his head, and continued his threats and intimidation against the flying broom. Which side are you on? Ron said angrily. Oof. Hermione also did not explain, turning her head away to not look at Ron. The flying broom still showed no signs of movement. Many people thought it wouldn't move afterward either. However, Ask had no intention of giving up. I know you, and I also know where you live. Ask chuckled a few times. You can refuse me. If you have the confidence to avoid my revenge, you can continue to refuse me. After pausing for a moment, Asker continued. There's a special room on the first floor of the castle for storing flying broomsticks. I once passed by there, and out of curiosity, I studied the door lock. Luckily, I found a way to open that door. Ahem, Asker were still in class. Draco quietly reminded him, but his good intentions were ignored by Asker, who continued regardless of Madame Hooch's expressive face. I'm the kind of person who either doesn't do something or goes all out. Maybe you can escape this time. But believe me, this is just the beginning of your nightmare. I'm still young. I'm only 11 years old. If I live to be 80, I still have 69 years left. 69 years. I have 69 years to find you. When I find you, I will pull your branches one by one, cutting them into pieces with small scissors. Your trunk will also be chopped into small sections, and you'll be sent to a paper mill, where I will have them make you into a roll of toilet paper. Asker said no more. Although many curious students were interested in how far he could go, the flying broomstick had already made its decision. "Tch, spineless thing," Ron said disdainfully, referring not to Asker, but to the flying broomstick in his hand. Just a moment ago, the broomstick had flown into Asker's hand on its own, an event that was listed as one of the 7 wonders of Hogwarts that year. Draco could only chuckle. He thought the same as Ron. What a spineless broom. Asker snorted. Flying broomsticks and sorting hats are sometimes just like people. The saying "a jerk" is just pretentious applies to them too. Okay, are we all ready? Madame Hooch called the students' attention back, clapping her hands and holding a flying broomstick as a demonstration. The movements were not difficult to learn, and once the students had mastered them, she said to them, "All right, when I whistle, you kick off the ground with both legs. You need to kick hard. Hold the broomstick steady. Rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward and come straight back down. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. However, Neville was too nervous, fearing he would be left on the ground, so he kicked off hard before the whistle reached Madame Hooch's lips, soaring up into the air. I won. Oscar, la fête heartily, extending his hand to Draco and saying, 1 copper canute. I won. Although 1 copper canute wasn't much, Draco was also smiling happily, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he thought, but I bet Neville will definitely get into trouble. TCH, then let's have another one. I bet Neville will be fine and won't get hurt. How much? 1 galleon. All right. I bet Neville will definitely get hurt. You're bound to lose. In 1983, a person with a fruit knife stuck in their head once walked through 7 streets. In 1984, a car accident victim with shards of glass embedded in their face once ran through a flea market. On Christmas in 1990, a strange person appeared on the street, with 2 dice embedded in their eye sockets, having been smashed in. Sometimes, human vitality is very strong. They were first sent to the hospital and died 6 months later after returning home. Their last words to their son were just 2 words: don't gamble. Some say, if you just take $1 to Las Vegas, bet on odd or even, and win every time, 28 times in a row, you will win the whole city. Sound great, doesn't it? In a casino, to keep winning, you need skill, but you also need a bit of luck. Sometimes, luck means uncertainty, and when you need certainty, you must use other methods, a little trick to help you. At the gambling table, this behavior is usually called cheating. When betting with Draco, Asker had already decided to cheat. This day might be a nightmare for Neville, and probably not a good day for Ron either, as he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Neville was freely flying in the sky on his broomstick. At this point, it was more accurate to say that the broomstick was riding Neville rather than the other way around. Without going into much detail, after staying in the air for a few minutes and performing several high-difficulty maneuvers, which amazed the students, Madame Hooch was frightened, and the broomstick with Neville was preparing for a spectacular landing to conclude the performance. Help, help! Neville's voice was nearly hoarse from shouting. His chubby little face was wet, making it hard to tell whether it was sweat or tears, and his small round eyes were wide open to the limit. Fear and tension were driving this adorable little chubby boy nearly insane. "You'll be fine." Madame Hooch pulled out her wand and shouted at the diving Neville. However, Asker noticed that Madame Hooch seemed to have no idea how to free Neville from the broom. "TSK, TSK. Asker shook his head and turned to Hermione, saying, "Can I borrow your wand?" "Where's yours?" "Left in the dorm." Hermione rolled her eyes and said dismissively, "Using that excuse again? Why don't you just say you lost your wand?" Just as she finished speaking, Asker looked shocked and said, "How did you know I lost my wand?" Hermione initially dismissed this insincere answer, but from Asker's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. So Hermione frowned, staring at Asker, and asked, "Did you really lose it? If I'm lying, that red-haired one is doomed." Asker replied seriously. "Enough." Hermione couldn't help but shout, glancing around to confirm that everyone's attention was on Neville's performance and not on them. Then she lowered her voice and said to Asker, "What do you want to do?" "To save him," Asker replied, pointing at Neville as if it were obvious. Just then, Neville charged through the crowd, and Madame Hooch had to dodge aside, wasting a good opportunity. "With you?" Hermione's tone was full of skepticism. After all, if the teacher couldn't solve the problem, how could a first-year student? "Hey, what's with that expression?" Asker huffed. "Hurry up. If you don't lend it to me, I'll find someone else." Hermione pulled out her wand and tossed it to Asker, pointing at Neville, who was diving towards the ground again, and said, "You think you're impressive? Who do you think you are? Someone who can even lose their wand." "Can we not bring that up?" Asker said with a pained expression. That incident was truly Asker's dark history. "All right, if you're so capable, go save Neville." Hermione's demeanor shifted dramatically, almost as if she had become a different person. Asker rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, and walked toward the direction Neville was coming from. "So fierce, not at all gentle. No one will want you in the future." "Say that again." Only a fool would repeat themselves, Asker thought to himself, sticking out his tongue and making a face. Since he was facing away from Hermione, she couldn't see him. "Get out of the way. Quickly disperse." Because Neville was charging towards the crowd, Madame Hooch had to get the students to spread out, but Asker did the opposite and walked towards Neville. "Get out of the way," Madame Hooch shouted. Asker shrugged his shoulders, raised his hand, and waved his wand in the air a few times before finally stopping it abruptly, aiming it at the diving Neville. "Disarm." A white beam shot towards Neville, and the broom he had been tightly gripping suddenly flew out of his hands and landed in Asker's grasp. While it was certainly good to be rid of the crazy broom, falling from a height of 7 or 8 meters had nearly knocked Neville out. With the flying broom in hand and no time to examine it, Ask pointed his wand at Neville and quickly made some gestures in the air. "Wingardium Leviosa." Neville's speed of descent suddenly decreased significantly, but his weight made it difficult for Ask to maintain the spell. After a moment's thought, he adjusted the angle and supported Neville from below to glide him down. The idea was good, but since it wasn't his own wand and it was Ask's first attempt at this, there were a few unexpected incidents. "Oh my God!" Ron, who was watching the commotion in the crowd, suddenly realized that his friends had all run away. With a slightly delayed reaction, he looked up just in time to see Neville coming down from the sky, unable to say a complete word. Bang battle log. Neville successfully hit Ron, causing 250 damage points. Ron's arm is fractured, his leg is sprained, unable to move, exiting battle. Ask gains 9 experience points. Ron's favorability drops by 50 points. Now hostile. Ask gains the achievement, "I did it on purpose." Everyone was dumbfounded. Ask noticed a line of messy handwriting on the broom that was hard to read, but he was not unfamiliar with its purpose, having done the same thing before. "You've really messed up." Before Ask could think further, Hermione rushed over, snatched the wand from him, and shouted, "Ron's arm is broken." "Oh," Ask replied, discreetly wiping away the line of writing on the broom. What did Ron's broken arm have to do with him? After thinking for a moment, it seemed that the bet was more important than this, so Ask asked, "Is Neville all right?" "He's fine, but..." Hermione's words were interrupted by Ask, who said, "Then that's good. I only said to save Neville. Ron's misfortune is his own fault. Who told him to just stand there? Didn't everyone else dodge? He's fine, right? You're just making excuses," Hermione said angrily. Perhaps she didn't even realize that besides being angry, she was also a bit worried about Ask facing punishment. However, Ask's nonchalant attitude infuriated Hermione, and she finally left in a huff, leaving behind a parting remark. "I don't care about you anymore, even if you get expelled." "I won't care." Ask scratched his head, finding it somewhat amusing as he watched Hermione leave, muttering to himself, "Care about me? Do you think you're my mom? What a ridiculous thought. Ask, if you don't play dumb, we could still be friends. Now, friendship is over." For Neville and Ron. This was a terrible flying lesson, while for others, it was quite amusing. I won. Ask laughed with his eyes squinting into slits, pointing at the pale-faced Neville standing beside Ron, proudly stating, "Look, he's fine. He just got a little scared. Nothing serious." "You cheated." Draco reluctantly pulled out a galleon and tossed it to Ask, glaring at him in defiance. "If it weren't for your help, it would be him with the broken arm now." "Yeah, if I hadn't helped, Neville would have indeed gotten hurt." Ask kissed the galleon and carefully put it away. "But the bet didn't include that I couldn't intervene. I could choose to help Neville, and you could choose to hinder me. Or just let Neville fall from the sky. You're playing dirty. This is called strategy. Learn from it, kid." Ask patted Draco on the shoulder with a grin, and then walked towards Neville, finding the spectacle quite interesting. Madame Hooch bent down to look at Ron, whose face was as pale as hers. "Your wrist is broken." Madame Hooch confirmed Ron's injury. "All right, kid, it's okay. You can get up now." She turned to the rest of the class and said, "I'm taking this kid to the hospital. No one is allowed to move. Put the flying brooms back where they belong, or before you can say Quidditch, you'll be kicked out of Hogwarts. Let's go, dear." Ron's face was very bad, in pain. His expression was somewhat twisted as he clutched his wrist and limped away with Madame Hooch. As they passed by Neville, he quietly said, "I'm sorry." But Ron shot him a fierce glare, openly displaying his disgust, and said, "Stay away from me. Useless." Neville's body jolted, and he began to sob quietly. Ron turned his head and followed Madame Hooch toward the infirmary. "Who are you calling useless?" A voice suddenly rang out, and without thinking, Ron replied, "Useless is Neville." "I see. Hello, useless. Goodbye, useless." Ask emerged from the crowd, smiling and waving at Ron. "You." As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes brim with tears. Upon seeing Ask, Ron instantly exploded with rage. The pain from his broken arm was nothing compared to the humiliation he felt. He strode towards Ask, his one usable hand clenched tightly, glaring with a fierce expression as if he wanted to rip Ask apart. "What? Do you want to fight?" Ask raised his chin, nostrils flaring at Ron, with one cheek saying, "I deserve a beating," and the other saying, "I want to be hit," provokingly asking, "Does your arm hurt?" It must be really hard for you to endure. "Do you want me to call your mommy to comfort you?" Ask mimicked Ron's posture of clutching his arm, crying out in an exaggerated, theatrical tone, "Mommy, it hurts so much. Mommy, that person is bullying me. Please help me beat him. Bastard." "All right, little darling, don't cry. Mommy will go beat him up for you." Ask mockingly imitated Ron's mother, then dramatically changed his demeanor to one of fear, holding his head with both hands and saying in a whiny voice, "Oh no, I'm so scared. I'm so scared of your mommy coming to hit me. Oh no, your mommy slapped me." Ask turned his head to the side, covering his face. "It hurts so much, I want to find my mommy." "Ha ha." The students erupted in laughter. If Ron knew how to use the killing curse, I think he would have used it without hesitation to send Ask to hell. Of course, he wouldn't use it, but that didn't mean he didn't have other ways. However, before he could put his thoughts into action, Madame Hooch stood in front of him. "Mr. Weasley." Madame Hooch shook her head at Ron, her tone firm. "You must go to the infirmary immediately." "But Ron pointed at Ask, gritting his teeth, wishing he could pounce on him and bite him a few times. "Mr. Grindelwald, considering your previous behavior, I can pretend I didn't see what just happened, but please don't go too far." "Mrs. Hooch turned around and said to Ask, "This is already a warning. Anyone with some sense knows what to do." "Well, you might as well pretend you didn't see it." Ask thought for a moment, raised his head, and smiled innocently at Mrs. Hooch, saying, "You see, I just insulted that waste hiding behind you, too scared to come out." And his mother, "I've already violated school rule number 58, deliberately provoking student disputes. I think you should deduct some points from me and assign me some extracurricular labor. I think cleaning the trophy room would be quite nice." "Are you serious?" Mrs. Hooch frowned and asked. Ask's behavior was very strange. Who applies for punishment for themselves? "Of course, I am a person of noble character. I already regret what I just did, so I implore you to punish me." Ask had an expression of deep regret, looking as if he truly felt remorseful for his earlier actions. "Huh." Hermione spat softly. Ask's words nearly made her sick. How thick-skinned could this eyeball be? "What are you going crazy about?" Draco tugged at Ask's clothes and asked quietly. Ask smiled without answering. Perhaps he really had gone mad. "Well, as you wish. Since Ask has said so, if Mrs. Hooch were to back down, it would make her seem biased towards Slytherin. Slytherin loses 5 points. Mr. Grindelwald, you know how to get to the trophy room, right? 3rd floor, left-hand corridor. The defense against the dark arts classroom and the teacher's office are both on the 3rd floor," Ask replied. "Very good." Mrs. Hooch nodded. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Slytherin gains 5 points for your previous excellent and brave performance. Thank you, Mrs. Hooch. This matter came to a close. The villain Ask received his due punishment, and the injured Ron was sent to the infirmary for treatment. However, next, Draco, unwilling to be bored, created another incident, causing this class to be interrupted. Harry flew past Professor McGonagall's office window on his broom, catching the memory ball thrown by Draco, which he had taken from Neville. It's you again, James. Professor McGonagall felt the figure before her looked somewhat familiar, and in a daze, she seemed to see another person. Rationality pulled Professor McGonagall back to reality. And looking at the boy flying skillfully in the sky on his broom, she sighed. No, that's Harry. Under the gloating gaze of the Slytherin students, Harry was taken away by Professor McGonagall. In their eyes, Professor McGonagall, who was usually stricter with her own students than with those from other houses, would surely punish Harry heavily, perhaps even expelling him. However, those holding this thought did not include Ask. He did not gloat or feel any happiness. Instead, he suddenly felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Why do I have a bad premonition? Ask suddenly said to Draco, who could only stare blankly at Ask. Unsure of what to say, rubbing his head in distress, Ask frowned and walked towards the castle. Anyway, this class was over, and Ask planned to go back and rest for a bit, while also digesting what had happened that day. Ask stopped, noticing a broom on the ground ahead. Neville's broom, a broom that had been tampered with. Ask's brow furrowed even tighter as he realized he had encountered a problem, one that he couldn't quite figure out at the moment. First, let's sort through the whole situation. There was a problem with the broom. Neville had an accident because of it, but fortunately, he was unharmed. The unfortunate one was Ron. That's the beginning and the end of the matter. If someone had tampered with the broom, then their intentions are obvious. Based on Neville's situation, it could have at least resulted in a broken arm or even the possibility of death. The person who tampered with it clearly did not act out of goodwill. To put it bluntly, they wanted to harm someone. So the question is, who exactly did they want to harm? This question does not have a definite answer at the moment, and it doesn't matter who it is. What intrigues and confuses Ask is how that person was so certain that their target would definitely use that broom. It should be noted that this was the first class, and everyone's order was random, as was the placement of the brooms. Ask simply couldn't think of any method that could achieve this goal. However, it seemed they miscalculated, because Neville was the one who got the broom. As Ask stepped over the broom, he thought that if someone wanted to use this method to harm Neville, then their head must have been stomped on by a dragon, because there were countless more convenient and stable ways to do it. Moreover, Neville himself didn't seem like the kind of person who had enemies everywhere. In comparison, Harry seemed more likely to become the target. If the target was indeed Harry, many things could be explained. Clearly, that person hadn't determined the method of who would use that broom. T-Seach, it was just as I thought. I couldn't think of it, and that person surely couldn't either. I was indeed overthinking. However, such a crude trap with no technical content probably indicated that person's intelligence was below average. Had they not considered the teacher's performance and the students' reactions? At this point, Ask's biggest question arose. What did that person who was secretly causing trouble want to achieve? Was this silly trap just a display of their low IQ? No, wait, why am I thinking so much? This matter has nothing to do with me. Ask suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that logically, he should expect that person to create a bigger commotion. Why should he interfere with them? With this pleasant decision made, he decided not to care about this matter. Let them play however they want. It is said that one is light when unburdened, but Ask, who had dropped his baggage, did not feel this way. Although he appeared relaxed and carefree on the surface, the unease in his heart did not disappear at all. Ask was still too young. He was too careless, too underestimating, and too presumptuous, which would lay hidden dangers for his future troubles. On the way back to the Slytherin common room, Ask encountered Quirrell again, who was pacing back and forth in front of Snape's office door, as if waiting for someone. Ask pretended not to see him and quietly passed by, sticking to the wall. He tried very hard not to make a sound, and he indeed succeeded, but Quirrell suddenly turned around, looking at him with a nervous expression, even pulling out his wand. Good afternoon, Professor Quirrell, Ask greeted. GGG Gryffindor. Quirrell was sweating profusely and stammered for a long time without saying anything coherent. In the end, he could only awkwardly smile, looking honest and simple. Are you looking for Headmaster Snape? Ask asked. And no, yes, but he yes and not here. Ask's mouth twitched. Talking to a stammerer was really laborious. However, it was indeed interesting that Quirrell came to find Snape, a stammerer and a sharp-tongued person. What would happen when the two of them were together? TSK, I'm really curious. Headmaster Snape is not in his office? I knocked, but GG got no response. Oh, I see. Snape was indeed not in his office because he was in Dumbledore's office, throwing a fit. What does that old hag want to do? Snape angrily paced around the office like a headless fly. What is she thinking? She actually want Potter to join the Quidditch team? Is she crazy? Dumbledore looked at the out-of-control Snape with a smile, appearing relaxed and at ease. He raised his cup, took a sip, and then contentedly exhaled a puff of red smoke, letting out a loud belch. Burp Dumbledore made his presence felt, and in doing so, he also drew Snape's ire, which was now focused entirely on him. Dumbledore, have you lost your mind? How could you agree to such a ridiculous request? Snape, bold as ever, dared to point his finger at Dumbledore's nose and scold him. There are only a few people in this world who would do that. Fueled by anger, Snape unleashed his sharp tongue to its fullest extent, delivering a relentless stream of mockery, sarcasm, and accusations for 10 minutes straight, only stopping when he felt a bit parched. Huh! Dumbledore chuckled, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding an air of greatness, as if he had won a victory without a fight. Dumbledore, lower your voice, Severus, I'm not deaf yet. Dumbledore said, and likewise, I'm not crazy, I know what I'm doing. Snape glared at Dumbledore, his face clearly saying, are you kidding me? Merlin once said, to bring about someone's downfall, one must first drive them mad. That quote wasn't from Merlin. Snape interrupted. Don't mind the details, whoever said it. It's still very true. ISNT it? Dumbledore waved his hand with a smile. My dear Tom, he is not mad enough yet. He is still cowardly. Just like when he first arrived here. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression turned serious. At this moment, he finally looked somewhat like the greatest wizard of the 20th century. However, as he had shown in the past, he was not steady enough, patient enough, or cunning enough. Perhaps he believed himself to be steady, patient, and cunning. He was a very confident person, so confident that it bordered on arrogance. In his eyes, there was no one else worthy of being his opponent except this old man. Dumbledore's smile gradually turned cold, a hint of sarcasm spreading. Tom, he is still naive, being that weak and still daring to come to Hogwarts. It truly is. Seeking his own death. I think I understand what you mean. You want to duel that Harry tonight? In the Slytherin common room, there were a few sofas around the fireplace, and on the largest and longest one, Ask was whispering with Draco. Something like that. Draco nodded somewhat ambiguously, and facing Ask's meaningful gaze, he turned his head and stared at the fireplace, as if experimenting with how to ignite the fire with just his eyes. Ask stroked his chin, closed the book in his hands, and set it aside. After pondering for a moment, he said, you wouldn't really be stupid enough to run off with those Gryffindors to some deserted place at midnight, would you? What, rolling on the floor? That is called a duel. Draco exploded, glaring at Ask angrily. Dueling is sacred. Huh? Ask's blue eyes sparkled with an ambiguous light. He smiled slightly and said, I bet a Canute that your plan to roll on the floor will definitely fall through. I already said that it's not rolling on the floor. It's a duel. Is there a difference for you? Ask looked at Draco with a strange expression, as if looking at a severe case of teenage angst. Your so-called duel is just two people colliding, falling down, and then rolling around on the floor. You pinning him down, him pinning you down, one moment you're on top, the next he is both of you in tatters, exhausted, sweating profusely. And then you both just collapse on the ground. Stop. Draco hurriedly tried to cover Ask's mouth, but Ask dodged and instead grabbed Draco's hand, easily pinning him down. Just like this. Ask pouted, not caring about Draco's embarrassed glare. The human cushion beneath him was quite comfortable, so he simply pressed all his weight down. Ask. Draco's face turned red, partly from shame and partly. Draco thought Ask needed to lose some weight. He was pressing down so hard that Draco could barely breathe. Quite comfortable. Ask twisted his body a bit and said in a very natural tone, Draco, you should exercise more and eat more. You're too skinny. Your bones are digging into me, and it's quite uncomfortable. I'm so skinny. I apologize for that. Draco chuckled awkwardly. It's fine, I can make do with it. Ask said nonchalantly, you see, I haven't even put in any effort, and you've already collapsed. If you really want to duel that Harry, I suspect you'll be the one who collapses while that Harry remains unscathed. Dueling ISNT just about brute strength. Draco retorted, there's also intelligence. Those stupid lions don't think at all. So, they once he realize that you've already tipped off Filch. They will foolishly run over there, only to be caught by Filch and then punished for breaking school rules. Ask spoke rapidly, and after finishing, he looked at Draco with a blank expression, his poker face reminding Draco of Snape. You already know, Draco said dejectedly, looking like a student caught doing something wrong. Foolish. Ask smirked, disdainfully sneering, such a shallow trap with so many flaws. Whether it will be seen through is another matter. You're hoping Filch will catch them. Have you thought about what happens if Filch doesn't T-catch them? Filch can't be that incompetent, Draco muttered, still quite proud of his trap. But after Ask's analysis, it seemed more like child-esque play, which was quite disheartening. That Ron, his two brothers have been playing cat and mouse with Filch for years, passing on some experience to help them avoid Filch. That is not impossible. Ask snorted coldly. If they get caught by Filch, that is fine. Although your methods aren't exactly above board, we are Slytherins, and it's only natural to use any means necessary. After glaring at Draco, seeing him now as obedient as a quail, Ask continued. However, if Filch doesn't catch them, your troubles will be significant. What? What will happen? Draco swallowed hard, stuttering his question. To achieve your goals, use any means necessary. Ask enunciated each word clearly, staring at Draco, his expression strange as he said, Do you know why the Dark Lord is evil? Which Dark Lord are you referring to? Your grandfather or... Forget it. I didn't expect you to know the answer. Ask said irritably, and Draco could only smile awkwardly because they failed. They are evil. Because they are evil, they failed. Although I don't know what you're talking about. It sounds quite impressive. Draco answered honestly. Ask fell silent after a long time. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you saying I'm not being clear enough? Answer me. Draco chuckled a few times, his forehead drenched in sweat. And after holding back for a long time, he finally said helplessly, Well, what you said makes so much sense that I have no words to respond. Forget it. If I take this seriously, I lose. Ask looked helpless. In any case, you can go to any lengths, but if you fail, you will be met with disdain and scorn from everyone. Because you failed, you are a loser. I might not necessarily fail, right? Besides, this matter is very secretive. Not many people know about it. Potter and the others wouldn't dare tell anyone else because they indeed violated school rules. Draco's thoughts became clearer, and his speech became more coherent, which relieved Ask, who thought he might not be beyond saving, as long as he didn't give up on treatment. Not many people know, Ask retorted, pointing at himself. Then how do I know? You were following me. Draco suddenly realized, and then got a bit angry. You actually followed me. Followed you? My ass. Ask spat, spraying Draco's face. I've been in the dorm all day. I didn't even go to dinner, right? But no one can testify. Draco countered. Right, you might also be secretly following me. He began to reason on his own, getting more and more excited. Ask facepalmed. Why did this guy's IQ only come online at this moment? Did his IQ go out for a midnight snack just now? In any case, there are quite a few people who know about this. Ask interrupted. If you fail, you will become a laughingstock. Wait, isn't it just you who knows? Ask was utterly speechless. Just as he was about to explain what walls have ears meant, a cold female voice suddenly rang out. Sorry, I think I also know. Sorry, I think I also know. Gemma Farrell stepped out of the shadows, walking slowly and firmly towards them, making Ask and Draco feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Strangely enough, usually at this time, the hall would still be bustling, but tonight there were only these three people here. It was unclear whether it was a coincidence or for some other reason. Gemma Farrell, the female prefect of Slytherin, was tough, serious, and rigid, and from her demeanor, it seemed she treated herself like a man. It was said that Gemma's goal was to become the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and her idol was the current head, Susan Bones, who was also a strong woman. Gemma wore a black nightgown, her long black hair cascading down to her waist, moving without wind, and she walked silently like a ghost. She held a notebook and a pen in her hand, seemingly recording something, and even while walking, her movements did not stop. Swish, swish, swish the feather pen rubbed against the paper, and Gemma stared expressionlessly at Ask and Draco, who were still huddled together, her thick glasses reflecting a flash of light as her writing speed increased. Ahem, good evening, Senior Farrell. Ask feigned calmness and coughed a few times, then greeted her with a smile, appearing very composed, as if he had just casually bumped into Gemma. However, considering Draco beneath him, the scene was filled with a subtle sense of incongruity. Good evening, Grindelwald. Gemma nodded in acknowledgement. Just call me Ask. Ask began to get closer, giving Draco a look, but the latter seemed stunned, standing there with his mouth agape and unable to say a word. How long are you going to maintain this position? Gemma said, I just heard you two are planning to roll on the floor together. Puffed. Ask almost spat out blood, quickly rolling off the couch and scrambling to sit properly on the other side, explaining to Gemma, It's not like that. Please let me explain, Senior Farrell. Isn't it different from what I said? Gemma glanced at Ask and thought for a moment, then held her notebook up to him. Even though I didn't hear everything, what is recorded here should be accurate, right? Only then did Ask realize that Gemma had been recording this. He let out a slight sigh of relief, glad he hadn't said anything inappropriate. However, just a glimpse at it reignited his urge to spit blood, and it was even more intense than before. Senior Farrell, may I ask if you're a novelist? Asked with a pained expression. I just have a bit of a hobby for writing, Gemma replied, pulling back her notebook, adjusting her glasses, and writing a long string of text on it. Ask's mouth twitched a few times. He covered his face and said with a tone of despair, Senior Farrell, you've ruined my innocence. Why do you say that? Gemma asked curiously, your innocence? Sorry. Do you have such a thing? Ask dropped his hands and stared at Gemma for a long time, confirming she wasn't joking, but was very serious about discussing whether he had such a thing. Suddenly, Ask remembered what Draco had said earlier. What you said makes so much sense that I am at a loss for words. Even if you compliment me like this, I want to be happy, Gemma replied. Whoa. Ask was speechless and could only look at Gemma pitifully, with an innocent expression. Senior Farrell, the things you wrote. This is a diary. It won't be shown to others, right? Ask sparked a glimmer of hope. If the contents got out, he couldn't imagine how he would face such a cruel fate. Are you going to show your diary to others? Gemma retorted. Ask was speechless again. Didn't you just show me your diary? Suddenly, Ask felt that Gemma's words were not reliable at all. However, I will compile my diary into an autobiography for publication in the future. Ask's mouth twitched a few times. Indeed, one could have no faith in Gemma, because she would always destroy such hopes in the next second. But that will have to wait until I become the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Gemma added, Merlin above, please don't let this woman become the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Ask prayed inwardly, but his face was smiling as he asked Gemma, Senior Farrell, do you have something to discuss with us? I originally didn't, but now I do. Gemma glanced at Ask and then at Draco. I don't want to interfere too much in your matters, but please remember, you are Slytherin, noble Slytherin. Don't always mix with those lowly people, lowering your status. I didn't. Ask quickly said, pointing at Draco, it's all his fault. I don't know what's wrong with him, always clashing with Gryffindor people. Without hesitation, Ask threw Draco under the bus. In fact, it wasn't even throwing him under the bus, as anyone could see what Draco was doing. However, being so brazen and shameless about selling out a teammate. Ask certainly opened Gemma's eyes. You really have thick skin. Gemma's tone was as if she were commenting on the nice weather, with no discernible praise or criticism. Thick-skinned. You have a talent for thick, but I wonder how well you grasp dark. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Farrell. I will continue to work hard. Ask replied with a proud, yet humble tone. I already have a good plan, believe me. If you mean forcing Gryffindor's foolish lions into that corridor on the 4th floor, pressuring them to violate school rules, and then catching them red-handed, I think you might want to consider a different plan. Gemma closed her diary and said to the stunned Ask, as far as I know, the Weasley twins have already been there and were caught, but they weren't punished. They were just asked to keep it secret and not tell anyone. Ask's expression grew serious, and, after a moment of contemplation, he asked, Sister Farrell, since they've kept it a secret, how do you know? Ask's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be? That's right, I went too, Gemma admitted calmly. I opened the door and saw Professor Dumbledore inside. The door led to the headmaster's office. This is impossible. I saw it with my own eyes, Gemma replied, unperturbed. I think others have seen the same. The question is, if that door really only leads to his office, what did he mean by what he said at the start of the term? Was he just joking with us? Ask retorted, more questioning himself than Gemma. There must be other reasons. What was the reason? What secret? I'm not sure. But, Gemma paused to ask, I need to inform you of something good. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Ask said, stroking his chin. Congratulations. Dean Snape has approved your application to join the Quidditch team. I knew it. Suddenly, a bell chimed from somewhere. The day came to an end, and the next day arrived as expected. It had never been late, neither in the past, present, nor future. It was already midnight, and Harry, Hermione, and Neville were cautiously walking down the corridor, trying not to make a sound. Their destination was the trophy room on the 3rd floor. They needed to avoid anyone who might discover them, and only at this moment did Harry truly realize that Hermione's warnings weren't entirely unnecessary. I think we should go back right away. Hermione had lost count of how many times she had said this. By now, even she didn't believe Harry would turn back and go to sleep obediently, but responsibility compelled her to repeat it time and again. And then what? Harry retorted without looking back, his ears twitching, catching every sound he could. At the slightest rustle, he would stop nervously, carefully checking his surroundings before continuing. We can wait there. The fat lady might come back soon. Hermione replied without hesitation. What if she is out socializing, having too much fun, and forgets to come back? Harry said. Then we'll just have to stay at the door all night, and the next day, the news of us sneaking out past curfew will spread throughout the school. Honestly, I don't think that is any better than getting caught wandering outside. Hermione fell silent. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have interfered, leaving her unable to go back now. However, even if given another chance, she might still meddle, just this time in a more forceful way, like petrifying Harry to keep him there. I miss my grandma. Neville, who was at the back, spoke with a quivering voice, feeling quite unlucky because he had forgotten the password and ended up outside until midnight. Although he eventually learned the password from Harry and the others, the fat lady was out socializing, so he couldn't get back in. In this regard, perhaps Ron was lucky. He had planned to come, but now he was still in bed, his arm not yet healed. However, Ron provided Harry with moral support, which was all he could do. We're here, Harry whispered, relieved to have safely reached the trophy room after a perilous journey. The crystal display case of trophies glittered under the moonlight and in the darkness. Trophies, shields, medals, and statues gleamed with silver and gold light. The three moved forward against the wall, eyes fixed on the doors at both ends of the room. Harry took out his wand, just in case Draco suddenly burst in to duel him, as time ticked by. Why did you choose to duel here? Hermione asked, somewhat puzzled, as she reached out to touch a trophy, thick dust indicating that no one had cleaned this place for a long time. Don't ask me. The location was chosen by Malfoy. Harry shrugged in response. Aren't you afraid it's a trap? What trap? Harry countered, confusion written all over his face. He still didn't get it. In Dumbledore's words, Harry was being naive. After all, the worst family he had dealt with had never used any schemes or traps against him. If I were Malfoy, I would lure you here and then notify Filch or another teacher, and you'd be caught on the spot. Hermione explained. That Malfoy doesn't seem that smart, Harry said, although he did feel a bit scared. But there's another Slytherin. He's much more cunning. Hermione said seriously asked. He's an extremely sly and ruthless guy. You saw what he did during the day. He's definitely not a friend of Gryffindor. Maybe he's your friend. Harry muttered quietly. What did you say? Hermione didn't hear clearly and asked again. Nothing. Harry shook his head. Suddenly, a voice came from the adjacent room, startling him. Just as Harry raised his wand, he heard someone talking, and that person was clearly not Malfoy. Sniff around, my dear, they might be hiding in some corner. This voice was familiar to Harry. It was Filch talking to Mrs. Norris. Filch! Damn it, we have to get out of here. Harry shouted angrily and frantically at Hermione and Ron, then turned around, determined the direction, and ran deeper into the trophy room. He had heard Ron's twin brothers say there was another exit leading to the Charms classroom. In the darkness, sounds were amplified, and Harry could hear Filch getting closer. Suddenly, Neville couldn't hold it anymore. He let out a terrified scream, turned and ran, but tripped and lost his balance, ultimately knocking over a suit of armor. Immediately, the clanging noise echoed loudly, enough to wake the entire castle. Run, Harry yelled, and the three of them sprinted down the corridor, not daring to look back to see if Filch was following. They dodged around pillars and ran through corridor after corridor, with Harry in the lead until they finally emerged near the Charms classroom, where they could finally stop and catch their breath. I think we've lost him, Harry said, panting, leaning against the cold wall, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Neville bent over, panting heavily, and even at this moment, he couldn't believe he had actually managed to hold on. I told you, Hermione gasped, clutching the seam of her shirt. I told you. We have to go back to Gryffindor Tower. Harry interrupted her impatiently. The faster, the better. Malfoy tricked you. Hermione said to Harry, don't you understand? He never intended to meet you there. Filch knows someone is going to the trophy room. It must have been Malfoy who tipped him off. Harry thought Hermione might be right, but he didn't want to say that to her, as it would mean admitting that Malfoy had outsmarted him once. Let's go. However, things were not that simple. They had barely taken 10 steps when they heard a doorknob rattle, and something shot out from a classroom in front of them. Peeves. Those pesky first years wandering around in the middle of the night. TSK, 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 naughty, naughty, you'll get caught. Peeves said with a wicked grin, his small eyes gleaming with malice, looking extremely punchable. You should tell Filch, you should, Peeves said seriously, but his eyes sparkled with mischief. It's for your own good, you know? If you dare do that, I guarantee the Bloody Baron will make you die in rhythm. A voice more arrogant and malicious than Peeves rang out. Who is it? Peeves shouted into the darkened corridor. Don't try to scare me with the Bloody Baron. Peeves the poltergeist isn't afraid of him. I'm the toughest in Hogwarts. Baron, seems like someone is challenging you. Oh really? A cold voice suddenly echoed, as if a knife had sliced through ice. The Bloody Baron slowly emerged from the darkness, coldly staring at Peeves. So, you've never been afraid of me? Ah, Peeves' eyes darted around. Then he immediately turned and chose to flee. Peeves ran away, but Harry and the others couldn't relax at all. The Bloody Baron. They actually encountered the Bloody Baron here. The Baron scared Peeves away, then turned his head and glanced at Harry and the others before walking in the direction Peeves had left. Thanks, Baron. The Bloody Baron didn't look back, as if he hadn't heard the thanks. However, Harry and the others had mixed expressions because two more people emerged from the darkness. Asclepius and Draco. Good evening. Asclepius greeted with a smile, his squinty eyes staring at Harry for a long time, making Harry extremely uncomfortable, yet he couldn't vent his anger. However, while Harry couldn't vent, Hermione didn't care about that. Asclepius. Asclepius looked at Hermione, who was as angry as a lioness, with a puzzled expression. He scratched his chin and asked uncertainly, "What's wrong? Did you tip off Filch?" "That's right, it was me," Asclepius said nonchalantly. He glanced at Harry, who was gritting his teeth, fists clenched tightly, as if he wanted to pounce on him. He looked at Hermione again, and the situation was similar. Only Neville was slightly better, standing there doing nothing. However, Asclepius felt that this might be because he and T quite realized what was happening. "You still have the face to admit it? Why should I be ashamed to admit it?" Asclepius retorted, "It's not like I said you couldn't do that. If you're not happy, you could do the same. If we get tricked, we would also accept the loss. But this is a duel." Harry shouted angrily. "I never said it wasn't a duel." Asclepius paused. "That was part of the duel too. Sorry. First round, wits, you lost. If you're not happy, there's a second round. Alohomora." Asclepius casually waved his wand, and the lock on the door clicked open, the door swinging open in response. Standing at the door, nothing could be seen in the dark room. Darkness is one of the things humans fear most. Losing the vision they relied on, anyone would inevitably feel a bit of fear. In such an environment, even the smallest sound would be amplified, and combined with people's rich imagination, most would be startled. "Who goes in first?" Asclepius tossed his wand to Harry, stretched lazily, and yawned, looking completely disinterested. Do we have to go in?" Draco asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his expression stiff. From his demeanor, it was clear he was scared, but no one laughed at him because everyone else felt the same. "Of course, this is part of the duel. Isn't it? Gryffindor is known for its courage. You're not scared, are you?" "It's not about being scared. The key is," Headmaster Dumbledore said, "we can't go in." Hermione said angrily, "This is against school rules. You don't have to go in." As for Harry, "If you don't go in, I'll assume you forfeit. Then Draco wins 2 rounds, and he is the victor. You have no objections, right?" Asclepius said, rummaging through his pockets without looking up, knowing full well what decision Harry would make. "Why'd I have to go in first?" Harry took a deep breath and asked Asclepius, whose response indicated he had made a decision. "It's simple. If there's nothing in the room, and you both go in, nothing happens. How do you judge who wins or loses? In fact, the first person to go in bears more risk and pressure, if what I said happens. Then the first one in is undoubtedly braver, right?" Asclepius frowned, almost shoving his whole arm into his pocket, straining to pull out what he needed from the clutter. "I'm being fair. You said I cheated in the first round for not telling you the rules, so now I'm giving you a chance. You can go in first, so regardless of good or bad, you won T suffer. If you're lucky, you've certainly won this round. If there really is danger in there." Hermione said, looking worriedly at Harry, "Then the first person in? If something happens to you, Hogwarts will be in trouble, and Dumbledore will be in trouble too. After all, you are the famous Harry Potter. If you really are Harry Potter, you'll be fine. After all, he was defeated by you, right?" Asclepius said in a teasing tone, clearly making Harry very unhappy. But compared to that, entering that potentially dangerous dark room alone seemed to be nothing at all. "Harry, don't go in." Hermione glared angrily at Asclepius and stepped forward to block Harry's path. TSK. Seems like entering Gryffindor has lowered your IQ below the normal line." "Hermione," Asclepius said with a smile, which undoubtedly infuriated both Harry and Hermione. However, tonight, Asclepius seemed to have done nothing to make them happy. "Time is short. Speed matters. I'm still waiting to go back to sleep." Asclepius's voice had just fallen when Harry said quietly, "I've made my decision. Hermione, step aside." "No." "Hurry up and move aside." "No." Ask stroked his chin and beckoned to Draco, who quickly handed him his wand. Hermione clearly saw this action as well. She pulled out her wand and aimed it at Ask, shouting, "Don't move. Disarm." Ask flicked his wrist lightly, and a white light shot at Hermione's wrist, causing her wand to be snatched away by a powerful force, ultimately landing in Ask's hand. "I'm the referee. You and Neville are the spectators. Only Draco and Harry are the participants, right?" Ask held a wand in each hand, one aimed at Hermione and the other at Harry, ignoring Neville. "By the way, Hermione, If your interference causes Harry to lose, making him unable to hold his head up in front of Draco, do you think Harry will be grateful to you for that? Hermione fell silent. Many times, doing good deeds goes unappreciated, just as Ask said. However, if this led to ignoring certain things. Here, this might help a bit. Ask suddenly lowered the wand, aimed at Hermione, and pulled out a small lantern, made of bronze, heavily rusted, with an ancient design that looked more like an antique than a tool. He fumbled with the base of a lantern for a moment, as if opening a switch, and the lantern suddenly lit up, casting a dim light that could only illuminate about half a meter around him, barely sufficient against the pervasive darkness. This is a family heirloom, rich in history and powerful, and it's quite pricey. The lamp oil is mermaid oil, supposedly lasting for hundreds of years. The lantern itself has some triggered protective spells that can save a life in danger. Ask went on for a few minutes, describing the lantern as if it were a magical artifact of the highest order. Draco rolled his eyes. This broken lantern was clearly something they found when they first enrolled, and it was hardly even a whiteboard, at best a damaged item. Who knows how this supposed piece of junk ended up with Ask? But his eloquence could have made him a great con artist. Perhaps after graduation, he could help manage the family business. Harry, obviously unaware of the lantern's true nature, felt a warmth spread through him after receiving it, as if his body was filled with strength again, and his courage seemed to return. Perhaps this lantern really has magic. Ask laughed heartily in his mind. From Harry's expression, it was clear he truly believed in the lantern's magical properties. Didn't he stop to think that? As a rival and enemy, Ask would never kindly give him such a good thing. Just a minute, you only need to stay inside for a minute. Ask encouraged Harry with a pat on the shoulder, and while he wasn't looking, Ask took a few of his hairs and hid them in his palm. After all, it was the famous Harry Potter's hair. It would surely fetch a good price, especially sold to Death Eaters who had money and held a deep hatred for Harry. Completely unaware of Ask's malice, Harry took a deep breath, grasped the lantern, and cautiously stepped into the room. The faint light surrounding him was quickly swallowed by the darkness, disappearing from view. Ask what's behind this door. Draco whispered, but Ask shook his head and gestured for him to be quiet, pointing at Hermione, who was staring at them. Sure enough, my guess wasn't wrong. This matter really involves Harry, Ask thought to himself, confirming one of his suspicions. Next was to gather enough information to reach a conclusion, just like solving a math problem. However, speaking of which, Dumbledore's drastic actions couldn't mean. He really hasn't died and has returned, right? The one who knows you best is often your enemy. This is true for most people, as they lack self-awareness. Those involved are often confused and may not see themselves accurately or truly. Dumbledore is not an ordinary person. He has self-awareness and doesn't need others to remind him of what kind of person he is. He sees himself as a confident person, a stubborn person, someone who will always make the most correct decisions. Such a person will never do unnecessary things. Everything he does has a strong purpose. Some things may not be apparent now, but one day, the impact of these actions will be revealed to the world, proving that Dumbledore is always right. The above is Gellert Grindelwald's assessment of Dumbledore, a once invincible enemy of Dumbledore, and his former best friend's evaluation of him. If all of the above is correct, then Dumbledore's final words at the start of term feast must have significance, and there must be secrets behind that door in the fourth floor corridor. To the world, Dumbledore has had two enemies in his life. One is Grindelwald, and the other is the Dark Lord Voldemort, who inexplicably failed 11 years ago. The former's fate is now well known. He remains in solitude, and as long as Dumbledore is alive, Grindelwald will not re-emerge. The latter, though many believe he is dead, was once an invincible Dark Lord, and even years after his defeat, people were afraid to speak his name. Many still believe that Voldemort is not dead, but merely injured, hiding in a secret corner to mend his wounds, ready to return at any moment. In Ask's view, it is clear that Voldemort is not dead and is recovering well. He is now capable of coming to Hogwarts to obtain the thing that lured him here, that item hidden behind the door in the fourth floor corridor. Ask once again felt grateful for the choice he made. He is a person who refuses to be lonely, although often he can endure loneliness better than most. Life at Hogwarts is exciting, never boring, tedious, or dull. Living here is a pleasure. It's already been a minute, Draco said, relying on his instincts since he had no clock. In fact, only 20 seconds had passed, 1/3 of a minute. A minute. All right, you going first? Wait inside for a minute, and then. Ask suddenly stopped, tilting his ear as if listening to something, his expression slowly turning serious. What's wrong? Hermione asked. Didn't you hear it? Ask countered, and everyone shook their heads, having heard nothing. It has awakened, Ask said. Hermione reacted first. her face changing drastically as she hurriedly turned and rushed into the room. However, Ask was quicker. He snatched the wand from Draco's hand, dashed past Hermione into the room, and shut the door behind him. What happened? Neville asked in confusion. Draco also realized what was happening. His already pale face showed no color, and his voice trembled. But he still pretended to be calm, saying in a nonchalant tone, "It's nothing. Ask will handle all the trouble." Hermione tried to pull the door, but it wouldn't budge. She also tried Alohomora, but it was of no use. In her anxiety, she heard Draco's words and, without much thought, instinctively believed that Ask and Draco already knew what was behind the door. What exactly is back there? Hermione's tone was somewhat harsh, and Draco immediately felt uncomfortable. He merely snorted, turned his head away, showing no intention of answering. He didn't even know how to respond because he had no idea what was there. Draco's reaction infuriated Hermione, and without hesitation, she pointed her wand at Draco and said sharply, "Tell me, what exactly is there?" Draco was taken aback at first, but after regaining his composure, he coldly snorted again, remaining silent. He didn't believe Hermione would dare to use a spell on him, and besides, they hadn't learned any spells that could be used against others in the past 2 weeks. It would be better to resolve things with fists than to cast spells with a wand. Hermione was fuming. One of the abilities granted to her by her top student status, the Wrath of the Scholar, was activated. P.S. Wrath of the Scholar. The next physical attack is guaranteed to hit. Casting a spell will definitely succeed. Note, I'm a top student. Are you scared? Buy you. Disarm you. Hermione had seen this spell in a book. Although she knew the specific steps, she had never used it before, only having seen Ask use it twice. Once on Neville and once on herself. A beam of white light hit Draco hard, sending him flying and crashing heavily against the wall. Creak, the door suddenly swung open, and Ask quickly dragged Harry out, pushing him aside before turning back without looking and swinging his wand behind him. All petrified, the gray light emitted from his wand struck the monster that was already approaching the doorway, but the monster merely shook its head. The petrification curse felt like a tickle to it, having no effect whatsoever. What was that? Neville helped Harry get up and pulled him back, with Hermione bringing up the rear, her hand holding the wand, trembling uncontrollably as she faced the monster. Are you blind? A 3-headed dog, of course. It's a Cerberus. Ash shouted. 3 massive heads, 3 large drooling mouths, and 6 basketball-sized black eyeballs. What appeared before everyone was a 3-headed dog, a creature commonly found in mythological stories related to hell. The Cerberus seemed very angry and wanted to charge out of the room, but its 3 heads were too big, allowing only one to stick out. However, all 3 heads wanted to emerge, resulting in it getting stuck and unable to escape for the time being. This was a good opportunity. Ask was well aware of this. The roar of the Cerberus would surely attract Filch and possibly even other teachers to this place. He had to seize this chance to quickly resolve the trouble. Right, there's also this. Ask's eyes lit up as he rushed to the back of the door, a dead angle that the Cerberus couldn't reach. Taking advantage of this moment, he pulled out a small bag from his pocket and, with a pained expression, took out a white, thread-like substance. After rummaging a bit more, he pulled out a small bottle. A gamble. Ask placed the white whiskers into the bottle, shook it a few times, and downed it in one gulp. Although it wasn't his first time drinking this, each time he did, he felt the urge to vomit bile. After the nausea passed, Ask felt his body begin to grow larger, his clothes quickly becoming small until they ripped apart. The change wasn't just in size. Ask's appearance changed as well. His hair grew longer, turning from gold to white, his skin began to wrinkle, a white beard sprouted from his chin, and his nose became crooked as if it had been punched. That was Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Harry's voice sounded somewhat unnatural, and his face looked bad. At that moment, he wasn't thinking about why Dumbledore was there, but rather how Dumbledore would punish him. However, his worries didn't last long, because Hermione quickly reacted, using her knowledge to help Harry out of his predicament. That isn't Professor Dumbledore, Hermione said with certainty. That's just the effect of the Polyjuice Potion. Ask drank the Polyjuice Potion and is impersonating Dumbledore. Polyjuice Potion? What is that? Do you think this is the time to discuss that? Hermione stopped, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. At that moment, the Dumbledore that Ask had transformed into was already standing in front of the Cerberus. From a distance, it wasn't very clear, but Ask could be seen saying something loudly to the Cerberus, likely commands and orders. The fierce and terrifying Cerberus appeared as docile as a kitten in front of Dumbledore. While it might have been curious about the disappearance of that annoying golden-haired kid, it still feared Dumbledore. Why would the Cerberus fear Dumbledore? Have you ever thought about how the Cerberus was confined to such a small room? It obediently stood guard there without any excessive movements, loyal and devoted. And without Haggard around to care for it, how did it manage to suppress its wild nature and curl up in that small dark room? Fist or justice? Go back. Ask was also sweating profusely. He was scared. Even now, he felt that his actions lacked consideration. However, in front of the Cerberus, he still firmly commanded it to return to the dark room. He couldn't show a hint of fear. He had to be like the real Dumbledore. Though he appeared old and frail, like an ordinary old man, he was more resilient and tenacious than anyone else. This was Dumbledore's pride. Why the Cerberus lowered its head, resting its chin on the floor, looking innocently and pitifully at Ask. It hadn't eaten for a day, and hunger tormented it constantly. It hoped Ask would give it something to eat, just like every time they met. After a beating came a delicious meal. Unfortunately, Ask was just a fake and didn't understand the meaning of the Cerberus's act of feigning pity. Seeing the Cerberus not obediently returning to the dark room, he became anxious, and his tone grew impatient. Go back. Immediately. Right now. Whimper the Cerberus was very sad and upset, big tears streaming from its eyes. Was it easy being a guard dog in these times? It began to miss Hagrid, even though that big, slow-witted guy often misunderstood its intentions. At least it could get enough to eat while following him. The Cerberus's tears. Ask's eyes turned golden as he quickly pulled out a round bucket from his pocket. He rushed to the Cerberus's head and collected all its tears into the bucket, even gathering those that fell on the ground. The Cerberus stopped crying, feeling that its brain wasn't enough, with 6 large eyes staring at Ask, curious about what he was trying to do. Why aren't you crying? Ask urged. But the Cerberus, not understanding his meaning, merely blinked stupidly. By the Golden Galleon, you leave me no choice. Ask gritted his teeth, and a large wooden stick appeared in his hand. He took aim at the target and swung hard at the Cerberus's fangs. The 3-headed dog's teeth, the 3-headed dog's fur, the 3-headed dog's blood, the 3-headed dog's saliva. With an extremely frenzied expression, Ask moved exceptionally quickly, wielding a stick in one hand and a knife in the other. Taking advantage of Dumbledore's identity, he recklessly plundered everything he wanted from the 3-headed dog. In Ask's eyes, the 3-headed dog was just a pile of walking galleons. If he didn't take some benefits, how could he justify the loss of that one whisker from Dumbledore? In the distance, Harry and the others couldn't help but shudder. What a ruthless person. Ask in this state was truly terrifying. Not only Harry, but also Dumbledore, who had been watching them the whole time, had a particularly vivid expression. He hadn't expected Ask to be so bold and reckless, disregarding everything for money. This was quite different from Answer. Was he really Answer's son? Dumbledore was somewhat shaken because, based on the observations so far, the differences between Ask and his father Answer were just too great, with no similarities in character at all. Apart from appearances, there was no trace of connection between Ask and Answer. I hope you can accomplish what your father could not. Dumbledore muttered to himself. On the other side, Ask had already gained a lot, but driven by greed, he wanted to take more benefits. However, the approaching footsteps reminded him that it was time to leave. Get back. Ask kicked the 3-headed dog's nose, stepped back a few paces, and then kicked the door hard before running away. Harry and the others were waiting around a corner ahead, and Ask quickly reached there, just as the effect of the potion was also wearing off. Ugh! Hermione spat, quickly turning her head. At this moment, Ask was in disarray, and Hermione didn't have the thick skin to stare at him. Let's go. What are you still looking at here? Ask casually grabbed a coat and draped it over himself, leading the way forward. The others exchanged glances, shook their heads, and followed him. Boom, the bell rang again, and Ask and the others had already reached the stairway, ready to part ways. All right, goodbye. I'm going back to sleep. Ask said his farewell and prepared to leave, but it wasn't that easy. You know what's there, don't you? Hermione asked, which was also what most people wanted to know. Ask seemed too calm and composed, as if he had known what was there all along. I know what's there, but I don't know what it is. Ask replied, which was the truth. He knew there was something or someone guarding that door. It was a simple principle, just like the reason for the existence of guard dogs. You almost got Harry killed, Hermione said angrily. Ask shrugged non-committally, pointed at Harry, then at himself, and said with a funny face, well, I'd also like to know which one of us almost died. Who told you to choose that damn place? Is it my fault? Ask retorted, shaking his head, giving Draco a glance, and turning to leave. Before he left, he dropped a line. Gryffindor's courage? Just SOSO. The next day, Friday, was the day that Gryffindor students hated the most because they were going to have potions class with Slytherin students. After lunch, Ask wasn't sleepy, so he arrived at the potions classroom early. There weren't many people who would come here, so it was relatively quiet. Passing by Snape's office door, Ask stopped. hesitating whether to go in and talk to Snape, hoping to convince him to cancel the decision to let him join the Slytherin house team. Ask had no interest in Quidditch. He preferred to use the time spent on Quidditch for other activities, like exploring the secrets of Hogwarts or simply taking a nap. Ask firmly believed that no one could force him to do anything he didn't want to do, except for himself. Knock knock, Ask knocked on the door. And today Snape hadn't gone to lunch. According to his habit, he should be in his office at this time. To Ask, Snape seemed to be a very boring person, showing no signs of having any life goals. He was like a wooden toy, living mechanically until the end, after being wound up. Perhaps only one person could make Snape change, Ask thought to himself. Harry, perhaps only this boy could make Snape lose his composure occasionally. James Potter, Lily Evans. Ask recalled the two names he found carved in a corner of Hogwarts, which felt a bit like XX was here. Touching the carvings, Ask could almost feel how happy the person who left these two names was. Their hands must have been trembling, possibly from nervousness or excitement. The handwriting of the two names was different. One was messy, and the other was neat, clearly left by two people, one male and one female. Along with these two names was a single word, love. The names of Harry's parents were not a secret. Ask knew this. Many of their stories were written in books, such as how they were brave Gryffindor students, how they fell in love at first sight, and how Voldemort's interference could not stop their love. Excluding the false, exaggerated, and meaningless parts, all Ask saw from the books were a few names, intertwined to tell a story that no words could adequately convey. Among them, the name that concerned Ask the most was Severus Snape. Clearly, this was someone mentioned only in passing in the books, merely appearing on the student list for that year. Yet he was the one Ask was most interested in. Ask knocked a few times on the door, but there was no response, as if Snape wasn't in the office. "What are you doing, Grindelwald?" Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Ask. Turning around in a panic, who else could be standing behind him but Snape? "Good afternoon, Professor." Ask forced a smile and greeted him, but then he didn't know what to say and could only stand there. Snape was much taller than Ask, and from his angle, he could only see Ask's messy hair, golden, beautiful, warm, disheveled yet not unappealing. Snape was silent for a moment, then finally took out a key, inserted it into the lock, and opened the door. "Do you need something?" "Come in." Ask looked up in confusion. Snape's tone was very gentle, completely unlike the cold demeanor he had always shown. However, it seemed Snape didn't notice or didn't care at all. He simply walked past Ask and entered the office without looking at him once. Something felt off, and Ask thought with a headache. He was troubled, but still followed Snape into the office. As soon as he entered, the office door closed automatically, and several locks behind the door clicked shut. Now no outsiders could enter this room. Snape's office was very simple. A desk, a chair, a bookshelf, and a bed hidden behind a curtain. Here, you couldn't find anything in plural. Everything was singular, to the point that Ask could only stand in front of Snape's desk, frowning as he watched Snape comfortably leaning back in his chair. "Would you like something to drink?" Snape's voice returned to its usual coldness as he poured himself a cup of black coffee, took a small sip, and asked Ask, "No thanks." Ask quickly shook his head, suddenly remembering that he seemed to have wronged Snape in the past, so it was better to be cautious. After all, for an expert in potions like Snape, it would be quite simple to mess with Ask. Then it's black coffee. Snape completely ignored Ask and poured a cup of black coffee, placing it in front of Ask. Drink it or not? Ask always considered himself clever, so he happily picked up the black coffee, but accidentally let the cup slip from his hand, crashing to the floor and shattering. "Wait." Ask stared at the floor for a full minute, confirming that there was not only coffee, but also a skull of something unknown, before he looked up and stared at Snape for another minute. "What animal skull is that?" Ask asked. "A porcupine skull," Snape replied. "Oh." Ask nodded, bent down, and picked up the porcupine skull. Then, Ask threw the porcupine skull heavily onto the ground, feeling unsatisfied, and then jumped up to stomp on it a few times. "Snape, how dare you mess with me?" "Headmaster, your transfiguration is impressive," Ask said casually after venting, "but can you restore this thing?" Ask pointed at the pile of bone fragments on the floor to its original state. Snape didn't even glance at the pile of bone shards. He simply told an unrelated story in a tone that was either disappointed or nostalgic. Once, the Dark Lord invited a young man to drink, and the young man drank without hesitation. Then, the Dark Lord told the young man that the cup he used was made from a human skull, and it was fresh. The young man merely smiled slightly, holding up the suddenly revealed bloody skull cup, and asked the Dark Lord, "Nice wine. Is there more?" "So disgusting." Ask frowned, expressing his inability to accept it. "That person must be insane. How could he drink that?" Snape made no comments. He continued with the story. The Dark Lord was very pleased and gifted the cup to the young man. After the young man left, he told his followers, "This person is qualified to be my successor." And then that person was killed by the Dark Lord. That young man was your father. That young man was your father. Ask was taken aback for a moment. His first reaction was to think that Snape was joking, but upon further reflection, it seemed that Snape's character didn't really have a joking label. As for the sudden revelation of having a father, Ask wasn't completely unprepared. After all, upon arriving at Hogwarts, many ghosts, including Snape in front of him, mistook him for someone else, and he had already begun to speculate. Perhaps his father really had stayed here. That was Ask's initial thought. However, it seemed that his father was not just anyone, but such a person. Ask didn't think he would have no impression of it all. He had seen the genealogy of the Grindelwald family, and besides old Grindelwald, there didn't seem to be any famous figures, of course, excluding Ask's father, who was not listed in the genealogy. Who is he? Ask was somewhat curious, regardless of whether this matter was true or not. He was very interested in such a person, especially since he was so little known. Snape was silent for a moment. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal his arm. Someone like me. Snape closely observed Ask's reaction. When he saw Ask covering his wrist, Snape smiled slightly, but the smile was somewhat stiff, as it was bitter. At least, it used to be. Ask rubbed his chin, staring at Snape's arm for a long time. The skull and serpent mark was identical to that on his wrist. In the past, it was a sign of one person, a badge of a group. Death Eater? Ask asked in a tone he himself found surprising, but unusually calm. Yes. You too? Yes. Does Dumbledore know? Ask inquired, not waiting for Snape to reply. He continued, he obviously knows. What happened in the past, I'm not very clear, but Ask frowned at this moment. He began to understand where his unease stemmed from. What do you want to do? The truth. The truth? You have the right to know the truth. And we will tell you. Snape said calmly. Ask lowered his head. The ground was covered in bone fragments. Just a few minutes ago, it was a complete porcupine skull. And just a few minutes ago, Ask was still thinking about how to make Snape change his mind and abandon his plan to recruit him for the Quidditch team. In just a few minutes, many things had changed, both the porcupine skull and Ask himself. Since I have the right to know then, Ask raised his head to meet Snape's gaze. Both of their eyes were clear as water, calm and undisturbed. I also have the right to refuse. Refuse? Snape was somewhat taken aback. This was somewhat different from what he had anticipated. In fact, it had been different from the very beginning. Ask nodded, very serious and determined, showing no signs of hesitation or regret. My father. Well, I still don't know his name. I can only refer to him as him. I should say, I have no interest in him at all, whether he is a Death Eater or what he has done. None of that interests me. I thought you would be interested. In the unknown, in a father I have never met. I thought you would be interested. Actually, there's another reason. Ask suddenly smiled. He smiled happily and then gave Snape the middle finger, a very unfriendly gesture. I don't trust you. I don't trust Dumbledore. I don't trust you at all. Not even a little. Ask shook his middle finger. Why should I believe what you say? People's hearts are treacherous. What you have to make me believe. Compared to you, I would rather believe that the Dark Lord was truly defeated by Harry. I can swear. Every word I say. Ask quickly shook his head. He didn't want to hear a single word. Snape could only remain silent. And then Ask spoke up. What you say may all be true, but I still don't trust you. People say the most skillful lie is when 1 out of 10 statements is false and 9 are true. But why can't all 10 statements be true? Using 10 real statements to construct a false lie? Ask shrugged, pointing at himself, then at Snape. A real lie? Perhaps you can say that to Harry. But for me, sorry, I won't give you that opportunity. So, you're refusing? Ask smiled and nodded, self-deprecatingly saying, actually, this is also a sign of my own guilt, because I don't even know what decision I would make after hearing what you said. Maybe I would end up selling myself in a muddled way, and that wouldn't be a good thing. Speaking of which, did you also sell yourself to Dumbledore without even realizing it? You want to sow discord between me and Dumbledore. Snape said indifferently, finding it laughable. His relationship with Dumbledore wasn't as complicated as others thought. And such a relationship didn't he need, nor could it be, undermined. TSK, that's not what I meant. Ask shook his head. What kind of person is my father? If I wanted to know, I would find out myself. Headmaster, you can't say that what you know about my father is necessarily true, right? The fact is, aside from my father himself, I'm afraid no one is qualified to say they know him. You, like me, know nothing about my father. We're on the same starting line. At least we know his name, Snape implied, smiling slightly, though it was just a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. His name is Answer Shafik. Ask's smile froze, and Snape felt satisfied. His previous retreat was merely impromptu acting. To achieve his goal, There was no need to follow a set path. Now you know, Snape said with some pride. Even if you're unwilling, you still know. Unless you turn yourself into a deaf mute, an idiot, or a walking corpse, you will always know, as long as we want to. Unsir. Ask looked up with a strange expression, causing Snape's heart to skip a beat, and his earlier pride evaporated. Ask stared at Snape for a long time, then shook his head, seemingly regretfully saying, "So, Dumbledore doesn't trust you after all." 1 year ago, in a dark corner, Ask leaned against the wall, coldly watching the burly Auror standing in front of him, his face filled with unspeakable mockery and disdain. "Ask Grindelwald, do you have anything to say?" The burly Auror's voice was cold. He didn't need to be nice to a prisoner accused of murder. "Hey, of course. I deny all the charges against me. Those 4 poor souls were not killed by me. I am innocent. We have ample evidence." Ask interrupted rudely. "Well, you should also know that I'm ill. I have a fabricated personality, a radical, violent, cruel butcher. Oh, right. Maybe those 4 unfortunate souls were killed by him. They can't be counted against me, right?" The burly Auror suppressed his anger. He already knew the verdict. The Wisengamot had reached a consensus that this murderer would be acquitted. "You're quibbling. The doctors at St. Mungo's have already examined you. You should know the results. I don't think I need to repeat the investigation results, do I? If it weren't for your grandfather, that damned old man threatening and intimidating the Ministry of Magic and St. Mungo's." Ask scoffed, rolling his eyes at the Auror's intelligence. However, he still expressed gratitude for the good news the Auror brought him. "I bet a bronze canute you'll have a bad end." This time, the burly Auror could no longer hold back. He rolled up his sleeves and grabbed Ask. 1 month later, TSK, I told you. You'll definitely have a bad end." After glancing at a news item in the corner of the newspaper, Ask smiled and casually tossed it into the trash can. This action made his still healing wounds ache, but the thrill of revenge dulled the pain, and Ask was in a great mood. "I can't stay here any longer, so goodbye." "What did you say?" Ask stroked his chin, looking at Snape with amusement. He wouldn't answer his question. Wouldn't it be boring to let you know the answer? So easily? "Headmaster, I really have no interest in Quidditch. I don't want to join the Quidditch team, so I hope you can remove my name from the list." Ask recalled what he was really here to do and said it straightforwardly, regardless of Snape's current thoughts. "Your father was once the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team." Ask couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head, and with a sympathetic look, he said to Snape, "So, Dumbledore really doesn't trust you. He never told you what kind of person I am. At least what kind of person I used to be, right?" Snape nodded. "I have no talent for Quidditch. I'm clumsy at this sport, probably just a bit better than Neville. Not even as good as an average person." Ask smiled, and Snape's expression darkened, but Ask continued, "So, I'm truly flattered by your decision to assign me to the Quidditch team. No one has ever valued me like this. You want to provoke me into expelling you from the Quidditch team?" Snape said coldly. "If so, well, my favorability towards you might increase a bit." Ask said seriously, "If you disagree, I don't care. After all, as long as it's something I don't want to do, no one can force me. If I insist on not going to the Quidditch team, what do you do to me? Deduct my points? I think you'll run out of Slytherin points. Corporal punishment? Would Dumbledore allow that to happen? The last person who did that to me, well, TSK, didn't end well. Expel me? That would be great. Maybe I could try my luck at Beauxbatons and get them to expel me too. Then I would be the first student expelled from all 3 major wizarding schools. Beauxbatons only accepts female students." Snape's voice turned cold. His anger was evident, but he was helpless. He truly had no way to deal with Ask. He was someone who wouldn't yield to threats, at least for now. Ask shrugged. He suddenly thought of Draco, who had always wanted to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. Considering he was cooperative and obedient, he would lend him a hand this time. With that in mind, Ask said, "Actually, Draco is a good candidate. His father is said to have a good relationship with you, and he himself is quite talented. If you want to find someone from Slytherin to target Harry, Draco is the best choice. ISNT, are you teaching me how to do things?" Snape's tone was unfriendly. "If you think so, then I have nothing to say. However, I will not join the Quidditch team. This is not a request. It's a notification." Ask smiled, turning to look at the clock hanging on the wall, and said somewhat regretfully, "What a pity. Class is about to start, so we can't chat any longer. You're always welcome here." "That won't do. I've already offended you. Maybe the next time I come over, what awaits me is Veritaserum, the Dementor's kiss, and the Cruciatus curse." Ask pretended to be very scared, then turned to a nonchalant face. "However, I personally suggest you better not do that because this kind of thing has happened before, and I'm still standing here chatting with you." Snape's expression returned to his usual poker face, and his tone became as indifferent as ever as he coldly said, "Dumbledore is wrong. You're not the person he needs at all. This is a good thing, isn't it?" Ask was laughing happily. "You don't understand, Dumbledore. Not at all. Snape said, issuing an eviction notice to Ask. Class is about to start. Aren't you leaving? Of course, I don't want to be late. That would mean losing points. What a headache of child. The crystal ball in front of Dumbledore slowly dimmed, the last image being Ask's provocative smile. Such personality. There was another guest in Dumbledore's office, who was watching Ask's face with great interest, unabashedly showing his admiration. Gellert has a wonderful grandson. He has a successor. The next Dark Lord? Dumbledore rubbed his eyes and smiled bitterly. This was not good news. By the time this child grows up, perhaps we will all have been hung on the wall for people to admire. At that time, who could stop him? He is still young, but he is still growing. Youth is an advantage. Even if he does nothing, we will all grow old and die before him. If only he were my grandson, everything will be much easier. Well, alchemy seems unable to achieve that, but I have a not-so-great idea. Let's hear it. You could marry Gellert. Then you would be his grandmother. Why not grandfather? Doesn't he already have a grandfather? Draco has been in a good mood lately because Snape allowed him to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. He is the only student in Slytherin in nearly 100 years to join the Quidditch team in his first year. This is an immense honor, at least for Draco. However, for Ask, this so-called immense honor is only worth 10 galleons. The Quidditch team has training every week, and Draco, of course, cannot be an exception. So often, Ask finds himself alone in the dormitory, which has become quite peaceful. Life seems to have gradually settled down. The daily routine consists of a few things: attending classes, eating, doing homework, playing, and sleeping, calm, uneventful. Ever since the day he had a near falling out with Snape, Ask has become much more obedient. He behaves like an ordinary student, living an ordinary academic life, following the rules, and no longer engaging in any outrageous behavior. Recently, Ask has been frequently interacting with the ghosts in the castle. He tries to reach out to any ghost he can access, and from them, Ask learned a lot of useful or useless information. These ghosts have existed for 1,000 years to just over 100 years, and there are very few things about Hogwarts that they do not know. Don't look at me like this. I used to be a very powerful knight until an arrow struck my knee. This boastful tone reminded Ask of someone. Feeling curious, he asked, if it's not too presumptuous, what is your relationship with Don Quixote? Don Quixote? Sir Cadogan, who resides on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, stared wide-eyed, scratching his somewhat balding head. After thinking for a while, he replied, I don't know. Is he also a knight? Ask nodded, and Sir Cadogan asked again, is he very powerful? He should be very powerful. Great, Sir Cadogan said excitedly, whistling as a short horse came galloping from the distant grass. Sir Cadogan mounted the horse. I'm going to duel him. Ask rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. Do you know where he is? I don't know. Then how will you duel him? Sir Cadogan's response opened Ask's eyes and refreshed his baseline expectations for these ghosts. If he doesn't come to duel me within 3 days, then he is a coward, a scaredy cat. Ask rubbed his chin, too lazy to say a word, and turned to leave. Ah, is this what the Round Table Knights are like? Lancelot, Bedivere is your little brother. Merlin is your big brother. Huh. Ask pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, which was already filled with many records of the ghost's deeds. Behind Sir Cadogan, Ask noted down Sir Cadogan's self-narration and then added the word liar. In fact, Sir Cadogan is indeed a member of the Round Table Knights. Exaggeration aside, most of what he said was true. After writing for a while, Ask helplessly found that the information he got from Sir Cadogan might only have Merlin's tomb as valuable. He could take a look when he has time. Perhaps he might even encounter the ghosts of Merlin and Vivian there. What are you doing? Oh, good afternoon. Barrow. Ask closed his notebook and greeted the Bloody Baron, who also wanted to talk to him. The weather is nice today. How about going for afternoon tea? I'm a ghost. I can only watch, not drink. The Bloody Baron replied. You've been interacting with the ghosts of Hogwarts quite frequently lately. Is that bad? Ask retorted. The Bloody Baron's hollow eyes showed no emotion. He just shook his head and said, You won tea, get anything out of them by asking like that. They've been keeping that matter secret. What matter? The matter you want to know. The Bloody Baron replied. Ask rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and asked why. That is also part of that matter, so I cannot tell you. Being mysterious. Ask pouted. He sighed, since the Bloody Baron said that. It would indeed be very difficult for him to obtain what he wanted from ghosts. However, he asked the Bloody Baron, Then, what can you tell me? Why is it that other professors show no reaction when they see you, while Snape, Dumbledore, and we ghosts react unusually? The Bloody Baron asked, Am I very famous? Your father is very famous. Is he? Ask shook his head. I already checked the library. There is no record of anyone named Answer Shafik. He's just a nobody. I checked the list of Hogwarts students from the last 100 years, and his name doesn't appear either. He glanced at the Bloody Baron. Either Answer Shafik is a pseudonym, or someone among you is lying, or I said nothing. The Bloody Baron turned and slowly left. Watching the Bloody Baron leave, Ask took out his notebook and stared at it for a long time. Suddenly, flames ignited in his hand, and the notebook was set on fire. After burning for a while, it turned to ashes and scattered in the wind. I don't believe there's nothing left. Next week is Halloween. Ask looked up at Draco, whose eyes were shining with excitement, and said somewhat speechlessly, I know next week is Halloween. Next week is Halloween. I know. Next week is Halloween. I know. Next week is. Ask let out a sigh, extending his right hand and drawing a circle in the air with his index finger. Nonverbal spellcasting. Closed ears blocked listening. The world suddenly became quiet, and Ask glanced at Draco, who was still muttering, and continued to write his assignment. The 6-inch-long paper needed some padding to fill it out. However, Draco kept babbling about what Halloween meant. Would there be some surprises that day? It had been over a month since he had been there. Should he go take a look again? Ask bit his quill and stared at the blank parchment, feeling somewhat indecisive. Curiosity urged him to put his thoughts into action quickly, but rationality told him it wasn't the right time. After thinking for a while, Ask took out his lucky coin from his pocket, weighed it in his hand, and tossed the gold galleon high into the air, letting it fall onto the table. Clang heads up. Ask smiled slightly. This result was what he hoped for. Maybe even God thought such days were too boring, so he added a little spice to this year's Halloween, truly bringing panic to the people of Hogwarts. A troll. In the underground classroom. I thought you should know. With that remark, Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, collapsed to the ground, fainting. The students in the Great Hall were momentarily stunned, as they had not yet reacted, and many of them were unclear about what a troll actually was. However, after being educated by the older students, everyone realized how terrifying a troll was. Look, even the defense against the dark arts professor was scared stiff. No, fainted. In perfect unison, all the students screamed, many of them tossing their half-eaten food aside, hurriedly standing up from their seats as if they might flee like startled rabbits at any moment. Dumbledore was certainly not afraid of trolls, but the panicking students below had to be managed properly. They needed to be calmed down first to prevent any issues. Silence. Dumbledore amplified his voice, overpowering the noise and successfully redirecting the students' attention to him. Heads of houses. Dumbledore said in a deep voice, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the heads of the 4 houses. Immediately take your students back to the dormitories. The heads of the 4 houses sprang into action, leading the students out of the Great Hall one by one, forming long lines heading towards their respective common rooms. In the Great Hall, Dumbledore addressed the professors who had not yet left. As for you, you will come with me to the underground classroom. After saying that, Dumbledore led the way out of the Great Hall, never once glancing at the unconscious Quirrell on the floor. Other teachers, although filled with questions, obediently followed Dumbledore out, one after another. Except for one person, Snape. While the other teachers headed to the underground classroom, he was mixed in with the students, anxiously pushing his way upstairs. Very few people noticed this, but Harry did. What was he doing? Harry whispered, Why isn't he with the other teachers in the underground classroom? How should I know? Ron replied defiantly. Well, it doesn't matter. What is important is that we need to find Hermione first. Listening to the receding footsteps, Harry reluctantly abandoned the idea of following Snape. But he had a feeling that Snape was up to something invisible. Harry and Ron quietly moved down another corridor, trying to make as little noise as possible. Ron suddenly raised his hand, frowning at Harry. Can you smell that? Harry sniffed. A foul stench invaded his nostrils, a mix of smelly socks and an ever-unkept public toilet. Then, they heard a low mumble and the sound of large feet dragging on the ground. Ron noticed that at the end of a left corridor, a massive figure was moving toward them. They quickly retreated into the shadows, watching it slowly walk into a patch of moonlight. The sight was terrifying. It stood 12 feet tall, with dull skin that was a grayish color like granite. Its huge, clumsy body resembled a mound of massive rubble, topped with a small head like a cocoa bean. Its short legs were as thick as tree stumps, with flat, coarse, calloused feet beneath. The smell emanating from it was nauseating. It was holding a thick wooden club, which dragged on the ground due to its long arms. A troll. The troll stopped at a door, peering inside. It waved its long ears, made a decision with its small head, then lowered its head and slowly squeezed into the room. The key is in the lock, Harry murmured, his eyes brightening as he excitedly said to Ron, We can lock it inside. Good idea. So, the 2 reckless boys sidled up to the open door, their mouths dry, hoping the troll wouldn't suddenly come charging out. Harry leaped forward, grabbed the key, slammed the door shut, and locked it tightly. Done. 5 minutes earlier. Are you hungry? I still have a piece of chocolate cake here. Ask knocked on the cubicle door. Unsurprisingly, the response from within was succinct but conveyed the speaker's feelings well. Get lost. How rude. Ask shook his head, completely unaware of how wrong the timing, place, tone, and context of his words were. Hey, Hermione, how long are you planning to cry in there? I'm not crying. I bet a canute that you not only cried, but cried very sadly. Ask leaned against the door, his eyes fixed on the torch on the wall, his ears attentive to the movements behind the door. They all said Hermione fainted from crying in the bathroom. I'm not crying. Oh, really? Ask laughed, knocking a few times on the door. Then can you tell me why you've been in the bathroom all afternoon, even missing class? I'm not crying. Hey, I didn't ask you that. I'm not crying. Who are you trying to fool? You're crying right now, aren't you? Ask said, a mix of annoyance and amusement in his voice. He wasn't deaf. How could he not know if the person inside was crying? Ooh, Ask felt a bit of a headache. The crying coming from a stall behind him really left him at a loss. Although he knew Hermione wasn't crying because of him, he still felt a sense of guilt, as if he were the one who made her cry. It felt like he had inadvertently taken the blame for someone else. Ask thought to himself, the crying sounds getting louder in his ears, interspersed with fragmented sentences that he couldn't understand after listening for a while. After just 20 seconds, Ask could hardly stand it anymore. He knocked hard on the stall door, and the crying quieted down a bit. Who made you angry? Ask asked, of course. This was a question he already knew the answer to. Probably the whole Hogwarts knew it was Ron who made Hermione cry. You. Hey, speak with your conscience. How'd I make you angry? It's you. Clearly it's Ron, okay? I don't want to take the blame for that idiot. Ask was a bit angry as he spoke. Come on, why should he take the blame for that fool Ron? He could accept other things, but not this one. Ron is a jerk, and so are you. Ugh, how can someone like Ron be described with the same adjective as me? Hermione's voice suddenly stopped, and after a moment, she spoke again. Ron is a jerk, but compared to you, he is nothing. Thanks for the compliment. Shameless. Hermione shouted angrily, but this time Ask did not respond immediately. Before Hermione could speak, a foul smell wafted in her nose, making her feel nauseous enough to almost vomit. It was at this moment that the door knocked a few times. It seems that I am not the only one wanting to sneak into the girls' restroom today. Hey, Hermione, if you want to live, don't come out of there. Ask's voice rang out again, this time devoid of any levity or teasing. His tone was calm and unquestionable, and Hermione instinctively nodded. Then, petrify them all. A gray light burst forth. A troll is a terrifying creature that stands 12 feet tall and weighs over a ton. It is incredibly strong, but incredibly stupid, famous for both traits. It often resorts to violence and can strike without warning, with tough skin and flesh that makes ordinary spells and physical attacks largely ineffective. A piece of information flashed through Ask's mind, and facing this fearsome troll, he felt a sense of familiarity, as this troll was in a sense a fellow countryman. Trolls originate from the Scandinavian peninsula, and Ask's homeland Norway has seen their presence. Ask himself had witnessed a group of wizards capture a troll. Weakness eyes, nose, and back of the head. Ask's petrification spell hit the troll's nose, but it had little effect. The troll merely rubbed its nose and then angrily swung its club towards Ask. Boom! The floor was smashed into a pit by the troll, and flying debris hit Ask all over, causing him pain as he had forgotten to cast a protective spell on himself. Shielding charm. Ask drew a few strokes on his body with his hand, and a translucent knight's armor enveloped him, providing defense without affecting his speed. The troll's language is very simple, consisting of grunts and growls. It is said that some wizards are fluent in the troll's language and can tame trolls for their own use. The one here is a mountain troll, one of the branches of trolls. The other two are forest trolls and water trolls, with mountain trolls being the most violent and the stupidest. Wizards can scorn the intelligence of mountain trolls, but when tough skin and immense strength come together, it's no wonder that mountain trolls are one of the most troublesome creatures for wizards. If mountain trolls could express their thoughts in human language, the phrase they would constantly repeat would be, muscle over intelligence. Petrify them all. This time, Ask aimed at the troll's eyes. He didn't miss. But the troll merely closed its eyelids, and Ask's petrification spell had no effect on the troll. This time, due to a slight delay in his movement, the troll's club fell near Ask, nearly crushing him. The troll raised its club high, pounding its chest with one hand, as if demonstrating. Ask's attempts to harm it had failed, and the troll's vigilance gradually relaxed. It began to toy with its prey. This is also the nature of many animals. Cats will let go of captured mice, then catch them again, letting them go again, until the mouse completely surrenders before they kill it. Teasing, you are not mistaken. The stupid troll began to tease the clever wizard, which is truly ironic. So, this is how villains meet their end. You're no exception. Understanding the troll's intentions, Ask cooperatively ran around, making himself look disheveled and dirty. The troll, like in a whack-a-mole game, stood there swinging its club, raising it high, and bringing it down heavily, slowing down slightly each time it was about to smash Ask, giving him a chance to escape. Bang, boom, thud, after smashing for a while. Ask slowly circled to the side of the troll, leaning against the door, bending down, taking a deep breath, and preparing to charge from behind to ambush the back of the troll's head. Then the door opened. Bang, Hermione, we are here to save you, Ron shouted as he rushed in, and then an unidentified object slammed down onto him, knocking him to the ground. In the instant he fell, Ron heard a crisp crack, and then the familiar pain in his arm reminded him of a painful past. Another break, Ron said in a surprisingly calm tone. Then his head tilted, and he fainted. Ron, Harry shouted loudly. He had just come in and saw someone on top of Ron, who was unconscious. Beneath Ron, a pool of blood slowly spread, staining the floor red. Ron, Harry called out again, rushing over to push the person off Ron and carefully check Ron's injuries. However, apart from Ron's arm being twisted at an unnatural angle, no other injuries were found. Harry looked at the blood on his hands, stunned for a moment, when he suddenly heard a furious, menacing roar. Get lost! Before he could react, Harry and Ron were violently thrown back by a tremendous force, crashing heavily against the wall. Harry felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. Every part of him hurt, and he curled up in pain, his glasses falling aside, his vision blurred. Ask glared fiercely at Harry and Ron on the ground, one of his arms dangling like a rope, while the other hand gripped a wand. He had a wound on his forehead, crimson blood slowly oozing out, obscuring one of his eyes, while the other burned with rage, consuming everything. His lips were also torn, blood staining the corners, and his gritted teeth made his face look somewhat monstrous. Almost dead, just a little bit away from death. The only eye Ask could open was wide with shock and anger, fear gripping his heart so tightly that he could barely breathe. Thanks to those two fools, Ask almost got smashed into a meat pie by the troll, dying without closing his eyes. The troll brought the club to its face, sniffed it, then greedily licked the blood off the club clean. Perhaps the blood stimulated it, making it even more frenzied, and the power of its club swings became even more terrifying. Facing the club that was about to smash down, Ask did not dodge. He raised his wand, aimed at the club, and shouted with all his might. Splintering spell, snapped. The sturdy stick suddenly shattered, and the giant's weapon was thus destroyed. While the giant was in a daze, Asker's movements did not stop at all. His hand swung at an extremely fast speed, repeatedly casting a spell. A line of red light connected one after another, cutting through the giant's body like a chainsaw. Splintering, 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 splintering. The giant howled in pain as one of its arms gradually separated from its body under the effects of the spell. The skin at the shoulder cracked open, the fat underneath was cut like tofu, the muscles snapped inch by inch, and the bones creaked under the unbearable burden. Splintering. The giant's arm finally broke off, crashing heavily onto the floor and kicking up a cloud of dust. A large splash of filthy blood splattered onto Asker, staining him completely red. It turned out the giant's blood was red like a human's. Thud. The giant suddenly knelt down, disregarding the wound that was still gushing blood, and kept bowing its head to Asker, causing the floor to crack from the impact, leaving its head injured and bleeding profusely. It was begging for mercy. Asker laughed, slowly moving closer to the giant until he stopped just 1 meter away. He raised his wand slightly, aiming at the giant's head, and a cold, killing intent gathered at the tip of the wand, the temperature suddenly dropping, and a faint sound of wailing echoed from an unknown source. Now you know fear? Asker smiled, but there was no trace of mirth in his eyes. The wand moved along a familiar trajectory. From the trajectory, it first formed a D, then an E, followed by a T, H, which together spelled death, death. Avada Kedavra. Asker clearly knew the incantation's release method because this was the first spell he had learned, taught to him by old Grindelwald, using the wand he now held. 11 inches long, ash wood, phoenix tail feather with good elasticity, crafted by the wand maker Grigovich, who was as famous as Ollivander. The wand once used by old Grindelwald was also the wand that Asker had used. A green light brewed at the wand's tip, about to burst forth and transform into the Grim Reaper's scythe to reap lives, when a white light struck the wand. We all know that the speed of light is faster than the speed of sound, and both speeds far exceed human reaction time. Cadavra, accompanied by a delayed voice. Snape dashed into the room, pointing his wand at the giant's head. A stone flew swiftly and heavily smashed into the giant's vulnerable occiput, and the giant fell down without a sound. Snape turned around, his face pale. He wanted to say something, perhaps a reprimand, perhaps a roar, perhaps a sneer, but a sudden crisp sound that reached his ears silenced him. Snap Asker's wand suddenly broke, revealing the core, a black phoenix tail feather. As soon as it touched the air, the feather spontaneously ignited, and the Ashwood wand body also caught fire, quickly turning to ash. Just from a single cadaver, this wand, which had accompanied old Grindelwald for most of his life, was gone, so abruptly and so incredibly that everyone who witnessed it was left in shock. Only Asker knew that his wand had been severely damaged long ago, perhaps 70 or 80 years ago. At that time, this wand had nearly broken in a battle that old Grindelwald still did not wish to speak of, and cracks had appeared in the wand body. After that, old Grindelwald sought another wand as a replacement, leaving this one idle. Time did not heal the wand's wounds, but it did not worsen either. Old Grindelwald ultimately lost to Dumbledore, and during his days of self-imprisonment, he attempted to repair this wand. But it seemed that this wand no longer recognized him as its master. Eventually, the wand's master became Asker, who took over a year to make the wand stop resisting him. Although it couldn't be said to be perfectly in sync, it was still a decent wand. During his time at Durmstrang, the wand had many opportunities to be used, and it seemed to have been rejuvenated, gradually belonging to Asker, becoming his partner, obeying his will, until it was once again severely damaged. After leaving Durmstrang, Asker found helplessly that this wand was no longer suitable for use. He didn't even know when this wand would truly die, reaching the end of its life. It was at this time that Asker began searching for a wand that suited him, and he started learning about wand-making knowledge, wanting to create a wand for himself. In Diagon Alley, at Ollivander's wand shop, Asker encountered that wand, 11 inches long, Ashwood, phoenix tail feather, with good elasticity. The moment he saw this wand, Asker was convinced it was the one he had been looking for, and for that, he even resorted to less than honorable means to take it from Ollivander. However, this wand proved to be more unruly than he had imagined. It was more individualistic, more stubborn, and more determined. Ultimately, in an accident, Asker lost this wand, and now it might be lying in some inconspicuous corner, enjoying its twilight years. Many times, Asker would rather choose to cast spells without a wand, which were laborious and less effective, as the wand inherited from old Grindelwald had become too old and worn out. Letting it rest might be the best choice. A wizard chooses a wand, and then he must take responsibility for it. This is what Asker insists on. A wand chooses a wizard, and then it must be loyal to its master. This is what a wand must adhere to. Just a moment ago, Asker was at a loss, filled with raging anger, but unable to do anything, with the enemy mocking him right there while he was powerless. He felt the wand's voice. What does a wand truly die? Broken? No. Forgotten. Only forgetting is the death of a wand. A wand is a tool, and the meaning of a tool is to be used. When a master needs it, it must appear to help the master accomplish what he wants to do. A wand is a servant. A wizard may have many wands, but a wand usually has only one master. This one-sided belonging is the wand's fortune, but also its misfortune. A qualified tool should not be left to gather dust, and a qualified servant should not stand by and watch their master encounter difficulties. Asker followed the wand's will. He would use it to defeat the formidable enemy before him, but he also vowed that from now on, he would never allow himself the chance to use this wand again. Weakness, because of weakness, is why one needs the wand's help. Asker understood a lot, which greatly helped him and would influence his future life. From this perspective, the wand was also his mentor. Then, a cadaver came, the wand broke, turning to ash. A wand usually has only one master, and this characteristic was exceptionally evident in Asker's wand. It would rather break than submit to the disarming curse. Sometimes, a person is even less than a wand. Ask didn't know how to describe his current feelings. If he had to use one word, it would be empty. Emptiness, desolation, coldness, vastness. Like a statue, he stood there for a while. Then Ask moved, carefully putting the ashes of his wand into a small bottle. He was about to put the bottle in his pocket, but before he touched the pocket, he stopped, smiled, took out a piece of string, and secured the bottle to it, making a somewhat crude pendant to hang around his neck. I won't let you stay there alone anymore. I bet a Canute you won't die a good death. Ask looked up, smiling at Snape, his tone flat, his expression calm, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. Snape didn't know what to say. What should he say? Apologize? Scold? Or comfort? Just with one glance at Ask, Snape understood that whatever he said now was pointless, so he chose to remain silent. This was a misunderstanding. Ask knew it, Snape knew it, But Ask couldn't really treat this matter as a misunderstanding. How can you speak to a professor like that, Mr. Grindelwald? Accompanying Snape were Professor McGonagall and Quirrell. After Ask said that rude remark, McGonagall's old temper flared up. The professor's authority was not to be offended, even if they were wrong. It was not up to a student to point fingers, let alone such a blatant threat. Is there something wrong with my tone? Ask pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, slowly wiping the blood from his eyes. The blood of the troll had slight toxicity, and Ask's eyes were stinging a bit. His injuries had not been treated. Blood was flowing, and every part of him hurt. The pain brought stimulation. Ask felt his mind was incredibly clear and active at this moment. The earlier fight did not relieve his anger. He needed a way to vent. Of course, it was indeed somewhat rude. Ask smiled faintly, and before Professor McGonagall could speak, he took the initiative to say, "Perhaps I should say this. Dean Snape, if I could kill you myself, it would be my utmost glory." Silence. Everyone, whether it was Harry and Ron, who had just climbed up from the ground, looking disheveled, Quirrell shivering by the side, Hermione, who had just come out of the bathroom confused, the angry Professor McGonagall, or Snape himself as the party involved, couldn't say a word. "Enough. Mr. Grindelwald," Professor McGonagall said angrily. Ash shrugged, turned around, and regardless of how others looked at him, he dragged his somewhat heavy body and walked slowly outside. Blood dripped onto the ground, staining the places he passed with crimson. Ask smiled at this moment. He wanted to do nothing but smile. Nothing else was necessary. When crying cannot solve the problem, what harm is there in smiling? Finally, Dumbledore learned about this matter from Professor McGonagall. Of course, this was different from what he learned from Snape. In this version, Ask was a disrespectful, reckless, rude problem student who needed strict discipline. "All right, Minerva, I already know about this matter," Dumbledore said, his tone making Professor McGonagall somewhat dissatisfied. As Dumbledore seemed not to take this matter to heart at all, this dissatisfaction was written all over her face, and Dumbledore could see it as soon as he looked up. "How is that boy now?" Dumbledore asked. "Just some superficial injuries. He'll be fine after lying in the hospital for a few days," McGonagall replied, still somewhat frightened, her heart lingering with fear. "How dare he? He's just a first-year student." Dumbledore signed his name on a document without looking up and said, "How dare he not?" Of course, he dared. He is the grandson of Gellert Grindelwald, and that man did worse things when he was at Durmstrang. He almost blew the whole Durmstrang sky high. McGonagall's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Does the Grindelwald family have madness flowing through their veins? Actually, that boy is quite clever, Dumbledore said with a smile. "I won't deny that, but his cleverness is not used for the right purposes. I'm very worried." As if sensing Professor McGonagall's concerns, Dumbledore comforted her with a convincing tone. "No one is born as a Dark Lord. We must have confidence in our students and in ourselves." "I hope so. I heard your wand is broken." Ask looked up. Bloody Baron stood in front of him. He nodded. "You know, the whole Hogwarts knows. Someone leaked it. It must be that fool Ron." Ask said without thinking. "I bet a Canute he must be getting severely punished by Dean Snape lately." "Dean? You still call him that?" Bloody Baron asked in surprise. "Why not? He broke your wand, and you also threatened him severely on the spot, leaving no face for him." Ask shook his head, closed the book, and looked at Bloody Baron, asking an unrelated question. "Can ghosts die? What are the conditions for their death or disappearance?" Bloody Baron was taken aback. This question stumped him. Although he was a ghost over 1,000 years old, he truly didn't know the answer. "I'm one of the oldest ghosts in Hogwarts, and until now, I still don't know when I will disappear. I also don't know what can make me disappear. Perhaps only time can do that." Bloody Baron answered somewhat uncertainly. "Not even Avada Kedavra?" Ask asked. "No, I have tried it." Ask stroked his chin, looking at Bloody Baron with a strange gaze as if weighing something. After a while, Ask broke the silence and said, "I want to ask you for a favor." "What favor?" Bloody Baron asked. "Help me monitor someone." "Who?" "Quirrell." "Why?" Bloody Baron's hollow eyes stared straight at Ask, trying to find clues on his face. "Why do you want me to monitor him? Is there something happening in Hogwarts that your ghosts don't know about?" Ask retorted, smiling at Bloody Baron. Fearing that Dumbledore might not know as much as you do, "Don't tell me you don't know what kind of person Quirrell is." "Quirrell. Queerness Quirrell. He used to be a Ravenclaw student, excellent in both academics and character. Many ghosts in Hogwarts still remember him." Bloody Baron said lightly. "Later he graduated, and what happened after that, we are not clear. However, he is now the defense against the dark arts professor, which means he is doing well." After giving Ask a deep look, Bloody Baron said, "Do you think such a person would have a problem?" "Did I say he has a problem?" Ask blinked innocently, seemingly naive, saying, "I just asked you what kind of person he is. Could it be that he really has a problem?" "You are very cunning." Thank you for the compliment. Ask bent down slightly, then clapped his hands, looking at Bloodman Barrow with anticipation, and said, since we are so familiar, can you help me with a favor? I've already helped you a lot, but you haven't done what you promised me. What did I promise you? Bloodman Barrow did not answer, turned around, paused for a moment, and said, I will help you monitor Chilo, and I will help you do more things. As for what you promised me, you will surely remember. Don't let me down. Halloween passed just like that, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had already passed since the start of school. Hogwarts is located in northern England, and after entering November, the weather became very cold, which undoubtedly made Ask uncomfortable. But compared to the winter in Russia, it was much better here. The best thing was that the strange illness that tormented Ask had not attacked for a long time. Perhaps Hogwarts really had some magic that suppressed the illness. The surrounding mountains were gray and covered with ice and snow, and the surface of the lake was as cold and hard as tempered steel. Every morning, the ground was frosted, and as the Quidditch matches were about to begin, every morning, Hagrid could be seen from the upstairs window. He was wrapped in a long mole fur coat, wearing rabbit fur gloves and huge beaver fur boots, cleaning the Quidditch pitch. Although the weather was cold, there were a few days when the sun shone brightly and the warm wind blew over Hogwarts, taking away the cold wave and spreading the seeds of spring. These days were the best for outdoor activities. On such a day, Ask had no reason to continue hiding in the castle, lying under a tree, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a pillow. And having a good sleep was the best thing. If no one interrupted him, it might have been like that. So you were hiding here. Ask opened his eyes, and in front of him was pitch darkness. He took off his eye mask, and some glaring sunlight shot straight into his eyes, forcing him to turn his head away and look at Hermione, who was standing next to him, holding a book. Why are you here? Ask frowned, showing no sign of welcome in his tone. Hermione huffed, somewhat dissatisfied, and said, why can't it be me? Pulling the eye mask back over his eyes, Ask turned around, with his back to Hermione, and continued to sleep. He didn't say anything more, as even saying one more word felt like a waste of energy and time. This cold attitude made Hermione somewhat unhappy, but as for why she was unhappy, Hermione couldn't explain it herself. Perhaps it was just the annoyance of being ignored. Originally, Hermione had something to discuss with Ask, but after hitting a wall, she felt a bit like giving up. However, because it was Ask, Hermione felt that any concession would be a sign of weakness. So she not only couldn't back down, but had to push further. The first recorded basilisk was bred by the despicable Herpo, a Greek dark wizard who could speak Parseltongue. After many experiments, he discovered that if a small hen's egg was placed under a toad's body to incubate, it would hatch into a dangerous serpent with extraordinary abilities. Hermione was holding fantastic beasts and where to find them, which she had borrowed from the library, and since the weather was nice today, she sat on the grass, hugged the book, and began to read aloud. Although she was reading, she didn't care at all about what was written in the book. She was reading for someone else to hear. You want to sleep, but I won't let you. Hermione looked at Ask, who had moved slightly, her body tensed, and her ears slightly trembling. His fluffy hair made his head look like a golden dandelion, which was amusing and fun. If only I could touch it. Hermione was startled by her own thought and made a mistake while reading, so she quickly gathered her thoughts and continued reading, raising her voice significantly. The basilisk is a dazzling green serpent that can grow up to 50 feet long. The male serpent has a bright red feather on its head, and its long fangs are extremely venomous, but its most dangerous attack method is to stare at its target with its large yellow eyes. Anyone who meets its gaze will die instantly. Ask's hand slowly moved to his head, pressing against his ears, which Hermione took as a sign of success. She thought that if she persisted, Ask wouldn't be able to sleep, so her voice changed from reading to shouting. The basilisk can only be controlled by Parseltongue. No one else can do anything about it, so they're dangerous not only to others, but also to most dark wizards. In Britain, there have been no recorded sightings of basilisks for at least 400 years. The birds resting in the trees were startled by Hermione's voice and quickly flew away. The tree guardian gnome, angry, wanted to swoop down and attack Hermione. But Hermione's voice suddenly rose a few more notches, forcing the gnome to stay far away. This life is unbearable. If the gnome could speak, it would probably say something like that, and Ask would raise both hands in agreement. However, there are always endless ways, and Ask chose a simpler one. Close your ears. Ask pointed to his ears with his hand, and just like every time he used it, all sounds disappeared at that moment, leaving only silence, absolute silence. Ask felt proud. He stretched lazily and changed to a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. This time, no sound could wake him. Hermione opened her mouth, unable to say a word. What else could she say? Anyway, Ask wouldn't hear any of it, right? Frustration, disappointment, annoyance. Miss Granger was not happy at all. Clear water like a spring. A jet of water shot at Ask's face. The water in November was obviously not warm, and the icy water was perfect for waking someone who was asleep. However, sometimes we cannot wake someone who is pretending to sleep. Ironclad protection. Ask cast another spell on himself. The icy water soaked his clothes, sticking to his skin, making him very uncomfortable. He could no longer sleep, but it was impossible to make him open his eyes. No one could force Ask to do what he didn't want to do, except for himself. Hermione gnashed her teeth and glared at Ask. It was a rather strange scene. The aggressive, relentless party was furious while the oppressed party remained calm and carefree. If looks could kill, Ask would have owed Hermione countless lives by now. Unfortunately, while the concept of killing with a glance might exist, Hermione certainly couldn't do it. Smack! Hermione threw the book at Ask with force, and, as expected, the book was blocked just 5 centimeters away from Ask and then fell to the ground. Ask, you're the biggest, worst jerk. Oh, thanks for the compliment. Ask suddenly turned around, grinning at Hermione. He shook his head and picked up Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Did you borrow this from the library? If you lost this book, would you get points deducted? Perhaps Madame Pants would never let you step into the library again. Ask shook his head and casually tucked the book into his pocket, continuing in an annoyingly teasing tone. Oh dear, this book has gone missing. Get it back to me. Hermione shouted. Why? Ask retorted, pointing at the water on himself. Isn't a little punishment reasonable for someone who disturbed my sleep? Hermione blushed, as it was indeed she who provoked Ask first. However, getting Hermione to back down and apologize was still quite difficult. Forget it. I won't make it hard for you. Answer me a few questions, and I'll return the book to you. Ask waved the book in front of Hermione, not waiting for her to agree or refuse, and threw out his questions. Is Harry now doubting that Professor Snape is the thief? Hermione was silent for a moment and nodded. Although she had many questions, she did not voice them, knowing that Ask would not answer. However, after hesitating for a moment, Hermione added, You are also one of his suspected targets. Ask was taken aback, then smiled slightly. He could only chuckle. Indeed, he should not have high hopes for the intelligence of Gryffindor's foolish lions. Don't you feel angry? Hermione was curious why Ask was not angry. His smile was mocking, as if he were overlooking the poor fools wandering in the maze from above. Therefore, Hermione became even more convinced of her original suspicions. Ask must know a lot of things. I bet a bronze canute that the so-called thief is definitely not Professor Snape. Ask raised one finger, then raised another. I bet another bronze canute that you have absolutely no evidence to support what you say. Your suspicions are entirely based on conjecture, exaggerated by personal likes and dislikes, and what should be normal has been distorted by you. In a word, you are overthinking it. Don't count me in. That's what they think. Hermione complained. Ask smiled slightly, got up from the grass, and stretched a bit. His wet clothes were uncomfortable, so he went behind a tree, and when he came out 10 seconds later, he was wearing all new clothes. Don't look at me like that. I've encountered being splashed with water before, so I've long mastered the skill of changing clothes quickly, Ask said somewhat smugly, while Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes, realizing that there were indeed quite a few people who disliked him and frequently splashed water on him. Do you know something? Hermione asked. Yeah, I know everything you know, and I still know what you don't know. Ask pulled an apple from his pocket and took a big bite, his voice a bit muffled with food. You must really want to know what I know, but I want to tell you. I will investigate it myself. Ask stroked his chin, his eyes fixed on the apple in his hand. Hermione, what do you think Dumbledore would reward me with if I catch that person? I remember our Slytherin points are already higher than yours. If we get more points, the House Cup this year would be ours, right? Don't celebrate too early. Hermione stomped her foot in frustration and retorted, The Quidditch match is about to start, and we are behind Slytherin in points, but we will catch up soon. You have a lot of confidence in Harry. Ask took another bite of the apple and said meaningfully, but he should be careful. Quidditch matches over the years are not that simple. Harry is in danger. I should say, every member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team is in danger. Ask tossed away the apple core, and a chocolate cake appeared in his hand. Slytherin over here. Want some chocolate cake? You eat so much. Aren't you afraid of getting cavities? Hermione shook her head. Cavities? Ask looked at Hermione as if she were an alien. Please, we are wizards. What are cavities? Just make some potions to solve it. As for you, no wonder you're the daughter of a dentist. Your teeth are really well taken care of. The last sentence was clearly not a compliment. Hermione resisted the urge to smear chocolate cake on Ask's face, took a deep breath, and asked, What happened to Slytherin? Not much. I just heard that Marcus or Max said he wants all the Gryffindor team members to lie in bed for a week. Ask bit into the chocolate cake, and, with a bottle of juice appearing in his hand, continued, On the field, No one cares if you're Harry Potter or Dumbledore. Aren't they afraid of being expelled? I remember Quidditch through the ages said that the game must be fair and just, and any violation of the rules. Hermione started to recite, but Ask quickly interrupted her with a tone of resignation. Since you've read Quidditch through the ages, you should also take a look at how to knock your opponent off their broom. It lists at least 40 methods that do not violate the rules. As far as I know, this book is a required course for the Slytherin team. Do you think this is despicable? Winning through unfair means. Ask saw through Hermione's thoughts, but as a Slytherin, he didn't think they were doing anything wrong. If it were him, he would probably go even further, as he always either does nothing or goes all out. You can check. Last year, your Gryffindor twins put laxatives in the Slytherin team's food, and during the match, everyone on the Slytherin team could only stay in the toilet, losing without a fight. Ask stroked his chin and smiled at Hermione. From this point of view, you Gryffindors are not so impressive. Everyone is just a rule breaker. Why is it like this? Hermione asked, somewhat confused. It's just a game. What difference does it make who wins or loses? Just a game? Ask mimicked Hermione's tone, his smile widening. If you really think so, then you can admit defeat. Then everyone will be fine, right? You're being unreasonable. Don't be so naive, Hermione. The feud between Slytherin and Gryffindor has lasted over 1,000 years. There's no peace between these two houses. In fact, Slytherin has long considered whether to break away from Hogwarts. I think it's a good idea. Why are you telling me this? Hermione retorted, taking a step back, pointing at Ask, and then at herself. According to what you said, you are Slytherin, and I am Gryffindor. There's no peace between us. Why are you telling me this? Ask stroked his chin, thought for a moment, smiled, and said in a much gentler voice, it's simple, because I don't see myself as a Slytherin, nor do I see you as a Gryffindor. Hermione lowered her head, looking at the ground. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced like a little deer. Is this a confession? Is it too abrupt? Is the pace of this development too fast? A flurry of thoughts that had never crossed Hermione's mind before suddenly slid through her brain. To her surprise, she found that she didn't seem to dislike Ask as much as she had believed. This person, though a bit mischievous, a bit of a jerk, and somewhat rude, still had a few redeeming qualities. Hermione racked her brain, thinking about what those qualities could be, but she still underestimated Ask. Ahaha, Hermione, are you feeling emotional? Ask suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. How was my performance just now? I bet your fondness for me skyrocketed in an instant. In Ravenclaw, Rowena Ravenclaw once said, if Godric could change the way he did things, he wouldn't have died. This statement was somewhat cryptic, but later, Professor Binns of History of Magic provided what he thought was the most appropriate translation. If you don't court death, you won't die. Hermione knew this, but Ask didn't. However, it seemed that Hermione would soon let Ask know this saying and remember it forever. Let's pray for Ask, hoping he can appear alive in the next chapter. If one listens closely to the forgotten corners, they can hear that every blade of grass has a tiny yet resonant voice. If one bends down towards the dust, they can see that every ant has a humble yet strong smile. I am Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. This is a cursed position, and no one can last more than a year in it. My master cursed this position because he once tried to obtain it, but was rejected by Headmaster Dumbledore. My master, the noble and great Dark Lord. Our encounter was purely coincidental, or perhaps it was destined, a fate that belongs to me as well. However, if it were possible, I would like to curse this fate, this damned fate, just like my master. I've already seen my end, and it is not pretty. Whether my master succeeds or fails, my end will be the same. I will die, painfully and tragically, and no one will remember me. They might mention my name in the history of magic, in my master's story, but that name is not pleasant. Traitor, villain, murderer. What I want to say is that my master was not born the Dark Lord, and neither was I born like this. Fate is such that, small and humble as I am, how can I resist it? I hate Headmaster Dumbledore even more than I hate my master. That old man with the white beard sees everything, hears everything, knows everything, yet he pretends to be blind, deaf, and senile. I know I have been abandoned. For the sake of the final victory, what does sacrificing a Quirrell matter? My master has told me many things. 11 years ago, Dumbledore was already doing this. The truth is always despairing. Dumbledore, you will regret it. I swear, you will definitely regret it. Quirrell put down his quill, dried the ink on the page, and stared blankly at his diary for a while. Then, as if he thought of something, he tore up the already written page into pieces and stuffed them into the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook. Dumbledore will see this. I really want to see his expression when he sees it. I can probably guess it. Someone as great as Dumbledore wouldn't care about the barking of a humble Quirrell. Quirrell self-deprecatingly thought, glancing at the clock. In another hour, the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor would officially begin. Standing up, Quirrell walked to the mirror, adjusted his outfit, especially the scarf wrapped around his head, leaving no room for error. Born quietly in an ordinary family, spending 7 years at Hogwarts quietly, wandering outside quietly, becoming the Dark Lord's puppet quietly, dying quietly. This shouldn't be my fate, Quirrell said to his reflection in the mirror, and the reflection repeated after him, then smiled back at him. A tear slipped from his eye, trickled down his cheek, and fell to the ground, shattering like Quirrell's once most beautiful fantasy. I want to become a great person. When the ideal mansion in his heart collapsed, Quirrell stood up in the dust. Headmaster Dumbledore, do you know what the anger of a small person is? If you do, then please watch quietly. If you don't, please also watch quietly. You will regret it, Dumbledore. I swear, you will definitely regret it. Today, the weather is clear and cold. The aroma of roasted sausages wafts through the dining hall, and everyone is looking forward to an exciting Quidditch match, chatting excitedly. Draco, are you going to play today? Ask speared a sausage, took a bite, and tossed it aside. He was already tired of it. The taste of Durmstrang's sausages was almost identical to Hogwarts. Maybe, Draco said somewhat listlessly, spearing another sausage but not eating it, just poking it repeatedly with his fork as if venting. I bet a Canute that you definitely won't play today. Ass took a bite of chocolate cake, and Draco couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy's been saying, I bet a Canute all the time recently, and Draco had already lost quite a bit of galleons to him. Sorry, I think I can't make a bet because I also bet that I won't play, Draco said weakly, turning his head towards the other side where the starting players for the Quidditch match were eating and excitedly discussing. Draco could only say one thing. I hope you fall off your broom. Especially that seeker, Terrence Higgs. It's a bit cold today. Ass took a sip of juice, so I guess it's better to sleep today. Decision made. You're really afraid of the cold? Draco tugged at the thick clothes on Ask, and then gestured to his own. I remember you didn't grow up in the north. More accurately, Norway, Ask replied. But my fear of the cold has nothing to do with the weather. In fact, I'm hot as hell right now. I think you should go see Madame Pomfrey for some medicine. You can't give up on treatment. Draco said very seriously. It's incurable. I've given up on treatment. Ash shrugged, looking disenchanted, and besides, I think after going to Madame Pomfrey's once, no one would want to go a second time. One of Ask's dark memories of his life was drinking Madame Pomfrey's potion, then giving a thumbs up with a smile, and finally adding, I'll have another bowl. I used to be a hot-blooded youth who could run naked in the snow until I had a dream. What dream? A dream where I was running naked in the snow. Ask replied, That's simple? What did you think? Ask rolled his eyes, stood up, tightened his clothes, and said without looking back, I'm going back to sleep now, so bring me some food tonight. There were hardly any people in the castle. After walking for half a day, Ask didn't encounter a single one. They must have all gone to watch the Quidditch match. Dumbledore and the professors would also attend such events, which meant it would be a good opportunity if he wanted to sneak into the office. Ask didn't return to the dormitory immediately. Feeling a bit stuffed, he decided to take a walk. Unknowingly, Ask arrived at the 3rd floor, just as he reached the door of Quirrell's office. God knows what he was thinking at that moment, but after knocking and receiving no response, he pulled out a complete set of lock-picking tools from his pocket and spent 5 minutes breaking into Quirrell's office. Another 5 minutes later, Ask left empty-handed. This time, he didn't go down, but continued up to the 4th floor. The Philosopher's Stone, that was quite a treasure. Standing at the entrance of the forbidden door, Ask stroked his chin and said helplessly, Even I've been tempted. This really is a good bait. With that cheerful decision made, the Philosopher's Stone was his target. One cannot step into the same river twice, for both the river and the person are no longer the same. This is one of Heraclitus's famous quotes, which Ask had come across in a book, accompanied by another line of poetry. Year after year, the flowers are the same. Year after year, people are different. Things have changed again. Ask rubbed his chin. He felt a bit of a headache from everything in front of him. It wasn't the first time he had opened the forbidden door on the 4th floor. However, the first time he opened it, there was a 3-headed dog behind the door. Although it looked fierce, it wasn't unmanageable. In the Nordic culture where Ask was born, there were no myths about 3-headed dogs. But in a certain country he had visited later, the story of the 3-headed dog was well known. In fact, 3-headed dogs still live there to this day. Ask was prepared, but now he was not facing a 3-headed dog. The glow flickered. Ask pointed at the dark room. Light flowed in, driving the darkness into the corners. And everything that had been hidden was revealed. A giant chessboard, with black pieces taller than a person, likely carved from stone, and at the other end of the room. Opposing the black pieces were some white pieces. A chess game. Why'd it have to be this? Ask gazed absent-mindedly at the chessboard. The black side was missing a piece, the castle, located at the very edge. In fairy tales, it is the place where the princess resides, where the demon lurks. The place most longed for by heroes. A castle. I will have a castle, a very big castle, at least bigger than this one. The boy grasped the girl's hand and said excitedly. His face was as rosy as a ripe apple, and his hands were frostbitten from prolonged contact with ice and snow, fingers swollen like carrots. But the boy didn't care. He laughed happily, sharing his joy with the girl beside him. In front of them was a miniature castle made of ice and snow, no taller than a meter, small and exquisite, like a piece of art. And then, Ask. The girl smiled sweetly, gently stroking Ask's hand, her smiling face revealing a hint of reproach. Your hands are frostbitten. You never take care of your body. Saying this, the girl took out a tube of ointment from her pocket and carefully applied it to the boy's hands. Don't pay attention to these details. The boy scratched his head with his other hand, grinning foolishly. Do you think my castle is beautiful? He looked at the girl nervously, not daring to blink, afraid of hearing a bad review. How long did it take you? The girl asked. I noticed you running here a few days ago. About a month, roughly a month. The boy answered nonchalantly. Designing the castle took 3 weeks, making it took 1 week, so about a month. You fool. The girl was moved but still spoke reproachfully. Aren't you afraid of the cold? You've been in the snow for so long. Don't you care at all? Spring is coming, the boy said. When the ice and snow melt, if I want to do this again, I will have to wait another year. You fool, Ask, you're such a big fool. But you like this kind of fool, don't you? So I am very willing to be this kind of fool. This winter, it was snowing heavily. Due to traffic jams, they were walking along a frozen river to another city. The riverbank was 2 steep snow slopes. He climbed up first and crouched at the top, reaching out his hand to her. The boy's face wore a pure smile, like the sun after a snowfall, like the spring breeze after the melting of ice and snow. Warmth transmitted from one hand to the other, ultimately reaching the heart. Her first love, the first and last time. Before this and after this, no one had ever reached out a hand to her in any difficulty. In this world, no one could be like him. No one could replace him. An icicle fell from the treetop, and she heard a sound in her heart like crystal hitting the ground. For a lifetime, she had found a home. In that moment, the world was icy and snowy, but her heart was filled with the fragrance of birds and flowers. The flowing water had been frozen. This was a river made of cold jade. Beneath the frozen surface of the river, the remnants of past colors were preserved intact, but began to rot little by little. The crystal-clear surface of the river was covered with a layer of snow. Beneath the ice were pear blossoms of spring, swimming fish, morning glories of summer, loaches, cornflowers of autumn, and shells, with plum blossoms half embedded in the ice. All the flowers had bloomed. All the flowers in the world, combined, could not compare to his first smile. If life were only as it was at first sight, only then would it be confusing. TSK, thinking too much again. Ask rubbed his chin. He raised his head, and the chessboard in front of him seemed so annoying. I hate playing chess because I can never win against her. For a man, that's quite embarrassing. Bang! Ask slammed the door shut. After waiting about 5 minutes, he opened the door again. However, what appeared before him was still the chessboard, and the vacant position was still the castle. Bang! This time, Ask waited for 10 minutes. But the result did not change. Bang! 20 minutes. Ask shrugged. He gave up on continuing to try. It seemed that the sequence of this checkpoint really changed once a month. It had only been a week since the last change, and the next 3 weeks would probably be chess games. What awaited Ask 3 weeks later was still unknown. Perhaps it would be something more troublesome than chess game. A troll, a 3-headed dog, a chess game. After lingering at the door for a while, Ask frowned and left. Perhaps he really needed to learn how to play chess properly. Maybe a friend proficient in chess could help achieve the goal. Barrow should be capable. He seems quite formidable. Ask muttered to himself, and then he heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Sorry, I don't know how to play chess. Bloodman Barrow. Oh, how did you end up here? Ask asked in surprise. I saw the other ghosts went to watch the Quidditch match. Why didn't you go? The match is already over. Bloodman Barrow replied. Slytherin lost. You don't seem angry at all? Anger doesn't always need to be written on one's face. Anger can often be harmful. I'm not angry at all. Bloodman Barrow glanced at Ask and said lightly, I didn't say you. Are you angry now? Ask stared at the ground with a strange expression for a long time, then lifted his head and asked Bloodman Barrow, Barrow, have you ever been in love? Yes. Do you believe in love? I do. I see. Ask nodded slightly, then raised his head and said, somewhat distressed, but I always feel like I won't believe in love again. Do you understand what love is? Sigh. I feel like I won't love again. He. One foot crushed a violet, yet left its fragrance on your foot. That's what tolerance is. What is this? Ask touched his chin and turned to Draco. who shook his head and continued distributing the candies sent from home. Someone actually sent me something? Ask said somewhat self-deprecatingly, as a package lay in front of him, wrapped in craft paper, sealed, with to Ask Grindelwald written on it. Let's open it and see. Also, these are for you. After Draco finished distributing the candies, he only kept a few for himself, giving the rest to the Slytherin students. The last few were the best candies he specifically saved for Ask. Eating too many sweets is bad for your teeth. Ask stared at the package and said without turning his head. Draco rolled his eyes, picked up a candy, unwrapped it, and the colorful candy looked more like a work of art. This is worth a galleon and is a limited edition, sold only monthly. You can't buy it if you have no money, and even if you have money, you can't buy it. Just as Ask turned his head, he was instantly attracted to the candy. He couldn't see how he did it, but the candy inexplicably ended up in his hand, and he didn't hold back, swallowing it whole. Oh, thank you. Ask squinted his eyes, savoring the candy while remembering to thank him. TCH, didn't you say eating too many sweets is bad for your teeth? It is indeed bad, but I just remembered I happen to have medicine for cavities. Ask replied, pulling out a huge jar from his pocket, over a foot tall. He patted the jar and smiled at Draco. Want some? You treat me to candy, and I'll treat you to medicine. After all, I can't finish it all by myself. I was wrong. Hey, don't run away. My medicine is great. It cures all kinds of disobedience. Draco ultimately fled in panic, and others also instinctively kept a safe distance from Ask. Let's open it and see. Ask didn't care how others looked at him, carefully tore open the craft paper with a knife, trying to keep it intact. The core of the package was a small box, rectangular, about a foot long, and there was also a letter attached inside. Habitually, Ask first opened the envelope, and the letter inside had only one sentence written on it: return to the rightful owner. There was no signature, no closing, just that one sentence. But Ask knew who sent it to him as soon as he opened the box. So it really is a return to the rightful owner. Ask smiled, took out the phoenix feather from the box, played with it for a while, then put it back and tucked it into his pocket. With the wand core secured, all that's left is the wood. Ask touched his chin, thinking excitedly. The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts was initially the source of wandwood, and Barrow said his wand was made from materials found there. Ashwood, there must be ashwood there. Ash trees, scientific name. Fraxinus, are common names for deciduous trees in the Oleaceae family, with about 60 species found in temperate and subtropical regions. Their scientific name comes from the Latin word for spear, because soldiers used ash wood to make spear shafts for their weapons. In Scandinavian mythology, the world is supported by an ash tree. In Greek mythology, humans were born from ash trees when Zeus created them. Ash tree leaves are opposite, pinnate with serrated edges. Flowers are bisexual, clustered in panicles. The corolla is often four-lobed, with 2 stamens and a 2-lobed stigma, and the fruit is winged, with flat cotyledons. As mentioned before, ashwood wands are loyal to their one true master and cannot be inherited or gifted from their original owner. If they are, they will lose their power and skill. If the wand core is made from unicorn hair, this tendency becomes even more pronounced, paired with the picky yet powerful phoenix feather that the wand Ask desires. Wizards do not necessarily need wands, but the fact that wands have not been replaced by wandless magic says a lot. I should find a time to visit the Forbidden Forest. Ask muttered to himself, You're going to the Forbidden Forest? Ask suddenly looked up, then sighed in relief and said somewhat helplessly, Senior Farrell, eavesdropping is very impolite. Without evidence, irresponsibly accusing a lady, is that what a gentleman does? Gamma retorted unapologetically. All right, you weren't eavesdropping. You seem quite unconvinced. How could I dare? Senior, you are a prefect, and I am just an insignificant first-year rookie. Ask said with a dry laugh. Gamma shot a glance at Ask and scoffed. I'm afraid there's no braver first-year student in all of Hogwarts than you. Is it a compliment? Offending the headmaster. You probably won't have a good time in the future. Gamma hinted at something. The headmaster might not care, but others. The headmaster treats us Slytherin very well. Ask touched his chin, smiled, pointed at the Slytherin table, and then at the other 3 houses. Slytherin isn't all of Hogwarts, Senior. There are 3 other houses, and perhaps in their eyes, I am a brave one. You think they would help you if you really got into trouble? Gamma laughed coldly. They would only clap from the sidelines. Ask's smile brightened significantly. He shook his head, looking straight into Gamma's eyes. What I want to say is another thing. Slytherin is not everything in Hogwarts. I have no fear of Durmstrang, which is on par with Hogwarts. What is a mere Slytherin? Worth. Gamma stared unyieldingly at Ask, her anger clearly visible on her face as she said each word. Arrogant. Whether it's arrogant or not, you and I both know. Ask forked a piece of pudding. It's been so long. You must have found out my identity by now. The things that happened at Durmstrang. Ass took a bite of the pudding, lifted his head to look at Gamma. The stupid things that Durmstrang's fools couldn't accomplish, I don't believe Slytherin can. Right now, I'm not that punching bag who only knows how to endure. I bet a Canute that even if Slytherin lost 4 students, I would still be fine. Hee hee. Do you dare to bet? Seeing Gamma fall silent, Ask wiped his face as if he had become a different person. He smiled at Gamma and softly said, "All right, our probing is over. It's time to talk business." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "I'm not very good at speaking. Even if the Dark Lord or Dumbledore were in front of me, I would still be like this. So, you should feel proud and honored." Asked Grindelwald. Jarma also laughed, but there was no hint of amusement in her eyes. "I bet a Canute that one day you'll kneel before me begging for mercy, and I will refuse you without hesitation." "Oh really?" Ask stroked his chin, took a copper Canute from his pocket, handed it to Jarma, then stood up and knelt down with a thud. "Senior Farrell, please spare me. Hey, did you hear? I heard a first-year student from Slytherin propose to Jarma in the Great Hall at noon." Student A said excitedly. "You must be kidding." Student B scoffed. "It's absolutely true. Many people saw him kneel down and pull something out to give to Jarma, and she fainted right there. It must have been a wedding ring. No way. He's just a kid. Kids these days mature so quickly." Student A said, as if used to it, patting Student B on the shoulder and earnestly saying, "Come on, lad. We need to work hard too, so the younger students won't look down on us. What you said makes so much sense. I'm speechless. I'll wait for you at the usual place tonight. I've already prepared the soap." Hermione frowned, suddenly slammed the book shut, glared at the 2 shameless seniors, then grabbed her book and angrily left the Gryffindor common room. As she passed by the window, Hermione looked outside. The weather was nice today, similar to that day. At this time by the lake, there must be a bastard named Ask lying under the fruit trees. Ask. A sneeze escaped him. Since he was lying down, some unknown liquid lingered in the air for a moment before landing on his face. Wiping his face with a handkerchief, Ask sat up, stroked his chin, and started to gaze at the calm surface of the lake. "Christmas is coming soon." Ask sighed. What does that saying go? Every holiday makes one miss home more. He was a bit homesick and really wanted to go back and take a look. Thinking back, it seemed he hadn't spent even one Christmas with old Grindelwald. Last Christmas was still spent at Durmstrang. After thinking for a while, Ask took out a thick stack of letters from his pocket, counted them, and found there were 13. He shook his head, took out a piece of stationery, wrote a few lines on it, sealed it in an envelope, and now he had 14 letters that hadn't been sent out. "I'm doing well. 14 letters, 14 identical contents." Ask's life over the past 6 months was probably like this. 6 months ago, Ask's last letter had different content. "She's well. I'm well." Then, everything went wrong. "You're hiding here again." Ask looked up, and Hermione stood in front of him, looking down at him with a hint of anger on her face. "Is there something?" Ask asked. "Can I come to find you if there's nothing? I don't think you seem like such a boring person." Ask replied honestly, "I bet a Canute that you must have come to find me because of what happened yesterday at noon." "Well, judging from your expression, I was right." Ask smiled, slowly stood up, plucked the blades of grass from his hair one by one, and casually glanced at Hermione. "I am curious. Why did you come to find me because of this?" "Of course it's because." Hermione only said half, suddenly realizing that she actually didn't know the answer to the question. She was just acting on feelings and preferences. Ask looked at her with a half smile, stretched lazily. "You're meddling too much, Hermione. Are you overly concerned about my affairs?" "TSK. You're not my someone special. You don't need to worry about my matters." "Hey, why aren't you talking? Do you think what you said makes so much sense?" "I'm speechless." "I bet a Canute that you're probably very angry right now, maybe a little sad. But I won't care how you think, because it's really meaningless, isn't it?" Hermione still said nothing. Ask stroked his chin, and just as he was about to say something else, Hermione suddenly turned around and ran away holding her book. "Actually, I'm just a hedgehog," Ask said to the air. "Getting too close to me will get you hurt." "Hedgehog, do you have friends?" "Probably not. Are you not staying?" Dumbledore urged his guest to stay. "Dumbledore, it's Christmas. It's a holiday to spend with family." The guest refused unhappily. "I bet a Canute that if I don't return on time." "Why have you learned that phrase too?" Dumbledore interrupted with a smile. "All right, you can go back. I'll be here. Of course, even if you didn't say that, I would still leave." The guest was quite blunt, looking at Dumbledore for a moment, then said somewhat uneasily, "I've taken the things. It's too dangerous to leave them here." "You don't trust me?" "If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have lent it to you in the first place." "Well, actually, it's like this. I needed to help me do one last thing, a small matter." The guest replied, "What matter? Is it any of your business?" "Just curious." "Hee hee. I'm just not going to tell you. It will drive you crazy." The guest made a face, and Dumbledore smiled wryly, shaking his head, saying, "Right, you should go. Don't be late." And then goodbye. The guest walked to the fireplace, threw a handful of flue powder, and the flames surged, enveloping him as he left. Dumbledore picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and the bitter tea was very refreshing. Dumbledore felt much more energized. This way, he had the energy to deal with other matters. He picked up a list, which recorded the holiday arrangements for Hogwarts students, and Dumbledore checked a few students' plans. Home. Dumbledore's finger stopped at Ask's line, tapping aimlessly a few times, revealing a faint smile as he muttered to himself. You might be disappointed, because some questions can only find answers at Hogwarts. Harry's Christmas gift is ready, Ask. What should I get you? He doesn't need anything. Snape stepped out from the shadows, the dim light leaving most of his face in darkness and barely visible. I've already given him a phoenix feather. That's enough. That's not a Christmas gift, Dumbledore said with a smile, an inexplicable sparkle in his eyes. That's just returning something to its owner. Besides, a Christmas gift only has meaning if delivered on Christmas Day. I don't think you can give him anything that will make him happy. Severus, I bet a bronze Canute that he will definitely like the Christmas gift I gave him. Have you been infected too? I think you need to take some medicine. Going home. If that tower, Nurmengard prison, could be considered home, then Ask is on his way home. The two most famous prisons in the wizarding world are Azkaban and Nurmengard. The former is notorious for its long history and the Dementors that guard it, while the latter is famous solely because of one person, Gellert Grindelwald. As the grandson of old Grindelwald, Ask has complex feelings about this prison. On one hand, he feels that this prison is too oppressive, eerie, and harsh, completely unsuitable for an old man to live in. On the other hand, he thinks that there seems to be no place more suitable for old Grindelwald to spend his twilight years. The world is vast, yet there is no place for him to call home. This is the fate of old Grindelwald. Perhaps only Nurmengard, the prison he built with his own hands, this land that truly belongs to him, is the only place he can go, for the greater good. Standing at the entrance of the prison, Ask looked up. Above the entrance was inscribed one of old Grindelwald's famous sayings. The years have faded the inscription, seemingly confirming that nothing is eternal. Just like the old man residing at the top of the prison, who will age, fall ill, grow weak, and become exhausted, until he can no longer hold on and will die, just like a muggle old man, peacefully passing away. Don't look at me like this now. I was once a godlike youth. This was old Grindelwald's self-description when Ask first met him. Unfortunately, he was not in a good state at that time. Let alone a godlike youth, old Grindelwald looked half dead and barely hanging on, which almost scared Ask to tears, so he took such self-description as a joke. What Ask didn't know was that old Grindelwald really was a godlike youth back then. Touching his chin, Ask walked into the tower. He didn't even need to knock on the door, because there was no door here. In fact, there was no door that could confine old Grindelwald. The interior of the tower was obviously much larger than the outside. The tower had 7 floors, each with about 20 cells, some single, some double, depending on the situation of the prisoners. As far as Ask knew, usually it was quite empty here, and most prisoners wouldn't stay for more than a month. Generally, after a month, prisoners either submitted to old Grindelwald, becoming servants, or turned into cold corpses, and corpses obviously didn't need to stay here anymore. Out of curiosity, Ask had asked old Grindelwald how many people had died in this prison under his command. How many died? Sigh, I'm old, I can't remember. Don't look at me like this now. I was once a godlike youth. Although he didn't get a direct answer, Ask could still guess that the number must be very large. Slowly ascending the spiral staircase, Ask silently counted. He knew there were 743 steps in total, and after his feet had lifted and dropped 743 times, he would be home. 743, home, sometimes could be just a number. He went to Durmstrang at the age of 10, and this was his first time back here since then. Half a year ago, when he returned from the far eastern part, crossing the entire European continent, heading west to Hogwarts, he didn't come back either. The reason was simple. Ask didn't want to climb stairs, especially not 743 of them. When he reached the 198th step, Ask stopped and sat down on the stairs. The damp environment had nurtured moss and lichen, which had formed a considerable cluster resembling a mat due to long neglect, making it quite comfortable to sit on. The handrail of the stairs was made of wood that had rotted, with clusters of vibrant mushrooms growing on it, sending a sweet fragrance that stirred Ask's hunger. Sweet mushroom, highly poisonous, Ask muttered, sniffing, and pulled out a large piece of pizza from his pocket, eating dinner amid the sweet mushroom scent. While drinking water, he looked up. He knew old Grindelwald must know he was here, and maybe he was watching him right now. Those old geezers all have voyeuristic tendencies, and loved playing nurturing games. Ask took a big bite of pizza, angrily thinking that every time he thought of Harry's naive little face, the kind that was sold out by Dumbledore, yet still helped him count money, he felt a chill and a strong urge to vomit. Raising the savior was just like raising a pig. Ask swore he would never become that pig, so he almost decisively chose to stand opposite Dumbledore, putting on an air of differing paths, actively provoking and looking for trouble. After eating and drinking enough, resting for a while, Ask stood up, stretched a bit, and continued toward his destination. This time, his movements were much quicker. He had to get back to the top before midnight and grab some good sleep. 337, 513, 706, 742. Ask looked up. Behind the 743rd step was a door, also made of wood, but it was well preserved due to the magic cast on it. Behind this door was old Grindelwald's cell. The entire 7th floor was his, a floor that could hold more than 30 people only housed him alone, and Nurmengard, which could hold hundreds, only held him. When a person reaches this level, there's nothing more to say, just one word. Worth it. Although the door was right there, complete with doorbells and everything, Ask had no intention of knocking before entering. Bang! Ask kicked the big door open. The moonlight stretched his slender shadow into the room, also driving away some darkness, allowing him to find the person he was looking for. "I'm back," Ask said to an old man sitting by the window, facing away from him. After a pause, Ask added more strength to his voice and shouted loudly, "I'm back. Grandpa." Ask's grandfather, old Grindelwald, once a godlike youth, now a decrepit old man, slowly turned around, giving Ask a kind and gentle smile, along with a sentence, "Welcome home, Ask. Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas, Grandpa." Ask's voice was a bit choked. He felt a bit of a sting in his nose and warmth in his eyes because that old man looked even older. Compared to the last time he saw him, he seemed like he really wouldn't last much longer. The Philosopher's Stone. Sometimes, you have to admit that the saying impulse is the devil makes a lot of sense. This saying tells us that sometimes, before making a decision, it's best to think carefully and not let emotions sway you into making the wrong judgment. Don't look at me like this now. I was once a godlike youth. Old man, that's enough. After old Grindelwald had repeated this phrase for who knows how many times, Ask slammed his hand on the table, angrily shouting at him. In fact, compared to anger, Ask felt more indignation, dissatisfaction, and regret. "Bastard, give me back my emotions." Even Ask couldn't have imagined that just 5 minutes later, he would regret almost being moved to tears. He felt like a complete fool from 5 minutes ago, nearly losing his composure because of old Grindelwald. In this world, there's a way to turn decay into magic, to transform soft gold into real gold. And it's called magic. Old Grindelwald leaned back in his chair, grinning as he watched the furious Ask, a satisfied smile on his face. But only he knew what he was satisfied with. Across from him, separated by a table, Ask was torturing a sausage with a knife and fork in his hands, first having it, then pulling off its skin, slicing it repeatedly, and finally chopping it into pieces. Only when the sausage turned into meat paste did he feel a bit better. So he looked up and sneered at old Grindelwald, saying, "Old man, it seems like you've been doing quite well this past year. TSK, looking rosy and healthy. Looks like I wasn't here, and you were actually more comfortable. Huh? Just SOSO. With that mischievous, audacious little brat not around, I think I could live a few more decades without a problem." Old Grindelwald raised a glass of dark beer and downed it in one gulp, refilling it as he said, "Don't be fooled by my current appearance. Back in my day. Are you done yet?" It's the same line over and over again. Another year has passed. Can you change your script? Ask interrupted rudely. Old Grindelwald stroked his chin, a gesture mirroring Ask's guess, and he glanced at Ask, nodding as if he found Ask's point very reasonable. "All right, I have some questions to ask you. Answer honestly, no need for nonsense." Ask stuffed some smoked meat into his mouth, frowning as he said, "Dumbledore said I'm not part of the Grindelwald family. Is that true? Do you want to be true or false?" Old Grindelwald retorted, "Of course true." Ask huffed, not looking up. "If it's true, then everything he said afterward is a lie, and I don't have to care about it." I see old Grindelwald nodded, then, under Ask's expectant gaze, he pondered for a moment and said, "He is not wrong. You indeed are not a member of the Grindelwald family." Ask paused for a moment, then returned to normal, spearing a piece of foie gras and bluntly saying, "You really are a terrible grandfather. Actually, if it were reasoned based on what I just said, you're not my grandson at all." Old Grindelwald stated without any hesitation. "In that case, why would I worry about hurting your fragile heart, beating around the bush, or even lying? The truth is the truth." That does make some sense. But why didn't you tell me sooner? You never asked. Old Grindelwald replied. Ask felt a bit speechless, but it seemed to be true. He hadn't actually asked old Grindelwald about this. However, Ask still felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Who exactly is Answer Shafik? Ask suppressed his confusion and asked another question. I don't know this person. Dumbledore said he is my father. Whether he is your father, I really don't know. Since Dumbledore told you, why not ask him? Old Grindelwald asked. I don't trust him. Ask answered honestly. Then why do you trust me? Old Grindelwald smiled at Ask, adding, in a way, I'm not worth your trust either. Look, I just cast a small spell to make myself look old, pitiful, and scruffy, and you fell for it. Sometimes, your eyes can deceive you, and your ears can deceive you too. What do you mean? Are you saying you've been lying to me all along? If what you said is right, I've been lying to you. Old Grindelwald looked at Ask meaningfully. Would you believe me? Ask fell silent. This question was indeed a bit convoluted and hard to answer. After hesitating for a while, Ask said uncertainly, I suppose I would believe you. Then, as you wish, I've been lying to you. Which parts are true, and which parts are false? Who knows? You can guess for yourself. You're clever enough to figure it out. Old Grindelwald appeared indifferent, speaking in a casual tone. Maybe I've never spoken the truth at all. It seems I should have come back. Ask said with a bitter smile, putting down his knife and fork, covering his face with his hand. Coming back once, not only did my questions remain unanswered, but I ended up with even more. That's normal. If I were you, I would trust anyone either. But doesn't that get tiring? Ask asked. Is indeed tiring. So this path isn't suitable for you. Old Grindelwald said somewhat seriously, don't let your emotions dictate your actions. Sometimes, even if you dislike someone, you still have to deal with them to get what you need. What you need to do is view yourself as an outsider and analyze things calmly. To me, that seems even harder. I told you not to ramble, yet you said so much. Ask said, putting his hands down, feeling somewhat fatigued. He stood up. All right, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. In such a hurry? My head is a bit messed up. I want to go out for a walk, clean my mind. Ask replied, I'll still come back to see you when I have the time, Grandpa. He paused. I hope you don't mind me calling you that. If I said I minded, would you change how you address me? Of course not. Then it's settled. Old Grindelwald stood up, rummaging through his clothes for a while before finally pulling out a wrapped gift box and handing it to Ask. Take this. It's your Christmas gift. What's inside? Ask waited. It was light, not very big, rectangular, and somewhat familiar in shape, like the boxes for wands at Ollivander's. A new wand? You have some habits you need to change, like not always asking others because they might not give you the correct answers. Old Grindelwald said pointedly. Huh? Ask chuckled, accepting the gift box, then pulled out a stack of letters from his pocket and placed them on the table before turning to walk out the door. Merry Christmas, Grandpa. Creak creak. Since today is Christmas, there were no pedestrians on the road. Combined with the heavy snowfall, walking alone in the midnight hour felt a bit lonely, empty, and desolate. Of course, it was also very cold. Cold. Ask tightened his coat, although he was now sweating profusely from the heat. Just seeing the snowflakes made him feel genuinely cold, as if he were running naked in the snow, the biting wind freezing his very soul. Asker quietly thought that he must find a place to rest, but he was now in the wild, half an hour's journey from the nearest town, and he could only grit his teeth and continue forward. Asker's hand reached into his pocket. He wanted to find the alcohol he had prepared earlier. A sip of alcohol at this moment would warm him up nicely. Asker's hand touched a cold, round object, and he realized it was the lucky coin he had kept with him all along. The lucky coin. It seems today is not a lucky day. Asker muttered softly, shaking his head. He held the lucky coin in his palm, using his body heat to slowly warm the coin, which had been with him for 11 years. Maybe Asker's luck today really was bad. When he reached a slope, he suddenly heard someone shouting loudly, and then something collided with him hard, causing him to lurch forward and roll cleanly down the slope. Oh, that was close. I almost fell off here. Asker realized that the position he was standing in had a young man in a white ski suit and on skis who looked relieved and commented. The young man took off his hat, shook off the snow, put it back on, and cleared the snow off his body before nodding in satisfaction. He glanced down the slope and saw Asker lying motionless in the snow, not knowing if he had fainted or died. He must be dead. If he's not dead, then I'm in trouble, the young man said with some distress, then began to contemplate whether to finish him off. That might be a bit too much, but last time I helped an old lady, it ended up costing me over 100 galleons. After thinking for about 3 minutes, the young man seemed to make a decision. He took out a small knife from his pocket, slowly slid down the slope on his skis, and came to Asker's side. Sorry about this. After thinking for so long, you still have to die, the young man said apologetically to Asker as he slowly bent down to turn Asker over, making him lie on his back in the snow. The small knife hovered over Asker's body for a while. and the young man ultimately decided to aim for the neck because the other parts of the clothing were too thick for the knife to penetrate. Why do I feel like this kid looks so familiar? The knife was already pressed against Asker's neck. But the young man's movements froze as he stared at Asker's face for a long time, looking uncertain. Not far from here is Nilmunger. It can't be. My luck can't be that bad. Maybe today, Asker isn't the only one with bad luck. How could it be? The young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and comforted himself. Today is Christmas. Even if he is returned, there's no way he could appear here. Isn't he afraid of the cold? How could he come out at this time? Ah, that's right. It must be like this. I'm so clever. The more the young man spoke, the more he felt his reasoning was completely correct. Maybe this is just a passerby who looks similar to that kid. In that case, killing him wouldn't be a problem as long as he doesn't die from a curse. Thinking of this, a fierce light flashed in the young man's eyes. He exerted some force, and a line of blood appeared on Asker's neck. However, at that moment, the young man's eyes caught sight of something he didn't want to see at all, Asker's lucky coin. The young man froze like he had been petrified, squatting there with the knife in hand, pressed against Asker's neck, his eyes fixed on the golden galleon in Asker's palm, his expression shifting between emotions. Damn, why is it really you? The young man suddenly exploded in anger, threw the knife away, and hurriedly picked up Asker, skiing away from the scene as if fleeing. Why are you wandering around in the wild at this time of night? You stupid kid, the young man shouted. But Asker was thoroughly unconscious and heard nothing. Aren't you afraid of the cold? If you're afraid of the cold, then stay home obediently. Don't go anywhere, you know? Damn, if something happens to you, I'll really have to go back to being a Death Eater. Fancy cars, beautiful women, delicious food. You've ruined my life. Merlin, you old coot, was it necessary to screw me over just because I said a few bad things about you? Why is my luck so bad today? The young man cursed angrily at the sky for a long time, and the distant town was already in sight. He could only suppress his overflowing negative emotions. Carefully skiing through the woods. An hour later, Asker slowly opened his eyes. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart, as if he had been toyed with by a dragon for a long time. His head was a bit painful, and he wasn't sure if he had internal injuries. His neck was wrapped in a bandage, indicating an injury there, but the rest of his body seemed fine. Asker rubbed his temples and began to assess his surroundings. He seemed to have been in the snow. You are? Asker looked at the young man with black hair sitting in front of him, asking in confusion. I am. Cough, cough. I am your savior. The young man said with a serious face, looking at Asker as if he wanted to say something more, but quickly waved his hand, saying he didn't know who had carelessly lost control of their skis and ended up crashing into him while thinking about killing him to silence him. I just passed by and brought you back. Asker squinted his eyes, waiting for the young man's lengthy explanation to finish before speaking. So it was you who knocked me down. Hey, how did you know? No. How could you frame a good person like this? The young man said in panic. A good person. Askavsikofut, saying disdainfully. I bet a copper canute that you were the one who knocked me down and even thought about killing me to silence me. Dare to bet a little more? The young man said with a look of contempt, extending his hand, saying it was indeed him who knocked Asker down, and then demanded his money. Don't you realize the situation? What situation? You knocked me down and wanted to kill me to silence me. Don't you think you need to give me some compensation? Asker said. I don't have money, but I can give you my life. The young man said defiantly, as if he were ready to be killed. Then just kill yourself. Asker took a small knife out of his pocket and threw it at the young man's feet, saying that if he died, he would feel relieved and wouldn't pursue anything further. Damn, I was just joking. You really took it seriously. Then pay me. Asker sat up in bed, adjusted the pillow behind him, comfortably snuggling a few times, and lazily said, If you don't give me money, that's fine. Just tell me, was it you who bought the muggle coins in Diagon Alley last time? I don't know what you're talking about. Then can you tell me why you have those coins I sold back then? Hee. In order to find that sucker again and make another profit, I marked each coin. Asker was quite pleased to see the young man's expression change drastically. He was sure the young man wouldn't do anything bad to him, because if he really wanted to do something, he would have done it long ago. It seems that this young man has been secretly helping him all along, not just during that incident in Diagon Alley. For some time before that, he seemed to have been around to Ask, solving many of his problems. At the very least, you should tell me your name. Call me Sulluger. Sulluger, that's a pseudonym, isn't it? Of course. How could I tell you my real name? The young man quickly covered his mouth with his hand, glaring at Ask with some annoyance. Are you trying to pry information from me? No way. Ask was somewhat speechless. He could swear he really had no such intention, because whether it was Sulluger or Gruss, it meant nothing to him. This young man, who couldn't even keep his mouth shut and always inadvertently leaked information. Didn't he look like a mastermind or a final boss at all? At most, he was just a lackey doing odd jobs. Moreover, Ask glanced at the young man, who mostly wore a silly expression, as if he would zone out at any moment. He certainly didn't seem like a high-intelligence person. Don't think I'm not clever. You must be thinking something very rude. For now, let us refer to this person as Xiang. Ask was observing Xiang, and Xiang was also observing Ask. Since he had been following Ask around to clean up messes for quite a while, he was very familiar with Ask's personality and some of his behaviors. Therefore, when some unflattering thoughts floated through Ask's mind, Xiang quickly reacted. Humph. Your reaction is quite fast at this moment. Even if you praise me like that, I won't have the slightest good impression of you. You really are a peculiar one. After confirming that Xiang's expression was genuine and that he genuinely took Ask's words as a compliment, Ask found it somewhat amusing and also felt relieved. After all, dealing with a fool was much easier. Xiang frowned and asked in confusion, "Are you talking bad about me again? How could that be? I'm complimenting you." Ask replied with a sincere expression. Peculiar. That doesn't sound like a compliment at all, does it? It's an ancient saying. In short, it means I'm praising you for being impressive. Ask blinked innocently and looked at Xiang with admiration, saying, "My principal is Dumbledore. How could I possibly lie? I'm definitely speaking the truth." Aha. So that is how it is. I misunderstood you. Xiang scratched his head and smiled somewhat shyly. Seeing his silly expression, Ask truly doubted whether the person behind him was not worried about him messing things up. Well, since you're awake, I'll be leaving. Xiang seemed to remember something and prepare to leave. After saying this to Ask, he didn't wait for Ask's reaction and vanished with a disapparition. This time, Ask was momentarily stunned. He just left like that. This fool is really decisive. However, since he could disapparate, why did he have to walk on skis in the snow? Braving the cold winds at night. It's really puzzling. Yet, Ask felt that Xiang had probably forgotten about the disapparition spell. He used it quite skillfully. Ask stroked his chin. Disapparition wasn't a simple trick like clear water from spring. Being able to use this spell smoothly without a wand suggested that Xiang's abilities should be quite good. Thinking about this now seemed meaningless. Although he had met the person claiming to be Xiang, he hadn't obtained any information. The name and appearance might all be fake. And before he could pry for information, he had hurriedly left. A bit of a failure this Christmas. Sighing, Ask lay back down, pulled the quilt over himself, and prepared to end this Christmas with sleep. Tomorrow, I'll head back to school. However, there is still some time before the return date, and the Hogwarts Express probably won't be of any use. It seems I can only go to Hogsmeade first. So tired. Ugh. The snow outside continued to fall. It would be a long night. Is this Hogsmeade? It's the second day of Christmas, and Ask arrived in Hogsmeade using flue powder, since he wasn't familiar with the place. He could only come out from the fireplace of Honeydukes, a shop he had heard Draco mention several times. As one of the only all-wizarding villages in Britain, the environment and atmosphere here were vastly different from the Muggle world. Every corner showed traces of wizard life, and the architectural style remained from hundreds of years ago. To Muggles, it was like an ancient building museum. Hogwarts was located next to the lake that originated from Hogsmeade, and the Hogwarts Express terminal was also set in the village, with a small path along the lakeshore leading directly to Hogwarts Castle. Both students and teachers liked to come to Hogsmeade Village, including Principal Dumbledore and Hagrid, who often visited. However, school rules stated that only third-year students and above could go there on specific Saturdays, and they must have a guardian sign permission. Since he was at Honeydukes, Ask couldn't leave without buying something. The owner, Ambrosius Flume, was very kind and eager to help customers choose the candies that suited their tastes. With his help, Ask almost spent all his money and ended up with a big bag of various flavored candies. Although I'm a candy maker, I have to say that eating too many candies isn't good for your teeth, especially for kids like you, Ambrosius kindly reminded him. His words reminded Ask of Hermione. Shaking his head, Ask put away the candies and smiled as he replied, "I'll be careful. Most of these candies are for my friends, and I hardly eat them myself." That is good. Ambrosius didn't want to say much more. Just then a customer came in, and he greeted Ask before getting busy. Ask didn't plan to stay here all morning. He prepared to take a good look around. He had been to an all-wizarding village before, but it was still quite fresh for him. There was a similar village next to Durmstrang, but the people there were clearly much more hostile, and Ask hardly went there, having only accompanied a girl once. It was also the second day of Christmas. Wandering aimlessly along the path, Ask stopped in front of a pub. The Hog's Head Inn? A shabby wooden sign hung on a rusty bracket above the door. depicting a severed pig's head with blood seeping through the white cloth wrapping it. This was the sign of the hog's head inn, quite unique and eye-catching. Because the pub looked very dirty, with thick grime piled on the windows, making it impossible to see inside, Ask hesitated about whether to go in. The Hog's Head and didn't seem like a place for decent folks. It looked more like a gathering spot for villains. Who knows if he might run into a wanted criminal or something. However, when Ask saw Hagrid excitedly carrying something out from inside, he became a bit interested in the pub. Just a quick look inside shouldn't be dangerous, right? Ask muttered to himself. Dirty, chaotic, and poor. As Asker stepped inside, he was almost driven out by the unpleasant smell in the Pig's Head Tavern. It was a terrible stench, a mix of rotting food, dead animal corpses, the sourness of cheap wine, and the body odor of men. No wonder most customers wore masks and hoods. Only a few seemed accustomed to it. And they were also one of the sources of this foul gas. He detested the sight of foot-picking big men. In the spirit of adapting to local customs, Asker took out a mask and put it on, which was a standard piece of equipment for potion classes and could effectively prevent the inhalation of toxic gases. Asker's clothes also had a hood, and after a moment's thought, he pulled it up, covering most of his face. The patrons at the Pig's Head Tavern, many of whom didn't seem to be there for drinks, were making loud noises, bursting into inexplicable laughter from time to time, and the sound of table slapping echoed throughout. It felt more like a den of bandits, filled with a sense of a martial world. The business here was much livelier than Asker had imagined. After searching for a while, he found no vacant seats, and it seemed he could only squeeze in with those foot-picking big men and bare-chested meat sellers. There was a seat in the corner. A wizard stood up and waved at Asker, completely shrouded in a black robe. The dim light in the corner made this frail wizard appear almost ghostly. He was rarely seen alone at a table, and the nearby tables were quite far away. From the marks on the ground, it seemed those people had actively moved their tables away. Asker rubbed his chin, wondering whether to go or not. 5 minutes later. You say you're Nicholas Flamel? Asker rolled his eyes and replied disdainfully. If you're Nicholas Flamel, then I'm Merlin Estad. I really am Nicholas Flamel. The wizard sitting opposite Asker pulled down his hood, revealing his face, which belonged to an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in his 30s. His hair was somewhat gray. His beard seemed recently shaved, and he wore a pair of black-framed glasses, looking more like a scholar. Don't underestimate my education. Asker picked up the drink on the table and sniffed it, his eyes lighting up. A very nice mead. After finishing it in one gulp, Asker squinted contentedly. Nicholas Flamel. He was already 665. No, he was 666 years old. Yet he looked no older than 50. You're wrong. I'm 666 this year. My birthday has already passed, the middle-aged wizard corrected. TCH, do you have any other proof? Do you know what Nicholas Flamel is best known for? Asker thought for a moment and replied, Alchemy? Not bad. You even know this. The middle-aged wizard said with some surprise, pulling out a small box from his pocket. He looked around to confirm no one was paying attention before pushing the box towards Asker. The contents of this box can prove my identity. What is it? You'll know once you take a look. How do I know this box doesn't have a mechanism or is not a trap set by you? Asker said, but despite his words, his actions were smooth. After taking the box, he examined it carefully. It wasn't special, just ordinary poplar wood, but the magical inscriptions carved on it looked quite sophisticated, twisting and turning, covering nearly every inch of the box. This box, are you selling it? Asker suddenly asked while stroking the box. The middle-aged wizard hadn't expected Asker to ask this, and after a moment of thought, he replied, the box isn't anything precious. I can give it to you without issue, but the contents must be stored in a specific box like this one, and I don't have a spare right now. Are the contents very special? Asker asked, opening a gap to take a look before closing it again. He tossed the box back to the middle-aged wizard like it was trash, disdainfully saying, I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a broken stone. You're not saying this is a magic stone, are you? Yes, this is a magic stone, the middle-aged wizard said seriously. You must be joking. If this is a magic stone, I'll eat it. Do you believe that? Asker was losing patience, speaking a bit impatiently. To his surprise, the middle-aged wizard's eyes brightened, as if he had been waiting for this line. He pushed the box towards Asker with a sly grin, saying, You said it. Come on, eat this magic stone. Are you crazy? I said if this is a magic stone, I'll eat it. But this is clearly just a broken stone. This really is a magic stone. If you eat it, you can live as long as I do. The middle-aged wizard urged, Look, I'm already 666 years old. It's still so young. Don't you envy that? Envy? Asker snorted, leaning forward a bit and staring into the middle-aged wizard's eyes. If this truly is a magic stone, would you be willing to give it to me? Why would T.I.? The middle-aged wizard seemed puzzled and pulled out an even larger box, carefully placing it on the table and indicating for Asker to open it. Asker, skeptical, opened the box, revealing a stone similar to the previous one, but larger in size. The earlier piece seemed to have been cut from this larger one. Is your magic stone really this big? Asker pointed at the basketball-sized box, which contained a volleyball-sized stone. Such a big magic stone? It doesn't even have a hint of magical energy. It's not even as good as a flying broom. Where did you pick this up? Huh, are magic stones so common nowadays? Mortal wisdom. The middle-aged wizard was getting a bit angry. He put away the larger box and pushed the smaller one back in front of Asker. How can you, a little brat, understand the true essence of alchemy? Magic stones are miraculous things that cannot be judged by common sense. How can you view them with a mortal perspective? Haha, then tell me, how should I view it? You'll know whether I'm lying as soon as you eat it. Shouldn't I cook it first? Eating it raw might give me a stomachache, Asker laughed, weighing the box in his hand. Shaking his head, he eventually put it in his pocket, thinking the box was quite unique. I'll reluctantly accept it. You still don't believe me. Of course I don't believe you. If you were in my shoes, would you believe it? Asker replied. The middle-aged wizard stood up, staring at Asker for a while before suddenly laughing. Pointing at Asker with a confident tone, I bet a coppernat. There will come a day when you will regret not believing what I said today. In fact, I really regret it right now. Ask supported his chin with one hand, slightly raised his head, and smiled as he said, I regret listening to you talk so much nonsense. The middle-aged wizard shook his head dismissively, turned around, and walked out of the bar, saying as he walked, if you have another nightmare, you could try soaking the stone in wine. It might help. The smile on Ask's face froze. The mysterious middle-aged wizard, who called himself Nick Lamy, left just like that, leaving Ask with what was supposed to be a magic stone and a pile of questions. There's a famous quote that scholars love to use to sound profound. The more we know, the more our ignorance becomes apparent. This quote perfectly describes Ask's current state of mind. Ask stared at the box on the table, surprisingly calm inside. He had begun to get used to some mysterious characters appearing before him, saying things that were unclear yet seemed impressive, or showing their distinctly different sides from ordinary people, and so on. Thanks to them, Ask was now increasingly calm regarding the countless questions surrounding him. Anyway, no matter how he pursued, he wouldn't find answers. At least, not easily. Magic stone. The box on the table was exquisitely beautiful, but inside it was just an ordinary stone, irregular in shape, colorful, with no resemblance to the legendary magic stone at all. It looked just like a counterfeit. The colors seemed as if they had been dyed. What Ask couldn't accept the most was that the magic stone was the size of a volleyball. Have you ever seen a magic stone the size of a volleyball? Well, it's time to popularize some knowledge about magic stones. The magic stone, also known as the philosopher's stone or the sorcerer's stone, is a substance that alchemists have pursued all their lives, capable of turning any metal into pure gold, and also able to create elixirs of immortality, potions of regret, Viagra, laxatives, and deadly poisons. The concept of the magic stone originated from a Yemeni Arab born in Persia, alchemist named Geber in the 8th century, who analyzed Aristotle's 4 elements: hot, cold, dry, and wet. Fire is hot and dry, earth is cold and dry, water is cold and wet, and air is hot and wet. He further established the theory that all metals are combinations of these 4 elements. 2 are internal elements, and the other 2 are external elements. In this case, the process of one metal transforming into another was theorized as a reorganization of these 4 substances. In the hypothesis, the medium facilitating this transformation was a substance called elixir in Arabic, from which the Western term elixir is derived. This substance was imagined to be made from a mysterious stone, the philosopher's stone, in powdered form, and at that time, people believed the magic stone was composed of a substance called karmit. After reading the above information, do you feel like you still don't understand anything? If you don't understand, then that's right. Don't trust things like Baidu Baiki. Water, fire, earth, and air are the 4 elements, and the magic stone is said to be the 5th element. What exactly this 5th element is, probably only Nick Lamy, who created the magic stone, knows. He hasn't disclosed the method of making the magic stone, and since its emergence, he himself has appeared very rarely. However, many people firmly believe that the 5th element is something entirely different from the other 4. Sorry, there isn't a suitable adjective for it yet. Just like that middle-aged wizard said, it is a miraculous thing that cannot be understood by mortal wisdom. At least the other 4 elements can be touched. The 5th element might be deified, and more people believe it to be something intangible. Very likely just a concept that can be referred to as truth, the great way, the source, and other high-end rare things. These peculiar things do fit the description of miraculous things that cannot be understood by mortal wisdom. If it's really just a concept, how do we understand the volleyball-sized magic stone? Did Nick Lamy assign the concept of the magic stone to an ordinary stone, creating the magic stone? Can we understand it this way? He could also assign this concept to a toothbrush, creating a magic brush. Assign it to a girl, creating a magical liquor. Assign it to a nerd, making him a true great wizard. The more you know, the more you seem ignorant. Truly insightful. After reading the above explanation, do you feel an urge to smash your cup? However, the answer is right in the content above. Whether you believe it or not, I do believe it. If you can't figure it out, it's better not to think about it. Anyway, Ask has already gotten used to it. So he put the box in his pocket, stood up, and prepared to leave this place. At this point, he had almost forgotten his original intention for entering the bar. However, the Pig's Head Bar still had someone sensible. Huh? Ask looked up, and a tall, robust old man with white hair and beard and blue eyes stood in front of him. At first, Ask almost thought this was Dumbledore, but this man's nose wasn't crooked, and his expression was much more fierce. Looking nothing like a good person, completely different from Dumbledore's demeanor. Is there something? Ask asked. You haven't paid. From the tone of this remark, it seemed this man was the owner of the Pig's Head Bar. Ask rolled his eyes. Did Nick Lamy, who possessed the magic stone and could turn stone into gold, really not have the money for a drink? That guy was definitely a fraud. Ask couldn't be bothered to explain. How much is it? 3 silver sickles, the owner replied. Ask handed over the money. He had less than a galleon left. Now, he would have to find a way to get some money when he returned to school. After paying, Ask asked a question he shouldn't have. You look very familiar. Are you Albus Dumbledore's brother? The owner's expression changed, and he became enraged. He snatched the money back and growled in a low voice. I'm his uncle. Oh, really? Ask reflexively asked. Then he realized he had done something foolish. So he quickly explained, Ahem, forget what I said. What's your name? The owner, who claimed to be Dumbledore's uncle, asked with a frown. He wasn't about to hold a grudge against the child. It was just that this boy made him feel an impulse to beat him up. Me? Ask stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and considering that old Grindelwald seemed to have no enemies in the UK, he boldly said, My name is Ask Grindelwald. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to shake hands with the owner. Grindelwald? The owner's expression changed again. If his expression was angry when Dumbledore was mentioned, now it was filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth, repeating the surname several times, and with agility that didn't match his size. He grabbed Ask and loudly questioned, What is your relationship with Gellert Grindelwald? Even if Ask was slow to react, he should realize that the person in front of him definitely had a grudge against old Grindelwald, given that this wasn't the first time he encountered such a situation. Ask calmly replied, He is my grandfather, and I am his grandson. Very good. By the way, was it your dad that my grandfather killed, or your mom, or was it a sibling? Very well, very well. The owner of the Pig's Head Bar laughed angrily, but it was a sneer. He flexed his finger joints, and the cracking sound showed that this man was not old enough to be incapable of hitting someone. I'll collect some interest from you today. I want to see how long that coward Gellert will hide in Nilmungard. As for you, I want to see how long that coward Gellert will hide in Nilmungard. Ask was slightly taken aback. Although he had encountered many who wanted to cause him trouble, provoke him, or bully him with various legitimate or illegitimate reasons, it was rare for someone to dare to insult old Grindelwald in public. Old Grindelwald may be in prison, but his sympathizers, supporters, and advocates had not all died out. Those who dared to speak ill of him had generally faced their punishment, which was also why Ask was reckless and fearless. He was not fighting alone. Rubbing his chin, Ask said to the boss, who had rolled up his sleeves and was approaching him menacingly with a sneer, Although this isn't the first time I've encountered this situation, I still want to ask a question. Huh. The boss was not that patient. He had no interest in talking more with Ask. His large hand shot towards Ask with the force of thunder. He did not use a spell. Perhaps he thought it unnecessary. Or perhaps he felt that it was shameful to act so shamelessly. In his view, dealing with an 11 or 12-year-old kid should be a piece of cake. However, this was not the first time Ask had encountered such a situation. If he couldn't handle this, he would probably have died a long time ago, and his bones could be used as drums. Ask was not going to be polite. There was no need for that. He raised his index finger and pointed at the boss. All petrified. At that moment, the distance between them was less than half a meter, and the spell almost instantly struck the boss. His body began to petrify from feet to head, but the speed was so slow that Ask couldn't help but frown. Here, it is worth mentioning magical resistance. Excluding special physiques, such as the high magical resistance of trolls, those who frequently use spells, those with deep magical power, or wizards who are often attacked by spells, also have high magical resistance. The spells might work, but the effectiveness would not be optimistic. Ask once encountered a wizard in prison who was chased by several aurors. He fell after being hit by 11 stunning spells. Afterwards, they learned that this wizard, who had aspired to be a bad guy since childhood, had begun training his resistance to spells early on. He had specialists cast stunning spells, petrification spells, and other commonly used non-lethal spells on him for over a decade, developing considerable magical resistance. In fact, this training method has a similar effect to brain defense techniques. Ultimately, the petrification spell was still effective. The boss's movements noticeably slowed down, and he realized this. It was clear that he was also a skilled hand. Although he had been caught off guard by Ask's wandless magic, once he calmed down, he also cast a spell on himself to stop the curse without a wand. In their first clash, it was a draw, half a pound against 8 ounces. In reality, Ask had the slight upper hand, but for reasons unknown, he did not pursue the attack earlier, allowing the boss to calmly lift the curse. Humph. The boss let out a cold snort, clearly realizing that Ask had shown mercy. Being spared by an inconspicuous little guy was not something to be pleased about. However, at this moment, his anger had diminished significantly, and after calming down, he lost much of his fighting spirit. Do you want to continue? Ask asked with a smile, his hands behind his back, holding a prank device that could emit a bright light, resembling a flashbang. If he wanted to, the smoke bombs, flea powder, and toxic sand in his pockets would certainly give someone a headache if used on them. Are you really his grandson? The boss suddenly asked. Was there any benefit in pretending to be his grandson? Ask retorted, as he had gained no advantage, only trouble that almost ruined him. That's true. The boss nodded in agreement, his body relaxing, but his expression remained unfriendly. The pig's head bar does not welcome you. You should leave. Weren't you going to collect some interest from me? Ask asked, displaying his lack of awareness. The boss's expression darkened further, but he merely grunted, squeezing past Ask and returning to behind the bar, ignoring him. That is indeed a good way, isn't it? Ask shrugged, dropped 3 silver sickles, and left the pig's head bar with flair. The customers in the pig's head bar seemed like deaf and blind people. Those eating continued to eat. Those drinking continued to drink, and those chatting continued to chat, doing what they were doing. For them, this day was just an ordinary day in their lives. Whether the owner of the pig's head bar claimed to be Dumbledore's uncle or a little boy claimed to be Grindelwald's grandson, did that have anything to do with them? Well, actually not everyone was indifferent. A person who was also huddled in a corner waited until Ask left before lifting his head, glancing at the owner of the pig's head bar, then at the now empty table, and finally at the door. With a pensive expression, he raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Grindelwald's grandson. Truly an interesting child, I assent. An evil, eerie voice whispered, sending chills down one's spine. The voice was sticky, creeping into the ears and making one uncomfortable. Your esteemed and great master. He is just an arrogant, ignorant boy. He is not worth your attention. Chilo responded respectfully to his master's words. As far as I know, he is just relying on old Grindelwald's power, recklessly making enemies everywhere. That is not the behavior of a wise person. Just because he is not smart enough, that makes it interesting, doesn't it? After a pause, the evil voice continued. What do you think will happen if Grindelwald's grandson has an incident at Hogwarts? What interesting things might occur? Chilo was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression turned worried. Chilo, did you hear the legend of the Chamber of Secrets when you were studying at Hogwarts? No, Chilo answered somewhat anxiously. This time, the expected punishment did not come. The evil voice's master completely ignored his existence, merely speaking to himself in a terrifying, eerie, and resentful tone. I think Dumbledore would really like the gift I'm going to give him. Although Christmas has passed, this gift will surely remind him of me. I am his nightmare. Ask returned to Hogwarts in the evening. Following the directions of Hogsmeade's residence, he made his way back to Hogwarts along a small path. The whole process was uneventful, except when he passed the spot where he had fallen that night. He paused for a moment. It was unclear whether the events of that night had alarmed Hogwarts, but this stretch of road had now been reinforced with protective spells. If one tried to jump down from above, a transparent, membrane-like wall would stop them. Of course, most people don't know this. Ask also found this out after trying it. For the students, this is still a place to be cautious about, to avoid falling like some unfortunate soul. Somewhat displeased, he put his flying broom back in his pocket and gave up on searching for his lost wand. Although it was a disobedient wand, Ask just liked it, for no reason at all. It was hard to describe the complicated feelings he had when he first saw the wand. If the term love at first sight applies to the relationship between humans and non-humans, then Ask was clearly in love with that wand at first sight. When the wand abandoned him at the most critical moment, Ask felt more shocked than anything else, even a bit wronged and sad. Like a child ignored and abandoned by their parents, believing he hadn't done anything wrong. Ask sighed. It wasn't easy to find a wand he liked. He felt some regret and self-reproach for impulsively throwing it away back then. What do you think you are? You want to be my master? Ask could swear he heard those words at that moment, with an arrogant and disdainful tone, as if a king were facing unrealistic demand from his subjects. Ask felt that the wand's lack of punishment towards him was already quite merciful. Shaking his head, Ask dismissed that thought. How could a wand punish him? Without a person to wield it, a wand was just a wand, and it would never attack others on its own. He had heard of powerful wands, but even the oldest wand wouldn't act in such a way. Overthinking it. He must have been overthinking it. Ask told himself this, and then continued on toward Hogwarts. Although he still felt it was a pity, he wouldn't dwell in regret over something that had already happened. Thinking of the wand, Ask remembered that old Grindelwald seemed to have given him a Christmas gift that resembled a wand box. Previously, for various reasons, Ask almost forgot about it. Once he returned to school, he must open it and take a look. To make a long story short, when Ask returned to the Slytherin common room, unsurprisingly, there was no one there. As far as he knew, all the Slytherins, including himself, had chosen to go home for Christmas, and he was probably the only one who returned early, especially on the second day of Christmas. Why are you back? At this time, the only ones who could appear in the Slytherin common room were those ghosts, as the deterrent power of Bloody Baron meant that no other ghost would appear besides him, not even those who were once Slytherins. Because I missed you, Ask said earnestly. What cold joke. Bloody Baron grinned, revealing a sinister smile. For some reason, any smile on his face looked menacing, and there was no sense of kindness at all. All right, I'll be honest. Ask raised his hand as if surrendering, glanced at Bloody Baron, and asked pointedly, he's still honest, right? If sneaking into the forbidden forest in the middle of the night, occasionally talking to oneself, and sometimes laughing hysterically can be considered honest, then he is quite honest. Has he gone out today? Ask asked again. He seems to have been unwell for the past few days, locked himself in his office. I didn't go in, but he hasn't come out much either. You've worked hard. Ask thanked him seriously, but Bloody Baron shook his head, showing no interest in gratitude. What I need ISN to your thanks. Just don't forget your promise. Otherwise, Bloody Baron's gaze turned much colder. I hate it when others lie to me. Relax, relax. Ask waved his hand, unconcerned. Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. But I can't wait that long. Well then, you go ahead. Ask put on a defiant posture. You don't tell me anything. How can I help you? Bloody Baron fell silent for a long time, then turned around in annoyance and angrily rushed toward a wall. Of course, he wouldn't crash into it. In his ghostly state, he effortlessly passed through. Moments latte. He rushed back, turned around, dashed off again, then returned. Ask stroked his chin, showing a sympathetic expression. Ghosts were actually quite pitiful because they had no means to vent their anger. For instance, Bloody Baron could only choose to run back and forth to relieve his frustration and anger. Damn it. Bloody hell. Bloody Baron cursed, as if this would make him feel a bit better. Damn you, you bastard. Ask found it quite an eye-opener. Nothing was more entertaining than seeing a usually expressionless person lose their composure. However, after Bloody Baron unleashed a torrent of curses, he gradually turned his fury toward Ask, who could only step in to stop it as things became increasingly uncomfortable. Hey, am I really that unbearable? Ask said somewhat disgruntled. Unbearable? Bloody Baron huffed. These are some habits left over by the living, even though they're no longer needed. He stared at Ask, huh? Do you think what I said is wrong? At least it's not that exaggerated. Ask twitched his mouth, feeling a bit toothache. Like what, playing with girls' feelings, bullying classmates, behaving inappropriately, breaking the law. How do I feel that according to what you said, I wouldn't be out of place being thrown into Azkaban? I appreciate your self-awareness. Bloody Baron sneered. Go turn yourself in and see if the Ministry of Magic will reduce your sentence. If I ended up in Azkaban, who would help you accomplish what you want to do? Ask asked. Before you, I had already asked many people. You want to be the first, nor the last, Bloody Baron said, his face once again filled with anger. But you are the most shameless, the most brazen, the most despicable, the most without bottom line, the most. Enough. Ask couldn't help but interrupt. I still say the same thing. If you don't tell me anything, how can I help you? It's not that I don't want to say, but I can't say. Then why don't you write it down? Ask shouted back at a higher pitch than Bloody Baron. Bloody Baron was taken aback, then quickly began to write something in the air with his hand, then looked at Ask with eager eyes. Baron, Ask sighed, seriously telling Bloody Baron, you should practice your writing. To be honest, I only understood the first word. Sometimes, things are just that simple. What cannot be said with words can be made clear by writing it down. Wow, there's so many gifts. Ask said with some emotion. Sitting on the sofa, the ground in front of him piled high with gift boxes of all sizes, stacked up to nearly touch the ceiling, looking particularly eye-catching and spectacular. Do you have a lot of friends? Bloodman Barrow was also very curious. All these gifts belonged to Ask, and it was indeed quite rare for one person to receive so many gifts. After thinking for a while, it seemed that the only explanation was Ask's wide circle of friends. Well, Barrow, you might have misunderstood. Ask casually pulled out a palm-sized gift box from the mountain of boxes, shook it a few times by his ear, then brought it to his nose to sniff for a while, and finally took out a magnifying glass to examine it closely for quite some time. Weighing the box a few times, Ask turned his head and smiled at Bloodman Barrow, saying, I just remembered, I haven't given you your Christmas gift yet. I don't need it, Bloodman Barrow firmly refused. It wasn't that he really didn't want it, but Ask's smile seemed to have something off about it. In Bloodman Barrow's memory, many people would show such a smile before playing tricks on others. Oh, that's a pity. Ash shrugged and casually tossed the gift box into a corner. Originally, I wanted to give you a surprise. A surprise? Let me count how many gifts are here, Ask said, answering a question with another question. He stood up, picked up a gift box, and this time he just glanced at the signature before throwing it into the corner, then picked up the next one, looked at the signature again, and tossed it aside. Repeating this action, soon there were only a few boxes left in front of him, and the mountain of gift boxes had moved to the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were actually 5. 5 gift boxes were in front of Ask. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out the gift that old Grindelwald had given him. No, it should be 6. I actually received 6 gifts. Ask seemed very happy, while Bloodman Barrow slightly turned his head. The pile of gift boxes in the corner now seemed somewhat redundant. From Ask's reaction, these gifts looked more like they had been sent to the wrong place. However, could it be that all the owls had developed Alzheimer's? Over there. You can open one to find out. Bloodman Barrow understood. It turned out that pile of gift boxes might not necessarily be gifts. However, to receive so many boxes filled with malice, perhaps he had indeed underestimated Ask's ability to attract hatred and cause trouble. The gifts stored in the Slytherin common room were clearly not from a fixed residence of Ask. Those people could only think of Hogwarts. Anyway, Ask would return sooner or later. Although he wouldn't receive gifts on Christmas Day, that couldn't be helped. The 5 gifts were signed by Draco, Gamma, Snape, Hermione, and Dumbledore. Beautiful cursive writing, Ask thought as he stared at the gifts. After some hesitation, he set down the gift and picked up the one from Draco. Candy, a lot of candy, all kinds of candy, and a greeting card. The corners of Ask's mouth twitched a few times as he suddenly felt a slight toothache. Glancing at the message on the card, he closed the candy box and placed it as far away from himself as possible. All right, Draco, if you take it seriously, you'll lose, Ask said, a bit frustrated as he thumped his head. How could there possibly be a medicine that prevents cavities when eating candy? The last line on the card lying on the table read, After all, you have medicine, so much candy should be no problem. After collecting his mood, Ask lazily picked up the gift box that Gamma had sent him, wondering if it would also be filled with malicious gifts. Ever since the last time Ask made Gamma lose face, it seemed like they hadn't appeared in the same scene together except for meals. The two maintained a tacit understanding and kept their distance, maintaining a subtle balance. This time, Gamma had prepared a gift for Ask, which was a bit unexpected for him. Ask took a deep breath and carefully opened the gift box slowly then. Candy, a lot of candy, all kinds of candy, and a greeting card. Ask didn't pay attention to the candy. He grabbed the card and skimmed through it. Aside from the usual greetings and blessings, the content was almost identical to Draco's, until the last line, which finally had a slight variation. After all, you have medicine, so much candy should be no problem. P.S. Draco said this. He, Bloodman Barrow, couldn't help but laugh, drawing a resentful glare from Ask. In a good mood, Bloodman Barrow walked over to Ask and comfortingly patted his shoulder. I have a bad feeling about this, Ask said seriously when he grabbed Snape's gift. This time, he was much calmer, quickly unwrapping the packaging. And the contents were exactly what he expected. Candy, a lot of candy, all kind of candy, and a greeting card, and a bottle of medicine. Ask suddenly felt that this world was filled with malice, especially after reading the content of the card. After all, you have medicine. So much candy should be no problem. P.S. Use with mixed toothpaste for better results. Ask grabbed the bottle of medicine. Inside was a green, paste-like substance. After opening the bottle, a familiar smell wafted into Ask's nose, giving him the illusion that Snape had fished something from the toilet and stuffed it into the bottle to send over. Headmaster, you're ruthless. Even if this thing was likely what he thought it was, even if it wasn't, Ask had no courage to use it to brush his teeth due to the smell. There were still 3 gifts left, but Ask suddenly felt a bit scared. Aside from old Grindelwald's gift, which didn't seem to be a candy box. The other 2 gifts from Hermione and Dumbledore looked like cylindrical candy jars wrapped in square boxes. It's no big deal, just some candy. Ask muttered to himself, keeping his eyes straight ahead. His fingers deftly unwrapped the box, touched the contents to confirm it was a cylindrical jar, a greeting card, and a long rectangular box. After which his expression became extremely strange. Candy, a lot of candy, all kinds of candy, and a greeting card. Plus a toothbrush and toothpaste. After all, you have medicine, so much candy should be no problem. He could only dryly laugh as 4 jars of candy sat in front of him. Enough for a year's worth. Living a sweet year should be a happy thing, but Ask wanted to cry for his teeth. I bet a bronze canute that Dumbledore's gift is still candy. Bloodman Barrow said gleefully, as everyone knew Dumbledore liked sweets. Ask nodded. He knew that too. And he also knew that Dumbledore's favorite sweets were all unique in shape, flavor, and name. However, Dumbledore still surprised Ask this time, because what he saw was finally no longer a candy jar and a greeting card. I don't think this counts as a gift, just returning something to its rightful owner. That's right, returning something to its rightful owner. But next time you throw away your wand, it might not be picked up by Fox. Inside the gift box was a wand. Not candy? What is this? You seem disappointed. Bloodman Barrow walked up to Ask and lowered his head to examine the wand. At this moment, Ask, filled with mixed emotions, did not notice how complex the emotions in Bloodman Barrow's eyes were when he saw the wand. Bloodman Barrow averted his gaze, making an unintelligible hissing sound. Another one. Another what? Ask raised his head and looked at Bloodman Barrow. Have you seen this wand? Do you know its owner? If I said this wand belonged to your father, would you believe it? Bloodman Barrow crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over the greeting card. And finally he glanced sideways at Ask, his tone somewhat mocking and sarcastic. You actually lost your wand? No wonder I've never seen you use your own wand. Ignoring the latter part of the sentence, Ask only caught the first half. He frowned, staring at the wand in the box, and said in a doubtful tone, Is it really that coincidental? Why not? Bloodman Barrow raised his tone slightly, adopting a very exaggerated and theatrical posture, as if imitating someone. This is destiny's arrangement, a fateful choice. The one who can pull out this wand will become the King of Britain. If your sense of humor could be a bit more normal, perhaps that would be your only virtue. Bloodman Barrow shrugged, as if recalling something, and asked Ask, Have I said too much today? Ask ignored the seemingly expressionless, but actually very emotional ghost, putting the wand into his pocket and skillfully opening the last gift, the one given to him by old Grindelwald. The long box was about a foot long and barely 3 fingers wide, looking like a wand box. But Ask now felt that what was inside might not necessarily be a wand. Of course, it clearly didn't resemble a candy jar either. Ask stared at the rolled-up piece of paper inside the box, silent, his eyes flickering, now bright, now dim. Bloodman Barrow leaned in to take a look. With his knowledge, it was naturally not difficult to recognize what it was. A painting? He asked, suddenly laughed, a cluster of flames flickering in his hand, which he lightly shook onto the gift box. Looking at the burning gift box, Ask showed no signs of happiness. His fingers were slightly charred, having been burned when he released the spell, but he remained oblivious, staring at the ashes on the table with a bewildered smile. What's wrong with you? Bloodman Barrow asked. Actually, it's nothing, just very unpleasant. Ask replied, looking up at Bloodman Barrow and asking, What would you do if someone betrayed you? It depends on the situation. Bloodman Barrow thought for a moment and answered honestly. Ask smiled oddly, then to be more specific. What if this person has a very good relationship with you, but what they did is something you cannot tolerate, cannot forgive? Well, I'm afraid I would do something very excessive. Very excessive. Ask nodded. It seems I really am very merciful. I actually did nothing. Moreover, I even bore the blame that I shouldn't have. What does that painting mean? Bloodman Barrow asked seriously. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that I once saw a painting, and at that time, I thought the male protagonist inside was me. But later I realized I was just a substitute. Ask shrugged. And then that painting became my Christmas gift this year. What a pity. I really want to see what that painting depicted. Bloodman Barrow shook his head with some regret and said to the unenthusiastic Ask, There's something very interesting that might distract you. Have you heard of the Mirror of Ariste? Ask nodded, then understood Bloodman Barrow's implication. It's here at Hogwarts? I could take you there. Bloodman Barrow said, I'm also curious what you would see in the mirror. A pile of gold galleons. I'm really short on money right now. Ask stood up, gesturing for Bloodman Barrow to lead the way. Why is the Mirror of Ariste at Hogwarts? I remember the last time it appeared. Wasn't it supposed to be stored in the Department of Mysteries? You know that too? Bloodman Barrow was somewhat surprised by Ask's knowledge. If I told you I've already seen that mirror, would you believe it? After sizing Ask up, Bloodman Barrow shook his head. I don't believe it. If you've seen it, then why would you want to see it again? Because I want to know if what I see now is the same as what I saw back then. Ask replied, smiling, let's go. I'm a bit impatient. As you wish. Dumbledore got it from the Ministry of Magic. Ask rubbed the surface of the mirror of Arist, but his eyes were fixed on the ground, not looking at what the mirror showed. It was a very impressive mirror, reaching the ceiling, with a golden frame supported by 2 claw-like feet at the bottom. The top was inscribed with Ericetric Fratanwosi, which reversed reads it shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. The mirror of Arist allows one to see their innermost, most urgent, and strongest desires. The most urgent, the strongest desires. People always change. And will this desire change as well? Barrow, what do you see? Ask turned to Bloodman Barrow. Why does your expression look so terrifying, grim, and menacing? As if you're about to kill someone? Just as Ask said, Bloodman Barrow's expression was indeed very poor, and timid students would probably cry out of fear. Upon hearing this, Bloodman Barrow seemed to awaken from a dream, turned his head away, glancing at the wall beside him, and coldly said, It's none of your business. Mind your own business. I bet a Canute that what you see is similar to what I saw last time. Ask said with a smile, stroking his chin. What did you see? A nightmare. A nightmare? That's impossible. Your deepest desire couldn't possibly be a nightmare. It must be you. Shut up. Ask interrupted Bloodman Barrow's words irritably, staring intensely at the mirror surface, his body trembling slightly, his hands instinctively retreating into his sleeves, crossed over his chest. The thick cotton coat had already made him sweat. But Bloodman Barrow could still hear the sound of his teeth clattering. This appearance made him look as if he was standing in the snow, facing a north wind. Are you all right? Bloodman Barrow took a few steps towards Ask, extending his hand to block Ask's view, shaking it. But Ask seemed cursed. With a dazed expression, his gaze blankly fixed on the mirror's surface, as if Bloodman Barrow hadn't blocked his line of sight at all. Bloodman Barrow felt something was off. Without caring whether he would attract others' attention, he shouted loudly, Hey, wake up. What did you see? A nightmare. Ask replied blankly, his face growing paler, sweat pouring down, but his body involuntarily curled up, muttering so cold. So cold. So cold. Cold. So cold. The day before school started, Hermione returned. When she unhappily went to find Harry, Ron told her that Harry was currently lying in the hospital wing, drinking a foul-tasting potion. I knew it, Hermione said angrily, pointing at the innocent-looking Ron. I knew you would get into trouble while I was away. I didn't do anything. It's Harry lying there. Not me, Ron muttered quietly. You should have stopped him. Hermione raised her voice a bit, pointing at herself. Just like I always do for you guys. TCH, Ron scoffed, quickly leaving the Gryffindor common room before Hermione could continue her lecture. He was carrying some fruit pastries. As usual, go to visit Harry. Wait for me. Hermione jogged after Ron, glancing at what he was holding, and suddenly asked Ron, while I was away from school, did anyone send my Christmas gift to school? Ron looked at Hermione and shook his head. No, you weren't at school. Who would send your Christmas gift to school? How could there be none? If he didn't know my address, then he would have to send it to school. Hermione retorted. Maybe the owl had an accident on the way. Ron kindly reminded her, like my family's poor Errol, it's so old it can barely fly. In fact, I doubt it will survive this winter. But the book says that owls responsible for delivering mail and packages are well trained. They are all young and strong. Many overseas deliveries are handled by them. According to relevant studies, the failure rate for owl deliveries is only 2 in 10,000. Hermione recited a long passage as if she was quoting from memory. Ron rolled his eyes in disbelief and impatiently said, You said it yourself, 2 in 10,000. Maybe you just happened to hit that 2 in 10,000. And Ron quickened his pace, speaking before Hermione could. Maybe your friend didn't even send you anything. Hermione fell silent for a moment, disappointment written all over her face. She said as if trying to convince herself, It must be the owl that had a problem. Hey, didn't you just say that owls don't have problems? Ron pointed out, feeling rather pleased with himself. It must be that person forgot about you. How pathetic. Hee hee. Hermione suddenly showed a kind smile, then pulled out her wand and pointed at Ron, softly saying, Ron, if you can keep your mouth shut, we can still be good friends. Ron covered his mouth with one hand, forcing a smile as he said, Of course, we're good friends. Good. Hermione nodded appreciatively, put away her wand, turned around, and walked in another direction, heading out of the castle. Hey, you're going the wrong way. The hospital wing is this way. Ron shouted at Hermione, quickly forgetting her earlier warning. Aren't you planning to visit Harry? I've changed my mind. Let him suffer a bit more under Madame Pomfrey. It will help him realize his mistakes, Hermione said without looking back, quickly turning a corner and disappearing from Ron's view. Ron shrugged. It seemed he was going alone. The smell of potions in the hospital wing was not pleasant, and now he didn't even have anyone to back him up. However, Ron touched his nose, wondering who the unlucky guy was who forgot to send Hermione her Christmas gift. Thinking of the increasingly violent and strong-willed Hermione, Ron spent 2/3 of a second praying for that person. Well, Merlin bless. I hope Hermione doesn't turn you into a statue and throw you into the lake. Achoo! Ask sneezed heavily, pulling out a tissue to wipe his nose, and casually tossed the used tissue into the fireplace in front of him. Someone must be talking bad about me, Ask muttered, glancing at the middle-aged wizard sitting across from him, leisurely reading a newspaper while holding a teacup. He raised his voice slightly. Hey, how long are you going to keep me locked up? I don't go by hey I have a name. You can call me the great Nicholas Flamel, the amazing Nicholas Flamel. Seeing that look on your face, fine. I'll allow you to call me Lord Flamel, the middle-aged wizard said with a smile. His eyes were not large, and when he smiled, they became mere slits. His face was quite plump, with 2 dimples, one large and one small, making him look particularly amusing. Old fossil, Ask abruptly stood up, pointing at the self-proclaimed Nicholas Flamel and shouting, Are you ever going to stop? I'm not interested in playing this ridiculously childish game with you. Don't say you're just a fraud. Even if you really are Nicholas Flamel, what right do you have to keep me here? How rude. Is that how your grandfather taught you to speak to your elders? The middle-aged wizard replied. I understand Dumbledore's confusion now. You and your father are nothing alike, except for your looks, especially in terms of character. If he were here, he certainly wouldn't act impulsively like you do, assuming things without understanding the situation. Compared to him, you're nothing but a wild boar. Old fossil. Try saying that again. Ask's veins were bulging, and he swung his fist hard, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged wizard. With what kind of person, use what kind of means, do I need to be polite with someone like you? The middle-aged wizard stroked his chin, which made Ask even angrier, as he felt the man was deliberately mimicking his habitual gestures. That's true. It seems I need to raise my evaluation of you a bit. The middle-aged wizard seriously pondered. You're a bit better than a wild boar. How about a gorilla? Occasionally uses its brain, a bit clever, but actually still quite foolish. Old man, are you itching for a fight? Do you want me to loosen your bones? The middle-aged wizard laughed, then put down his teacup. Actually, you already believe that I'm Nicholas Flamel. Otherwise, you wouldn't keep calling me old fossil and old man. After all, I only look like I'm in my 30s. If I wanted to, even if it were a baby, I could call it old fossil. What does it matter? Ask retorted. The middle-aged wizard chuckled again, snapped his fingers, and suddenly Ask's body was immobilized, unable to move. The middle-aged wizard stood up, walked in front of Ask, pried his mouth open, and poured a potion into it. A truth serum. The middle-aged wizard ignored Ask's furious gaze. Do you want me to continue? Sure. Now I will answer any questions you ask me honestly. Of course. I might accidentally ask about things you don't want others to know. To avoid this, I think we need to cooperate with each other. What do you think? The middle-aged wizard snapped his fingers again, and Ask regained control of his body. This time, he didn't act impulsively. After recalling the taste of the potion he just drank, he frowned and looked at the middle-aged wizard. All right, I admit you are Nicholas Flamel, but my question remains the same. Why did you lock me up here? Just bored, wanted someone to chat with, talk about things, play some really fun games. The middle-aged wizard smiled satisfactorily, but there was a somewhat sinister undertone to that smile. Don't worry, since I've already saved you, I won't let my efforts go to waste. So you won't die? At least not here. A dangerous game? I bet a bronze canute that it's not more dangerous than staring down a 1,000-year-old serpent monster. After the Christmas holidays, Gryffindor's Quidditch training continued. The referee for the next match against Hufflepuff was actually Gryffindor's public enemy, Snape. As long as we win this match, our points will surpass Slytherin, and the championship cup will be ours, Harry said to Hermione, trying hard to persuade her and explain how important this match was, hoping she would give him a day off. After all, the heavy training was almost exhausting him, and he really didn't have the energy to look up information on Nicholas Flamel. I just need one day of rest. Harry raised his index finger and said pitifully, I haven't had a good rest for days. Hermione's face was blocked by a huge book, so Harry couldn't see her expression and felt anxious. Just 3 hours ago, Hermione had scolded Ron fiercely for falling asleep while researching. Harry couldn't help but feel that Hermione had been quite irritable lately, getting angry over both big and small matters. In Gryffindor, she had already had unpleasant arguments with many people. Rest. Of course you can. Hermione's voice came through the book, sounding a bit muffled. Go rest. Don't tire yourself out. Thank you. Harry felt strange saying this. Why did he have to seek someone else's approval to rest? And why did he have to thank someone? Ron, sit down. Harry glanced at Ron, giving him a look that said you're on your own, then hurriedly left, the warm bed waiting for him. Hermione. Ron lay weakly on the table, looking half dead. I feel like I'm about to die. Oh, that's fine. I don't mind. Just make sure you finish these books before you die. Hermione pointed at a few books next to Ron, which, though not as many as those by her side, were still quite considerable. Hermione, don't you have any sympathy? Ron complained. We've almost gone through all the books in the library, but we can't find anything about that Nicholas Flamel. By the way, could it be that Hagrid got the name wrong? I've heard that name before. I must have seen it somewhere. This person really exists. Hermione said, putting down her book, closing it, and picking up another book of similar size from the side. It must be that we messed up our work. Maybe we accidentally overlooked him while researching. So, we need to go through the books we've already checked again. Hermione, spare me. Ron sighed, I swear. I will never say anything I shouldn't say again. Like what? Like what? Ron reflexively retorted, then noticed Hermione's gaze turning unfriendly and quickly changed his tune. Ahem. That guy from Slytherin, he's a good person. He'll definitely get better soon. And he'll be back at school in no time. Is that all? Of course, there's also. Ron racked his brains, trying to remember what else he had said wrong. Right? That's an annoying guy. Hermione, how could you like him? I misspoke earlier. You, and he don't seem to match at all. You look like a princess, and he is just. Quasimodo? That is Quasimodo, a character from the Hunchback of Notre Dame. I'm very ugly, but I'm very gentle. Hermione corrected him, huffing and slamming the book shut. All right, it's getting late. You should rest too. Hooray! Ron cheered loudly, then noticed Hermione was also getting ready to rest. Hermione, aren't you going to continue reading? It's already very late. Let us continue tomorrow, Hermione replied. Then Harry, even if you don't talk to him, I'll still make you rest. Hermione answered as a matter of course, then looked at Ron and said, What, do you think I would treat you like machines, making you work day and night? Hermione, you're the best. Watching Ron leave happily after being brainwashed by his words, Hermione smiled slightly, feeling a bit better. However, thinking of someone, her mood soured again. Just a few days ago, she received the news that Ask was on a long sick leave, likely to miss almost the entire second semester. Before receiving this news, Hermione had been searching for several days at Hogwarts for any place Ask might have gone or might not have gone, even managing to get into Snape's office once. Of course, in a very legitimate way. Hermione had inquired about Ask's residence, but it seemed that no one at Hogwarts knew where he lived. Undeterred, Hermione sought out Professor McGonagall, but the response she got was, no early romance. Professor McGonagall talked with Hermione for an entire afternoon, detailing the various dangers of early romance, warning her never to get involved in it, saying that children at this age don't understand what love is, and so on. What does this have to do with early romance? This sentence brewed in Hermione's mind for an entire afternoon, and she wanted to say it several times, but held back. After all, countless bloody facts tell us never to talk back to teachers, never to confront them directly. Otherwise, you'll die in a very rhythmic way. In Hermione's imagination, the conversation should have gone like this. Professor McGonagall, early romance effects studies. Hermione, but I ranked first in the entire school. Professor McGonagall, so what if you did well? What is there to talk about with a child who hasn't even grown hair yet? Hermione, Professor, have you ever been in love? Have you ever been in love? Love? McGonagall. Hermione, what matters in love is the process, not the result. Do you understand? Understand? McGonagall. Hermione, oh McGonagall. You can go, I can't educate you anymore. Hermione. Every time she thought of such a situation happening, Hermione couldn't help but laugh out loud. Every girl who looks very sweet turns out to be spicy once you cut her open. And a similar situation is that the natural airhead reveals darkness when cut open. However, Hermione sometimes ponders a question. Have I really fallen in love early? She shook her head in distress. Now is not the time to think about this. Perhaps due to her distraction, the book in her hand suddenly slipped, and the quill tucked inside fell, landing precisely in the gap between the sofa. Really? Hermione sighed, slowly moving the sofa aside to pick up the quill. Just as she was about to put the sofa back in place, a purple ribbon caught her eye, with purple wrapping paper peeking out, seemingly part of a gift. Her heart stirred, and Hermione bent down, carefully retrieving the gift box from under the sofa. Wiping away the dust, she examined the words on it, her joy evident. This was a gift, a Christmas gift. Although it had disappeared for a while, it had finally arrived in Hermione's hands. Ask didn't have many friends, so he would never forget to send gifts to his friends. Never. Winter has arrived, and spring is surely not far behind. While many people remain unaware, spring has already come, and just as they start to react, spring leaves without hesitation, giving way to summer. For most people, this is a very ordinary day. But for some, this day is particularly important, and the events that occur will be forever etched in their memory. I'll take you this far. The rest is up to you. Nicholas Flamel used apparition to bring Ask near Hogwarts, only a 10-minute distance away. Geographically, this place is directly opposite the lake. Just right to gaze at Hogwarts Castle. Well, thank you, I will, Ask replied. Nicholas Flamel smiled and pushed his finger against his nose, only to find nothing. The glasses he had worn for years were now on Ask's face. Shaking his head in self-deprecation, Nicholas patted Ask's shoulder. Use them well. I hope I haven't chosen the wrong person. Wearing a pair of black, square glasses, Ask looked much more studious, his hair still wildly spread out, but amidst the chaos. There was a new order, messy yet not disordered, with a unique charm. Always seeming quite unserious, he maintained a calm expression. And if he held a book or a dictionary, he almost resembled a scholar. Although I don't know what you intend to do, if he wants my life, I certainly won't be polite. Ask said lightly, in this regard, our goals are still the same. Voldemort? No, you're mistaken. My target has never been him. Nicholas Flamel shook his head. My starting point is different from Dumbledore's and also different from your father's. Speaking of which, your father and Dumbledore's goals are quite similar. They both wanted to defeat Voldemort. As for the reasons, no one knows. It seems he was born to be Voldemort's enemy, destined to oppose him. That sounds pretty cool. To eliminate Voldemort, your father almost lost everything, including his own life, yet he still failed. Nicholas Flamel sighed with some regret. Everyone says that it was Harry Potter who defeated Voldemort that night, but who knows that it was actually your father who truly defeated him. So, I'm the son of a remarkable hero? Ask asked. Hero? Nicholas Flamel seemed to think of something amusing, unable to suppress a laugh. Fortunately, not many people remember your father now. Otherwise, I guarantee that even if Grindelwald was behind you, you would still die a miserable death. For many, your father is more detestable than Voldemort. Luckily, they have forgotten him, and all the blame falls on Voldemort. While these two were talking, the sun slowly set, darkness ruling the land. Nicholas Flamel and Ask fell silent. They knew it was time to say goodbye. Goodbye. Not to see each other again, never to meet again. Nicholas Flamel had things to handle, and so did Ask. Their fates intersected and then separated without hesitation, two infinitely long fate lines on the world's map, with only one intersection. You don't have to do that. Living is the best thing in this world. Ask felt a bit down. He wanted to keep him, but he knew Nicholas Flamel would refuse. He always found irrefutable reasons, just like he often did in the past few months. I know, it seems incredible for someone your age, but for me, death is like finally going to bed after a long day. Moreover, for someone with a clear mind, death is just another great adventure. Nicholas Flamel rubbed Ask's head with his hand, a kind smile identical to that of old Grindelwald. You should know, the Philosopher's Stone is not as wonderful as it seems. With it, no matter how much wealth or how long a life you desire, you can have it. These are the two things that humanity desires the most. The problem is humans tend to choose what is least beneficial for them, like smoking and drinking. Ask forced a smile, pulling out a pipe from his pocket and waving it at Nicholas Flamel. I won't be returning this. Smoking is harmful to health. So it was here. I bet a Canute that my treasured wine has also been stolen by you, right? Nicholas Flamel said angrily, giving Ask a pat on the head, jokingly scolding him. I didn't see it coming. You actually have quite a talent in this area. If you stay, I can return all of this to you. Ask looked down at the grass, not wanting to raise his head, as he didn't want to see Nicholas Flamel leave. Out of sight, out of mind. If he couldn't see it, he could still deceive himself a little, convincing himself that Nicholas Flamel had not left. As if sensing Ask's thoughts, Nicholas Flamel said nothing. He slowly walked behind Ask and silently said goodbye. Apparition. Nicholas Flamel silently thought, taking one last look at Ask, feeling a bit shaken and hesitant. No one knows better than him what difficulties this child will face in the future. Troubled fate seems to be the perfect description for him. There's a saying that once a spell is released, it cannot be cancelled. Before Nicholas Flamel made his decision, the apparition took effect, carrying him away and helping him finalize his resolution. Ask, you can do it. This was Nicholas Flamel's final blessing. The last time, he forgot to give it to another person, and then he failed. This time, Nicholas Flamel would not forget. The sun dipped below the horizon. in another hemisphere. The sun had just risen, a new day arriving, bringing light, hope, and vitality. For Ask, the night fell, but it was not eternal. He just needed to wait quietly, and a new day of light would eventually come. Feeling quite terrible, Ask suddenly burst into laughter, which was unusual and eerie, making people feel uneasy. He adjusted his glasses, a gesture reminiscent of Nicholas Flamel, and the last rays of the setting sun reflected off the lenses, creating a flash of white light that obscured his eyes. Tough luck for you, Voldemort. As night deepened, the students of Hogwarts fell into slumber, but there would always be those who defied the rules of human life, and there would always be those who wandered outside the castle at night. As one of these restless students who disregarded school rules, even after being docked 50 points for being out at night and experiencing a terrifying night in the Forbidden Forest, Harry had no intention of reforming and becoming a better person. For him, it was unavoidable. After all, Snape was trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, wasn't he? Harry wouldn't tell you that if he didn't take this opportunity to earn points, he would be looked down upon in Gryffindor. Just a few days ago, he was the greatest contributor to Gryffindor's victory in the Quidditch match, a hero, and just days later, he had become a despised menace, a target of scorn. This psychological gap, if only he could stop Snape, everything would be all right. Harry's thoughts were always that simple. He never considered how to stop Snape. Whether he could stop Snape, what would happen if he couldn't, or what would happen if he did stop him but didn't earn any points. Such a way of thinking made it utterly unreasonable for him not to be sorted into Gryffindor. The two houses universally acknowledged to have the lowest IQ and EQ were Hufflepuff and Slytherin, with their low ratings attributed to their slow reactions, while Gryffindor's reactions were just too quick. In fact, if Hermione hadn't been constantly trying to stop Harry, he might have rushed ahead and grabbed the Philosopher's Stone a week ago. Doing so might seem like a way to prevent trouble. But would the Philosopher's Stone in Harry's hands be safer than the traps carefully set by Dumbledore? Moreover, if he acted first, how would he explain it to others? Most people would only see Harry stealing the Philosopher's Stone and then concocting a lie to deceive the public, trying to become a hero, which would be nothing less than a farcical comedy. From this perspective, Hermione's contribution was immeasurable. Harry had to be grateful that he brought Hermione along. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time getting past Neville. After all, quietly taking down Neville without making a sound was still a troublesome task for him. Then, Hermione used her intelligence to help Harry through one obstacle after another until the chess game. Ron. If it weren't for Ron, they probably would have stopped here. After paying the price of Ron getting injured and unconscious, Harry and Hermione successfully passed the test, and the next challenge with the troll had already been knocked out, allowing them to breeze through what could have been a very troublesome obstacle. Would he? Hermione couldn't help but glance back. Ron was still lying there, unconscious. Although there were no visible wounds, considering that these challenges were meant to stop a terrifying person, Ron might have sustained serious internal injuries. He'll be fine, Harry said, also trying hard to convince himself of this. What do you think will happen next? Hermione gathered her thoughts, forcing herself to calm down. We have already passed Sprout's trap, which was that devil's snare. The one who enchanted those keys must be Flitwick, and Professor McGonagall transformed the pieces, bringing them to life. Quirrell seems to be that troll, and the rest must belong to Snape. Harry nodded and opened the next door. For a moment, neither dared to look at what awaited them next. However, there was nothing terrifying here, only a table with 7 differently shaped bottles on it. Snape's magic. Harry looked at Hermione. What should we do? I don't know, but we better pause for a moment. My mind's a bit chaotic. Hermione said, tapping her head in frustration. This kind of situation was rare. A bit chaotic? Is it because you've been thinking about me? A familiar and rather arrogant voice rang out behind them, startling them greatly. What are you doing here? X2 Ask chuckled smugly, adjusting his glasses. Since you asked so sincerely, I'll generously tell you. 2 wands pressed against his forehead, and Ask had to shut up. Be good and listen. I ask, you answer, got it? Hermione tapped Ask's head a few times with her wand, her tone gentle, as if she were a kindergarten teacher teaching arithmetic. However, Ask shivered. Hermione in this state was truly frightening, so he quickly nodded. Where have you been recently? I was sick and resting at home. Ask recited the excuse he had prepared from the beginning, having already planned out where his home was, what illness he had, what medicine he took, and the symptoms. No matter how Hermione asked, there would be no problem. Hermione nodded, satisfied. Then she circled around Ask's back and suddenly pushed him. Losing his balance, Ask stumbled forward in a very ungraceful manner, and as soon as his body crossed the threshold, a burst of flames erupted behind him, sealing the doorway. This fire was unusual. It was purple, and at the same time, black flames shot up at the entrance ahead, trapping him in the middle. Sure enough, their SA trap. Hermione said triumphantly, while Harry, standing beside her, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, instinctively stepping aside. It hurts, Ask cried out, holding his head, whether it was exaggerated or genuinely painful. Who told him to crash into the table? Hey, you're not dead, are you? Hermione's voice crossed the purple flames. If you're not dead, make a sound. Why do I always feel like you wish I were dead? Ask complained, glancing around at the purple fire. If I die, you guys can forget about moving forward because this fire is cursed fire. Cursed fire? Huh. You probably didn't know that. Ask chuckled. Anyway, now that Hermione and the others couldn't come over, he could show off without worry. This is fire that can burn even souls. Are you scared? Ask, no matter why you came here. You better quickly dispel the cursed fire. We're running out of time, Harry shouted anxiously. There must be clues or traps inside, right? Ask nodded. Of course, there's a table, a piece of parchment. 7 bottles. Let me take a look. This is a reasoning problem. I'm best at this. Hermione was a bit anxious, fearing that Ask would act recklessly. Every trap here could potentially harm someone, especially the cursed fire that could burn souls. Don't mess around. What if? What if what? Ask's head passed through the fire door, his body behind the door, and his head seemed to be floating in the air, leaving Hermione and Harry stunned. A simple reasoning problem. I solved it in 5 seconds. Ask emerged, shaking the parchment in his hand, while holding a potion bottle in the other. What's the question? Hermione snatched the parchment and read through it in a flash, frowning in thought for a moment before looking at Ask with a dubious expression. You solved it in 5 seconds? Actually, it was a little more, about 6 seconds. I suppose, Ask said shyly. How did you figure it out? Hermione clearly didn't believe him. You must be lying. You just guessed, right? Danger is ahead. Safety is behind. There are 2 of you who can help you. Drink them. One will lead you forward, the other will bring you back to where you started. Both contain nettle wine. 3 are poison, waiting in line. Choose wisely, unless you wish to be stuck here forever. We also provide 4 clues to help you choose. First, no matter how cunningly they hide, they are all actually to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends are different. If you want to move forward, they will be of no use to you. Third, you will find that the sizes of the bottles vary, and neither the giant nor the dwarf contains poison. Fourth, the second bottle on the left and the second bottle on the right, although they look different, have the same taste. Under Hermione's incredulous gaze, Ask recited the question on the parchment word for word, adjusting his glasses as his expression became serious. From these conditions, we can deduce 1. Poison is to the left of the nettle wine. 2. The liquids on the left and right are not the same, and neither can help you move forward. 3. The largest and smallest bottles, namely the black and blue ones, do not contain poison. 4. The second on the left and the second on the right, which are the red and black bottles, contain the same liquid. 5. Among the 7 bottles, there are 3 poisons, 2 nettle wines, 1 forward potion, and 1 return potion. So we can further deduce the following conclusions. Conclusion 1. Based on condition 1. The purple bottle does not contain poison because there must be nettle wine to its right. Conclusion 2. Based on condition 2. The brown and purple bottles must either contain poison or nettle wine or the return potion. And according to conclusion 1, the purple bottle must either contain nettle wine or the return potion. Conclusion 3. Based on condition 5, only poison and nettle wine have more than 2 bottles. Conclusion 4. Based on condition 4 and conclusion 3, the red and black bottles must either both contain poison or both contain nettle wine. Conclusion 5. Based on condition 3. Conclusion 1 and conclusion 3, the black, red, blue, and purple bottles do not contain poison. Conclusion 6. Based on conclusion 4 and conclusion 5, the red and black bottles contain nettle wine. Conclusion 7. Based on conclusion 5 and conclusion 6, by elimination, one of the blue and purple bottles contains the forward potion, and the other contains the return potion. Conclusion 8. Based on conclusion 2 and conclusion 7, the blue bottle contains the forward potion, and the purple bottle contains the return potion. After slowly and methodically stating this long argument, a flash of white light crossed Ask's glasses as he smiled slightly at the astonished Harry and Hermione. I didn't lie, did I? Well, I just remembered something. A problem that cannot be solved with wisdom. Ask's words brought Harry and Hermione back to reality as he shook the potion bottle in his hand, which still contained more than half of the potion. Perhaps it was intentional on Professor Snape's part. There was still enough of the return potion for 3 or 4 people, but the forward potion was only enough for 1. Glancing at Harry and Hermione, Ask said slowly, so, among the 3 of us, only one can drink the potion and move on. Think carefully about who will continue and who will stay. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and said in unison, "Of course it's me." Ask stroked his chin and interrupted, "Actually, I personally support Harry going." "Why?" "Because he is Harry Potter, who once defeated that person. Perhaps he can create a miracle again. Can't he?" Ask said, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, though neither Harry nor Hermione seemed to notice. Ask had reason to look down on Harry, as he was stronger than Harry, especially in terms of style. One important reason he supported Harry moving forward was that facing that person was very dangerous, and Ask didn't want Hermione to get hurt or even die. "You drink that bottle," Harry said resolutely, looking brave and fearless. "Don't interrupt, let me finish. You go back to find Ron. Grab a couple of brooms from the room with the flying keys. They will carry you through the trapdoor, past the troll. You go straight to the Ollery and send Hedwig to deliver a message to Dumbledore. We need him to come to our rescue. I might be able to hold Snape off for a while, but I'm definitely not his match. But Harry, what if the Dark Lord is with him? Well, just like I said, I was lucky enough to defeat him once before, remember?" Harry pointed to the scar on his forehead, forcing a smile. "Maybe I can turn misfortune into good luck again." Hermione's lips trembled as she suddenly rushed toward Harry, wrapping her arms around him. "Hermione, Harry, you are an amazing wizard." Ask cleared his throat, and Hermione quickly released Harry, stepping back with a flushed face. "Ahem, don't pretend I don't exist," Ask said somewhat displeased. "I'm not as good as you." Harry said seriously, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it this far. I'm just a bookworm, relying on a bit of cleverness. Besides, there are many more important things, friendship and courage." "Oh, Harry, be careful." Ask rolled his eyes, feeling too lazy to say anything more since these two had already made up their minds to ignore him. "Out of sight, out of mind." Ask set down the potion bottle and turned to walk into the flame door. He really wanted to drink that potion dry or add some spice to it. Harry glanced at the flame door, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "Hermione, were you trying to annoy him on purpose?" How could that be? Why would you think that?" Hermione said, a bit flustered, her eyes fixed on the ground, fingers pinching her clothes, glancing around, clearly trying to hide something. Harry pointed to his glasses. "I'm maybe nearsighted, but I'm not blind." After hesitating for a moment, he continued, "Though you might not like to hear this, I still have to say, Ask, you should know, he's the grandson of the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald, who was defeated by Dumbledore. It's said that his grandfather was also someone like Voldemort." Hermione fell silent for a moment, bent down to pick up the potion bottle, and handed it to Harry without saying a word. Harry sighed. Since Hermione had already made plans, he could only let her be. He felt he couldn't stop Hermione from doing anything, while she always seemed to stop him. One thing overcomes another? Maybe. Without lingering, Harry drank the remaining potion in one go. The potion felt like ice, instantly permeating his entire body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Putting down the bottle, Harry stepped forward, gathering his courage. He saw purple flames licking at his body, but he felt nothing. Clearly, the potion was very effective. In that moment, he could see nothing, only the purple flames in front of him, and then he successfully made it to the other side, where Ask was waiting for him. Reaching out to take the potion from Ask, which was a very small bottle, like a wine glass, Harry couldn't help but ask, "Why did you come in? There's only one potion here, and you can't continue." "Well, there really is only one potion here, and even the smartest person can't turn it into two. This is indeed an unsolvable problem," Ask nodded. Then he pulled a bottle from his pocket, the liquid inside looking exactly the same as the one in Harry's hand. "But I can get another one from elsewhere." "Snape." Harry whispered the name, his expression changing slightly. "How could Snape give you that?" "Why not?" Ask suddenly laughed, pushing up his glasses. He snorted, "I'm in cahoots with Professor Snape." "What?" Ask glanced at Harry. "Are you misunderstanding something?" "So, you and Snape are in league together." Harry felt deceived and shouted angrily, "Do you want to steal the Philosopher's Stone too?" "No way. I won't let you succeed." Touching his chin, Ask looked at Harry, who seemed like he was facing a great enemy, with a teasing expression. "I knew you must have misunderstood something. I thought you were just a bit nasty, but essentially a good person. You're so full of nonsense." Ask rolled his eyes and waved his hand, causing Harry's wand to fly into his hand. Pointing Harry's wand at his head, Ask assumed a villainous posture, imitating a boss. "Now you have two choices. One is to drink this potion and leave here to continue. The other choice is if you don't drink this potion, I will kick you out." Without the slightest hesitation, Harry grabbed the potion and drank it in one gulp, then closed his eyes and leaped forward. "That's more like it." Ask muttered to himself. "I just need to sit back and reap the benefits. After all, you are Harry Potter. You won't die here, will you? Don't let me down. This time, it might really be dangerous." Harry thought silently, feeling a bit downcast, Nothing like the confidence he had before, as if nothing could stop him. Confidence is a peculiar thing, with the power to turn decay into magic. However, Harry had no confidence now. He even felt a bit desperate, as his way out was gone. Ask Grindelwald. The thought of that person made Harry furious, as he felt he was always being toyed with by him. Played like a fool. Looking back, that detestable guy's gaze towards him was truly infuriating, with a sense of superiority. As if he were a prince, and Harry was the clown. For many, he appeared amiable, but he always maintained a deliberate distance. The smile on his lips more like a sneer, as if saying, "You worthless ones. What a despicable bastard." Harry glanced at his empty hands, self-deprecatingly smiled, and thought that defeating Snape with bare hands was indeed a challenging task. At that moment, he was alone, unarmed, young and weak, about to face a powerful adult wizard. And even that terrifying person whose name was hardly mentioned could appear there. There was no hope at all. It was impossible to win. Dying generously is easy, but facing death calmly is difficult. All Harry could do now was to stand tall and walk forward until he was killed. His face was tense, expressionless. It was hard to achieve this, and maintaining it for a long time made his eyes sore, and the muscles in his face seemed to cramp. So, Harry felt a bit of admiration and sympathy for Snape. He probably had a true facial paralysis by now, unable to express any other emotions. The distance wasn't far, only 10 meters, but it took Harry about 5 minutes to reach it. He raised his head, straightened his back like a javelin, exhaled a breath, gathered his courage, and pushed open the door. Unfortunately, the Philosopher's Stone was probably beyond saving. Harry felt a bit regretful, but also relieved, as he had let Hermione and Ron leave first. They should be safe now. Although the Philosopher's Stone would fall into Voldemort's hands, Harry believed that as long as Dumbledore was there, Voldemort's failure was destined. Creak, the door slowly opened, and there was already a person inside. Not Snape, and not even Voldemort. It was Quirrell. You. Faced with this sudden change, Harry felt as if he had been hit hard on the head by a rogue ball, his mind now a mess, with countless thoughts flooding in, and he almost forgot to breathe, just staring foolishly at Quirrell, who had turned around and was sneering at him. Quirrell smirked. His face was no longer twitching. It was cold, with a look in his eyes that sent chills down Harry's spine. "It's me," Quirrell said calmly. "I was just thinking, would I meet you here, Potter? But I thought—" "Snape." "Snape?" Quirrell burst into laughter, but this laughter was not the usual shrill and piercing tremor. It was a chilling, cold laugh. "Yes, Snape certainly doesn't look like a good person, does he? He flies around like a giant bat, but he's very helpful to us. With him around, who would suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell?" It seemed the situation was settled, and the outcome determined. Quirrell appeared very relaxed. However, Harry couldn't relax. He couldn't believe any of this. "This can't be real. Impossible." Harry shouted back, "But Snape tried to kill me." "No, no, no. The one who wanted to kill you is me. During that Quidditch match, your friend Miss Granger rushed over and cast a spell on Snape, unintentionally knocking me down. She ruined my gaze on you. If I just held on for a few more seconds, I would have knocked you off your broom. If Snape hadn't been there reciting a counter curse to save your life, I would have killed you long ago." Quirrell shook his head, appearing quite regretful. "Snape wanted to save me?" "Of course," Quirrell said coldly. "Why do you think he was the referee for your second match? He wanted to make sure I wouldn't harm you again. It's just ridiculous. He really doesn't need to go to such lengths, with Dumbledore around. I can't do anything. Other teachers think Snape wants to prevent Gryffindor from winning. He certainly made himself quite unpopular. But all of this is a waste of time. No matter what, I must kill you tonight." Quirrell snapped his fingers, and in an instant, several ropes appeared out of nowhere, tying Harry up tightly. "I know you have many questions, but why should I answer you?" Chilo lazily walked towards Harry, the smell of garlic on him making Harry's eyes water, but Chilo seemed completely unfazed. With his head slightly bowed, Chilo looked at Harry and said, "It's quite unpleasant, isn't it? At first, I wasn't used to it either, but over time, you get accustomed to it. Let me go." "Are you really Harry Potter?" Chilo reached out, his fingertip brushing over the scar on Harry's forehead. With a hissing sound, his fingers seemed to be burned like a red-hot iron, and a smell of burnt flesh spread out. Looking at his finger nonchalantly, Chilo's expression became a bit unnatural, but he quickly regained his composure. "What kind of curse is this? I've never heard of such a curse before." Harry gritted his teeth. The scar on his forehead throbbed painfully in Chilo's presence. When Chilo touched it, the pain intensified to the point that Harry nearly fainted. A protective curse, the effect, should be that I cannot harm or even kill you, but on the contrary, you can deal a fatal blow to me, Chilo slowly analyzed. His words ignited a glimmer of hope in Harry, but soon, Chilo extinguished it. He waved his hand, and a barrel appeared in front of Harry, filled with something he was all too familiar with, emitting a foul stench, thick and green. "This is troll dung," Chilo said with malicious glee. He pointed at Harry, and Harry's body floated up, turning upside down in midair. Completing this, Chilo said, "I think, Potter, you will make the front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet. Everyone will know that the famous Harry Potter drowned in a dung barrel. This will become the most interesting news of the year, perhaps even of the century. Don't you think? Although you're already quite famous, I'm sure you wouldn't mind becoming even more famous, right? After all, making the headlines is no easy feat. Let me go. Let me go," Harry shouted in panic. He wasn't afraid of dying, but such a death. "Let you go?" Chilo asked back. "Are you really sure? Because if I let you go, you'll fall straight down and end up in the dung barrel. Are you really sure you want me to let you go?" "All right." Chilo's hand slowly raised, as if holding a guillotine. "Farewell, Harry Potter." Harry closed his eyes as Chilo's hand swung down heavily. After Harry left, Ask rested at the table for a while. After about 5 minutes, he drank the potion he got from Nicholas Flamel in one gulp, stood up, passed through the fiend fire, and blocked Chilo, who was just about to return the same way. "This road is blocked." Ask didn't know where he got a sign, which read this sentence. He slammed the sign down and adjusted his glasses, speaking before Chilo could. "Aren't you curious why I'm here?" Chilo nodded, saying in a low voice, "Although I know there's a high chance you're still alive, I didn't expect you to appear here at this time." He scanned around and casually asked, "Are you alone?" "Yes. Dumbledore went to London. He won't be back so soon." Chilo calmly analyzed, "In all of Hogwarts, no one can stop me." "Oh really?" Ask raised an eyebrow, staring at the left side of Chilo's body, which was charred black, as if burned by fire. The exposed skin was dry and cracked, with wounds that looked like they had been cut by 1,000 knives, yet strangely, not a drop of blood flowed. "You seem to be in a bad situation," Ask said with a smile, holding Harry's wand, but not rushing to attack Chilo. "It seems Harry is still somewhat useful, saving me quite a bit of effort." Chilo's brows slightly furrowed, an uneasy feeling rising in his heart. "You've obtained the Philosopher's Stone, haven't you?" "Of course." "That's great." Ask seemed quite pleased, but Chilo's unease grew, and all of this was evident to Ask. The smile on his face gave Chilo a chilling sense of danger, a feeling he had only faced when confronting an angry Dumbledore, when he thought he was doomed. "I bet a Canute that you couldn't wait to merge the Philosopher's Stone into your body right after you got it. Am I right?" Ask said smugly, looking at the astonished Chilo. He continued, "So now I'm facing you, not him. He must be in a bad situation right now." The he Ask referred to as clearly Chilo's master, Voldemort. "Chilo, I won't beat around the bush. You have 2 choices right now. One is to surrender, and maybe you can keep your life. The other choice." Ask's smile gradually turned cold. "The one who controlled the basilisk to ambush me there. It should have been you, right?" "It wasn't me. It was him," Chilo replied, suddenly laughing, half of his face resembling a monster while the other half still looked human. This stark contrast was enough to make a timid person faint. "And I will not surrender." "Oh, suit yourself. That was just a polite remark," Ask said indifferently. "No matter how you choose, I won't let you have it easy, even if you want to be a good person." Chilo paused slightly, then shook his head with a hint of amusement. "I'm not a good person." "Do you really want to die as a despised villain?" Ask asked. "I have always been a villain. If you listen closely to the Forgotten Corners, you will hear that every blade of grass has a small, yet resonant voice. If you bow down to the dust, you will see that every ant has a humble yet strong smile." Ask recited a passage, looking at the suddenly silent Chilo, smiling as he said, "You're not afraid of death. You just fear dying unnoticed, with no one remembering you, no one knowing you ever existed." Chilo stared at the ground, whispering, "I don't know what you're talking about." "Then let's pretend I said nothing." Ask slowly raised his wand, aiming at Chilo. "Chilo, are you ready to face the punishment of justice? I will eradicate you in the name of justice." "Now, that's more like it." Chilo smiled, raising his wand in turn, responding in the same dramatic tone. "Do you really think you can represent justice? Let me tell you what justice really is. Fire burns bright. Avada Kedavra." The red, yellow, and green lights intertwined as Ask stood there, motionless. The killing curse swept past him from over 3 meters away, clearly having no effect on him. His spell accurately hit Chilo, who seemed to lack the strength to resist, letting his clothes catch fire and his whole body burn. A phoenix reborn from the flames. As for a human, they would probably turn to a pile of ashes. "Too easy." Ask put away his wand, standing there silently watching Chilo, who stood there as a human torch, letting the flames consume him. "You, don't get too happy too soon, my master will definitely avenge me." It is unknown how Chilo managed to speak, Logically, his vocal cords should have been scorched by the flames, rendering him completely voiceless. However, that is not the point. The point is that he is on the verge of death. After delivering his last line, a classic villain's line, Chilo's life approaches its end. Whether Voldemort will help him take revenge is uncertain, but he will surely be remembered by many, such as Harry, Snape, and Dumbledore. He will be remembered by these people as a villain. The story is not over. In fact, this is just the beginning. A wisp of black smoke slowly rises from Chilo's corpse, coalescing into a grotesque and fierce face. "You're back again." Voldemort roared in anger. "Why are you not dead yet? Those who meet above will surely reunite below." Ask shrugged. Voldemort's appearance did not make him nervous. On the contrary, he seemed more relaxed. He said to Voldemort earnestly, "Actually, I'm already dead, and you are dead too. We are in hell right now. Why are you not dead?" Voldemort repeated, and this time, Ask realized something. He touched his chin and nodded knowingly. "You seem to have mistaken me for someone else." Ask said, "I can probably guess who you're talking about. But why do you remember him? If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't have any memories of him." "As far as I know, everyone else's memories of him have been wiped clean, except for a few ghosts, including you." Ask looked at Voldemort, who was still roaring, repeating that question. His state seemed a bit off. "Why are you not dead?" Voldemort shouted hoarsely, then suddenly covered his head with his hands, howling in agony. "Damn it! Who the hell are you? Why can't I remember your name?" Ask pointed to himself. "You're asking me what my name is?" "Yes, exactly. Damn it! Who are you?" "My name." Ask stroked his chin. A sly smile appeared on his face. "I am Tom Riddle." "Tom Riddle?" "Yes, Tom Riddle." Ask spread his arms wide, as if to embrace Voldemort, speaking in a cheeky tone. "Come on, son. Call me Dad to see if I might give you some candy if I'm happy. I'm not very good at talking. If I say something wrong, Voldemort, come hit me." Born in 1926, Voldemort is now 66 years old. In his more than half a century of life, Voldemort claims he has never encountered anyone more. Well, he doesn't know what adjective to use, which is also a headache for many, as they cannot define Ask. There is a term called laughing in anger. And Voldemort, in a fit of rage, suddenly burst into laughter. Ask smiled at Voldemort, also starting to laugh. "Voldemort, ha ha ha." Ask. The two of them bizarrely laughed for several minutes until Ask was the first to stop, blinking his eyes and uttering a word. "Idiot." Voldemort was unfazed. He looked at Ask with great interest, showing no sign of anger. People say Voldemort is a tyrant, unpredictable, and intolerant of even the slightest disrespect. To Ask, aside from being a bit ugly and having an unpleasant voice, Voldemort wasn't too bad. "I remember you. You are Grindelwald's grandson," Voldemort said calmly, seemingly unconcerned about Dumbledore suddenly attacking him and wiping him out, very confident. "I must admit, you are one of the few who can truly make me angry. You're quite something." Ask smiled and slightly bowed. "Thank you for the compliment." Voldemort raised his chin slightly, waving his hand dramatically. "Following Dumbledore has no future. Come work for me. You're not a good person. I have observed you for a while. Think it over." Facing Voldemort's recruitment, Ask adjusted his glasses, looked him up and down, and said with a smirk, "I bet a bronze canute that if your current state wasn't so terrible, you would definitely slap me dead." Voldemort's smile faded as he stared at Ask, coldly saying, "Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? I still say, if I say something wrong, come hit me." Ask crossed his arms over his chest, raised his head, and looked down his nose at Voldemort, appearing utterly unafraid, extremely arrogant. "You are the Dark Lord. Surely you wouldn't be scared to the point of not daring strike." A fierce light flashed in Voldemort's eyes, a ball of green light gathering at his fingertips, ready to strike. "Do you really want to die?" Ask rolled his eyes, raised his middle finger at Voldemort. "Tch, so much nonsense. Hey, are you a fake? I know you want to provoke me to lose my judgment." Voldemort suddenly had a look of realization, as if he had seen through Ask's scheme. "I won't be fooled." Ask looked at Voldemort with disdain. This guy is the Dark Lord who has terrified countless people, making them shudder at the mere mention of his name, for over a decade. He's simply a clown so ridiculous it is hard to look at. Dumbledore and his crew fought him for so many years, with so many deaths, and only just barely achieved victory. In this light, Dumbledore seems even weaker. "Why don't you say I'm deliberately stalling for time?" Ask said. "You think I didn't notice?" Voldemort replied without thinking, which made Ask laugh uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. "Can you be any more foolish? If I wanted to stall for time, would I go to such lengths to provoke you, forcing you to attack me?" Ask was nearly doubled over with laughter, holding his stomach, half squatting on the ground. "You must say, I've long seen through that you wouldn't attack me, so I did this to exploit your blind spots, right? Not slow on the uptake. Are you?" Voldemort said casually, You must have known my state was poor, that even self-defense is a problem. So you did this deliberately to force me to reveal myself. You think I would fall for that so easily? You're too naive. Ask stroked his chin, staring at Voldemort for a long time. Surg, you think just changing your appearance will make me not recognize you? Who is Surg? Voldemort retorted, still pretending. Ask relaxed, even putting away his wand. Addressing the bewildered Voldemort. Forget it, forget it. We're acquaintances now. Since you were here, the real Voldemort has probably long since fled. You can go now. I'll check if Harry is still alive. You must be mistaken, Voldemort said, but Ask completely ignored him, turning to walk toward the last room, patting Voldemort on the shoulder as he passed by. Very convincing, huh? How did you achieve this smoky effect? It's just like a real soul leaving the body. Can you tell me how you did it? Voldemort was speechless. He truly didn't know how to respond, and Ask seemed to care little about the answer. In the blink of an eye, he had slipped into the last room. With Ask gone, there were no more obstacles ahead, and escaping Hogwarts became easy. However, Voldemort had no sense of happiness at all. After racking his brain, the conclusion he reached was merely, this is not a trap. Although his soul was nearly shattered and his physical form could not be maintained, which affected his thinking and prevented him from acting normally, Voldemort still understood that this was not a place to linger. 30 years on the east bank of the Thames, 30 years on the west bank. Today's humiliation will be repaid tenfold another day. Voldemort silently swore in his heart, and then, as if fleeing, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke and left. If he stayed any longer, it would be disastrous if Dumbledore returned. Not long after Voldemort left, Ask came back, dragging someone out with one hand. Harry. Harry's condition. Well, he was still alive and hadn't been drowned by the troll's feces. His life was spared. Not only that, he had dealt significant blows to Quirrell and Voldemort, and the protective spell that had been shielding him had proven extremely effective. For Voldemort, Harry was simply his nemesis and archenemy. However, Harry ultimately could not escape the close encounter with the troll's waste. At the last moment of the battle, unfortunately, when he fell, he happened to knock over the waste bucket, and he lay there until Ask arrived, still unconscious. In fact, Ask had some doubts. Harry's survival was partly because Voldemort truly lacked the strength and Quirrell had no killing intent. On the other hand, perhaps Voldemort's weak nostrils simply couldn't handle that stench. How foul! Ask covered his nose with his hand, and after several tries with air freshener, it still had no effect. Harry's clothes were covered in troll dung. Even though he had rinsed them for a long time, the smell was indeed stubborn and refused to leave. Bet a Canute that when they go out later, the professors will definitely look at them with strange expressions. Sighing, Ask waved his wand and performed a spell on Harry's clothes, causing them to shred. Perhaps because the wand was not cooperating, some fine cuts appeared on Harry's body, but they were not fatal, and Ask couldn't be bothered. Waving his wand again, Harry's tattered clothes were completely removed, and Ask grinned as a stream of water shot out from the tip of his wand. He was going to give Harry a bath. Hey, where'd I put the soap? I remember preparing a lot of it. Ask rummaged through his pockets, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a single bar of soap and ultimately had to give up on the plan to clean Harry up properly. By the time he was done washing, Ask took out a blanket, wrapped Harry up like a burrito, and waved his wand. Harry floated behind him as they leisurely walked toward the exit. Dumbledore, you actually stayed in London and didn't come back. Well, since you don't want Voldemort's life, why should I be so proactive? A living Voldemort is more beneficial to me than a dead one. Ask thought leisurely, suddenly feeling a headache because he was utterly despairing at Voldemort's displayed intelligence. Could such a villain truly hold Dumbledore's hatred and not cause Ask to go off the rails? Voldemort, you must bear the future of villains. Go for it, Voldemort. Somewhere, both Voldemort and Dumbledore sneezed simultaneously. That was quick. When Ask brought Harry back up, Dumbledore seemed to have hurriedly arrived. He reached out to take Harry, carefully checked him, and only sighed in relief after confirming there were no major issues. He is dead? No. With a meaningful glance at Ask, particularly lingering on his glasses, Dumbledore asked, "Where's Nick?" He didn't come, Ask replied. If he had, Voldemort would probably have to stay here. That is truly unfortunate. Although he said that, Dumbledore showed no sign of regret. Perhaps this was already within his expectations. Ask smiled slightly, stroked his chin, and seriously said to Dumbledore, "Actually, as long as I am willing, Voldemort could not escape." Is that so? So, Voldemort was intentionally let go by me. Dumbledore's expression suddenly became stern, but he still asked Ask amiably, "Oh, why do that? You must know that as long as Voldemort is alive, we cannot sleep peacefully." Ask shook his head, smiling as he said, Even if he is alive, I could still sleep soundly. Perhaps you won't be able to, but what does that have to do with me? Voldemort is our common enemy, Dumbledore stated. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We should unite to fight against Voldemort. As Dumbledore said this, Ask clearly felt a subtle change in Dumbledore's attitude. Perhaps he was being very cautious in controlling it, but Ask still sensed a hint of hostility that gave him a chilling sense of crisis. Though the feeling vanished almost instantly, like an illusion. Declare a position? Ask thought silently that such matters didn't require thinking. Of course, Voldemort is our common enemy, Ask said, only acknowledging the first half of the statement, and saying nothing about the second half. Although he had accidentally let him escape this time. Next time, he wouldn't be so lucky. In less than 5 minutes, Voldemort went from being let go to escaping. It was hard to believe someone could speak such contradictory words so grandly and nobly, but Ask managed to do so. Very good. Dumbledore nodded in approval, smiling kindly. You thwarted Voldemort's plot to seize the Philosopher's Stone. What reward do you want? Perhaps you can earn 50 points for Slytherin. Sorry, I'm a bit tight on funds lately. Just 100 or so galleons will do. 50 points is already quite a lot. How about this? I'll give you 70 points. Dumbledore bargained. With 70 points, you'll be the pride of Slytherin House. Forget it. Don't think I don't know what nicknames they give me behind my back. Ask rolled his eyes and said irritably, the shame of Slytherin, ha ha. I believe that as long as you can get 70 points, you can definitely change their impression of you. Dumbledore tirelessly encouraged. Like a salesman trying to persuade Ask to accept the points. Ask stroked his chin, seriously saying, life is already so difficult. Some things don't need me to expose, right? Even if you give me 70 points, later you'll just give Harry and the others a few more points, and the house cup will still slip away from Slytherin's hands. In that case, it's better to choose a real galleon. You said you wouldn't expose it. Dumbledore sighed, somewhat helplessly saying, what about the most basic trust between people? Shaking his head, Dumbledore thought of a question and asked, Ask, as far as I know, Nick is quite wealthy. Do you still lack money? Ask retorted, why do you think he is wealthy? Because he has the Philosopher's Stone. It is well known that the stone has the magical ability to turn stone into gold. The various miracles of the Philosopher's Stone are just a beautiful lie. Ask shrugged, whether you believe it or not. The Philosopher's Stone is not what you think. It can neither turn stone into gold, nor create an elixir of life. I can tell by your expression that you won't believe it, but that's the truth. Dumbledore quietly digested Ask's words, pondering for a long time before asking. If the Philosopher's Stone is not as described by the world, then what kind of existence is it? Ask smiled slightly and then pointed to his head. The Philosopher's Stone is actually this. Wisdom? Exceptional wisdom is the most valuable treasure of all. Ask repeated a famous saying by Rowena Ravenclaw. And just as Dumbledore was nearly convinced of his answer, Ask shook his head. Although it's close, it's not that. Then what is it? Dumbledore asked somewhat unwillingly. I don't know. He didn't give me the answer, just hints like I did. Ask said honestly, but he did not reveal the whole truth of the situation at that time. The reason I dare to confirm that the Philosopher's Stone is not wisdom is simple. Only fools and idiots are its masters. That's what he told me. Ask glanced at Dumbledore, the great wizard of exceptional wisdom, who had fallen into deep thought. I think fools and idiots wouldn't have anything to do with wisdom, right? Dumbledore shook his head and bitterly smiled. That's true. It seems only Nick knows the answer to this question. Let's get back to the main topic. Ask clapped his hands. 50 galleons. That shouldn't be too much, right? I hope to have it before school starts. Otherwise, I'll be sleeping on the streets this summer. Actually, I could fit another bed in my place. He Ask smiled without speaking, and Dumbledore also smiled, turning to leave with Harry in his arms. 50 galleons, a fair price. Looking forward to working with you again. Ask touched his chin, feeling around in his pocket for a while, holding onto an envelope but not taking it out. Ask was curious. How much could those film negatives he had sell for if he sold them to the Daily Prophet? The infamous 360-degree close-up of Harry Potter, or rather, the fruit photo, should be worth quite a bit, right? Poor Harry, you better pray that Dumbledore won Tyrannig, otherwise. TSK. Actually, I'm somewhat looking forward to Dumbledore playing tricks. As expected, Slytherin, who had won the House Cup for 7 consecutive years, ultimately fell short this year. After 4 members of Gryffindor scored a total of 170 points, the Slytherins could only grittingly watch as the already set silver-green flags were replaced with gold-red ones. Ask touched his chin, thinking about whether he told the Slytherin students that he had declined Dumbledore's 50-point bonus in exchange for 50 galleons. Would they tear him apart and throw him into the lake? Actually, Dumbledore originally wanted to give me 50 points, but I refused and exchanged it for 50 galleons. Ask said seriously to Draco, who rolled his eyes and then looked at Ask with sympathy, patting his shoulder. I know you're upset, but we still have to face reality. Self-deception is useless. I'm serious. So am I. You're not as serious as I am. Look at my sincere eyes. You have a piece of vegetable leaf on your teeth. Woo-woo-la-la, the train whistle, with the galloping hooves, the little sister playing the harmonica. The sunset, beautifully silhouetted. I write a diary with bullets. After introducing the scenery, now it's time to introduce myself. Humming a little tune learned from who knows where, Ask walked out of Platform 9 with his hands in his pockets, feeling great with 50 galleons in his pocket. Naturally, he wanted to go out for a stroll, but Ask still didn't have a clear travel route. Found you. A series of rapid breaths, mixed with intermittent speech, floated into Ask's ears. He turned around to see a gasping Hermione and said, "Let me guess. What do you want to talk to me about? Are you wondering where I'm going for the summer?" Hermione was still panting, unable to speak, and could only nod vigorously. "Actually, I don't know where I'm going either. I guess I'll just wander around, being homeless." Ask touched his chin. "So, if you want my contact information, that's probably unrealistic. You might as well not write to me, since I won't receive it." "This? How can that be?" Hermione said anxiously, accidentally choking on her breath, and had to bend over and cough repeatedly. Ask sighed, walked over, gently patting Hermione's back and said, "I haven't finished speaking. Why are you rushing? Cough, cough. Give me your address, and I'll write to you. That should be fine, right? Cough, cough. Is it still not okay? I'm quite lazy. Writing letters is already pretty good. I only wrote 14 letters to my grandpa last year." Ask said with a bit of a headache, but he didn't notice that Hermione had stopped coughing, and her face was full of joy with her back to him. Ask thought Hermione was still unsatisfied, and, after thinking for a long time, he tentatively said, "How about this? I'll visit your house once before school starts. Are you satisfied now? It's a deal. You can't go back on your word." "TCH, go back on my word? This is a man's promise, not to be tarnished. What if you can't do it?" "If I can't do it?" Ask thought seriously, then solemnly swore to Hermione, "If I can't do it, then let Ron be single for the rest of his life. No woman will like him." Just as Ron was whispering with Harry, having a great time, he suddenly sneezed, spraying Harry's face. It seems like winter, which has been missing for about 4 months, has finally passed, and the days of beasts in heat have arrived. Well, that's none of my business. I've completely given up on infinitely related things, feeling tired and uninterested, although I did accidentally join Zhang Heng's new books little bar. With the bar ID Jianzong Ci, Shidz. Don't mock the name of this little account. If it sounds familiar, please go support Jianzong Show Shidz. His new book De Wei Gong Ting, which is authored by the same person as Sanguiji Xing Tianxia. Considering whether to create a personal bar as a second place for complaints and discussions, and if there are any updates, I will notify here. And this time I won't be working on other books during this one. It's been a damn year and a half. I hope to finish this book soon and go back home to get married. Just kidding, I won't set such a flag. So, starting today, hibernation is over, and it's time to get to work. Finally, thank you to those who didn't remove this book from the shelf, and to those who recommended it this week. About 2 bows, 3 bows. All right, you should have forgotten about my disappearance for 4 months, so please look down for the main text. I hope you haven't forgotten what happened before. Ask, satisfied with the response he received, left the principal's office contentedly. Young people are always like this, self-righteous and reluctant to back down. Perhaps they will only understand the principle that being too rigid can lead to breaks after enduring many hardships. Having made the decision, Dumbledore acted quickly, using his Patronus to notify the heads of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Then he continued with his daily work. Being the headmaster of Hogwarts is no easy task. Snape seemed to act even faster. After all, he was a man like the wind, walking in such a way that his robes seemed to fly behind him. Consistently wearing a sour expression, as if others owed him money, Snape showed no courtesy even when facing his direct superior, bluntly asking, "What do you want from me?" "Well, there's indeed something going on," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Wasn't there a first-year student who applied to skip a grade and was rejected by you?" Snape first nodded, then frowned and said with an annoyed tone, "Did he come to find you?" "Just now." A dark cloud appeared on Snape's pale face as he glared angrily at Dumbledore and said, "You promised him?" Dumbledore nodded and said with some resignation, "He gave a reason I couldn't refuse, so, actually, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Well, if one day you sit in this position, perhaps you will understand me." "Enough," Snape interrupted irritably. "I'm not interested in your position at all." After a brief pause, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed, but he still looked displeased as he said, "You call me here just to inform me of this?" "It's not just that." Dumbledore listened attentively and then nodded, saying, "In fact, I have also informed Minerva. What does this have to do with her? Because I plan to let him transfer to Gryffindor. Dumbledore's words were like a stone thrown into a calm pond, stirring up countless ripples. Snape was momentarily stunned, then shook his head repeatedly and exclaimed, "No, this is impossible. Hogwarts has never had such a precedent." With a leisurely attitude, Dumbledore took note of Snape's blunder, raised his teacup, took a sip, and said, "But this practice is not forbidden, is it?" Glancing at Snape, he continued, "Moreover, you don't like him because he doesn't resemble a Slytherin at all. I won't agree to that." Snape shook his head, refusing to back down. Even if he had to skip a grade, he still wanted to stay in Slytherin. Dumbledore just smiled. Snape was right about one thing. The reason he was summoned today was indeed just to inform him of the outcome of this matter. Time continued to pass, and some things had changed, such as Dumbledore growing older, while other things remained the same, like him still being Dumbledore, unaffected by the opinions of others. With a creak, the door to the headmaster's office was pushed open, and Professor Minerva McGonagall appeared before Dumbledore with her usual serious demeanor. After scanning the room, Professor McGonagall nodded to Snape as a greeting. The relationship between the two heads, inheritors of a millennium-old rivalry between their houses, was far from what they had with other professors. However, in fact, Snape's interpersonal relationships with others were never very good. "Headmaster Dumbledore, did you need to see me for something?" Unlike Snape, who already knew the cause of the situation, Professor McGonagall was completely unaware. However, when she saw that Snape was also in the office and there were no other professors present, she understood that something important must be happening. What could it be? Professor McGonagall glanced at a table in the corner, where a wizard's chess set lay covered in a thick layer of dust, almost completely unnoticed. It was spotted by Professor McGonagall at a glance. The story is as follows. Dumbledore briefly recounted the events, omitting the identity of Ask, although those with a mind could find out. He modified the dialogue between him and Ask, portraying Ask as a motivated, curious seeker of knowledge. A good student dissatisfied with the first-year curriculum, eager to advance to second year, a narrative that aligns with the mainstream values of the current wizarding world. Although Dumbledore had altered some less harmonious aspects, Professor McGonagall, having dealt with Ask before, knew well what kind of person he was. However, since Dumbledore was unwilling to speak plainly, she would pretend to know nothing. Dumbledore would not be mistaken. Thus, the child would transfer to Gryffindor to attend second year. After informing the two heads of his decision, Dumbledore gave them the opportunity to speak. Professor McGonagall only asked some details, such as Ask's new course schedule, learning progress, and how to explain the situation externally. When it was Snape's turn, he merely snorted coldly and then politely turned his back on the other two, walking away. "Well then, let's wrap this up while there's a holiday tomorrow and the day after." After chatting a bit more with Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore realized it was time for dinner. So he went to the Great Hall with her. The first thing Dumbledore did upon sitting down was to look for Ask at the Slytherin table. When he spotted Ask also saw him. Seeing Dumbledore nod at him, Ask naturally understood that everything was settled. In a better mood, he didn't mind showing Dumbledore a smile, this time less affected and more genuinely grateful. There was no direct conflict of interest. Dumbledore's displayed tolerance and forbearance towards Ask was palpable. He didn't feel special or unique, able to make the greatest wizard of the age see him differently, but this kindness was something Ask would remember. Dumbledore was still Dumbledore, the only person fit to occupy the chair in the headmaster's office at that moment. During his meal, Ask searched for Snape at the professor's table, but did not find him. Even after finishing his meal and leaving, he still hadn't seen Snape and didn't know whether he had skipped dinner or Snape, the head of Slytherin. Ask looked surprised. He hadn't expected Snape to skip dinner and wait for him in the common room's hall instead. There was still one night left before you were stripped of your Slytherin identity. Snape slowly stood up, wearing a blank expression as he approached Ask. "From tomorrow on, you will no longer be a member of Slytherin. You have been." Snape slowly uttered a word, expelled. "Huh?" Asker looked completely bewildered, thinking he must have misheard. But when he saw the expression of vengeful delight on Snape's face, he realized what was going on. "Do you want me to repeat that?" "Oh, no need. I think I get it now." Asker scratched his head and smiled, then muttered through gritted teeth, "That old man, you're messing with me. Just 5 minutes ago." Asker had a slight fondness for Dumbledore, thinking the old man was pretty decent, much better than his own grandfather who was always causing trouble. But now, old but not dead is a thief. If Asker had known some events from 70 or 80 years ago, he probably wouldn't be so surprised and angry now. After all, people are drawn to those like themselves, and kindred spirits gather together. Insult the headmaster and lose 3 points. Snape felt his poker face slipping and quickly deducted 3 points from Asker, feeling much better now that he was embodying the despised potions professor. Huh? Asker looked confused again, pointing to himself. I'm still a Slytherin. Isn't it bad to deduct points from my own house? What's wrong with that? Do you think I'm the kind of headmaster who only protects students from my own house? Snape hadn't realized that he was speaking much more than usual when addressing Asker, with long sentences flowing out. Of course not. Asker quickly shook his head and then asked his next question. By the way, how did you know I was cursing the headmaster just now? Or, are you thinking what I'm thinking? For this question, Snape chose the standard response. Don't complain about the late update. I originally planned to go out for a walk to lose weight tonight, but my new shoes were uncomfortable and caused blisters, so I didn't go out. Then, I sat in front of the computer watching A and B sites, to be precise, more A than B, and saw it was 8 o'clock, started typing, and while writing, I discussed some random things with the delightful group, and only now have I finished writing. I think my typing speed is still decent, although it's not the peak speed of 200,000 words a month, but that was carefree in my senior year. Below is the main text. P.S. This book should be considered a major revision rather than a rewrite. Honestly, I think changing houses doesn't make much difference and actually makes it easier to follow the main plot. By the way, screw you. Chapter titles can't exceed 20 characters. My chapter 23 already takes up 4 characters, you bastard. The proper title should be A Night Alone. Where should my heart be placed? Asker didn't go around proclaiming his advancement to a higher grade or changing houses. On one hand, it wasn't necessary, and on the other hand, he had no interest in it. Saturdays had no scheduled classes, at least for first years. The courses hadn't piled up to the point of occupying Saturdays. Asker chose a good time. He could finish everything in the next couple of days without affecting his classes on Monday. On a typical night, Asker sat in bed, hugging a black notebook-like book and reading. This book was probably older than 80% of the professors at Hogwarts. It was Asker's grandfather's textbook, filled with his annotations. To be fair, Asker didn't have much interest in magic. He studied it and used it, but he lacked the curiosity and desire for knowledge that others had. Boring, tedious, meaningless. That was Asker's perception of magic, which could also apply to his experience of studying at a magical school. Glancing at the page number below, Asker closed the book, silently recalling everything he had read today, then reopened the book to check for any mistakes or omissions. It was still early, but considering that he wouldn't be able to enjoy lying in bed all day tomorrow, it was better to seize the opportunity to get some good sleep. Also, since there were no classes tomorrow, some new students were having a great time tonight. If they saw Asker spending his precious time sleeping, they would probably jump on his bed, shouting things like "get up" and "have fun." But speaking of which, this situation would probably become the norm once he got to Gryffindor, right? Moreover, suddenly becoming a second-year senior felt quite delightful. With this joy, Asker fell asleep, completely unaware that his situation was causing considerable trouble and conflict for certain people within the castle. The night was beautiful, and despite the dangers, there were always those with dark circles under their eyes staying up late, even if it wasn't always voluntary. Perhaps it was the strong tea he had before bed. But Snape found himself completely unable to sleep. This was a terrible feeling. His face bore a large character for annoyance, and the tangled emotions grew like weeds in his heart. If written on paper, it would be a name composed of several letters. L-I-L-Y. The words Dumbledore said during the day deeply wounded him, or rather, reopened a wound he thought had long healed. He realized at this moment that the wound would never truly heal. Hogwarts had never had such a precedent, but there was no prohibition against such actions. Was there? Resentment, anger, frustration, regret. And the greatest pain in his heart, Snape grabbed the wand beside his pillow, sat up abruptly, pointing the wand at his chest, his right hand trembling violently. The incantation for piercing pain was interrupted 4 times, and finally, amid suppressed groans of pain and violent convulsions, Snape managed to temporarily escape those troubles. He fainted. Whether it was called avoidance or cowardice, this was his choice. For him, some things had never changed. It was me. I was the first. Clearly I came first. For the first time, he had someone he liked and gained a lifelong best friend. The 2 joys overlapped, and this double joy brought even more happiness. He should have already attained a dreamlike happiness. Yet why did it turn out like this? P.S. Although white studies should be dragged out and beaten, I still feel that white studies fit surprisingly well with the professor. It's quite thrilling. Dumbledore leaned back in his armchair, facing the window, the moonlight like a veil draped over him. The old man's serene gaze fixed on a scenery unseen by others. No one knew what he was seeing, but it must have been something beautiful, because he was smiling his smile just like it was back in the day. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. A Tale of Two Cities by Dickens. Perhaps as one ages, they inevitably fall into memories of the past. When Dumbledore felt the chill, he realized that more than an hour had passed since the midnight chimes. Memory is a sweet poison. Dumbledore couldn't remember where he had seen this phrase, but he felt that he had indeed been lost in memories more often recently than in the past, which was not a good sign. However, it didn't matter. Suspicion breeds paranoia. There are always troublesome people wanting to harm me. Such paranoia is not unfounded. And right now, there's one at Hogwarts. About this person. He truly has the surname Voldemort, and those with the surname Voldemort are truly cruel. The night was not very long. At 5 o'clock in the morning, one feels the most drowsy physiologically. It is also considered the best time for many to commit crimes, whether it be wrongdoing or nefarious schemes. This time is undoubtedly the best. However, nothing happened at 5 o'clock this time. After all, those want to make a big news story usually wouldn't choose this time. 2 hours passed after 5 o'clock, and Ask's eyelids finally opened after a struggle. As usual, he got up to wash up and, yawning, stumbled to the great hall for breakfast. Ask's demeanor at this moment seemed no different from usual. With a piece of bread in his mouth, Ask couldn't help but yawn again. Biting into bread while yawning is a challenging feat, and his expression became quite twisted and bizarre, but no one paid attention. When he had eaten enough, the number of people in the great hall finally increased, but it was still less than half of what it usually was. After all, there were no classes on Saturday, and most people opted to sleep a little longer, even if that little bit didn't make a difference. Hermione, holding a few books, looked no different from her usual self in class. The difference between a top student and a slacker is that the top student thinks class is just like a holiday. And even during holidays, they still attend class, while the slacker thinks class is just class, and during holidays, they should have fun. Even while eating, Hermione kept her back straight, just like in class. The advantage of this is that she wouldn't slouch and could have a better view than others, allowing her to see over the 2 rows of people at the neighboring table. Clearly noticing that Ask had almost buried his face in his oatmeal and hadn't he lifted it for a long time, making one wonder if he had drowned in it. After a while, Ask finally lifted his head, looking confused, and with a blank expression, turned to look in Hermione's direction. Hermione turned her head slightly to avoid his gaze, casually swiping a plate of food from the table, and lowered her head to start her breakfast. Can he feel that I'm looking at him? Hermione quietly raised her head, and her gaze coincidentally met Ask's. Although he still had that sleepy, dazed face, Hermione felt as if he had been looking at her for a while. Lowering her head again, Hermione took a few bites, then looked up again, only to find that the spot was now just a mess of cups and plates, and the person was gone. TSK, Hermione pouted. Now she could finally focus on her breakfast without distractions. The naive Hermione probably couldn't imagine that every day from now on, there would always be that face opposite her while she ate, and she would have to learn to adapt, to ignore the impact of that face on her mealtime. Otherwise, she might suffer from indigestion. Probably. The flags I planted earlier almost took effect, specifically as follows. Pay attention to the time differences between my replies. Mom, 21:30. 41:0. Air Xiao, come to Huffay this Sunday. Mom, 21:33. 03. It's best if you take a train around noon on Saturday. Me, 21:33. 18. What for? Brother, 21:33. 33. Introducing a partner. Mom, 21:34. 05. Didn't your uncle call? Brother, 21:34. 28. Helping someone carry a bride. Me, 21:34. 34. So, what exactly are we doing? My uncle didn't call. Mom, 21:35. 08. Your sister is getting married next month. Mom, 21:35. 39. Just say what I need to do. Mom, 21:35. 40. She's getting married on May Day. Mom, 21:36. 22. You just need to come for the meal. After breakfast. The time was still quite early. As Ask returned to the dormitory, he happened to run into Draco and the others who had just gotten up. Habits become second nature. After a few days of getting along, Draco had learned to ignore Ask's presence, and Ask had not caused any trouble, doing what he needed to do. The task of making the beds was taken care of by the house elves, and Ask's return to the dormitory was just to pack his things, preparing to move to the Gryffindor common room. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. The bedding didn't need to be taken over. Just a few books on a nightstand, and some small trinkets in the drawer. Ask's packing did not attract Draco's attention until Ask finished packing, with both hands in his pockets, and casually left the dormitory he had lived in for less than a week. That was when Draco noticed something was off. Ask had hardly done any tidying up during this week, except for the first night when he took out and organized his personal belongings. Everything else was managed by Hogwarts house elves. Therefore, it was strange for him to return to the dormitory today and clean everything up so neatly. Draco hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't ask. Ask left the Slytherin common room nonchalantly and headed straight to Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor. He knocked on the door, and Professor McGonagall's consistently serious voice came from behind it. "Come in." Pushing the door open, Ask scanned the room. It was his first time in Professor McGonagall's office. Strictly speaking, apart from Snape's and Dumbledore's offices, he hadn't been to any other professor's office. However, since he would be hanging out in Gryffindor from now on, he at least needed to know where the head of his house's office door opened. Professor McGonagall seemed to know Ask would come. She didn't lift her head to see who the visitor was. She simply continued as usual, wearing square glasses and a dark green robe, her hair tied in a bun, with her right hand holding a quill, seemingly grading assignments. It is quite rude to keep a guest waiting too long, even if this guest is somewhat an uninvited one. Ask didn't have to wait long. In less than half a minute after finishing grading the current assignment, Professor McGonagall put the quill back in the holder, stood up, and briskly walked towards Ask, then past him and continued forward, saying without looking back, "Follow me, Mr. Grindelwald." Suppressing the unruly tuft of hair at the back of his head, which wanted to rebel, Ask shrugged and followed Professor McGonagall out of the office, remembering to close the door behind him. At this time, more people began to move around in the castle. Students from the high towers of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw either rushed down to eat breakfast on time or walked in groups, going out to play or to the library. Ask may not be very famous yet, but there probably isn't anyone in this castle who doesn't know Professor McGonagall. It must be said that when she appears, order improves significantly. Originally rowdy students who were joking and roughhousing on the stairs immediately became as subdued as wilted cabbage, obediently taking one step at a time, behaving as well as they could. The Gryffindor common room is located in a tower, several flights of stairs up. Professor McGonagall and Ask stopped in front of the door where the fat lady's portrait serves as the handle. To enter the common room, a password is required, which changes daily. If forgotten, one can only be locked out. Professor McGonagall's tone was flat as she explained that the method of entering the common room is quite similar for all houses, though Ravenclaw is slightly more open. If being blocked out by a riddle that even their own members can't solve counts as being open. Raspberry. Upon saying today's password, the fat lady opened the door, and Professor McGonagall entered first, followed closely by Ask. Behind the entrance portrait was a cozy circular room filled with soft armchairs, with a fireplace against the wall. All the chairs were arranged around the fireplace in a circular manner. Like Slytherin, the common room was quite empty at this time. The best place to study during the day was the common room, since it could be noisy with people coming and going. Continuing forward, there were two spiral staircases leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories on either side. Professor McGonagall naturally led Ask towards the boys' dormitory, but Ask's attention was drawn to the other staircase, identical and without any markings. He thought it seemed quite reasonable that he might accidentally wander into the girls' dormitory in the future. Coincidentally, as Professor McGonagall and Ask were halfway up, Neville happened to come down the stairs. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall suddenly appear before him, the chubby boy was startled, lost his footing, and fell forward, likely to roll the rest of the way down. Professor McGonagall reached out to steady Neville, her tone finally showing some variation as she shook her head and gently admonished the trembling, unable to look her in the eye. "Neville, be careful going down the stairs." Neville nodded repeatedly, but still didn't dare to look up. For below, Ask could see Neville's round face, scrunched up in tension. Professor McGonagall released her hand, but kept it nearby, in case Neville didn't notice, and fell again. She stepped aside, passing by Neville to continue up. "Good morning, Neville." Ask greeted him and waved cheerfully at the surprised Neville. "From now on, we're in the same house, but you'll have to call me Senior." Although Ask rambled on, Neville was completely lost, unable to recall what Ask had said afterward. Used to such situations, Neville didn't continue standing there foolishly pondering the matter all day. He touched the white bandage on his arm, feeling a bit distressed as he shook his head. He had to go to Madame Pomfrey to change his bandage today, and he absolutely couldn't forget that, or it would be troublesome. Ugh, if only he could be like him. Neville turned to look at the empty spiral staircase, feeling envious and showing a simple smile. Standing at the door of the boys' dormitory, Professor McGonagall glanced at Ask and said meaningfully, Neville is a good boy, just a bit slow to react. I already know about what happened in potions class yesterday. You did well. Ask looked up at Professor McGonagall and asked with a smile. Just well? If you and T said some things that could easily be misunderstood, my evaluation would be higher. Professor McGonagall replied. Aren't you worried about others misunderstanding you? You know, when other students reported the situation to me, I almost couldn't help but punish you. Oh, Ask replied casually, not saying another word. This made Professor McGonagall regard Ask with a bit more respect. She thought Ask had some merits. At least he wasn't as hopeless as he had been on Sorting Hat Night. The dormitory part of the room wasn't fixed, and it was much larger inside than it looked from the outside. Professor McGonagall arranged for Ask to stay in an empty room that had 5 beds, with 4-post canopies draped in deep red flannel curtains. But only Ask would be staying there. In a sense, Ask could switch beds every day, going through a 5-day cycle without worrying about a roommate snoring and disrupting his sleep, leading him to do something unfriendly. He could even run around the dormitory naked without worrying about exposing himself. You should be fine on your own, so let us do this. Professor McGonagall didn't arrange for him to stay with other second-year students since they had already experienced a year of living together. And having a Slytherin suddenly become a Gryffindor could lead to many troublesome situations. It was better to let Ask live alone. Ask didn't mind either. Being alone was fine with him. He enjoyed the peace. So from now on, you were a Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall looked Ask up and down, finally stopping at his chest, where the Slytherin emblem still hung. Ask followed her gaze down, noticing the emblem, shrugged his shoulders, took it off, and stuffed it into his pocket, then extended his hand to Professor McGonagall. Logically, Professor McGonagall wasn't a vendor. How could she possibly carry a bunch of house emblems to hand out to students? But when faced with Ask's outstretched hand, Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment and then pulled out a simple small box from her pocket, solemnly placing it in Ask's hand. Take good care of it. Ask weighed the item in his palm and nodded nonchalantly. Professor McGonagall didn't say much more, just gave a few brief instructions, then left, mentioning that the new schedule and other things would be delivered by the third Weasley, Percy Weasley. After Professor McGonagall left, Ask opened the box and glanced at the house emblem lying inside. He picked it up and examined it closely, his expression changing slightly. Then, very seriously and carefully fixed the emblem to his chest, seemingly talking to himself. TSK actually gave me a second-hand item. First of all, today I almost didn't update because I wanted to take it easy, but I thought I shouldn't be so unrefined, so I decided to update anyway. Secondly, you saw what I posted yesterday, right? I indeed have things to do this week. Although it's just going out for a meal, the back-and-forth travel is quite annoying. Lastly, it's been decided happily that I'll take a leave on Saturday, so you don't have to wait for my update. Never underestimate the speed at which information spreads in specific environments, especially when there's a group of active individuals filled with restlessness and nothing better to do to stir the pot. Ask's move into the Gryffindor common room happened shortly after breakfast, and by lunchtime, nearly everyone in Gryffindor knew there was a new addition to their house. The reason for nearly is that some people were a bit far from the center of the event, but by mealtime, they had also discovered this matter. Considering that being watched wasn't a new experience, it wasn't surprising that Ask could calmly enjoy lunch under the gaze of almost all the students from various houses, including some professors. Sometimes, things could be quite interesting. For example, at the Gryffindor table, many people were curious about Ask, but they didn't approach him to talk. Instead, they whispered among themselves, clearly audible to Ask. He chose a seat closer to the professor's table, about a third of the long table, with 2 empty spots on either side. Across from him, there was a row of people sitting normally, but their minds were mostly not on the delicious food on the table. In Gryffindor, Ask had 2 acquaintances, Hermione and Neville. The latter, aside from having been helped by Ask once and greeting him in the morning, was similar to the others in most aspects. Compared to the timid Neville, Hermione was clearly bolder and had dealt with Ask before, so she didn't speculate like the others but asked directly, "Are you in the wrong seat?" This is Gryffindor. With food in his mouth, cheeks puffed out like a hamster, Ask's lips twitched in what could be considered a smile. He nodded, then shook his head, finally pointing to the emblem on his chest. It resembled a shield, with gold and red patterns interwoven to form a lion standing on its hind legs, yawning, roaring, while a banner inscribed with Gryffindor blocked its lower half, preventing any inappropriate exposure. After all, it was a male lion. You transferred houses? Hermione was very surprised. Why did he suddenly change houses? Wasn't it just last Friday that he said he wanted to skip a year? Nodding, Ask reached for the next dish. Dining here was quite free, as one could eat with their hands without feeling awkward, since everyone around did the same. Gryffindor had its merits. This atmosphere of freedom was something a dictatorial country could never offer. Ask's movements were usually quite nimble, but someone was faster than him. When Hermione tapped his hand with a spoon, Ask innocently rolled his eyes and glared at her, while she looked equally displeased, shaking the spoon as if warning him. Didn't your parents teach you not to chew with your mouth full when talking to others? No. Ask wiped the grease off his hands with a napkin, then picked up a knife he hadn't used yet, smiling at Hermione. His parents died young, and he had no one to teach him. Lacking proper upbringing was truly embarrassing. After saying that, Ask swiftly plunged the knife into the dish, the tip piercing the food and hitting the bottom of the plate with a crisp sound. Twisting his wrist, Ask skillfully cut the innocent turkey into pieces, then forked a piece into his bowl and savored it. He finished just a small piece of turkey quickly, spitting out the bones and sipping juice in small mouthfuls. Many noticed Ask's knife action, but since it wasn't aimed at a living being, although there was some surprise and confusion, others didn't take it to heart. Of course, this was just the perspective of the bystanders who didn't understand the truth. For those who were closer and could see and hear clearly, Ask had already been labeled with some unfavorable tags, such as rude, violent, bad-tempered, macho, bullying girls, disrupting house harmony, damaging utensils, wasting food, having a twisted mind, parents dying young, lacking guidance, improper knife-handling techniques, and unprofessional cutting actions. In short, if Ask could know what these people were thinking, he would probably just say, "I'm not targeting anyone. Everyone here is trash." To be fair, Hermione was indeed startled by Ask's sudden knife action, and although she realized her words were a bit hasty after careful consideration, she thought, "You're really too petty." Facing Hermione, who suddenly stopped questioning and focused on lunch, Ask felt that since you sincerely asked before, I will generously tell you the answer. As for whether you want to hear it now, that's none of my business. Yes, I did transfer to Gryffindor. This should be considered an accident. Ask turned his head and subtly extended a middle finger toward someone on the professor's table who was paying attention to them, expressing disdain and displeasure. Then turned back to Hermione and said, "Of course, the goal has been achieved. Now, I am a second-year student of Gryffindor. As per tradition, you should respectfully call me senior." If it weren't for the good upbringing he had developed over time, Hermione would probably want to smash her plate in Ask's face at this moment. Even without doing so, many things were written on her face, unhidden, and it didn't require literacy. Anyone who wasn't blind could see it clearly. TCH, Ask scoffed, preparing to make a sarcastic remark, but as he leaned back with his cup, he almost fell off the bench, forgetting that the chairs in the hall had no backrest. However, Ask ignored everyone's reactions as if nothing had happened, and the words he was about to say were no longer appropriate to express. Whether you believe it or not, reality is just like that. Ask put down his cup, smiled at Hermione again, stood up, and left the hall gracefully. Not returning to the dormitory, he figured it would be lively there after lunch. Speaking of which, today was sunny, a perfect day to find a quiet place and be a handsome guy. So, that was the pleasant decision. Yesterday, out of boredom, I want to look at the rankings on the fan fiction site and read that book, The Birds of Hogwarts. I feel that my book is inferior to his in one aspect. At least his has the hope of an ending, while mine feels like it will never finish no matter how I look at it. Self-deprecation, no need to care. But at the same time, with a word count of 140,000, I probably haven't even finished the first volume. Today's chapter mainly proves that I can write quickly if I want to. So, let's play a game and see how long it takes me to finish the first volume. 1 month or 20 days. As it turns out, Ask wasn't the only one who ran out to play during lunch. It's now 1991, and the most popular thing among Muggle children is probably the Nintendo Entertainment System. As for wizarding children, well, there are also plenty of things to play with. There are quite a few toys as well. On the Quidditch pitch, some agile figures riding flying broomsticks darted back and forth. That was the house team training. If you want to shine in front of others, you must first suffer behind the scenes. Quidditch isn't a sport with a high safety factor, especially during competitions between the 4 houses within Hogwarts. Body cannot be there, but heart yearns for it is a phrase that fits first-year freshmen quite well. The first flying lesson won't happen until the second week of school, and the Quidditch team only recruits students from the second year and above, so before that, first-year newbies could only watch from the stands. Ask did not squeeze into crowded places. He hadn't often left the castle before, only going to the greenhouse during herbology class, and otherwise he was quite reclusive. There's really not much to say about where Ask went and what he did at noon. If he had found a quiet place, like under a tree, and unreasonably chased away the tree guardian, then took out a mat to sleep quietly for the afternoon, it might take forever to write about that. And the completion of this book would be a long way off, maybe even never finished. So, this day just ended like this. Well, there's one more thing. When Ask returned for dinner that evening, he received much less attention since many things the students already knew. Hermione didn't come to the hall that night, leaving the seat opposite Ask empty. After a long yawn, Ask shook his head and decided to eat and then go back to sleep. Well, today's matters end here. Ask's matters are done. As for others, there are still some things to briefly mention. A guy with the surname Fu has taken an interest in a student who managed to get Dumbledore's agreement and helped a transfer. And he is also intrigued by the student's surname. Just interest, nothing more. Compared to this 11-year-old kid, Hogwarts has more appealing things for him. As for the others, well, eat, sleep, play, and enjoy. Who cares about your aunt's house? So this day really ended. The next day, Sunday, because Ask had a great sleep yesterday, he decided to continue sleeping today. Normally, if nothing unexpected happened, he would just sleep through the day and continue writing about Monday. But what Professor McGonagall said before she left took effect now. Around 8:30, Percy Weasley knocked on Ask's door on time, bringing new textbooks and a class schedule for Ask. The moment the knock sounded, Ask opened his eyes, quickly rolled out of bed, and after a few steps, rushed to the door, opened it, grabbed the books and schedule from Percy's hands, smiled at him, and then slammed the door shut. At that moment, Ask's thanks floated out from behind the door. Thanks. Percy looked confused, glanced at his empty hands, then at the door that seemed never to have been opened, shook his head and left. At lunchtime, it was Ask who didn't appear in the hall this time, leaving Hermione's spot empty. Looking around and confirming that he wasn't at the Gryffindor table, Hermione stood up and glanced towards the Slytherin table, but still couldn't find Ask. Did he not come for lunch? Irregular eating habits will lead to stomach problems sooner or later. Achoo! Drowsy and half asleep, Ask sneezed, rubbed his nose, and changed his position to continue sleeping. Judging by this rhythm, this day was about to end again. But, knock knock, holding a lunchbox. Neville stood somewhat nervously at the door of Ask's dormitory, hesitating whether to put the lunchbox down and quickly leave. To be fair, Neville was still quite afraid of Ask. If possible, he would prefer to keep his distance. Especially since that remark from potion class and the glinting knife from yesterday left him with a not-so-pleasant impression. Grandma, I want to go home. The little chubby boy felt a tearless urge to cry. Being in such a strange environment without someone like his grandmother to take care of him was really hard. Creak. The door in front of them opened, and Neville instinctively took a step back, causing Ask to miss his grab for the items. Originally indifferent, Ask's eyes widened a bit. Upon recognizing the person in front of him, he looked Neville up and down, finally landing his gaze on the lunchbox in Neville's hands. For me? Neville nodded vigorously, hurriedly handing over the lunchbox as if it were a potion cauldron about to explode. Not immediately taking the lunchbox, Ask looked around. There was no one else in the corridor, so it seemed Neville had come alone. Taking the lunchbox from Neville's hands, Ask lightly nodded and said, "Oh, thank you. I haven't eaten all day." And no problem," Neville stuttered in reply. The warmth from the lunchbox indicated that what was inside was still hot. Lifting the lid, Ask glanced at it and shook his head, saying, "There are too many vegetables, not enough meat." Neville's face turned red immediately. He didn't know what Ask liked to eat, so he prepared it according to his own taste. I'll go prepare it for you." Ask reached out and grabbed Neville, who was about to turn and leave, his tone still calm, saying, "No need. Even though I don't really like vegetables, eating some occasionally is good for the body." Tonks. Neville looked confused. Although he didn't understand what was going on, it seemed he didn't need to go get another meal. "If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come find me." Letting go of his hand, Ask turned to walk into the room, and before closing the door, he said to Neville in a serious tone, "Any trouble?" You don't need to." Neville turned around abruptly. He didn't want Ask's promise because he wasn't doing this to gain a favor or to get Ask to owe him. However, Ask had already closed the door. "Help me solve trouble. What a good person." Neville could only helplessly accept reality and then give Ask a good person card. However, it would be best if Ask didn't have to use this promise. He felt that if he really let him solve trouble, it might be even more troublesome. The image of Ask's knife from yesterday, noon, flashed in front of him, and Neville couldn't help but shiver. It was really scary, the expression Ask had at that time. "The update was a bit late because I was sleeping before, got up at 9, then played with my phone and delayed until now. Today is Saturday, and I don't expect to update tonight, so don't wait, but recommendations or something can be given. I'm not joking when I say the first volume will end at the end of the month, and yesterday, I wrote a chapter of filler. Did you just realize I used that skill? The new week is actually no different from the first week. For Ask, even though the class schedule changed, the teachers were still the same, and the people sitting next to him were still strangers unrelated to him. In a sense, it seems he was even worse off in Gryffindor. At least he wouldn't be subjected to Snape's sharp tongue and point deductions in potions class. Snape did live up to the title of Gryffindor's greatest enemy. Ask going to Gryffindor wasn't his fault. But considering that Dumbledore was clearly more difficult to deal with than Ask, he still had to bear that responsibility. There were deeper reasons as well. In short, Ask was thoroughly taken advantage of by Dumbledore, that was for sure. Of course, Dumbledore had his own considerations, and, for young people, it's a good thing to experience some hardships. Time passed neither fast nor slow, and Ask's situation gradually became mundane. Slytherin was used to having an unpopular and overlooked new student, and Gryffindor didn't feel like someone had joined their ranks because Ask kept a low profile, almost to the point of invisibility. TSK, how boring. After finishing the homework assigned by the professors today, Ask glanced at the time. It seemed he would have a long night ahead with nothing to do. What to do? Yawn Ask silently yawned, not out of sleepiness, but simply feeling lost from boredom. After sitting for a while, feeling hot, Ask picked up his wand, leaned back, and with a skilled flick of his wrist, a large water balloon appeared in midair. People always need to have dreams. Who knows, they might just come true. When tired, when wanting to give up, think of your dreams. If that doesn't spark your fighting spirit, then it doesn't deserve to be called a dream, just ramblings. The 7-year agreement. A cold smile unconsciously appeared on Ask's lips, resulting in the water balloon losing control and crashing down. He didn't dodge or avoid it, letting the balloon splatter on his face. The icy water streamed down his cheeks, soaking into his clothes, leaving his upper garments nearly drenched. And the sheets below could even squeeze out water. But there were several beds in this room, so he could easily switch to another one. Getting up, he took off his wet clothes and walked to the mirror, lightly brushing his finger over his left shoulder, feeling a jolt as if electrocuted. The skin was intact and delicate, showing no signs of the severe injuries he had endured before. The effects of the potion were powerful, but not omnipotent. 7 years. Should I say thank you for letting me live 7 more years? No, my child, the one you should be grateful to is me. It's not that they let you live 7 more years, but that I can still live for 7 more. True, but I want to say thank you to you. Still holding a grudge against me? Hee hee, my child, have you thought about what to do 7 years from now? No, just 7 years. That's no different from nothing, utterly meaningless. Actually, there's a bit of a difference. As for where the difference lies, you'll know once you get to Hogwarts. It has been 2 weeks since coming to Hogwarts, but Ask still hadn't discovered the difference old Grindelwald mentioned, and thus he felt as if he had been tricked by the old man. However, as Ask dried his hair with a towel, he pondered whether what old Grindelwald said had anything to do with Dumbledore switching him to Gryffindor. Playing tricks, making a funny face at the mirror. Ask hummed a rhythmless, meaningless tune, climbed onto another clean bed, and aimlessly flipped through a book. Ask didn't like a calm life, but some people did. It's just that sometimes things change according to one's will, no matter who you are. The second week of flying lessons was highly anticipated by all first-year students. Many had already played with flying brooms at home. But riding a flying broom and playing Quidditch on one were 2 completely different things, especially in a proper stadium, cheered on by their own audience, fighting for victory for their team. Flying lessons were the first step towards many people's dreams. Of course, not everyone looked forward to this day. At least Neville didn't. Sometimes, the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. This frustrating situation is summed up by Murphy's Law. What happened in the flying lesson? There's nothing much to say. Looking at the results, the winner was Harry, the loser was Draco, and the innocent unfortunate was Neville. The plot in novels can be twisted and strange, but reality is far more interesting than fiction. As someone who did nothing and ended up being a victim, Neville didn't receive sympathy from his classmates. On the contrary, most found the little chubby boy's performance amusing and looked down on someone who embarrassed wizards, like Draco, who had often told many people that Neville was a disgrace to wizards. Ask learned that Draco was lying in the infirmary during dinner. He smiled and listened to his fellow classmates vividly describe the situation, and unlike other students who occasionally laughed, his smile might have had a hint of mockery. But it wasn't directed at the person everyone recognized. Hermione, sitting across from Ask, was more perceptive, perhaps due to her greater attention towards Ask. She easily noticed his unusual demeanor. Before dinner ended, Ask left the hall, taking some food with him. The infirmary was on the 2nd floor of the castle, and when Ask entered, Madame Pomfrey was changing Neville's bandages. Strictly speaking, Neville had already been to the infirmary twice in 1 week, a frequency comparable to that of mischievous troublemakers. Madame Pomfrey only glanced at Ask and then ignored him, but Neville was quite surprised, especially when he saw the food box Ask was carrying. Neville opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Is it serious? Asked Madame Pomfrey, who attentively and skillfully changed Neville's bandages before answering. Just a minor fracture. He'll be fine in 3 days. However, he has been coming to see me a bit too frequently lately. Are you his roommate? Why don't you take better care of him? Do you have to wait until something happens before you show concern? Madame Pomfrey held a special status at Hogwarts. Even Dumbledore wouldn't make her back down, speaking plainly. Nodding gently, Ask didn't argue, just raised the food box in his hand to signal to Neville. Eat first. We'll talk about your situation after you finish. Ask placed the food box by the bed and pulled up a stool to sit beside it, gesturing for Neville to eat. Since he could only use one hand, Neville's attempts to eat were somewhat clumsy. His dominant hand was his right, but now he could only use his left to hold the utensils. Not offering help, Ask sat patiently, waiting for Neville. About half an hour later, Neville set down the food box and burped. He wanted to say something, but Ask spoke first. Are you full? Ask asked, and after receiving an affirmative reply, he handed over a tissue and then casually said, Well, as I mentioned last time, I will help you solve your troubles. Do you want Draco's left hand or right hand? Neville looked confused, glancing down at his dangling arm before realizing what Ask meant, his expression changing dramatically as he shook his head repeatedly. Why refuse? Ask looked into Neville's eyes, and Neville immediately lowered his gaze. Are you scared? It's okay. I'll handle it properly. No one will suspect you. In fact, it would just be an accident, an everyday accident. There is no need for that. I just accidentally broke my arm this time. It really has nothing to do with him. Neville explained, wiping the sweat that had seeped out due to tension from his forehead, and cautiously said in a very low voice, This is my own problem. I'm too stupid. Ask looked expressionless and continued. Neville awkwardly scratched his head, but did not object. Since you say so, then let it be. Ask stood up, reached out, and firmly squeezed Neville's fractured arm. The unhealed wound was stimulated, causing Neville to involuntarily cry out in pain, but Ask covered his mouth, leaving him only able to emit muffled whimpers. Does it hurt? Does it evoke some bad memories for you, like falling from the sky this afternoon, crashing hard on the ground, your bones snapping like a doomsday nightmare? There seemed to be a flickering flame in Ask's eyes as he stepped back, looking down from a height like an emperor, watching Neville curled up, hugging his arm. Remember this pain. It will constantly remind you of one thing. Being stupid is not a mistake. Being weak is. The chapter starts with a word count of 3,500 words, barely making up for yesterday. And then I ask for some clicks or something. If that doesn't work, just give me a favorite. It seems that as long as I update, I'm in the top 30 of fanfiction weekly recommendations, stuck at 30 forever. Horse. I changed the cover, but the effect isn't great. After all, it was just casually made with a photo editing app, pure DIY. A friend gave me a birthday gift, Frostmourne. Although as a loyal DK, I feel pretty good to get the boss's exclusive weapon, but it weighs over 10 pounds. By the way, besides the wall, I don't seem to have anywhere to hang this thing at home, and my dad doesn't play World of Warcraft, so I'm not afraid of him chasing me with it. Well, my birthday is March 28th, so I probably will update more that day, but not by much. I'll just take a powerful selfie with Frostmourne. That's it. That night, you didn't. Ahem, that night. What Ask said to Neville is known only to the two of them, as later Ask used a spell to prevent outsiders from hearing their conversation. Before leaving, Ask tossed Neville a special diary, which was meant to solve the first trouble that Neville formally brought up to Ask. It's a bit convoluted, but that's the gist of it. Neville's problem is, what to do if you keep forgetting. Just write down what you need to do before you forget it. The notebook is special. It doesn't require a pen. You just need to open it, flip to a blank page, and think about what you want to record, and it will naturally appear. This isn't something very remarkable. It's like Neville's so-called forgetfulness. He isn't the first wizard to encounter such a problem, and there have long been solutions before him. Because Ask doesn't think that's an illness, he simply gave Neville a diary instead of a bottle of medicine. At the door of the infirmary, Ask unsurprisingly found Hermione, who had no intention of hiding and was rather openly blocking the doorway. Curious, are you? Glancing at Hermione, Ask said unexpectedly, What? Nothing. Ask looked at Hermione, who was pretending to be clueless, and said with a smile, I didn't say anything to Neville. Just some casual concern between classmates. If you don't believe me, you can ask Neville. By the way, I didn't use the Obliviate spell to erase that part of the memory, because it wasn't necessary. Neville has probably already forgotten. Hermione was speechless, scratching her hair. Ask asked her, Are you familiar with Neville? I guess so. Furrowing her brow slightly, Hermione said uncertainly, I should be one of the students in the academy who has the best relationship with him. Taking a glance at Ask, Hermione muttered softly. One of them. Oh, Ask nodded, then said with a serious face, Indeed, you know nothing about him. What did you say? Hermione was somewhat angry. Is there something wrong with your ears? I just said I have no interest in hearing it again. Ask interrupted rudely. So, do you know what Neville's parents' names are, what their professions are, where they live, who else is in his family, and what he went through in his childhood that turned him into such a coward? Hermione was stunned. She really couldn't answer any of those questions. But then she became furious and loudly retorted to Ask. Then what about you? Do you know what his parents are called? Patients need rest. This is the infirmary. Please keep quiet. At some point, Madame Pomfrey appeared at the infirmary door, sternly criticizing them. Ask shrugged his shoulders and then casually turned to leave, while Hermione quietly said an apology and then hurried after Ask. After catching up with Ask, Hermione looked around to ensure no one would suddenly interrupt her. And then Ask spoke first. I know what you're going to say. I know everything, but I won't tell you. If anger could be materialized, Hermione would be able to swing it at Ask's face right now. Even so, anyone could see how furious Hermione was. However, Ask didn't think Hermione's anger had anything to do with him, or rather, what could she do even if she was angry? I know what you're going to say next. You will express doubt, questioning that I actually know nothing and am just lying. Ask tilted his head and smiled, looking as annoying as possible. Don't deny it. You know better than anyone. Speaking of which, the matters between Neville and me are our secret, so don't think about asking Neville. Bullying him is quite foolish. Trying to extract words from him. It's a despicable, shameless, and lowly thing to do. Ask paused, still smiling, because you haven't regarded him as an equal friend. You don't respect his wishes, and your desire for information is merely due to your competitiveness and curiosity. What do you take me for? Hermione's voice was sharp and thin. If listened to closely, one might hear a hint of crying in it, because she felt wronged, and she had reasons to feel that way. Setting everything aside, back at the infirmary door, Hermione hadn't said a word before Ask led her along, pulling her into a strange circle, and then in this strange circle, Ask hung her up and beat her. Whether what Ask said truly reflected Hermione's innermost thoughts is up for debate, but anyone who is randomly slapped like this would surely feel aggrieved. What do you take me for? Ask repeated Hermione's question and then shrugged his shoulders, still speaking in that unserious tone. I've always been this unpopular. If I said something wrong just now, damn, there's a time for reason. So why are you crying? I want to. Tears still couldn't help but flow down, but Hermione stubbornly retorted, I want to cry if I want to. After saying that, Hermione couldn't hold back any longer, and her tears flowed out like beads spilling from a broken string. Ask rolled his eyes. At this moment, leaving was the best choice because Hermione wouldn't spread the fact that she had cried because of him everywhere, which wouldn't harm his reputation, even though he treated that incident as a joke. Should he leave or stay? It was really frustrating. Moreover, he had to hold back his anger. After all, he couldn't vent on the girl in front of him who was crying her eyes out. If only it were a boy, a good beating would solve everything. There is nothing that a good beating can't solve. If there is, then 2 beats would do. Merlin, please help me turn this crying girl into a boy. Merlin did not respond to Ask's request. He still had to resolve the trouble he had caused himself. Ask always had unique ways to solve problems, and this time was no exception. He took out his wand and a bottle from his pocket, then waved his wand gently. An invisible magical force wrapped around the tears that slipped from Hermione's chin, gathering them drop by drop into a large droplet that swayed in the air like a pearl. Hermione was confused by Ask's actions, instinctively forgetting to cry, and the speed at which her tears were produced decreased. Before she could figure out what Ask was trying to do, his impatient voice urged her on. Come on, keep crying. Don't stop. While urging Hermione to continue crying, Ask's wand gently moved, and the tear droplet floated in front of him, which he carefully controlled to drip into the empty bottle. This was not an easy task, because controlling a drop of tear was clearly more difficult than controlling a water ball the size of a bludger. Not to mention that he had to use words to stimulate Hermione in the process. Multitasking was no easy feat. The effect seemed quite good. At least the crying girl was now angry again. Plan successful. However, if this continued, it might. Come help me. Putting away the bottle and wand, Ask said in a very serious tone, if it's just me, the effect will be too slow. After all, I'm not in the same year as Neville, and I often can't take care of him. What? Hermione looked confused, the unshed tears on her cheeks glistening in the moonlight. Aren't you curious about what Neville and I talked about? Without waiting for Hermione to respond, Ask answered in a rush. I said I would help Neville. Help him become as powerful a wizard as his parents. Make him the pride of his parents. The information in Ask's words was overwhelming, and under his deliberate control. Some connections were missing, giving Hermione the illusion that even though she didn't know what he was saying, it sounded impressive. Knowing that he couldn't stop now and couldn't give Hermione time to think, Ask stepped forward, grabbed Hermione's shoulders with both hands, and leaned in, giving off a rather inappropriate vibe, as if something very clutch was about to happen. Not following the usual script meant that Hermione had no idea what Ask was planning. But the increasingly close face still made her heart race, completely forgetting the previous confrontational stance. Now she should just charge at him, bump into him with all her might, and then teach him a lesson. What are you doing? Stop! Hermione shouted in a panic. Thankfully, Ask didn't lean in any further. There was still about 5 centimeters of space between them, eye to eye, nose to nose, and Ask could sneeze and hit Hermione in the face. Don't you want to help Neville? Due to the distance, Hermione could only see Ask's eyes, specifically the area between his nose and forehead. She clearly saw Ask's ice blue eyes, sparkling like blue diamonds, and could tell the sincerity and seriousness in his gaze. Or at least, that is how it should be. As the protagonists in movies always have such eyes, the more righteous the character, the more righteous the gaze, while the villains had sinister and evil looks. Due to her experience, Hermione could only find situations in movies where Ask's gaze matched. Hey, listen, Neville is a good kid, and good kids should get candy. Good people should be rewarded, so I decided to help Neville. What about you? Don't you want to help Neville? No, I want to help. Then we have a common goal. This is a great start. At least I won't have to fight alone. Releasing his grip on Hermione's shoulders, Ask excitedly grabbed her hand, making it impossible for her to shake him off. Let's put everything that happened before behind us. We should look forward, especially since we have a common goal. We shouldn't argue. We should focus our energy on helping Neville, right? Maybe. Hermione subconsciously nodded, feeling a bit dizzy, her thoughts becoming sluggish. She thought there was nothing wrong with what Ask said. It sounded reasonable, so nodding now didn't seem wrong. A glint of cunning flashed in Ask's eyes. Potions are profound. It wouldn't be surprising if there was a potion that could dull someone's reactions, make them fuzzy, or even completely unconscious in a short time. As for why Ask had such a thing, don't mind those details. The subsequent events were akin to watching how various scam artists swindle their victims in a handing over their wallets or observing how a pyramid scheme brainwashes people. In short, under Ask's gentle coaxing, the formerly lost Hermione finally let go of her prejudices, smiled at Ask, and joined him in helping Neville become an extraordinary wizard and the pride of his parents, embarking on the path to the pinnacle of life. A previously two-person organization. As for what would happen when Hermione came back to her senses later, well, that was a matter for the future. Thinking too much would only make life harder. After all, this wasn't a bad thing. Neville, lying on the infirmary bed, suddenly smiled, seemingly having a beautiful dream. 2700, this year's update is early. Maybe I could try saving some drafts. A new week, recommendations, favorites, clicks, all are welcome. The second week quickly came to an end. Aside from Neville breaking his arm and Harry being selected for the Quidditch house team, there wasn't really anything major. Speaking of which, calmness was the main theme. A normal school couldn't possibly have big news every day. Otherwise, students' parents would consider switching schools. Ask was slightly more active than before. Recently, he often appeared in the common room, either sleeping with a book in his arms or holding a book while sleeping. This was actually a rather annoying behavior, because while he was doing nothing there, a large number of other students were catching up on homework. In a sense, Ask was a natural hate magnet, particularly adept at attracting animosity with just his presence. In reality, Ask wasn't simply sleeping in the common room. He was there for other reasons. That kid Neville was too lacking in confidence. You see, if I sit here, doesn't it make him feel better? When Hermione accused Ask of doing nothing other than sleeping in the common room, Ask said something that left Hermione speechless, but was indeed the truth. It's indeed a bit strange. When Ask appears in Neville's line of sight, Neville performs much better, but when Ask is not around, Neville turns back into that clumsy, slow little chubby boy, just like Cinderella after midnight. The problem is that when you're not there, Neville goes back to his old ways. Even if what Ask says is true, Hermione has her own views. You can't be with him all the time. Touching his chin, Ask nodded thoughtfully and said, "That's true." Satisfied with Ask's honest attitude, Hermione was about to express her opinions and suggestions, but just then, Ask suddenly pulled out a small plaque from his pocket, followed by a photo of himself. "What are you doing?" Hermione asked, but she didn't need an answer. She quickly found out. Ask glued his photo onto the palm-sized wooden plaque and wrote a sentence beneath it. "Ask is with you." Hermione was speechless, but it seemed Ask's work wasn't done yet. His pocket seemed like a bottomless pit. He pulled out a book that was obviously much larger than the pocket, measuring about 2 feet tall and 1 foot wide, covered in thick dust. "What are you going to do now?" Hermione asked. Why again? murmured Ask to himself. Without saying a word, he seemed to have memorized the book's table of contents and precisely flipped to the required page. The wide page had no text, only a huge, intricate, and complex pattern. A massive circle filled with dense lines, which, if stared at too long, would induce a dizzying sensation similar to motion sickness. However, if one didn't focus, the contents inside the circle appeared to be obscured by a layer of patterned glass, the lines becoming hazy and disorganized. After less than 10 seconds of looking, Hermione felt nauseous and had the urge to vomit. If you can't look, don't force yourself. People have died from looking at such things before. Without raising his head, Ask pushed the cup of water in front of Hermione. His eyes were blank, his expression completely expressionless. And what would make an ordinary person unable to endure after 10 seconds presented no obstacle to him. Startled by Ask's words, Hermione first patted her chest in fear. Once she confirmed that nothing negative had changed about her, she noticed that Ask seemed to have been staring at that image for a full minute. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? She pushed Ask hard, extending her hand to slam the book shut. The dust that flew up from the impact filled the area, causing Hermione to sneeze repeatedly. Geez, what a fuss. Ask, covered in dust, looked like he had been buried in dirt for a century. Hermione was better off since she was sitting across from him. Most of the dust had landed on Ask when the book closed. I just saved your life. Facing Hermione, who felt quite pleased with herself, Ask merely rolled his eyes. He knew he absolutely could not speak now. Otherwise, the rest of the day would probably be spent on meaningless bickering. Bickering is the most pointless. So why not engage in a friendly competition instead? All right, whatever you say. Casually brushing it off, Ask took out a carving knife from his pocket and began to carve something on the wooden plaque according to memory. It must be clarified that Ask does not possess a photographic memory, although his memory is indeed much better than average. Therefore, it was impossible for Ask to memorize such a complex pattern in just that minute and then carve it onto the palm-sized wooden plaque. So, what happened next was not what most people would expect. Ask was not showing off or trying to impress anyone. To be fair, what Ask carved looked awkward. Like the most clumsy craftsman trying to hammer out the Mona Lisa smile on a diamond the size of a thumb with a large iron hammer. In short, aside from Ask, no one else could identify what he had carved. Seemingly putting in a lot of effort, sweat covered Ask's forehead, mixed with dust, making him look like a construction worker, completely unrecognizable as that arrogant and cocky second-year student. All done, proudly holding up the wooden plaque, Ask looked rather ridiculous. Hermione wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but it seemed like the plaque was shimmering with a bluish light, yet when she focused on it, she saw nothing. Take it. I'll go take a shower first. Casually tossing the plaque to Hermione, Ask dashed back to the boys' dormitory like a whirlwind, instinctively catching the plaque. Hermione felt it was icy cold. In the hot weather, she felt a refreshing chill wash over her. Her previously irritable state was now calmed like a breeze had blown through, and her thoughts became clearer. Is this the effect of the plaque? The plaque lay quietly in Hermione's palm. It was made of an unknown type of wood, with traces of processing still visible. It was not a perfectly rectangular shape, with an uneven surface showing a pattern of dark brown resin interspersed with yellowish-white wood, with holes and depressions resembling decayed wood. The front had a photo of Ask, a smiling boy giving a thumbs up as if to praise something, with a hole above and the line, Ask is with you, below it, creating an oddly mismatched feeling. The back seemed to have been well treated, smooth as a mirror, with Ask's scribbled-like design carved into it, which Hermione couldn't identify at all based on her experience. Looking around, Hermione took out a piece of paper to cover the back of the plaque, and then gently rubbed a pencil back and forth on the paper. This was the simplest form of rubbings, and Hermione wasn't aiming for a perfect replica, just a rough idea would do. Not spending too much time, after finishing the rubbing, Hermione put the white paper away and went to find Neville. This plaque was special, although she didn't know the principle behind it. If she carried it all the time, it should help calm her mind, cool her down, and make her thoughts clearer. What a great item! When handing the plaque to Neville, Hermione felt a bit sour inside. If she had such a thing, wouldn't studying become much easier? Take good care of it, don't lose it. She repeatedly reminded Neville. Knowing how forgetful he was, losing this would be even more painful than losing 10 galleons. I'll hang it up. How about wearing it around my neck? Neville pulled out a small pendant from his shirt, which resembled a book that could open, typically used for family photos or pictures of loved ones. He unhooked the pendant, threaded the chain through the hole in the plaque, and then reattached the pendant and plaque around his neck, carefully tucking it into his shirt. Looks good. Hermione nodded absently, her mind occupied with other thoughts. You can't be with him all the time. That's true. What are you going to do? Ask is with you. Almost at the same time, Ask was taking off his clothes and perhaps pulled too hard, accidentally snapping the thin chain around his neck. A small object fell from it, hitting the ground with a light sound. Ask's movement suddenly stopped as he looked down at the object, let out a muffled grunt, and kicked it under the bed with his foot, then casually hummed a tune as he went to take a shower. Under the bed, in a place where light could not reach, a small wooden plaque lay quietly, unmoving, just like a grave. Over 2,800 words, a heartfelt update. So please recommend and bookmark it. Speaking of which, the clicks and recommendations are 1 now, right? Also, delete the previous leave requests to avoid complaints that a third of this book is made up of them. September quickly came to an end. Flipping through the calendar on the wall, Ask realized he had to admit one thing. He was very satisfied with life at Hogwarts. Perhaps it was boring. Perhaps it was uninteresting, but it provided a sense of peace, a clean place to enjoy, and that was already the greatest happiness. At the end of October is Halloween, and then in nearly 2 months is the long Christmas holiday. Ask would have enough time to go back to old Grindelwald, where the only 2 members of the Grindelwald family could have a Christmas dinner together. Such an opportunity was rare. Stroking his chin, Ask's gaze penetrated the numbers on the calendar, and he felt a bit dazed. What was he doing this time last year? Well, it probably wasn't anything good. Life at Durmstrang was always filled with dueling, scheming, and conspiracies. Ask, who had adapted to his surroundings, only made it more exciting. I like it here, Ask said to himself in the mirror, and then pushed the door open and left the dormitory. Today was Sunday, and it was a rare good day, especially after a week of continuous rain. With such nice weather and no classes, it was great to go out for a walk and enjoy the breeze. You're late again. In the common room, Hermione seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and as soon as she saw Ask, she complained irritably. However, compared to how she used to see Ask as a nuisance, her temper seemed to have improved quite a bit. Or perhaps she had just gotten used to some of Ask's bad habits. Late? There are no classes today, so why get up so early? After taking breakfast from Neville, Ask yawned, patted Neville on the shoulder, and said sympathetically, "She didn't barge into the boys' dorm and drag you out of bed again, did she?" Neville seemed to be in good spirits, full of energy, and just smiled and shook his head at Ask's teasing, his left hand clutching his shirt at the chest, his eyes much more lively than before. Glancing at Hermione's expression, Ask stretched lazily and then asked, "Where are we going today?" "Never mind, you two decide. I'll go along with the organization's arrangements." The so-called organization was actually to help Neville become independent and become an extraordinary wizard to make his parents proud. And reach the peak of Life Group, which currently had 3 members, but the results were quite good. Ask initially just used it to fool Hermione, but she took it seriously, formulating plans and supervising their implementation, to the point that now Ask was unsure whether it was Hermione or he who had been fooled in the beginning. The library. Hermione said first, just in time, "I need you both to help me look up some information." Neville nodded. He was okay with going anywhere as long as he was with these 2. What information needs 3 people to look up? Ask yawned and pointed at the clear sky outside, saying on such a nice day, "Staying in the library would be a waste. It's very important." Hermione looked around and then lowered her voice, saying, "It's about the restricted area in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." Ask's eyes widened, and he scratched his head, implying, "I thought you were a good student. I didn't expect." TSK. Hermione retorted, "Aren't you curious about what is actually there?" Ask nodded in acknowledgement. "I am very curious, but why didn't you?" Before he finished speaking, it seemed he thought of something, furrowing his brow slightly, and said, "I see, someone has already been there recently. But something feels off." "What feels off? Let us talk as we walk." Ask lifted his leg and stepped forward, addressing the following Hermione. "I was paying much attention to this before, but now that you mention it, I realize something is off. That is why there's been no news about the restricted area until now. It has been a month since school started, and it's been a month since Dumbledore mentioned the restricted area. In this month, there must have been curious and bold students who went there, and regardless of whether they actually entered or not, there shouldn't be absolutely no news coming out, unless no one has tried at all. The students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin are one thing. They're not known for causing trouble, but Gryffindor, which gathers the most mischievous, active, and reckless students in the entire castle. How could no one have attempted to go there? Would a reason like 'don't get too close if you don't want to die' really stop the brave little lions? What a joke. Who told you about the restricted area? Ask asked. Harry and Ron. Hermione mentioned someone Ask was not surprised about, and the timing of their entry surprised Ask a bit. They had gone in on the night Neville broke his arm. Previously, Malfoy had invited them for a midnight duel, but notified Filch, trying to trap the 2 of them, which inadvertently led them through that door. At this point, Hermione paused, took a breath, and said in a strange tone, "Behind that door is a three-headed giant dog." A three-headed dog? Ask's reaction was very calm, as if it were something very ordinary, which made Hermione a bit frustrated because she had been startled when she first learned of it. Thank me. If it weren't for me, those three would have been scared half to death by the three-headed dog that day. Ask suddenly said to Hermione, "Why should I thank you? Don't forget I was nearby during dinner that day," Ask said. "About the duel, I heard it too, and I also heard your conversation with Harry and the others. If it weren't for me that night, cough cough, you would have definitely gone to stop them and ended up inadvertently entering the restricted area together. Why wasn't he at me who stopped them? How would you have stopped them?" Ask scoffed. "With your fist or spell? What spell do you have that could deal with them? I mean, that day, it was only about 10 days into the school year. What spells had you learned?" Hermione was at a loss for words, but Ask's words were etched in her mind, no matter what. She had to learn a spell that could truly prevent certain people from breaking the rules. If you're talking about looking up information on the three-headed dog, I think it's unnecessary. Ask suddenly stopped and rummaged through his pocket for a while, then took out a book with an unknown leather cover and threw it to Hermione. The information inside should be enough. Besides, a three-headed dog doesn't really explain anything. Instead of checking these materials, I think it would be better to approach it from another angle. Taking the book, Hermione asked, "Where should we start?" "Food." Ask smiled, opened a lunchbox, and took a bite of the sandwich. A three-headed dog that big must eat something, and its appetite wouldn't be small. So the question arises, where does its food come from? Like us, house elves can provide it, Hermione said. You overestimate house elves too much, not to mention whether they would dare. If you were Professor Dumbledore, would you take the risk of house elf casualties to feed a three-headed dog? Ask retorted. Moreover, it was clear that Professor Dumbledore didn't intend for too many people to know about the existence of the three-headed dog. So the best solution would be for him or someone he designated to be responsible for feeding it. Who do you think is most likely at Hogwarts? Hermione instinctively said a name, Professor Kettleburn. Sylvanus Kettleburn, the professor of care of magical creatures at Hogwarts, is said to have taught at Hogwarts for over 60 years, having lost an arm and a leg, mainly because he is fascinated by dangerous creatures, though he has a somewhat reckless and eccentric personality. If we match the known clues, it seems that Professor Kettleburn is indeed the prime suspect. So, the question arises, how do we confirm this? Do you know where Professor Kettleburn's office is? Hermione asked Ask, who shook his head slightly and then countered. Can you only think of Professor Kettleburn? Who else is there? Guess for yourself. I'll provide a few clues first. Ask shook his head and said, First, this person must be someone whom Professor Dumbledore trusts very much. Second, this person must have enough expertise to handle the three-headed dog. Finally, this person must be low-key and unobtrusive, at least not someone like you who would come to mind first. Hermione frowned, and Ask had no intention of revealing the answer. Neville, on the other hand, was completely in a passive role. Who was responsible for the three-headed dog? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Ask realized he was actually a bit excited. He didn't resist this emotion and rather enjoyed it. What a conundrum. I didn't update yesterday because I was too tired and went to sleep. And I didn't specifically ask for a leave because I asked a friend and found out that the leave requests I posted before must be deleted within 3 days of posting to be valid. Otherwise, they can't be deleted. The updates are worse than the previous backend. Friend, what are you doing? Similarly, I can't delete the second and third volumes that I didn't clean up before. I can only fill them with new updates. Damn it. And the homepage is over 500,000 words, can't refresh automatically. I'm speechless. I'm exhausted. Enough of the nonsense. Let's get to the main text. Please recommend and save. And I've created a personal tiaba, Attack of the Sunflower Seeds. If you're interested, go take a look. There's nothing there yet, but I will fill in some things. Like the pits I've dug and what I want to write, you can go there to officially urge updates. Ask did not tell Hermione who was responsible for the three-headed dog, because he felt that knowing who it was would be meaningless unless some special means were used. No one could guarantee that an answer could be obtained from that person. Truth Serum is a good thing, and the Cruciatus Curse is also a good thing. Ask happens to have both, but he can't use them. Give it up. This is meaningless, not worth the effort. It's enough to just sit aside and watch the show. After spending most of the day thinking about this matter, Ask felt that Hermione didn't need to waste her thoughts on it, because there would be no result. This matter is clearly targeted at certain people. Others either sit quietly on the sidelines or get kicked out with no chance to watch. However, Ask knew that Hermione wouldn't give up so easily, and her reaction confirmed this. No, there are no two identical leaves in the world, nor are there two exactly the same people. But there will always be similarities between people. Although Ask believed that if he were in Hermione's position, he wouldn't give up either. He was still quite annoyed by Hermione's attitude of completely ignoring correct advice because, based on his experience, playing this way would definitely lead to suffering. You overestimate yourself and underestimate our headmaster and many others. My personal suggestion is that you go to the library and look for books like the Wizarding Who's Who. Reading more books is always beneficial. Thank you for your advice. I'm serious. Looking at Hermione's expression, which seemed to want to beat herself up, Ask felt a bit helpless. To be reasonable, he was genuinely acting out of kindness this time. If it were someone else, he would definitely be on the sidelines, fanning the flames and stirring the pot, then sitting back to enjoy the show. TSK, women are trouble. Shaking his head, Ask didn't care about what Hermione wanted to do. Anyway, Dumbledore would definitely ensure the safety of the students. Probably. Glancing at Neville, who was diligently doing his homework, Ask closed the book, stood up, and left the library without saying goodbye. If Neville had indeed improved compared to before, then he should know what to do, like giving Ask a heads up at the right moment or stopping Hermione. In that case, he might as well check to confirm what that person was thinking. The sunset outside was beautiful, but it wasn't quite at the point of being dimmed. Just as if he knew Ask would visit, Dumbledore did not show any surprise. As usual, he invited Ask to sit down and then took out a pile of candies that ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch. The conversation between the headmaster and the student began once again. I won't waste words. I just want to ask one question. Ask didn't even look at the candies on the table. The cockroach clusters were indeed a challenge to one's courage, but that wasn't why he wouldn't touch them. He didn't want to waste time, just as he had said. How confident are you? A wise and profound gaze rested on Ask, and Dumbledore leaned forward a bit. Smiling as he said, I thought you would come to me after trying it yourself. It seems you were much smarter than I thought. Smart? Ask tugged at the corner of his mouth awkwardly, revealing a very awkward smile, then leaned forward as well, pressing both hands on the table, crossing them in front of his chin, and said, Muggles have an IQ test. The last time I took the test, I got 15 out of 100. Below 60 is considered mentally challenged, 75 is normal, and 90 is excellent. You actually think I'm smart with an IQ lower than that of a mentally challenged Muggle? Facing Ask's mockery, Dumbledore shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a smile. If you want to debate whether you're clever, I wouldn't mind spending a few hours chatting with you. If you don't mind missing dinner tonight. TCH old fox. Ask flipped Dumbledore the bird, then impatiently tapped the table, urging, so tell me the answer quickly, so I can go eat dinner. This feels a bit unfair. The great Dumbledore is really going to nitpick over such trivial matters? Ask huffed with a forced smile and nodded. All right, let's be straightforward. You decide how to proceed. With Ask's concession, Dumbledore seemed more relaxed, popping a cockroach into his mouth and chewing as he said, for fairness, you can ask me one question, but you also have to answer one of mine. Oh. Ask's eyes darted around before he nodded and asked, so who goes first? You can go first. Dumbledore replied. As for your previous question, I'm fairly certain about. Bang. Ask slammed his hand on the table, watching Dumbledore's suddenly pale face, and chuckled. Shaking his finger, that's not the question I want to ask. I want to change my question. That's not how it works. Rules? What rule says I have to ask you the question you want me to answer? With a smirk of triumph, Ask spread his hands and said, listen, my question is, what was at the end of that door that even he was drawn to? Dumbledore didn't give a straightforward answer. He seemed to ponder the question for a moment before looking at Ask and saying, I can tell you, but you must make an unbreakable vow. That thing is far too important. Let me tell you the spell first. I already know that. Ask took out his wand, then seemed to remember something, glancing around but finding nothing, so he said, unbreakable vow. I remember it needs 3 people. Where are the witnesses? I'll take you to meet him, but for some reasons he can't leave. Dumbledore replied, which surprised Ask. He thought Dumbledore would choose a professor as a witness. This implies that the importance of that thing seems to be far greater than Ask had imagined. When now? I still want to have dinner. How about another day? I'm not in a rush anyway. After saying this, Ask stood up, preparing to leave. That thing is, Dumbledore suddenly uttered a word, and Ask froze in place. After a while, he turned his head, wearing a bitter smile that looked worse than crying. Headmaster, can you give me a memory charm, so that it's as if I never came here today? After saying that word, Dumbledore seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. But he also appeared quite drained, as if that word had emptied his body. Hearing Ask's words, Dumbledore also smiled wryly, shaking his head, no. I've already broken this spell, a spell even more powerful than the unbreakable vow. The magical link between him and me has been severed, although he will bear the backlash completely without me having to endure it. But he raised his head to look at Ask, his expression one of relief. This spell can no longer be maintained between him and me. It needs to be passed to someone else. Dumbledore did not finish his sentence. But Ask already knew what he was going to face. Still wearing that bitter smile that looked worse than crying, he nodded dejectedly in agreement, then turned around like a soulless zombie, preparing to leave. "Don't go yet." Dumbledore slumped back in his chair and said, "I've answered your question. Now it's your turn. Tell me, where is Aunt Shafik?" Life is truly lonely as snow. It has been some time since the end of the first year at Hogwarts, and it seems a bit ridiculous that Ask, who thought he was used to living alone, began to feel lonely in less than a week. Generally speaking, loneliness stems from boredom, meaning you must be quite idle for such thoughts to arise. Half leaning on his bed, wrapped in a blanket, Ask had a popular book titled Traveling with Vampires resting on his knees. The author is a renowned international figure and writer, a recipient of the third-class medal from the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts Alliance, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly. In short, the author's fame is substantial, and the writing is quite good. Ask was about to become one of his fans. Vampires fear garlic. Ask sniffed. He could still faintly smell the garlic from Quirrell lingering around him. Though this was clearly just Ask's imagination, he felt uncomfortable at the thought of Quirrell. It wasn't anger or disgust, just a mix of pity, disdain, and confusion. To be more specific, it should be pity for his misfortune and anger at his lack of ambition. Ask felt that if he were in Quirrell's position, Hogwarts would probably be a wasteland of death and destruction by now. TCH, since I've decided to be a villain who will be blackened for 10,000 years. Why not do it more dramatically and thoroughly? Ask muttered to himself. He knew the reason Quirrell acted this way, but in his view, Quirrell's actions made no sense at all. In the corner of the room, there was a thick stack of newspapers, all from the past 2 weeks. Ask had bought so many newspapers. They mentioned many people and events, but there was no mention of Quirrell or the incident that happened at Hogwarts. To stand out and be known. You're still far from it. Closing the book and curling deeper into the blanket, Ask irresponsibly imagined how Quirrell would react if he knew he had died so quietly. After thinking for a while, given the Hufflepuff badger's silly and cute nature, Quirrell would probably just add a few complaints in his diary and occasionally shout in a deserted corner to vent. In the end, he did have a moment of bravery, preparing to toss Harry into the troll dung for a bath. If it weren't for Voldemort's intervention, it could have been quite a show. What a pity. Pushing up his glasses, Ask suddenly realized he hadn't taken them off, but he hadn't noticed it until now. Theoretically, wearing glasses to sleep should feel quite awkward, but Ask felt nothing at all. Should I say, these truly are the glasses used by Nicholas Flamel? Ugh, so sleepy, back to sleep. Thick curtains blocked the sunlight trying to break in. After turning off the lights, the room was pitch black. Though it wasn't completely dark, the faint light before dawn was more sleep-inducing than pure darkness. If accompanied by the sound of raindrops, it would be the perfect environment for sleeping. Stretching lazily, his body stretched to the limit before curling back up. Ask changed his position and fell into a deep sleep with immense satisfaction. Merlin bless. I hope this will be a nightmare. Ask let out a hum, and now he is actually looking forward to that nightmare. One of the most pleasant things in life is when others say good morning while you say good night, isn't it? Sometimes time passes quickly, like when Ask wakes up and finds it's already midnight of the next day. If it weren't for his empty stomach announcing a strike, he might have continued sleeping. After all, it's a good environment for sleeping. According to international conventions, the longer you sleep, the longer it takes to wake up. That's why the Sleeping Beauty was taken away by that lame prince. If it were the princess in a waking state, she would have probably rolled in bed with the Dark Lord long ago. Since it is already midnight outside, the room is now pitch black. Ask fumbled around at the bedside for a long time before finally finding the switch, but when he pressed it, there was no response. Light did not arrive as expected. It was late. Bad news. Ask still had drool at the corner of his mouth. His hair was messy, and his eyes were glazed over, looking quite adorably silly. He touched his chin and pressed the switch a few more times, but still, nothing happened. Sitting on the bed with one hand on the button and a look of having not slept well on his face, Ask maintained this position for a full 5 minutes. When his arm started to feel a bit sore, he suddenly remembered that there's a spell called Flickering Light in this world. Almost forgot I'm a wizard. Flickering Light. With the light, everything became easier, but watching his fingers turn into a flashlight, Ask felt it was strange, as if his fingers had replaced the wand's function. Ask's usual finger for casting spells was the middle finger, which was related to his consistent behavior. He also considered whether to try using a few other fingers. If all could work, perhaps he could cast spells with all 10 fingers at once. Just thinking about it felt impressive. Casting 10 Avada Kedavras at once, are you scared? 10 fingers. Suddenly reminded him of a certain lewd donkey in QQ emojis. Thinking and doing is a good habit of Ask's. He maintained the flickering light with his middle finger while his index finger attempted to cast clean and new. Hey, it really doesn't work? The spell clean and new failed to release successfully, and the flickering light stopped, plunging the room back into darkness. However, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Ask's eyes, and his glasses faithfully magnified that hint of light, creating an effect that was no less impressive than the flickering light. Ask was taken aback. Then he pushed up his glasses, trying hard to make his glasses shine again. After a few seconds, he succeeded. The flickering light flashed and disappeared, but it had truly existed. These glasses have such a fierce function? Ask was somewhat speechless, as he could already envision the scene where, when the light flashed in his eyes, the person standing opposite him would cover their eyes and shout that they were blinded by his magic stone dog eyes. Touching his chin, Ask thought that perhaps he needed to study these glasses properly to see if there were any other special functions. But all of this could wait. There was something he had to do next, something very important. Azkaban, Ask murmured, and the room flickered with light once more before plunging into darkness. Azkaban. This prison is actually more famous than Ermengarde, not to mention its long history. Just the guards and heads of the prison are enough to make people tremble in fear. Dementors. The howling wind roared, and the waves surged empty. This part of the North Sea is far more eerie than other seas. Entering this area feels like stepping into the realm of the dead, with faint sounds of wailing spirits in the air. The towering waves, like titans, are unreasonable, tossing the small boat high into the air only to crash down hard, with the incessant creaking of wood making one seriously doubt whether the little boat would fall apart. What terrible weather! Ask wiped the seawater off his face and said somewhat unhappily. Although it was summer outside, Azkaban had no seasonal changes. The cold seawater was chilling to the bone. Enough to wake him up, but the taste was awful, just like the damned weather here, which was terrible. Ha ha ha! A rough and hearty laugh drowned out the roar of the wind and waves. A powerful hand slammed heavily on Ask's head, rubbing it vigorously. The owner of the small boat, the Captain Diaz, who was covered in thick body hair and looked as robust as a gorilla, laughed heartily at the displeased Ask while casually slapping a cracked seam on the boat, forcefully pushing the loosened plank back into place. Oh damn, why the hell haven't you been killed by a Dementor yet? Ask couldn't help but shout, but his voice was quickly swallowed by the waves, and a massive wave crashed down, filling his mouth with bitter seawater. Witnessing all this, Diaz continued to express his joy with his signature loud laugh, nimbly pulling out a raincoat from a box, and pointed a finger at Ask, cough, not the middle finger. Ha, my life is tough. It's not my time to die yet. Even Dementors can't do anything to me. Ask took the raincoat, quickly putting it on and pulling down the hood, finally keeping the seawater at bay for a moment. Seeing Diaz's fingers still raised, he knowingly reached into his pocket. The coolness of the few coins indicated that his current financial situation wasn't very good. 1 galleon? Diaz laughed heartily a few times, reaching out to pat Ask's head, but Ask cleverly dodged to the side to avoid his grasp. I like your sense of humor. Diaz withdrew his hand. 10 galleons. No bargaining. Ask cursed without thinking. Damn. Why don't you go rob someone? That's illegal. I'm a law-abiding good citizen. How could I do such a thing? Diaz laughed shamelessly. With money, everything is negotiable. Without money. You don't seem like a short-lived person. Staying in Azkaban for a few decades shouldn't be a problem, right? Bah, Ask spat, taking all the coins from his pocket, which added up to less than 1 galleon. This was all the money he had. There were some valuable items in his storage pocket, but this area prohibited all magic, and he couldn't take anything out. Otherwise, he would have needed to buy a raincoat from Diaz. 10 galleons for a raincoat. Ask gritted his teeth and muttered a few words. He handed the coins to Diaz, feeling pained yet helpless, and said, I'll give you the rest of the money when I get out. If you don't want your money to go down the drain, you better ensure my safe passage. Rest assured, I've been in and out of this area for over 30 years. Smuggling is a family business passed down from my great-grandfather, receiving the money with a clear conscience. Diaz chuckled, his beard paired with yellow teeth, a scar crossing from the upper left to the lower right of his face, one eye blind. Wearing a black eye patch, he looked just like a medieval pirate. Mixing in the alley next to Diagon Alley, Diaz was the only one who could smuggle people to Azkaban and return safely after a round. The so-called Azkaban, where no one is ever said to have successfully escaped, actually has weak external defenses. Dementors are not all-encompassing, and their weaknesses have been discovered and dealt with over the long passage of time. From a small boat, the distant, lonely island resembles a sea monster curled up in the dark center, and the lightning that occasionally flashes across the sky illuminates the castle-like prison below. The Dementors flying around like ghosts seem insignificant compared to the prison, which is much larger than Hogwarts. Who knows what the builders of this prison were thinking? Such a large prison could easily hold half of the current wizarding world, and after all the effort put into creating such a magnificent prison, it's clear that taxpayer money means nothing to them. Only a handful of people can officially visit Azkaban, mostly the wealthy or noble families, many of whose relatives are serving time inside. Years ago, the captured Death Eaters, apart from a few who were lucky enough to be executed, commit suicide successfully, or received lighter sentences, were all imprisoned here regardless of the severity of their crimes. Many of these individuals are members of pureblood families. And out of the 28 pureblood families, only a few like the Weasleys, the Longbottoms, and the Abbotts escaped unscathed by choosing the right side. This time, the person Ask is here to see is not a Death Eater, but a friend who committed a serious crime and was ultimately judged and imprisoned in Azkaban. This friend has a beautiful and wonderful name, at least it once was. His first love. Many people hate Ask, some because of Grindelwald. Others due to the incident a year ago. At that time, Ask was accused of murdering 4 students from Durmstrang, but ultimately, due to Grindelwald's pressure, he was acquitted, albeit with a rather clumsy explanation. A 10-year-old boy with dissociative identity disorder should not have been thrown into Azkaban, especially since the real culprit was someone else. Unfortunately, the true culprit is Ask's first love. In the eyes of many, Ask abandoned his first love in exchange for his own life, while his poor first love, a mere 10-year-old girl, has to spend 7 years alone in Azkaban. 7 years. This seemingly short sentence does not represent mercy or kindness. It embodies a coldness, a cruelty, a curse named despair. Compared to the indifference of the court, Ask's actions seem to qualify him as scum. Fortunately, not many people are aware of this matter, and many have remained silent. Otherwise, even with Grindelwald keeping watch, Ask would not last 3 days, as this world is never short of self-righteous heroes. 6 people for dead. 2 alive. 1 is the murderer, and the other is naturally innocent. This is common sense. Common sense is not necessarily correct. Perhaps both living individuals are murderers. Perhaps neither of them is a murderer. Perhaps. Even the Ministry of Magic is not entirely clear about the number of Dementors guarding Azkaban. These creatures act solely on instinct and desire, and to them, the Minister of Magic is just a small piece of food that isn't particularly appetizing. Rather than saying that the Ministry of Magic has the Dementors guard Azkaban, it would be more accurate to say that the Dementors dominate Azkaban while the Ministry utilizes them to make it the most terrifying prison. Ask looked up. As the small boat approached the island at the center, the waves suddenly calmed down considerably, and at the same time, he felt the air grow heavy, pressing down on him like wearing a suit of iron, making it hard to breathe. Luckily, this wasn't Ask's first time here. Taking a few deep breaths, he moved his body slightly to adapt as quickly as possible to the unique environment. Get ready, we're almost there. Dias's expression grew serious as he maneuvered the small boat carefully along the route he remembered, avoiding various visible and invisible dangers, swiftly heading toward the designated docking point. That was a natural crack on the cliff, less than a meter wide, winding and rugged. The small boat could barely fit inside, with a height of less than half a meter, forcing the people inside to lie flat while the current carried the boat deep inside. Lie in the boat. Ask's heart raced. Although it wasn't his first time sneaking into Azkaban, this was certainly not a good place. The Dementors would not reason with you if they caught you. By the time the Ministry of Magic arrived, all they could do was collect the body. Bang! A slight vibration echoed, and Ask knew the boat had stopped. The next part was a dangerous journey on the edge of a knife. If you get caught by a Dementor, Dias's voice was as loud as ever. His tone somewhat more serious, but what he said was nonsense. I personally suggest you choose to end it yourself. Ask nodded in the darkness. He wasn't sure if Dias could see him. Upholding the spirit of dragging someone down with him if he was going to die, he whispered, "Don't worry. Before I kill myself, I will definitely sell you out. You can try it." Dias's response was confident. Of course it was. Those who work this job are first unafraid of death, second meticulous, and third ruthless. Whether Ask would be caught by the Dementors or whether he would sell Dias out, Dias would not be affected at all. Not even a single hair on his chest would fall out because of it. It was just a routine retort. Ask wasn't so foolish as to go find a Dementor to prove he would keep his word. The path in the cave twisted and turned, first going down, then up, extending to a wall only 50 meters from Azkaban prison, where there was a well-concealed secret door. After nearly 2 centuries of effort, Dias and his ancestors developed this hidden route. The Ministry of Magic wasn't completely ignorant, but chose to selectively ignore it due to their own interests. After all, no one can guarantee that they would never need such a path. Unable to use spells, Using flashlights here would be tantamount to seeking death. Ask could only use one hand to support himself against the wall, painfully making his way along this path without forks. There's no need to elaborate on the specific process. In short, when Ask emerged, he was a mess, with scratches and cuts on his face and hands. His clothes soaked in mud and emitting a foul odor, and his golden hair lost its luster, covered in grime. The cost was high, and all for just coming here to see her and say a few words, nothing more. So, it seems I really can't help but seek trouble. Ask chuckled at himself, wrapping himself tightly in a black raincoat, fastening the top buttons, pulling down the hood, and putting on a mask from his pocket to hide himself beneath this specially designed raincoat that would allow the Dementors to overlook him to some extent. Ask was 11 this year, developing normally, so his size was much smaller than that of an adult, making him inconspicuous, especially on a dark, stormy night, where the sounds of his movements were muffled. Theoretically, as long as he didn't walk in front of a Dementor, flip them off, or spit at them, Ask wouldn't be detected. If Ask really did that, then let him die. Wearing this raincoat and crawling carefully on the ground, Ask felt like a snake. This raincoat is very lightweight and extremely durable. It also provides a certain degree of cushioning and lubrication while crawling on the ground, reducing friction, which is indeed very beneficial. A 10-gallon trip to Azkaban is absolutely worth the value. In just 50 meters, Ask took only a minute. He really moved like a snake. Very agile while crawling on the ground, twisting his body in a slight S-shaped movement that resembled a snake slithering. Azkaban prison, made of huge square stones as the foundational material, fits together seamlessly, reminiscent of the ancient Egyptian pyramids, with no gaps to enter. To get into the prison, one can either go through the main entrance and slowly climb the stairs, or climb up the walls to find a vent, saw through the bars, and vault inside. Ask wasn't planning to break someone out, so he didn't need to sneak in. He just needed to climb the stone wall like a gecko, find that cell, and say a few words to her through the window. Lucky for him, it was only on the 3rd floor. Ask pushed up his glasses, gritted his teeth, and began to search for the starting point of his last climb along the base of the wall. A year wasn't enough to change anything. That unremarkable foothold was still there. He just needed to leverage a protruding stone and use the uneven wall, eroded by wind and rain, to climb to a height of 3 stories, which was still very painful. There's no need to elaborate on the process, but a small incident in the middle is worth mentioning. As he passed the 2nd floor, Ask paused at a window, and a prisoner inside noticed him stealthily approaching the window and suddenly reaching out to grab Ask's hair, startling him. "Ouch! Let go of me," Ask whispered in pain, his hands tightly gripping the bars, leaving only one hand free. But the hand reaching out from the window clearly belonged to an adult. "You're alive." The voice from the cell was filled with surprise and a hint of confusion. The hand still showed no sign of letting go, and Ask felt like his scalp was about to be ripped off, so he angrily shouted, "Of course I'm alive. Am I a Dementor?" Hearing the word Dementor clearly startled the prisoner, and his hand instinctively recoiled, but he still didn't let go of Ask's hair, nearly making Ask cry out, "Bastard, let go of your dirty hands." Ask angrily grabbed the arm that was holding his hair, leaving marks of blood. But the prisoner inside seemed to feel no pain. Only Ask's rising voice made him a bit uneasy and worried. "Keep it down, you'll attract the Dementors," the prisoner whispered, but Ask shouted even louder, "If they come, then so be it. Do you think I'm afraid of them? If you don't let go, I bet a Canute that you'll get a Dementor's kiss before I do. Now I'm starting to count. 1, 2, 3. There's probably not a single inmate living in Azkaban who isn't afraid of Dementors. For them, Dementors are more terrifying than the Cruciatus Curse or the Killing Curse. Take this guy in front of me, for example. He had experienced the Cruciatus Curse before entering Azkaban, and he was a tough guy, but just the first night, the warm reception from the Dementors nearly drove him insane. Using Dementors to threaten these prisoners is incredibly effective. Ask touched his hair that was almost pulled off, and although there was no mirror, he felt that his hairstyle was definitely a mess, especially since a clump of hair was still in that annoying hand. I didn't mean to." The prisoner's voice floated out from the small window. It was too dark inside, and Ask could only see a fuzzy, dark, dirty face, the features unclear. He was still holding onto a clump of hair belonging to Ask, and he nervously and apologetically said something, which didn't seem like the words of a bad person. "But are there good people in Azkaban?" Ask stroked his chin, and at that moment, a Dementor drifted in from afar, perhaps sensing the earlier commotion. Ask had nowhere to hide now, but he was confident in his specially made clothes, which acted like a chameleon-esque camouflage, providing a similar effect. Ask felt assured and confident, but the prisoner inside was not so fortunate. The prisoners living here are extremely sensitive to Dementors, Even if they can't see them, they can sense the pure emptiness that Dementors emanate, and over the years, these prisoners can judge the location and even the number of Dementors just by feeling. You should, hurry. It's coming. That was a pointless statement, as Ass had already seen the Dementor. Moving now would be asking for death. And it was better to just lie low. According to past experiences, as long as one doesn't move, Dementors won't discover that there's still a living person here. Dementors don't hunt their prey with their eyes. In fact, they don't have eyes at all. They look like the Grim Reaper from mythology, except without the scythe. They are neither the living nor the dead. They are monsters. If it were just Ask, the special clothing would completely mask his presence, and the Dementor would likely pass by without noticing him. However, there was still another person here who represented a snack to the Dementors, and it seemed like it was time for a midnight snack. Thus, the Dementors slowly drifted over, moving gracefully, exuding a chilling aura that was unsettling. Ask observed for a moment, and it seemed that the Dementor was indeed coming this way. After thinking for a bit, Ask tentatively asked the prisoner inside, "Hey, can you transform into your animagus form?" "Yes, if you don't want to come into close contact with that thing. I personally suggest you switch to your animagus form." Ask pushed up his glasses, which were already fogging up, indicating that the temperature nearby had dropped significantly. As for why, you can choose not to believe me. Ask's words seemed like a lifeline. When a person is drowning, even a fragile straw can be grasped tightly as hope. Without any hesitation, amidst a painful low growl, Ask noticed, as lightning streaked across the sky, that the prisoner inside had transformed into a gaunt black dog. Very skilled. The closer the Dementor got, the calmer Ask became. Animagus transformation is very practical, but not every wizard can use it proficiently, let alone this one who managed to transform in less than 3 seconds. If not for the long prison life leaving him weak, he probably could have transformed even faster. Clearly, this one had some talent for being an animagus. "Are you from Gryffindor?" In his animagus form, the prisoner could no longer communicate normally as before, but his dark eyes still reflected surprise, and his mouth opened wide as if to say, "How did you know?" "It's simple. There are no dogs registered as animagi with the Ministry of Magic, so you must have taught yourself." Ask explained, and at that moment, the Dementor suddenly stopped less than 20 meters away from him, then changed direction and drifted away, allowing Ask to relax a bit. If he graduated from Hogwarts, I'm afraid only that group of rule-breaking Gryffindors would have the courage to do this. After all, if discovered by the Ministry of Magic, there would be consequences. Of course, you might not be a Hogwarts graduate. You could be from another house. But your reaction just now, I'm not wrong, am I? Don't look at me like that. All right, I have other matters to attend to. I must go. Ask waved his hand and glanced upwards. The cell above him was the destination of his trip. It was getting late, and he needed to wrap things up quickly, or if Diaz escaped early, he would have a swim back. Woof! The large dog in the cell barked a few times. Ask paused, noticing the dog transform back into human form. A glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Interesting. Aren't you afraid the Dementors will come back?" Excuse me. Could you answer me a few questions?" The prisoner stuttered, his tone becoming respectful and submissive, as one naturally lowers their stance when seeking help. "Go ahead. Is Harry still alive?" "Which Harry?" Harry Potter." Ask rubbed his chin. If he remembered correctly, those imprisoned in Azkaban were all Death Eaters, theoretically all adversaries of Harry. At this moment, the correct response should be to remain silent or give him a false answer, keeping Harry's information as confidential as possible. After all, perhaps this one, upon learning that Harry was still alive, might escape at any moment to find Harry and confront him. Considering this, Ask answered bluntly, "Oh, he is alive, just at Hogwarts. He enrolled last year." He recalled that there were a few photos still in his pocket, developed but not yet stored in his bag, and since they had negatives, he didn't mind giving them to this prisoner before him. He tossed a few photos into the cell, and the prisoner treasured them, trembling as he held them, babbling a stream of words that Ask could or couldn't he understand. Although the order was chaotic, resembling the diary of a madman, Ask could still roughly guess what he meant. "Oh, it seems this guy ISNT an enemy of Harry. Have I been wasting my effort?" Ask thought with some disappointment. The prisoner gazed at the photos for a long time, and after the initial excitement wore off, he began to sense something was off. Why was Harry in the photos naked and soaked, looking disheveled with slightly flushed cheeks? Why does he look so familiar? It feels like something strange has mixed in. Seeing the prisoner fixate on him, Ask acted as if nothing was wrong. His calm demeanor seemed to shake the prisoner a bit. Could it be that these photos were already widespread outside? Is everything all right? If it is, I'll be on my way. I'm in a hurry. Could you tell me something about him? Just a little will be fine. Ask shook his head like a pendulum, not saying much, just stepping up onto the windowsill to continue climbing. He had already wasted a lot of time. If this continued, he might end up spending the night here. The prisoner became anxious, suddenly lunging forward and grabbing Ask's ankle, restricting his movement. What the hell, you again? If you don't speak, I'll 1T let go even if it kills me. Damn. Do you believe I'll call the Dementors to teach you a lesson? You go ahead and call. I can turn into an animagus. Your target is much bigger than me. Ask was furious. Well, the idiot inside was quite clever, using his newly learned skills to threaten him. I'll tell you, no one in this world can force me to do what I don't want to do. Feeling stubborn, Ask couldn't be bothered anymore. Though he couldn't amplify his voice, he still shouted as loudly as he could. Help. No, call the Dementors. There's someone trying to escape. Hurry and catch him. Despite it being a stormy night, with strong winds and heavy rain, the commotion Ask caused was quite significant. Soon, a large group of Dementors surrounded him. They didn't immediately rush in, but formed a circle, seeming to discuss something. Dementors, it's this person. Don't let him escape. Ask shouted again, pointing at the cell. The prisoner, terrified, had already hidden to the side, transforming into a large black dog as instructed by Ask. However, Ask sneered a few times, raising his voice further. Haven't you noticed? Someone has escaped from a cell. Didn't you feel his presence? That's right. He transformed into an animagus, a large dog, and is now hiding around the corner under that broken bed. The Dementors moved, not just a few from this side, but all the Dementors surrounding Azkaban prison, countless in number, surged towards Ask like a twisting centipede, menacing and terrifying. Compared to me, you'll die in a very rhythmic way. Woof woof. Compared to me, you'll die in a very rhythmic way. As the Dementors drew closer, Ask's laughter abruptly stopped. He moved like a nimble gecko, quickly escaping through that window at an unimaginable speed. He moved laterally at the second-floor height, and he didn't know how he managed it. But before the Dementors could close in within 10 meters, he had circled around Azkaban prison for a full quarter of its perimeter, moving from the 6 o'clock position to the 3 o'clock position. The Dementors maintained their momentum, but just before crashing into the wall, they suddenly stopped. Then split in two into four into 8, until they spread out into a giant net, creeping along the wall to capture the escaping prey. In the jungle, the terror of army ants makes even tigers and lions retreat. Wherever they pass, not a blade of grass grows, sweeping in like a tide. A dark mass that could cause anyone with a phobia of clusters to faint on the spot. For Ask, he was now like prey under the army ants. And once captured, there would be only one outcome: death. Ask felt he hadn't lived enough. He didn't want to die here. He had considered the possibility of being discovered. However, what he envisioned was merely being targeted by a few, at most a dozen Dementors, which wouldn't be an absolute dead end. He had plenty of ways to escape. But now, he was facing an assault from all the Dementors in Azkaban prison. In this situation, only a wizard like Dumbledore could retreat unscathed. Ordinary people would definitely choose to flee upwards, as the Dementors were closing in from below. However, Ask knew all too well that if he really fled upwards, that would be a dead end, because spells were prohibited here and even magical items were not allowed. Once he reached the top of the tower with no way out, he might really have to choose a not-so-painful way to end his life, just as Diaz said. There is still a chance. Ask glanced down, knowing that the Dementors needed time to act, a quarter of a circumference. He gritted his teeth, suddenly letting go of his grip, while forcefully pushing off the wall with both feet. The height of the second floor was only about 4 to 5 meters. Not enough to kill someone, but it would definitely be painful. Thud when he hit the ground. Ash tried to roll to lessen the impact. He heard a crack from his arm. Clearly something was wrong. The intense pain hadn't reached his brain yet, but his forehead made intimate contact with the stone. Skin splitting and blood gushing. Ask felt a chill in his heart. A fracture would be manageable. But the bleeding from his head would surely attract the Dementors like sharks drawn to blood. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket to cover the wound on his head, dragging an arm that flapped in the wind, hunched over, and staggered along the escape route he had chosen earlier. At this moment, the Dementors had not yet realized that their prey had left the prison walls. They were still diligently searching the main structure of Azkaban, occasionally barging into the cells, causing the prisoners to scream in terror, howling in despair, turning the entire prison into a ghostly domain. Ask also had some special potions on him. Fortunately, he was always willing to spend money on this. The ointment, costing 10 galleons a bottle, took effect quickly, and soon Ask's wound had scabbed over and healed. He stopped, not having the energy to care about the fracture in his left arm, and suddenly wrapped the bloodied handkerchief around a small stone and threw it into a dark cave ahead, then turned around and ran back along the original path, quickly jumping into a small stream. Evading the Dementors was like dodging hunting dogs. Their sense of smell was a deadly weapon. Ask lay on his back in the stream, carefully drifting away from the danger zone. He knew that this stream would eventually flow into a larger river, which would wind down to a cliff waterfall. And below the waterfall was the sea, a path to life. Ouch, that hurts. Ask's fractured arm accidentally hit a stone in the stream, but fortunately, he had been biting down on a piece of handkerchief, preventing him from crying out in pain. In such a dire situation, Ask found himself smiling, albeit weakly. It was still a smile. Facing up, the chilling wind and rain mercilessly pounded on Ask's face, and the occasional flash of lightning illuminated his deathly pale cheeks. But his eyes remained bright and untainted. That damn dog, the next time I see you, you will pay. The stream carried Ask away slowly. After merging into a river, he struggled to crawl ashore. The cold wind hit him, and he couldn't help but sneeze, his whole body drenched. At this point, he was already a forest away from Azkaban prison, and the Dementors seemed to still be searching for him inside. The prisoners' wails had not ceased, and some prisoners who had called out a few times fell silent, leaving their fates unknown. Goodbye, Azkaban. Thank you for your warm hospitality, Dementors. Ask grinned, turned, and quickly walked downstream along the river. At the end, he imagined Dias was already preparing to flee upon hearing the commotion. If he didn't hurry, he might really have to swim back. After that, Ask never looked back. Though he didn't see her, she would surely know he had come, and he had almost seen her. Perhaps she was at the window, watching Ask return. I will come back, Ask said to himself, then added, that day won't be too far away. Holding the ferry ticket from Dover to Calais, Ask embarked on a journey to the European continent, or rather, to evade the storm. Dover is located between the southeastern port of Dover in England and the Cap Gris Nez west of Calais, generally 30 to 40 kilometers wide, narrowing in the middle while widening at both ends, with the narrowest point being 8 kilometers. Most of the strait has a depth of 35 to 55 meters, with the deepest point at 64 meters, and the seabed is mostly rocky and sandy, with little silt. Ask did not visit Dover Castle due to time constraints. It is said to be a beautiful castle, established in 1168, and once served as a wizarding school, but later the number of wizards decreased. So many wizarding schools merged or disbanded. Pulling out a newspaper from his tote bag, Ask chose a corner seat that was not easily noticeable. Spreading out the newspaper, today's headline in the Daily Prophet was about the riot at Azkaban prison that night. Ask shrugged. He hadn't noticed such a big event had occurred while he was escaping. According to the newspaper, 8 to 9 prisoners were captured and killed by Dementors while attempting to escape, and over 10 prisoners frightened themselves back to their cells. Only 2 managed to escape, Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange. Notably, both were members of the pure-blood Black family, although the former had been disowned, while the latter married Rodolphus Lestrange from another pure-blood family. Due to their blood ties, this prison break was given a conspiratorial hue by the authorities. This was an organized, premeditated, and planned crime. On the cover, the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge waved his hand vigorously, declaring sternly, "We have reason to believe that a secretive and sinister organization is behind this, clearly aiming to plunge the wizarding world into chaos once again." Ask read through the contents of the newspaper with interest, then put it down, folded it, and tucked it into his pocket. Leaning back, the seat was a bit hard and uncomfortable, but he had to make do. As for the words of the Minister of Magic in the Daily Prophet, Ask could only laugh. Organized, premeditated, planned. Everything these days could be described with those 3 words. The minister's speech could be taken as a joke, but the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic should be more cautious. Due to the haste, Ask didn't know if he had left any evidence there, and once the incident occurred, the Ministry of Magic would certainly focus on Dias. If his mouth wasn't tight-lipped enough, Ask would also be in trouble. However, if Dias wasn't lying, he had connections in the ministry, and would typically only receive a warning without serious consequences. With 2 Death Eaters on the loose, the British Isles would probably be in an uproar, and these 2 Death Eaters, as mentioned in the newspaper, seemed to have committed some earth-shattering deeds. Sirius Black sold out Harry's parents, leading to their murder by Voldemort, and during his escape, he killed several Muggles with a curse and injured several Aurors before being captured. Bellatrix Lestrange, the notorious Death Eater, had participated in the torture of Neville's parents, the Longbottoms, the latter of whom went insane and is still receiving treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital, with recovery far from sight. Ask had a premonition that the bastard he encountered that night might have already escaped. After all, he had the advantage of being an animagus. As it stands, that bastard Sirius Black seems very likely to be the one who betrayed the Potter couple. But something about that person's behavior that night just felt off. I hope I don't run into you otherwise. Ask was calculating in his mind how to deal with that bastard. The ship had already set sail, and it wouldn't be long before he arrived in Calais, France, where he would play around for a while. Once the commotion died down, he could return to England and go back to Hogwarts to continue his studies. His eyes aimlessly scanned the surroundings, and just when he thought it might be Merlin's doing, Ask's eyes suddenly lit up, as if someone had flashed a camera in the cabin. He quickly lowered his head and pretended to read a newspaper. Curious muggles looked around, whispering among themselves, but could only attribute it to someone's prank. Letting out a sigh of relief, Ask rubbed his still aching left wrist, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lucky me to run into you here. Outside the cabin, a large black dog lay lazily on the deck, panting listlessly, looking half dead. The sun was bright, and just a channel away, Calais was only about 30 kilometers from Dover. This place had a unique French atmosphere, which some called romantic, others called freedom, and yet others called leisure. France, what a great place for a holiday. Standing on the streets of Calais, Ask stretched out his arms, feeling the gentle breeze brush against him, taking away the fatigue and leaving behind a sense of ease. Just as he closed his eyes, a bit intoxicated, the large black dog that had been dozing at his feet opened its eyes, quietly got up, and stealthily began to leave. If I could have a barbecue dog meat meal, that would be even better, wouldn't it, Mr. Black? Ask opened his eyes, beckoned with his finger, and the large black dog that had run off a dozen meters suddenly fell to the ground. Then, with a grimace, was dragged back to Ask's feet by what seemed like an invisible rope. If you don't want to go back to Azkaban, I advise you to honestly stay by my side and not wander off. Ask squatted down, gently stroking the dog's head, smiling as he spoke. But there was no warmth in his smile. It looked very stiff, with no hint of kindness. Kindness will be a joke, if it weren't for this damned dog, no? This damned prisoner. In short, if it weren't for this bastard causing trouble, Ask would have long since met his first love as he wished. And he wouldn't have had to escape in such a sorry state from the Dementors, nor would his already injured left hand have been hurt again. In the end, the bottom line is if it weren't for this damned bastard, Ask would definitely be living a very comfortable life right now. That's right, it's all your fault. All your fault. Ask said angrily to the large black dog, which rolled its eyes, turned its back on Ask, expressing its disdain. Huh, don't forget your identity, Mr. Black. Ask sneered, kicking the dog's rear, nearly hitting its sensitive parts, making it feel what a sad experience that would be. You'd better not make me unhappy. Otherwise, I'll hand you over to the Aurors, and I think this time waiting for you won't be a life sentence, but a kiss from the Dementors. For someone who just came out of Azkaban, threatening them with Dementors is the most appropriate thing to do. This tactic worked wonders. The large black dog suddenly behaved itself, not caring about its still slightly sore rear, and pressed its face against Ask's feet, its tail drooping, looking very obedient. What a jerk, so pretentious. Ask shrugged and swaggered away, while the large black dog lifted its head slightly, spat on the ground, and reluctantly followed behind. As the sun set, the last rays of sunlight cast a reflection on the water, half the river shimmering and half turning red. Unfortunately, it's not the night of September 3rd, or else we could see the moon like a bow and the dew like pearls. For Ask, this was a great day, wasn't it? As for what the large black dog behind him thought, did it matter to Ask? What a wonderful day. Ask's trip to France was merely a spontaneous decision. It was uncomfortable in England anyway, so it was better to come here to unwind and have some fun. After all, France was Ask's favorite country, with its colorful flowers, various delicious dishes, and warm-hearted French beauties. Ask was perhaps all right, but the large black dog had not stopped drooling since entering the lively area, like a small stream. Heaven knows how it produced so much saliva. It was summer, and people were dressed lightly, making the street quite bustling. By evening, the weather turned cool, and those who had been cooped up at home all day naturally wanted to go out for a stroll. Ask had experienced the openness and boldness of French women. If all French women were so warm and generous, what was going on the last time? Ask touched his chin, naturally recalling his acquaintance with a French beauty. And aside from being petrified by her and becoming a statue, standing in a square in the center of Paris for a day, everything else, should have gone quite smoothly, and they both left a deep impression on each other. Considering Ask's usual behavior, the impression he left on the French beauty was obviously. Passing by an ice cream shop, Ask bought an ice cream, took a lick, and felt it cool and sweet, a wonderful sensation. The large black dog at his feet licked its tongue, clearly wanting to try a scoop, but its current form was somewhat inconvenient. Ask pulled out some exchanged francs from his pocket, glanced down at the large black dog, thought for a moment, and said to the owner, "Get him one too." "No problem." Soon, on a bench by the roadside, people would see this scene. Ask sitting on the bench with one leg crossed, leaning back leisurely while enjoying his ice cream. And at his feet, the large black dog was licking the ice cream in a bowl, occasionally pawing at the cream that had smeared its nose, looking quite happy. Accustomed to making things difficult for others when they were enjoying themselves, Ask smiled and patted the dog's head, quietly asking, "How's the food in Azkaban? From the way you're eating, it doesn't seem too good. I'm curious. Why didn't you choose to commit suicide? Don't tell me it was because you had no conditions or anything. Living under the terror of Dementors, death would be a kind of liberation, wouldn't it?" Ask succeeded. He successfully made the large black dog fall into memories of the past, suddenly losing its appetite. With a swipe of its paw, the bowl containing the ice cream was pushed aside. Lying on the ground, prostrated, with eyes half closed, the large black dog had tears glimmering in its eyes. "I really am a bad guy." Ask silently gave himself 32 thumbs up, smiling slightly, his hand moving gently as he stroked the dog's head, continuing the motion down its back, repeating the gesture. He opened his mouth, his voice gentle and friendly, but the words he spoke pierced through the already bloody heart of the big black dog like arrows. "How does it feel to betray a friend? I heard the Potters treated you well. After you were expelled from the Black family, they gave you a place to stay. They gave you warmth like family. I'm curious, is your animagus really a dog and not a wolf?" "Haha, they say dogs are the most loyal and good friends of humans. But why do I feel that your heart is clearly that of a wolf, a white-eyed wolf that cannot be domesticated?" The big black dog's gaze sharpened. He slightly hunched his body, and his face was filled with anger. He expressed his dissatisfaction and rage with a slight grinding of teeth, hoping Ask would sensibly keep his mouth shut. No one could force Ask to do what he didn't want to do. No one, not even a dog. "TSK, TSK. Are you angry? Because I touched on your sore spot?" Ask slapped the big black dog's face a few times, which, if it were a person, would be equivalent to giving him a few slaps in the face. This was undoubtedly humiliation. The big black dog was not vague either. He turned around and bit down hard, and Ask's already injured left hand, which had just healed from a fracture, was bitten fiercely by the big black dog. Splat, it was as if a plump, juicy tomato had been stomped on. Blood burst forth from Ask's hand, splattering on his clothes, face, hair, and also into the big black dog's mouth. "Sirius Black, this is what you become." Ask seemed unfazed. He simply sneered and shook his head, as if very disappointed. "You're amazing. You ungratefully betrayed the Potters who trusted you the most. A curse killed more than a dozen defenseless muggles. And you bit off an 11-year-old boy's left hand in one bite. Very good. You only dare to show your sharp fangs to those much weaker than you. Against someone stronger, you must truly cower at their feet like a dog." The big black dog slowly released his mouth, and Ask's left hand was already a bloody mess, a sight too gruesome to behold. "Well done, Black." Ask raised his left hand, examining it in front of him as if he felt no pain. He even started to laugh, thinking that this bite must have been very satisfying. "Ah, I'm so amazing. I only needed one bite to sever that boy's hand. Now he won't dare to be rude to me anymore." Ask spoke in an awkward and affected tone, giving a cold smile, and with his unharmed right hand, he slapped the big black dog's face a few more times, his pale palm stained with bright red blood. A shocking sight. The big black dog only gritted his teeth, tightly closing his mouth, enduring the humiliation, silent and motionless. "Come on, what's wrong? Are you admitting defeat this time? Ha, what do muggles say? All right, if someone slaps your left cheek, you should offer your right cheek for another slap." Ask forcibly turned the big black dog's head to make him face him, while using his right hand to slap his other cheek a few times. "Good. I've slapped your right cheek too. Now, it's your turn. Do you want to buy my right hand as well?" Ask extended his right hand near the big black dog's mouth, shaking it in a show of defiance. But the big black dog tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth, remaining silent and lying there, enduring the humiliation. "Oh, you can't be really angry, can you?" Ask suddenly laughed, this time with a hint of schadenfreude in his smile. The big black dog slowly opened his eyes, and with a snap, a tomato that had been bitten exploded on the ground, splattering messily. Slightly raising his head, the big black dog's pupils constricted violently, and then his face was filled with anger, a rage even stronger than before. Ask touched his uninjured left hand to his chin, smiling as he licked an ice cream. "Just kidding. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you?" The big black dog bared his teeth, smiling slightly, his face showing something very simple. "I'll make a joke too. You surely won't be angry." In the end, the big black dog still didn't really bite Ask. As night deepened, The streets grew quieter, and Ask leaned against the bench, unknowingly falling asleep. However, the big black dog had no intention of sleeping. Lying on the ground, the cool evening breeze was quite comfortable. The grass beneath him was incredibly soft, as if lying on a cloud, feeling ethereal. The environment here was so much better than Azkaban. Perhaps the difference in environment was secondary, but what mattered most was that there was something extra here: freedom and hope. Why not choose to commit suicide in Azkaban? Isn't the answer obvious? Only by living can there be hope. Only by living can one chase after hope. Only by living can hope be turned into reality. Turning to glance at the peacefully sleeping Ask, the big black dog shook his head helplessly. Although summer is hot, the seaside night still carries a bit of coolness. Someone sleeping on a bench like this would definitely feel uncomfortable the next day. Today's kids really don't know how to take care of themselves. The big black dog thought silently. Looking at Ask's sleeping face, he hesitated. This was a good opportunity to escape. No matter who it was, no matter how powerful they were when awake, once they were asleep, they were just an ordinary person. A gentle breeze passed, and Ask curled up a bit, his expression serene and natural, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the bench. In that moment, he looked like a real 11-year-old boy. The big black dog suddenly stood up, glanced at Ask, gently turned around, cautiously walked a few meters, and then quickened his pace, swiftly disappearing into the night. TSK, still choosing to run away, huh? Ask slightly opened his eyes. The moonlight was like gauze, casting a silver layer over the land. It was a tranquil night, an ordinary night, a rather nice night. Where to go tomorrow? Once there was a man who took a nap on a park bench and then died. Ask opened his drowsy eyes, rubbed his face, feeling it was cool and damp, and touched his hair, which was also the same, probably wet from the dew. Turning his head, the moon was still hanging in the sky, while the sun was peeking out from the other side. The weak light was indeed blinding. The sun was rising over the sea. This was a good time to wake up and watch the sunrise. Ugh, my neck is so sore. Ask shook his head. The soreness in his neck indicated that he had slept in the wrong position and needed to correct it. Gently tapping the sore spot, Ask touched his chin, his eyes resting on the blanket covering him. Did I sleepwalk last night? Ask touched his chin, grabbed a corner of the blanket, and examined it carefully. But this blanket had childish cartoon patterns. Still a Winnie the Pooh. Such a blanket had long been replaced by him last year with a Bugs Bunny one. In other words, this blanket did not belong to Ask. So that's it. Ask's eyes lit up, lying on the ground, wrapped in the same blanket. A big black dog with a Winnie the Pooh pattern was startled awake by the blinding light, looking somewhat dazed at Ask, whose eyes were shining like two light bulbs. Mouth agape. WTF. The big black dog exclaimed inwardly. There can only be one truth. It seems that the big black dog didn't show a horrified expression. Ask extended a hand, flicked it towards the big black dog, and shouted while pointing at its nose. The murderer is Tom. Well, perhaps using the word murderer is not appropriate. Ask lowered his hand, one hand supporting his chin while the other pulled at the blanket to dry the dew on his hair. If it weren't for Tom, we would probably be in big trouble right now. The big black dog stood up with a disdainful expression, shaking its body. Although it didn't have the smell of a turtle, it did shake the dew right on Ask's face. Stepping on the blanket, the big black dog pointed its paw at the blanket beneath it, then at the piece on Ask, and finally pointed at itself. Making its meaning clear, I did all of this. Ask stroked his chin, and then his eyes lit up again. The big black dog, who was making eye contact with him, suddenly felt as if its dog eyes had gone blind. Although it couldn't see Ask's actions for the moment, it could still hear the voice very clearly. You're hungry, right? No problem. I'll take you to have breakfast right now. The big black dog was speechless. How did this guy figure out that the previous actions expressed hunger? Could it be that his train of thought is different from ordinary people? The big black dog sighed. Heaven knows whether the choice it made before was correct. Following this guy, it always felt that the future was grim. The food in France is still quite good. Ask tossed the blanket aside, stood up, and beckoned to the big black dog a few times. Just when his stomach was hungry, he said, "Let us go. I'll take you to have an authentic French meal." The big black dog scoffed and circled around. Isn't it your stomach that is hungry? However, when the big black dog passed a shop, it glanced at a mirror inside. Have I gotten this thin? It seems I really need to have a big meal to make up for it. Since someone is treating, I might as well enjoy it. The idea was grand, but reality was harsh. Ask led the big black dog around the small town and finally found a restaurant that was open for business. At this time, there weren't many people, and the aroma of breakfast wafted out, filling the noses of Ask and the big black dog, and their eyes lit up simultaneously. The big black dog turned its head, expressionless, looking at Ask, whose eyes were shining like searchlights, but in the end, did nothing. After thinking for a moment, Ask took off his glasses. Sometimes, wearing these glasses was quite inconvenient. He casually checked his pocket, and, as expected, it was empty. The money he had for ice cream yesterday was already the last of his funds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up sleeping on a park bench. Seeing Ask standing still, the big black dog lost its patience. The aroma of food had triggered its appetite, and it initially thought these cravings would have starved to death in Azkaban. But now it seemed that this thing had an extraordinary vitality. So, the big black dog took a few steps forward, thinking that Ask would follow, but unexpectedly. Oh no, not a single Canute left. The big black dog suddenly stopped, then angrily turned around, glaring at Ask. Ask, however, was calm and leisurely as he turned around, striding away without looking back. We need to get enough money before breakfast time ends. So the question arose. Cough. Where should we get the money from? Ask's method of making money was quite simple. Don't forget he could do magic. He casually picked up a stone, muttered a spell taught to him by Nicholas Flamel, and under the astonished gaze of the big black dog, the stone slowly turned into a bundle of cash. This is the art of turning stone into gold. Ask waved the cash in his hand, bent down and let the big black dog sniff it, and proudly said, "How about that? You can smell the ink, right? This is the real deal of turning stone into gold. With this skill, I'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life." The big black dog could only remain silent. It knew this was just a rather advanced transfiguration, but the effect was better than any transfiguration it had ever seen. In its memory, perhaps only Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts could surpass it, but she had focused on transfiguration for decades. Holding the cash made from the stone, Ask didn't intend to use it directly because any transfiguration has a time limit, and he was too lazy to cast that spell repeatedly. According to his plan, he would exchange this cash for a bit of real money, enough to cover expenses. As for who would end up with this cash, that had nothing to do with Ask. The weather in France was far better than in England. The sky here seemed to always be so clear, and the phrase "as blue as the sky" must refer to such a sky. At this moment, the sun was gradually rising, and the number of pedestrians on the road began to increase, and shops started to open, giving Ask an opportunity. He instructed the big black dog to stay at the door, straightened his clothes, and initially intended to take a potion to transform into another wizard's appearance. However, after considering the cost of the potion, he decided to save a bottle. The method was very kitsch. Ask casually bought a few items, approached the cashier with a smaller denomination bill, handed it to the cashier, and, generally, the smaller the denomination, the less attention the cashier pays. Just like this time, the cashier only glanced at it a few times before taking it and gave Ask some change. Ask smiled slightly. It was a good start. If he continued this operation, he would have enough real money for breakfast in less than half an hour. However, perhaps even Merlin couldn't stand it, as a disruptor arrived. With his back to the door, Ask was still waiting for the cashier to give him the change when his nose suddenly twitched, and a familiar aroma drifted into his nostrils. This scent was very familiar. Ask's mind quickly reacted, recalling the corresponding person. It is necessary to mention that Ask's nose is not as sensitive as a dog's. Rather, this aroma was truly memorable. Once smelled, one would probably never forget it for a lifetime. Ask's expression suddenly turned grim. He quickly adjusted his mood, picked up the bag that was already filled with items, slightly lowered his head, turned in a semicircle, and walked towards the door, moving to the side of the person behind him. "Please wait. Your change." "No need." Ask pressed his hand against his throat, squeezing out a hoarse voice. After he said this, the cashier relaxed. But the person who had been standing behind Ask suddenly changed their expression. "It's you again. When stealing, one must never show weakness. One must not be timid. It's just a matter of doing it." Ask had always thought this saying was quite reasonable until he encountered someone he couldn't deal with. The police are always the nemesis of thieves, con artists, scoundrels, and rogues, a collective term for scum. Scum is everywhere. And this does not change because of the special group of wizards. The Nocturne Alley next to Diagon Alley is one of the scum's strongholds among wizards, and the role of scum's enemy is replaced by aurors, the enforcers of the Ministry of Magic's laws, wielding their powerful wands. Unfortunately, Ask just happened to run into an auror, and it was a familiar one. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ask knew he was in trouble. Surrendering has never been his style. With a flick of his wrist, Ask tossed his handbag behind him and charged towards the exit, his hand digging into his pocket in search of something that could help him shake off the auror following him. 2 round, black spheres were clenched in his palm. After bursting through the shop door, he flung them behind him. Leaping into the air, he kicked the large black dog lying on the ground, quickly identifying his direction before sprinting away without looking back. Caught off guard by the kick, the large black dog initially wanted to retaliate, but upon realizing who had kicked him, he had to hold back his anger. Just as he was wondering what Ask was planning to do, a dazzling flash of light erupted from the shop behind him, as if a bolt of lightning had struck. "Don't run. Stop right there." A girl with purple hair dashed out of the shop, shouting in the direction Ask had fled. The black dog rolled his eyes. If Ask were to stop, that would be a miracle. But how had he managed to attract the attention of this well-dressed and attractive girl? The black dog's curiosity began to stir, but his feet kept moving. After all, he was just a dog, and no one cared about him. Suddenly, the black dog felt a pricking gaze on him, causing his body to tremble slightly. He had an incredulous thought. He had been discovered. How could that be? The black dog tried to convince himself that even a Dementor couldn't find him, and only a few people knew about his animagus transformation, not even Dumbledore. In France, he had no acquaintances, so how could anyone see through him? It must be a delusion. The black dog continued running, blending into the crowd until that gaze finally moved away, and he let out a sigh of relief. This was terrible, the black dog thought, and coincidentally, Ask was thinking the same thing at that moment. Staring at the potion in his hand, Ask hesitated for a long time, but ultimately didn't drink it. The taste was secondary. Mainly, even if he drank it, it probably wouldn't work on that person. Speaking of which, what was that woman's name again? Nyx? Downton? Nifedora Tonks. There truly exists a thing called talent in this world. Some people can calculate 9-digit addition and subtraction in their heads. Some have no sense of pain. Some win every bet. And some can see through any disguise at a glance. Whether it's intuition or talent, that purple-haired woman seemed immune to any disguise. The last time they met, Ask had consumed 5 bottles of potions and changed his appearance 5 times, yet she recognized him every time. In the end, Ask had to escape using every trick he could think of, and as fast as he could. Perhaps it wasn't an escape, as Ask later learned that at that time. The woman was merely undergoing Auror training and couldn't leave her post. Otherwise, the outcome might have been different. She was a tough opponent, a natural-born animagus adept at disguise. Perhaps because she could easily and skillfully transform into anyone, she had honed a sharp eye to detect subtle flaws and expose various facades. This was not a place to linger, Ask thought, and then he found a secluded spot, changed all his clothes, and sprayed himself with perfume for a long while. After checking for any obvious flaws, he stepped out and began walking towards the outskirts of town. Forget about transportation. Returning to the town carried risks as well. So leaving immediately was the best course of action. As for that dog, its sense of smell was not so poor that it would lose track of Ask. It would catch up sooner or later. Of course, if he wanted to take this opportunity to leave, Ask didn't mind. So annoying. Ask scratched his head in frustration. He hadn't eaten breakfast, had no money in his pocket, and before he could even start his vacation, he was targeted by an Auror. This was an awful start. However, this terrible beginning was only temporary. Soon, Ask would learn what it meant for blessings not to come in pairs and misfortunes not to come alone. Although Ask liked this country, the land itself seemed to dislike him, constantly making things difficult for him, as if forcing him to leave. Just after leaving the town, not long into his walk, the large black dog came panting, drenched in sweat. Although he didn't say anything, of course, he couldn't. Ask still knew that he needed an explanation and an answer. It wasn't a big deal, so Ask recounted everything he needed to say, only to notice that the dog's gaze seemed a bit off. "Hey, what kind of look is that?" Ignoring Ask, the black dog walked absently while silently calculating something. The name he heard earlier couldn't be just a coincidence. Nifedora Tonks, 18 or 19 years old, a natural-born animagus adept at disguise. It had to be right. She must be Andromeda's daughter, his niece. His niece had grown up to become an Auror and was now in France at this moment. The black dog's gaze slowly dimmed. Some things you ultimately cannot avoid. In the eyes of most people, he must already be seen as an unforgivable sinner. Many would become his enemies, including those who once fought alongside him against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Lupin, Moody, Kingsley, Hagrid, the Weasley couple. While the black dog lamented his fate and the fleeting nature of life, Ask was in no mood for such thoughts. He just wanted to leave this area as soon as possible, far away from that troublesome woman. Little did Ask know, another troublesome woman was waiting for him ahead. If he had known, would he have secretly rejoiced at his romantic luck and charm with women? This was his second day in France. A bad day, but not the worst. 5 days later, in a small town in France. After the arrival of summer, the weather became much hotter, and as time passed, the mercury in the thermometer stopped at 39°C, showing no signs of rising further. Congratulations, Coca-Cola. After quickly downing a bottle of ice-cold Coke and letting out a satisfied burp, Ask finally felt a bit of energy return. Underfoot, the large black dog was also drinking Coke, but simply licking it was not enough, so he had to make do with it. After finishing the Coke, the man and dog hid under the shade of a tree, both exhausted and listless, eventually leaning against each other and dozing off, just like the previous 4 days. Based on the past 4-day situation, it seemed that the woman hadn't targeted Ask. Perhaps she hadn't chased him at all and had simply taken another route in that seaside town. Misjudgment? Perhaps. As long as one is human, mistakes are inevitable. This possibility cannot be ruled out. However, for some reason, Ask always had an inexplicable feeling that the woman might be nearby, as if she were a cat toying with a mouse, waiting until her opponent was utterly exhausted before striking. This is so annoying. All the way, Ask kept muttering this sentence. Whenever he thought of that woman, he felt a gnawing hatred. Was it really necessary for her to oppose him all this time, just because he had tricked her out of a little money? It was just 15 galleons. Even if he got caught by the Ministry of Magic, the worst he would get would be a verbal reprimand. Considering old Grindelwald, the Ministry might even slip him 3 or 4 times that amount. For just 15 galleons, she actually held on to this for so long? It was really annoying. The big black dog occasionally grumbled in his heart, of course. What annoyed him was just his current situation, like having to lick his Coke, finding a lamppost to pee on, and that little bastard not even wiping his but after he pooped. It was outrageous. That little bastard actually treated the handsome and charming Sirius Black like a dog. Peter Pettigrew, where the hell are you hiding? A cool breeze blew in, taking away the heat and irritation. The leaves rustled in a seemingly random manner that was not annoying at all, but instead calmed the soul. Drowsiness washed over them like a tide, drowning the last bit of consciousness. Ask and the big black dog closed their eyes at the same time, and the last sentence flowed through their minds. It was really annoying. X2, the man and dog who had fallen into a dream, did not know that less than 30 meters away from them, the woman Ask kept muttering about, Nymphadora Tonks, an Auror trainee from the Ministry of Magic, was using something like a telescope to observe their every move. Ask's instincts were usually quite accurate. Indeed, the trainee Auror had been following them the whole time and had never lost them. However, he was mistaken about one thing. The purpose of this trainee Auror was not to capture them. On the contrary, if an Auror intended to capture them, Nymphadora Tonks might even find a way to help her uncle escape. Perhaps even Sirius himself had forgotten that years ago, one night after getting drunk, he had transformed into an animagus and carried the now trainee Auror for a moonlit stroll in the woods. Time can erase anything, given enough time. 11 years seemed insufficient, right? 11 years ago was an important year. On that night, in late October 1981, Voldemort inexplicably failed and fled, which led to Harry Potter's fame today. That year, Nymphadora Tonks was 8 years old, and that day was June 10th, her birthday. Not many people came, but she remembered them all. On that night, no one could imagine that 4 months later, Voldemort would fail. On the contrary, most of the attendees at the birthday party no longer held hope of living to attend Nymphadora Tonks' 9th birthday party the following year. In another 4 months, it would be little Harry's birthday. In Nymphadora Tonks' memory, Sirius had drunk a lot, his face flushed, his eyes sparkling like burning meteors. I suggested that on that day, we should go to little Harry's birthday together. What do you think? This was the first time Tonks heard the name Harry, and later she learned that Harry was a boy who had just been born for less than a year, the son of her Uncle James Potter, who wore glasses and had messy hair, but was handsome, and the gentle and beautiful Lily Potter, and also the godson of her uncle, Sirius Black. The relationship was a bit complicated. To summarize, the above content is merely saying one thing, perhaps two, perhaps three. Nymphadora Tonks knows about Sirius and Animagus transformation. She also knows that Sirius has fled to France, and she knows that Sirius Black is innocent. My uncle cannot be a bad person. You might think this is a preconceived notion. Sirius left a good impression on a young Tonks, indirectly influencing her judgment. This is quite reasonable. People often say men are rational and women are emotional, and there might be some truth to it. Due to the issue of Sirius' escape, Tonks' status as a trainee Auror was temporarily revoked, fearing that she might let personal feelings interfere with her duties. It was said that this suggestion came from the experienced Auror Mad-Eye Moody, who had watched her grow up. It was precisely because she was not an Auror at the moment, combined with Sirius' sudden appearance, that Tonks did not take action against Ask. Otherwise, Ask would not have been able to escape that small town. Ask and the big black dog could fall asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. But Tonks could not. Knowing how difficult the Aurors of the British Ministry of Magic could be, she did not believe that the Aurors in France would be easy to deal with. With those two asleep, someone had to stay on watch. Tonks would not admit it. But the reason she did not rest like Ask and the others was that she was pondering how to appear before her uncle, whether to pretend not to recognize him or to have a tearful reunion after a long separation. It was really a headache. Tonks gently tapped her forehead with her hand, forcing herself not to think about this issue. Looking at the one man and one dog sleeping soundly, a question floated in her mind. If Sirius Black is innocent, then who is the traitor? If the truth cannot be made public, her uncle might have to continue living like a dog forever. However, Tonks had a vague feeling that among the people gathered around the round table at that birthday party, there was a traitor. How many wizards are there on Earth? Probably not many. In 1991, the population of the UK was about 2 million, and the Ministry of Magic reported that there were 215 registered wizards, meaning the wizard-to-muggle population ratio was about 1:18,000. Looking at these numbers, one might realize that Voldemort had struggled for so many years, only to aim to become a village chief, and even then he failed. Correspondingly, Hogwarts had about 400 students, and Dumbledore could essentially be considered a village chief too. Don't blame Voldemort for being unambitious. Who could have expected Hogwarts to lack in math and geography classes? Even after graduation and entering the workforce, they would encounter more wizards. After all, having grown up in a wizarding education, they would hardly end up operating excavators. Voldemort was different from most wizards. At least he knew how vast the outside world was and understood that muggles far outnumbered wizards. Dominating wizards was merely a prelude to dominating muggles. To rule the whole world. After all, what does that saying go? To secure the outside, one must first stabilize the inside. In 1991, France's population was about 59 million. And proportionally, the number of wizards was roughly similar to that of the UK. With little difference, the actual situation was about the same. In France, there were no ambitious figures like Voldemort. The air and soil of this country seemed inherently unsuitable for such people. The lives of over 3,000 wizards were peaceful and leisurely, to the extent that the Ministry of Magic was essentially just a decoration. However, even as a decoration, the French Ministry of Magic still needed to exercise its rightful powers regarding certain matters. L'Onpetit worked at the French Ministry of Magic in the Department of Magical Accidents and Injuries in the Reverse Occurrences Unit. Elon's daily job is to handle various accidents caused by wizards, especially those witnessed by muggles. He has a partner, a memory eraser responsible for wiping muggles' memories. But he recently went on his honeymoon with his new wife, so Elon has to patrol alone to see if there's anything that needs handling. Elon didn't expect that he would be out for 4 or 5 days, during which he didn't even have time to go home for a meal. The reason is quite simple. He is simply too busy. From a small seaside town in France to the outskirts of Paris, Elon has been running along a winding road that looks like it's been chewed by a dog for 4 or 5 consecutive days, exhausting himself to clear up the mess left by some jerk. Countless troubles. Elon gradually began to suspect that someone was deliberately messing with him. He had reported these issues to his superiors, but several days passed without any news. Bureaucratic efficiency. Elon harbored a deep-seated grudge against his supervisor, Galagas, nicknamed Beryl, the fat man who sent him out to deal with accidents while sipping his drink. Feeling dissatisfied, but that's the reality, unless Elon throws in the towel. He has to keep going. A month ago, Elon would have slapped his supervisor in the face and dramatically declared, "I'm done here," before swaggering out of the Ministry of Magic. But now, he sighed silently, expressionless, as he waved his wand at the owner of a Muggle grocery store, cleaning and replacing his memory. The Minister of Magic, now that the challenging task. With a bitter smile, Elon walked out of the grocery store, feeling like a zombie under the scorching sun as he headed off into the distance. According to the owner, that troublesome kid had gone off to the park with a dog and 2 bottles of chilled cola. If he moved quickly, he might just catch them here and then. Elon finally mustered some spirit, took a deep breath, and clenched his fist to cheer himself on. Soon, I could get a promotion, a raise, become a superior, serve as the Minister of Magic, marry the beautiful Miss Furong, and reach the peak of my life. Come on, Elon, you can do it. Perhaps Elon was indeed turning a corner, for as he entered the park, he spotted a person and a dog sleeping under a large tree from a distance. Just as the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. With a loud shout, Elon summoned all his strength and sprinted at the fastest speed of his life, reaching the base of that tree in the blink of an eye, pointing his wand at the still sleeping kid and yelling, "Let go of that dog." From what Elon could see, the kid was using the big black dog as a cushion, sprawled out on top of it, sleeping soundly, drool streaming from his mouth like a little river onto the black dog. The black dog, thin and emaciated, still bore some unhealed wounds, as if it had been abused. In summary, that kid must have done something terrible to that poor dog. Let go of that dog, Elon shouted again. Although he was just a kid, the senior members of the ministry had once said that the scariest things in the world are troublesome kids and those operating excavators. Being able to cause so much trouble and still sleep soundly here without a care in the world. What audacity! The kid slightly turned over, lying on his back, revealing a still youthful face with clear brows, red lips, and white teeth, looking harmless, but the dog beneath him had already suffered his ill treatment. The black dog woke up and glanced at Elon, pausing briefly on the man's clothes, the badge on his chest catching a bit of his interest. However, as long as the newcomer wasn't an Auror, the black dog wouldn't feel the slightest bit nervous. From this person's demeanor, it seemed he was after that brat. Probably because that guy had stirred up trouble along the way, attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Feeling somewhat annoyed, the black dog shook his head, revealing several dark lines on his forehead as he noticed a string of clear, unknown liquid sticking to it, slowly sliding down his nose. Without thinking, the black dog shook his paw, leaving a paw print on Ask's pale face. You see, the black dog hadn't washed his paws for over a decade in Azkaban, and he hadn't had the chance to do so afterward either. Both were quite the characters. As the black dog did this, Ask slowly woke up, feeling a bit of pain in his face from his deep sleep, but he had no memory of what had happened. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, a wand was already pointed at his forehead, which made Ask very unhappy. Let go of that dog, Elon repeated for the third time. Ask rolled his eyes and pointed at the black dog, who was rolling on the ground, trying hard to wipe the drool off his head with grass, saying, I've already let it go. What do you want to do? This. Oh, I see. Ask slapped his forehead and said with sudden realization, Let go of that dog. You want me to do it, right? Be my guest. I've already used it. It's quite comfortable. You should try it too. Often, for the same thing, different people standing from different angles would see and think very differently. Ask was in a playful mood, joking with Elon, and the black dog didn't mind being a spectator, but Nymphadora Tonks felt no sense of ease at all. Just as she was slightly distracted, a Ministry of Magic person suddenly appeared, pointing a wand at her uncle with a stern expression. What could this mean? Oh no! Tonks's heart sank, her hand gripping the wand, losing its color, her lips pressed together, her gaze flickering uncertainly, at times firm, at times hesitant, her mind already in chaos. Not long after her 19th birthday, apart from a year of internship as an Auror, she had previously just been a relatively lively and bold girl. What should she do? In this area, there were currently 3 people and 1 dog. Well, 4 people in total. As an observer, Tonks was certainly anxious and nervous. But the instigator, Elon, wasn't in a much better position either, as he realized his brain seemed to be short-circuiting. What did he just say? Let go of that dog. Yes, that was it. Now that the brat had let go of the dog, what should he say next? Gathering his thoughts, Elon began to recall similar situations he had dealt with. Then his eyes lit up as he put on a serious face and said to Ask, I am. You are from the Ministry of Magic, the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, the Reverse Occurrences section. Your name is Elon Purdy. Male, interests unknown, perhaps a dog. Ask said with a smile. Looking at Elon's incredulous expression, he pointed at the badge on Elon's chest, which was clearly written, adding, and I guess you like dogs. Elon nodded stiffly, feeling his brain was somewhat inadequate, struggling to think about what to do next while maintaining a blank expression towards Ask, unaware that he looked rather foolish. Well, I can roughly guess your purpose for coming to me. Ask reached into his pocket, and, as expected, the cash had turned back into stones. However, I think you've got the wrong person because I'm also a victim. Victim? Ask deliberately sighed and put on a helpless expression. This is a long story, but to put it simply, a scammer used those to swap my galleons. At first, I didn't realize the bills were fake, so I spent them. At this point, he looked up at Elon and said pitifully in a low voice, I really didn't mean to. Elon instinctively nodded. Is this little brat also a victim? How despicable. To scam even a child's money. That scammer is truly heartless. But can we really trust this little brat's words? From Elon's expression, Ask could guess what he was thinking. At this point, all he needed was to provide evidence that he was also a victim. But that evidence. This is my wand. Ask pulled out the wand and handed it to Elon, then made a gesture inviting him to check. You can use the rewind spell to see what spells have been cast with this wand recently, turning stones into bills. Do you think a child my age could do that? Ask emphasized the word child, shifting Elon's focus from whether Ask was lying to whether he had the ability to create. He appeared calm and was not worried about Elon finding anything suspicious, as he had not successfully cast even a single spell with this wand. After giving Elon a hint, Ask quietly stood by, waiting for Elon to make a judgment. Holding the wand, Elon hesitated, looking at the boy in front of him, who was at most 11 or 12 years old. He suddenly felt like a fool. Could such a small child really create such lifelike, almost indistinguishable? It's ridiculous that he had been secretly pleased, thinking he could quickly catch the child after hearing from a poor guy that the person using these was a child with a dog. After all this, it turned out he had the wrong person. Disheartened, Elon was too lazy to even use the rewind spell. He returned the wand to Ask and sighed heavily. All right, I believe you. You can go. Most people would have left promptly at this point, but Ask, on the contrary, want to stay and squeeze some money out of this Ministry of Magic employee. There was no other choice. Once this person went back, the French Ministry of Magic would probably start investigating the issue. If they continued using, it would be asking for trouble. Why aren't you leaving? Elon asked. I was scammed out of all my money by that fraud, and now I can't even use. Ask lowered his head, blushing with embarrassment. Could you lend me some money? I promise I'll pay you back. Lending money? Elon was slightly taken aback, but it wasn't a big deal. So he pulled out 2 galleons from his pocket and handed them to Ask. You're a good person. Holding the 2 galleons, Ask's eyes reddened, as if he might cry at any moment. This made Elon feel emotional, and he also felt a bit smug, thinking he had done a good deed. Ask stepped forward, gave Elon a hug, and then expressed his gratitude repeatedly until Elon felt a bit dizzy. At the right moment, Ask quietly left the scene. TSK. This guy's quite wealthy. It really fits that saying, foolish people have lots of money. Ask patted his now full wallet, smiling contentedly. Over 40 galleons, this would be enough for him for a while. As for Elon, Ask kindly left him 2 galleons. What a benevolent act. The big black dog rolled his eyes, but had no intention of advising Ask to return the money. The more money Ask had, the better he would eat and drink, and he wouldn't have to sleep on benches in the park. Isn't that great? However, the big black dog was still a bit worried about what would happen when that person realized all his money was stolen. Don't worry. I made a hole in his pocket. He should just think his money fell out of it and won't suspect us. Ask said proudly, while the big black dog remained speechless. Happy times are always short-lived. Just as Ask got some money, he was stopped by someone. TSK, what bad luck. Ask adjusted his glasses and said to the girl with golden hair blocking his way, Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your hair color? As if you know me well. Nymphadora Tonks flicked her hair, which instantly changed from gold to purple, her face also undergoing a significant change. She looked at Ask and, out of the corner of her eye, glanced at the big black dog. I'm a bit curious. How did you recognize me? I smelled you. Ask patted the slightly nervous big black dog. Didn't you notice that you always have a scent of flowers? Scent of flowers? Tonks was taken aback, instinctively taking this as one of Ask's lies because no one had ever said such a thing to her, and she had never smelled the flower scent Ask mentioned. Don't look at me like that. I'm serious. Ask frowned slightly. You really haven't noticed? Is your nose broken? Are you trying to scam me? Interesting. Things are getting more interesting. Ask suddenly laughed for some reason, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. A week off for myself. Ever since I made the decision, I intentionally stopped updating, didn't send notifications, and didn't appear in the group, just giving myself a week off. How should I put it? I finally figured things out. A question that had troubled me for a long time has finally found an answer. If I can't do something, then I can't do it. Since I can't do it, I shouldn't make promises lightly. The reason I say this is not that I want to drop the story or anything like that. Completing it is not difficult for me at all, and it is simply impossible not to do so. What I'm targeting is another promise, the update speed I have always insisted on. Sorry, I'm afraid I will disappoint you all. There are some things that many readers may not be very clear about. The frequent hiatuses and even dropouts from someone with the surname Xiang were partly due to economic issues. When writing can't support oneself, one certainly doesn't want to start at home, right? Even if one stays at home until starving, the story will still be dropped. As someone who treats writing as a hobby, I don't want this hobby to become a burden, although there's already a trend towards that. Once work got on track, it turned out to be far more troublesome than I originally imagined. After coming home at night, I'm sorry, but I really have no energy to write. Forcing it not only leads to low efficiency, but the quality doesn't seem great either. In fact, before starting this book, I made a promise to myself. I would never force myself to write when I couldn't. Now it seems that the first promise I betrayed was this one, which is a bit ridiculous. So, everything goes back to the beginning. I will first fulfill my promise to myself, and as for the rest, the only promise I can guarantee is that I will definitely complete it. Alright, after saying so much, it really boils down to one sentence. Future updates may be difficult to achieve daily and might occasionally burst forth. It has been a week without updates, and my collections have not only remained stable, but have even increased. Thank you for your support. Really, I'm very grateful. It's wonderful to have readers like you. Haha, When the path you walk is different from everyone else's, even completely opposite, can you really stand tall and face the doubts with ease, continuing to move forward? This question might be a bit too big, so let us change to a smaller one. A question often overlooked in a story we have all heard. When that emperor walked down the street naked, while everyone praised his magnificent clothes. Would you also think the emperor's clothes were beautiful? The eyes of the crowd are sharp. The minority obeys the majority. The truth is often held by few. What would you choose? I trust my nose more than yours. As touched his nose, smiled. And didn't he explain much, just noted this matter in his heart, along with many other unanswered questions, putting them into a folder, encrypting it, hiding it in the root directory, setting it to be invisible to outsiders, and finally logging out. After doing this, he looked at Tanks and asked, "Is there something?" Of course. Tanks pulled out a wand from somewhere, rubbed it in his palm for a moment, and then pointed it straight at Ask. "Do you really think no one knows what you did?" "Oh, really?" Ask kicked a small stone on the ground. "It's best not to point a wand at someone else's head. That's very rude." Tanks snorted. "Do I need to be polite with someone like you? Sounds like I'm the #1 villain. Aren't you?" Tanks retorted. Ask didn't answer immediately. He adjusted his clothes, carefully wiped the dirty paw print off his face with his handkerchief, then shook his head seriously and said, "Not yet, but I will try." "Should I say keep it up?" Ask kicked the big black dog, which was almost stiff, and under Tank's angry glare, he smiled and said, "To thank you for your blessing. How about I treat you to barbecue dog meat today? Well, the ingredients are ready anyway. 1 black, 2 white, 3 spotted, and 4 yellow. This big black dog is really..." Before he could finish, the wand that had been a distance away from Ask was already pressed against his forehead, and the distance between him and Tanks shrank from over 3 meters to less than half a meter, separated only by the big black dog. "Why did you stop talking?" Tanks sneered, poking the wand at Ask's forehead a few times. "You really have ideas about treating me with barbecue dog meat made from my dog." "My dog?" The big black dog's ears perked up suddenly, its tail wagging uncertainly, just like its heart. Ask slowly raised his head, the wand sliding from his forehead. Well, he was still much shorter than Tanks, who could easily look down on him and press the wand against his head. "Your dog?" Ask smiled knowingly and said, "Although this big black dog isn't mine, and I don't know if this fellow is really yours. I just think the Ministry of Magic probably knows better than I do whether you have such a dog. Mind your own business." Tanks suddenly lost some confidence. This was indeed her oversight. If her family suddenly had another dog, especially at this critical moment, those Aurors might not be blind and deaf after all. It was originally none of my business, but who told this fellow to owe me a barbecue dog meat meal? Ask dragged his voice, his tone strange, while the big black dog, lying on the ground, rolled its eyes. It couldn't remember when it owed this jerk a barbecue dog meat meal. What if he goes and doesn't come back? What will I do? You're the one who won't come back. What a big reaction. Ask kicked the big black dog and joked, "I think you look a lot like her. You two must be relatives, right?" All the onlookers said they couldn't see how a big black dog and a beautiful woman looked alike. If nothing unexpected happens. Ask probably still has a few chapters to chat with Tanks, but one of the onlookers expressed dissatisfaction and stepped forward. "Are you done yet?" The newcomer jumped down from a tree, landing steadily, then pulled his head out of the ground and casually walked to Ask's side. After a gesture, a Malay sword appeared in his hand. "How about we just split in half?" Awkward silence. "Why is it you again?" X2 Ask and Tanks exchanged glances, then turned their heads simultaneously, shouting in unison, "How did you end up here?" Slug scratched his head and gave a silly smile, saying, "Just passing by. Just passing by." After gesturing with a Malay sword, he pointed at the big black dog and said, "Let us solve this problem first." "You." Ask could only say one word before everything in front of him blurred, as if a gust of wind swept past. Looking down, the big black dog had already disappeared. Slug was standing on the big black dog, still 7 or 8 meters away from Ask and Tanks. He slowly bent down, the blade of the Malay sword tapping a few times on the big black dog's face, and whispered to the immobile big black dog, "What a surprise to meet you here. Let go of that dog. Let him go. Haha, so many people care about you. It's really enviable." Slug smiled, showing no hint of clumsiness. If he wore Ask's glasses, he might have already blinded the big black dog's eyes 100 times. His left hand reached to his waist, and just as Tanks aimed her wand at him, the disarming spell was timely cast, hitting accurately, followed by a quick petrification spell. Ask didn't move, but he knew that as long as he did, the next spell would probably come at him. How should he put it? Although Slug usually appeared extremely clumsy, his combat strength was unexpectedly amazing. He had underestimated him too much. "What do you want to do?" Calming down, Ask asked the first question. Although Slug's stance was somewhat strange, if he really wanted to get rid of the big black dog, he probably wouldn't hesitate. At the same time, Ask internally complained. How can even a random passerby see through that clumsy dog's enigmatic transformation these days? Actually, it's nothing much. I was just passing by and happened to run into him. Slug straightened up, casually tossing the Malay sword to the ground, embedding it under the big black dog's chin, with a few severed dog hairs floating away in the wind. You've already wasted a lot of time, so I'll get straight to the point. This dog, no one gets to monopolize it. I don't know what you're talking about. Slug snorted, disdainfully saying, don't think I look silly. That's just my disguise. Just now, both you and that girl refer to this silly dog as he instead of it, right? TCH, I know, you said that on purpose, and that woman was just let out by you. But you all know this stupid dog, right? I'm not wrong, am I? Asker stroked his chin, his expression quite interesting. Indeed, in this day and age, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is the way to go. I have a proposal. It goes like this. I've said everything I needed to say. As for how you all will choose, that has nothing to do with me. After taking 30 seconds to express his thoughts, Surig waved his wand, and Tonks could finally move. The first thing she did was use the summoning charm to drag the big black dog to her side, standing between the big black dog and Surig, acting as a temporary dam. Surig bent down, drew his knife, and put it away. During this process, he revealed many flaws, but neither Tonks nor Asker showed any intention of acting. The big black dog felt weak and powerless. Perhaps no one understood better than him that just now, Surig had truly harbored killing intent. Although his life was saved, more questions tangled the big black dog's mind, making his head spin. What exactly do you mean? I still don't quite understand. Asker rubbed his chin, and besides, I was just passing by, casually picked up a dog. Is it really necessary for me to do so many things? Isn't he supposed to owe you a barbecue dog meal? I was just saying that casually. You really believed it? Asker felt a bit of a toothache. He carefully looked at Surig. Had this guy's IQ dropped again? I'm not interested in this kind of thing at all. Getting others into trouble is more my style. Helping people. Forget it. Surig scratched his head, looking at Asker with some helplessness. How did you come to the conclusion that I want you to help this stupid dog? Isn't that so? I just asked you to take this dog to Hogwarts and not get caught by the Ministry of Magic. Except for that one over there. Surig glanced at Tonks. As for how you treat this stupid dog, that's your freedom. Even if you really want to turn him into barbecue dog meat. I won't bat an eyelash. Looking at Surig's expression filled with deep resentment and grievances, Asker began to speculate about what kind of enmity this guy had with the big black dog. Perhaps his expression was too lewd and disgusting. Tonks, standing aside, could no longer bear it and protested. Leave it to him to take care of? Are you kidding? Asker clapped his hands. Great, it's happily decided. This dog will be under my protection from now on. I disagree. Surig and Asker exchanged glances, both of them smirking knowingly. The former drew his knife again, while the latter began to take out barbecue grills and other items from his pockets, seemingly preparing for an outdoor barbecue. You too. Tonks gritted her teeth. Needless to say, the big black dog was already on the verge of fainting. What kind of people are these? Watching the barbecue grill being set up, Asker had already prepared the seasoning jars, forks, and plates, and even took out a pack of beer, at which point Tonks finally gave in. All right. Tonks glared fiercely at Asker, as if she wanted to eat him. I agree. Asker seemed not to have heard, and only after preparing all the barbecue tools did he ask Surig, is it going to be too hot to eat barbecue in this weather? It's fine. I have special medicine here. Surig pulled out a medicine bottle from his pocket, shook it, and then took out a large bag of what looked like meat steaks and chicken wings just bought from the supermarket. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Just right. So much is enough for us to eat. The big black dog perked up his ears, poking his head out from behind Tonks, only to see Surig smiling at him, the knife in his hand glinting coldly. So the big black dog wisely pulled his head back. This barbecue does not include you. Surig rummaged in his pocket for a long time and finally pulled out a bag of dog food, tossing on the ground. This is your food. Don't be polite. It's been prepared for you long ago. Prepared long ago. Asker pushed his glasses up and continued to fiddle with the barbecue grill. Although the atmosphere was quite strange, overall it was pretty good. At least everyone was full. There were also gains like Surig's IQ dropping midway, and Asker managed to squeeze some information out of him. Although it wasn't very important, it was better than nothing. Back in the day, that Snape was bullied every day. The one who bullied him includes the person standing under your feet, so if they meet at Hogwarts, it's best if the two of them don't cross paths. I can't guarantee whether Snape will recognize him. The big black dog stuck out his tongue, lazily lying on the ground, enjoying Tonks' massage, comfortably squinting his eyes. Living as a dog isn't so bad. The big black dog thought to himself. I know this, but there's a question. Asker's hand trembled naturally, and warm milk tea spilled onto the big black dog, burning him so much that he jumped up, ready to give Asker a good beating. But then he caught sight of the cold glint flashing from Surig's waist. So he lay back down. How did you recognize him? I didn't recognize him, I guessed. Surig took a sip of beer and burped. Don't you know? Diaz has already sold you out. Now the Ministry of Magic knows that the one who broke into Azkaban that night was you. At this critical moment, you have a dog by your side, and that woman is following along, which already says a lot. Asker was surprised that Diaz sold him out, but he was a bit amazed at Surig's sensitivity to information. It seems that the Ministry of Magic hasn't reacted yet, but Surig found him first. However, if the Ministry of Magic already knows about that incident, then how can this dog still follow him around? It's quite simple. As long as it's proven that this dog isn't that person, just an ordinary dog, and that person appears somewhere else, far from here, it would be even better if that crazy woman could stir up some trouble to divert attention. Asker poured himself another cup of milk tea, looking at Surig with the eyes of an alien. Has your IQ gone back up? Surig ignored him and instead looked at Tonks. This requires cooperation. You over there playing with the dog? Yes, that's you. Wait a moment and come with me. I'll pretend to be him, and you can pretend to be that crazy woman. It should be fine. By the way, that crazy woman is actually your aunt. Aunt. Asker nearly spat out his milk tea, glancing at the big black dog, then at Tonks, and then thinking about that woman named Bellatrix, whom Surig referred to as a crazy woman. After finally swallowing the milk tea, he looked at Tonks, who wore a similarly surprised expression, and said, By the way, did you bribe the Minister of Magic? 2 escapees. One is your uncle, and the other is your aunt. And you didn't get into any trouble at all? It's quite normal because the Ministry of Magic has more reliable suspects, like you, like the Malfoy family. Wait, the Malfoy family? Don't you know? Lucius's wife is the sister of the madwoman, and that woman is mother's biological sister. Right. She is also the cousin of that dog. That dog is the maternal cousin of that woman. Ask touched his chin, and, after a long time, he uttered a sentence. The circle is really chaotic. It seems that Slughorn's efficiency is quite good. Within just 2 days, large segments of news about Sirius Black and his cousin Bellatrix appeared in the Prophet. His audacity also broadened horizons. He even had Tonks running to Azkaban, causing a ruckus and nearly triggering another prison break. Does he have accomplices? Ask stared blankly at the description in the newspaper. 3 people. Slughorn plus Tonks makes only 2, right? 2 people wouldn't suddenly create another one out of thin air, which means, no matter who you are, you're out of luck. Ask shook his head, stuffed the newspaper into the trash can, and with the big black dog, headed toward a place far from England. At this moment, he should get as far away from England as possible. After all, to avoid being present as evidence. Somewhere in England, in a cabin in the woods, Slughorn leaned back on the sofa, studying a map in his hands, searching for the next target to shift the Ministry of Magic's attention completely onto himself. Beside him, Tonks held a cup of milk tea, letting it cool down slowly without taking a sip, looking troubled. Your aunt has come, Slughorn suddenly said, and Tonks's body trembled slightly. Almost simultaneously, the living room door was pushed open, and a woman walked in. She was tall and slender, with wet black hair, a very pale face, deep black bags under her eyes, an expression of numbness, and dressed in a long white dress that made her look like a ghost. In a cabin in the woods. Even if there is a ghost, it's not too surprising. Tonks said nothing, just nodded to greet her. Slughorn curled his lips, a cold and sarcastic smile appearing on his face. Paired with his stern expression, the woman shivered slightly, turning her head away and looking at Tonks as if seeking help. Sighing, Tonks spoke. All right, don't act like that. She has lost her memory. She's your aunt, not mine. Slughorn put down the map, picked up the wand beside him, waited for a moment, then suddenly pointed it at the woman. Some things cannot just be resolved with a simple loss of memory. Bellatrix, do you remember the Longbottoms? The Longbottoms, in 1981, at the time of victory, were driven to mental breakdown by Bellatrix and others. They had a son named Neville Longbottom, currently attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Gryffindor House. Tonks suddenly stood up, blocking the helpless Bellatrix, who was kneeling on the ground in fear, biting her lip, raising her hands, determinedly becoming Bellatrix's last refuge. Step aside. Tonks shook her head, standing firm, both in body and mind. Do you know who she is? She's my aunt. Tonks replied, holding her head high. Slughorn snorted. She is still a murderer, with her hands stained with the blood of innocence. His wand tilted slightly, pointing at the exposed part of Bellatrix's body. Tonks moved a little to the side, blocking again. She is very pitiful. Naive. Slughorn's wand flicked, and Tonks was pulled aside by a great force. Bellatrix knelt helplessly on the ground, panic-stricken. She saw a green light gathering at the tip of the wand, and death and fear pressed down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. She choked on her words, wanting to plead, but what came out were only meaningless whimpers. "You have 10 seconds to repent, Bellatrix," Slughorn said, looking at Tonks. "Forget her. Your aunt has been dead for over a decade. This one is just an impostor. She is my aunt." Tonks slowly got up, holding her wand, pointing it at Slughorn. "I warn you, do not harm her. Otherwise—" Slughorn tilted his head slightly. A spell grazed his cheek, and with a clean flick of his wand, he easily blocked the next few spells. With a wave of his wand, it seemed like a whip struck Tonks's wrist, leaving a hideous and terrifying wound. Tonks switched her wand to her left hand, biting her lip, her face showing no sign of retreat or fear. "The gap between you and me is much larger than you think." Slughorn turned his wand back, facing Tonks sideways, as if he had no intention of being defensive at all. "I could kill this madwoman right in front of you. What can you do to me? You cold-blooded bastard." Slughorn sneered, his wand moved, and Bellatrix's face looked as if it had been slapped, a red handprint standing out on her pale skin. "Cold-blooded? It doesn't matter, as long as I can avenge the Longbottoms. By the way, have you considered the feelings of the Longbottom family? Ignoring their pain, disregarding the disasters they suffered, stubbornly and naively wanting to protect this murderer. The term cold-blooded would be more appropriate for you, wouldn't it?" Tonks was at a loss for words, only able to quietly say, "She has already been punished. She is in Azkaban. If she stays there until death, neither I nor the Longbottoms would have anything to say. But now she has escaped, still thinking of rescuing her companions, once again following that person, replicating the Longbottom family's tragedy onto others." Slughorn's gaze was like a sharp knife. "I have been very merciful. If she is caught by the Ministry of Magic, the Dementor's kiss would be the real cruelty. Give it up. Just pretend you never had such an aunt." Tonks remained silent. Only then did she realize how pale and powerless her words were, because the crimes committed by Bellatrix were real, without any fabrication. And the tragedy of the Longbottom family was also a well-known fact. No matter how you put it, Bellatrix was undeniable evidence, deserving of her fate, with no chance for a retrial. Just as Slughorn said, if Bellatrix were caught by the Ministry of Magic, her end would only be more miserable. Dying at Slughorn's hands would not necessarily be a bad thing. However, this is equally unacceptable. I don't know who sent me a book. Inside it was a bookmark that said, "Family is meant to be protected." Tonks raised her wand, but not toward the contemplative Slughorn, but toward the ceiling. She smiled, a smile filled with unspeakable determination. "I really want to try it, and see if I can protect my family. Aurora. P.S. The meaning of Auror is someone who fights against darkness. The English words for dawn and daybreak are Aurora." A faint white light shot out from the tip of Tonks's wand, ignoring the ceiling's obstruction, piercing through the roof, cutting through the dark night sky, like a beam of light standing tall between heaven and earth. This is a signal for communication between Aurors, with a positioning effect. If all goes well, the Aurors nearby, searching, will arrive in a minute. Surig silently retracted his wand and gave Tonks a deep look before turning to Bellatrix and saying, "Crazy woman, if one day you remember what you did to the Andromeda family, would you be ashamed enough to commit suicide?" I. Ignoring the stuttering and confused Bellatrix, Surig continued, "You're an idiot, and the person who wrote that line on the bookmark is also an idiot. The Aurors could arrive at any moment." Yet Tonks seemed completely unperturbed as she smiled and asked, "If we're the idiots, then what about you?" "Me? Heh, disillusionment charm. Today's wind is a bit noisy." A gentle breeze brushed by, and Ask rubbed his chin. His situation was quite special. His feet were tied and hanging from a tree, below which was a group of seemingly fierce animals, including cats, dogs, rabbits, grizzly bears, and sheep, enough to start a small zoo. In fact, he was indeed in a zoo, and those drooling, red-eyed animals were also part of it. Today's luck was still pretty good. At least, all the tree climbers were obediently staying in their cages. Ask thought with some relief, but soon a cat would make him understand that a mere meter of distance was no problem for felines. Caught off guard and with no space to dodge, the cat's paw landed squarely on Ask's face, leaving 3 claw marks on his right cheek. His Ask inhaled sharply. It wasn't the pain from the cat's scratch that bothered him. It was the sight of an adult grizzly bear suddenly standing up, its powerful paws slamming together, grunting as it wobbled toward him. Now that it stood, that mere meter of height had vanished, and the bear could easily slap Ask's face with its paw, even delivering a combo of punches if it wanted to. Bear paws are tasty, but to eat them with your face, is it really necessary? Ask shouted in indignation at the mastermind behind this, his hand moving without hesitation as he drew his wand to cast a stunning spell at the bear. Disarm. A cold sneer rang out, and the owner of the chilling voice held Ask's wand, the curve of her lips freezing before it could fully form. She saw Ask had already freed himself from the ropes and landed on the ground, while all the animals below had been knocked out by the stunning spell. Few Ask blew on his fingertips, as if a western cowboy was showing off after a battle by blowing away the smoke from his gun. Rubbing his chin, Ask looked at Fleur Delacour standing opposite him with a playful expression. I bet you're surprised. Wandless magic. Fleur Delacour bit her lip, speaking each word carefully. She was indeed a bit surprised because this bastard seemed to be stronger than last year. Back then, he had no power to fight back in front of her. And silent casting as well. Ask raised both hands, flexibly wiggling his fingers, looking quite pleased, and my own understanding of multiple casting. Multiple casting. Fleur's eyebrows furrowed, her sparkling eyes filled with doubt and disbelief. It wasn't that she didn't believe Ask had simultaneously cast over 6 spells in an instant, but she didn't believe he had comprehended such a technique by himself. Remembering Ask's infamous grandfather, Fleur had no good feelings towards him, only disdain. Ask lowered his hands, the smile on his face slightly forced and unnatural as he felt like his fingers were about to snap. Showing off always comes at a cost. Although he hadn't been struck by lightning, he had aimed to cast 8 stunning spells, but only succeeded in 6, with the backlash from the remaining 2 nearly causing his fingers to explode. That was close. Almost died. Aren't you going to say something? Turning around with a casual toss of her head, her silver hair flowed in the wind, leaving Ask with nothing but a breathtakingly beautiful silhouette. Flowing silver hair, a pink jacket, complemented by a white pleated skirt that made her look even more ladylike, knee-high socks paired with summer boots, a typical fashionista. The pink diamond earrings on her ears sparkled, and her delicate, fair cheeks looked rosy even without makeup. If people are truly made by God, then when he created Fleur, he must have sculpted her as a work of art. This seemed unfair to many, especially Quasimodo, who had every reason to believe that God must have been distracted when he made him. How rude. Ask rubbed his chin, showing no sign of disappointment on his face. He looked around, and the big black dog seemed to have wandered off somewhere. If this stupid dog had truly gotten lost, it would actually be a good thing for Ask. At least he could save a lot of trouble. After standing there for a while, one by one, the animals began to wake up. Without Fleur's control, they were much friendlier, obediently lining up to return to their cages. The previously cast muggle-repelling charm was gradually losing its effect, and visitors began to appear one after another, bustling about, in a public place like a park. If you get separated from others and can't contact them directly, the best thing to do is to stay put, as 2 lines extending in different directions might not necessarily meet and could easily miss each other. This is for those who want to find their companions. For someone wanting to shed a burden, isn't this the perfect opportunity? Ask cast a disillusionment charm on himself, so neither wizards nor muggles could see him. That's how he entered the zoo without a ticket. I have to say, using magic to do bad things is just fantastic. There is nothing you can't do if you can imagine it. Smoothly exiting the zoo, Ask paused at the entrance for a moment, not out of a sudden pang of conscience to take the big black dog along. He saw Fleur had also stopped at the zoo entrance, alone, while her younger sister, Gabrielle Delacour, who should have been with her, was nowhere to be found. Lost. Ask furrowed his brow slightly, realizing why he only saw Fleur by herself at first, and why she seemed in a bad mood. It turned out her sister had gotten lost. However, as a 15-year-old, an excellent wizard who had been studying at the magic school for 4 years, was it really okay to just stand there waiting for his sister to find him? Not to mention, wouldn't it be better to at least look for the zoo staff than to just stand there? Disarming the disillusionment charm, Ask walked up to Fleur and asked, "Where's your sister?" "She got lost. Do you want me to help? Standing here waiting is useless. Can you at least react?" "Hey, are you deaf?" Ask shouted, drawing the attention of all the nearby muggles. Fleur's face darkened as there were too many muggles around, making it inconvenient to use magic, but she still had her own way of dealing with it. With a huff, she raised her foot and stomped hard on Ask's instep. Looking at the grinning Ask, Furong slightly curled her lips, brushed a messy strand of hair aside, and said, "Today, Gabrielle, didn't he come? Didn't he come? Are you disappointed?" "A bit. I originally thought some dog had taken your sister away, and I wanted to take the opportunity to increase my favorability. You're still as shameless as ever." Ask smiled slightly, leaned forward a bit, and said, "Thank you for the compliment. The divine prostitute gave me a chapter recommendation for this book, and I promise to return the favor. So here's a recommendation for his new book, Bookid 3331701, book name Good Sisters Don't Go Dark. Speaking of which, there are quite a few people writing about Fate recently, but this one with Sakura as the protagonist seems quite good. I heard she held a knife to the neck of the author of that one with the torch zombie girl to get the chapter recommendation. There are some people in this world who always complain about being bored. Life is really lonely as snow, just from their words and actions. It seems like these people are indeed very bored and lonely, but in reality, such people are never bored or lonely. So boring. Life is really lonely as snow. Ask stretched lazily and said, looking for trouble. Where's your sister? Why didn't she come? She's not feeling well. Farong replied briefly, glancing sideways at Ask. She moved slightly to the side, widening the distance that Ask had unintentionally shortened. Not feeling well, oh ho ho ho. I think I understand. Farong took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to kill, and muttered, vulgar and shameless. Ask stroked his chin and asked, do you know what I'm thinking? He took a small stone out of his pocket. From its appearance, it looked like a very ordinary pebble. I bet one copper nut that you definitely misunderstood me. I'm a very upright, pure, and kind person. This joke isn't funny at all. Ask extended his hand, and the small stone lay in his palm. Farong looked at Ask in confusion, and he smiled slightly. Here, take this back and have Gabrielle soak it in water to drink. It cures all ailments. Farong took the stone, gripping it tightly, making one wonder if she would crush it. Soon, her hand relaxed, and she casually tossed it, sending the small stone in a perfect parabolic arc into the grass behind them. You don't believe me? Ask turned his head to look. Could you please roll out of my sight? Why do you say that? Because I hate you. Ask adjusted his glasses and nodded. That was indeed a pretty good reason. However, your words are really hurtful. Really? I thought that after your various comical antics, you would be prepared to accept mockery and disdain. Stroking his chin, Ask's smile remained, but his tone became unusually serious. There is indeed, but your words still make me very uncomfortable. Very few people would say such things to me. Some things don't need to be said out loud. Farong said calmly, her words unexpectedly sharp. You're not as popular as you think. How boring. Ask chuckled, pointed at the grass, and said, the flying curse is always so useful. I think you misunderstood me. At least, you truly misunderstood my intentions. Is that so? Ask nodded, putting the small stone back in his pocket. He took a step back and said, there is something I originally wanted to tell you, but unfortunately, you beat me to it. Now saying it shouldn't be too late. You're not as popular as you think without even saying goodbye. Perhaps it was necessary. Because these two might gradually drift apart, like two straight lines that will never meet again after their intersection. The big black dog returned at some point. An animal's sense of smell is always keen. Even if Ask wanted to shake off the big black dog, it wasn't an easy task. The big black dog seemed to sense something, quietly following Ask's footsteps without making a sound. This strange atmosphere stirred some of his memories. It seemed when James was rejected by Lily for the first time, he also walked with him like this, right? How long ago was that? 10 years? 20 years? The big black dog squinted its eyes. That really was a wonderful time, the best 7 years of life, wasn't it? With a hint of a mischievous smile. The big black dog suddenly pounced forward. During this time, it had been well fed and looked much better than before, no longer just skin and bones, but instead appeared strong like a dog. It easily knocked Ask down, ran a few steps forward, stopped, turned around, and stuck its tongue out at the somewhat stunned Ask, wagging its tail. If you have the ability, come hit me. If you have the ability, stand still and don't move. I can guarantee I won't kill you. Some things we should not forget, and some things we need not take to heart. I have crossed mountains and seas, and also walked through crowds. I once had everything, but in the blink of an eye, it all dispersed like smoke. I once felt lost and disappointed, losing all direction, until I saw the ordinary, which is the only answer. In England, Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy got up very early today. After spending an hour grooming himself, he left the manor and disappeared into the dim morning light. About 2 hours later, Diagon Alley welcomed a new day, and Gringotts also welcomed one of their big clients. Good morning, sir. As long as you have money, even the goblins who usually wouldn't give you a second glance will treat you differently. Lucius maintained a serious expression, looking down at the goblin with a hint of arrogance, and said emotionlessly, I'd like to retrieve something from Vault 935. No problem. Please wait a moment. The goblin quickly checked the relevant information, then jumped down from his seat and led Lucius to retrieve the item. Without the guidance of these goblins, the vast and complex underground vaults of Gringotts would be a nightmare for anyone attempting to execute bad plans against them. Besides the labyrinthine tunnels, Various dangerous traps were everywhere, and some key areas were guarded by fierce and powerful magical creatures, including dragons. There is no need to elaborate on the process of retrieving items. When Lucius walked out of Gringotts, he felt a sense of relief. At least so far, everything had gone relatively smoothly. You see, the Ministry of Magic had been keeping an eye on him lately, given his unusual relationship with those two escaped convicts, and they were trying to gain breakthroughs through Lucius. If it weren't for Lucius having some status in the Ministry, those wolfish, impolite aurors who never knew what courtesy was would have stormed into Malfoy Manor to conduct a massive search long ago. A bunch of idiots. This is Lucius's evaluation of the current Ministry of Magic. Fools have their advantages, which is that they're easier to manipulate and become tools in hand. Those big shots now have their eyes blinded by fame and fortune, and Voldemort is about to return, yet these people with decisive power choose to conveniently forget. If it weren't for the recent prison break and jailbreak incidents, those useless people in the Ministry would probably still think everything is peaceful and harmonious. Although they look down on Muggles, some of their words still make a lot of sense. A nation that is too warlike will perish, and a world that forgets war will be in danger. Shaking his head, Lucius identified the direction and hurried towards the exit of Diagon Alley. He wanted to get home quickly, as every minute spent outside made him uneasy. Due to the upcoming school year, Diagon Alley was bustling with activity, with people coming and going. Lucius frowned and rubbed his waist. Just now, a rowdy child bumped into him, nearly knocking him to the ground. Such a lack of upbringing. Thinking of that rude child who didn't even apologize made Lucius a bit annoyed. And this feeling was amplified when he passed by Flourish and Blots and saw the conspicuous red-haired Weasley family, who had always been at odds with him. Malicious thoughts surged. Bad luck for you. Lucius smirked coldly and pushed open the door to Flourish and Blots. Bad luck for you. Ass took a moment to weigh the pouch of coins in his hand, listening to the delightful sound of galleons clinking together, his eyes squinting into a narrow slit. It's book recommendation time again. Still a fanfic of Fate by the author known as Triangle Square Circle Cross, or just Handle, although sometimes I call him XXO, as they seem quite similar. Bookit 333-1771, book name The Chronicles of Shiro Amiya. As for the title, I was shocked at the time. Although I had seen the name Shiro Amiya in the collapse of Second Master, this Shiro Amiya seems different. Speaking of which, Fate's UBW is really a money-burning thing. Compared to that, what is the theatrical version even? So, you're lost again. That's right. Ask rubbed his chin, looking at the smug and excited Mr. Granger. Feeling quite speechless. It seems that around this time last year, Ask also ran into him for the same reason in the same place. A year has passed, and history is always remarkably similar. Did you buy the wrong map again? Ask asked. How could that be? I'm not an idiot. Mr. Granger shook his head. Then what is going on? Actually, Mr. Granger scratched his head a bit awkwardly. I have no idea where to buy a map. Hermione was supposed to guide me, but I don't know how we got separated. Ask wiped the sweat from his forehead and shrugged. History is always remarkably similar. I think so too, but my luck is still pretty good. Mr. Granger happily patted Ask's head. I'm only acquainted with a few wizards, and it's great to run into you again. Ask shook his head, brushing Mr. Granger's hand away, and looking at the surging crowd, turned to Mr. Granger and asked, although I know the way, do you know where Hermione is? She might be looking for you too, if she's wandering aimlessly. The last time I was at the bookstore, it was really crowded there, and it seemed like a very impressive person was there selling books. Gilderoy Lockhart? Mr. Granger nodded uncertainly and asked, that sounds like the name. Is he really impressive? I've never seen Hermione this excited. An author, and he writes quite well. Mr. Granger suddenly understood. No wonder, the Weasley family seems to like him a lot. Mr. Weasley? Oh, I just met him not long ago, Arthur Weasley. I heard he works at the Ministry of Magic, and his son Ron is in the same school as Hermione. By the way, you should know Ron, right? Ask's smile turned strange, very subtle, mixed with a lot of malice. Ron, of course, I know him very well. I think he will never forget me in this lifetime. If Ron were to make a list of people he remembers, Draco would definitely be first, followed by Snape, and third would certainly be Ask. Such a deep impression. If Ron were to forget Ask, well, that's not impossible. A forgetting charm could do that. Mr. Granger looked at his watch and said, it's getting late. Once we find Hermione, I'll take you both for afternoon tea. Anyway, there's nothing much to do now, and with over 100 galleons in my pouch. Ask didn't think too much and headed with Mr. Granger towards Flourish and Blots. Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event was from 12:30 to 14:30, and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If they didn't hurry, Hermione might leave there. The weather was still hot. This is summer, with a noisy crowd and rising sounds making one feel restless and irritable. Is school starting again? Remus Lupin looked at the crowd in front of Flourish and Blots, a bit lost in thought. After a moment of distraction, he perked up and began to search carefully nearby for traces of an old friend. Unlike those aurors who were aimlessly tracking every movement, as a former friend of that old acquaintance, Lupin's search was more targeted. It was as if he had come to Flourish and Blots at this time. If it were that person, he would certainly not miss this opportunity, and the noisy crowd would be the best cover for him. Well hidden. As the search continued, a smile appeared on Lupin's lips. He was happy because he had not found any trace of that person, not even a hint. If he couldn't find that person, those aurors could forget about it. In a sense, that person could be considered safe. Feeling somewhat tired, Lupin walked to the roadside, leaning against the wall under a canopy, and drank the remaining water from his cup. Next to his head, 2 wanted posters were posted side by side. On the dynamic photos, 2 eerie, pale faces showing madness sent shivers down one's spine. Turning his head, he glanced at the wanted poster on the left and curled his lip. That photo was really ugly, and when he saw him next time, he must ask which terrible photographer took it. On the other wanted poster, the madwoman looked just like her real self. Her crazy demeanor only intensified. Lupin wondered why only this madwoman from the Black family looked so miserable among the 3 women. Could it be that she wasn't biologically related? Who knows, their family is indeed chaotic. After resting for a while, Lupin prepared to leave. It seemed he hadn't been here at all. Even if the son of an old friend was right here, even if he was that person's godfather, it was a wise choice. Lupin knew that the Ministry of Magic had people watching in the shadows, and if he appeared, he might expose himself. Lupin still felt a bit disappointed, or rather lost, because apart from the photo on the wanted poster, he hadn't seen that person in 11 years. That night saved many lives, but also cost many lives. October 31st, 1981. Voldemort died, James died, Lily died, Peter died. More people survived, built on the sacrifices of those few. The dead are gone, but the living must remain strong. Only Lupin knows that this phrase contains nothing but bitterness. And what happened that night felt like a sea of bitterness to him. A sea from which he had been unable to escape for 11 years. For Lupin, who had endured so much suffering in life. The deaths of James and Lily at Voldemort's hands were among the most tragic events. His friends meant more to him than anyone else because he had long accepted the fact. Most people viewed him as untouchable. He had no chance to marry and have children, and thus no relatives. Worse still, within 24 hours, he lost 2 more friends. One killed the other, and the traitor of the Order of the Phoenix, who betrayed James and Lily, had recently escaped from Azkaban after 11 years of torment. Sirius Black, nicknamed Padfoot, was an animagus in the form of a large black dog. Lupin silently thought, his gaze aimlessly scanning the passers-by, men, women, elderly, children. A large black dog. His pupils contracted sharply, and Lupin's tall body swayed slightly. His steps faltered. Once he calmed down, the large black dog was less than a meter away from him, its sleek black fur shining, its robust body resembling that of a bear, tongue lolling, as if leisurely strolling through its own backyard. Lupin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this one was doing quite well. The big black dog seemed to have noticed him too, glancing at him with unfamiliar eyes before turning away and walking past him. Calm and composed, Lupin nodded slightly. On the surface, no one would believe this was the wanted Sirius Black. Satisfied, Lupin truly felt satisfied, smiling slightly as his hand slipped into his pocket, grasping his wand, and slowly drawing it out. One must always pay the price for their actions, even if you are Sirius Black, even if you're my best friend, even if you perhaps have unspoken grievances. A surge of killing intent arose, and with the cover of his robe, his wand was now firmly in hand, angled towards the retreating black dog. Lupin's lips moved slightly as he silently recited the incantation. The not-so-long spell took nearly 10 seconds, and the large black dog was already close to disappearing into the crowd. He could no longer hesitate. Avada Kedavra. Hey Lupin, long time no see. How have you been? A voice came from behind Lupin, and he could not finish his spell. The voice was so familiar, it should have come from another direction, yet now it came from behind him, as if everything were a dream. Lupin slowly turned around, silently gazing at the man with black hair, black eyes, a chin adorned with a small mustache, handsome and dashing, embodying a free-spirited nature. This must be a dream. Is this a dream? Lupin stared dumbfounded at the person before him. If he were to describe his feelings now, perhaps only one word, chaos, could capture it. It was as if he had walked out from the scroll of memory. Time seemed to have left no trace on him. And the person standing before Lupin was the most perfect version of himself, nothing like the pitiful guy on the wanted poster. Is Is that really you, Padfoot? Guess. The playful tone, the curve of his lips, the slightly upturned mustache, the roguish smile, and the eyes sparkling with malice and mockery. If this is a dream, then Lupin does not want to wake up at all. However, that was merely Lupin's personal wish. A wish of a pitiful worm who had only 3 friends left, now reduced to just 1 in front of him. Everyone has their own labels, more or less. Lupin had other labels too, such as a core member of the Order of the Phoenix, one of the best friends of the Potters, and so on. From several other perspectives, regardless, Lupin's wand could not be put down. Simply out of respect for the dead, for the living, for responsibility, and even for the person before him. Aurora. Lupin raised his wand straight up, a beam of light shooting towards the sky, straight as a sword, and he was the knight wielding that sword. After sending the signal, he pointed decisively and resolutely at the person in front of him. Surrender. You can't escape. Sirius Black. The change in address meant Lupin had adjusted his mindset. Having survived that horrific era, Lupin's combat experience was extremely rich. Just like the most skilled swordsman would never attack recklessly, Lupin patiently waited. As long as he could keep Sirius Black here, it would be a victory. 11 years ago, Sirius Black was defeated under the onslaught of Aurors. 11 years later, in the same situation, he would still lose. Sirius Black smiled. It seemed this person could never relax. Compared to the serious Lupin, he casually drew his wand, pointing it towards the ground in a posture full of flaws, clearly showing no intent to fight. Lupin's heart stirred. He remembered something Padfoot had once said, "My wand will never point at you." Looking at Sirius Black again, his smile seemed to carry something extra, showing no intent to fight. Was he expressing through his actions that he was still the dear friend Padfoot, and not the traitor Sirius Black? This was important, because Sirius Black and Padfoot were 2 different people to Lupin, 2 different concepts. The former was a traitor, the latter his best friend. Mooney, do you still believe in me? Lupin slowly shook his head. I don't know. If it were Padfoot, even knowing it was a lie, Lupin would choose to believe without hesitation. For this reason, he was often the one most deceived and played among the 4. Yet he would usually just smile after. And the next time, he would still unhesitatingly dive into the same tricks and schemes. But if it were Sirius Black, the traitor, did he even need to say the answer? Then you might as well choose to believe. Sirius Black shrugged, pointing with his empty hand behind Lupin. Watch your back. What? Lupin paused slightly, then seemed to sense something, quickly disapparating to a safe position while not forgetting to cast a shield charm. While doing this, he saw Sirius Black's smile grow even brighter, a look of satisfaction after successfully plotting against someone, reveling in the success of a prank. Almost simultaneously, 2 Aurors burst out from the crowd, appearing behind Sirius Black. Before they could do anything, 6 spells hit almost simultaneously, striking true. The 2 Aurors fell without even having time to speak. Lupin inhaled sharply, his gaze shifting back to where he had just stood, then to the now agitated and chaotic crowd. If it weren't for Sirius Black's reminder, those 6 spells would probably have hit him without fail, and those 6 spells. Did Sirius Black already have accomplices? Lupin's expression turned grim. At this moment, could anyone who dared to help Sirius Black be a good person? Remembering the recent prison break and rescue incident, wasn't the identity of those people quite obvious? If those people were indeed remnants of the Death Eaters. What happened that night 11 years ago? Sorry, Mooney, this time I'm not alone. Sirius Black pointed at the 2 fallen Aurors on the ground, grinning as if he had avenged his defeat at the hands of the Aurors 11 years ago. What do you want to do? Nothing, just passing by. Ran into an old friend and came out to say hello. Do you think I would believe that? Sirius Black shrugged and smiled. I've already said. You'd better choose to believe it. Seeing Lupin silent, Sirius Black seemed to lose interest. Ignoring Lupin's threat, he calmly disapparated away from there, suddenly appearing, causing chaos, knocking down 2 Aurors, chatting for a while, then leaving abruptly. Lupin rubbed his temples, just like when he first saw Sirius Black. His head and heart were once again in disarray. Believe you? Lupin squatted down to check on the 2 Aurors, silently thinking the bitterness was like chewing on gallbladder. How could you make me believe you? You really are audacious. You could come up with such a script. In the corner of the dessert shop, Ask complained to Surug sitting opposite him, asking me to attack the Aurors. If I'm caught, I'll definitely be sent to Azkaban. Relax, you have connections, it's fine. Surug poured honey lemon tea into his mouth and mumbled, besides, who told you to learn multiple spellcasting? 1 person can handle 6. Is this thing difficult? The principle is simple, just multitasking, but saying this, Surug glanced at Ask, snorted, you're quite the oddball. Doing this at your age is pretty good. You're still just a beginner. When can you cast several different spells simultaneously, then you'll have really entered the realm. Oddball. Didn't you say that word is used to compliment people? Surig put down his cup and called the waiter for more snacks. Things were going smoothly. Now, even if you roamed around with that stupid dog, no one would suspect you. Well, even if someone did, they wouldn't have evidence. But it's best to keep your dog low-key and not too flashy. I'm always low-key. Because of the earlier incident, Diagon Alley was chaotic for a while. During this time, the Aurors rushed over and worked for quite a while before leaving, and the restless crowd was handled by people from other departments. Not everyone left. Some stayed behind. Alastair Moody, nicknamed Mad-Eye, got his name from his unsettling appearance. One of his eyes small and dark, quite normal, while the other was large, round, and strikingly bright blue. His real eye moved freely, while his magical eye blinked incessantly, seeing through everything around him. He was missing a leg, replaced by a metal prosthetic. Under his thick dark gray hair, his face appeared battered, giving off an air of aged wood, with a large chunk missing from his nose. These were all marks from countless battles against dark magic as an Auror. Although now retired, Moody was naturally combative, eccentric, impatient, and had extremely poor interpersonal skills. Clearly not the type of old man who could sit still at home. In terms of seniority, Moody was from the same era as Voldemort. He attended Hogwarts in the 1930s and became famous in the 1970s for fighting Death Eaters, back when Harry's parents were still in school. Few knew his exact age, but conservatively estimating, he was already over 60, and, as he always showed, he was a veteran craving to return to the battlefield. Moody was clearly extremely dissatisfied with how the Aurors were flailing around like headless chickens, but he didn't say much. After running into his old acquaintance Lupin, he couldn't be bothered with the matter any longer. "You've seen him?" Moody, leaning on his cane, limped toward Lupin, his magical eye blinking rapidly as he looked Lupin up and down for a long time. Being stared at by such a magical eye usually made people uncomfortable, but Lupin didn't mind. After being interrogated by the Aurors for a long time, he felt a bit dry in the mouth and reached for his water cup, only to find it completely empty. Maybe. Lupin loosened his collar a bit, glanced around, then led the way toward the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, 50 meters away. "What a terrible day. Let us sit down and talk. I thought you would choose the leaky cauldron." Moody followed, glancing at Lupin. He said, "It's been a while since we had a good meal there. It's closer. 50 meters isn't that far." Lupin pushed open the ice cream shop door and found it already filled with people, with only a few seats left to squeeze into. Since he still had some things to discuss with Moody, the table farthest back, in the darkest corner, away from the crowd, seemed the most suitable, although there was already a small boy enjoying ice cream there. Glancing at Moody, Lupin smiled. There was an advantage to eating with Moody. You never had to worry about not having a seat. As long as Moody glared at the customers at that table with his magical eye, it would immediately clear out. This trick worked wonders on children. However, this time Lupin might be disappointed, because someone wasn't intimidated by that. When Lupin and Moody sat down, Ask was sipping grapefruit tea. He was alone. The large black dog had been borrowed by Surig, apparently to adorn him with something to make him appear more dog-like. Thinking of this, Ask found it amusing, but if Surig had that much leisure time, then so be it. As for the objections of some stupid dog, what did that matter? Ask slightly lifted his head. Sitting opposite him was Moody, whose magical eye was blinking at an extremely fast rate, making clicking sounds. Moody's appearance was anything but friendly, looking like a rogue from Nocturne Alley, exuding a sense of danger and pressure. At this moment, he was grinning maliciously at Ask, with an expression that held ill intent. "TCH, ugly freak, you scared me." Ask pursed his lips, lifted the straw slightly with one hand, and tilted his head to bite down on it. He turned his head slightly to the right, glancing at Lupin with a sidelong eye, then turned back, his eyelids drooping a bit, staring at the tabletop and zoning out. Lupin rubbed his nose, glancing at Moody, who always looked as if someone owed him money. Lupin couldn't tell whether he was angry or just irritated. Moody snorted. Though somewhat annoyed, he wasn't about to take it out on a child. After the waiter served 2 cold drinks, he glanced at Ask and tapped his wand on the table. A silent barrier formed between him, Lupin, and Ask, cutting off the sound. Ask stared at the table, seemingly indifferent, sipping on his grapefruit tea intermittently. He recognized Lupin and also recognized Mad-Eye Moody, who had been pointed out to him by Surig as someone to pay special attention to. However, Lupin would never guess that the boy sitting at their table was the accomplice of Sirius Black, who had attacked him with a spell earlier. Lupin and Moody's conversation was brief, and about 2 minutes later, Ask's ears picked up their voices again. "I have something to take care of. Andromeda's daughter is having some issues," Moody said with concern. I heard she's with that madwoman. Andromeda's daughter? Lupin asked, taking a sip of his cold drink, puzzled. Moody nodded. His drink had not been touched. As those who knew him were aware, he only drank from his ever-present flask. Don't you remember? 11 years ago, we went to Andromeda's birthday party. She was a very kind, lovely, and mischievous girl. Moody pulled out his flask and took a small sip. Andromeda was also a member of the Black family. Sirius Black and that madwoman are her relatives. One is her aunt, the other her uncle. So, Lupin rubbed his temples, tried to recall, but finally shook his head helplessly and said, Sorry, I can't remember. It's probably for the best. I need to head out soon. Before coming here, Kingsley told me someone spotted her in Edinburgh. She's a master at hide-and-seek, so finding her won't be easy. Do you need help? No, I'm enough on my own. Moody stood up with his cane, glanced at the still-dazed Ask, and patted Lupin on the shoulder. You don't need to worry about Sirius Black. That's Dumbledore's wish, and it's for your own good. He doesn't want to put you in a difficult position. Lupin silently nodded, seemingly in agreement. But Moody knew he wouldn't give up. Moody left, and Lupin stayed behind, staring blankly at his empty cup, mirroring Ask, who was sitting next to him. However, Ask's daze was born out of boredom, while Lupin's was due to overthinking, which he couldn't seem to clarify at the moment. Meow, Ask, and Lupin both moved at the same time, then froze, turning to look at each other, asking simultaneously, Is this cat yours? Is this cat yours? Meow the black cat had appeared on the table at some point, calmly striding over to Moody's untouched cold drink, bending down and happily sipping. Vodka! A cat drinking vodka. Ask stroked his chin, reached for the cup, and sniffed it. It was indeed vodka, and it seemed quite good. He looked at Lupin, shook the drink in his hand, and asked, Are you sure this isn't your cat? Could it belong to your friend? The man with the fake, I ordered a drink, but hasn't touched it, and then a strange cat comes along and downs half of it in a few sips. Doesn't that seem suspicious? Lupin looked uncertainly at the black cat, which was pawing at the cup, thoroughly enjoying its vodka. After hesitating for a long time, he finally replied confidently, recalling Moody's gradually malicious attitude toward small animals. No, it can't be. I don't even know where this cat came from. I see. Ask set down his drink, and the black cat elegantly wiped its mouth with a paw, looking up at Ask and softly meowing. Meow, seems interesting, Ask said to Lupin. Would you like to adopt this homeless cat? Lupin paused, asking, how did you figure out it's homeless? Ask countered without thinking. How did you figure out it has a home? That seems a bit off. Aren't I the one asking you? How did it turn into you asking me? Lupin replied. Also, you're not this cat. How do you know it's homeless? Of course, I'm not this cat either, and I don't know if it has a home. Ask rolled his eyes. It sounded like a tongue twister. But since we can't be sure, we have to treat this cat as if it's homeless. Why? If you come across a drunk lying in the snow, would you treat him as if he has a home and let him perish? Or would you treat him as homeless and take him home to care for him, saving his life? Of course, I'd take him home, but then that settles it. I'll take this cat home, care for it, and save its life. Ask said with a look of certainty, then turned to Lupin, who still hadn't caught on, and added, Don't regret it too much. Maybe another cat will need rescuing soon. At that time, you mustn't hesitate. You know, the early bird catches the worm. That seemed reasonable, Lupin thought silently. However, he still felt something was off. But his current state clearly wasn't suitable for pondering such issues. So he nodded and said, I'll leave this cat to you. Not a problem. Ask smiled, looking down at the black cat that was licking its paw, appearing quite bored, and asked, Do you want to let me pet your head? Meow. The black cat, a symbol of warding off evil, should be placed in the south for peace among descendants, and it is best not to move it too much. Cough, wrong. That's an eastern cat. Western cats are different. The black cat is a legendary cat associated with evil, originating from the Egyptian legend of the god Bakhno. In ancient Egypt, its role was to make those with grudges worship and support it, and at certain times, make wishes with malicious content being easier to fulfill. However, at the same time, cats are very mysterious creatures. For each wish granted, they take a certain payment, the content of which remains unknown. In the West, black cats are considered unlucky animals, especially on the 13th and Fridays, and encountering a black cat on Friday the 13th is particularly unlucky. Ask turned to glance at the calendar on the wall. August 13th, 1992, Thursday. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't Friday, meaning encountering a black cat today wasn't that unlucky. He turned back to the black cat and asked again, would you let me pet your head? The black cat's head is not something one can just pet. There are rules. In Egypt, black cats are divine beings that can repel evil spirits. In England, if a black cat willingly stops to let you pet its head, It can bring good luck, but petting its tail has the opposite effect. Cats are very spiritual, and according to astrology, the week you encounter a black cat will bring you something joyful. Something joyful? Clearly, Ask was here for this reason. If the black cat agreed to let Ask pet its head, theoretically, Ask would encounter something that would make him happy within the next 4 days of the week. Feudal superstition is the worst. We must break the four olds, learn ism, arm ourselves with science and ism, and defeat all the monsters and demons. Oh, meow under Ask's eager gaze. The black cat slowly lowered its head, which Ask thought was excellent. So, without hesitation, he reached out to pet the black cat's head. Whoosh, Ask's eyes blurred, and then he realized what had just happened, his expression turning strange. Lupin couldn't help but laugh, looking at Ask with some sympathy, and comforted him. Don't mind it. Even if you didn't pet its head, it doesn't matter. That's just a rumor. No need to take it seriously. Oh ho ho ho, Ask chuckled awkwardly, retracting his hand from the black cat's tail, glaring fiercely at the ungrateful black cat that had deceived and plotted against him. I think so too. You see, although today is the 13th, it is not Friday, and this cat, well, is not entirely black. At least the tip of its tail is white. Ask came up with many reasons and ultimately proved that this cat was not a black cat, but a calico cat. Therefore, encountering a calico cat on this not-so-bad day and touching its tail was not a big deal at all. That seems quite reasonable. Lupin nodded. After Ask said that, it did seem to be the case. With a playful mindset, Lupin reached out as well, wanting to pet the black cat's head. After all, even if he touched its tail, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? You should be careful. What if you touch its tail, and you? Ask's voice suddenly stopped. He took a deep breath, then raised his head and abruptly slammed his head against the table. Bang! Ask's head made contact with the table at 0 distance. From the side, with both hands on the table, he looked somewhat like the 3 letters, oars. The background for these letters was Lupin, who was looking at his own hand that was petting the black cat's head with a surprised expression, and a certain black cat with a sinister, strange smile. Ahem, there is one thing that perhaps should be mentioned. On this day, August 13th, 1992, Thursday, although it is not as ominous as Friday, it is still a very special day. In the Eastern calendar, a lunar calendar, this day is the 15th day of the 7th month, the Ghost Festival. On this day, the gates of the underworld open, and all sorts of spirits, demons, and wandering souls come out to roam. So this day also has a gloomy nickname, Ghost Festival. P.S. This day is indeed the Ghost Festival. I discovered by chance. So I decided to make use of it. True warriors dare to face the bleakness of life and confront the bloodshed. As someone who often makes things difficult for others, if Ask would be disheartened by such a minor setback, he would just be a loser. Therefore, Ask quickly recovered, as if nothing had happened. Hee hee. Ask smiled ominously. Due to the angle, most of his face was not clearly visible. Only the strangely curved corners of his mouth and the fleeting cold glint on his white teeth could be seen. And the white light covering his glasses added a hint of unease. It's you who forced me. Hearing Ask say this, Lupin immediately had a bad premonition. He instinctively leaned back a little, reached into his pocket to grip his wand, and looked at Ask with a wary expression. Petrify them all. A gray light shot towards the lazy black cat lying on the table, looking at Ask with a subtle expression. The speed of the spell was even faster than the sound. At this distance and speed, Lupin felt that if he wasn't too careful, he would also be hit. But what if it were a cat, which is more agile than a human? Meow, the black cat rolled to the side, belly up, then kicked off the table with its tail and hind limbs, using its waist to jump up vigorously. The petrification curse brushed past the black cat's body and hit the table. The bluish-gray petrification began to spread. But it was only less than the size of a dinner plate. Show mercy? Lupin loosened his grip on the wand slightly, compared to the astonishing speed of the spell. The power of this curse was hardly worthy of being called a curse, although Lupin was somewhat surprised that a child could cast a spell without a wand. It was only so much. While it had some stealth and a possibility of hitting, it had no effect when it hit a person. This curse was no different from not being used at all. He glanced at Ask, who seemed indifferent to it, his eerie smile containing a bit more of an uncomfortable element, looking more like a smug grin from a successful scheme. Meow. The black cat let out an angry cry, arched its back, its fur standing on end, making it look bigger. Its claws scratched forcefully on the table, the scratching sound sending chills down one's spine. Anyone could see that this black cat was genuinely angry, and very angry. Ask had somehow produced a wand in his hand. Lupin initially thought he was going to use a spell, but Ask merely used the wand as a scratching tool, reaching into his clothes from his neck to scratch his back where he couldn't reach. Lupin felt a bit speechless, but he was a qualified bystander, saying nothing and doing nothing, just watching. Meow. The black cat couldn't understand Ask's behavior, but it was impossible for it to stop because of this. Its body slightly lowered, belly almost touching the table, a pair of blue-purple cat eyes fixed on Ask's pale cheek, which was a good place to strike. After all, a great person once said, if you're going to hit someone, hit their face. If you're going to insult someone, insult their mother first. However, the black cat's expression suddenly changed, and then it seemed to lose all its bones, flopping down like a pile of mush. It seemed to be startled itself, its little eyes filled with confusion and fear. No matter how hard it tried, its body could only tremble a few times at most. Ask adjusted his glasses, tapping the wand on the black cat's head a few times. TSK, you are so weak. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen down. Meow. The black cat weakly glared at Ask, while Lupin looked on in confusion. But when he saw Ask pick up the empty wine glass and smile without speaking, he seemed to understand something. The black cat seemed to understand something too. Its eyes widened, and then the frequency of its struggles increased almost tenfold. If this black cat could talk, it would probably say, you actually poisoned the wine. Well, this thing was originally prepared for someone else. Ask looked at the empty seat opposite, where Mad-Eye Moody had sat 10 minutes ago, then turned back, raised his cup, finished the remaining grapefruit tea, wiped the corner of his mouth, but you came at just the right time. The last sentence, Ask's voice was controlled very low, and Lupin did not hear it at all, which made his heart itch with curiosity. Everyone has curiosity. It's something that can't be obtained, causing one to think day and night, tossing and turning. It's nothing but that. Did you think I picked up the wine glass to smell it for no reason? The elixir of life, of course, I have already diluted it, and it was added back then. Ask began to explain, and the surprise on the faces of the black cat and Lupin made him secretly pleased. Only he knew how false this explanation was, purely for show. However, no matter how false this explanation was, Ask was just taking advantage of the fact that this person and cat in front of him had not seriously read Gilderoy Lockhart's book, taking advantage of their ignorance that the poisoning technique he mentioned was purely theoretical and could not be practically achieved. The potion was not added at that time. It was earlier, much earlier. Well, it's getting late. Ask stood up, stretched, and even so, his height was about the same as Lupin sitting down. Glancing at Lupin, Ask reached out and grabbed the skin on the back of the black cat's neck, somewhat struggling to lift the heavier-than-appeared cat, as if he were catching a rabbit. Goodbye, Mr. Remus Lupin. Lupin raised his head, silent, but his expression seemed to say, how do you know my name? Holding the black cat, Ask turned as if he didn't see Lupin and leisurely walked toward the door, quickly leaving the place. This terrible feeling. Lupin wiped his face with his hand, lowered his head on his arm, squinting at the empty cup in front of him, unable to guess, unable to see through, unable to fathom, unable to predict. That familiar feeling. Who could be? In Lupin's impression, vaguely and indistinctly, it seemed that there was someone who gave him a feeling similar to that boy just now. However, Lupin couldn't remember who this person was at all, and even that familiar feeling seemed to be slowly fading away. In a corner of Diagon Alley, Ask threw the black cat to the ground, looked around, and then tossed a small bottle to the ground, the cap already removed. A stream of yellow gas with a foul smell surged out, and after the black cat inhaled it, the cat, which had already lost its ability to move, let out a wail and suddenly transformed into an adult kneeling on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. TCH, this is all your own doing, Surig. Aboard. I calculated the progress. According to the current standard of 4 or 5 updates a week, 2,000 words per update, the completion is far away. Perhaps before that, I might die or give up on this book for various reasons. There's a saying that goes well, long nights bring many dreams. So let's shorten this night a bit. Losing integrity is not a big deal. You can just pick it up again, hence the integrity recovery plan. From now on, updates will return to 3K, and I'll try to maintain 1 update every day. This plan should last at least a month. At least I need to wait until I receive the badge achievement for updating 3,000 words daily for a month before I can discuss anything else. After getting it, updates will still be 3K. 2K doesn't feel like anything, and my writing speed has decreased significantly, not even reaching 50 words a minute. Just now, Sogu input method indicated that my input speed reached 100 words per minute. Indeed, 3K is for training typing speed. Okay, I need to update strongly. Are your recommendations ready? How do you know? Ugh. After finally standing up with a wall for support, before finishing his words, Surig bent down again, as if he were about to vomit his intestines out. How do I know? It's simple because I marked you. Ask said seriously, but Surig had no choice but to believe it. As for how the marking was done, do you think I would tell you? Well, that's true. Surig's face turned an abnormal green. Struggling to take a few steps, he leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, looking half dead. But since you recognized it, then? Touching his chin, Ask looked at Surig with some sympathy and asked a completely unrelated question. What about that stupid dog? Ran away. Do you think I would believe that? If you don't believe. Surig rolled his eyes and said irritably, don't tell me you didn't mark that stupid dog. And don't tell me you don't know where that stupid dog ran off to. Ask looked at him with a mocking expression. Oh, so you really believe I marked you? You're messing with me. It's true that I'm messing with you. But why do you need to add in again? Trying hard to squeeze out a bit of seriousness, Ask asked earnestly. What about that stupid dog? Ran away. Do you think I would believe that? If you don't believe. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like this conversation has happened before? Ask nodded, tilting his head to look at Surig. Yes, so this time, can you change your answer to make this conversation a bit different? Surig scratched his head. Change my answer? Exactly. Oh, I get it, you ask. What about that stupid dog? It ran away. Surig said confidently and naturally. Ask stared at him for a while, saying nothing, pulled out a bottle similar to the previous one from his pocket. I think you should vomit a little longer. Your poisoning is too deep, and your brain is already broken. Hey, that stupid dog really did run away. No matter how you ask, I can only answer you like that. Ask pushed up his glasses, propping his right elbow with his left hand, stroking his chin with his right hand, pretending to think hard. Surig breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning there, exhausted, looking dejected, as if he had been played to death. I don't know how long it took, but it seemed like Ask's thinking had ended, and Surig had recovered a bit, barely able to stand up. What about that stupid dog? Ask suddenly asked. Surig took a deep breath, then drew his wand and shouted, I'm going to fight you all. No need for detailed descriptions of the process. History is always remarkably similar. There's a saying that goes well, those who meet above will reunite below, and those who lie on the table will also lie on the ground. With one foot on Surig, Ask leaned down and casually took the money pouch from him, weighing it a few times and revealing a satisfied smile. Well, for Garen's sake, I'll believe you this once. However, if that stupid dog ran away, then what does it mean for you to look for me in your animagus form? This, Surig hesitated, somewhat vaguely saying, it's nothing much, just trying to see if anyone can see through my animagus transformation. And then, what do you want to do? Ask asked curiously. Steal something. Steal what? Surig opened his mouth, then resolutely shook his head. I can't tell you. Anyone can know, but you can't know. Ask frowned. He originally had no interest in this matter, but Surig's words sparked his curiosity. What exactly is something that only he cannot know, while others can? What do you mean? Just the literal meaning. I don't know where Surig got the courage, but he shouted at Ask with a hoarse voice, extremely agitated. If you find out, then all my efforts will be wasted. Give it up, I won't tell you. Ask was taken aback and then asked, is it something important? Of course. I see. Ask turned around, took a few steps, and then turned back. He walked up to Surig, extended his hand, and smiled. So, is there anything I can help you with? Surig replied, don't look at me like that. You're quite an interesting person. Considering the galleons you gave me, I might as well help you a little. Ask smiled, shaking his outstretched hand to bring Surig's attention back. There's only one chance. Maybe I'll change my mind after a while. With a firm grip, Ask saw Surig holding his hand, whispering, those galleons weren't a gift from me, you annoying thief. Say what you want, but anything I set my eyes on is mine. Ask shrugged, looking up at the sky. It seemed not too late. This matter ends here. However, what do you plan to do about that stupid dog? He ran away. So what about your plan? He will definitely go to Hogwarts, right? Surig slowly got up from the ground, dusting himself off. TCH, do you really think I want to help that stupid dog? Don't joke around. I genuinely wish I could kill him and turn him into dog meat barbecue. I'm not joking at all. While Surig said this, Ask could feel the intense resentment, the hatred as overwhelming as the flowing Thames, spiraling out of control. Everyone has a curious and gossiping heart, and Ask was becoming more and more interested in the enmity between Surig and that stupid dog. Thinking about the animagus transformations of these two, could it be that they're natural enemies? Whatever, I've been annoyed by that stupid dog for a long time. He actually just ran away without a word. Ask waved his hand and turned to walk outside. On the other side, Surig sighed, transforming back into the black cat with a displeased expression, trotting to catch up with Ask, following him out of the alley, then heading in the opposite direction of Ask. Before he knew it, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Summer days are always long, and the sunset lingers, reluctant to leave. Cough, cough. Anyway, at this point, there weren't many people in Diagon Alley. After all, it's no longer an era of rising with the sun and resting with the sunset, oblivious to the seasons and time. Ask walked towards Ollivander's wand shop, almost forgetting that he had taken a wand from their last year without paying for it. If it weren't for the visit to Diagon Alley this time, and if he hadn't made a good profit, he might have never remembered this matter. Remembering the wand. He touched his pocket. The wand was still there, as if it had never been lost. Similarly, this wand remained disobedient, as if it had never submitted. Having a wand with personality can be quite a headache at times, if it weren't for the fact that many spells can be cast without a wand. And during exams, he could borrow someone else's wand. Ask estimated he would have to go back and get a wand that suits him properly. A wand that suits him. Ask remembered he still had a phoenix feather, if he found suitable wood. Perhaps he could figure out a way to make a real wand that belongs to him. Although he didn't have a strong need for a wand, he always felt uncomfortable without it, as if he were missing some organ. Shaking his head, Ask pushed open the door of the wand shop and saw Ollivander sitting at a table, polishing wands. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander." Ollivander looked up, surprised, clearly. He had a deep impression of the person who had stolen a wand from his shop. Once he calmed down, Ollivander began to ponder Ask's intentions. When he saw the wand in Ask's hand, he revealed a knowing smile. "Good afternoon, Mr. Grindelwald. You came later than I expected, but you finally made it. That's good." Ask raised an eyebrow. "You know me? I recognized you the first time we met." Ollivander smiled slightly. "You're somewhat of a celebrity, at least in certain circles." "Like?" Ollivander put down the wand in his hand, stood up, and tidied up the clutter on the table, saying to Ask, "Perhaps we can sit down and talk slowly." "I don't think that's necessary." Ask took a few steps forward, pulled out a handful of galleons, and placed them on the table. Under the light, the surface of the galleons emitted a captivating golden glow. This is wealth, and wealth can exchange for power and strength. Only those who possess it know how difficult it is to give it up. 20 galleons. The extra is considered interest. Ollivander didn't even glance at the galleons on the table. He just stared at the wand in Ask's hand, frowned slightly, and asked with some confusion, "Aren't you here to exchange the wand?" "Why would I want to exchange wands?" Ask retorted, smiling. "This wand may not be very handy, even quite disobedient, but after all, it's the one I chose. In fact, I'm quite devoted. Sometimes I'm also very stubborn. It's hard to find a reason to convince me to give up this wand." Ollivander shook his head. "It doesn't suit you. That's the best reason. Whether it suits me or not is none of my concern. I only know that whatever I set my eyes on is mine." Ask pushed up his glasses, gazing at the wand in his hand. "Maybe one day I will abandon this wand, but the reason will definitely not be it doesn't suit me. It will only be I don't want it." "You're very confident, even arrogant, conceited, narcissistic." Ollivander said somewhat helplessly, his hands touching the table, grabbing a few galleons while leaving more behind. "This is already enough. I can't accept the rest. Rules are rules. Rules are rules." Ask repeated, "That's not wrong." "Then let's do it this way. For the remaining money, give me a set of wand-making tools. And, a piece of ash wood. If this money isn't enough, I can add more." "Tools and wood." "Yes, tools and wood. I already have the core." Ask smiled. Though his face showed no joy, I said, "The only reason I would abandon this wand is I don't want it. Since that's the case, what could be more interesting than making a wand that suits me better, making this ungrateful wand feel ashamed and embarrassed?" "You want to make your own wand? Is that not allowed?" Ask thought he was the last customer in Ollivander's wand shop today. As he prepared to leave, the sun had already set, and Diagon Alley fell into silence. Glancing at the wall clock, it was already 9:30. He had unknowingly stayed in the wand shop for 4 hours. Time flies so fast. Ask put down the carving knife, looking at the half-finished wand body with a satisfied smile. It was more troublesome than he had imagined. Just shaping the wand body took 4 hours. Fortunately, everything was going relatively smoothly, a good start. The ashwood wand is 11 inches long, with a light brown hue throughout, taken from the core of the wood, showcasing a clear and beautiful grain. Ashwood has always been an excellent material, resistant to decay, high in quality and strong and durable. It is easy to work with, cut, polish, glue, and paint. In the Muggle world, it is widely used in machinery manufacturing, snowboards, furniture, baseball bats, and the bark and fruit are used in medicine as a laxative and can also be used to extract brown and blue dyes. Ollivander squinted at the ashwood wand. Although it was not yet finished, it looked great, and Ask's craftsmanship was impressive and skilled. He hadn't damaged the wood's natural grain, which is difficult to achieve with dry ash wood that easily cracks. Therefore, Ollivander couldn't help but praise. Very skilled technique. "Is this really your first wand?" "Yes, it is indeed the first wand, but I practiced with other woods before," Ask replied. Ask began to tidy up the tools and clutter on the table. An exquisite little box filled with various small, intricate, and durable tools, all essential for wand making. Ollivander had 2 sets of tools here. He chose not to sell them, but to rent them out, and Ask agreed. It was getting late, and, after packing up, Ask prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, it opened automatically, and a girl walked in. Dressed in a white dress, tall, with waist-length blonde hair. Her eyebrows were faint, and her bulging eyes gave her a perpetually surprised expression. She wore a necklace made from a wine cork, exuding a rather quirky aura. Quirky? Ask shook his head. Among the people he had seen, many were far quirkier than this girl. A quick glance showed him that she wasn't anything special. He stepped aside to let her in before he went out. It's so noisy here. Ask glanced at the girl, noticing her frowning, seemingly distressed. She pulled out 2 earplugs from her pocket, and after plugging her ears, she smiled contentedly. Noisy? Ask looked around. There were only wands here. How could it possibly be noisy? He didn't pay much attention to it, just curious about how the girl would communicate with Ollivander with her ears plugged. It was getting late, and he felt like he had forgotten something important. What could it be? Ask rubbed his chin. Perhaps he hadn't noticed it before. But now that he was relaxed, various matters he had previously overlooked flooded his mind, making his head feel a bit dizzy. Shaking his head, Ask exited the wand shop, checked his direction, and headed towards the exit of Diagon Alley. He didn't choose the exit by the leaky cauldron, as he had almost wiped out Old Tom's collection last year. Remembering Old Tom's collection, Ask felt a bit disappointed, as he hadn't had a nightmare in a long time, which was very disappointing because many of his questions remained unanswered. Perhaps the water from that magical stone really had some effect, as after drinking it for a month, Ask hadn't had any nightmares. Now that he thought about it, he shouldn't have drunk that stuff. Inevitably, Ask thought of the Philosopher's Stone and Nicholas Flamel, the latter likely to be a long time gone, and the former. Nicholas Flamel left behind a puzzle. If solved, Ask would gain immensely, as only he knew there was one last Philosopher's Stone hidden by Nicholas Flamel in a very secretive place. However, Ask had no interest in where the Philosopher's Stone was. He was more interested in what the Philosopher's Stone actually was. As someone with a certain level of self-control, Ask forced himself not to think about it after half a minute. This was obviously not something that could be figured out in a short time. Many people had pondered this question before him, and Ask's life was shorter than their thinking time. Forget it. Let us just find a place to spend the night. Finding a place to sleep was easy. Ask was not the type to obediently follow the rule against underage wizards using spells outside of school. He even dared to use spells on muggles. A casual spell to make himself invisible to muggles. Ask found a room at a hotel, and using Alohamra to unlock the door was no challenge. The muggle-repelling charm could prevent muggles from disturbing him, and magic indeed made a wizard's life much simpler. There are pros and cons, as many problems can be solved with magic, leading to a decline in wizards' intelligence. Aside from spells, they often couldn't think of other means to solve issues. A night passed without incident, but it was not an ordinary night. As mentioned earlier, Ask had used the muggle-repelling charm on this room, so no muggles would disturb him, which made the knocking sound that arose shortly after he fell asleep very suspicious. Knock, knock, knock. Ask opened his eyes, realizing this issue. Clearly, it wouldn't be a muggle knocking at this time. So who could it be? No matter who you are, disturbing my sleep is unforgivable. Wearing pajamas and barefoot, Ask walked to the door, left hand on the doorknob. Right hand with 3 fingers glowing gray, ready to cast the petrification spell. Creak. Ask turned the doorknob. The spring lock clicked open, and with a gentle pull, the door opened. Empty. Ask adjusted his glasses and peered outside, looking left and right. There was no one in the hallway. Given the hallway's length, it would be difficult to hide silently during the time it took Ask to open the door. Difficult, but not impossible. Show yourselves. The petrification spell was cancelled, and 3 fingers throbbed painfully, which was the downside. It couldn't be controlled freely. The spell targeting the disillusionment charm was like tossing a small stone into a calm lake, ripples expanding outward, penetrating walls, forming a sphere centered around Ask. No one was detected. Gone? Ask snorted and turned back, preparing to return to bed and continue sleeping. Just as he turned, a person suddenly reached down from the ceiling. Head down, with red hair and a decaying face, white bones protruding. One eyeball hung out, and a tongue that looked like a whip lunged towards Ask with a sinister grin. Get lost. Ask was startled, nearly shouting. After regaining his composure, he became furious and hurled a shattering spell at the terrifying creature before him. Bang! It was like a tomato falling from a tall building. The creature exploded instantly, tomato-like flesh splattering towards Ask, enough to scare someone unconscious. Ironclad protection. A vague armor enveloped Ask, shielding him from the flesh. But the stench of the rotting corpse wafted into his nose immediately, effectively adding the debuff of nausea. Ugh! Ask's face paled. Beneath his feet was a puddle of flesh. Feeling like walking on a muddy path, but what he was stepping on was not mud, but blood and flesh. What on earth happened? Ask took a few deep breaths, forcing back the urge to vomit, compelling himself to think about what had transpired and what he should do next. As Ask took a moment to survey his surroundings, he noticed that the corridor in front of him had suddenly elongated. What had previously been just 4 or 5 steps from the door to the bed had now stretched to over 20 meters. A foul, moldy smell wafted through the air, and before him was a straight corridor with a wooden ceiling. The walls on either side were covered in wallpaper adorned with strange patterns resembling human eyes. The floor was carpeted in green, and there were no windows or doors on either side of the corridor, only dimly lit wall sconces at intervals. This was definitely not the hotel where Ask had previously stayed. TCH, this is not the nightmare I wanted. Ask grumbled, tugging at his hair in frustration. He suspected he was having a nightmare, and typically, there are a few ways to wake from one: being awakened by someone else, breaking free on one's own, or death. If this was a nightmare, no one would come to wake him up from that room, and breaking free seemed too difficult. Ask didn't even know how to do it. It appeared that only the last option was viable, as most nightmares ended with one's death, followed by waking up in a cold sweat, eyes wide open, escaping the nightmare. However, Ask, do you know what faith is? Nico Lemay had once talked to Ask about religion, but it was mostly a one-sided storytelling session where Ask just listened. The Bible, New Testament, Gospel of John, Jesus said, "I am the bread of life. Whoever comes to me will never go hungry, and whoever believes in me will never be thirsty." Jesus told him, "I am the resurrection and the life. The one who believes in me will live, even though they die. And whoever lives by believing in me will never die." After quoting the Bible, Nico pointed to himself and jokingly said, "Whoever believes in me has eternal life. Do you know why I am immortal? Because I believe in God, and I am the most devout one. The merciful God grants me eternal life." Ass had taken this as a joke at the time, but what really stuck with him was what Nico said next. "Whoever believes in me has eternal life." Which part was the key? Of course, it was whoever believes. So which word in that phrase was the focus? Naturally, it was believe. So Ask, "From now on, I have a request for you. Do not believe easily, for you do not know how dangerous belief can be. What you see may not be true, but do not hastily dismiss it as false." Adjusting his glasses, Ask felt a headache coming on. Perhaps for others, dying in a dream meant waking up, but for him, dying carelessly could mean real death. Better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. The belief here is one that risks life, and, unfortunately, Ask no longer had the right to disbelieve. For anything that happened, whether true or false, he could only choose to believe. More unfortunate was that Ask's long-standing habit would lead him to subconsciously choose disbelief in many things, but the reality required him to believe. Well, this is not a dream. Dying truly means dying. Ask shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. He was well aware of his current situation. He had always believed this was a dream, but he had to treat this dream as reality. The subtle difference between the two might lead him into a pitfall. This is not a dream. 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 Not knowing where to go, Ask stood still, continuously muttering to himself, repeating that phrase over and over, again and again, in a cyclical manner. This was a little technique he had learned from Nico Lemay, self-hypnosis. According to Nico, as long as he repeated this phrase 1,000,000 times, he would come to regard it as truth, and the previous notion that this was just a dream would be replaced. 1,000,000 times. Saying this phrase once took 5 seconds, so 1,000,000 times would be 5,000,000 seconds, approximately 333 minutes, 388 hours, 57 days, almost 2 months, day and night. Forgetting to eat and sleep, not consuming earthly grains for 2 months. He could use the bathroom, but even then, he had to keep reciting it. Brainwashing. When Ask heard about this from Nico Lemay, he thought of the term, a word invented by Muggles, which, like its literal meaning, cleans the brain, leaving what is needed while washing away what is unwanted. The process of repeating 1,000,000 times is the process of cleaning and implanting that this is not a dream and cleaning that this is a dream. Ask wasn't actually going to repeat it 1,000,000 times. In fact, he barely managed to repeat it for 5 minutes. This is not a dream. Ask's eyes glowed with a faint blue light, like 2 ghostly flames floating in the air. His expression was somewhat stiff, emotionless, appearing rather foolish. Just during his self-hypnosis, everything before him seemed to change again. The corridor remained eerie and terrifying. The wallpaper covered in strange eyes vanished, replaced by pairs of eyes blinking incessantly. Even the floor and ceiling were the same, looking evil and violent, bizarre and disgusting. sending chills down his spine. The once cozy hotel room had completely transformed into a ghostly realm. Fitting for the day, July 15th. Ghost Festival. There were strange things in the room. Ask adjusted his glasses and said softly, seemingly no longer as tense and terrified as he had been at first. This was because while he was repeating that phrase aloud, he was also mentally repeating another one. I am not afraid at all. Drunken bravado. Ugh. Alcohol gives courage. Ask pulled out a bottle of liquor from his pocket and checked the label. It was actually Erguo from TC. His clothes had also changed. From pajamas to winter gear, a padded coat, a wide scarf, gloves, wrapped up tightly. Seemingly oblivious to the oddity, Ask opened the cap and took a swig, then held the bottle in his hand. When he rummaged in his left pocket, he surprisingly pulled out a grenade. Staring blankly at the grenade for a moment, Ask tossed it down the corridor without even pulling the pin. Given his strength, throwing it 20 meters was impressive, but the grenade flew as if it had a life of its own, bobbing up and down, swaying left and right. Ultimately, the grenade exploded somewhere unknown, the shockwave's power far exceeding what a grenade should possess. The corridor before Ask suddenly shattered, as if a photograph had been cut into pieces. The fragments moved slowly, colorful and seemingly chaotic, but eventually pieced together another image, transforming into a different scene. A wooden floor of a 1-meter-long corridor, light green wallpaper, a single bed, soft lighting, fluttering curtains, and a night breeze blowing in. This was the original appearance of the hotel room where Ask had checked in. Everything depends on me. It seems I understand something. Ask's face remained calm, or perhaps lifeless, with only his glasses still showing some vitality, though his gaze was somewhat frightening, resembling those patients in Xiang Hospital, lacking focus yet seemingly staring at something. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Ask whispered softly. This curse is specifically targeted at certain situations, and it's not difficult, but the prerequisite is that you must be aware of the environment you're in. In front of Ask, a mouse suddenly appeared on the previously empty floor. Perhaps it wasn't a mouse, because its appearance was somewhat strange, a pair of tusks protruding from its mouth. Eyes like a spider's compound eyes, its body covered in scales rather than fur, and a tail resembling a squirrel's, large and fluffy, which was the only part that didn't look frightening. This non-lethal creature looked bizarre and scary. A boggart. Ask adjusted his glasses and nodded knowingly. If it was a boggart, then what had happened earlier was easily explained. There was a boggart in this room, and it was the type that took pleasure in scaring people. The myth of the boggart is well known in northern England. It is a fairy that can change its shape continuously. Usually, it is invisible, but sometimes it appears in the form of a person, an animal, a skeleton, or a devil. Many boggarts enjoy scaring people, while some, like poltergeists, simply enjoy pranks, breaking the usual dull atmosphere. Traditionally, if you find a door suddenly closing, candles blowing out, tools disappearing, or strange echoes in a room, it's the work of a boggart. The more malicious boggarts even scare people on dark roads, frightening solitary travelers, sometimes causing them to panic or even die from fright. The ridiculous charm is a spell designed to counter the illusions created by boggarts. When their illusions are seen through, they temporarily lose their ability to move and are vulnerable, making it the best time to capture a boggart. It should be noted that recognizing a boggart and using ridiculous to defeat it are two different situations. One is a forceful breakthrough, while the other is clever. The latter causes less harm to the boggart, and may even have no effect at all. Boggarts can still be somewhat useful at specific times. For example, if you want to make someone uncomfortable, you can use a boggart to scare them. If you want to make their whole family uncomfortable, you can send a boggart to their home, ensuring chaos and unrest. Such uses are the correct ways to utilize magical creatures, just like unicorn blood, which is a top-notch substance that guarantees that anyone who drinks it will suffer greatly for the rest of their life. Ask has always been dedicated to discovering the right ways to use magical creatures during his studies, and he happens to have a vial of unicorn blood in his pocket, along with some other trinkets. Ridiculous. Ask cast a petrifying spell and then bent down to grab the petrified boggart, walked to the window, and casually tossed it onto the street. Unfortunately, a heavy truck happened to be passing by at that moment, and with a loud crunch, the unfortunate boggart was crushed. What goes around comes around, Ask thought. After dealing with the boggart, Ask turned to check the clock, which showed it was exactly 12 o'clock, marking the beginning of a new day. Friday. Ask took off his glasses, and a wave of fatigue washed over him like a tide. His head felt heavy, and he stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground. The summer sun rises early, and by the time sunlight streamed onto Ask's face, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. The windows of the room faced west. After rolling around on the floor a few times, Ask yawned and got up. Sitting on the floor, still groggy, with drool at the corner of his mouth and a dazed expression, Ask let out a big yawn, grabbed his glasses, stood up, and walked to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, getting dressed, packing his things, and going downstairs to eat. By the time he stepped outside, it was already past 4 o'clock, just in time to go to someone else's house for a meal. As for who to visit, Asa just thought about it while dazing off after waking up. It turned out that what he had forgotten yesterday was this. Yesterday, after meeting Surug, he had left Mr. Granger halfway, taking the big black dog with him, leading to a series of subsequent events. Looking back, without Asa's guidance, Mr. Granger would definitely have gotten lost, but he probably wouldn't have gotten into serious trouble. Eventually, Hermione would have found him. So, the question arises, after learning about this, would Hermione petrify Ask and toss him into the lake at Hogwarts or the Thames? Ask thought this was a minor issue. He was now facing a more serious problem. The small note with Hermione's address seemed to have disappeared. It can't be that coincidental, right? Didn't they say something good would happen a week after encountering a black cat? What kind of good fortune is this? From yesterday until now, it's just been a series of misfortunes. Speaking of which, where does Hermione live? Touching his chin, Ask slowly recalled. He wasn't completely clueless, but if he wanted to be precise, it seemed quite difficult. It must be in England, but which county? As he wasn't British, Ask knew almost nothing about English geography. Helpless, he had to buy a map of England and slowly search for a place that looked reliable. After searching for a long time, he listed several potential locations on the map, places that looked familiar, and noted them down. They are Muggles, which means there should be a registration record at the Muggle government. Let's check there first, hoping there isn't anyone in England with the same name as Hermione. Sigh, where did that paper go? Suddenly, a black notebook in Ask's pocket sprang open, stood up, and wiggled its way to a book nearby, bending down. And the pages snapped shut violently, biting down, bit by bit, inch by inch, devouring the very thin book. Eating. Yes, it was eating like a Venus flytrap. The entire process took a long time, until the book was completely gone, and the black notebook shook a few times before falling over. Its cover bulged, as if it had a stomach full after a meal, and, faintly, there were gurgling sounds coming from it. While Ask was searching for Hermione's address in the Muggle government, he was unaware that his cherished complete collection of Gilderoy Lockhart's novels had already been half consumed. Mr. Granger felt quite stressed lately, and, as for where the stress was coming from, it was a long story filled with tears. In any case, the thing Mr. Granger regretted the most was sending his daughter to that Hogwarts school of witchcraft and wizardry last year. In just 1 year, his daughter had come back home as if she were a completely different person. She had been so obedient, gentle, and kind before, but now the person who looked just like his daughter had a terrible temper and often talked back, not obedient at all. Was she really not someone impersonating her? With dark circles under his eyes, Mr. Granger left home for work, having not slept well all night. The reason? Hermione had been conducting some potion experiments in the basement last night and almost set the house on fire. Such events happened almost every day, and Mr. Granger had come to understand what it meant to have a house in turmoil. Hogwarts. Just the thought of this school made Mr. Granger grit his teeth in anger. This unknown magical school hidden somewhere seemed to have the potential to turn his precious daughter into a witch. The word which doesn't sound like a good thing. Back in the Middle Ages, it was quite common to burn witches at the stake. Although such practices no longer exist, the term which has never had a positive connotation. After graduation, I will be a witch. Just thinking about Hermione's letter home after arriving at Hogwarts for a month makes Mr. Granger's head ache. Becoming a witch after graduation? Your father's dental clinic is still waiting for you to inherit and carry on. Besides, what about work after graduation? Does Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry guarantee job placements after graduation? Is the work hard? Is the salary high? Are the benefits good? I'm really foolish. I truly am. Thinking about all this almost makes Mr. Granger shed tears of regret. Damn Hogwarts, damn magic school. Give me back my gentle, obedient, lively daughter. The summer sun rises early, spreading light, but Mr. Granger feels that the path ahead is dim and dark. Just like the bowl of oatmeal made by his precious daughter that he had this morning. Distracted by thoughts of his daughter, Mr. Granger didn't notice that a familiar face was standing by the roadside eating a hot dog, holding a map. Upon seeing Mr. Granger, this person hid behind a telephone pole, watching him leave. If he had noticed, he would have realized that this person was the source of all his recent misfortunes. Well, he.s. walking quite punctually. It's now 7:50, and he reached the clinic around 8:15. Work officially starts at 8:30. He won tea, returned home for lunch, taking a 2-hour nap instead, and works until 5:30 in the afternoon, then spends another 25 minutes to get home, which means around 6 o'clock. Chewing on his hot dog, Ask looks at Mr. Granger, calculating his schedule for the day and ultimately arriving at the conclusion that he could mooch lunch today, and if luck is on his side, he might even score dinner. If he is even luckier, he might be able to stay overnight without having to deal with a boggart at the inn. It's worth mentioning that today is Monday, the 4th day since the incident in Diagon Alley, and the 3rd day since Ask set out for Hermione's house. In fact, England is not that big, and the locations Ask had marked were just 4 or 5. Additionally, he knows some information about Hermione's family. So it only took him a day to find Hermione's address at the Muggle government office and another half-day to visit. He arrived here on Saturday afternoon. Ask is somewhat self-aware. He knows that if he just shows up unannounced, he'll definitely be in trouble. Not to mention Hermione, just abandoning Mr. Granger midway that day has already reduced the number of people who could speak well of him. Because of this incident, Hermione's mother might not have a favorable impression of him either. Well, that has common sense. First, he needs to build up some goodwill. However, before building goodwill, some things need to be clarified, so Ask has a fairly good understanding of the daily schedule of Hermione's family. Looking up at the sky, it's not even 8 yet. The weather has been quite nice lately, and from the looks of today, it seems like the weather will be good as well. However, Ask took a moment to check the weather forecast, and it says it will rain at 10:37 this morning. Don't ask why it's so precise. It's because this weather forecast is provided by wizards and must be accurate. After finishing his hot dog, Ask opens the map in his hand, which has already been marked. This is the result of Ask's day and a half of effort. If all goes well, Mrs. Granger will leave at 8:30 to go shopping. The supermarket she frequently visits is only a 15-minute walk from here, and shopping will take at most 45 minutes, meaning she'll leave the supermarket around 9:15 and return home by 9:30. This means that from 8:30 to 9:30, there will be an hour during which Hermione will be home alone. The difficulty seems to have suddenly decreased significantly. As long as he can win Hermione's goodwill, her parents won't be a problem at all. But then the question arises, how can he raise Hermione's goodwill to the required level in just 1 hour? You have to know that her current goodwill might very well be in the negative. It's going to rain at 10:37, what a headache. The next few days will be sunny, but today is the only day with rain. If he wants to wait for a good time, it'll have to be next week. But by next week, Ask suddenly finds himself hating the wizard's weather forecast because they are just too accurate. This means the rain will definitely start at 10:37, not a minute earlier. During this day and a half, Ask hasn't really figured out what to do. Many ideas he thought were good were continuously overturned. Perhaps yesterday he thought one idea was decent, but upon waking up this morning, he realized that idea was also unreliable. To be frank, it's better to be honest than to resist. Well, why not just deliver it right to the door? After all, the worst that could happen is being petrified and then turned into a statue in the square. Ask starts calculating the effects of the simplest and most direct method. If Ask doesn't run his mouth and doesn't mess things up, this method could actually work pretty well. But Ask knows himself too well. At that point, he will definitely run his mouth and mess things up. This is a sickness, a terminal illness, and there is no cure. Giving up on treatment is whatever now. Originally, Ask had no good methods left, but unexpectedly, at 10:37, the originally blue sky suddenly became filled with dark clouds. Without any warning, rain poured down, and the fine rain flowed like a curtain of water, connecting heaven and earth. Rain in the summer is quite common, and due to a period without rainfall, people speculated it would rain in the coming days. The meteorological department's weather forecast also mentioned heavy rain in the next couple of days. Now it seems the meteorological department's prediction wasn't wrong, just the timing was off. Hermione went out once in the morning, around 9:30, when she received a call from Ron, saying he wanted to hang out with her. He was with Harry and the Weasley kids. After thinking about it, it didn't seem like a problem, so Hermione left a note at home and headed to the place Ron mentioned. At first, there was no problem, but then there was a problem. When Hermione arrived at the agreed location, she found it completely empty. Then, something that made Hermione furious happened. When she called Ron to ask about it, his response was terrible and rude. No one could just let that slide. "Oh, you really went?" "No way. I actually went, then I totally lost." "Oh, actually, here's the thing. I made a bet with Harry. Just one phone call, and you'd obediently do as I said." "No, it's just a joke. Don't take it too seriously, but you really are something, believing everything I say." So I say. What else Ron was going to say, Hermione didn't know. She hung up the phone, just as she was preparing to go to Ron's house to settle the score. The clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, and then it poured rain. This is a disaster, whether it's the rain or what just happened. Pulling out her umbrella from her pocket, don't be surprised why an umbrella can fit in a pocket. Last Christmas, Ask gave Hermione a storage pocket. Taking out the umbrella from the storage pocket, Hermione couldn't help but think of Ask, and her already bad expression worsened. With a dark expression, she stepped into the rain curtain, cursing Ron in her heart, while secretly resolving never to believe another word from Ron again. After that, things went relatively smoothly. Although it was raining heavily, some small items Hermione bought from Diagon Alley were quite useful, like the umbrella she was holding, which could block not only the rain from above, but also the rain blown in from the sides. With the help of such small items, the way home wasn't too difficult, but the terrible weather clearly made Hermione's mood even worse, with no signs of improvement. Ask is a jerk, Ron is also a jerk, and Harry isn't much better. You men are all jerks, Hermione thought angrily. In just a few minutes, she would be home, but she couldn't feel happy at all. Splashing through puddles, breaking through the rain curtain, Hermione's pace quickened, her anger slowly turning into grievance and sadness, a mix of emotions swelling in her heart, causing her eyes to redden. Being ridiculed for no reason is always the most infuriating and distressing thing. Hermione stopped at an intersection because of the red light and had to wait a little longer. During this time, she saw someone she had been muttering about earlier. Ask. Hermione was at a loss for words. Language can express many emotions, but sometimes you realize that words can be very powerless, and many feelings cannot be articulated. With a complex heart and mixed feelings, Hermione quietly stood by the roadside, watching Ask as he handed his umbrella to a little boy, getting soaked in the rain himself, turning into a drowned rat, watching the little boy leave while he stood there grinning foolishly. Idiot, Hermione muttered under her breath. But her grievance and anger had already dissipated. There was only a road separating Hermione from Ask. If Ask turned around, he would see her, but he did not turn. He only looked up at the sky for a moment, opened his mouth as if to say something, then shook his head and walked on. The rain was heavy, and Hermione didn't know if Ask had only one umbrella. She watched him walking in the rain, completely soaked, his once flamboyant hair now drenched and hanging down, losing its former vitality. Hermione speculated that Ask was probably on his way to her house, but then it started raining heavily, and he encountered a little boy without an umbrella. So he gave his umbrella to the boy and continued on in the rain. Idiot, Hermione muttered again. For some reason, watching Ask, who was soaked and occasionally sneezing and coughing, made her feel a bit heartbroken. After thinking for a moment, she realized that Ask did have some redeeming qualities. At least he had some compassion and was willing to help others. Compared to his bad personality, these qualities were particularly precious. In contrast, Ron and Harry. Last year at Hogwarts, something happened. Neville was cursed by that annoying Draco Malfoy, binding his feet together so that he could only hop back to the Gryffindor common room. However, at that time, both Ron and Harry just laughed heartily, watching Neville make a fool of himself, without anyone stepping forward to help break the curse. In the end, it was Hermione who helped him. Ask's figure suddenly seemed taller. Hermione was no longer as angry as she initially was. After all, Ask had already been punished, and being soaked in the rain for too long could make him sick. Therefore, she quickened her pace, intending to use her umbrella to shield Ask from the rain, even though it seemed to have little significance now. What is he doing? Hermione suddenly stopped when she saw Ask walking toward a house, ringing the doorbell. After some thought, she decided not to chase after him immediately. She wanted to see what Ask was up to. To her, the most likely scenario was that he was looking to borrow an umbrella from his household. From a distance, Hermione could only see Ask saying something to the owner of the open door. Then that person shook their head. Ask said something else and then turned to leave. Not borrowing an umbrella? Hermione wondered, continuing to follow him. She noticed that Ask knocked on 4 or 5 more doors, doing the same thing before leaving, still showing no intention of borrowing an umbrella. What on earth does he want to do? This question lingered in Hermione's mind as Ask went from door to door, asking without borrowing a single umbrella, letting the heavy rain drench him, completely unaware. What could Ask possibly want? On this road, there were houses on both sides, and Hermione's house was across the street. She watched Ask walk all the way to the front of her house without stopping, knocking on a few more doors. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could he have forgotten my address? How does one turn something that doesn't belong to you into something that does? There are many methods, and to summarize it in one sentence, just take it and put it in your pocket. No matter what method you use, it won't exceed the scope of this sentence. Among the countless ways it encompasses, the only difference lies in the means of taking it. The result is the same, merely a difference in the branching options, meaning that no matter how you choose to do it, the outcome is the same. It's all about completing the process of taking it. Furthermore, can we draw a conclusion? As long as the objective is achieved, what means are used doesn't really matter, right? Whether the means are justifiable, ethical, or lawful. These judgment criteria are trivial to the entire process, aren't they? Because these standards only address how to take it in the branching options of the process. They seem too flimsy for the whole subject, don't they? A single rat droppings can fall into a pot of porridge, yet the porridge can still be consumed. If you want that pot of porridge to become undrinkable, just add some heavier rat droppings. The thing you desire, if it's big enough and important enough, justice, principles, and morality are like that rat droppings. When you drink the porridge, you might not even notice them because they are too insignificant. In summary, in order to achieve a goal, it's actually not a big deal to use any means necessary. Seriously joking, as a person with a story, Ast's worldview and values are quite problematic. He impersonates others over the phone to deceive another person, just to complete an inconspicuous little step, which results in the shattering of someone else's friendship. Afterward, he shows no remorse, continuing the deception, exploiting others' compassion and kindness to achieve his own ends. In the end, he does so nonchalantly, as if enjoying the fruits of lies and deceit, shamelessly criticizing and ridiculing the impersonated while deceiving innocent, kind-hearted girls into liking him. Such behavior, many people have probably done it too, laughing in brackets. Ask has one virtue, courage. He is almost afraid of nothing, especially when dealing with people. Even when facing a great wizard like Dumbledore, he only thinks about how to pull out his beer to sell it. Virtues and flaws are corresponding. Extreme bravery becomes recklessness, which is a flaw. If you want to add a little confidence to it, not too much, just a small spoonful, what you get is arrogance, which is still a flaw. Adding a bit of rationality to arrogance results in pride. If too much rationality is added, it leads to a disease called being oblivious to others. Everyone knows addition and subtraction, so courage, courage, courage. Courage 1, 10, confidence 1, 3, rationality, oblivious to others. A disregard for others is exactly what Asker embodies now. He doesn't care about the consequences of his actions, whether they lead to good or bad outcomes. His attitude towards any possible result is one of indifference. Are you angry? Asker doesn't care. Are you happy? Asker doesn't care. Do you want to kill someone? Asker is willing to help you strategize. Do you want to kill Asker? Asker is willing to help you strategize, even choosing a cool way for you to do it. Do you like Asker? Asker, as long as I like it, it's mine. Whether you like me or not is of no concern to me. Disregard for others. I only want what's mine. What you think is of no concern to me. You actually lost the address I gave you. Yeah, idiot. Yeah, I'm really going crazy. Thinking I could have a normal conversation with someone as messed up as you. Yeah, is your brain really waterlogged? Yeah. Hermione threw the blanket in her hands at Asker, watching him lie comfortably on the sofa, holding the blanket with a goofy grin on his face that wouldn't fade away. Hermione was truly speechless. Asker was not only a jerk, he was also an idiot. Hermione couldn't imagine that someone who usually seemed so sharp would do something so stupid today. After learning the whole story, she had a lot to say to Asker, but his pea-brained attitude left her unable to express herself, almost making her feel sick from holding it in. Holding the blanket, Asker kept that silly grin on his face, but it didn't look silly at all. Hermione sensed that beneath that goofy smile was some malevolent emotion, but she couldn't find the right words to describe it. If Asker were to describe it, it would be like this: a cunning and lewdly ecstatic smile of the big bad wolf disguising itself as Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. Seeing Little Red Riding Hood obediently walk to the bedside. I'm so clever, even I scare myself. Asker gave himself 32 thumbs up in his mind. A simple little trick had sowed discord between Hermione and Ron, successfully lured Hermione out, and made it convenient for his next plan, ultimately achieving his desired goal. Just as Asker was feeling pleased, he sneezed, then coughed violently, gasping for breath, looking quite a mess, severely undermining his previous lofty demeanor. You caught a cold. Got drenched in that heavy rain. Hermione quickly walked over to the sofa, leaned down to help Asker turn over, gently patting his back with her small hands to help him catch his breath. Since his wet clothes had been taken off, Asker was now wearing Mr. Granger's shirt, which was large enough to be a dress. Hermione's rhythmic patting lessened Asker's cough, but from the temperature of his skin she touched, it seemed like he wasn't just dealing with a cold. He appeared to have a fever as well. You have a fever. I'll go get a thermometer to check. Hermione stood up and ran to find the thermometer. Watching her leave, Asker's coughing still hadn't stopped, but from his agile movements. It seemed that the cold and fever weren't that serious. Sneaking over to his clothes, Asker quickly pulled out what he wanted from his pocket. Holding it in his palm as he returned to the sofa, cautiously glancing around, he opened the paper bag he was holding, poured the white powder inside into his mouth, looked at the remaining piece of paper, thought for a moment, and stuffed that into his mouth as well, swallowing it down. Wizard potion experiments are not always smooth sailing. Besides various explosions, they occasionally produce some oddly effective products. Some of these can cure baldness, some can cause baldness, some can make a person taller, and some can turn them into a dwarf. What Asker had eaten earlier was actually some little prank items that would make a person feel like they had a cold and fever, at least from various symptoms. But in reality, it would only make the user uncomfortable for a short while, with effects resembling the real thing. Soon, Asker's temperature rose. He began to sweat profusely. His limbs felt heavy and weak, his face flushed and hot, yet his hands and feet were icy cold, devoid of warmth. Asker nodded in satisfaction. This feeling was just like being genuinely ill. If he didn't know he had taken medicine, he would even doubt whether he really had a fever and cold. Hermione was quick in her movements. When she saw Asker's face, she almost dropped the thermometer in her hand. Just a few minutes had passed, and Asker's complexion suddenly turned so poor. Since Asker had been facing away from her earlier, Hermione thought his face had only turned worse during his coughing fit. The thermometer still had to be used, but when Hermione read it, she was startled again because the temperature displayed was 42 C, a temperature that could potentially make someone lose their mind. Seeing this temperature, Hermione suddenly thought that maybe Asker's silly grin wasn't just an act. He might really be close to being burned into a fool. Are you okay, Asker? If Asker's temperature were real, asking this question at this moment would actually be quite silly. But considering her age, Hermione, who hadn't yet reached her 13th birthday, didn't really know what to do. However, if given time, she would make the right choice. Not all. My head is very dizzy, my face is very hot, my nose is very congested. Breathing isn't smooth. It feels like there's sticky stuff in my throat. It's extremely uncomfortable. My limbs feel heavy and weak. I can't muster any strength at all. Even lifting my hand makes me gasp for breath. The pillow under my neck is crooked and poking me a bit. It would be great if I could adjust my position. Talking incessantly, the words flowed like the Nile in flood, unstoppable. Hermione was dumbfounded. She looked at the thermometer again, and finally, not believing it, she touched Asker's forehead with her hand. The heat she felt confirming that the thermometer was indeed accurate. However, seeing Asker's half-dead appearance and listening to his rambling, Hermione began to doubt whether her memory of cold and fever symptoms was mistaken. But aside from his complexion, you seem quite spirited. Asker rolled his eyes and coughed a few more times. Spirited? Please, I'm already burning up at 42 C. Most people would have turned into fools or even died by now. Look at me in this near-death state. How do I seem spirited? I'm sorry. Hermione hurriedly apologized, trying to comfort Asker, though she still felt something was off. Shaking her head, she stood up again and ran to find various medications prepared at home, hoping they would be effective. Phew, that was close. I almost revealed a flaw. Asker wiped the sweat from his forehead with difficulty. This time it wasn't just due to the medicine, but partly from tension. No way out. I always can't help but push my luck, fortunately. I reacted quickly and was clever enough. Ask's words were only half right. The first half was correct. He indeed always couldn't help but put himself in danger. The second half was wrong. Although his reactions were quick and clever, he still left a flaw. 3 minutes later, 42? I don't remember telling you what your current body temperature is. May I ask how you knew? Faced with the terrifying Hermione, sweat began to bead on Ask's forehead, and without bothering to wipe it away, he forced a laugh and asked, did you find the medicine? Medicine? Of course. Hermione smiled. But it was even more terrifying than when she had been expressionless. Suddenly, a jar appeared in her hand, and he had no idea where she had hidden it before. The cylindrical jar was made of glass, over a foot tall and a foot in diameter, filled with a dark, viscous substance. Although he didn't know what it was, just the appearance gave him an ominous premonition, as if seeing a dark omen. Is this enough to cure your illness, right? I'm already fine. Only someone who is sick would say they're fine. Ask, don't give up on treatment. From pretending to be sick to actually being sick. As took only half an hour. At some point, the rain outside had stopped, the clouds dispersed, and the colors brightened. People always say that there will be a rainbow after the storm, which makes sense. Some even say, let the storm come harder. But that person got beaten up by others because while storms do bring rainbows, they're not welcomed at all. People don't even want rainbows, simply because they don't want to endure the inevitable downpour. In this world, there are always some people who don't want to be heroes. They just want to enjoy the treatment of heroes without paying even the slightest price. Such people are even worse than beggars on the street, because at least beggars know that to get others to give them money, they must let go of their dignity. Really beautiful, Ash suddenly said. Hermione, sitting next to him, turned to look at him, only to find that he was not commenting on her, but on the rainbow outside the window. Hermione turned her head again, following Ask's gaze to the rainbow that was already beginning to fade. Perhaps because she had seen too many, she didn't find the rainbow beautiful at all. Ask was captivated until the rainbow disappeared. The clear blue sky reappeared. The sun hung high directly above him, and gentle, non-dazzling sunlight poured through the window onto him. Ask extended his hand, and the sunlight left a mark on his palm. He clenched his fist, and the sunlight cunningly escaped outside his fist. When Ask opened his hand, the sunlight returned, and when he closed it again, the sunlight escaped once more. No matter how hard Ask tried, he couldn't grasp the sunlight in his palm. Hermione quietly watched Ask trying to catch the sunlight. The rain had stopped, and both inside and outside the house was peaceful. The only two people in the room were trying hard to maintain this tranquility. Such an environment could calm the mind. If one didn't think about anything, this wonderful time could be infinitely prolonged without causing any feelings of restlessness or annoyance. At this moment, people's senses were much more acute than usual. The ancient sages and masters always realized many things in such environments, like after the new rain in the empty mountains, I hang myself in the southeast branch. Clench, open, clench again, open again. Ask repeatedly did this without getting bored. This action might seem boring, and to Ask, it had no special significance. His mind was blank, and the movements of his hands were just a natural response of his body. Time was passing, and the position of the sun was changing, with sunlight slowly slipping away from Ask's hand. Yet he remained oblivious, continuing his repetition. But just like before, he couldn't capture the sunlight in his hand. His eyebrows twitched slightly, and Ask's eyes moved a few times. He lowered his head, looking at his empty palm, then glanced at the sunlight that had already reached his shoulder, revealing a bitter smile. Looking out the window again, the sun was setting. Unknowingly, Ask had been sitting here for the entire afternoon. Moving a little, his joints made cracking sounds, clearly indicating his body's dissatisfaction with sitting still for so long. Another afternoon wasted. Touching his chin, Ask said helplessly. It seemed he hadn't completed anything he had planned to do today. With half a month until school started, he couldn't be so lazy anymore. He had to make good use of his time. Ask muttered to himself, glancing to the left, where Hermione had fallen asleep at some point. Her sleeping posture was interesting. She had fallen towards the side away from Ask, as if trying to distance herself from him. Yet her hand was still tightly gripping the hem of Ask's shirt, as if afraid he would run away. Does it help? If I want to leave, grabbing my clothes won't stop me. Didn't the book say that to catch a man, you must first catch his heart, and to catch his heart, you must first catch his stomach? It seems like you're grabbing the wrong place. That seems to be my kidney. Ask looked at the corner of his shirt that Hermione was holding, grimacing slightly, and began to unbutton the oversized shirt he was wearing. No matter how tightly Hermione held on, as long as he took off the shirt, he could slip away without any problem. Of course, Ask didn't plan to leave without saying goodbye. He just wanted to move around, but was worried about waking Hermione. Taking off his shirt was quite simple. In just a few moments, Ask was left in just his pants, feeling quite refreshed. As mentioned earlier, his shirt was completely wet. For him, it could serve as a dress, and now he didn't even have that. Carefully placing the shirt on the sofa, Ask stood up and walked toward his clothes, remembering that he had dry clothes in his storage pocket. Wearing Granger's ill-fitting clothes always made Ask uncomfortable. It was better to wear his own. Ask's wet clothes were placed on the floor, on the side of the sofa, specifically on the side where Hermione was. To save effort, Ask didn't go around the back of the sofa, but walked in front of Hermione. It only took 3 steps, then he bent down to grab his clothes, and everything would be fine. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Life always gives you surprises, whether you want them or not. Accidents are everywhere, no matter whether you like it or not. How do you make someone fall? Make him lose his balance. How to make him lose his balance? It's simple. Just stick out your leg and trip him. So, Hermione stretched out her leg and tripped Ask. Of course, Hermione didn't mean to do it on purpose. But her intention was indeed to trip Ask, well, in her dream. Generally speaking, there's always a coffee table in front of the sofa, filled with cups. And wise men and philosophers say this represents life. Ask had always scoffed at that, but from this moment on, he had to believe that his life was indeed like that table filled with tragedies. The space between the sofa and the coffee table was not large, and to get past, he could only turn sideways. When Hermione's leg suddenly moved and accurately wedged itself between Ask's legs, tripping him, Ask had 2 choices. 1. Fall forward. The consequences of that are well understood. 2. Fall backward. The consequences of that are also understood, knocking over the coffee table and shattering the cups all over the place. Ask sighed. No matter how he chose, it seemed the result would be the same, right? It is essential to distinguish between the two situations. One is an attempt that did not succeed, and the other is an attempt that failed and resulted in injury. Is there always a rainbow after the storm? Haha, maybe there's another storm waiting afterward. In the brief seconds that followed, Ask's mind raced with many thoughts. And in the end, he could only widen his eyes and watch himself fall. He even took a moment to adjust his slightly slipping glasses and tidy up his hairstyle. As for why he didn't use a spell to help himself, Ask stated that he simply didn't think of it at that moment. Whether you believe it or not, he claims he did. Life always surprises you, whether you want it or not. Accidents are everywhere, regardless of your preferences. Now, this saying can be directed at Hermione, as this surprise and accident carry significant weight for her. When Ask fell onto Hermione, she was dreaming of beating him up because he had attempted something inappropriate while she was asleep. Just as Hermione was about to turn Ask into a statue and throw him by the fountain in the park, she felt a sudden weight on her chest, as if something was pressing down on her, and she woke up. Ask was lying on top of Hermione in a starfish position, one hand on the couch and the other, well, in a rather inappropriate place, which was the reason Hermione felt pain in her chest in her dream. As for the other parts, their current position was quite compromising. From a third-party perspective, without any bias or emotional coloring, it looked like a boy had taken a shameless sneak attack on a girl while she was sleeping. Their eyes met, and both Hermione and Ask were speechless, one out of surprise, the other out of helplessness. Hermione's surprise lasted less than 3 seconds before her astonishment faded from her face. Her body had already reacted instinctively. In this situation, there was only one thing a girl would do: scream, "Ah!" Ask sighed, trying hard to put on a friendly, innocent expression, seriously saying to Hermione, "Actually, it's not what you think. I just wanted to go get my..." Smack. A clean slap interrupted him again. Sighing for the third time, Ask helplessly said, "Hermione, even if you don't believe me, there's no need to hit me. If you really want to hit me, there's no need to keep aiming for my face." Smack. This time, Ask said nothing and just stared blankly at Hermione with a look of despair, his grievance almost visible to the naked eye. "Get off." Hermione spoke, her voice barely a whisper. Her flushed cheeks looked enticing, like ripe tomatoes, not some rare space variety, but the locally grown red ones. "Get off what?" "Get her hand off." Her voice dropped even lower. If her lips hadn't been moving, one wouldn't have noticed she was speaking. "My hand?" Ask tilted his head, his cheeks also flushed, but not from embarrassment, rather from being slapped. He looked down at his hand, one hand on the couch, perfectly fine, and the other hand on. Ask understood and nodded, then removed the hand resting on the couch. That was all. "Take your hand off." "It's already off." "Not that one, the other one," Hermione said indignantly, feeling both embarrassed and angry, mostly embarrassed. At this moment, if Ask had just honestly taken his hand away and calmly explained that it wasn't a big deal, considering some things require mutual feelings, Hermione didn't seem too resistant. However, one of Ask's inherent traits is to make things worse at crucial moments. Ask removed his right hand from Hermione's chest, but just as she sighed in relief and was about to say something, he placed his left hand on her chest and even gave it a gentle squeeze. "Well, my other hand is already off. The saying, if you don't provoke trouble, trouble won't come, is undoubtedly true. After causing trouble, Ask had to pay the price for his actions. As for what that price was, it goes without saying, everyone understands. Anyway, afterward, Ask was quite surprised that he could still stand and talk. When he left Hermione's house unscathed, he thought to himself that what had just happened was definitely a hallucination. Originally, to verify that he wasn't dreaming, Ask planned to go back and confirm with his own hands that it wasn't a dream. But before knocking on the door, he realized he was almost about to make another reckless move. It seems I haven't had lunch yet." Ask glanced at the evening glow in the sky, his empty stomach reminding him that he had missed 2 meals. If he didn't find something to fill his stomach soon, it might protest. Looking back at the closed door, Ask felt somewhat helpless yet relieved. Although he didn't get a meal, Hermione's cooking seemed even more terrifying than she was. Should he say he escaped a calamity? Find something to eat, then look for a place to sleep. Ask left. Behind him, in the house, Hermione secretly pulled back a small section of the curtain, staring at his back without blinking, gently biting her lip, lost in thought. If Mr. Granger saw this, he might remark about how girls grow up too fast. Randomly choosing a fast food restaurant, Ask bought some food and headed to the nearest park. When he sat down, he realized he had bought 3 meals. Out of habit, when that silly dog was still around, Ask had gotten used to buying 2 meals. Now that the silly dog was gone, Ask still instinctively bought 2 extra meals. What a waste. Ask sighed at the 2 extra meals. He had to figure out how to deal with them. Rubbing his stomach, although he was very hungry. Trying to eat 3 portions alone would surely lead to problems. Just as Ask was frowning, someone he had met once passed by him, and he quickly called out to him. "Good to see you again, Mr. Remus." Lupin looked hurried and serious, seemingly focused on something, so he didn't notice Ask or hear him calling out. Ask called out a few more times before Lupin finally reacted, looking at Ask with a strange expression on his face. "What a coincidence, we meet again." "Yes, quite a coincidence," Lupin nodded, his eyes flickering as if implying something. Ask, however, seemed oblivious to this. He was just relieved that someone could help him deal with the extra meals. "Haven't T had dinner yet? Here, I have 2 extra portions." Ask was very enthusiastic. Lupin hadn't had dinner yet either, but he didn't seem inclined to take the 2 meals from Ask's hands. He just looked at Ask with a strange expression, trying to find some flaw in him. "Look at what I'm doing. These 2 meals are still warm. They won't taste good when they cool down." Ask stood up, stuffed the 2 bento boxes into Lupin's hands, then sat down, happily holding his own, and started to eat. He was eating heartily, and the enticing aroma of the food made Lupin a bit tempted, but he still maintained a certain level of vigilance towards this unknown food. The reason for Lupin's vigilance was simple. First, he unexpectedly ran into Ask again here, and second, the latter had just bought 2 extra meals and enthusiastically invited him to eat together. It doesn't take a genius to feel that something must be off, and the worst-case scenario is that Ask has been following Lupin. Of course, it's possible that all of this is a coincidence, but when 2 coincidences come together, it might not just be coincidence anymore. Looking at the 2 meals in his hands, Lupin took a deep breath, then smiled, took a few steps forward, and sat down next to Ask. He had no intention of opening the 2 meals, placing them on the bench instead. He turned his head to look at Ask, who was wolfing down his food. Although he knew it was impolite to interrupt someone while they were eating, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" Just hanging out, visiting my wife." Wife. Lupin's mouth twitched a few times. If he wasn't mistaken, this boy shouldn't be over 14 years old. So what was he talking about regarding a wife? "In the future," Ask said without looking up. Lupin nodded. That was more acceptable. But thinking about things from over a decade later now was still a bit hard for Lupin to accept. Are kids this precocious nowadays? "Have you seen her?" "Of course." "Then why are you sitting alone in the park eating takeout?" Lupin asked. "I'm not going to tell you that my wife kicked me out." Lupin rubbed his nose, pretended he didn't hear that, and changed the subject. "I thought the 2 meals you bought were for your girlfriend. Since you're alone, why did you buy 3 meals? Isn't that a waste?" Upon hearing this, Ask looked up, his cheeks stuffed like a hamster, his eyes squinting, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking like he was plotting something bad. "It won't be a waste." Swallowing a mouthful of food, Ask said somewhat indistinctly, "I've been following you for a while and noticed you often skip meals, so I bought 2 extra meals to make sure you eat enough. You must not let my kindness go to waste." Surprising words indeed, Lupin thought, feeling astonished regardless of whether Ask was telling the truth or not. His previous guess was confirmed, but instead of feeling happy, Lupin began to think that his assumption was wrong. After a moment's contemplation, Lupin asked, "What do you mean by saying you've been following me for a long time?" "Just the literal meaning." Ask took a sip of milk tea. "From London to here, I've been following you." Lupin's tone became much more serious. "Are you serious?" "Of course not," Ask replied confidently and straightforwardly, which only irritated Lupin more. What was even more infuriating was what came next. "I was just a bit bored and wanted to mess with you. No one would like a person like that." To be frank, the current Ask really could make anyone with feelings feel annoyed, wishing to beat him up. He was like an MT, occasionally making sarcastic remarks to provoke others into hitting him. This was truly a behavior hard to understand. Simply put, it was asking for trouble. Lupin suddenly felt that Ask's response was actually meaningless. Not that he didn't care about Ask's answer. In fact, if Ask really hadn't been following him, he would be a bit disappointed, as he would lose a legitimate reason to teach this annoying boy a lesson. Personally, Lupin hoped that Ask was indeed following him and would continue to do so. "I have some things to do. I'm leaving." Lupin stood up, waved, and quickly disappeared from Ask's sight. Ask looked at the 2 meals on the chair, then glanced at the direction Lupin left, shook his head, and continued to finish the remaining food. A few minutes later, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, leaned back, resting his hands on the back of the chair, and gently tapped a few times. "He has gone. If you haven't finished eating, there are still 2 meals here." After saying this, Ask stood up, stretched his limbs, and left without looking back. After he left, the 2 meals on the chair suddenly floated up and then vanished, as if an invisible monster had eaten them, and a line of footprints appeared on the ground, which were clearly human. The footprints gradually disappeared into the woods. After a while, Lupin returned, looked at the footprints left on the ground, and smiled slightly, like a teacher seeing a student submit a perfect exam paper. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Moody taught you a lot, but what he should have taught you the most is how to discern right from wrong. Do you really know what you're doing? Lupin left, following the line of footprints, and after he left, Ask returned, but this time, he wasn't alone. TCH just like that. Ask snorted, looking at the 2 lines of footprints. This is thinking in stereotypes. He thought he saw through it, thought you had revealed a flaw. He turned to look at Tonks beside him, glancing down, finally stopping at Tonks's feet, which were 10 centimeters off the ground, her whole body floating in the air. You have enough time to leave before you figure it out. Ask said to Tonks, who simply nodded, turned around, and walked away without touching the ground. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the park. Otherwise, tomorrow there would probably be rumors about this park being haunted. Ask rubbed his chin, watching Tonks' back, not knowing what he was thinking. Although the Ministry of Magic hadn't publicly announced this matter, Ask guessed that Tonks must be with Bellatrix now, and it was precisely because of this that she was being hunted by people like Lupin. From the gauntness of her face, the deep-set eyes, and the dry hair, it was clear that she had been going through a tough time. Similarly, Ask also noticed that Tonks' gaze was sharper than before, and she seemed to be in good spirits. In fact, Ask thought she was quite excited and enjoyed the process. However, what a fool. Clearly there were easier ways. Yet she chose the most difficult one. Unknowingly, the start of school arrived. Different people always have different feelings about the start of school. Some are looking forward to it, some resist it, some are confused, and some are indifferent. And Platform 9 3/4 always becomes lively at the start of school or during holidays, and this year was no exception. As Draco Malfoy's father, Lucius Malfoy naturally took on the responsibility of sending his child to school. Originally, according to Lucius's character, he wouldn't come here because most of the people gathered here were ordinary folks without status and with his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He found it torturous to breathe the same air as some of them. These some people specifically refer to the Weasley family with their disgusting red hair and those who had good relations with the Weasley family. Perhaps Lucius knows. Perhaps he doesn't but some people he despises don't think highly of him either. Lucius's expression, as always, is cold and indifferent, with a face as if everyone owes him money. His hair is meticulously styled, his clothes are neat without a single wrinkle, and you can find no fault with him. Achieving this is quite simple. To spend an hour every morning tidying up in front of the mirror. Some people mock Lucius for spending even more time on his appearance than his wife. Well, this is where I'll leave you. Lucius paused, with Draco beside him. And behind them were Draco's 2 lackeys and their respective fathers. Those 2 portly men were basically enlarged versions of their sons, described in 3 letters, D. P. S. Dull, plump, and foolish. Draco responded somewhat absent-mindedly. Lucius was a bit dissatisfied. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes caught sight of someone, and his expression suddenly changed. 100 thoughts raced through his mind, and he couldn't be bothered to criticize Draco anymore. It's him. The thing must be with him. Lucius's expression turned cold. He truly had no reason to show a good face to someone who had stolen from him and made him anxious for so many days. If it weren't for the many people present, Lucius might have drawn his wand to teach that brat a lesson long ago. Draco looked up, ready to say goodbye to Lucius. But seeing Lucius's frosty face, he thought Lucius was unhappy with his earlier response. Lowering his head, Draco braced himself for Lucius's reprimand. But after waiting for a long time with no response, he looked up again, only to meet Lucius's icy gaze, making him shrink back in fright. If Draco's rivals had seen this scene, perhaps even before the Hogwarts Express arrived at the school, his embarrassing moment would have spread throughout the entire school. I'm leaving you. Lucius paused, his expression somewhat unnatural, and his tone changed subtly, becoming more humane. Be careful. I will. Before Draco could finish his sentence, Lucius had already turned to leave, so his last words were only heard by himself. Father. Watching Lucius disappear into the crowd, Draco felt a bit annoyed. Perhaps it was because the father-son duo didn't resemble one at all. Or perhaps it was because there were too many people here, too noisy, unlike the quiet Malfoy manner. Or maybe it was the annoying chewing sounds of the 2 gluttonous lackeys behind him. You 2, tone it down. Draco turned around irritably to reprimand his 2 lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, whose mouths were stuffed with food. After just one summer, they had practically ballooned, as if they were wearing a swimming ring underneath their clothes. In the face of Draco's scolding, they could only blink innocently, swallowing the food in their mouths bit by bit, nearly choking. Draco's turn was strikingly similar to their headmaster Snape. At least that is how Crabbe and Goyle felt. The 2 chubby boys exchanged glances, reluctantly putting their snacks back into their suitcase, which was already stuffed with treats and nearly wouldn't clothes. In the distance, Ask adjusted his glasses, looking at the throng of people in front of him, sighed, and then glanced at Hermione beside him, sighing again. Can we board the train now? Hermione answered decisively. With finality, no. Then I'll go ahead. You can wait here slowly. You dare. You think I wouldn't dare? Ask's voice rose a few pitches, his expression serious, but he quickly rolled his eyes, his expression deflating, lowering his head with a fawning look, changing his demeanor as quickly as flipping a book. Cough. I certainly wouldn't dare. Humph. Hermione's turn mirrored that of Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. Their personalities were quite similar. Ask even thought that compared to the gentle Mrs. Granger, Professor McGonagall was more like Hermione's mother. Well, that was just his inner thought. If Hermione found out, he would definitely be in big trouble. Mr. Granger would also face severe consequences, although the perpetrator wouldn't be Hermione. In the crowd, finding someone was extremely difficult, especially when your height is below average and you can only see a few meters around you. In this environment, trying to find a few boys of similar short stature who would make no splash even if thrown on a platform 9 was quite a challenge, if not entirely impossible. However, for someone like Hermione, sometimes they wouldn't consider the success rate and difficulty, just like in life, where what matters isn't the destination, but the scenery along the way and the mood while enjoying it. Ask silently lit a candle for Harry and Ron, if they were lucky. Today next year would be their Memorial Day, and if they were unlucky, well, living a few more days to settle their affairs wouldn't be so bad. Today Hermione was here simply to wait for Harry and Ron. What she wanted was nothing more than to show those two reckless guys, through her actions, that some jokes shouldn't be made, especially for Miss Granger. Waiting and waiting, as time passed, the crowd dissipated. But Hermione and Ask still didn't see Ron and Harry, as if they hadn't come to the station at all. Ugh, Ask patted Hermione's shoulder, yawning. Well, the train is about to leave. Let us go. Hermione stamped her foot. Damn it. The priest can run, but the church can't escape. They still have to go to school. Ask advised, but Hermione seemed determined to stay here, yet the train showed no signs of waiting. So Ask could only sigh, equip himself with earplugs and protective charms, and suddenly hugged Hermione, sprinting toward the train. The effect of the earplugs was quite good, and so was the protective charm. When Ask rushed onto the train with Hermione in his arms, he was surprisingly unharmed, with all limbs intact and features unscathed. Hermione had been in a near unconscious state until Ask set her down, at which point she finally reacted. The moment she recalled what had just happened, her face flushed with heat, both embarrassed and angry. You actually. Ask's reply was concise and straightforward. Don't thank me. Of course. Hermione wouldn't thank him, so Ask got a beating and followed behind Hermione to find a seat with a black eye. Occasionally, they encountered students walking outside, who all looked at Ask with gleeful smiles, reveling in his misfortune, but Ask didn't care, as if that black eye wasn't his at all. After about half an hour, Hermione and Ask walked from the front of the train to the back, confirming that Ron and Harry were still quite unlucky. They hadn't made it onto this train, finally giving them time to settle their affairs. After waiting for a long time at the platform, they had been nonstop looking for those two after boarding the train. Even the revenge-driven Hermione was starting to feel drained. So Ask casually chose a compartment, opened the door, and unceremoniously walked in, waving to Hermione to come in as well. Compared to the impolite Ask, Hermione was much better. She walked into the compartment and asked the only passenger there, "Excuse me, may we sit here?" The person seemed to have not heard Hermione's words, lowering their head to look at the magazine in hand. Hermione noticed that the magazine was upside down, yet the person seemed to be reading it with great interest. Unable to put it down. "Oh, it's you again." Ask recognized this somewhat peculiar passenger. He had encountered a girl at Ollivander's wand shop that day, and unexpectedly, they met again now. "Do you know her?" "I've seen her once. I don't even know her name." Ask's response was impeccable. He glanced at the empty row of seats opposite the girl, and without hesitation, he sat down and beckoned to Hermione. "Sit down. You've been busy for so long. You should take a break." Hermione glanced at the girl again and finally sat beside Ask. The compartment fell silent. Only the vibrations of the train could be heard. Ask had not been seated for long before he fell asleep. No matter the environment, as long as he found a suitable position, he would always be the first to fall asleep. Hermione looked at Ask, then at the girl across from them, and finally shook her head, pulling out a book from her pocket to read. From the current situation, today seemed to be another ordinary day. But how long would this ordinariness last? No one knew the answer, but many hoped that such days would continue indefinitely, and that every day in the future would be like this. The troubles of a person can be summed up in 12 words. Unable to let go, unable to understand, unable to see through, unable to forget. If there is such a person who cannot let go, cannot understand, cannot see through, cannot forget, then he might be the most troubled person in the world. Because of his troubles, the ordinary life that those people longed for no longer existed. He disappeared for a while, and when people naively thought everything was getting better, he returned, and he was even more troubled. A journey without a word. That was impossible. Ask woke up. His stomach reminded him that it was lunchtime, so he woke up, and the story continued. Sometimes, we must admit that there are some people who will always seem more like the protagonist than you. They're the center of everything. While most people around them are destined to be mere embellishments, just supporting characters. Without them, the story might not even be able to continue, merely transitioning to their actions with tones of silence. At this moment, among the three people in this carriage, there was no doubt that Ask was the protagonist. Although his eyes were open, Ask was still in a transition from sleep to waking, drooling slightly, his eyelids drooping, with a dazed expression. At this moment, he looked like a fool. In most people's view, actually the foolish state of Ask was much more pleasing. At least he wouldn't do something that would make you want to beat him up. Stretching lazily, Ask let out a long yawn, indicating that he had slept very soundly and comfortably. He hadn't done anything yet, but that expression of "I'm so awesome, I'm on cloud nine" already made people feel the urge to punch him. And the reason was simple: envy, jealousy, and hatred. After a simple stretch, Ask began to prepare lunch. His storage pocket was like a treasure chest, containing everything you could imagine and things you couldn't. Draco and his two followers might know this better. Over the past year, they had become accustomed to Ask occasionally pulling out normal or abnormal things from his pocket. Lunch was simple: sandwiches, baked potatoes, caviar, bacon, and a large bottle of fresh juice. Ask skillfully prepared a sandwich and paired it with a cup of juice, gesturing to Hermione to help herself, and then he began to focus on his lunch. The girl sitting opposite them seemed to know it was lunchtime too. Unlike Ask, who had his own storage pocket, her suitcase was very small, giving off a cute mini vibe. Ask happily rolled himself a gigantic sandwich, 9 layers high. God knows if he could finish it, but from his expression, it seemed the process of making it was worth it. Hermione looked at the giant sandwich in his hand, then at her own petite sandwich, which was actually a normal size, shook her head, and realized she surprisingly had no appetite left. It felt as if just looking at Ask's giant sandwich had filled her up. The girl opposite rummaged through her suitcase for a long time, but didn't take anything out. She closed the suitcase and picked up her book to read again. This time, she had the right book in hand. Hermione curiously glanced at the title of the book, singing Contrarily, which she had never heard of before. It tastes good, fantastic. Ask complimented himself without reservation. From the ecstatic expression on his face, it was clear that he had once again entered a self-absorbed state, possibly thinking of himself as a food god. After taking a few bites, the food god opened his eyes and looked at Hermione, asking in surprise, "Why aren't you eating?" Hermione truthfully replied, "I'm already full." "Full? You look full." As soon as Hermione said this, she knew she had misspoken. Sure enough, Ask's voice quickly rang out, with a teasing tone, and the content made Hermione feel an impulse to shove the entire sandwich into his mouth to choke him. "Indeed, I'm just that handsome. Hermione, you could look at me a few more times. That way, you won't even need to eat dinner." Some stories only need a glance at the beginning to know the ending. Ask's life was not destined to end today, at least not by choking on a sandwich. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad. Not choking on a sandwich today might mean that tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or someday in the future, he might regret not having choked on a sandwich today. Ask leaned back in his seat, gasping for breath, his life hanging by a thread. To finish the gigantic hamburger, only a giant could pat their chest and say no problem. But now Ask had the qualification to do so. However, he couldn't, because as soon as he patted his chest, the food piled up there would immediately spew out. Beside him, Hermione was wiping her hands with a tissue, looking relaxed and casual. One could even hear her humming a cheerful tune, with one side gloomy and the other side cheerful. These two entirely different scenes appeared on the same canvas, creating a sense of disharmony. After successfully calming Ask down for now until they arrived at Hogwarts, Hermione began to communicate with the girl opposite. The reason for doing this was still out of curiosity, because this first-year student across from her was acting too calmly, making her unable to remain calm. A first-year student, this was something one could tell without asking. Hermione had a good memory, and she couldn't recall anyone from Hogwarts who looked like the girl before her, so it was likely that she was a new student this year. After all, she had just come up from the first year. Hermione was well aware of the common characteristics of first-year students, which could be described as lively and cute, or less flattering. a bit annoying. From the very beginning, Hermione felt that the girl in front of her was quite extraordinary. First and foremost for holding the magazine upside down. Hermione thought that she must be practicing something. Everyone knows that reading a translated magazine held upside down is much more challenging, just like writing in reverse. Doing this could very well be a form of practice. Or perhaps she found normal reading too easy and pressure-free, thus increasing the difficulty to make the process more interesting. If Ask knew Hermione's thoughts, he would definitely be rolling on the ground with laughter, only to be rendered unable to get up by an enraged Hermione. Ask always thought humor was his strength, even though no one appreciated it. He also believed that Hermione's imagination was overly rich, commonly known as having an outstanding ability for mental elaboration. Sometimes it could lead to divergent thinking, while other times it seemed like making a mountain out of a molehill, adding unnecessary trouble. Ask habitually ignored others, essentially being oblivious to them. What others did meant nothing to him unless it would affect him. Regarding the girl in front of him, Ask would at most glance a few times before shifting his attention to something more interesting. After all, reading a book upside down was something he used to do when he was bored as a child. Returning to Hermione. The second thing that piqued her curiosity was this person's suitcase, which was just too small and couldn't possibly hold much. Hermione confirmed that it was not a storage box, just an ordinary suitcase. Unless this girl had a storage pocket, such a small suitcase couldn't fit the things a student would need like books, clothes, daily necessities, etc. At this point, Hermione was beginning to doubt her first assumption that this girl was a first-year student at Hogwarts. The third point was the girl's reaction. She was so calm that she didn't seem like a first-year student at all. A lot had happened between Ask and Hermione, but this girl hadn't looked at them once, making it feel like two people were performing a dramatic suicide, while the only audience was too busy playing on their phone. If one thought a bit more, this sole audience member might even look at the two with disdain and throw out a cool remark like, "This is all the leftovers of my games. You bunch of losers." If one thought this way, maybe this girl really wasn't a first-year student at Hogwarts. Perhaps she was. At this thought, Hermione suddenly felt a bit nervous because the person sitting across from her was very likely. "I'm Ask, and what should I call you, Junior?" Ask maintained his previous posture, neck awkwardly contorted into an uncomfortable position, his head parallel to the ground, eyes and mouth perpendicular to the ground, greeting the girl in such a bizarre manner. "Be serious." Hermione nudged Ask, then leaned closer, lowering her voice. "She's not our junior. She is Luna Lovegood. Just call me Luna, a first-year student." Ask raised his eyelids slightly, allowing him to see Hermione's embarrassed expression, and he couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire by asking, "What did you just say she was?" Ask turned his head back, wearing an irritating expression. "Are you trying to say she's this year's defense against the dark art professor?" Hermione. I remember Gilderoy Lockhart seemed to have said he was this year's defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, right? Hermione turned her head and smiled at Ask, radiant like a blooming flower, beautiful beyond words, just like the red spider lilies growing on the banks of the river Styx. "Well, seeing this flower means you've already died." Hogwarts headmaster's office. Gilderoy Lockhart stood there a bit nervously, alone in the office. About 15 minutes ago, he was notified to come to the headmaster's office, and he had been waiting there for 10 minutes. Yet Dumbledore still hadn't appeared. Gradually, the new defense against the dark arts professor seemed to grow a bit impatient, glancing at the clock on the wall for the third time in a minute. He stood up, preparing to leave. He was a bit angry, feeling as if he had been made a fool of, which was something his pride couldn't accept. The process of leaving went smoothly. Gilderoy Lockhart slowly forgot about the situation. However, after he left, in the headmaster's office, sitting opposite the seat he had just occupied, the seat belonging to Headmaster Dumbledore, the old man with white hair slowly appeared. With deep and wise eyes, he gazed at the empty seat in front of him, popping a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. This time his luck was good. It was a buttered popcorn flavor. Not yet arrived. Or has he already come? The future is bright, but the path is winding. The correctness of this statement is beyond doubt. At least Harry's experience from the previous school year had proven this point. However, when Snape appeared behind them like a ghost, using his eerie, cold voice to announce his presence, Harry suddenly felt this saying should be revised. The future may not be bright, but the path is certainly winding. Harry and Ron were taken away by Snape, a fact only a few noticed, including Ask, who was looking for Snape everywhere. Rubbing his chin, Ask turned his head back and informed Draco of this news, which immediately brightened Draco's mood, and he shared this news with other Slytherin students. Word spread quickly. Never underestimate the efficiency of this primitive way of passing information. Soon, all of Hogwarts' students knew that two unfortunate souls were in big trouble. Ha ha. They're definitely going to be expelled. Draco's words reflected the thoughts of many students, mostly from Slytherin House, as last year's final scene in the House Cup had severely bruised their pride. For the Gryffindor heroes, Slytherin's archenemies, their attitude would definitely not be friendly. And their head of house, Snape, had given them a sense of satisfaction, raising their fondness for him to another level. If they get expelled, last year's House Cup would have been ours. Ash poured a bucket of cold water on Draco, but it didn't calm him down. Instead, it provoked him further. Adjusting his glasses, Ash glanced at the already departed Dumbledore and said slowly, "Listen, even Dumbledore has been stirred. Our dear headmaster has done something wrong." Wrong thing? Draco asked in confusion. If it were him, he would probably notify Dumbledore immediately to witness it. Moreover, only the headmaster had the power to expel students. There was no way to bypass Dumbledore for expelling students. Don't forget, it was Dumbledore who awarded points to Gryffindor last year, and he himself is a Gryffindor. Ash turned to look at Draco. This matter can be big or small. If it were just the headmaster and Professor McGonagall, then those two would definitely be in big trouble, because any punitive measures proposed by the headmaster, as long as it's not expulsion, Professor McGonagall would accept. Now don't forget that the sorting ceremony hasn't finished yet, which means it's not officially the start of the school year, and their actions can be excluded from this year's rewards and punishments. Draco was dumbfounded. He really couldn't accept this outcome, but Ash's words made sense. His reaction also represented the response of most Slytherin students, their expressions of joy slowly fading, replaced by disappointment and anger. If you were the headmaster, what would you do? Ash looked up, and the Slytherin prefect spoke. After not seeing her for a summer, Gemma looked more beautiful. She had removed her glasses at some point, and now her bright eyes were looking intently at Ash. Me? Ash smiled, but his words carried a cold undertone. If I were to handle this matter, it wouldn't be as simple as just expelling someone. Gemma smiled slightly, but his tone was anything but friendly, almost provocative. So, you must be much more formidable than the headmaster. Though his voice was soft, the Slytherin students heard him clearly and turned to Ash, hoping to find his true thoughts and answers behind his indifferent expression. Of course, Ash raised his head, his gaze level with Gemma's, still wearing that lazy, unconcerned expression, as if Gemma's earlier words had failed to pique his interest. His eyes were unfocused, as if he had just woken up, but the impression he gave was one of being oblivious to everyone around him. No one present could make him raise an eyebrow. They're back. At these words, all the students turned in unison to see their respected headmaster, looking displeased, following the smiling Dumbledore back to the professor's table. After a short while, Professor McGonagall returned as well. Although she still wore her serious expression, there was a hint of joy compared to usual. The answer was already quite clear. Ash took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, then rested his hands beneath his head, staring blankly at the table. During his moment of daze, the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, introduced himself. He had many fans at Hogwarts, mostly girls, so he received perhaps the most applause and welcome in recent years. However, none of this concerned Ash. Dinner was served, as lavish as ever, yet Ash had no appetite at all, remaining motionless, a stark contrast to the other students. Draco tapped Ash on the shoulder, and Ash's eyes widened slightly as he turned to look at him. Though he didn't say anything, his expression undoubtedly asked, "What's up?" Ash, "Are you feeling unwell?" Ash nodded. There are always a few days each month. Draco looked a bit embarrassed. "I think we might not be talking about the same thing. I'm very pure." Draco rolled his eyes. "What's going on? Is today's dinner not to your taste? I remember you usually have a good appetite." Ash's answer was straightforward and pointed. "I overate at lunch." After sending Draco away, Ash continued to lie there. While he wasn't particularly hungry, another reason for his lack of appetite was that something was drawing all his attention, leaving him with no thoughts of eating. His left hand had unknowingly slipped out and was tucked into his left pocket, which was not a storage pocket. It only contained a black notebook. Ash's hand pressed against the notebook, where the dark mark on his wrist emitted a faint glow. The snake seemed to come alive, gently twisting as if it wanted to leave his wrist. Though it appeared he was merely dozing, Ash was actually communicating with something, and it seemed like a pleasant and satisfying conversation. "After chatting for so long, I still don't know your name," Ash said, but only the notebook in his pocket could hear his words. How interesting, a book with its own thoughts. It had been a long time since he had. "Whatever you are, in any case, it was a delightful chat. My name, you can call me. Writing someone else's name on it will cause that person to die. I think we might not be talking about the same thing." With a negative response, Ash's interest waned considerably. "Then what exactly are you?" "It's just my name, nothing more. It was given to me by my last master. He thought it was cool. The black notebook seemed quite helpless. What a miserable experience it was, serving a ridiculously over-the-top brat. It was a nightmare. My body and mind suffered serious torment. Especially since that little brat always had phrases like, "It's not my fault. It's the world's fault. I want to be the god of the new world. And I am justice" on his lips. Just thinking about such shameful phrases gives me goosebumps. He could say them so naturally. It's unbearable. Ask stroked his chin. A bit of what could be called black history flashed through his mind. He chuckled dryly and asked the next question. "Who was your last master?" The black notebook answered decisively. "I can't say that. I don't want to revisit that terrible history." "I see." Ask replied and then asked again. "Besides having your own thoughts and being able to communicate with others, what else is special about you?" "I know everything." Ask sneered. "Oh really? Then tell me who your last master was." The black notebook fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "It's not that I don't want to say. I just can't. Can I understand that you don't actually know everything?" "All right, stop bragging. Tell me something real. What else is special about you?" The black notebook demonstrated what it meant to be a stubborn duck, stating, "Aside from that earlier matter, I still know a lot of things." Ask scoffed, "Is that so? Then tell me what color Dumbledore's is today." The black notebook, at a loss for words, shut its mouth and then reluctantly asked, "Can't you ask something normal? Why are you interested in an old man's color? Can I understand that your taste and sexual orientation are questionable?" "TCH, clearly you don't know the answer." Ask shot back unceremoniously. "Fine, you force me." The black notebook was very angry, as if preparing to unleash a powerful move. It held back for a long time and finally squeezed out an answer. "That old man, white?" Ask suddenly sat up, staring at Dumbledore with a gaze that appeared lewd and penetrating, a look so blatant that Dumbledore himself noticed it and looked over in confusion. Upon meeting Ask's gaze, even Dumbledore felt a pang of unease and instinctively shifted his body. The black notebook let out a lament. "I've encountered another very unreliable master, and he's a gay." "Huh, I understand your thoughts now." Ask suddenly sneered. "You just throw out any answer. After all, I'm not actually going to pull down Dumbledore's pants to see his color. Trying to deceive me? Not a chance. However, this at least proves you're a gay with a very heavy taste." Ignoring the black notebook's retort, Ask stroked his chin, his eyes suddenly taking on a lewd and lascivious look. He chuckled a few times and said in a very friendly tone, "How about we try a different method to test this?" "I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please don't conduct any tests anymore. The question is simple. What are JAMA's measurements? You better answer seriously. I will take practical action to verify whether your answer is correct." Shameless and vulgar. Returning to Hogwarts is undoubtedly a joyful event for many students, temporarily escaping the supervision and constraints of their families, surrounded by peers of similar age, sharing common interests, happily playing with friends, staying up late to catch up on various assignments, and facing punishment from teachers together. Those are the most beautiful memories of everyone's life. The truest friendships in the world generally include the following situations: sharing the same window, enduring hardships together, climbing walls together, engaging in mischief, drinking together, visiting brothels together, serving time in jail together, sharing spoils. If we follow this logic, then the friendship between Harry and Ron is beyond doubt. They shared the same window. Whether they shared a bed is debatable. They climbed walls together, well, the walls of their humble abode. They drank butterbeer together and visiting a brothel. Probably not. They served time in jail. Going to the Forbidden Forest must be more painful than jail, and sharing spoils, that must have happened too. As the saying goes, we don't seek to die on the same day, but we seek to be born on the same day, sharing blessings and facing difficulties together, and for brothers to stab each other in the back. The essence of these words is, if I'm unlucky, you shouldn't expect to fare well either. Today is the second day of the school year. During breakfast, the owls delivered mail and packages. It was a long time later that Harry recalled how Ron's owl, Errol, fell into Ron's pot, splattering milk and feathers all over him and Ron. This incident seemed to signify that today would be fraught with troubles. "Errol," Ron shouted, his tone not filled with worry, just surprise and confusion. He pulled the drenched owl out by its leg, and the poor creature lay limp on the table, its legs in the air, with a soaked red envelope in its beak. "I never thought your family could still afford an owl." "Ah, your dad must have sold his trousers to get it. This bird looks so lively." After breakfast, Draco walked past Ron, followed closely by Crabbe and Goyle, who immediately burst into loud laughter. Ash, munching on a sandwich, glanced at the poor owl and shook his head, remaining non-committal about Draco's words. He had outgrown the phase of eagerly quarreling with immature and naive kids. In fact, if he were in Draco's shoes, his words would have been even harsher. "Good morning, Hermione." Ash greeted Hermione, glancing at the book on the table, Traveling with Vampires. He shrugged. Gilderoy Lockhart's fame should not be underestimated, but hopefully his abilities match his reputation. Do you have class this morning? Hermione looked up and noticed Slytherin students leaving the hall one by one, all carrying books. Charms class. Ash glanced at the book in Draco's hand. He himself was still unaware of this semester's course schedule, as he had only been chatting with that notebook yesterday. Hermione sized Ash up and reminded him, "You didn't leave your wand in the dorm, did you?" Based on last year's experience. Ash never brought his wand to class or even for exams. He always managed to leave it behind in the dorm. Ash remained unfazed, replying casually, "Yeah, I forgot to bring my wand again." Hermione checked the time. Class hadn't started yet. You can go back to get your wand. Too much trouble. Using someone else's is fine. Hermione's expression became subtle, mixed with a hint of disdain. Have you forgotten where you left your wand? Ash's responses always left people speechless. He nonchalantly shook his head, confidently saying, "It's right under my pillow. I checked before leaving." An expected silence followed. Hermione turned her head, having lost the desire to say even a word to Ash. If this went on, she feared she would be unable to resist the urge to beat Ash in front of so many people. Ash stretched his arms and remarked, "What a wonderful day today. The weather is so nice. But it's cloudy today." Chubby Neville interrupted Ash, pointing at the ceiling, which was covered in dark clouds. Clearly, it was cloudy outside as well. Cloudy? What's wrong with a cloudy day? As long as you have a good mood, even a cloudy day could be a good day, right? Ash glided over to Neville, as if skating, and turned his head 90 degrees to face him. "Don't you think what I said makes sense?" Just nodding would do. Under Ash's suggestion, Neville awkwardly nodded, and then Ash suddenly let go, sliding back to where he had been standing. "TCH, talking nonsense again," Ron said openly, which took a lot of courage. Hopefully, he wouldn't regret it later. Ash remained unfazed, his smile carrying 100% malice. "Do you know how my good mood came about?" Ron, not looking up, replied, not interested. "The moment I see you in trouble, I can't help but feel happy." Ash drew a semicircle in the air, flicking his fingers to reveal a red letter. Ron hurriedly looked at his table, realizing his family letter had somehow ended up in Ash's hands. "Give it back. What should I give back to you?" Ash countered this letter. "How do you prove it's yours?" Ron suddenly stood up, and Harry quickly grabbed him, fearing he would charge forward. "Because it has my name on it." Ron suppressed his anger, having noticed Snape looking over with a cold smile not far away. Ash held the envelope in one hand, using the other to brush its surface before displaying it to everyone. "Are you sure it has your name on it?" The people present were not blind. They clearly saw that the envelope bore another person's name, Ash Grindelwald. "You bastard." Ron broke free from Harry's grasp and took a few steps forward, reaching for the letter in Ash's hand, and then something unbelievable happened. He actually snatched the envelope back, staring blankly at Ash. Ron couldn't say a word for a long time. He was utterly confused. "If I were you, I wouldn't have taken that letter back," Ash said slowly, observing Ron's ugly expression. As he said, he was in a great mood now. "Open it. Let your misfortune entertain me." Ron's body trembled. The letter crumpled in his unconscious grip. He panted heavily, like an angry bull. Harry felt he was no longer holding a person, but a tsunami. "Bastard!" Ron finally couldn't hold back. Flicking his wrist, he threw Harry aside. He shouted loudly, charging fiercely at Ash. Adjusting his glasses, Ash moved slightly to the side while extending a foot to block Ron's path. Bang, the feeling of hitting the ground wouldn't be pleasant. Ron lay on the floor, unable to get up for a long time, while nearby students burst into laughter, including many Gryffindors. "Professor," Ron started it. Ron, lying on the ground, heard the most despicable lie of his life. At least he thought it was a lie, and then he heard Snape's voice. 5 points from Gryffindor. And, "Mr. Weasley, you need to apologize for your rude and vile behavior." "Well, I'm a forgiving person, so no need for an apology. How about letting him do some chores instead? The potions classroom hasn't been cleaned in ages." "Very well, that's a good suggestion, Mr. Weasley." "Did you hear that?" Ron, who had been trying to get up, fainted cleanly after hearing this. He fainted out of anger. Before Ron passed out, his last thought was, "I must kill this bastard." Snape couldn't be bothered to look at Ron on the ground. He turned around and coldly stared at Harry, who wanted to say something, until the latter lowered his head and swallowed his anger. Only then did Snape turn and leave with satisfaction. Ask rubbed his chin, and facing the collective furious glares of the Gryffindor students, he shrugged and swaggered out of the Great Hall behind Snape. Once Ask and Snape left, Harry remembered that Ron was still lying on the ground and hurried over to help him sit up. He called Neville to help him take Ron to the infirmary. But before Neville could respond, Hermione picked up a cup and splashed all the cold water in it onto Ron's face. Harry was furious. I'm helping him. Hermione coldly replied. She said this could help you. Help me? Ron scoffed, using Harry's help to stand up and sit in his seat, grumpily saying, She's just in cahoots with that guy. Don't say that, Ron, Harry said. Hermione, she's not that kind of person. Oomph. Didn't you see how happy they were chatting in front of us? Ron said bitterly, wiping the blood off his nose with a tissue. What was Hermione doing when that guy insulted me? She was reading, didn't even look at me. Am I not even as good as a book? Maybe she's just in a bad mood today. Haha, you don't believe me? You think I'm making trouble. You think I'm slandering her. You think I'm lying? Ron looked at Harry with a disappointed expression, and Harry lowered his head. He didn't believe Hermione was the kind of person Ron described. He preferred to believe there must have been some misunderstanding between Hermione and Ron. However, under Ron's pressure, he ultimately had to nod against his will. He didn't have many friends, so he couldn't afford to lose any. Long live friendship. Hogwarts remained calm, but this calm was destined not to last. It was like a stage, when the actors were not on it. It was merely a stage, with no mouth, no hands, no feet, and it couldn't complete a script by itself. It had been waiting for the arrival of the protagonists, waiting for the arrival of the supporting characters, waiting for the villains, waiting for the extras. When everything was in place and all was ready, the curtain of Hogwarts slowly opened, presenting to the world a performance that might not be spectacular, but would certainly leave a lasting impression. For Ask, life at Hogwarts was mundane. The students got along harmoniously. With mutual respect, teachers treated students with kindness and friendliness. The campus was filled with a good atmosphere of promoting civility, establishing new norms, striving to be exemplary students, and moving towards the lofty goal of becoming well-rounded youths. This was very bad. To describe Ask with a rather unrefined term, he was a troublemaker. He was inherently a disruptive and unstable element who loved to cause trouble. What he hated most was stability, and what he wanted to do was to destroy stability. Thus, under Ask's efforts, in less than a week since the school started, Hogwarts was already in chaos. He didn't do anything himself, but the various conflicts and contradictions that had existed among the four houses for centuries only needed a spark to ignite. Even the usually low-key Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were drawn in by Ask's relentless instigation and schemes, unable to keep themselves out of it. During this time, Gilderoy Lockhart began his teaching career at Hogwarts. Although he was famous, even more so than Harry Potter, all the teachers and students at Hogwarts didn't believe he could last a year in this position, especially since it had once been cursed by someone whose name could not be spoken. However, that didn't matter. Having a year to live in the same castle with him was already a great thing for most people, especially the girls. As for others' opinions of Gilderoy Lockhart, Ask couldn't care less. He was increasingly annoyed by Lockhart's flamboyance. However, he still liked Lockhart's books. His criticism was solely directed at Lockhart himself, because this person dared to put on a show in front of Ask, and then failed miserably. That was during the first defense against the dark arts class. After the class settled down, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly, bringing everyone to silence. He reached for Neville's Gaddying with Ghouls and held it up, showcasing the cover with his own photo winking. Ask glanced at his own book, confirming that Lockhart's photo was indeed on it, and then he curled his lip, tore the cover off, and tossed it into the desk hole. He hadn't noticed what was on the cover before, but now it seemed that Lockhart's photo was indeed a major blunder. This book was Gaddying with Ghouls. So where was the ghoul on the cover? Was Lockhart's silly photo the true form of the ghoul? Hermione sat next to Ask, just like in all previous classes, with Gryffindor and Slytherin seated separately, Hermione and Ask being the middle part. Unlike other students who deliberately kept their distance, their proximity had reached a dangerously close level, the dividing line drawn on the table being meaningless. A traitor from Gryffindor. Ron, sitting in the back row, lay on the table and said in a muffled voice, mimicking Harry, piling up Lockhart's works to block his face. This was completely pointless now, since Lockhart didn't care about a rough guy like Ron. His orientation was evidently normal. Lockhart pointed to his photo, winking. Gilderoy Lockhart, third-class member of the Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League. 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. But I don't brag about that. I'm not the one who drives away the banshee with a smile. He waited for everyone to laugh, and a few people smiled faintly. He won. He too. 10010. Lockhart seemed not to notice the malice hidden in the laughter. He picked up a thick stack of exam papers from the table, walked down from the podium, and said while distributing the papers, I see you all bought my complete works. Wonderful. I think we should start with a little quiz today. Don't be afraid. It's just to see how well you've read and understood. After handing out the papers, he returned to the podium. You have 30 minutes now. Start. Ask glanced at the exam paper, curled his lips, and then began to write furiously. Hermione, sitting next to him, watched in astonishment as he wrote effortlessly, breezing through the first question without a pause. Hermione felt a bit disappointed. She had planned to let Ask copy her answers. You like reading Professor Lockhart's books too? Hermione asked as she wrote. Yeah, not bad, Ask replied. He was almost done, and had spent less than 10 minutes. Looking around, he noticed that almost all the students were scratching their heads, including some of Lockhart's fans. Ask shook his head. It seemed not everyone liked Lockhart because of his books. Some just liked the man himself, which was the opposite of Ask. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the exam papers and began to flip through them in front of the whole class. TSK, TSK. Almost no one remembers that my favorite color is lilac. I mentioned it in A Year with the Yeti in Tibet. Some of you need to read Weekend with Werewolves more carefully. In Chapter 12, I clearly stated that my ideal birthday gift is for all magical and non-magical people to live in harmony. However, I wouldn't refuse a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. Lockhart winked mischievously at the students, while Ron looked at him with distrust, and Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas in front were silently shaking with laughter. But Hermione was listening intently when Lockhart suddenly mentioned her name, startling her. But Miss Hermione Granger knows that my secret ambition is to eliminate evil from the world and sell my own line of hair care products. Good girl. In fact, Lockhart flipped over Hermione's paper, 100 points. Where's Miss Hermione Granger? Hermione raised a trembling hand. Excellent. Very good. 10 points for Gryffindor, Lockhart said with a smile. Now, back to business. He bent down and pulled out a large covered cage from behind the podium and placed it on the table. Hermione's face turned red. Lockhart's praise and extra points excited her for a moment, but when she saw the exam paper on Ask's desk, her excitement faded, replaced by curiosity and confusion. You didn't submit your paper? Ask yawned, nodded, piled up the books on his desk to block his view, and comfortably lay down, resting his arms on his head, looking sideways at Hermione. What are you looking at me for? Hermione said softly, taking Ask's exam paper and glancing at it, her mouth forming a cute O. Why didn't you submit your paper? Hermione asked, looking into Ask's eyes. He blinked and smiled. If I submit mine, you'll only get 5 points. Hermione frowned. Are you trying to trick me? No, Ask said innocently. It would have been better if he could hide the smile on his face. Your paper is perfect. As long as you submit it, you'll definitely get extra points. It's just a matter of how many. As for me, well, my paper is not perfect, so submitting it won't get me any extra points. All your answers are correct. Ask interrupted with a smile. I copied the last 2 questions from you. Hermione put down the paper, folded it, tucked it into her book, and then huffed, warning Ask that's cheating. You'll lose points if you get caught. Don't do that next time. Ask answered nonchalantly. I can't get caught. I can't be bothered with you. Hermione huffed, turning to look at Lockhart. Ask smiled slightly, continuing to unabashedly admire Hermione's profile, squinting as if he might fall asleep at any moment. Now be careful. My task is to teach you how to defend against the most evil things known in the wizarding world. You will face the most terrifying things in this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you will not be harmed. I only ask that you remain calm. Hermione watched the thing in the cage, gripping her wand excitedly. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover, and Dean and Seamus stopped laughing. Neville in the front row shrank back. Years of bad luck had taught Neville that whenever something bad happened, he would definitely be involved. I must ask you not to scream, Lockhart said in a lowered voice. That will anger them. The whole class held their breath as Lockhart lifted the cover. Indeed, he said theatrically, just caught a Cornish pixie. All the students widened their eyes at the lively pixies in the cage. They were a deep blue color, about 8 inches tall, with pointy faces and very sharp, shrill voices, as if many budgerigars were arguing together. Once the cover was removed, they began chattering, bouncing around, shaking the bars of the cage, and making all sorts of strange faces at the nearby students. All right, Lockhart said loudly. Let's see how you deal with them. He opened the cage door. Chaos ensued. The pixies flew around like rockets. 2 of them grabbed Neville's ears and lifted him up. A few others shot straight out the window, shattering glass all over the back of the classroom. The rest wreaked havoc in the room, more ferocious than a rampaging rhino. They grabbed ink bottles and splashed ink everywhere, tore books and papers in shreds, ripped down the pictures from the walls, overturned the trash can, and threw backpacks and textbooks out the broken windows. Minutes later, half the class had taken cover under their desks, and Neville was swinging from the chandelier. Get lost. Ask grabbed a book from the table next to him and threw it at a pixie, hitting it squarely. The pixie fell silently. The others that were still causing chaos seemed to be provoked and swarmed towards Ask one after another. Hee, you like to play? Ask suddenly stood up, stretched his wrists, and grabbed a book in each hand like a baseball bat, swinging it at the pixies. His movements were quick and his strikes were hard. None of the pixies he hit could get back up. After knocking a few away, the pixies realized that Ask was someone they couldn't mess with. So they all avoided him and charged at others instead. Lockhart had completely lost control of the classroom. His wand had been snatched away by the pixies at some point, so he could only cower under the desk, trembling. Until this moment, he still didn't forget to act cool and handsome, loudly shouting, "Practice is the only standard for testing truth. Classmates, this is a little test for you." Bang due to Neville's weight issue. The chandelier couldn't hold up and fell right onto the lectern, forcing Lockhart to shut his mouth, waiting under the lectern with tears in his eyes for the situation to calm down. However, he still didn't know that this class was destined to be a major disaster. Among all those present, perhaps only Ask was the calmest. His desk was piled with many books, and without aiming, he casually picked one up and threw it at the little sprite. This time his accuracy was much worse. Out of 4 books thrown, 3 hit other students instead. In the chaos, the students needed someone to step up as a model to imitate, and unfortunately, Ask became that example. Seeing Ask hit several little sprites with books, the other students began to imitate him, and soon the classroom was filled with various unidentified flying objects. Their aim was even worse than Ask's. Most of the books they threw hit their classmates, yet they seemed to enjoy it even more, especially when some managed to sneak attack their usual rivals amidst the chaos, leading to counterattacks. Ron, sitting behind Ask, snickered a few times, picked up the biggest and thickest book, aimed for a long time, and threw it at the back of Ask's head. You bustat! Ron shouted excitedly, feeling like he wanted to pound his chest to express his excitement. The book, whistling through the air, headed towards Ask, who seemed to have an eye on the back of his head and gently sidestepped, while also giving a light pat on the shoulder of a student in front of him. Hey, Ron is sneaking up on you. The student sitting in front of Ask was Slytherin's Blaze Zabini, a quiet and unremarkable skinny boy. Upon hearing Ask's words, he instinctively turned his body around, ending up facing backward, and then his view was filled with a book. Bang, the book slapped flat against Blaze's face, and he promptly fell backward until he hit the ground, the book still stuck to his face. The classroom suddenly fell silent, all eyes focused on Blaze, then shifted to Ask behind him, who had leaned slightly to the side, smiling as he pointed at the dumbfounded Ron, who was still in the throwing motion. It was him. Don't let him off the hook. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility on a person, it must first temper their will, labor their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and disrupt their actions. So, what Ron had been experiencing lately might not necessarily be a bad thing. This was the rhythm of heaven preparing to give him a great responsibility. If Ron's experiences were written into a book, he would definitely be the type of tragic male protagonist, like being born with his mother dead, his father marrying a wicked stepmother, having a gifted yet cold-hearted brother, growing up to find he was a loser, getting his betrothed to come and break off the engagement, and then meeting a friend only to get sold out. Plots like this would definitely be in Great Ron. If all goes smoothly, the next step would be Ron's journey of reversal, with a ring left by his mother containing a white-bearded old man who is kind, knowledgeable, practical, and loves young boys. Under such a good mentor and friend, Ron would surely embark on the path to dominance, continuing to show off and slap faces, promoting shamelessness and thick-skinned behavior, unlocking a hidden profession of breeding Mares in the harem, complete with a turtle-like aura, stepping on the faces of equally foolish and lowly background characters to reach the peak of life. Just thinking about it makes him a bit excited, right? Ron felt a rush of excitement, and then he woke up, realizing he had just fallen asleep in potions class. He lifted his head to see the menacingly smiling figure standing in front of him, with a face full of dissatisfaction, looking for someone to vent his anger on. Who else could it be but Snape? At that moment, Ron really wanted to pull out a big, hard stick from his back and teach Snape a lesson. Who gave you the courage to sleep in my class? Snape's face was as gloomy as ever. His smile twisted into another meaning. If this was the grin of a demon, most students who had been tormented by Snape would raise their hands in agreement. With that smile, Snape glanced at Harry, who was sitting next to Ron, sitting upright, eyes straight ahead, strictly adhering to the rules. Although he seemed flawless, Snape still found a flaw. He picked up a cauldron from the desk, glanced at it with disgust and contempt, and then slammed it down heavily on the table. Potter, what do we learn in this class? Cold remedy potion, Harry replied, sighing. Snape was indeed targeting him again. Snape snorted, tapping the cauldron with a stirring rod. making an annoying clinking sound. Is this the cold remedy potion you made? What do you think of your work? Harry raised his head to look at Snape, whose smile made him feel nauseous enough to almost vomit his leftover meal. A year had passed, and Harry had become quite familiar with Snape's tricks. At this moment, no matter how he answered, it would be wrong, and he would face Snape's cold ridicule. Although he had practiced for over a decade with the Dursleys, when faced with Snape's sharp tongue, Harry still couldn't remain calm. Indeed, that fat uncle and the potions professor at Hogwarts were not from the same dimension. Seeing Harry silent, Snape smiled again, this time with a hint of pleasure. It wasn't a sinister grin, but it was even more frightening. Not talking. You still know nothing. Snape turned elegantly, leaving behind his judgment. 10 points from Gryffindor, still because of your stupidity. It must be said that habit is a very interesting thing. Harry found that when Snape deducted points from him, he actually didn't feel sad at all. A year ago, he would have felt a bit guilty, but now, if Snape didn't deduct points from him in a potions class, he would feel something was off. Smoke wafted through the air as the potions class continued, and Snape checked each student's results one by one. As expected, Slytherin students received points, although they were all single digits and less than 5, but accumulated enough to widen the gap between the two houses in the House Cup. It must be said that Snape was quite dedicated. His love for potion making was genuine. Although he awarded points to Slytherin students, he didn't praise them, because these shallow works were merely the beginning. The points were only because they were Slytherins. Is this your work? Snape was the last to check asks, nodding slightly as a form of acknowledgement. Not bad. A simple not bad was already a very generous evaluation from Snape. For others, he couldn't even be bothered to say anything. However, Ask only received that one comment. While the other Slytherin students enjoyed the points he did not share. Very unfair, right? This is the general perception. But for Snape, this was fairness. Throughout Snape's life, it could be said that he succeeded and failed because of women. He basically fell because of women. As a failure, it was impossible not to harbor hostility towards someone like Ask, who was on the verge of being a life winner. Although the relationship between the two was not great last semester, one thing is one thing. They had no deep-seated grudges like a father-killing or wife-stealing feud. Their eyes were only on women, the sons of women, and the husbands of women. Snape, the good friend of the woman's husband, actually did not care much about Ask. Snape's hostility stemmed from the person sitting next to Ask at that moment. Hermione. Hermione, a clever and lovely muggle girl. Ask, a rule-breaking, troublemaking, shameless disgrace of Slytherin. Alone, Snape wouldn't pay much attention to him, but when these two were together, not pleasant. Snape felt an innate discomfort, and in the haze of memory, he seemed to see that bespectacled nemesis who used to beat him up for no reason and shouted about teaching him how to be a person. Clearly, this nemesis's image overlapped with Ask's. Although Harry resembled that person more in appearance, in terms of behavior, Ask seemed more like that guy's own son. In fact, it wasn't impossible. After all, the upper circles are truly chaotic. Anything is possible. In short, in a muddled, unknowing, and inexplicable way, Ask got caught in the crossfire. Born with a thick skin, Ask didn't care about extra points or anything. If the House Cup were a cash prize, it might spark his interest, but just a broken cup. Do you think you're the Holy Grail? Golden galleons are the cutest. No exceptions. However, Ask's indifference didn't mean Hermione didn't care. It wasn't that she was dissatisfied for not getting extra points. Hermione simply felt sorry for Ask because, in her eyes, any extra points were extremely important. In a sense, Hermione gained her status in Gryffindor through the many extra points she could earn. Otherwise, a girl with her personality would not be well regarded by others. Ask saw right through Hermione's thoughts and explained, "All right, I really don't care about those few points." What does it matter to me whether you care or not? Ask had already seen through everything. He smiled and shrugged. That's true. Picking up a stirring rod, he began to stir the sticky potion in the cauldron, treating it like a canvas. And as he swirled the stirring rod, a simple doodle was born. Ask casually picked up Hermione's wand from the table and used a spell to solidify the potion. This doodle became fixed, unique, and one of a kind. This is... Hermione looked at the building in the doodle and asked uncertainly, "A city wall?" "No, it's a castle," Ask corrected. The cauldron was only so big, so he couldn't make it too detailed. "Today is your birthday. I'm sorry, I just remembered and didn't prepare any gift, so I can only use this as a substitute." September 19th. This was Hermione's birthday. Ask hadn't remembered earlier, and neither had anyone else. Perhaps only Hermione herself and her parents remembered this day. P.S. Historically, this day was actually a Saturday. I don't know if Hogwarts had classes, so I'll assume they did. Hermione furrowed her brows, stared at the cauldron for a long time, then suddenly turned to Ask, puffing up her cheeks, and said, "You're being too casual about this." Ask coughed lightly a few times. Time is tight. If I had enough time to prepare. Fine, I'll give you time. Before midnight tonight, I want to see a perfect birthday gift. Seeing the smile and pride on Hermione's face, Ask knew he had been tricked. He slumped dejectedly on the table and quietly complained. What happened to the most basic trust between people? Wanting to vent his frustration, Ask picked up his wand to melt the potion in the cauldron, but Hermione stopped him, gently taking the wand away and using a spell to dig out the potion block inside. Hermione cheerfully said, "It looks quite like a birthday cake, doesn't it?" Ask interjected, "It would be even better if we added cream, decorated it with some icing, and stuck in some candles. It would be best to add a little fruit. Too much cream can be overwhelming. I like blueberries. What about you? Raspberries? Then let's add a little raspberry." Ask and Hermione began discussing how to make the cake, completely forgetting that it was still class time. It was incredible that Hermione hadn't noticed this either, let alone Ask. Not far behind them, Harry and Ron had begun to doubt whether they were dreaming. Was that really the Hermione they knew? Snape shot several fierce glares at Ask, but he didn't care at all. Just then, he noticed Harry whispering to Ron, so he stepped forward, ready to take it out on the two of them. "All right, I'll leave this to you. I still need a big cake." As he spoke, Ask found himself shouldering a heavy burden again, but compared to a perfect gift, this didn't seem too difficult. Resigned, he nodded and began racking his brains to think about how to complete the above tasks within 8 hours. In a good mood, Hermione took out her storage pocket, opened the bag, and picked up a potion block, as if she planned to take it with her. "Hey, what good is that to you?" Hermione shot Ask a disdainful glance while putting the potion block back in her storage pocket, saying in a very natural tone, "When I catch a cold, I'll take it out and bite a piece and I'll be fine." September 19th, 1992, Saturday. On that day, and even in the last class of the week, after potions class ended, students from the two houses felt a great sense of relief. They finally had a day to rest and do what they loved. Perhaps the Quidditch players were the exception. The Quidditch captains from the four houses unanimously requisitioned Sunday. And the feelings of the Quidditch players, who didn't know whether to consider themselves lucky or unfortunate, were as complicated as Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The experienced old players checked the calendar and suddenly realized that the Quidditch matches were about to start. In fact, there was still more than a month to go before they began. What these players were worried about was the Quidditch training on Sunday, while Ask seemed to have even heavier concerns and a more pressing timeline. As Ask wandered around Hogwarts, only 4.5 hours remained until midnight. After dinner, he started searching for suitable places in Hogwarts to carry out his plan. In a sense, Ask had indeed prioritized this matter, with the kitchen available. Making the cake was no longer a problem. Ask recalled the information he could use. He needed a birthday cake, a birthday gift, and a secret room. The first one could be considered solved, and he already had a plan for the second, but as for the third, he really had no idea. Rooms were abundant in Hogwarts, and many were vacant, but Ask's plan was for midnight, at which time there could be uninvited guests showing up. On this list, one could definitely find Filch, Peeves, various gossiping ghosts with strange quirks, and Dumbledore. Ask had 100 ways to deal with those people in front of him, but when it came to Dumbledore, he had no good ideas. After thinking it over, all he could come up with were unrealistic methods like taking Dumbledore out, making him senile, or even gouging out his eyes. Just thinking of that crooked-nosed old man peering at him with a loving gaze and that inscrutable smile, as if he understood everything, made Ask feel an impulse to blow up Hogwarts with dark magical items. Calm down. Ask slapped his own face and looked around. He realized he had already walked around Hogwarts Castle for a full circle. Now he was back at the beginning, at the entrance of the Great Hall on the first floor. Accomplishing nothing, Ask sighed and headed towards the kitchen. If he really couldn't figure out the third condition, then he would have to lower his standards and leave a bit of regret. As he approached a painting of a silver bowl filled with fruit, Ask scratched the pear, which giggled in response to the tickle. It then transformed into a large green handle, which he grabbed to pull open the door. Inside was the kitchen, a place where a group of house elves worked and rested. Ask looked at the pear, now returned to its original state, and wondered what kind of imagination the person who set up this mechanism had to think of using a pear, especially one in a painting, to open the door. Moreover, he had heard that the Weasley twins frequently visited here. How did they discover this mechanism? Did they really scratch every painting in Hogwarts? The image of the fat lady crossed Ask's mind, causing him to shiver and break out in goosebumps. The thought was terrifying. When he opened the door, all the house elves collectively greeted Ask with a salute, and the previously noisy kitchen suddenly fell silent. Being stared at by so many non-human beings made even Ask feel a bit uncomfortable. These house elves were all peculiar looking and quite extraordinary among their kind. Considering they hadn't left the Hogwarts kitchen for 1,000 years, it was evident that the pros and cons of inbreeding had manifested in these non-human beings. Speaking of which, if house elves were to be classified by class, this group of Hogwarts was clearly pure-blood aristocrats. The truth brought tears to my eyes. So, to hell with pure-blood aristocrats. Ass didn't think that deeply, because with all the house elves looking almost identical, he could only randomly pick one and ask, "Is my cake ready?" The little elf, wearing a tea towel with the Hogwarts crest, was sitting closest to the entrance. Upon hearing Ask's question, it quickly stood up, beamed a big smile, bowed, and performed a curtsy. "Almost done. You just need to wait a little longer." "Not ready yet." Ask's mood was not great, and his tone was heavier, clearly scaring the poor little creature. The elf seemed to pull a wooden board from somewhere and began to bang its head against it like a chick pecking a grain, quickly causing its head to bleed. "Tiki, you idiot." Tiki didn't complete the task. Tiki is doomed. Ask, seemingly unable to bear it, crouched down and reached out to pull the house elf named Tiki up, but it seemed determined to bash its head against the board, refusing to get up. "TCH, you're forcing me." Ask spat, and the spit landed right on Tiki's forehead, quite noticeable. He waved his hand towards the cutlery hanging on the wall, and a sharp silver knife flew into his hand. Clang. Ask dropped the knife on the ground, looking down at Tiki from above, sighed, and said, "Well, seeing your determination to die is so strong, I won't stop you. I'll help you out. But unfortunately, your method of suicide is too painful and inefficient. We all have places to be. Why not just use this knife to make a clean cut on your neck? No pain, just one quick slice, how about that?" Ask could swear that after he said this, Tiki paused its actions and forgot to continue its self-reproach. It kept its head down, so he couldn't see its expression, but one could imagine it was probably thinking the same thing it wanted to say. What the hell, this script isn't right. Moments later, Tiki continued to bang its head against the board, as if it hadn't heard Ask's words. Just as Ask was about to say something else, he heard Tiki let out a scream, crashing into the board and breaking it in half. It didn't lift its head again, lying there, blood pooling around it, looking as if it were dead. Damn, this little guy is really clever. Both of them thought simultaneously, each a disgrace to their kind. Not long after Tiki pretended to be dead, 8 house elves came together, carrying a cake that was over a meter in diameter. "Heh, unexpectedly nice." Ask smiled, feeling quite satisfied, and all the house elves sighed in relief together. How to say it? Ask rubbed his hands, looking a bit embarrassed. At his feet, Tiki lay there, eyes wide open in death, thinking, "You lot, why didn't you bring it out sooner?" "Thank you." Ask bowed seriously, then suddenly cast a levitation spell on the big cake, grabbed it, and ran out, closing the door behind him. Few after running to the end of the corridor, Ask set the large cake down and leaned against the wall, panting heavily. "It's been so long since I thanked someone. I really am not used to it." Ask stammered to himself. The reason he ran away was actually because he didn't know how to face those house elves after thanking them. In other words, he was shy. Looking at the big cake next to him, Ask licked his lips, his eyes becoming excited and fervent, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up into a handsome arc. Perfect. Ask wanted to shout with excitement, but could only cover his mouth with his hand, trying hard to suppress it, rolling around on the ground to vent some of his abundant energy. His clean clothes turned into dirty ones, and the once handsome boy became a scruffy wanderer, but the cake remained spotless and still. After calming down, Ask had to face the third problem. He needed a suitable venue, preferably one where even Dumbledore couldn't find him. "Why aren't you rolling anymore?" A cold voice drifted over, and Ask felt the temperature around him drop significantly. Looking up, he saw Bloodman Barlow standing near the ceiling, looking expressionless at Ask. "Yo, long time no see, Barlow." Ask greeted him, but the response was, "Did a bludger hit you in the head? You were sitting next to me just now during lunch." That's an exaggeration. A rhetorical device. Ask forcefully explained. "Huh, Ask, you really do look like a human." Bloodman Barlow said with a sneer, "That's personification. Also a form of rhetorical device. Are you mocking me? You want to die?" Bloodman Barrow suddenly appeared in front of Ask, holding a small silver knife in his hand. The knife bore the same silver bloodstains as those on Bloodman Barrow's body, glinting coldly. Just a glance at it gave a painful sensation, as if one's eyes were cut by the blade's light. "Let's talk nicely. A gentleman uses words, not violence." Ask chuckled dryly, tilting his head back. His neck had barely moved away from the blade when Bloodman Barrow's hand moved slightly, keeping the knife pressed against Ask's throat. "I am a ghost." "Then fine. A ghost uses words, not violence." Ask readily changed his words. "I am not an ordinary ghost. You should be well aware of that." After a moment of silence, It was either an explosion in silence or extinction in silence, and so Ask exploded. NMB, if you have the ability, try to move me. Damn it, I don't believe it. You're a ghost, to put it nicely, or, to put it harshly, you're just a dead person, a body turned to dust. How dare you threaten me? Do you think I was raised to be scared? Damn you. I just swore once. Do you really have to overreact? Come on, I'm standing right here today. Why don't you try to move me? If you don't dare, then you are me. Zila Ass clothes are neatly split in half from the neck to the abdomen, a red mark imprinted on the skin, perfectly dividing Ass body in two. Why aren't you speaking? The Bloodman Barrow pressed his knife 3 inches below Ask's navel and continued. What am I to you? You are my ancestor. Ask picked up his integrity and threw it on the ground, stomping on it a few times, then bent his knee and knelt on the integrity mat. The integrity shattered all over the ground. Bloodman Barlow had long been psychologically prepared for someone's shamelessness and lack of face. Over this period, he had also figured out a way to deal with Ask, and from the current situation, it seemed to be effective. When it comes to Ask, one must never treat him as a normal 11 or 12-year-old boy. Those mischievous kids are like adorable little angels compared to Ask. Generally speaking, Ask's reactions to things are different from most people's. His thought processes and ways of approaching problems differ greatly from existing standards. As if the wiring in his brain was mixed up at the factory, reversing the positive and negative, causing the motor to run backward. Bloodman Barlow couldn't be bothered to ponder what created such a unique individual. What he excelled at was cutting through the chaos with a quick knife. No matter how you think, I just did it this way, and you must honestly follow my instructions, otherwise I'll swiftly cut through your mess. If there's anything in Bloodman Barlow's character that resembles Ask, it can be reflected in some events. Perhaps not many people know that Bloodman Barlow almost became someone's son-in-law, and that person was the founder of Hogwarts, the first head of Ravenclaw, the owner of the crown, symbolizing wisdom, beautiful and charming. Skipping these descriptive adjectives, we see a name, Rowena Ravenclaw. Yes, you are not mistaken, and you are not guessing wrong. The Bloody Baron is indeed the ghost of Ravenclaw, Ms. Grey, whose real name is Helena Ravenclaw's fiancée. This explains why Peeves rarely pranks Ravenclaw students, and why those students threaten Peeves with the phrase, I will tell Ms. Grey about your actions. Peeves' Bloody Baron Ms. Grey. This is a simple food chain relationship. Of course, this is just a small part of the food web. The real man at the top of the Hogwarts food chain. Is there such a person? In those years, Bloodman Barrow was considered quite a talented individual. Although he was from Slytherin House, being recognized by Rowena Ravenclaw and becoming her fiancé already speaks volumes. In short, he was a formidable man. However, he probably never expected that he would ultimately fall because of a woman. That year, Helena Ravenclaw, a woman who usually appeared quite intelligent, seemed to have lost her mind. She actually stole the diadem from her ailing mother and claimed it as her own. To avoid being found, she even fled her home, running to a remote corner of the world. It was said that Rowena Ravenclaw was only suffering from a minor illness at the time. After all, older people have weaker immune systems, and occasional headaches and fevers are not unusual. However, upon learning of her daughter's actions, Rowena swiftly acquired the debuff of dying. Bloodman Barrow was a good man. It is unclear whether he was driven by righteous anger, sympathy for a mother, or simply wanted answers from the foolish Helena, who seemed to lack common sense. The only thing known is that when he set out, there was no love in his heart. As mentioned earlier, Bloodman Barrow was a formidable man, and he quickly found Helena, informing her of her mother's condition and demanding that she return with him. He said at the time, "She is your mother, and you are her daughter." Most people would have wept and knelt down to repent for their actions, then followed Bloodman Barrow back, just in time to see their mother one last time before she passed away, seeking her forgiveness, vowing to change, and striving to become a valuable person. However, Helena went mad at this critical moment, and this time it was fatal. Faced with the obstinate Helena, Bloodman Barrow's approach was simple. He drew his knife and unhesitatingly pierced Helena's heart, then just as decisively stabbed his own heart. It remains unknown what Bloodman Barrow was thinking at that moment. What emotions were in his heart? Despair? Sadness? Anger? Confusion? One thing can perhaps be confirmed. Bloodman Barrow has no regrets about that fateful knife. After all, not everyone can return to the home of the person whose daughter they have killed and continue to live a carefree life for 1,000 years. If Bloodman Barrow is not insane, then he certainly does not regret that knife. From this tragedy, it can be seen that Bloodman Barrow is a person lacking in patience, at least when it comes to things he despises. He rarely speaks, preferring to act instead, and he never drags things out, always decisive and straightforward. After completing a task, regardless of the outcome, he will not feel regret. Ask is quite similar to Bloodman Barrow in his last words, but he differs from him in the preceding actions. What S done is done. It's like getting on the bus and buying a ticket afterward. Ask tends to act first and then see what the results are. He often does not give himself time to think, relying instead on preference and feeling. His decisiveness, unlike Bloodman Barrow's, leans more towards forcing himself to be decisive, leading to a predetermined situation that cannot be undone. At that point, whether it's regret or reflection is meaningless. One can only face it head-on. In summary, Bloodman Barrow is merely dealing with Ask in his usual manner, while Ask has no choice but to accept it, knowing that Bloodman Barrow is absolutely capable of following through. The man who could even kill his own fiancée, a man who dared to kill himself, is now dead, a ghost, and there's no possibility of dying again. When you hold a knife 3 inches below your belly button, are you afraid? I've already knelt down for you. What else do you want to do? Over here, Ask looked at the Bloodman Barrow, who said nothing and did nothing, just standing there threatening himself with a small knife, feeling very depressed. He worried that the Bloodman Barrow would fall asleep standing there, so he kindly reminded him that at least he should find a bed to sleep in. Sleeping while standing is uncomfortable. The Bloodman Barrow obviously wasn't asleep, looking frustrated like Ask, who had been constipated for days with no signs of relief. And he felt much better. You want to celebrate someone else's birthday? Can't it be my own? Ask retorted. Hermione Granger. The Bloodman Barrow read the name left on the cake, and then looked at Ask with a dumbfounded expression. When did you change your name? That's my nickname. You changed your gender too. This name is unisex. Your handwriting is really ugly. It's not my handwriting. It looks delicious. Hey, what are you doing? Put down my cake. Seeing the Bloodman Barrow holding the cake and preparing to leave, Ask panicked, chasing after him, shouting and kicking at the Bloodman Barrow. But as a ghost, the Bloodman Barrow felt no pressure, just found it noisy. Put down my cake, or I'll make you pay. The Bloodman Barrow finally glanced at Ask, who was jumping around like a monkey, looking like he would explode with a poke. Nick's birthday is coming soon, said the Bloodman Barrow. Come on, there are still 3 months left. I just remembered that I haven't given him a birthday gift in hundreds of years. Why is it this year that you remembered? Ignoring Ask's complaints, the Bloodman Barrow continued. This cake looks really delicious. Do ghosts need to eat? Are you kidding me? Ask was about to explode, but at that moment, he realized something. His attention shifted. Wait a minute. How can you pick up the cake? Aren't you incorporeal? I told you, I'm not an ordinary ghost. So you can shamelessly steal my cake. The Bloodman Barrow stopped, and Ask, unable to stop his foot, directly passed through his body. Before you call someone shameless, do you know how to spell shameless? Of course I know, brazen. Oh, congratulations, you got it right, but there's no reward. The Bloodman Barrow shrugged, and he actually made himself laugh. Not a sinister laugh, but a very friendly smile. While Ask was in shock, he continued forward, winding around. Climbing stairs for a long time, he brought Ask to the 8th floor, stopping in front of a painting depicting a giant hitting a foolish Banaba. What did you bring me here for? The Bloodman Barrow set down the cake, his body half sunk into the ground, leaving only his upper half. He was a ghost. If he really wanted to go to the 8th floor, there was no need to take the stairs. But the cake he was holding couldn't pass through. Therefore, Ask understood that the Bloodman Barrow just wanted to bring him here. Walk back and forth 3 times in front of this painting, thinking about the room you need, and a door will appear here. Just go in, said the Bloodman Barrow lightly. Looking at Ask, who wanted to ask questions, he added, this is the room that answers all requests. As for why I want to help you, Ask perked up his ears, ready to listen to the Bloodman Barrow's explanation. But the Bloodman Barrow smiled slightly, and his upper body passed through the floor, disappearing from Ask's view. I'm just not going to tell you. Ask. Although it was quite speechless, the Bloodman Barrow had finally helped him a lot. As long as nothing unexpected happened, there shouldn't be any problems. Well then, let us get started. Ask began to walk back and forth in front of the painting as the Bloodman Barrow had said, imagining the room he wanted in his mind. After 3 rounds, a door indeed appeared on the wall. Ask looked around and then pushed the door open, looking at everything inside, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. 3.5 hours left. That's enough. Ask used a spell to levitate the cake inside, then closed the door. On the night of September 19th, 1992, the moon was bright and the stars were few, and everything was silent. For most people, this day was just an ordinary day, and the events that happened on this day were also ordinary, such as Harry's usual point deduction and potions class, and Neville being locked outside for forgetting the password, and so on. Neville couldn't even remember how many times he had forgotten the opening password. Since last semester, this kind of thing had happened almost every week. Like many other things, Neville had gradually gotten used to it. Neville wasn't stupid. At least when it came to forgetting the password, he was somewhat prepared. Sometimes, all he needed was a pen and a notebook, and forgetfulness was just a bit of a hassle, no longer a disaster. Of course, this method wasn't always effective. Sometimes, Neville would forget where he had placed the little notebook where he wrote everything down, just like now. After searching through all his pockets, Neville still found nothing. It was already 11:30 at midnight, and the fat lady was still there, but without the password, he still couldn't get into the Gryffindor common room. During the day, Neville had left his books in the classroom, and it wasn't until he started his homework that he remembered, so he left the common room. But after he came out, he forgot exactly where he had left the books in which classroom. If it were an ordinary person facing this situation, they would definitely be frustrated and bang their head against the wall, but Neville had long since gotten used to it. He knew that banging his head against the wall was pointless. He just began to recall the places he had been that day, which classrooms he had visited, hoping to make a discovery. At this point, one could probably guess what situation he would encounter next. Neville couldn't remember where he had gone today, except for the Great Hall and the Potions classroom. Neville couldn't remember which classes he had attended today, except for Potions class. Neville couldn't remember if anyone had pranked him today, except for the twins and Draco. Neville couldn't remember. There were too many things Neville couldn't remember, but there were a few things he remembered very clearly, such as a method that could help him find his lost books. Neville had given this method a name, the foolproof search method. Neville spent 3 hours searching through all the classrooms in Hogwarts. In fact, not all of them. He was finally a bit lucky and found his lost books when he checked the 4th floor. Otherwise, it would have taken another 3 hours to finish searching all the classrooms. Neville could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, he just needed to return to the Gryffindor common room and spend some time finishing the history of magic homework assigned by Professor Binns. And that would be a job well done. Then, as mentioned at the beginning, he found himself locked out of the common room. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would definitely feel frustrated and bang their head against the wall, but Neville was already used to it. He knew that banging his head against the wall was pointless. This wasn't the first time he had faced such a situation, and he was accustomed to it. Considering that most people would be asleep at this hour, the common room would definitely be empty. Neville looked around and found a spot he thought was decent, sat down with his back against the wall, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep there for the night. Misfortunes can turn into blessings. There's a song that goes something like this. God loves the foolish child. If one were to describe the scene in words, it would go like this. At that moment, light shone from in front of him as if lightning had broken through the dark clouds, and someone was walking towards Neville. Tap, tap, tap. Neville's ears perked up. He could tell that the sound was the girls walking in small round-toed shoes on the marble floor. At this moment, someone had come here. Neville opened his eyes, eagerly hoping to see a familiar face. There are always a few times in life when one feels they have seen the gates of heaven open. Neville had waited for 12 years, and, at his lowest moment, the gates finally opened. The angel who walked and scanned the surroundings, her gaze sharp as a knife. This person was so dazzlingly bright, it was simply blinding. Later, Neville described her in his notebook with the words, unbearably radiant. She had neatly styled shoulder-length pink hair, a dark green robe, and a moonlight white silk blouse. Her face was not very clear, but she must have been beautiful. Her bangs were a bit long, only allowing him to vaguely see her bright, mirror-like deep blue eyes. This girl might not have been much taller than Neville, but the aura she exuded made him feel weak in the knees. Fortunately, he was sitting on the floor, so he didn't have to worry about embarrassing himself. Why are you sleeping here? The girl asked. Neville was so nervous he couldn't even speak. It was autumn, and the night breeze rolled in through the window, chilly, causing Neville, in his thin clothes, to shiver. Yet his forehead was covered in sweat. Apparently dissatisfied with Neville's reaction, the girl frowned slightly, glanced at the closed door as if she understood something, and said with a hint of exasperation, I see. You forgot the password to open the door again. Neville quickly nodded. He was a bit curious. He had no impression of this girl at all, but her words and actions suggested she seemed to know him. I'm a first-year freshman this year. The girl introduced herself, though to Neville's disappointment, she did not reveal her name. This was a big problem. He could just ask someone else tomorrow since they were in the same college, and there would presumably be many opportunities to interact in the future. In this brief moment, Neville's brain was operating at several times its normal speed, with all his thoughts revolving around the girl in front of him. Look at your wrist. You didn't bring your notebook when you left today, so you've written many things on your wrist. The girl reminded him. Neville froze for a moment, then rolled up his sleeve and indeed found a dense cluster of writing on his wrist, including the password to open the door. How did you know? Not answering that question directly, the girl looked at Neville and said calmly, It's almost midnight. If you don't go in soon, Fat Lady might go back to rest. It seemed that the girl's words contained a mysterious magic. As Neville obediently stood up and walked to the door to open it with the password, he didn't go in immediately, but turn around to look at the girl. And only when she walked past him into the Gryffindor common room did Neville feel a sense of relief wash over him. As long as you enter this door, escaping will be difficult. If Ask were here, he would probably be thinking this. Neville's thoughts were simple. His heart was filled with gratitude for the chance to meet this girl tonight. Thank goodness, she really is a student of our college. A smile spread across Neville's honest face as he turned around, ready to thank the girl, but the common room was completely empty, with no one there. Perhaps she had already gone back to rest. After all, it was getting late. Neville used this reasoning to convince himself, although he felt a bit disappointed. Things hadn't developed in the usual bad direction, which was already quite good. At the very least, he had left a not-too-bad first impression, hadn't he? 10 seconds later, Neville realized he had celebrated too early because he found he had left the hard-won book outside again. That poor child. Sneaking into the Gryffindor common room was even easier than Ask had thought. Polyjuice Potion and Disillusionment Charm were always essential for disguise and stealth, and today, luck was on his side as he happened to run into Neville at the door, thus skipping a step of opening the door. Yes, that pink-haired girl was one of Ask's disguises. Transforming into a girl using Polyjuice Potion was not a first for Ask. It felt like playing a role-playing game. Ask was clearly very invested, mimicking the original owner's walking posture and speaking tone, trying to avoid any flaws. Under the cover of the Disillusionment Charm, Ask smoothly sneaked into the girls' dormitory area. In the Gryffindor dormitory tower, the girls were on the left and the boys were on the right. Due to the time, there was no one moving around outside, and Ask successfully made it to Hermione's dormitory door, stopping to press his ear against the door, listening to the sounds inside. At this moment, there were still 15 minutes until midnight. Because girls tended to be more concerned about their appearance, they generally went to bed much earlier than boys. After all, the sayings about staying up late causing wrinkles, acne, and affecting physical development were quite popular among girls. If at this point there was still a girl awake, it must be Hermione. With 15 minutes left until midnight, 900 seconds, counting from 1 to 100 only takes 9 times. At that moment, the day would end, and the next would be September 20th, 1992, Sunday. For Hermione, it would be a day with unknown weather, but undoubtedly a very bad mood. Knock, knock. Knock. The faint knocking sound was to Hermione like thunder. Although she had already dismissed that possibility in her mind, subconsciously, she still hoped it was true. Gently lifting the blanket, Hermione tightened her pajamas, not even putting on slippers, tiptoeing carefully as if walking on a tightrope past her roommates' beds to the door. Covering her mouth, Hermione's heart raced, and her feelings were complex. No matter how skilled an author was, they could not describe what kind of emotion it truly was. Hermione was filled with anticipation, but feared it might just be an illusion, an empty hope. The knocking sound disappeared, and it hadn't echoed again for a long time. Perhaps it was just an illusion, a result of excessive tension and anticipation leading to auditory hallucinations. Hermione's heart began to race, just like Neville's mind flashed with countless thoughts about that girl in an instant. At this moment, Hermione was also thinking of someone. Perhaps because her brain was much stronger than Neville's, she thought even more. The more she thought, the more chaotic her heart became. The more chaotic her heart, the less she could control her wandering thoughts. Just when Hermione was at a loss, a voice broke the silence. The voice of the person Hermione had murmured countless times passed through the wooden door and flowed into her heart. Hey, my princess, how long are you going to keep the prince waiting outside? Good and bad are relative, not absolute. You are not a Gallian, so you can't make everyone like you. Moreover, there are many who prefer sickles or nuts over galleons. When you can't make everyone like you, there's no need to worry. You just need to make the people you like you. This world is vast, with a large population. There are many people you will never meet in your lifetime. Many you will only meet once, and even more you will forget as soon as you turn away after meeting. Not everyone is your friend, and your friends' friends may not be your friends either. The narrative centered around you is not as grand as you think, so not everyone has enough screen time. Many people in your life are just background characters and extras. Walk your own path and let others talk. After all, they're just a bunch of extras, right? Ask will not care about those extras, but he will care about the person behind the door, standing in front of him, because she is the beautiful scenery in Ask's life that he cannot afford to miss. She will become the irreplaceable, unique leading lady in the script, the closest person destined to accompany Ask until the end of his life. For such a person, one phrase can describe it: love at first sight. Hey, my princess, how long are you going to keep the prince waiting outside? Ask saw Hermione as love at first sight, And how could Hermione's encounter with Ask be any different? It is said that a person will only experience the feeling of a heartbeat once in their life, which means you have met your destined lover. Ask thought he would never have a second chance to feel his heart race again. He always believed in that phrase, fixated on the words that it only happens once. He made a mistake. The emphasis of that phrase is not to tell you that a person will only have one chance to experience a heartbeat, but rather to tell you that when your heart races, you have met your destined one. Everyone makes mistakes. Realizing this and correcting it is enough. Creak. The door slowly opened with only a slight sound of friction. This door, which usually creaked loudly, seemed to understand that this was not the time for it to make a ruckus, so it remained as quiet as possible. Behind this door is a princess, and outside is a prince. As a door, it should feel proud and honored. However, the person who appeared before Hermione was not the dashing prince she had imagined. She was startled by what she saw and almost cried out. But the prince reached out his hand and gently covered her mouth, whispering in a voice Hermione was very familiar with. "It's me, Ask." The polyjuice potion slowly wore off under Ask's precise calculations. His voice returned first, followed by his hair, face and body. Now he had only regained his voice, but his body was still that of a girl. So what Hermione saw was a beautiful girl with Ask's voice. "What happened to you?" Because her mouth was covered, Hermione could only express her question with her eyes and expression. Ask smiled slightly. To Hermione, it felt somewhat out of place because Ask's body was obviously that of a delicate girl, yet the smile on this girl's face belonged to a boy. "There's 7 minutes left. Are you going to stay here and listen to my explanation, missing this day?" Ask had already seen the answer on Hermione's face, but he insisted on finishing his sentence. "Or are you coming with me?" "I'm coming with you." This was a response Hermione blurted out without thinking, but she didn't know when Ask had let go of his hand, so Hermione's voice ended up sounding a bit loud, especially in the quiet of the night. She quickly covered her mouth and turned to see if her roommates had been awakened. At this moment, her heart raced even faster, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. "It's okay. They can't hear us. I came prepared." Ask shrugged, and this action still felt out of place. But Hermione was no longer concerned about that. She bit her lip and glared at Ask with a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Then why did you cover my mouth just now?" "It was just a habit," Ask replied seriously, "although sneaking into the girls' dormitory at midnight isn't my first time. I was still a bit nervous, so my body acted before my brain could react." Hermione only heard half of Ask's answer. She only caught the part about sneaking into the girls' dormitory at midnight not being his first time, and she completely forgot the rest. Hermione ground her teeth. This action usually looked cute, but in the night, as moonlight reflected off her teeth, Ask suddenly remembered Gilderoy Lockhart's book Waltz with Wolves. Ahem. There's still 6 minutes left. Ask had to change the subject. He hated his inherent traits that inevitably caused trouble at critical moments. But this was still better than a certain crucial moment named Shurchun that always went awry. "Wait for me to change my clothes." Hermione was now only wearing pajamas, barefoot. Although she didn't know where Ask planned to take her, it definitely wasn't in Gryffindor's common room. "There's no time." Ask glanced at the clock hanging in the hallway. It was already 11:55, and in 5 minutes, it would be the next day. He looked toward the end of the hallway, where a window was already open, and a cool breeze was coming through. It seemed to be quite windy outside. "Hold on to me. I'm going to take you flying." "What?" Although she didn't quite understand, Hermione still grabbed Ask's outstretched hand, and a force quickly pulled her along. Hermione lost her balance and had to reach out with her other hand to hold onto Ask, her whole body draping over Ask's back like a coat. Hermione looked up and realized that Ask was heading toward the end of the hallway, which was not an exit, at least not a typical one. Perhaps sensing something, when she saw that window, Hermione guessed what Ask was about to do. "Are you going to jump out of the window?" What kind of question is that? Why does your tone suggest that if you haven't jumped out of a window, you're weak, and I'm proud of having jumped out a window? Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes, but unfortunately, even if Ask saw it, he wouldn't take it to heart. Hey, such opportunities are rare. That's right. Who would normally think of jumping out of a window to get somewhere? If it weren't for magic, jumping from the Tower of Hogwarts would definitely be considered a suicidal act. Ask is not a normal person. Hermione has known this for a long time. However, what Ask said afterwards refreshed Hermione's understanding of the term not normal. "Hermione, do you have your wand?" Hermione had a very ominous feeling. "I do, but you don't mean." "Ahaha, that's right. I didn't bring my wand." Ask's laughter showed no hint of shame. As a wizard, not having a wand on him, how can that be considered a wizard? "So, you'll be the one to cast the levitation charm in a bit." Holding Ask's neck, Hermione felt an impulse to bite down and let this oblivious guy know how serious it is. She now regretted not learning Brazilian jiu-jitsu back then. Otherwise, She could have taught Ask a lesson using joint locks. Ahaha, Hermione, get ready, my life is in your hands. Ash shouted somewhat crazily. They had moved quite a distance from the soundproof area he had set up, and his voice gave many still sleeping little lions nightmares. They all dreamed of a madman jumping from the towers of Hogwarts, taking someone with him. Themselves. Those who hadn't jumped off the tower could never understand the contrast of falling from such a height. The horror of feeling one's heart almost leap out of their throat would definitely be unforgettable. At this moment, anyone would instinctively scream out loud, because only in this way could they relieve some of the inner fear and tension. One of the 7 wonders of Hogwarts was born tonight. Laughter and screams soaring in the air. What exactly happened that night? No one could say for sure, but Neville claimed he saw an angel flying in the sky that night. All the students scoffed at this claim, because a wizard who believed in magic suddenly converting to God could only mean that Neville was straying further down the wrong path. Only 2 people exchanged a knowing glance and laughed in unison. Everything was unspoken. The night was so beautiful, and despite the danger, some people stayed up late with dark circles under their eyes. Dumbledore's office was brightly lit. Although old people need plenty of sleep, Dumbledore never considered himself an ordinary old man. He sat at his desk, wearing pajamas with childish patterns and a pointed hat with a round ball on top. If he changed the color to red, he would resemble Santa Claus somewhat. On the desk lay an old book, the title only partially visible, suggesting it was some sort of genealogy. The book was open to the last page, but that last page was only half intact. The half Dumbledore needed was missing. Meticulously observant, nothing slipped past him. Dumbledore gave high praise to the person who tore out that half page. He closed the book and opened a drawer, which contained several similar books, each detailing the genealogies of different families. Regardless of their age, these books shared a common trait. The most crucial parts of the last pages had been deliberately erased. Some names had been intentionally removed. They no longer existed in this world, and hardly anyone even knew their names. If being forgotten means a complete disappearance, then these people had undoubtedly achieved that. They had successfully made themselves vanish entirely. Feeling somewhat weary, Dumbledore rubbed his eyes and picked up a teacup, walking to the window. The bright moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, and the cool night breeze seeped in through the cracks. They were all-pervading. Dumbledore was not deaf. He clearly heard the sounds soaring in the air, and his deep, wise eyes also saw the so-called angel Neville spoke of. The young people these days. Dumbledore took a sip of tea. How terrifying. This boy must not be kept. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Old Dumbledore wouldn't be that sinister. The young people these days. Dumbledore took another sip of tea, squinting slightly as if reminiscing about something truly enviable. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. A top student always puts one at ease. A simple levitation charm is not a problem for Hermione. Even if this time she had to maintain the weight of 2 people, it would only be slightly more challenging. If one had to identify the subjects Hermione struggled with at Hogwarts, flying lessons would definitely be among them. Flying lessons were generally only available in the first year and discontinued after that. In this class, Hermione's theoretical level was very high, enough for her to achieve the highest score even if her practical performance was less than ideal. Hermione wasn't without effort, but talent is indeed a mysterious thing. Harry, who struggled academically, was an excellent seeker in Quidditch, while the mischievous twin brothers excelled as beaters. Even Ron, who was otherwise mediocre except for chess, had more talent in flying than Hermione. Perhaps Neville was the only child from a wizarding family who was not as good at flying as Hermione. This also explains why Neville was often disliked by Draco and the other pure-blood kids. In some sense, he did indeed bring shame upon them. If he could perform a bit better, he probably wouldn't be treated the way he was now. Flying is far more than just using the levitation charm to float up. Levitation is merely a state. You can make an object float. But getting it to fly as you wish is not a simple task, especially when that object is not a toy like a paper airplane. Jumping off the tower, Ask and Hermione initially fell freely. Just as they were about to hit the ground, they suddenly stopped, as if bouncing back from a market bottom, and they shot straight up, exceeding the height of the tower. Awesome. So thrilling. Let us do it again. Ask shouted excitedly, reveling in the experience, but Hermione felt dizzy, her head spinning, and she had the urge to vomit. Much like motion sickness, it was very uncomfortable. Hermione, let us do it again. Just one more time. Hermione was too nauseous to speak. She poked Ask in the waist with her wand, and then shoved the wand into his hand. Why are you giving me your wand? When the wand changed hands, the levitation charm ended, and Ask and Hermione once again plummeted toward the ground. However, Ask quickly used the levitation charm to float himself up, hovering in the air like a dragonfly, completely still. This showed that Ask was indeed better at spell casting than Hermione. His control was clearly superior. "All right, we have 3 minutes left," Ask said somewhat regretfully. Hermione, who was lying on his back, hadn't spoken for a long time, and her intermittent coughing and dry heaving brought Ask back to reality. This was not the time for playing. Ask shook his head and freed one hand to pull out a round hat from his pocket. The top of this hat had a propeller. Ask put the hat on and tapped it with his wand while muttering a spell. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The propeller on the hat spun rapidly, and an upward thrust lifted Ask into the air. He chuckled a few times, twisted his neck, and changed the direction of flight, relying on the flying hat. He took Hermione directly from the window to the 8th floor, stopping right at the entrance of the room of requirement. "We're here, 2 minutes to go," Ask said, but Hermione still didn't let go of his hand. He shrugged, gently broke free, and turned to look at Hermione. There was no doubt that jumping from a building was not a pleasant memory for Hermione. During the fall, she almost thought she was going to die. The ground below seemed more like a demon with its mouth wide open, and falling into that gaping maw would lead straight to hell. Ask might not have noticed that Hermione's scream actually carried a hint of crying. She was truly terrified. When Ask saw Hermione's red-rimmed eyes and her pale, shaken face, he knew he had made another big mistake. This kind of mistake is one we all make, called self-righteousness. To put it bluntly, it could be called selfishness. When considering issues, he only thought about himself and didn't take others' feelings into account, just like Ask had done. Ahem, Hermione, I'm sorry for neglecting your feelings. Ask apologized somewhat awkwardly. This was a rare occurrence for him. It had been ages since he had given a proper apology. In the past, if he did something wrong, he wouldn't apologize at all. He would only try to shirk responsibility and change the subject, because it was never his fault. As for whether the world was wrong or whether it was the right time, that had nothing to do with him. People always grow up. During this process, they smooth out their edges, wear down their tempers, lose a lot, and gain quite a bit. It's hard to judge whether it's worth it or not. This process is long, from the moment you are born until you take your last breath, and this journey is called growth. Since Ask sincerely apologized, Hermione magnanimously forgave him. But how could that be possible? Ask, you big jerk. Slap, slap. Ask's face had returned to its original state. Otherwise, Hermione would have found it difficult to hit that cute girl-like face. As long as it was Ask's detestable face, Hermione felt she wouldn't have the slightest guilt. She would only hit harder, despairing of this world that judges by appearances. After those 2 slaps, Ask accepted it without complaint. That too was a rare occurrence, as he couldn't remember the last time he stood there and let someone slap him without any resentment. After delivering the 2 slaps, Hermione was a bit surprised by Ask's reaction. It felt like watching a lion being kicked in the balls by a rabbit, not getting angry, but instead apologizing. Looking like a grandson. Unbelievable, impossible to look at. "Well, I've slapped you, and you should be calmed down now." The 2 red handprints on Ask's face made him look a bit disheveled, but he didn't care. As if those 2 slaps had landed on someone else's face and had nothing to do with him. Hermione initially felt a bit guilty, but seeing Ask like this, she thought her guilt could be tossed to the dogs. Speaking of dogs, she seemed to have heard the twins say they discovered a large black dog in the Forbidden Forest that looked like a giant dog. 1 minute and 15 seconds left. This time, Ask was precise to the second. He instructed Hermione to stand still, while he ran back and forth in front of the painting of the giant troll beating the silly Banaba 3 times, and the door to the room of requirement appeared. Next came the moment to witness a miracle. Ask said mysteriously, pulling the door open a crack, but not fully, then gestured for Hermione to come over and open the door. Hermione grasped the doorknob and looked at Ask. "What's inside?" "It might be a bit cold," Ask answered evasively. He used Hermione's wand to cast a warming charm on her, and Hermione felt as if she had put on a weightless fleece coat, feeling somewhat hot on this early autumn night. Cold? Hermione shook her head. Summer had just passed. Could it be that behind this door was a world of ice and snow? Ask had a mysterious smile on his face. Not exactly a world of ice and snow, but as I just mentioned, this room will indeed be a bit cold. Gently pushing the door open, Hermione didn't feel anything unusual, but Ask beside her shivered and quickly cast a warming charm on himself as well. The cold air made the breath Hermione exhaled turn into a white mist. Once the door was fully opened, Hermione saw everything behind it. The ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall had been enchanted by Rowena Ravenclaw. It could project the sky outside indoors, allowing those sitting in the hall to enjoy the beauty of the starry sky. Hermione had once thought that only the Hogwarts Great Hall could do this, but now this magical room called the Room of Requirement could do it too. As mentioned before, on September 19th, 1992, the 23rd day of the 8th lunar month, the night was clear and breezy, a beautiful night. The ceiling of the Room of Requirement turned into a starry sky, with countless stars shimmering and casting silver light. The crescent moon, missing a piece, was the brightest star in the night sky. The sparkling silver light gathered and blended in the air, finally showering down on a small, cute crystal castle below, which was transparent and looked like a fairyland, with a transparent crystal staircase connecting the entrance to the castle's main door. Hee, beautiful, right? Ask laughed proudly. At this moment, he sincerely thanked the Bloodman Barrow in his heart, and he also thanked those who had left such a magical room. Originally, Ask planned to make a small crystal castle. Of course, the material of this castle was actually ice, as he didn't have enough crystal to squander. For the first time, Ask used the Room of Requirement to create a large block of ice, intending to sculpt it into a castle. However, before doing all this, Ask decided to test the limits of this room's capabilities, so he stepped back, held the doorknob, and thought of a life-size crystal castle made of crystal inside. According to Ask's original plan, this crystal castle could later be dismantled, and he could sell the crystal for money. The Room of Requirement still had its limits. It could only create what was now presented before Hermione. The crystal castle was not as large as he had imagined, only the size of a classroom. And the starry sky above was not a projection from the outside, but something Ask had conjured in his mind. If Hermione were a bit more observant, she would have noticed the flaw. Tonight was indeed clear and breezy, but it was also a night of few stars. Where did all these stars come from? A finely crafted golden crown appeared in Ask's hand, shaped like an eagle in flight, with intricately carved wings curving into a semicircle, and a large gem embedded in the eagle's body. There seemed to be a line of small text on the main body of the crown, but Ask didn't look closely. When he found this thing in the Room of Requirement, he only thought of cleaning it up and using it as a birthday hat. As he approached Hermione, Ask smiled and gently placed the golden crown on her head. Are you satisfied with all this, my princess? December 24th, 1990, Eastern Europe, Durmstrang. Durmstrang, one of the 3 major magic schools in Europe, although not as large as Hogwarts, also had a 4-story castle, spacious campus, lakes, and mountains. Due to its geographical location, there is almost no sunlight here in winter. The uniforms come with fur cloaks, and the daylight hours are short. This place is located near the Scandinavian peninsula. It is filled with a chilling atmosphere, and even colder than the already frigid weather are the hearts of the people. I don't know what the people in the Ministry of Magic are thinking. Durmstrang can openly teach students dark magic without fear of being investigated. In this school, strength is the top priority. Strength, status, reputation, wealth, resources. The structure of this school is like a pyramid. The higher up you are, the better life is. Using the disillusionment charm to approach that tall, burly boy who looks like a polar bear from the side, Ask kicked him hard in the butt. The boy lost his balance and fell into the icy lake, cursing as he tried to climb out. Huh, is your wand a fire stick? Ask watched the boy crawl out of the lake like he was an idiot, clutching his wand and viciously charging at him again. Ask waved his wand boredly, and a disarming charm hit the boy. Losing his wand didn't bother him. After all, his spells were no match for Ask's. He charged at Ask like a tank, full of aggression. Fool! Ask snorted, looking at the extra wand in his hand. He exerted a bit of force, but did not break the wand. Helplessly glancing at his slender wrist, and then at the wand that looked like a rolling pin, Ask felt a great resentment towards Grigovich. Why did this guy make such a wand? Hiv. Seeing Ask prepare to break his wand, the boy was startled. But when he realized Ask couldn't do it, he sighed in relief, and a sneer reappeared on his face, the same one he wore when bullying new students. TCH, I told you, you really are a fool. Ask flicked the wand at the boy, gently tapped it, and a dark light struck the wand. After a brief pause, the wand suddenly exploded like a firecracker. It shattered into pieces. Ask slowly recited the spell, watching the boy stop suddenly, staring blankly at the remains of the wand on the ground. He spat on the ground and leisurely turned to leave. Not long after he left, a shrill scream came from the lakeside. Ask, I will definitely kill you. A wand is a wizard's companion. Breaking someone else's wand is like breaking their little friend. Someone like Ask, who turns others' wands into smithereens. It was winter, and Durmstrang was already covered by a layer of white snow. Walking through snow that reached his knees, Ask headed towards the back mountain, which was deserted, with a patch of primeval forest. In such cold weather, fewer people went there than usual. As he walked, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Ask cast a protective armor on himself. Turning around to glance at the Durmstrang castle, he stood at the edge of the woods, The distant castle was now only the size of a palm, and he had walked quite far. TSK, such a remote place, it shouldn't be discovered, right? Ask muttered to himself as he entered the woods. Feeling it wasn't safe enough, he walked deeper into the forest until he was so tired he could barely move. He leaned against a tree, panting, looking exhausted, but his eyes were filled with excitement as he gazed at his masterpiece from the past few days. His mental fatigue seemed to vanish. Just a little more to go. In front of Ask, a large white umbrella covered a 5-meter diameter area. The snow beneath cleared away, revealing a circular ice disc stuck to the ground, and on top of it was Ask's unfinished masterpiece, the Crystal Castle. Of course, this was actually an ice sculpture. Ask wasn't rich enough to carve such a huge castle model out of crystal. This castle was designed by Ask. Generally, those who like fortress-like buildings are lacking in a sense of security, which is clearly evident in Ask. Originally, the castle in Ask's mind was a fortress, giving up all offensive capabilities to fully pursue enhancements in defense. Naturally, such a castle's appearance wouldn't be very beautiful. To cater to someone, Ask had to make concessions, resulting in this ice sculpture castle that was useless except for its appearance. At this moment, the ice sculpture was nearing completion, with only some minor details on the spires and walls needing adjustment, which took Ask just 2 hours. After finishing, Ask rested for half an hour, then pulled a whistle out of his pocket and blew it 3 times forcefully. Wheeze, a giant, about 8 meters tall, emerged from the depths of the woods. Like other giants, he was dirty, draped in various animal skins, and a foul smell could be detected from afar. Who knows how many years it had been since these giants had bathed? Giants generally have low intelligence, so don't expect them to speak ordinary language. Ask was too lazy to learn giant language. His experiences over the past few months had taught him that the saying humans die for wealth, birds die for food was still very true. Taking out almost half a pig's worth of fresh meat from his storage pocket, Ask made a lifting gesture to the ice sculpture on the ground and signaled the giant to follow him. It was too far from the outside. No one knew how big this primeval forest was. Even the most senior professors here might not be able to say. Despite walking for so long, Ask was still just circling the edge of the forest. No one knew what dangers lay deeper in the woods. Not all giants were as easy to deal with as the one Ask encountered, not to mention those even more savage and violent, unable to communicate, only driven by their instinct to kill. Goldo, how has this winter been for you? Ask chatted with the giant he named Goldo as he walked. Although many times this giant only responded with various strange noises, completely unintelligible, Ask still enjoyed it. Through their conversation, Ask learned that this winter was much colder than last year. Goldo was lacking in clothing and food, was not adequately covered, and had not eaten enough for a long time, etc., which were basically meaningless pieces of information. After walking for a while, Ask had Goldo put down the ice sculpture and tossed him some fresh meat. Goldo happily returned, and Ask used a spell to hide the ice sculpture. After securing it, he also headed towards the Demstrang Castle. Today was Monday, with many classes. Ask had skipped class to do this. Since coming here, Ask had hardly attended any real classes for months. The professors seemed unconcerned, allowing Ask to come and go as he pleased. In all of Demstrang, it was probably only Ask who enjoyed such treatment. This was not indulgence, not pampering, not preferential treatment. Hidden beneath these unreasonable behaviors were 2 words: hostility. Ask had a very powerful grandfather who successfully turned 60% of the current Demstrang students into Ask's enemies. The percentage of professors was a bit lower, only 40%, but still considerable. In such a school, Ask actually found it quite interesting. At least he never had to worry about life being dull. Feeling down, find someone to beat up to vent. Feeling good, find someone to beat up to vent. After eating, find someone to beat up. Before eating, find someone to beat up. No classes today, find someone to beat up. Classes today, find someone to beat up. In this school, rules are only followed by cowards and wimps. If someone gets beaten up and runs to the teacher to complain, they will be despised by everyone and even face retaliation. Over the years, there have been 2 people at Durmstrang who successfully incurred the hatred of over 80% of the school. One is Gellert Grindelwald, the once invincible Dark Lord, and the other is his grandson, Ask Grindelwald. The Grindelwald family has a fine lineage. As Ask walks into the castle, people he encounters immediately lower their heads, afraid to make eye contact with him. It's quite humiliating that a group of upperclassmen are treated like grandchildren by a first-year student, losing all dignity. Although many harbor deep-seated hatred for Ask, some see him as an idol, mostly those who are usually bullied, weak, and lacking in ability. Ask has beaten up many of those who bullied them, so they regard him as a hero and benefactor. Durmstrang is very popular for dueling, and the rules are strict. There are no situations where a dozen people duel one person. In the first month of school, Ask dueled every student below the 4th year, with an average of 3 to 4 people running to the infirmary every day after being beaten by him, and a few unfortunate souls sent to better hospitals off campus, all of whom chose to transfer afterward. Ask is also a top student, but this dominance represents violence. Striding boldly to the girls' dormitory entrance, Ask completely ignores the matron at the door, brazenly entering the girls' dormitory. The matron, big and burly with a rough appearance, is a typical Slavic woman, and being from a fighting nation, she does have a deterrent presence. Yet, she turns a blind eye to Ask's actions and even greets him with a smile. The reason is quite simple. This matron was one of old Grindelwald's suitors. Men are like flowers, women are like tofu scraps. All the boys witnessing this scene curse Ask in their hearts, and everyone understands why. Envy and jealousy. Suddenly, someone shouted that guy is back, and the usually lively dorm area instantly emptied, with no souls in sight, doors and windows tightly shut, some even reinforced with spells. Self-absorbed, "I didn't come here to find you," Ask huffed, holding his head high, walking towards his target room. However, before he reached it, the person he was looking for appeared. With a head of pink hair, a face like a finely crafted doll, sapphire-like eyes, and dressed in a fluffy white coat. It was Delia Hill. A first-year student, English, both parents are wizards, already referred to as the treasure of Durmstrang upon enrollment. Lively and cute, understanding and gentle, beautiful and skilled. In short, an ideal partner. Now, she has been claimed by Ask. The privilege of a top student means priority access to resources. If you don't use it, it's wasted, and with a stamp in hand, you can easily exchange for goods. Ask cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Ahem, Delia, tomorrow is Christmas, and I have prepared a very, very beautiful gift for you. You can tell me tomorrow then," Delia said helplessly, tapping her head and sighing. Every time Ask visited the girls' dormitory, the aftermath made people wonder if a wild boar had charged in. Ask suddenly clapped his hands as if he had just realized something and exclaimed, "You're right. How did I not think of that? Delia, a year ago, Ask wasn't so serious. Year after year, the flowers are similar, but the people are different. About 2 years ago, in a similar scene, another person stood beside Ask. 2 years have passed. Ask has changed, the people around him have changed, but the outcome remains uncertain. You really did it." Hermione's tone was complex. After the initial surprise, she began to ponder how much Ask had sacrificed for this, whether it was worth it. But no matter how Hermione calculated, the result indicated one thing. She actually did not deserve Ask's efforts. Ask smiled, noticing Hermione's confusion and entanglement, and explained, "Actually, it's not as complicated as you think. Hermione, don't you remember? This is the room of requirement. Even if this is the room of requirement, but this cake." Hermione pointed at the large cake, which had a delicate model of a small castle on top, with 2 small figures standing on the castle, though just rough outlines. Everyone knew who those 2 were. The room of requirement cannot conjure food out of thin air, just like how food made by transfiguration cannot satisfy hunger. So the source of this cake. The house elves of Hogwarts are amazing. Where do you think the food we eat every day comes from? Hermione tapped her forehead, muttering to herself in frustration, "How did I not think of that?" "Well, the birthday hat on your head was also something I found in the room of requirement. It seems my luck today is indeed quite good," Ask said proudly, subconsciously searching his pocket. It took him a while to realize that his lucky coin had been damaged last year. Originally, Ask thought he would be unlucky, but without the lucky coin, his luck seemed to have improved, just like today. Hermione pointed at the ice castle. "This was made by the room of requirement?" "Yes." She then pointed at the cake. "This was made by the house elves?" "Yes." Hermione pointed at the crown on her head. "This was something you found in the room of requirement?" Ask stroked his chin, looking at Hermione, who was smiling mysteriously, and became puzzled. Yes. What are you trying to say? So what exactly did you do?" Hermione playfully stuck out her tongue, hands behind her back, dancing around Ask like a fairy. "The ice sculpture was made by the room of requirement. The cake was made by the house elves. The birthday hat was already in the room of requirement. Is there nothing here that you made yourself?" "Well," Ask squinted his eyes, rarely thinking seriously, relying on intuition. He sensed that Hermione was hinting at something. Ask lowered his head to look at the ground. The smooth ice surface reflected everything above, and he saw himself, and Hermione, the dancing figure faintly overlapping with another figure. "Do you like me, Ask?" "Of course." "I can't hear you. Say it louder. It's not gentlemanly to make a girl wait too long." "I like you." "I still can't hear you. Say it even louder." The voice rang out. "I like you." As Ask pushed his glasses up with a hand, he looked up to see Hermione, who had already stopped in front of him, smiling at him. He took a deep breath and pointed at himself. "TCH, you girls just love this kind of thing." Ask seemed a bit displeased, and so, "As you wish." He started speaking loudly, his voice raised, and then he suddenly laughed, inexplicably. With his loud voice, his laughter shook the entire room, the ground trembling beneath them. Because it was a hidden chamber, the laughter echoed for a long time. Hermione glared at him in annoyance and covered her ears. "I personally suggest you put on earplugs first." Ask seriously offered this advice, earning him an eye roll. Hermione retorted, "Then you cancel the loud voice first." Ask didn't he respond to this suggestion. He cleared his throat, and Hermione had to cover her ears again, glaring at him in anger. Even though she was feeling dizzy from the noise, she still didn't use the earplug charm, as Ask suggested. Then, Ask reined in his smile, gazing at Hermione, engraving her image in his heart. "Hermione, I like you. I like you. Like you. Love you. You." Looking at the cracking, collapsing, and finally shattering into a pile of ice shards, Ask smiled with satisfaction, proving that his voice was definitely loud enough for Hermione to hear. So, he looked at Hermione with anticipation, believing she would be very pleased with this confession. After all, don't girls love loud proclamations of love? In fact, this seemed a bit like the drill instructors during military training. No matter how loud you shouted, they would say they couldn't hear you, making you shout even louder. It seemed he understood something. Hermione felt dizzy, even experiencing a bit of a headache. Compared to the pain in her head, the surrounding dead silence made her feel a bit anxious. She looked up, and Ask was saying something, his lips moving rapidly, but Hermione couldn't hear anything. "Am I deaf?" Hermione felt a bit angry, looking at Ask, who was still talking, but she couldn't hear him. She shouted loudly, "I can't hear you, you idiot! You shatter my eardrum." Hermione saw Ask close his mouth. He scratched his head, looking quite troubled, somewhat awkward and uneasy, like a child who had done something wrong and was worried about being scolded by their parents. Hermione's heart softened. In fact, there was no need to soften her heart for someone like Ask. Ask was indeed troubled, but he was absolutely not uneasy, nor did he resemble a child worried about punishment. The reason for his unusually pained expression was that he realized he had shattered Hermione's eardrum. Perhaps she only heard half of his confession, or even less than that. He had to find a way to let Hermione know. Otherwise, wouldn't all the groundwork he laid go to waste? Actually, there's a language that could ignore hearing, and coincidentally, Ask happened to know this language. So he decided to communicate with Hermione using it. Taking a step forward, Ask opened his arms and pulled Hermione into an embrace, lowering his head to look at her bewildered face, which was filled with shyness. He took a deep breath and smiled as he lowered his head. At this moment, there was no need for a head-patting squad. Ask was very aware. What was kissing really like? Hermione had imagined it many times before, based on various descriptions in books. She thought kissing was just that. Nothing special, just a stimulation of bodily hormones, excitement transmitted through nerves to the brain, which then led to all sorts of strange feelings. The world of the top students was terrifying. Practice is the only standard for testing truth, and even top students need hands-on experience. This time, Hermione finally encountered a practical opportunity, and the following description summarizes the process. Hermione felt Ask lean down, his warm breath brushing against her face. But he didn't kiss her immediately. Instead, he lingered for a moment. During this time, they both widened their eyes, locking gazes without backing down, as if playing a game where whoever blinked first would lose. Afterwards, Hermione insisted that Ask lost, reasoning that he clearly couldn't hold out any longer. So she unilaterally ended the game. Ask didn't keep Hermione waiting too long. The distance between them was only a little bit, and closing her eyes and biting down tightly made it a done deal. However, Ask felt he should be a bit more serious. Although this wasn't Ask's first kiss, Hermione's first kiss should be memorable. 4 3/7 centimeters, Ask smiled as he pressed down, closing the distance to 0, and only then did they finally share the intimate contact of skin. They both nearly closed their eyes at the same time. It is said that blind people are all A-Bing, and mutes are all Vasili, while the deaf are all chatterboxes, which should be the reason for their focus. With their eyes closed, their senses became sharper, and a kind of wonderful connection and bond was established. At that moment, they seemed to build a bridge of communication on a spiritual level, with Ask feeling the shyness, anxiety, intoxication, and admiration coming from Hermione, while Hermione could also receive feedback from Ask. Lips and teeth depend on each other, and these two words illustrate the close relationship between lips and teeth. Now, Hermione's lips met unfamiliar teeth, but there was not a trace of estrangement. Their lips depended on each other, as if they had always been together and never separated. Cool and soft. Hermione's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her face that was originally tense with nervousness and anxiety relaxed a lot. And because she couldn't hear anything and her eyes were tightly shut, her sensitivity was heightened more than Ask's. The warm breath on her face made Hermione greedily inhale, the air filled with sweetness, a comforting element existing within. This kiss felt somewhat long, but no matter how long it was, it seemed too short for both of them. Just like that, it felt like a long time, yet also just a moment. When Hermione suddenly felt a coolness on her lips, the gentle pressure disappearing. She leaned forward a bit reluctantly, but only touched a finger. Hermione opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was Ask's mischievous smile, his finger resting on her lips, looking quite pleased. His blinking eyes seemed to say, "I won, you lost." Hermione felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, her face turning as red as a tomato. She was very dissatisfied with Ask's smug smile. And regarding the fingers still pressing against her lips, Hermione demonstrated to Ask through her actions. "This is your own doing." Looking at Ask, who was covering his finger with a twisted expression, Hermione smiled with satisfaction. "If it's offered to you, why not take it, right?" After that night, things were quite simple. First, they played with dripping wax, blew out candles, and made wishes. Then they ate cake. Then they smeared cake on each other's faces. Then they went to wash their faces. Then they went to sleep. And finally, daybreak came. Because it was a wish-fulfilling room, there was no need to worry about the bed and blankets, but there was only one bed here, and it was a single bed. So, the question arose. Bang! Hermione kicked the door, and the whole room seemed to tremble for a moment. But the door remained unresponsive, still tightly closed. Even though there were already cracks on the door, it still stood firm. Why wasn't it open? Facing Hermione's unfriendly gaze, Ask rubbed his chin, staring at the wall, looking as innocent as possible. "It must be you. This door pulls inward," Ask said slowly, turning his head back to continue facing the wall. Soon the door was opened, and Hermione quickly walked out, then closed the door. And then, there was nothing more. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Ask moved. He walked to the door, opened it, and said to the fuming Hermione in a calm tone, "As long as there is someone in the room, those outside cannot enter the room of requirement." "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Ask glanced at Hermione, speaking with some surprise. "I thought you knew. Isn't this obvious?" At that moment, Hermione really felt like strangling Ask. She took a deep breath, walked back and forth in front of the portrait 3 times, then grasped the doorknob, imagining what she needed. And 10 seconds later, she pushed the door open. The items in the room were very simple, easily seen at a glance. A true copper wall, a pile of shabby straw mats on the floor, a broken pillow with cotton leaking out, and in the center of the true copper wall, there was a door with a lock mechanism that rivaled Gringotts' vault. Ask instantly understood what Hermione wanted to do, and before she could speak, he proactively walked inside. After arranging the straw mats on the ground, he pulled out a bunch of steel pipes and similar parts from his storage pocket and quickly assembled a folding bed. Then added a thick mattress, a soft pillow, and a blanket. Watching Ask jump onto the bed and wrap himself in the blanket, Hermione couldn't help but say, "What on earth do you have in your storage pocket?" "Well, you should be asking what isn't in my storage pocket." Ask took off his glasses. There were dark circles under his eyes, and there were many tiny blood vessels in his eyes. As usual, he felt sleepy as soon as he touched the bed. He and T really rested that day and had used a lot of brain cells, so he was utterly exhausted. Hermione stopped talking and temporarily defined Ask's storage pocket as capable of producing anything needed. Seeing Ask fall asleep without even taking off his clothes, Hermione wanted to remind him. But as soon as Ask closed his eyes, the snoring began, leaving Hermione with nothing to do but stare. "Good night." With a somewhat sulky tone, she left that sentence and walked to the insurance door, using the already set method to open it. She walked in and slammed the door shut. Bang! Ask turned over, the blanket falling to the side, but he didn't care and continued to sleep soundly. People rarely dream when they are tired, and, at this time, the sleep duration always seems very short for them, just like Ask, who felt like he had only slept for an hour despite having slept for a full 8 hours. It's only 9 o'clock. Driven by his biological clock, Ask woke up anyway. He glanced at the alarm clock placed beside the pillow, and the hands showed that he had already missed breakfast. Rubbing his eyes, Ask turned over, feeling a bit heavy on his body, which made him frown slightly. What is this? After seeing what was weighing him down, Ask's eyes fully opened. The blanket he had taken out had somehow fallen to the ground, and now he was covered with a thick comforter. No wonder it felt uncomfortable. This isn't mine. Ask scratched his head and turned to look at the door, muttering to himself. it can't be that she covered me with this. But do I really need such a thick comforter in this weather? Just as Ask was about to push the comforter aside and switch back to the blanket, the insurance door suddenly opened, and Hermione, with her hair disheveled, rushed out while shouting, "Oh no, it's 9 o'clock now. I'm going to be late." Late? Ask, just getting up, clearly hadn't yet entered his usual state. He thought for a while before coming to his senses, looking bewildered at Hermione and saying, "ISNT today, Sunday? Do you have class today?" Hermione had already grasped the doorknob, and upon hearing Ask's words, she paused, slowly turning around with an unfriendly expression towards Ask. Ask felt a bit uneasy under Hermione's stare, so he quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, thanks for this comforter you gave me." "This comforter ISNT mine," Hermione interrupted. Ask was taken aback. "Oh, this ISNT yours? Don't you already have a blanket? Why would I give you a comforter?" Hermione walked to the bed, reached out to feel the thickness of the comforter, frowned. "In this weather, using such a thick comforter, don't you feel uncomfortable?" Ask defended. "This comforter ISNT mine. If it's not yours, then whose is it?" "Hermione, don't you sleepwalk when you sleep?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Do you think I'm you? What is wrong with that? You sleepwalked last night. Don't you remember?" Ask's expression suddenly became strange. He jumped off the bed and backed up to the door, facing away from it, one hand gripping the doorknob, his eyes vigilantly scanning the room. "What are you doing? Did you see me sleepwalking last night?" Ask asked. Hermione recalled, "No, I just heard footsteps and talking from your side." "I see." Ask suddenly laughed and calmly said to Hermione, "Well then, let me tell you now. I've never sleepwalked." Hermione was startled. Then, Ask shrugged. "Then who covered me with this comforter? And who was moving around and talking in here?" At this point, Ask suddenly opened the door, grabbing Hermione's hand and pushing her outside. After Hermione left, he followed out and closed the door behind him. Adjusting his somewhat chaotic breathing, Ask turned to look at Hermione, whose face was not looking good, clearly frightened by what had happened before. Hermione's voice trembled as she looked up at Ask. Who is it? No matter who they are, they should have no hostility towards us." Ask took out a chocolate bar from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and handed it to Hermione. "Otherwise, the thing covering me wouldn't be a comforter." Taking the chocolate, Hermione bit into it and swallowed it whole. Chocolate can provide energy, and chewing food can also relieve emotions. By the time Hermione finished the whole bar of chocolate, she finally calmed down. Could it be someone else's prank? Fred and George enjoy doing this, and they have claimed that they know all the secret passages in Hogwarts. No, it can't be a person, because if someone is inside the room of requirement, those outside cannot enter. Ask began to analyze. Since we came in last night, it means there was no one inside, and since we are inside, those outside cannot come in. At this point, Ask paused, and the remaining words need not be spoken. The one hiding in the room of requirement is clearly not human. People always fear the unknown. It is the instinct of most. Besides that, there is another emotion, curiosity. There are always some daring people in this world who feel fear, but their curiosity is proportional to their fear. Hermione remained silent for a while, wondering whether to inform the professor and the headmaster. Good idea," Ask confirmed, then suddenly changed the subject. "But before they figure out what is going on, we will definitely lose a few points. Don't forget, we broke quite a few school rules last night." Hermione nodded. "This matter cannot be reported to the professor and the headmaster, at least not for now." Ask glanced at the wall behind him. The door to the room of requirement had disappeared, leaving only the portrait of the troll beating up the silly Barabbas. "Forget about this place. It's best if you don't come here again. I always feel something is off about this room." Ask took Hermione's hand, which was cold, and added another hand to warm it with his own body heat. He looked at Hermione and said in an unprecedented serious tone, "Promise me, you must never enter this room again." Hermione gently nodded in agreement. Although Hermione had promised him, Ask still felt uncertain, previously distracted by other matters. He only just realized that the room of requirement was indeed very strange. It was just a feeling. He couldn't articulate what exactly felt off. "Let us go. Get some good sleep and forget about this." Ask held Hermione's hand and left his left hand in his pocket, head down, looking at the ground, his mind racing, contemplating whether he should use the Obliviate charm on Hermione. His left hand clenched and relaxed in his pocket. Finally, Ask pulled it out and stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth. This incident ultimately affected both Ask and Hermione. On the way back, they didn't say a word, and in the end, they just nodded to say goodbye. Before leaving, Ask seemed to remember something. He looked at the top of Hermione's head, which was bare. The birthday hat he had given her last night was no longer there. Did she put it away or lose it? Ask thought to himself, but it was not a big deal, and he didn't dwell on it. Watching Ask leave, Hermione walked towards the Gryffindor common room. Passing by a glass window, she stopped. Facing the glass, Hermione tidied her clothes, especially her messy hair, which looked quite disheveled. After tidying up, Hermione's hand brushed her head as if trying to straighten something that was askew, but there was clearly nothing on her head. It seemed Hermione didn't notice this, and neither did anyone else. No, there was one person who did. Ask did not immediately return to the Slytherin common room. He wanted to talk to Nearly Headless Nick about the Room of Requirement. At this time, Nearly Headless Nick should be wandering around the castle. Hogwarts is not too big or too small, and finding a ghost whose location is uncertain and movements erratic is still quite difficult. However, Ask ultimately found Nearly Headless Nick with the help of the Fat Friar. As soon as they met, Ask, with an unfriendly expression, demanded, "What exactly is hidden inside the Room of Requirement?" Nearly Headless Nick glanced at Ask and said nonchalantly, "I don't know what you're talking about. You told me the location of the Room of Requirement. How could you not know?" Nearly Headless Nick remained calm. There should be nothing wrong there. At least there was no problem the last time I visited. When was the last time you went there? Just before I left Hogwarts. Seeing Ask speechless, Nearly Headless Nick asked, "What exactly did you see?" "I didn't see anything." Ask shook his head. "If I had seen something, I wouldn't feel so uncertain and have no sense of security." Nearly Headless Nick thought for a moment and said, "Tell me everything you encountered." Ask nodded and spent 5 minutes explaining what happened last night. Then he stared into Nearly Headless Nick's hollow eyes, waiting for a response. "You're overthinking it." "What?" "That blanket was put on you by your little girlfriend. She just felt embarrassed to say it and made up an excuse." Nearly Headless Nick paused. "Just as you said, there wouldn't be a third person there besides the two of you and ghosts. Ghosts cannot enter the Room of Requirement because we lack a physical form and cannot open the door. Passing through walls is also ineffective for the Room of Requirement." Ask frowned and muttered to himself, "Not human and not a ghost? It's obvious. Women are always contradictory, and your little girlfriend is no exception." Nearly Headless Nick's tone revealed disdain for women, and most men, when encountering women, have their intelligence dropped to unimaginable levels, just like you. "You want to question me over a silly and meaningless issue?" Ask suddenly felt that Nearly Headless Nick made a good point. Hermione could indeed do that, but her fear and anxiety this morning didn't seem like an act. Moreover, Ask's instincts told him that something was definitely wrong. This matter was not as simple as Nearly Headless Nick claimed. Nearly Headless Nick looked at Ask, whose brows were almost knitted together, shook his head, and turned to leave. After pondering for a long time, Ask forced himself to temporarily accept Nearly Headless Nick's explanation. He planned to set this matter aside for now and deal with another issue. The big black dog. The school year had started for a while, and students had already spotted the big black dog near the castle. It seemed he was not worried about exposing his identity at all, leisurely wandering around Hogwarts. The most recent sighting was during a Quidditch match when a student saw him sitting in the Gryffindor stands, lingering there for an afternoon. Ask stood in front of the window, which was closed tight. He walked over and opened it, leaning on the windowsill, somewhat bored, looking at the Quidditch pitch not far away. A group of people dressed in green uniforms, holding flying broomsticks, came into Ask's view. It was the Slytherin house team. Among them, the shortest, yet strutting confidently at the front of the group, was Ask's roommate, Draco. Ask shrugged. It seemed the Gryffindors were about to take a step forward as they had already started their training. Draco and his group must have seen them. Since they were still walking over there, they probably already had a plan. The distance was a bit far, and Ask couldn't see clearly. The members of the two houses first confronted each other, then somehow almost got into a fight. In the end, a Gryffindor student, looking somewhat injured, was brought towards the castle. Ask could see the student's face clearly. It was Ron. Hee, suddenly feeling better. Ask laughed maliciously as he saw Ron continuously vomiting, some slimy snot being expelled from his mouth. Although many people surrounded him, only Harry was really supporting him. One student kept taking pictures, while the others just watched. Watching the group enter the castle, Ask stretched lazily, looked at the clear sky outside, and decided to go sleep by the lake. 15 minutes later, Ask lay on the grass by the lake. He stuck a small umbrella by his head so that the sun wouldn't shine on his face. Beside the umbrella was a can of drink with a straw in it. Ask bit the straw and took a sip now and then, enjoying a comfortable life. It's a bit strange, though. Ask had planned to sleep all afternoon, but after lying down, he felt completely awake. He tried counting sheep and other methods, but couldn't fall asleep, as if he were suffering from insomnia. He turned over, lying on his side, and after a while, he changed to lying face down, tossing and turning. He just couldn't sleep. How annoying. Ask scratched the grass with his hands, the straw he bit becoming flattened and deformed. Because of all the rolling, His clothes and hair were covered in grass clippings. After a while of wriggling, Ask stopped, placing his hands behind his head, squinting at the patterns on the umbrella, but his mind was occupied with other thoughts. People have both curiosity and fear towards the unknown. Some are more fearful than curious, while others are more curious than fearful. Ask belonged to the latter category. The matter of the room of requirement piqued his curiosity. On one hand, he worried about touching Pandora's box, while on the other hand, his curiosity kept him from sleeping well. It's probably best not to go there, Ask muttered to himself, realizing he needed to find something to distract himself. Recently, Hogwarts had been too quiet, which was quite bad. Ask was thinking about how to stir up trouble by the lake. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was looking at the documents on the table with a serious expression. Across from him sat a middle-aged man in a Ministry of Magic uniform, appearing somewhat anxious as he waited. The document was not long, only a few sentences, but Dumbledore took more than half an hour to lift his head. Is this information confirmed to be true? Dumbledore raised his head, looking at the sweating Ministry employee, a glint flashing in his deep eyes. Sirius Black has escaped to Hogwarts, intending to kill Harry Potter to avenge his master? The minister says he is quite confident. Dumbledore interrupted him without courtesy, asking where this information came from. It's confidential, I can't. Go back and inform the minister that I will pay more attention to this matter. As for the issue of sending personnel to assist. Dumbledore's voice was calm, revealing no emotions. The Ministry of Magic was short-staffed recently, so it's better to use manpower on more important matters. Is there anything more important than protecting Harry Potter? If we just catch that person and eliminate him, the rest won't be a concern, Dumbledore said, looking at the confidant of the Ministry's minister with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The minister wouldn't still think that what I reported earlier was false, would he? Although he didn't answer, Dumbledore could tell from the man's expression that the Minister of Magic probably really thought so. All right, I'm tired. You can go back. Dumbledore dismissed him. Once the man left, he leaned back in his chair, rubbing his forehead tiredly. At that moment, Dumbledore looked like an ordinary old man, not afraid of a godlike opponent, just afraid of pig-like teammates. To Dumbledore, Voldemort wasn't really a godlike opponent, but the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was less reliable than a pig teammate. Dumbledore had long reported to the Ministry that Voldemort was still alive, but there had been no response, as if it didn't exist. In stark contrast to their sluggishness regarding this matter, the Ministry displayed remarkable efficiency in their struggles for power. As long as Dumbledore was alive, they wanted to interfere with Hogwarts. Dumbledore picked up the document on the table and casually tossed it to Fawkes, who opened his mouth and let out a tongue of fire, turning the document to ashes. Dumbledore was completely unconcerned about the information in that document. In this world, Dumbledore might be one of the very few who believed that Sirius Black was innocent. The peaceful days wouldn't last long. Dumbledore said somewhat helplessly, after September comes October, after October comes November, after November comes December. While no one was paying attention, September had already ended, and October had arrived. The damp chill permeated the grounds, seeping into the castle, and a cold seemed to sweep through both staff and students, causing Madame Pomfrey to be in a flurry. Her energizing potion had an immediate effect, but those who drank it would have smoke coming out of their ears for several hours. As a result, in Slytherin, Ask's cold remedy sold out in just one day. For wealthy kids, spending a trivial amount of money to buy a bottle of decent cold remedy and watching the misfortunes of others with smoke coming out of their ears was quite worth it. Well, this is the last bottle. Ask placed the last bottle of cold remedy he had on the table. Draco pulled out a pouch of money from his pocket, tossing it to Ask without even looking. After weighing the pouch, Ask happily accepted the money. Draco was also gathering cold remedies, buying 30 this time, enough for him to last a year. Where did you get so many cold remedies? Draco asked curiously. As far as he knew, Ask had sold 120 bottles of cold remedy, aside from the apothecaries and hospitals, who would stock so many. Of course I bought them. There are wholesalers for this in Diagon Alley. Last week, I saw the weather forecast saying that cold air was coming down this week with continuous rain. So I figured the cold remedy would come in handy, so I wrote to Diagon Alley to order some. 3 nuts a bottle. Draco was somewhat speechless. But the price he sold to us is 2 sickles. Ask shrugged, grabbing a book and scribbling notes on it to calculate today's earnings. 120 bottles of cold remedy, with a profit of 26 nuts per bottle, adds up to 3,120 nuts, about 107 sickles, a little over 6 galleons. Throwing the pen aside, Ask felt a bit depressed. He had worked hard all day for only 6 galleons, while that day in Diagon Alley, he casually picked a person's wallet and made over 30 galleons. By the way, what do you plan to do with so many cold remedies? Ask asked. The weather has been bad lately, and many people on the team have caught colds, so I bought some cold remedies for them. I see. But they've all basically bought several bottles from me. Ask kindly reminded, but his merchant face quickly revealed itself. By the way, I have already settled my accounts with you. Returning goods is impossible, but you can sell me the cold medicine at a discounted price. Draco was speechless. By the way, your family is quite wealthy, giving the team members a Nimbus 2001. At this point, Ask almost drooled. If I had known, I would have joined the team too, and could have had a Nimbus 2001. Draco scratched his head a little embarrassedly, saying it was nothing, just a few Nimbus 2001s. And if you want one, I can give you one. Ask shook his head. He was just saying it. However, he could only sigh at Draco's generosity. He, rich and willful. The Slytherin common room is in the basement of Hogwarts. Right above it is actually the Hogwarts lake. Going out in this terrible weather is suffering. So most students choose to huddle on the sofa, warming themselves by the fireplace, chatting or playing some games. Ask leaned against a long sofa that could seat 4 or 5 people, but other students prefer to squeeze in rather than sit here. Ask was glad to have the peace, monopolizing a sofa, sitting or sleeping as he pleased. How comfortable. However, this comfortable life did not last long. As Ask was squinting his eyes to rest, he suddenly felt the sofa move. Opening his eyes, he saw the Slytherin prefect sitting next to him, looking down at him expressionlessly. Cough, I'll leave first. Draco very ungratefully sold out Ask, jogging away with the already packaged cold medicine. Before leaving, he threw Ask a cheeky smile. TCH coward. Ask disdainfully watched Draco leave, then expressionlessly looked at other students leaving one by one. Not just Draco. When they saw Gamma appear, the students in the entire common room consciously left, seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Ask twisted his neck. Now only he and Gamma were left in the common room. What is up? Ask lazily asked, his twisted posture resembling an invertebrate. Yet he seemed quite comfortable. Gamma glanced at Ask, opened a small notebook in her hand, and said as if reading, putting drugs in the food, causing students to catch a cold in large numbers, and then standing out to sell cold medicine. Aren't you afraid of being expelled? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't wrongfully accuse me of putting drugs in the food. Ask smiled, his pride evident, clearly knowing Gamma was right. Don't forget, I'm also a victim of the cold. If you slander me like this, I'll be very sad. Gamma stared at Ask and said seriously, you are shameless. Thanks for the compliment. What did you write in your notebook? Gamma asked. Is your shamelessness priced? Ask blinked. What do you mean? Gamma said lightly. Some things I disdain to do, but this one is a must. Do you understand what I mean? I don't understand. If you don't understand, never mind, I'll find someone else. Gamma closed her notebook, stood up, and prepared to leave. Ask adjusted his glasses and asked her back. Is that matter very important? Gamma stopped and said without turning her head, it's not worth a canute to you. There's no need to say the rest. If this matter weren't important, Gamma wouldn't be looking for Ask. Let me ask a question. Why did you choose me? Ask rubbed his face and smiled. I should be the person you hate the most in Hogwarts. Why choose me? Because you're the most likely to succeed. How do you know? Because you are shameless. Ask shifted from a lying position to a sitting one, picked up the cold tea on the table, took a sip, and said somewhat dissatisfied, is that your attitude when you need something from someone? Gamma turned around and coldly said, I'm not asking you. This is just a transaction. So tell me, what exactly do you want to do? This year's House Cup can only belong to Slytherin. When it came to the House Cup, a shadow fell across Gamma's face. Last year, Gryffindor turned the tables at the last minute, and Slytherin becoming a laughingstock had always been a thorn in her heart. Although the school year had just started and Slytherin was currently leading, Gamma still kept thinking about last year's events. Ask stroked his chin. He understood what Gamma wanted him to do. This year is Gamma's 6th year at Hogwarts. Next year, she will have to prepare for the ultimate wizarding exams. The so-called NEEWT exams, and most prefects will choose to step down this year. Thus, this year is Gamma's last year as prefect, and last year was her first year, yet they lost the House Cup that Slytherin had held for many years. It seems Gamma doesn't intend to let last year's events happen again this year. Then you really found the right person. Ask smiled. Causing trouble for Gryffindor? That is what I'm best at. If it were that simple, I wouldn't need to find you. Gamma snorted coldly. I just need you to deal with one person. Harry Potter? Gamma didn't confirm or deny but continued on her own. This person is too uncertain. Because of his sensitive identity, only you can deal with him without any scruples. If we can get rid of him, this year's House Cup will have no suspense. Nodding slightly, Ask said, That's true, but what do you plan to use as compensation? 300 galleons. Gamma is indeed very generous. 300 galleons is about 1,500 pounds. which is already an enticing price. However, Ask was really short on money now, so simply 300 galleons didn't motivate him much. You people born with a silver spoon in your mouth have nothing of value besides money? Ask said somewhat mockingly, leaning back and returning to his lazy posture. Do you think I'm a greedy person? Isn't that so? Gamma retorted. Money only matters when I need it. Otherwise, it's just a number. Ask pulled out a galleon from his pocket. Very unfortunately, I don't need money right now. I can add another 200 galleons if. Gamma calmly said. But Ask shook his head and interrupted her. I said, I don't lack money now, if you can't offer me something that excites me. You can look for someone else. Gamma fell silent, frowning, her expression serious, as if something difficult to decide was troubling her, gripping her notebook tightly, deforming it. Recalling everything she knew about Ask, Gamma hesitated for a long time, finally uncertainly saying, Perhaps I can help you apply for a visitation opportunity at Azkaban. If this. Done. Ask sprang up from the sofa like a spring. Perhaps this condition really excited him too much, and he even ran over to hug Gamma, giving her a heavy kiss on the cheek. Jama's little notebook fell to the ground, and she widened her eyes, looking at Ask with disbelief and a complex expression. She quickly calmed down, bent down to pick up the notebook, and after giving Ask a fierce, silent threat with her eyes, hurried out of the common room. TSK. She must be shy, Ask said, touching his lips with his fingers and grinning mischievously. Harry had been quite annoyed lately. After losing some points in potions class due to minor issues with Snape, he decided to skip class right in front of Snape without a word. 10 points off for Gryffindor. Snape deducted another 10 points from Harry, and the Gryffindor students were disheartened as their gap with Slytherin widened. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students were obviously happy, each of them looking at the Gryffindors with a provocative air. TSK, you must be reaching your limit soon. Ask put down his stirring rod and thought gleefully. Ever since he accepted Jama's commission, he had been trying every means to make Harry uncomfortable, subtly provoking him to let his negative emotions build up to a dangerous level, and then ignite it with a small spark. Originally, Ask's plan was to cripple Harry so he would have to drop out, but before he could put his plan into action, Dumbledore called him for a talk. Chatting with Dumbledore was undoubtedly an unpleasant experience. Therefore, to avoid being summoned by Dumbledore again, Ask had to hold back a bit and not go too far, leaving no evidence behind. Everyone has a breaking point, and Ask was slowly approaching Harry's. From today's situation, he was close to success. After all, in the past, when Harry lost points, he would at least endure it a bit because he knew that inappropriate behavior would lead to more deductions and trouble for Gryffindor. But today, he completely disregarded these concerns and skipped class right in front of Snape without a second thought. What are you thinking about? Hermione asked as Harry left the classroom, with nearly everyone watching, except for Ask, who was staring at the cauldron with a very sinister and smug smile. There must be something wrong. Ask just smiled and didn't answer. He asked, Are you doing well in Gryffindor lately? Generally, neither good nor bad, Hermione said, lowering her head to take notes. For her usual tone, indeed seemed that way. What about you? Very well. Ask propped his chin on his hand, tilting his head to watch Snape, looking for trouble with the Gryffindor students. He knew these students wouldn't complain about Snape afterward. They would only blame Harry because if he hadn't angered Snape, Snape wouldn't have singled them out like this today. Seemingly sensing Ask's delight, Hermione lifted her head and looked at him oddly. You must be hiding something from me. Absolutely not. Ask replied firmly, without a hint of hesitation. How could he admit it? Would he tell Hermione that he agreed to trade with the girl, and the reward was to visit his first love in Azkaban? Bet a copper canute that if he said so, Hermione would definitely throw the prepared boiling potion in his face, burning him. I don't believe you. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it, Ask said with a shameless expression, confident that as long as he didn't say it out loud, Hermione would never guess. And indeed, Hermione shot Ask an angry glare and turned back to continue taking her notes. At this moment, Snape was standing by the table in front of Ask, while two students behind him were whispering. He naturally heard them very clearly. After a quick check, he mercifully decided not to deduct points from that student because he had already decided to attribute that student's deduction to Ask. Is this the result of your class? Yes. Ask had been quite spirited, but seeing Snape arrive, he immediately became listless. Snape sneered, put down his stirring rod, and walked to the back while announcing his judgment. Unsatisfactory. 5 points off. 5 points off was already quite lenient, but Ask was still very displeased. Just as he was about to voice his objections to Snape, Hermione held him back, shaking her head firmly. Ask endured it. This unexpected behavior surprised Snape a little. He had been prepared to add some fuel to the fire while Ask was arguing, but now that punch missed its target, which was quite frustrating. However, he silently noted this odd occurrence, Just in time, he would be called by Dumbledore for a chat tonight, and he could use this incident to pass the time. After the potions class ended, the students hurriedly fled the classroom. Potions class was torture for them. After saying goodbye to Hermione, Ask prepared to go back to sleep. On the way back, he was alone, as the other students chose to go have dinner. The potions classroom was underground, not far from the Slytherin common room. And a few minutes later, Ask was already lounging on the sofa by the fireplace. Aren't you going to dinner tonight? The ghost that often lingered in the common room. Nearly headless Nick was also by the fireplace, seemingly warming himself. But do ghosts have such physical needs? He turned to look at Ask. Did something happy happen today? You seem quite pleased. Pretty much. I always feel happy when I see someone about to have a misfortune. Ask replied. By the way, Barrow, has anything fun happened at school lately? Yes, but I won't tell you. Ask gave nearly headless Nick the middle finger. TSK? You think I don't know that nearly headless Nick is holding a death day party? It's supposed to be a 400th death day party, right? The ghost corrected him expressionlessly. 500 years. 400 years and 500 years are pretty close, just 100 years apart. Nearly headless Nick's mouth twitched slightly, just 100 years. I heard it from the Fat Friar. I heard Nick invited a few students, and I was wondering why he didn't invite me. Ask propped his chin on his hand, looking quite puzzled. Because you were Slytherin, and Nick was a Gryffindor in life. With this answer from nearly headless Nick, Ask asked another question, so did he invite you? Aren't you also Slytherin? Nearly headless Nick showed a look of disdain and scoffed. I don't need him to invite me. Within Hogwarts, I can go wherever I want. Ask nodded, enviously saying, Indeed, you ghosts have it easy. It's so convenient to walk through walls and all. If you want to become a ghost, I can help you. No thanks. I can only watch, not do. Sigh. I don't know how you guys have endured all these years. Ask said with a sympathetic expression. Nearly headless Nick didn't catch on to Ask's underlying message. He said somewhat wistfully, You get used to it over time. Ask felt even more sympathy. Do you still have feelings? I'm already a ghost. Without feeling that the topic had shifted to something rather awkward, nearly headless Nick answered honestly. Sigh, you have it tough too. Ask expressed some feelings, saying that Bloodman Barrow finally realized something was wrong at this moment. But before he could react, Ask asked, Then why did you choose to become a ghost? Immortal and unaging, forever frozen at the moment of death. Isn't that a good thing for you? Bloodman Barrow sneered. Do you think I did it willingly? Ask was astonished, wasn't it? Of course I did it willingly. I don't believe it. Bloodman Barrow sneered again. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. Ask stroked his chin, thoughtfully saying, I feel like I've heard this before. It seems familiar. Bloodman Barrow didn't want to waste words on this issue. If you want to go to Nick's death day party, it's fine. They still welcome the living to attend. But you shouldn't expect to have a good time there, since those idiots' brains have already dried up. Like rotten meat, charred cake, cheese with green mold. Bloodman Barrow casually mentioned a few things. Watching Ask's complexion change dramatically. He sneered for the third time. The death day party is for ghosts and the dead. Can you still expect them to consider the living? That's true, Ask nodded. Then I should be able to bring some food to sell, right? It's settled then. As October came to an end, the frequency of the appearance of the Grim decreased, and no one knew where his home was, let alone that he had been hiding in a shrieking shack in Hogsmeade during this time. Another day passed, and the Grim returned to the shrieking shack, dragging his weary body. He had been whipped a few times by the Whomping Willow, which hurt him enough to bare his teeth, making his movements much less natural than usual. However, just thinking about how he had seen Harry Potter up close today excited the Grim. He found Harry and James to look so similar, almost like they were biological siblings, which made him incredibly happy. The Grasshoppers in autumn can't jump for long. The Grim in October also wouldn't be happy for long. If the Grim were to make a list of the people he least wanted to see, the person waiting for him in a shrieking shack at that moment would definitely be at the top of the list. WTF? Why is it you again? When the Grim saw Sirius, he cursed in his heart. In his anger, he overlooked why Sirius was here. The Shrieking Shack was no ordinary place. In 1971, Dumbledore took Remus Lupin into study at Hogwarts, providing him with a transformation location, the Shrieking Shack, protected by a Whomping Willow. Villagers who heard the noise and screams thought it was the sound of some ferocious ghost. Dumbledore encouraged people to spread such rumors to keep them away, ensuring everyone's safety. Therefore, very few people knew the truth about the Shrieking Shack. Long time no see, Sirius said coldly, waving his wand to block the small entrance with a stone door, sealing the space, cutting off the Grim's escape route. Now we can have a good talk. Halloween was fast approaching. Along with it was nearly headless Nick's 500th death day party. I bet very few living people can say they have attended such a party. It must be wonderful. If it weren't for Bloodman Barrow's reminder, Ask might have been as excited as Hermione, but knowing the truth, although he didn't shed tears, he had lost interest in a Death Day party that didn't welcome the living at all. I'm so foolish, really. Ask wore a sad expression. I only knew that Harry and the others were going to the Death Day party, but I didn't know they told Hermione about it. Nor did I realize Hermione was so interested in it. That's how it was. I don't know what Harry was thinking. Nick had originally only invited him, but he ended up dragging Ron along. Ron, who was misled, had no idea how terrifying the Death Day party was. He took it as bragging rights, which piqued Hermione's interest. She wanted to attend the Death Day party, but because her relationship with Harry and Ron wasn't good recently, she was predictably rejected by the two. Of course, Harry's motive was his ominous premonition about the event. Since he already had someone to share the misfortune with, he didn't want to drag anyone else down. While Ron was simply annoyed. Want to go with us? Sure, come beg me. Hermione was ultimately not the shameless type like Ask. She had already guessed this would be the response when she asked. She smiled at Harry and Ron as they finished copying her homework. It was already midnight, and Harry and Ron were preparing to go back to sleep, but Hermione said something like this. I'm really sorry. I picked the wrong one earlier. The one you copied was my mistake collection. Ask didn't know what Harry and Ron felt at that moment, but when he heard Hermione mention it, he felt a chill in his heart because he had recently been copying Hermione's homework and had even sold the answers to other Slytherin students. Around 7 o'clock, Ask and Hermione walked straight through the corridor, which led to the crowded Great Hall. It was festively decorated, with candlelight flickering and golden plates laid out on the tables. Very tempting, but they still walked towards the basement classroom. The passage leading to Nearly Headless Nick's party was already lit with candles. But the effect was anything but pleasant. They were all dark, thin little candles, burning with a bluish light, which made even their lively faces look eerie. With every step they took, the temperature dropped. Fortunately, Ask had prepared for this, and both he and Hermione had put on winter coats. Bloodman Barrow was right. The brains of these ghosts were dried up, and their standard for judging things were different from the living, as if the sound of 1,000 nails scraping against a giant blackboard was considered music by these ghosts. Good thing I was prepared. Ask took out 2 pairs of earplugs from his pocket, small, only the size of mung beans, but with excellent soundproofing. Hermione took a pair, after plugging her ears. The whole world became quiet. However, this also meant they couldn't hear what others were saying. Ask then took out a small notebook and a pen, quickly writing a few lines before showing them to Hermione. Once we go in, don't say anything, just smile and nod. Hermione nodded. It was a good idea since she was just there to observe, and it didn't matter if she didn't speak. After walking a bit further, they turned a corner and saw Nearly Headless Nick standing at a doorway, draped in a black velvet curtain. You are. Nearly Headless Nick recognized Ask, his head suddenly tilting to the side. If there wasn't a bit of flesh still attached, it would have likely fallen off by now. He chuckled awkwardly and pressed his head back. Welcome, welcome. I'm so glad you could come. Although he said this, his expression looked as if he had seen something unpleasant at the door. Nearly Headless Nick. Damn, you scare me so much my head almost fell off. Ask nodded seriously. He hadn't heard a word, but it was probably just pleasantries like welcome. Well, Nick, I hope your head falls off soon. I actually want to, but before the Nearly Headless Nick could finish his sentence, Ask pulled Hermione past him and walked inside. He could only swallow his words and continue waiting there to greet the ghosts who had yet to arrive. I have to say, Hermione was right in a way. The Ghost Death Day party was indeed quite wonderful. When they entered, the sight before them was truly unbelievable. The underground classroom was packed with hundreds of milky white, translucent figures, most of whom were floating around the crowded dance floor, waltzing to the terrifying and trembling sounds produced by 30 saws, with the band playing on a stage draped in black cloth. A chandelier above them was lit with 1,000 candles, casting a midnight blue glow. Their breaths formed puffs of mist in front of them, as if they had stepped into a refrigeration room. Quite lively, Ask said. They were wearing thick cotton jackets and earplugs, and neither the low temperature nor the noise affected them at all, since they were just there to watch. They chose a corner spot with a good view to take in the whole classroom. Opportunities to see so many ghosts at once were rare. And from the looks of tonight's gathering, it wasn't just Hogwarts ghosts. Some others from different places had also come, and many of the ghosts were ones Ask was seeing for the first time. Don't be fooled by my current appearance. I was quite the noble knight when I was alive, until an arrow pierced my head. I don't know if boasting is an inherent skill of knights, but when Ask tried to take off his earplugs, the first thing he heard was a knight with an arrow sticking out of his forehead bragging. The noise here was indeed terrifying. Before long, Ask felt his ears were damaged and had to put his earplugs back on, maintaining a silly smile as he watched the ghosts frolic. He saw the bloodstained Baron had arrived, exuding a strong presence, as all the ghosts made way for him. Compared to the poor, pitiful Nick, he looked more like the star of this Death Day party. Suddenly, Hermione poked Ask in the side, and he turned to see Harry and Ron walking towards them. Both of them looked extremely miserable. They were dressed lightly and had no earplugs, making this place feel like Snape's potions classroom to them. Ask waved at the two with a victorious smile, feeling quite proud of their expressions upon seeing him, as if they had just eaten a dead fly. Oh, for heaven's sake. Ron stopped in his tracks, looking disgusted. How did he end up here? Harry said uncertainly. Maybe Nick invited him, too? If I'd known he was coming, I wouldn't have come. Hearing the resentment in Ron's words, Harry felt a bit angry. It wasn't his fault that Ask was invited, and Ron's words seemed to imply that everything was his fault. If you want to leave, you can now. You think I wouldn't dare? So, Ron angrily left, and Harry was left alone, finding a spot to sit down and sulk. I have to say, kids are just like that. They do things according to their whims, laughing when they're happy, crying when they're sad, and they won't hold back their tempers, but will definitely vent them out. Compared to them, adults are much more mature. They might cry when they're happy and laugh when they're sad, suppressing their frustrations deep inside, letting time ferment it, and finally releasing it at the most appropriate moment, always hitting the mark. Compared to kids, they wear a mask on their faces, hiding their joys and sorrows. In fact, Harry is quite pitiful. Hermione suddenly took off Ask's earplugs and leaned closer to him, speaking softly. The warm breath against his ear was pleasant, and he squinted his eyes, lowering his voice to ask Hermione, "Have you forgiven him?" Regarding that incident from the summer vacation, Hermione had confronted Harry and Ron shortly after school started, but unsurprisingly, the two completely denied it ever happened. Because of this matter, Hermione's relationship with the two had become so cold that they were even worse than strangers. I'm just stating the facts. His choice of friends is terrible, Hermione said. I really can't see what's so good about Ron. Arrogant, foolish, narrow-minded, lazy, and jealous. Listing his flaws could go on until dawn. He does have his strengths, Ask shrugged. At least he comes from a good family. Hermione thought Ask was talking about blood purity, which she was extremely averse to. What's so great about being from a pure-blood family? That's not what I meant. Ask rubbed his nose, feeling uncomfortable from the cold air without any protection. Ron's parents and Harry's parents were friends, so their offspring had to be friends too. From the perspective of protecting children's healthy growth, it's very correct not to let them be friends with those bad kids. But it seems they forgot one thing. Being friends with a fool isn't necessarily the right choice either. Do you know Ron's parents? Hermione asked. No, but pity the hearts of parents everywhere. Even if their son is a hopeless fool, they will still do their utmost to find him the best little buddy. Ask said with a hint of sarcasm. Connections are very important. Even if Ron turns out to be a useless person, as long as he knows those big shots. Getting a decent position won't be a problem. Luckily, this generation just happens to have Harry as a big shot. Hermione frowned. As someone with parents, she found it hard to accept Ask's malicious interpretation of others' parental intentions. So she interrupted, "They're not as terrible as you say, are they? All right, let's not talk about that. Let's chat about something else." Ask shrugged helplessly, taking out snacks from his pocket and sharing a large portion with Hermione. We could talk about something interesting, like the grudges between the old man and Harry's parents. Snape? The story I want to tell is quite long, but it's just right for passing the time. Ask opened a packet of sunflower seeds. A long time ago, there was a little boy named Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor Lockhart? The protagonist of this story is indeed Professor Lockhart. Telling the story from his perspective is just perfect. Then hurry up and continue. Gilderoy Lockhart. He graduated from Ravenclaw House at Hogwarts. Ask rubbed his hands together and said to Hermione, "All right, the story is over." The story Ask told was clearly unfinished and lacking. As the listener, Hermione definitely couldn't applaud his performance, so she naturally pressed for more. Is that all? Hermione's expression darkened, the peanuts in her hands cracking under her grip. Is that what you call a story? No beginning, no middle, and even no ending. Just a bunch of nonsense. In fact, Professor Lockhart's story really is just that much. He graduated in the same year as Snape, and he was a student of Professor Flitwick before. But how many people at Hogwarts do you think remember he was once a student here? Ask said as if it were obvious. He has no story to tell at Hogwarts. Then what did you mean when you said the protagonist of this story is Professor Lockhart? And telling it from his perspective is just right? Hermione asked. Ask tossed a milk candy into his mouth and then stuffed in a peanut. The effect of the two meeting was quite remarkable. At least Ask really enjoyed this way of eating. Calmly snacking, Ask seemed to perk up a bit. Professor Lockhart had been inconspicuous at Hogwarts back in the day, and he hadn't left any mark of his own at the school. But he had memories belonging to this castle, and in those memories, there were some people he might never forget. James Potter met Lily Evans at Hogwarts. And these two were Harry's parents. When they first met, Lily didn't have a good impression of James because she thought he was too reckless, rude in his words and actions, and had a nasty personality, which sounds quite a bit like me. Ask pointed at himself, and then at Hermione. Lily is also a muggle witch, and you two do resemble each other quite a bit. Well, let's name our future son Harry. It seemed that his own words amused him, and Ask laughed heartily without caring about anything else. Hermione gave Ask a glare and asked a question. Wait, how do you know what happened when they first met? Lockhart saw it. After all, the main characters of the story are him. Then how do you know what Professor Lockhart saw at that time? Hermione asked again. It's just a story. Ask shrugged. I'm just filling in my way within a framework. If you take it seriously, you've lost. Hermione said somewhat disappointedly. So it's not true. Ask adjusted his glasses and said thoughtfully, maybe what I said is true. History is always surprisingly similar, and what they encountered back then might be similar to what we encounter. Shaking his head, he continued the unfinished story, mentioning that there were a few other people present at that time, including Headmaster Snape. Hearing this, Hermione couldn't help but interrupt. Snape was there too? Ask looked at Hermione with a strange expression. Why wouldn't he be? He was Lily's friend, the kind they grew up playing together. Is this part made up by you, or is it real? Ask replied without changing his expression. I made it up. You continue. Besides Headmaster Snape, there's another person worth noting. That is Sirius Black. Hermione interrupted Ask again. Sirius Black was also present? Ask turned his head and looked at Hermione expressionlessly. Why wouldn't he be? He was James's friend, the kind they grew up playing together. Hermione chuckled awkwardly and changed the topic. I feel like I've heard that somewhere. Is this also something you made up? No, this is real. Ask remained expressionless. I know you've read the newspaper, but the newspaper didn't mention some things, like the reason Sirius Black was imprisoned in Azkaban. It only said he escaped, nothing else. Do you know why he was imprisoned in Azkaban? Ask was silent for a moment. He betrayed Harry's parents, leading to their deaths at the hands of Voldemort. What? Hermione suddenly stood up, shocked, and not far away. Harry turned to look at her, confused. Hermione realized she had lost her composure. She pretended to adjust her clothes and sat down, acting as if nothing had happened. Headmaster Snape is Lily's friend. There's a saying, feelings develop over time. If I say that Headmaster Snape has no feelings for Lily, you wouldn't believe that, would you? Ask looked at Hermione, who nodded slightly. But we all know that later Lily married James. They ended up together, while Headmaster Snape has remained single to this day. So, in this emotional aspect, Headmaster Snape lost. Is this part true? If this part is false, then I should say this. Headmaster Snape is a blood supremacist. He despised Lily's muggle blood. And after entering Slytherin and becoming friends with other blood supremacists, he ultimately parted ways with Lily, who ended up marrying James, a good man who didn't care about her muggle blood. Ask said seriously, and his words were more convincing to Hermione than the previous ones. While the obsessive Snape had to live a lonely life, which could be considered deserved. This story teaches us not to judge by appearances. Beauty is not about looks. Nobility is not about bloodlines. Everything depends on the inner self. The beauty of the soul is the true beauty. After this logically sound and convincing rant, Ask said to the already somewhat skeptical Hermione, actually, this part is what I made up. Hermione, perhaps it's a bit unfair to Snape, but in Hermione's view, the part made up by Ask should be the real truth. Lily should be with James, and Snape should live a lonely life. The reason is simple. Good people should have sweets. Slytherin and Gryffindor are naturally incompatible. James and his friends had bullied Snape for years. And after enduring this humiliation and hatred for so long, he finally returned it to James's son, Harry. At this point, seeing Hermione wanting to ask again, Ask proactively added, this part is true. Isn't it satisfying and heartwarming? Hermione nodded, which shows Snape's poor popularity. That is all I wanted to say. Actually, it's just a common trope from a romance novel where A and B are childhood sweethearts, but C likes B, so C targets A. A and B have a disagreement and eventually break up, and C finally gets together with B. Ask yawned, as if this story bored him to sleep. Centered around this story, there are other little stories, such as the tale of Sirius Black betraying Harry's parents and why Headmaster Snape ultimately lost Lily. In fact, these stories are what interest me the most. Then tell me. Hermione began to urge for more, and Ask shrugged, pointing at Harry, who had already stood up and was preparing to leave. Do you think this is a place for storytelling? So, as Harry left, Ask and Hermione also left. Although they came here to observe, they didn't really see what happened at the memorial party. If this can be considered a story, it's a story with only a beginning. No process, and certainly no ending, just a poorly concluded tale that isn't even a story, but rather meaningless chatter. As they neared the door, Moaning Myrtle suddenly blocked their path. Myrtle was a sensitive ghost with long, straight hair and thick glasses. Few people had seen her smile. She always seemed to feel wronged over trivial matters and would then cry loudly, flooding the place with tears. To most people, she was not a welcome presence. Well, she was already dead and now a ghost, yet still unwelcome. If I fell into the lake and was about to drown, who would you save first? Upon first meeting, Myrtle asked a question that left Ask speechless. He didn't answer immediately, but stared at Myrtle with a look reserved for someone unwell. After a long pause, he sighed, took out a bottle of potion from his pocket, and handed it over regardless of whether Myrtle could catch it. The medicine cannot be stopped. Do not give up on treatment. I'm serious. Moaning Myrtle seems very angry, but the way she expresses her anger and frustration is by crying. I see her crying with tears streaming rapidly from her transparent little eyes. Ask rolled his eyes. I'm serious too. I'm not sick. Myrtle cried out with a sobbing voice. Ask stroked his chin, retracted his hand that was holding the medicine bottle, and looked at Myrtle with a helpless expression. Can you stop crying? I'm going to cry. Who told you to make fun of me? Ask nodded, pulling Hermione past Myrtle. Oh, I see. Then you continue. We won't disturb you. And I wish you a happy cry. Ask's way of dealing with things always leaves people speechless, and ghosts are no exception. He walked away, casually, but once Myrtle regained her senses, she turned Nick's Death Day party into her own crying performance, letting the distant ghost learn 4 different ways to write the word cry. After going outside, Ask initially planned to return to the Slytherin common room nearby, but suddenly a loud commotion came from upstairs, as if something had happened. Should we go check it out? Hermione asked, and Ask nodded, and the two walked toward the stairs together. Hogwarts students should be happy. Filch's cat got into trouble. Having followed Filch for so long, this cat named Mrs. Norris had also become quite annoying. With its keen sense of smell and quick reflexes, countless students who ventured out at night had fallen victim to its claws. Wherever Mrs. Norris appeared, Filch would be nearby. Well done. Many students thought this in their hearts, but they didn't say it out loud. One of the basic etiquettes of onlookers is not to steal the spotlight. Just standing quietly and watching the show is enough. Harry envied this calm attitude of watching, but he couldn't do it because he himself was the object of observation. Mrs. Norris had her tail caught on the torch holder, her body stiff as a board, her eyes wide open, staring fixedly at Harry. What happened here? What happened? The commotion attracted not only Ask and Hermione, but also Filch, who squeezed through the crowd with his shoulder. Then he saw Mrs. Norris, stumbled back a few steps, and terrified, grabbed his face with his hands. My cat! My cat! What happened to Mrs. Norris? Filch screamed, looking helplessly at the nearby students, only to find that they were all looking at Harry. You! Filch shouted, you! You killed my cat! You killed her! I'm going to kill you! I will! Filch! Dumbledore arrived on the scene, followed by many other teachers. In the blink of an eye, he walked past Harry and freed Mrs. Norris from the torch holder. The advantage of being tall was evident. At least the others present couldn't do it without a spell. Come with me, Filch, Dumbledore said to Filch, and you too, Mr. Potter. Professor Lockhart showed his helpful side, saying my office is the closest, just upstairs. Thank you. The silent crowd parted to let them through, but Dumbledore suddenly stopped because someone blocked his way. Ask. Do you need something? Dumbledore asked. Ask extended his hand, a small medicine bottle lying horizontally in his palm. Perhaps this could be useful. This is... Dumbledore took the bottle, examined it carefully, and then looked at Ask thoughtfully, somewhat relieved, and said, Thank you very much for your help. Slytherin gets 15 points. A bottle for 15 points? Ask tilted his head and pulled out a small bag from his pocket, the sound of clinking glass coming from inside. I have over 60 bottles. I'll give them all to you for 700 points. How about that? Dumbledore was taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. That wouldn't do. How about 500 points? It's not a matter of how many points. 300 points? Ask completely ignored Dumbledore's words, blinking his eyes. It can't be less. If it's less, I'll be at a loss. Listen to me right now. 100 points. Ask shoved the bag into Dumbledore's hands. Looking pained as he said, Consider this my contribution to Hogwarts. I don't need a special contribution award. Just give me 100 points. 100 points is already a loss. Holding Mrs. Norris with one hand and a bag of potions with the other, Dumbledore suddenly felt very tired. He really wanted to drop everything and go back to sleep. He turned to seek help from Snape, who thankfully stepped in to bail him out. Ask Grindelwald. Deduct 100 points. Snape immediately deducted 100 points from Ask, then looked at Dumbledore, implying that he should handle the next matters himself. Dumbledore nodded in understanding, cleared his throat, and said with a serious expression, Given the value of the potions you've contributed, I will give you 101 points. That should satisfy you, right? Satisfied? What the hell? Ask was almost fainted with anger by these two shameless bastards. After all this fuss, over 60 bottles of potions only earned him 1 point. This was no longer a loss. This was robbery. With a potion made from mandrake, things became much easier. Dumbledore opened a bottle of potion and administered it to Mrs. Norris, then gently placed her on the ground. Mrs. Norris's previous state resembled being hit by a petrification spell. In terms of color, it had turned from colorful to black and white. After the potion was administered, the visible change was that her body returned from black and white to color. Once her body returned to normal, Mrs. Norris's eyes suddenly moved, and then she turned sharply and dashed towards Filch, climbing up his leg to his upper body, finally curling up in Filch's embrace. It seemed she saw something terrifying. Ask hinted, and only Dumbledore in attendance knew what he meant. He nodded, indicating that he understood what was going on. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Ask was not interested in how Dumbledore would handle the aftermath, so he turned and walked toward the stairs. Hermione followed closely behind him, having too many questions to ask, so she asked the most important one. What do the words on the wall mean? It means the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and all those of impure blood should beware of being attacked. Hermione suddenly stopped, and Ask turned back in confusion, only to see her face pale. Her expression twisted with anger. Why? Why what? Why'd he do this? Ask thought for a moment, and gave an answer that wasn't really an answer, because he is the heir of the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione furrowed her brows, pondering for a long time, and finally shook her head. What is the Chamber of Secrets? I haven't read about it in any books. Ask yawned, and it was a long story, so let us talk about it tomorrow, shall we? Hermione clearly wanted to know today, but seeing that Ask looked quite tired, she could only take a step back and ask, are there any related books in the library? Don't ask me. I've never been to the Hogwarts library even once. Ask shook his head, sighed, and said helplessly, here's a piece of advice. Don't go out at night because the attacker hasn't been caught yet. If you must go out, it's best to carry a mirror. Walk by looking in the mirror and never look directly with your eyes. You really know everything. Ask's kind reminder seemed extremely irresponsible to Hermione. He clearly knew a lot, but said nothing. From the method of walking while looking in a mirror, he already knew how to deal with the attacker. And he might even know who that person was. Ask nodded, acknowledging that Hermione was right, and looked at her seriously, saying, this matter is very deep. I don't want you involved. Why? Why so many whys? Ask became a bit impatient, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and tried to keep his tone calm. Dumbledore is handling these matters. Don't you trust Dumbledore? I believe in him, but you believe in yourself more? Ask lost his patience and said irritably, do you think you are more reliable than Dumbledore? Do you think you are smarter than everyone else? Do you think getting high scores on tests means you can handle all problems? You. Ask's words were indeed hurtful. He had gotten used to sarcasm and unintentionally treated Hermione as a rival. Hermione was very angry and sad. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she pointed at Ask, unable to say a word for a long time. Ask also realized he had gone too far. He took a deep breath and apologized to Hermione. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I just care too much about you and don't want you to get hurt. Hermione held back her tears and said coldly, Ask, don't you think you were selfish? You think I'm selfish? Is that not so? Ask laughed self-deprecatingly, and his tone also turned cold. If I were selfish, I would have given those powerful healing potions to Dumbledore. If I were selfish, I wouldn't have told you things I shouldn't have, leading you to believe I'm a selfish person. Hermione retorted, what is it that you can't tell me? Huh? Ask responded with a smile, then suddenly changed the subject. Then tell me when your period will come? You. So, it's better for each of us to keep some secrets, maintaining a bit of mystery and freshness, so our relationship doesn't wilt quickly and become bland. Hermione glared at Ask, whether it was an illusion or not. Ask felt like Hermione's head was about to smoke, as if she had taken Madame Pomfrey's cold medicine. Well, I'll tell you what I should, and what I shouldn't will depend on whether you can pry it out of my head. Ask pointed at his own head, showing Hermione a provocative smile, then turned around and walked towards the stairs, quickly disappearing from her sight. This day was Halloween, October 30th, 1992. Last Halloween, Quirinus Quirrell released a troll. But compared to that troll, the monster released today was even more terrifying. On the way back, Ask stretched lazily and felt incredibly relaxed. Now that I have brought out so many powerful healing potions, you shouldn't leave any survivors, right? Ask was playing a big game. Only he and Dumbledore knew this, and Dumbledore only realized it after returning to his office and opening the bag containing the healing potions. So cunning. Dumbledore looked at the empty bottles in the bag, a helpless wry smile appearing on his face. Fortunately, he hadn't given Ask too many extra points at that time. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Reflecting on Ask's performance back then, Dumbledore almost believed it. That person hiding in the crowd must have believed it too. Although Dumbledore still didn't know who had opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the basilisk, he firmly believed that person must have been among the crowd. This judgment stemmed from Dumbledore's understanding of a person. No matter who opened the chamber, that person must be closely related to Voldemort. Dumbledore first dismissed the possibility of Voldemort making a comeback. At the end of the last school year, he had been severely injured by Harry, and it had been less than half a year. He could not have recovered so quickly. Similarly, even if he had recovered, the last failure would have made him realize that this was not the time for him to run rampant. In Hogwarts, whether he was a dragon or a tiger, he had to coil or crouch. So, was it Voldemort's minions? If Dumbledore were Voldemort, he would now try to dig a deep hole to bury himself, curling up and licking his wounds until he had enough strength to appear in front of people. Because Voldemort's most loyal Death Eaters were either in Azkaban or already dead. The survivors either lived by betraying others to clear their names, or were originally fence-sitters with uncertain stances. Would Voldemort entrust his life and fortune to such people? Opening the Chamber of Secrets required Parseltongue, something Dumbledore had known for a long time. He began paying attention to the chamber due to the attack on Myrtle 50 years ago, and 50 years was enough time for Dumbledore to discover many things. If he could find a parcel mouth, then Dumbledore could open the chamber, go in to kill, drive away, or subdue the basilisk. And Salazar Slytherin's legacy could be reclaimed for the public. Leaning back in his chair and thinking for a while, Dumbledore decided to continue observing. After all, with the previous incident, there would not be any students attacked in the short term. Even if there were, they would have to wait behind Ask. Ask might be selfish sometimes, but this time he bravely stood up as a target, successfully drawing hatred. Before he fell, Hogwarts would not have any students in danger. Of course, except for the particularly unfortunate, just like Myrtle 50 years ago. One could only sigh that luck was indeed a mysterious thing. In a year, you have grown a lot, Dumbledore said with a smile, temporarily putting down this burden. He began to deal with another matter. One that was likely a greater threat than the Chamber of Secrets. The Ministry of Magic's request to enter Hogwarts. On Dumbledore's desk lay a document. This time, no one came to explain, and the document's definition had changed from discussion to notification and order. The Ministry of Magic had completely disregarded Dumbledore's existence and was sending an investigator to Hogwarts to investigate the whereabouts of Sirius Black. Serge White. Dumbledore looked at the name of the investigator mentioned at the end of the document and fell into deep thought. As far as he knew, there seemed to be no such person among Cornelius Fudge's confidants. This was a new face. Newcomer. The expansion speed of Cornelius Fudge's power is faster than Dumbledore thought, and that is not a good thing. Under the leadership of a sheep, even the bravest lion can become as cowardly as a sheep. Let alone in Dumbledore's view, Cornelius Fudge is at best just a groundhog. By the day after tomorrow, Hogwarts will welcome an unwelcome guest. Dumbledore thought so, but not everything goes as he thinks. After all, he is just a person, an old man. A relatively powerful old man, and that's all. In the far-off, shrieking shack, Sirius had tidied the place up a bit. At least it was livable and not a messy doghouse. A tent, enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, stood in the center. And Sirius was inside the tent, having a late-night snack. At the edge of the tent was a cage, where a large black dog lay, listless and battered. The steaming beef stew with potatoes was fragrant, and Sirius was enjoying it, completely indifferent to the dog's resentful gaze. Sirius did not think that starving a dog for 2 days and not giving it anything to eat was an evil act. Perhaps it was a bit perverse to say, but Sirius derived pleasure from this act of cruelty, gaining joy and feeling utterly refreshed. The large black dog was so hungry that he could barely open his eyelids. Sirius had been gorging himself right in front of him for 2 whole days. At first, the black dog would bark in protest, but now he had no energy to think about that. He had started counting down to the end of his life. And this ruthless Sirius was clearly intent on killing him. After finishing his late-night snack, Sirius stood up with a burp. He had drunk a little today, and perhaps due to his poor tolerance, he swayed as he walked, as if he might fall at any moment. Swaying left and right, he stumbled to the cage and slapped it a few times, shouting at the large black dog, "Get up, you idiot!" The black dog lifted his eyelids, glanced at Sirius, and let them droop again, continuing to lie there in a half-dead state. The bars of the cage were too fine, otherwise. The black dog would have been prepared to take a bite out of this bastard to wake him up. Clang, clang. Sirius kicked the cage a few times and cursed a few more words, but the black dog remained in the same state, half dead. Sirius stopped, stared at the black dog for a long time, then took out a delicious chicken leg from his pocket and shoved it through the largest opening at the top of the cage. The chicken leg hit the black dog's head, and he opened his eyes. Now a question lay before him. Eat or not eat? There was no hesitation. The black dog picked up the chicken leg without thinking and devoured it in a flash. Sucking on the chicken bone, the black dog felt a bit more energized, but the hunger became even more intense, giving him a bad premonition. Sirius smiled ominously and turned to walk towards the bed. The black dog watched his back. Filled with hatred, his appetite stirred, and it would not be easy to suppress it. He wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. Crunch! The black dog angrily crushed the chicken bone, chewing it down as if it were Sirius. I'll be going to Hogwarts the day after tomorrow. Lying on the bed, Sirius suddenly spoke. As a special investigator for the Ministry of Magic, I'm going there to capture the traitor who sold out the Potters. The black dog held his breath, hoping Sirius would say more. You fool, don't think you have no responsibility at all. You bear 1/3 of the responsibility for that night's tragedy. After all, you recommended Peter. Sirius said coldly, and this statement pierced the black dog's heart. And it was also the truth. For so many years, no matter how much the black dog hated the real traitor, he hated himself even more. If he hadn't chosen to believe that unreliable Peter, things wouldn't have ended up like this. 1/3 of the responsibility is yours. 1/3 of the responsibility is Peter's. Sirius paused here, and the black dog almost thought he had fallen asleep, but Sirius suddenly said, There's another person who also has 1/3 of the responsibility. He told Peter's story to that person. The black dog's eyes widened. This was a question he had been searching for an answer to for many years. How did Voldemort know that Peter was the secret keeper? The only ones who knew about this were the Potters, Peter, and the black dog himself. He had always thought that Peter had taken the initiative to betray them. But now Sirius said that it was actually another person who had snitched. Who was that person? The black dog perked up his ears, but soon he heard Sirius's snoring. He had fallen asleep, leaving the black dog completely unable to sleep. Coincidentally, in the dungeons of Hogwarts, in the Slytherin dormitory, Ask was also unable to sleep. To say it might be a bit inappropriate, Ask was actually suffering from insomnia. He wanted to sleep, but he had an overly excited roommate who couldn't. I bet a bronze canute that the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets must be one of us Slytherins, Draco said, animated and excited, as if someone might think he had just become the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Crabbe and Goyle, two chubby boys, each holding a bag of chips, were pretending to think hard, looking very engrossed, though they didn't know what Draco was talking about. They felt it seemed impressive. That was the shared thought of the two chubby boys. Fortunately, Draco didn't expect these two guys, whose IQ didn't even match their weight. To understand, the only audience he acknowledged was Ask. What was Ask doing now? Desperate, Ask cast a spell on himself, and suddenly the world became quiet. He could finally sleep well. Under such good conditions, he almost fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. He was really exhausted, not physically, but mentally and emotionally. Ask, who do you think opened the Chamber of Secrets? This is so cool. Draco rambled on happily, but when he turned his head, he found Ask had already fallen asleep, his snores soon surpassing Draco's voice. Draco's bed was only half a meter away from Ask's, so he jumped from his bed to Ask's. It was a good start, but it didn't mean a good ending. All petrified. If Hermione saw what Ask was doing now, she would definitely think he had a habit of sleepwalking. Ask stretched out a hand, pointing directly at Draco's face, and then recited the spell. Draco was petrified, maintaining a pose as if he were standing on one leg at the end of Ask's bed. Almost simultaneously, the two chubby boys also couldn't hold on any longer, sitting there with their chips and falling asleep. Thus, Draco met his tragic fate. Please allow me to express a sorrowful face. Oh, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. An unsettling atmosphere permeated the air at Hogwarts, and the students were inexplicably anxious, worried, and fearful. Most of them didn't even know what the Chamber of Secrets was, but that didn't stop their fear of the matter. TCH, I don't even know what you're all afraid of. After hearing that talismans and such were selling like hotcakes recently, Ask felt speechless for a moment and said to Draco and the others, It is said that, but he ordered some materials from Diagon Alley that day and then spent an entire night tinkering to create a bunch of charms to sell. The charms produced by Ask are impeccable in craftsmanship, but their actual effectiveness is known only to him. The day after Halloween, November 1st, Ask was thinking about whether to order some more materials while having lunch. Although the charms had basically become popular enough for everyone to have one, there was still a long way to go with other items. He heard that muggles were using something called holy water, and Ask thought that was a pretty good idea since the materials cost nothing and were everywhere. In the entire Hogwarts, there were only a handful of students who did not wear charms made by Ask, including Draco, because he had witnessed the making of this so-called charm that was immune to all evils. Although he had bought one himself, he had long since thrown it under his bed. Just like at the beginning, he believed that the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets was a Slytherin, and that person's target was the impure bloods. Draco did not think his bloodline was impure. Is there anything fun happening lately? Asked Draco, fork in hand, while eating a piece of bacon. Ask, are you the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Ask turned his head and looked at Draco expressionlessly. That's the 103rd time you've asked me that question in the past few days. Draco scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, is it really that many? Ask still replied expressionlessly, no, I exaggerated a bit. Then how many times is it? 3 times. Draco's mouth twitched, but he held back from commenting on the earlier exaggeration. He took a sip of soup to cover it up, but when he looked up again, he couldn't help but ask, really not you? Ask looked at Draco and said slowly but firmly, really not me. Are you sure? I'm sure. Oh. Draco replied, lowering his head to continue drinking his soup, but from Ask's perspective, that bowl of soup was already empty. Shaking his head, Ask wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and left the Great Hall. He had no classes in the afternoon, and since he had been busy for the past few days, he had time to look for the location of the Chamber of Secrets. For Ask, it would be beneficial to resolve the issue of the chamber as soon as possible. He was really worried about Hermione. Ask had a bit of a guess about the location of the Chamber of Secrets. If it was indeed a chamber left by Salazar Slytherin, then the location would definitely be underground. This guy seemed to be keen on digging underground. Otherwise, the Slytherin common room wouldn't be in such a dark place underground. If Salazar Slytherin was a snake, then that snake must be hibernating. Have you ever seen a snake that buries itself underground for no reason? That is too simple. Feeling somewhat bored, Ask yawned. He was currently standing in a boys' restroom, checking each stall one by one to see if there were any secret passages. If Hogwarts had any way to reach underground, then the restroom must be one of them. After all, everyone knows how restrooms operate. Sometimes, studying the thoughts of the person involved is very helpful for finding things. Since Salazar Slytherin left the chamber, he must have hoped that one day, someone excellent enough would find it. There must be some special hint at the entrance, and the most likely one that matches his style would be a snake. As long as he checked for snake-shaped components, finding the entrance to the chamber wouldn't be that difficult. Thus, Ask spent the entire afternoon in the boys' restroom. Hogwarts students might find a scene like this. A boy sneaking around in the boys' restroom, appearing on the 3rd floor one moment, and then on the 1st floor the next, sometimes even trying to enter other houses' common rooms. However, the doors to other houses were not that easy to enter, especially during the day. After thinking for a long time, Ask decided not to go to the common room for now. He felt the possibility there was actually the lowest, because Salazar Slytherin wouldn't hide his chamber in another house's common room. But it wasn't impossible either. As dinner time approached, Ask stood at the entrance of the girls' restroom, facing a serious question. Should he go in or not? After searching for so long, Ask was utterly speechless about Salazar Slytherin. This old guy was definitely a shameless old pervert, and he must have placed the entrance to the chamber in the girls' restroom. The thought that such a person was an idol for so many students around him, and that his own house was even named after this person, suddenly made Ask feel a sense of betrayal toward his house. Ask, whether it was good or bad luck, Hermione happened to walk out just then. Seeing Ask standing at the door with a serious expression, she immediately had a very bad premonition. Don't ask, a voice in Hermione's mind shouted. But she still asked out of habit. What are you doing here? Oh, I'm thinking about a question. Don't ask anymore. The voice shouted again. But Hermione still asked, what question? Ask had a serious face, his expression solemn and sacred. I want to go into the girls' restroom and take a look. Hermione finally understood what that voice meant. Indeed, she shouldn't have asked, because asking would lead to a very unpleasant answer. Thinking of this, Hermione's gaze towards Ask turned unfriendly, as if she were looking at a pervert. As if sensing this gaze, Ask looked at Hermione with clear eyes. Don't look at me like that. Stare, I'm not a pervert. Stare, I'm doing something very important that concerns everyone's safety. Stare, this is a very serious issue. We can't view it with a biased perspective. State Hermione. Please trust my character. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Please give me a bit of basic trust. State. At this time, most students had gone to dinner, so there wasn't too much of a crowd, and these two were able to chat freely at the entrance of the girls' restroom. Wherever Ask was present, even the air became comical, which was a big truth. Although they were chatting, it was mostly Ask doing the talking, while Hermione maintained her expression the whole time. After talking for a long time and feeling parched, Ask pulled out a bottle of water from his pocket and drank deeply. He needed to take a break. Actually, I already know. Hermione spoke with an air of I've already seen through everything, and her expression was the same, which made Ask somewhat puzzled. Did Hermione already know he was here looking for the entrance to the chamber? Ask rubbed his chin. You already know. Thinking that Hermione might get angry for not telling her some information and choosing to act alone, Ask felt a headache coming on. Actually, it's not what you think. I already know. To Ask's surprise, Hermione was not angry at all. Instead, she spoke to Ask in a very gentle tone, saying, actually, you have always been protecting me. Ask did not hear a word of what she said afterward. His brain was nearing a short circuit because he simply could not understand why things had taken such a sudden turn. I thought about what happened before. Hermione paused, took a deep breath, and clenched her fists as if to encourage herself. Looking into Ask's bewildered eyes, she said very seriously, I'm sorry. Oh. Ask stared blankly at Hermione, still not coming to his senses. I was too willful before. I shouldn't have doubted you. Oh. Although it was too late to say it now, I still want to say I'm sorry. Oh. Thank you for your concern for me. The biggest mistake was questioning your care for me. Oh, I've figured it out. Trust is mutual. You trust me unreservedly, and I can't let you down. Ooh. Ask was truly at a loss for words. He understood what a sudden turn of events meant. Seeing Hermione shed tears of guilt and self-blame, he instinctively took a step forward and hugged her. At that moment, he had regained some composure, although he still couldn't understand how things had come to this. Ask, I'm sorry. Actually, I just want to take a look at the girls' restroom. Ask laughed, but the smile resembled crying. You have to believe me. I really am a pervert. Ask, I'm sorry. 5 minutes later, Ask appeared in the hall with his hand over his mouth, looking dazed and confused, startling Draco. After Ask sat down, Draco hurriedly leaned over to examine if there was something wrong with him. Just as he was wondering what was off, Ask suddenly burst into a silly laugh. Ask laughed foolishly, resembling a madman, and Draco rolled his eyes, moving slightly away. Ask paid no attention to this. He covered his mouth with his hand, his fingertips brushing over his lips as he recalled that soft sensation, laughing even more foolishly. It's over. Ask has turned into an idiot, Draco said in despair to Crabbe and Goyle, who responded with, burp on the night of November 1st. The food in front of Dumbledore remained almost untouched. Tonight's dinner was the same as usual, but Dumbledore's mood was different. He really had no appetite. The hall's door was open, but the castle's door was closed. During the noisy dinner time, a gentle knock should have been drowned out, but Dumbledore had been waiting. He caught the sound of knocking and turned to Snape, giving a slight nod. Only a few people noticed Snape's departure, and it wasn't until he led a stranger into the hall that other students became aware of it. Who is that person? Draco asked, but no one could answer him. He could only watch as Snape brought the stranger to Dumbledore. He saw Dumbledore stand up and shake hands with the stranger, and they seemed to say something to each other. Dumbledore's smile was as kind as ever, and everything seemed normal. At this point, it was almost time for dinner to end. Dumbledore tapped his spoon on his plate, and all the food and utensils on the long table disappeared. The noisy hall quieted down, and everyone looked at Dumbledore and the young man beside him. Please allow me to introduce the special investigator from the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore broke the silence, smiling as he pointed to the young man standing next to him, Mr. Surug White. Under normal circumstances, when Dumbledore introduces a newcomer, the students would applaud to welcome them. However, now, aside from Dumbledore and Hagrid, not a single teacher or student clapped. Dumbledore and Hagrid clapped a few times, but realizing the applause sounded lonely in the quiet hall, they stopped. The hall fell silent again, and all students stared intently at the new special investigator from the Ministry of Magic. Even the most oblivious person understood that the Ministry of Magic would not send someone to Hogwarts for no reason. With a powerful wizard like Dumbledore in charge, what could the Ministry possibly be investigating? The Chamber of Secrets. Almost all the students thought of what had happened a few days ago, and they simultaneously looked at Harry, their complex gazes filled with sympathy, schadenfreude, and worry, the complexity rivaling ancient runes. Ask held a chicken leg, having eaten only half of it. He chewed the meat while his gaze drifted from Surug to the ceiling. The starry sky tonight was quite beautiful, a deep and distant night, with twinkling stars. Far better than that fool Surug. Good evening, everyone, Surug greeted the crowd. His attire was somewhat more formal than usual, a black coat that reached his knees, a high collar, a scarf, an old movie-style round hat, and a pipe in his hand. This look seemed somewhat familiar, resembling a eunuch version of Sherlock Holmes. Well, except for the lack of a mustache, everything else was quite similar to the detective on screen. Based on Ask's understanding of this person, there was a 90% chance he had intentionally dressed like this. Ask didn't know if the students and professors present had seen Sherlock Holmes. Anyway, aside from him and a few Muggle-born students, most people did not react to this outfit. In a sense, trying to dress like Holmes to attract attention seemed a complete failure for a wizard. As the special investigator from the Ministry of Magic stationed at Hogwarts, my purpose here is to bring a fugitive to justice. The name of this person you may have heard or may not have heard. Surig paused. Who he is not important. Hogwarts is merely my resting place. My actual workplace is not here. Please do not mind me. And just focus on your studies and lives as usual. Focus on your studies and lives? Surig's appearance was like a stone thrown into a pond, creating countless ripples. And then this stone claimed he was just passing by, not to mind him. Are you kidding me? Many students wore this expression, but Surig seemed not to notice. He smiled and waved goodbye, turning to leave through a side door, guided by Snape to his office and bedroom. Ministry of Magic Special Investigator. Pursuing a fugitive. Draco muttered these two phrases, his eyes gradually lighting up. He was as excited as if he had caught a golden snitch. I know. He is here to capture Sirius Black. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to attract the attention of the students, and soon the entire Hogwarts knew Surig's purpose. To capture Sirius Black? Ask sneered. From the fact that there had been no sign of that stupid dog recently, it was very likely that Slughorn had caught him. Therefore, running to Hogwarts to catch Sirius Black was just a joke. Slughorn was very clever. He never mentioned the name Sirius Black from beginning to end, but everyone would assume he was here to catch that fugitive. However, the fugitive Slughorn referred to might not be the person they thought. Yet, if it was just to catch that traitor, Slughorn didn't necessarily have to sneak into Hogwarts, and given that he was able to obtain authorization from the Ministry of Magic, he must have been well prepared. No matter how you think about it, Slughorn must have other plans. Could it be that he also came for the Chamber of Secrets? The more Ask thought about it, the more he felt this was a possibility. Although he didn't know if it was true, most people said that Salazar Slytherin left many valuable things in the Chamber of Secrets. Magical tomes, rare materials, gold, and silver treasures. It seemed that everything a treasure would have was present in the chamber. And, just like treasures are guarded by dragons, the chamber was also protected by a basilisk, with anyone who entered improperly doomed to death. Vulgar. Ask could only use this word to describe the chamber, judging from the arrangement. Salazar Slytherin wasn't that impressive. At least his taste was quite vulgar. Given the previous judgment that the entrance was in the girls' bathroom, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was a psychologically dark pervert. After dinner, the students walked towards their respective common rooms. Today was Sunday, and there were classes tomorrow. Many students had unfinished homework and had to work hard after returning, with Hermione, the top student, covering for him. Ask's homework was no problem at all, so he walked at the back of the line, absent-mindedly moving along, and quickly fell behind. When the entire corridor was left with only Ask, he suddenly stopped and turned around, looking unsurprised at the basilisk that was staring at him with its tongue flicking out. Hiss! The basilisk tilted its head, its emerald green snake eyes reflecting Ask's figure. It was somewhat confused because this person seemed completely unharmed. Curious, right? Ask smiled slightly, as if communicating with the basilisk, pointing at his glasses. Did you think after being tricked last time, I wouldn't take any precautions? You're disappointed. The basilisk's gaze is completely ineffective against me. Hiss! The basilisk seemed to understand Ask's words. Its massive body nearly filled the entire corridor, and its huge snake head felt quite uncomfortable in the narrow space. It was simply too small here. In the spirit of reciprocity, it should be my turn to take the initiative this time, Ask said with a smile, gently pushing his glasses. The lenses flashed with a green light, and a pair of fierce and menacing eyes appeared on the lenses, identical to the basilisk's eyes. The basilisk's gaze. Hiss! The basilisk seemed somewhat angry, but behind the anger was also a bit of tension and fear. The basilisk's gaze could kill other creatures, but it was ineffective against themselves. This basilisk was not afraid of what Ask used to mimic the basilisk's gaze, but there was one person who could not withstand it. Underneath the basilisk's head, a figure slowly appeared. Her body lost its color, her face pale, as if she had walked out of a black and white photo. This situation was reminiscent of Madame Norris on Halloween night. She had not fully encountered the basilisk's gaze, yet the magic still rendered their bodies stiff. She was a new student this year. Ask squinted. The basilisk's pupils on the glasses had disappeared. He scrutinized the petrified girl's clothing and appearance, finally recalling that she was Gryffindor's new student, Ron's sister, one of Harry's admirers, and the youngest daughter of the Weasley family. Ginny Weasley. That's a bit unexpected. Ask chuckled lightly, looking at the basilisk and speaking in a provocative tone. What? Do you want to continue? Your master has already been affected. If I were you, I would choose to surrender. At least that way you could avoid some suffering. Up to this point, everything was exactly as Ask had initially anticipated. But what happened next exceeded his expectations. The basilisk did not surrender, nor did it continue to attack Ask. With a flick of its tongue, it snatched a book from Ginny's hands. Its massive body twisted a few times and quickly retreated at an astonishing speed that did not match its size, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn, how did I not think of this? Ask cursed, stamping his foot in frustration. He did not chase after it, knowing he would definitely not catch up, and he lacked the confidence to handle the basilisk alone, at least not at that moment. He should have thought of this long ago, the last time Voldemort had controlled Quirrell to manipulate the basilisk, and this time he couldn't come. But he must have other means to do so. Although he figured it out, it was too late now. The basilisk must have returned to its hiding place. And this location would only be known once Ginny recovered. When Ask saw the book being taken away by the basilisk, he knew things were getting troublesome because the entrance to that place definitely required Parseltongue to open, and that book was the key. Although he had some disdain for Salazar Slytherin, Ask had to admit he was a powerful wizard. The chamber he left behind had not been found for over 1,000 years, and the possibility of forcibly opening it was certainly low. Perhaps he had even placed a curse on the door that would cause it to explode if forced open, in which case the entire Hogwarts could potentially be blown to smithereens. TCH, now let's see if Ron's sister remembers a few phrases in Parseltongue. If there are 2 or more ways to do something, one of which will lead to disaster, then someone will inevitably make that choice. I have to say, Murphy's Law is quite reliable. As it envisioned several rather terrible scenarios, and Ginny made the worst choice, leading to the worst outcome. It was him. It was definitely him. With Dumbledore present, Ginny seemed to have gained a lot of courage. Girls have an inherent advantage in that their tears always evoke sympathy from others. Ginny had perfected this, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking pity from everyone present. The teachers in attendance all glared at Ask with anger. Haha, I knew this would happen. Ask smiled indifferently. If you're already aware of the worst-case scenario regarding a situation, then when it happens, you can remain as calm as Ask. Ask firmly believed that if there's a possibility for things to get worse, no matter how small that possibility is, it will eventually happen. He had his own thoughts on Murphy's Law, which could roughly be divided into 4 points. First, nothing is as simple as it seems. Second, everything will take longer than expected. Third, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Fourth, if you are worried about a certain situation occurring, it is more likely to happen. Haha, I knew it was you who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Gilderoy Lockhart said triumphantly. I have seen through everything. I just didn't have decisive evidence, so I didn't immediately raise the alarm, but now I have caught you red-handed. Some teachers nodded. The situation was clear. Ask was the one who opened the chamber, attempting to attack Ginny, but he was just a bit slow and was discovered by Gilderoy Lockhart. After drinking the powerful restorative potion, Ginny's words further proved that Gilderoy Lockhart was right. Because there was no deliberate attempt to curry favor with the Hogwarts teachers from the beginning to the end, at this moment, not a single person was willing to step up to speak on behalf of Ask. Even the head of Slytherin House, the protective Snape, remained silent. And some teachers who were wavering and uncertain began to believe it. A group of fools. Ask smiled and spat out a highly insulting curse, raising his chin. Although he could only look up at the other teachers, except for Professor Flitwick due to his height, his posture resembled that of looking down and showing disdain. His eyes filled with sarcasm as well as pity and sympathy. If I were the headmaster, you would all have to roll out of Hogwarts. This statement was aimed at the teachers present, but Ask was looking at Dumbledore when he said it, as if he were making a suggestion. Because of these 2 sentences, the entire venue fell silent. Not because there was nothing to say, but because the teachers were so angry that they only wanted to teach this ungrateful, disrespectful villain a lesson through action. Silence. Dumbledore extended a hand to block the furious teachers, with Ginny standing beside him, the teachers behind him, and only Ask standing in front of him. From an observer's perspective, it felt a bit like the Hogwarts teachers were teaming up to take down the boss, Ask. Regarding the previous matter, Dumbledore glanced at Ginny. His expressionless gaze made her nervous and lower her head. He turned his gaze to Ask and asked, "Do you need to defend yourself?" "Defend myself?" Ask looked at Dumbledore, as if he were an idiot. "Even you want to play dumb? What exactly happened before? Who is lying between me and this woman who should have been locked up in Azkaban 100 times? Don't you know?" "I don't know," Dumbledore said lightly, "but not everyone is clear." You can just say that the group of people behind you are useless, with an IQ too low to understand human speech. Ask mockingly replied. Forget it. After all, you are the headmaster. You have to take care of those fools' self-esteem. I can understand. So, Ask looked at the teachers, his face full of disdain. I will defend myself for you to hear. Perk up your ears. Don't miss it. My useless teachers. I don't know where the chamber's secrets is yet, but I already know what is guarding the chamber. At this point, Ask looked at one of the teachers in the crowd, whose limbs, except for his left arm and half of his right leg, were all prosthetics given to him by Dumbledore. He was Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, who taught care of magical creatures. Professor Kettleburn, can you tell me the characteristics of a basilisk? Sylvanus Kettleburn was momentarily stunned, but the usually honest man quickly recited the content from the book flawlessly, showing his deep foundation. Thank you. Ask said this without any gratitude, looking at Ginny with a fierce gaze, scaring the timid girl to take a few steps back. Professor McGonagall placed her hand on her shoulder, leaning down to comfort her in a low voice while giving Ask an angry glare. I remember, you previously said you were attacked by the basilisk I controlled. Ask smiled, pointing at Snape. Headmaster, I just saw you see something at the wall corner. Can you take it out for everyone to see? Snape did not do as Ask said. He looked at Dumbledore, who nodded, and then he pulled something out of his pocket. The teachers surrounded Snape, and they all saw what was in his hand, scales. Professor Kettleburn, you should be able to identify which creature these belong to, right? The care of magical creatures professor took the scales and examined them for a long time before uncertainly saying, these look a bit like scales from a serpent. But with scales this large, the size of that snake would be. The old professor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, spread his arms to gesture for a long time, and found he still couldn't depict it, becoming anxious and sweating profusely. What's behind me? Asked the teachers. This is a question that doesn't require intelligence, because anyone who isn't blind can see that behind Ask is a straight path leading to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, with no forks or branches along the way. The location of the scales was behind that woman, at the corner. Ask pointed to the corner, his face filled with mockery. I'm curious, if that woman really was attacked by the basilisk, why isn't she dead? Mrs. Norris isn't dead either. She was just petrified, with symptoms exactly like Ginny's. Professor McGonagall coldly said. Mrs. Norris didn't die because she didn't look directly into the basilisk's eyes. At the time, there was a puddle of water on the ground, and she saw the basilisk's eyes in the reflection on the water surface. Ask quickly countered Professor McGonagall with facts. Is there water on the ground here? Okay, let's put it another way. Is there anything here that can reflect the basilisk's gaze? A mirror would suffice. Professor McGonagall's face turned pale. I know what you're trying to say. The basilisk appeared behind Ginny, based on the position of the scales, the size of the basilisk, and Ginny's standing position. The environment here can infer. You might say that the basilisk behind Ginny would have attacked you, and Ginny would be fine, thus overturning the previous conclusion. You can search my body if. No need to search. You wouldn't leave that kind of thing on you. Professor McGonagall coldly looked at Ask. Her wand waved at the wall, turning the originally lit area into a bright mirror. There's a more convenient way. Just need transfiguration. I remember you scored high on your transfiguration exam last year. Ask suddenly slapped his forehead, looking as if he had just realized something. Oh, that is a good idea. How did I not think of that? He looked at Professor McGonagall, smiling, and said, Since you thought of such a good method, Professor McGonagall, could it be that the real attacker is you? You. Although what you said make a lot of sense, however, Ask elongated the sound. This is just one of the possibilities of that woman falling into the trap, based on the conclusion that I am the attacker. So, if the attacker is her, what if I am the victim? Ask looked at Ginny and asked, By the way, can you tell me why you are here? I don't remember this being the way back to the Gryffindor common room. Hee. I know you might say you got lost. You're a new student. That's understandable. But are you really lost? Ask interrupted Ginny, threatening her in a chilling tone. If you lie, I bet a Canute that your house will definitely be set on fire. Whoa. Ginny cried again. She was on the verge of collapse. Some things are never as simple as just thinking about them in your head. Seemingly targeting Ginny, Ask didn't care about her current situation and continued to pursue. He looked at Ginny with a cruel smile. Since she had provoked him, there had to be a price to pay. I know you're scared because I've discovered your secrets. There is a popular saying at Hogwarts. The person who opens the Chamber of Secrets will ultimately be sent to Azkaban. You're afraid of being sent to Azkaban, so you want to push everything onto me. If it were someone else, you might not have done this, but Ron is your brother, and he seems to have been badly hurt by me lately. With each word from Asker, Ginny trembled slightly. But have you thought about it? Because of your despicable actions, an innocent student, a 12-year-old boy, could lose his future because of your words. His life would be spent in Azkaban, where there is no hope, only despair. The sky there is black, with no sunlight. The prisoners are pale and emaciated, like walking corpses. Asker's description made the teachers present shudder. They looked at him in horror, shocked into silence. His portrayal was as if he had personally been to Azkaban, and no one doubted the truth of his words, for they could not even bear to imagine it. The heavy atmosphere pressed down on everyone, and Asker smiled, satisfied with the effect. However, this was not enough for him. Of course, I can't spend my whole life in Azkaban. Asker's laugh was quiet, a smile that chilled to the bone. If I were imprisoned in Azkaban because of you, I would definitely escape, whether it took 10, 20, or 30 years. I would escape. I would find you and repay you for all the suffering I endured over the years. I won't forget to add interest. And your painful cries will be my source of pleasure. Asker stepped forward, standing in front of Ginny, slightly lowering his head to quietly gaze at her. If I die in Azkaban, bet a bronze canute, I will become the most vengeful messenger of revenge, and every dream you have in the future will be a nightmare. Don't doubt my ability to do this. You're not worthy. The eyes of the crowd were sharp, no matter how Asker argued. The teachers present unanimously determined that he was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. This guy rambled on for a long time, intimidating Ginny, and, in the end, he had no persuasive lines at all and no meaningful evidence. Professor McGonagall countered all his words, and the teachers could vaguely hear the sound of slaps to the face. Enough. Professor McGonagall stepped in front of Ginny, preventing Asker from further intimidation. She looked at Asker with a frosty expression and said in a tone of disgust, "Do not harm Ginny any further. If you are willing to confess and apologize, we—" "Confess? Apologize?" Asker laughed heartily, pointing at Ginny, who was already crying and completely broken down, and repeated to Professor McGonagall, "Confess? Apologize?" To her, Professor McGonagall realized that Asker, this stubborn fellow, was impossible to communicate with using normal means. She stopped arguing with Asker and turned to the person who could decide everything, Dumbledore. Until there is conclusive evidence proving his guilt, he is innocent. Dumbledore's words undoubtedly disappointed Professor McGonagall. If she knew that 50 years ago Dumbledore let Voldemort go for this reason, she would wonder what she would think. Perhaps Professor McGonagall would believe that Dumbledore was confused again. Would his leniency today give rise to another Voldemort? The teachers fell silent, but Asker had something to say. "Speaking of which, if it is determined that I am the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets, how will you deal with me?" Professor McGonagall answered without thinking. "You will be expelled. The Ministry of Magic will." "What does this have to do with the Ministry of Magic?" Asker retorted. "You used a basilisk to attack an innocent student. Isn't that enough to convict you?" Professor McGonagall answered without thinking. "Basilisk?" Asker showed a confused expression, asking, "What is that? How can you be sure it was a basilisk that attacked her?" "The remaining scales and the symptoms of Ginny's attack." Professor McGonagall replied somewhat impatiently, but Asker suddenly interrupted her. The remaining scales, are you sure they are from that basilisk?" "To be honest, I have many basilisk scales on me, at least 3 kinds." Asker pulled 3 basilisk scales from his pocket and tossed them to Professor Kettleburn, saying, "Professor, you are the expert. You should be able to recognize that these scales belong to 3 different basilisks, right? Plus the one found, that makes 4. Professor Kettleburn examined them and nodded silently. "So what?" Professor McGonagall countered. "Are you trying to say that the basilisk scales accidentally fell out of some student's pocket while passing by?" Asker looked at Professor McGonagall with a surprised expression and said, "How do you know those were dropped by me?" Professor McGonagall was once again provoked by Asker. The presence of basilisk scales here doesn't mean the basilisk was here. That's what I'm trying to say," Asker said lightly, glancing at Hermione. He added, "Being petrified doesn't necessarily mean it was the basilisk's gaze. There could be other reasons." Professor Flitwick adjusted his glasses, pointing out the flaw in Asker's words. "But a few minutes ago, you told us it was the basilisk that attacked Ginny and Mrs. Norris. How do you explain that?" "I was just talking nonsense, and you actually believed it?" Asker looked at the teachers in despair, as if he had seen something terrifying. "I am despairing of your judgment. Since you believed me when I said it was a basilisk that attacked that woman, why don't you believe me when I say it was that woman who controlled the basilisk?" "Hey, I want to protest against your gender bias. This is discrimination." "We don't have," Professor Flitwick said somewhat helplessly. Then he saw Asker shouting at a higher pitch, "I get it. You're a bunch of Lolita fans. You believe what the Lolita says, but you don't believe what this cute little boy says. Is there no teacher in Hogwarts who likes little boys? I am despairing of this school, where Lolita fans run rampant. Professor Flitwick felt like he had been hit by a petrification curse. After a while, he recovered and quietly said to a teacher standing next to him, "If I were 30 years younger, I would definitely teach this kid a lesson." After a bit more commotion, Asker finally calmed down, and the teachers breathed a sigh of relief. Asker cleared his throat and pointed at Ginny, saying, "I know what you want to say. That's right. You used the powerful restorative potion to wake Ginny up. Earlier, Headmaster Dumbledore used the powerful restorative potion to wake Mrs. Norris. So you think these two situations are the same, both attacked by the basilisk?" Asker paused, then looked at the teachers with disdain. "Who told you that the gaze of the basilisk, when reflected, wouldn't kill, only petrify? Can't you have a bit of imagination and consider that there might be other situations?" Asker, the boss, is still difficult to deal with. The teacher's DPS is still somewhat lacking, morale -1. If it wasn't the gaze of the basilisk reflected that caused the petrification, what could it be? Asker looked at the teachers with disappointment. "You idiots. Of course, it was the petrification curse." The petrification curse, such a simple thing, was not thought of by the teachers present, as they were all thinking in complex directions. However, the answer given by Ask was not believed by the teachers, who had previously been mocked by Ask over this matter. Now, of course, they had to prove they weren't lowly enthusiasts. Prove they had their own judgment. "How do you know it's the petrification curse?" The teachers did not dwell on whether the petrification curse had such an effect. It was meaningless. In the previous two instances, the first time Dumbledore had just prepared to take Madame Loris back for examination, he obtained a powerful restorative potion on the way and naturally used it with great effect. By the second time, Dumbledore still used the powerful restorative potion immediately without conducting an examination to test if there were other means to lift it. Therefore, the teachers had no evidence to prove whether it was the petrification curse. They themselves were not sure if it was the petrification curse. The difference between the powerful restorative potion and the curse-stopping spell lies in the word powerful. But for the minor symptoms caused by the petrification curse, the effects of both methods were indistinguishable. "How do I know?" Ask laughed heartily and said with a smile, "Because I did it." The expressions of the teachers were unanimous, and it could be described as one of those "are you kidding me" looks. It was just a little prank. Ask said nonchalantly, pushing up his glasses, and a light curtain suddenly appeared out of thin air, like a scroll being opened and hanging in the air, displaying a menacing serpent monster flicking its tongue, its green vertical pupils chilling to behold. "First, I used this to scare the silly girl." Ask glanced at Ginny, who was currently staring blankly at Ask. No one knew better than her what Ask was doing at that moment. Dumbledore looked at Ask with some surprise, but a smile appeared on his face. He was one of the few people present who knew the ins and outs of the situation. Then, while she wasn't paying attention, I cast a petrification curse on her. Ask threw a petrification curse at Professor McGonagall, but it was easily blocked. Silent casting, wandless casting. Professor McGonagall snorted coldly, saying that if you used your intelligence in the right way, you would definitely achieve great things. Can I take that as a compliment for being smart? In short, this is the truth of the matter. Ask smiled and appeared indifferent, just playing a joke with everyone. A joke? Well, no one died, and no one was hurt. Although I troubled all of you teachers to stand here in the middle of the night and be fooled by me for a while. The result isn't bad after all. Ask's words made the teachers grit their teeth in frustration. He changed his tone to one that was very serious and earnest. Like a prisoner who had served many years in prison and had dropped the soap countless times writing confession. "I know I was wrong, and I will never make the same mistake again. Regarding the punishment that is about to come, I have no complaints." The teachers were completely confused by Ask. What on earth did he want to do? Slytherin loses 50 points due to your bad behavior. Snape reacted quickly, punishing Ask before the other teachers could. With this, the other teachers felt it was about time. They had already tacitly accepted Ask's completely false explanation as the truth. Only Professor McGonagall, still resentful, couldn't express her anger directly and had to find a way to teach Ask a lesson indirectly. "Snape has already punished you. I think that as a teacher, that's enough. However, the victim of this incident is Ginny, and you still need to accept her punishment." Professor McGonagall generously patted Ginny on the back, encouraging her to be brave and give Ask a lesson he would never forget, especially since he himself said he had no complaints about punishment. Ginny stammered for a long time and finally shook her head, saying it was enough. Ask chuckled a few times and mischievously winked at Professor McGonagall, provoking her again, saying, "I'm sorry for causing everyone trouble. The matter in the chamber can end here. And tomorrow I can announce to all students that they can sleep well. The professors looked at each other, and finally, Professor Flitwick voiced everyone's thoughts. I suddenly feel that 50 points is too lenient for you. There should be something added. Professor Flitwick, you really are a lowly enthusiast. You're going to be harsh on my cute little guy too. Professor Flitwick. I said nothing. Thus, the matter ended like this. However, the chamber incident still needed a period to conclude successfully. It won't be far off. A mere 50 points deduction. Ask clearly wouldn't care. The teachers all left, and Ask returned to the Slytherin common room. But half an hour later, he left again and went to the Hogwarts kitchen. Opening the kitchen door, the pureblood house elf nobles of Hogwarts were still busy, washing dishes, washing vegetables, bathing, and picking up soap, creating a harmonious scene. Perhaps Ask's previous visit had left a deep impression on these little guys. This time, when they saw him arrive, several house elves exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and together dragged out a hapless fellow who tried to hide, bound tightly, and placed on a long platter, lifted high like a dish being served to Ask. What is going on? Even with Ask's unusual thought process, he wouldn't be on the same wavelength as these house elves. Looking at the bound house elf named Tiki, he rubbed his chin and asked uncertainly, can house elves be eaten raw? Would eating it this way cause diarrhea? Shouldn't we cook it first? Tiki and his friends were stunned, glancing at each other, wondering if they should get some seasoning. Tiki was almost scared to pee. Fortunately, Ask's intention was not this. He said to the house elves, do you have any chickens here? Chickens? The little guys misunderstood Ask's meaning and soon brought over a plate of warm roasted chicken. Ask looked at the dead roasted chicken, thinking its only use might be to choke that serpent monster to death, or maybe he could consider poisoning the roasted chicken, though the success rate didn't seem very high. Do you have any live roosters, not mute, with good features, articulate, and the louder, the better? Ask decided to be more specific, reaching out to take the roasted chicken and stuffing it into his pocket, saying if this roasted chicken had any siblings still in the world, please hand them over. I have use for them. The house elves began searching the kitchen, and soon they brought over a small chick about the size of a palm. This chick, Ask rolled his eyes. Its eyes hadn't even opened yet. Its feathers weren't fully grown, and worse, the egg liquid on it hadn't dried. This was the brother of the previously roasted one. The house elves proudly stated. Ask. Okay, where are their parents? They were served on the dining table last night. Allow me to make a sad face. Ask looked at the little chick that hadn't even opened its eyes yet, feeling a bit disappointed as he said, is there no living rooster here? The house elves shook their heads in unison, and Ask could only watch the little chick in his palm, waiting for it to grow up, but by then, the basilisk might have already run away. Run away? Yes, what Ask was worried about was that the basilisk would escape. After all, its hiding place was underground. And who knows if Salazar Slytherin left any passage to the Great Lake at Hogwarts. If that basilisk really escaped into the Great Lake, things would become troublesome, and the cost to deal with it would be much higher by then. Ask's jacket pocket was just the right size to hold the little chick that had narrowly escaped being served at the dinner table. He remembered that year when he took a bird's egg from a nest in a tree and also placed it in his jacket pocket, but while squeezing onto the bus, the egg broke. There's a saying that a long night brings many dreams, and Ask felt it was best to resolve the basilisk issue now. Perhaps it was preparing to escape right at this moment, so he needed to act quickly. Returning to the place where he encountered the basilisk, Ask sniffed around the corridor for several minutes before finally marking an invisible path in his mind. He took out a small box from his pocket, opened the lid, and with a pained expression, poured the purple powder inside onto the ground. After casting a spell over the pile of powder, the path he had marked in his mind was drawn out in reality by the purple powder, extending automatically to an unseen distance. The last bit was gone. This time he had suffered a huge loss. With an unhappy expression, Ask followed the trajectory. This route would gradually disappear, and the distance it could show was proportional to the amount of purple powder left. Ask could only pray that the basilisk's hiding place wasn't too far from here. Fortunately, when Ask found the girls' washing room on the second floor, there was still a little bit of purple powder left. Carefully putting away the last bit of powder, Ask thought about whether he should ask Grindelwald where he got such fun stuff. Professor McGonagall's office and lounge were also on the second floor. But it was late at night, and they say staying up late is a woman's nemesis. She probably had already gone to rest. However, he wondered if she would dream of Ask tonight. As one thinks by day, one dreams by night. Ask had some impression of this washing room. It seemed that the Myrtles lived here. What a strange person. Well, she was a ghost now, but her choice of residence was comparable to Salazar Slytherin's. One chose a washing room, and the other chose the underground of the washing room, and it was even the girls' washing room. What a pity she was a weirdo. Ash shrugged and walked into the washing room. His eyesight was good, and he quickly found what he was looking for. There was a pool in the center of the washing room that looked very ordinary. And on the side of a copper tap, a small snake was carved. Why was he a bit disappointed to find it here? Ask muttered to himself, feeling frustrated. If he had treated that old man Salazar as a weirdo from the beginning, he might have found it long ago. Ask twisted the tap with his hand, and as expected, it didn't work at all, while the other taps were fine. This shouldn't be a coincidence, but rather a hint. If some bored person came here, found this tap broken, and then felt an overwhelming sense of public duty, carefully studied the tap, and discovered that it wasn't a problem with the tap at all, but that it was originally a switch. After trying various methods to open it without success, he might have self-taught various non-human languages, and after trying them all, even though he still didn't succeed, he would eventually become a language master. That was indeed an inspirational story. This story tells us that a good talent is not the heir that old weirdo Salazar is looking for. While Ask was seriously talking nonsense, he tapped his glasses with his hand, and a series of hissing sounds came out, which were the sounds of the basilisk he recorded during their confrontation. He wanted to see if he could open the entrance here. The idea was good, but it still failed, with no response at all. I knew it. It's not just snake language, but it has to be the correct snake language. Ask, as if he had already known it would be like this, was not disappointed at all as he began to wander back and forth in the washing room, thinking that perhaps the command to open the entrance was hidden here. One cannot measure that old weirdo with normal people's thinking. The command to open the door might not necessarily be snake language. Perhaps there were other answers. Since he left a secret chamber and an entrance, he must have wanted people to discover and open the secret chamber, and with bloodline inheritance, the snake language might one day be cut off. If I were him, I wouldn't pin all my hopes on this. Ask began to check the stalls. It had been a long time since anyone cleaned here, and the smell was strange and unpleasant, but because no one frequented this place, he didn't encounter many disgusting things. What qualities does Slytherin's heir need? Ask lifted the toilet seat. He didn't check if there were any words engraved on it. Back in Salazar's time, over 1,000 years ago, there probably weren't such high-tech things as toilets. If he engraved words on something so easily updated and eliminated, he must have been blind. First, pure blood. Well, maybe dropping blood on it would work. Must have ambition, a sense of honor, unity, and at the same time, the awareness and responsibility to undertake the great task of inheritance. That's all empty talk. Can't you come up with something practical? After checking several stalls and finding nothing, Ask angrily kicked the wall. None of those conditions applied to me. It's obviously a trap. Kicking the wall caused the tile to fall off, revealing a hidden secret behind it. This kind of thing really happened. Although it was quite glitch, even Ask himself found it hard to believe, but there was indeed a secret behind that tile. You don't need to be Slytherin's heir. You just need to be yourself. Repeating the secret on the wall, Ask squinted his eyes, looking at the tile on the ground, and then at the wall that had cracked from his kick. He suddenly smiled. I almost got misled. With a mysterious smile, Ask turned around and walked to the front of the pool, raising his hand and casting one spell after another at the pool. Shatter, 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 shatter. After 10 consecutive shatters, the entire pool had turned into rubble, with fragments all over the ground. Ask stood there waiting for the dust to settle. Although he couldn't see what was behind it yet, he believed he was doing the right thing. Salazar, I really have no interest in becoming your heir. Ask smiled faintly. What you wanted was not an heir, but someone who could surpass you. Following in your footsteps would only result in another Salazar Slytherin, which is meaningless. This is the person you hope to see appear in the chamber, right? Someone whose lineage may not be noble and pure, who doesn't necessarily have ambition, but possesses a sense of honor and the awareness and responsibility to bear the heavy burden of legacy. A bad person. Well, thinking about it this way, I actually meet all the criteria. Sometimes, cognitive biases can be a terrifying thing. In the past, anyone who discovered what Salazar Slytherin left behind never thought of using violence to destroy it. Over 1,000 years, many have discovered this place. Yet there was only one Parseltongue. Others have gone to great lengths, only to leave behind a long sigh and a desolate figure, causing destruction to create an entrance. Ask didn't feel happy at all. He felt no sense of achievement. If it were someone else, they would probably already be overjoyed, forgetting even their own name. But he looked disdainfully at the entrance and sneered. You old thing are really pathetic, leaving behind your things to be smashed, and yet you provide me with an entrance. How is that not pathetic? Well, if Salazar Slytherin knew from beyond the grave, he would surely crawl out of his tomb to strangle Ask. The pool was blasted to pieces, revealing a round entrance below, dark and devoid of light. making it impossible to see what lay beneath. However, Ask was 70 sure that below was the chamber, and he just needed to go down from here to find the basilisk in that book. It didn't matter. Let us deal with that basilisk first. Ask leaped down from the entrance of the pipe, casting an armor spell for protection, and then conjured a flickering light, his fingers glowing like a flashlight. It's hard to describe the sensation of sliding down this pipe. It felt like rushing down a dark, sticky, never-ending slide. Ask could see many pipes branching off in all directions, but none were as thick as this one. The pipe he was in twisted and turned, steeply descending. Because it wasn't a straight line, Ask had no idea how deep underground he had gone. He only knew that suddenly there were some faint points of light ahead, and then he suddenly landed on the ground. The pipe became horizontal, and Ask emerged from the pipe, landing flat on the ground. TCH, good thing I was prepared. Casually getting up from the ground, Ask noticed that the armor spell he cast was almost gone, so he cast another one and looked around at his current location. This was a dark stone tunnel, large enough for a person to stand in, with the pipes behind him and an unknown darkness ahead. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward, his fingers turning back into a flashlight, but such a small light was insignificant against the endless darkness. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Occasionally, the remains of small animals would appear on the ground, and the crunching sound when stepping on them and Ask's breathing were the only sounds in this place. Walking in the tunnel, Ask regained some long-lost feelings, the feeling of being locked in a small dark room. No light, no sound, a not-so-big room cast under a spell. Forever dark, forever silent. You can't make light or sound, and no matter where you walk, you're just going in circles. That was the most terrifying torture. I wonder what awaits me ahead. Ask stepped on a pile of rodent bones, and with such a big commotion earlier, although he had made a little trick up top, it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. The one below should know I'm here now. They've either run away or just waiting there thinking about how to take me down. Ask already had a rough idea of what that book was about. Everyone knows Voldemort has a basilisk named Nagini, so it should be feasible for him to control another basilisk. From Voldemort's past proclamations and his own experiences, he really fits Salazar Slytherin's taste, and he himself studied at Hogwarts, during which time there was an incident where a basilisk from the chamber attacked students. With so many things together, it might not just be a coincidence. This is... Ask in the dim light saw a huge snake skin, green and very bright, clearly from a venomous snake, coiled and lying on the ground of the tunnel, hollow inside. Obviously, the owner of this snake skin was that basilisk. Good stuff. I can definitely make a lot of money selling this. Ask rarely felt excited. When it came to money-related things, he was always full of energy and drive. This snake skin was quite intact, and Ask knew that a complete snake skin was worth even more. Those wealthy tycoons or newly rich would definitely love to buy it to display in their homes. Carefully storing the snake skin, Ask slowed his pace, searching around in hopes of finding something valuable like snake fangs, snake eggs, or even basilisk droppings. However, besides the snake skin he found earlier, he discovered nothing else. And then he reached the end of the tunnel. There stood a solid wall, carved with two intertwining snakes, their eyes set with large, shining emeralds. Another door. Ask drooled over the 4 emeralds, quickly pulling a hammer and chisel from his pocket, and approached the door, starting to work on the snake eyes. This door seemed not to have any additional spells. With a few swift strikes, the 4 emeralds, each the size of an egg, became Ask's possessions. I'm rich. Even if I find nothing else afterward, this is worth it. Ask wiped his drool, casually struck the door a few times, but the door seemed very sturdy. The spells left no marks on it at all. What a hassle. Can't it just be straightforward and open this door? Ask was quite annoyed, but Salazar Slytherin couldn't hear his complaints, and even if he could, he would probably just laugh it off. For someone who could get through the outer mechanisms, this door was merely a trivial matter. Parseltongue only needed a phrase. Open sesame. He casually said a password he didn't even believe himself. But the door didn't open. Holding on to an extreme impatience, Ask shouted at the 2 snakes on the door, Salazar, you old pervert. I'm here to crash your party. Do you dare to open the door? The 2 snakes parted, and the stone wall cracked open in the middle, slowly sliding apart and disappearing. Ask became increasingly convinced that Salazar Slytherin was definitely not a normal person. He was absolutely a masochist. The more others him, the more he enjoyed it. Behind the door was the final stop. Ask stood on one side of a long, dimly lit room, with many stone pillars carved with entwined great snakes, towering to support the ceiling that melted into the dark above, casting long, eerie shadows throughout the room, which was suffused with a green glow and mysterious haze. This place is quite large. Ask looked up. The space here was comparable to the Great Hall. Ask had a feeling that Salazar Slytherin might have replicated the Great Hall. He was simulating the environment of the hall in his mind according to its layout. And the serpentine statues and decorations around seemed to indicate that Salazar Slytherin envisioned a Hogwarts that only had Slytherin House, with no other houses. This was the realm of snakes. I should sit here. Ask walked up to a stone pillar entwined with a large snake. Lowered his head to look at a spot beneath the pillar, confirming that this was where he usually sat. He stomped his feet a few times, but no treasures appeared. It was just an ordinary patch of ground. Ask returned to the main path and continued onward until he reached the professor's seat. He stood parallel to the last pair of stone pillars, facing a statue that was as tall as the room itself, pressed against the dark wall behind it. And nothing else was there. In Ask's mind, that was the position of the headmaster of Hogwarts, and the statue was clearly that of Salazar Slytherin, an old pervert who fancied himself the headmaster of Hogwarts. Hey, that's quite brave. Ask sneered disdainfully. To have one's ugly figure carved into a statue for future generations to admire must mean either one doesn't know how to spell ugly, or is a foolishly brave idiot. Actually, both are just fools. If it were Ask, he would definitely leave behind his most glorious and handsome side. After all, he always believed he was the most handsome person in the world, bar none. An old, haggard face resembling a monkey, with a sparse long beard that nearly dragged on the hem of the stone-carved wizard's robe, and two large, grayish feet standing on the smooth floor of the room. Salazar Slytherin. Ask had no interest in the statue of Salazar at all. He looked around, but he didn't spot the serpent monster's striking figure. Likely because it was hiding, Ask amplified his voice and then added earplugs for himself, and finally shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'm here to crash the party. I'm here to crash the party. Here to crash the party. Crash the party. 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 Party." Ask's voice created a hollow, echoing sound in the ghostly walls, and fortunately, he had put in earplugs. Otherwise, he might have been deafened like Hermione that night. There was one thing that made Ask very happy. The basilisk had not escaped. The enormous stone face of Salazar Slytherin began to move, its mouth opening wider and wider until it formed a huge black hole. The sound coming from the black hole was like something stirring in the statue's mouth, sliding up from the depths of the statue. A colossal creature suddenly crashed onto the stone floor, and Ask felt the chamber tremble. He knew what was happening. He could feel it and see the giant serpent uncoiling its body from the statue's mouth. As for the basilisk, Ask only glanced at it, and then turned around suddenly to look at someone who had silently appeared behind him, his face showing surprise. A tall boy with black hair was leaning against the base of the last stone pillar, staring intently at Ask. The boy's outline was unclear and very strange, as if Ask were looking at him through a foggy window. Voldemort? No, you got the wrong person, the boy said. He looked at Ask and seriously said something that made Ask want to beat him up. "I'm your dad. I am your dad. I am your grandfather," Ask retorted without giving an inch. Perhaps this still wouldn't vent his anger. So he continued, "I am your grandfather's grandfather. You are my grandson's grandson. I am your father." The black-haired boy, whose face was not clearly visible, spoke these words with a voice that showed no fluctuation at all, as if a recording was being repeated. The pitch and intonation sounded exactly the same to Ask, who knew that no two people could say a sentence twice with such similarity. "My grandson's grandson, goodbye." Ask snapped his fingers, and a fragmented spell shot out, but merely passed through the boy and struck a stone pillar behind him, leaving only a faint mark. "I am your father." This was the third time he had said it. The black-haired boy stood there, seemingly oblivious to everything Ask was doing, whether it was Ask's words or the spells he cast. It was as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. The spell had no effect, and Ask let out a soft huh, pondering for a moment before walking over. He showed no wariness towards the serpent monster behind him, as if it were just a harmless little chick. The serpent monster flicked its tongue, but did not take the opportunity to attack Ask. Its body coiled like a small mountain, appearing very intimidating. Yet the two spectators here showed no intention of looking at it any longer, which made the serpent monster feel quite embarrassed. However, compared to losing its life, embarrassment was nothing. It might sound a bit ridiculous, but at this moment, the ones present were probably most afraid of this serpent monster. "Hey, what exactly are you?" As Asker approached, he realized that the reason he couldn't see the features of the black-haired boy was not due to distance. Even standing right in front of him, he still couldn't make out the person's face. After staring at that face for a long time, Asker couldn't match it with anyone from his memory. It was a completely unfamiliar face. "I'm your dad." The response hadn't changed. This mysterious guy seemed only capable of saying that one sentence. This time, Asker didn't speak. He reached out his hand to touch the boy, and, as expected, His hand passed through the boy's body. A ghost? Ask muttered to himself, but from the tactile sensation, the person in front of him was not a ghost. Touching a ghost body feels like reaching into cold water, but right now, Ask felt nothing at all. Is some kind of magic recording a person's image and then projecting it here? Ask circled around this non-human, non-ghost figure, inspecting it, but finding no trace of the projection device he had anticipated. This thing, let's just refer to it as a thing for now, and he had no idea who left it here or by what means. Well, let's give it a try. Standing behind the black-haired boy, Ask noticed that he was about the same height and had a similar build as the boy. The place was lit, yet this boy cast no shadow. However, the shadow projected by Ask was quite compatible with the boy's body. Thus, Ask wondered if stepping forward and overlapping with the boy would bring about any change. Taking a step forward, Ask realized he had made the right decision. It was as if the surface of a lake was rippling. Everything before Ask was distorted by concentric waves, the serpent creature's body appearing both large and small, thick and thin, looking exceedingly comical. Feeling a bit disoriented by this perspective, Ask attempted to move his limbs, but it was as if he had been petrified. He couldn't control his arms and legs, standing there like a statue. This feeling. Voldemort? Although his vision was blurred, Ask's hearing was still intact. Soon, he heard a strange phrase that stirred a peculiar feeling within him. He felt as if he had heard this phrase somewhere before, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall it. No, you have the wrong person. Ask responded almost instinctively. As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze, realizing that it wasn't his voice at all, but that of another person. After a brief pause, the unfamiliar voice continued. I am your father. I am your grandfather. The strange feeling in Ask's heart intensified. He felt he had heard this phrase before and had some vague impression of the ensuing dialogue. Next should be, Ask racked his brain. That's right. I am your grandfather's grandfather. You are my grandson's grandson. I am your grandfather's grandfather. You are my grandson's grandson. For some reason, when Ask heard this sentence, a warning signal suddenly surged within him. A dazzling white light shot towards him, as if the sun were descending from the sky. Ask instinctively jumped to the side with his eyes closed, only to find that he could suddenly move. My grandson's grandson, goodbye. Boom! Like a grenade explosion. The spot where Ask had been standing was left in ruins. If he had stayed there, he would undoubtedly be dead. Rising from the ground, Ask slowly regained his senses. His mind, previously clouded for some reason, became clear. Looking at the cracks on the stone pillar and the small pits in the ground, Ask seemed to understand something. He abruptly looked up at the statue of Salazar Slytherin. Oh, you actually broke free? A black-haired boy stood atop Salazar Slytherin's head. His face was not as blurry as the one Ask had seen before. It was a very handsome face with sharp features. He was smiling, but there was a hint of malice in his expression that made the smile seem unnatural. So, it was you, the garbage that plotted against me in the shadows. Ask brushed off the dust from his clothes and said irritably, glancing at the restless basilisk. He beckoned to the black-haired boy. Come on, let's go. Today, I want to take on 10. Why should I fight you? The black-haired boy asked, waving his hand. The basilisk retreated several steps, almost pressing against the wall. I think we can talk. It would benefit both of us. What is there to talk about? Although he said this, Ask did not take a step forward. He looked at the boy, his expression seeming to say, spit it out if you have something to say. Let's make a deal. The black-haired boy said confidently, especially regarding his bargaining chip, believing no one would refuse. I'll use Salazar Slytherin's inheritance in you. How much? What do you mean? I mean, how much gold and silver treasures does that old man Salazar have? There are no treasures, but before the black-haired boy could finish, Ask pulled out his wand from his pocket. This is Draco's. He took it with him when he left the dorm. The wand traced a semicircle in the air, and the familiar gesture caused the black-haired boy's expression to darken. He immediately ordered the basilisk. Kill him. Avada. I'm just kidding. The green light that had gathered at the tip of the wand vanished in an instant. Ask had no intention of casting that spell. It was merely to scare the person above him, whose gentle smile concealed disdain and hatred for Ask. Pulling out a little chick that hadn't even opened its eyes from his pocket, Ask's expression was as if he were holding a remote control for nuclear weapons. He triumphantly waved the chick at the basilisk, shouting, I have a rooster here. Are you scared or not? The basilisk's advance was abruptly halted. To be honest, when Ask mentioned he had a rooster, the basilisk was indeed startled. However, the black-haired boy's furious roar and reprimand quickly pierced its ears. You idiot! Look closely at what that is. The black-haired boy was so furious at the basilisk's poor performance that he was about to spit blood. Kill him, you brainless big idiot. The basilisk. Feeling mocked, The basilisk unleashed 300% of its fighting power against Ask. It lunged forward, and with a light swing of its head, it smashed the stone pillar where Ask had originally been standing. However, Ask had already moved behind another stone pillar. "You're finished," Ask said gleefully as he watched the collapsing pillar. "You smashed Salazar's nest. He will definitely stew you and feed you to the dogs." The basilisk paused again, its head turning towards the fallen pillar, its body trembling involuntarily. Its originally terrifying green eyes were filled with fear and dread. Judging by its reaction, Salazar might actually stew it and feed it to the dogs, as Ask said. But is Salazar still alive? "You idiot!" The black-haired boy, exasperated, leaped down from the statue and shouted at the basilisk. "Salazar has been dead for nearly 1,000 years. I am your master now. Don't listen to what that little brat said. You immediately, right now, go kill him." The basilisk. "Don't believe him. He's lying to you." Ask quickly turned his eyes and slyly urged the basilisk. "Salazar is not dead. He is your master. This impostor just wants to fool you." Seeing the basilisk stop and turn its head with distrust toward its master, the black-haired boy felt he was about to explode. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something he learned long ago in Care of Magical Creatures. The size of a basilisk is inversely proportional to its intelligence. Due to their size, their reaction speed is extremely slow. Thus, there's a saying, a basilisk is the only creature that can attend its own funeral. See, I've rendered it speechless. What are you waiting for? Quickly take down this impostor and go find your true master, Ask urged relentlessly, having prepared for the black-haired boy's oversight of the basilisk's intelligence. Hiss, the basilisk turned around, adopting an aggressive stance toward the black-haired boy, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, poised to strike. The black-haired boy spat blood. Ask secretly raised his index and middle fingers, grinning slyly. At this point, Ask seemed to resemble the villain a bit more. Although he had sustained internal injuries and even spat blood, the black-haired boy still stood there defiantly. In that sense, he had the demeanor of a boss. As long as his health bar wasn't empty, he wouldn't die. After spitting blood, he acted as if nothing had happened, casually wiping his mouth and nonchalantly asking Ask a question. "Wait a minute, how can you communicate with it? Are you a parcel mouth too?" Ask raised his head, looking at the black-haired boy through his nostrils, and coolly replied, "Who said only parcel mouths can communicate with basilisks? The book says. I've never seen an exception other than you." The black-haired boy said somewhat uncertainly, feeling a bit less confident looking at Ask with such confidence. Ask stroked his chin, his expression surprisingly serious. "Is that so? The book says so? Are you sure you didn't remember it wrong? By the way, there are very few records about the basilisk. I only saw it in the books after I found the Chamber of Secrets. The only language that can communicate with a basilisk is parcel tongue." Speaking of the chamber, the black-haired boy became much more confident, and he said in a singing tone, "Extraordinary wisdom is the most precious treasure of humanity, and what Salazar Slytherin left behind is that most precious treasure. Is it really that impressive? Believe it or not, if you don't believe it, you can leave." Although the black-haired boy's tone was a bit unpleasant, Ask still stuck to him like a piece of chewing gum, speaking in a flattering tone. "Oh, that impressive. Then tell me how to kill a massive 1,000-year-old basilisk?" The black-haired boy was speechless, and after a long time, he looked at Ask with a pained expression, as if pleading, "Please don't say anything more, just go die quietly, okay? After talking to you for just a little while, I feel like my IQ has been forcibly censored 100 times. Please let me go." Thud. Ask suddenly knelt down in front of the black-haired boy, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the boy with a heart-wrenching expression, pleading woefully, "I don't want to die yet. I'm still young. I just found a girlfriend. I'm only 12. My future is bright. Most importantly, I'm still a virgin. I beg you to spare me. I really don't want to die. Please tell me how to kill that basilisk, and while you're at it, take care of yourself, okay?" The expression on the black-haired boy's face had shifted from pain to utterly crushed, his face contorted like a lemon, his voice trembling as he pointed at Ask, gritting his teeth and shouting, "You're forcing me again." "Bah!" Ask suddenly stood up, spitting a thick phlegm in front of the black-haired boy. "Don't slander me. I'm only interested in girls. If you like being forced, go find Hagrid or some furry creature. Don't blame me." The black-haired boy spat blood again, his body swaying unsteadily, trying to support himself. He forced himself to look at the grinning Ask one last time, and in an unprecedentedly harsh and fierce tone, he commanded the basilisk, "You idiot, shut off your hearing. Don't pay attention to what that bastard is saying. Tear him apart." Probably sensing the murderous intent and anger swirling in the black-haired boy's heart, this time the basilisk decisively shut off its hearing. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, the basilisk didn't want to think too much. Just wanted to finish the job and leave Hogwarts with that arrogant, annoying guy who always gave orders. This was the life a basilisk should lead. Shaking its head, the basilisk lunged at Ask, seeing Ask's mouth moving widely but hearing no sound. Grinning, it flicked its tongue like a whip towards Ask. This time it predicted Ask's possible evasive route and sealed off the angle. It flicked out its tongue, wrapped around its prey, tightened, dragged it into its mouth, swallowed, digested, and finally excreted a pile of waste. A perfect hunting process. The basilisk thought so, then it saw Ask waving at it, as if saying goodbye. The basilisk couldn't understand the meaning of this gesture until suddenly one of its eyes went completely blind. Pain surged through its nerves to its brain, and it realized what had just happened. A red arrow. No, that wasn't an arrow. That was the fiery red phoenix fox. With its only eye, the basilisk saw Ask jumping around, gesturing wildly. But his expression wasn't one of relief at escaping, but of furious anger. Dumbledore, keep your bird in check. Or do you believe I'll stew it? Ask was very angry, and he felt no gratitude towards Fawkes for its help. Seeing Fawkes peck out one of the basilisk's eyes, he instantly erupted in rage, raising his hand to cast a spell at it, only for Fawkes to easily dodge. Damn it, you blinded its eye. Facing Fawkes' glare, Ask yelled in fury, positioning himself between Fawkes and the basilisk, his wand pointed at Fawkes. While his back was completely exposed to the basilisk. Get lost. This is the one I want. Do you know how much a basilisk like this is worth in galleons? Those rich folks would definitely spend a fortune to buy it. If I raised it and regularly collected some blood and tissue to sell, I would definitely get rich. Basilisk. Fawkes. Black-haired boy. You hurry and go, I'll hold it off. Ask shouted at the basilisk without looking back. But the basilisk had already shut off its hearing, and it didn't hear what Ask was saying. However, since Ask was blocking that annoying phoenix, the basilisk thought it would be a shame not to escape at this moment, considering Ask's efforts. Hiss, 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 before leaving, the basilisk dropped a bunch of snake language that no one except the black-haired boy could understand, roughly meaning that the mountains are still green. The green rivers will continue to flow, and their next meeting will be in due time. After Ask returned, he could write a paper titled A Discussion on the Abnormal Changes in the Size and Intelligence of the Basilisk after reaching a certain critical value, refuting the fallacy that the size of the basilisk is inversely proportional to its intelligence. Fawkes flapped its wings and flew in the sky, wanting to stop the basilisk from escaping, but Ask's desperate demeanor confused it. This situation was like a man seeing a woman about to be censored. He rushed to stop it, only for the woman to kick him in the groin, cursing, "Damn it, I finally found a decent-looking one to censored, and you come and mess things up? Don't you take a look in the mirror at what you look like? If you want to be censored, get in line." Fawkes declared that if Dumbledore ever sent it to save someone again, it would definitely beat that person half to death before saving them. The wind howled, the waves surged, the sun and stars hid, the mountains. Prison concealed its shape. For a long time, Azkaban had only two types of weather. One was cloudy, and the other was stormy. When Dumbledore appeared here, a third type of weather emerged, clear skies and gentle breezes. The long-lost sunshine shone on this cursed land. A different kind of air penetrated the lungs of the prisoners. Unlike the previous air filled with resentment and despair, this time the air carried a bit of vitality and energy, along with something the prisoners themselves had already given up on: hope. It was unknown how many prisoners struggled to drag their nearly lifeless bodies to the door, to the window, extending their trembling hands to catch the sunlight. Skin devoid of color, hollow eyes, hair tangled like weeds, a body so emaciated it has lost all human form. These prisoners are no longer considered human, for no one could survive in this hellish land. They are slowly being assimilated by this land, and when they die, their bodies will merge with it, becoming a part of Azkaban prison. Azkaban is a monster. Let me out. A voice filled with a cry echoed, and Dumbledore stood at the door of the prison, looking up at a room on the 4th floor where a disheveled prisoner was shaking the door and shouting hoarsely. Dumbledore recognized him. He was a somewhat notorious Death Eater, known for the remarkable act of attacking a Muggle orphanage, turning it into a ruin. It was said that he had even been personally received by Voldemort and praised. Let me out. When he first entered Azkaban, he had shouted the same thing, laughing maniacally because he firmly believed that Voldemort, to whom he had pledged loyalty, was still alive and would return, and that his time in Azkaban would be his glory. Time turned, and no one could laugh to the end. After more than a decade, Voldemort still had not returned, and they were nearly consumed by Azkaban. "You want your go homie, sobi sobi. Let me out." Tears streamed down the prisoner's face, creating 2 white lines on his dirty cheeks, the original color of his skin. These lines widening as his emotions escalated. Years of torment had not made him give up, but a ray of sunlight shattered his long-held faith and persistence. Let me out. I will tell you everything I know. Some Death Eaters have not been captured. Some plundered treasures are still hidden in concealed places. Let me out. I will tell you everything. After a moment of silence, Azkaban prison erupted. Damn it. Someone cursed like that. I know many secrets too. Let me out. I will tell you everything. Someone pleaded. Dumbledore stood there, his expression stern and unmoved, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. From his expression, it was unlikely anyone would believe that the idea of letting these prisoners see the sunlight came from him. Staff from the Ministry of Magic soon appeared, seemingly well-prepared, proceeding with their work in an orderly and meticulous manner, taking out the prisoners willing to confess, giving a sharp and painful lesson to those still resisting. There is a hidden exception to the 3 unforgivable curses, which is that they can be used without restriction in Azkaban. The people here are not protected by the Wizarding Code, essentially stripped of their human rights in Muggle terms. The Ministry staff acted as if they did not see Dumbledore, and he did not intervene in their work. After staying for a while, he walked through the main gate into the prison to visit a prisoner, a very special prisoner. Walking slowly up to the 3rd floor, Dumbledore took out a photo from his pocket. The subject of the photo was a girl with pink hair and 2 adorable dimples on her face, looking quite good, around 11 or 12 years old. Flipping the photo over, the white background revealed the girl's name, Delia Hill. Some things that are difficult for Ask to handle are easy for Dumbledore. Relying on his memory, Dumbledore stopped at the door of his cell, which had 5 empty rooms on either side, making it very quiet and lonely. Knock, knock, knock. Dumbledore gently tapped on the door, an action like he was visiting someone. This door could be easily opened, but he chose to knock first to seek the occupant's consent. Politeness? That was part of it, but not all. The person behind this door was someone Dumbledore had to treat seriously. Gulmine, the voice that came from behind the door, was a pleasant female voice. Probably around 13 or 14, somewhat awkward and unnatural, possibly in the midst of a voice change. Sorry to disturb you. Dumbledore pushed the door open and entered the cell. The advantage of Azkaban cells was that one could see everything inside without turning their gaze. However, here, that was impossible because this cell was quite interesting. The most comfortable cell in Azkaban was probably this one. Dumbledore's evaluation of it was, this is a very ordinary girls' dormitory. So ordinary that he couldn't find anything extraordinary about it. However, compared to other cells, this one was exceptionally unique. If other cells were just cells, then this one was practically paradise, with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and even a study, aside from the lack of a balcony. It was a simplified version of an apartment. Standing in the living room, Dumbledore seemed somewhat at a loss. Even he did not know there was such a special room in Azkaban. This was no longer a cell. Please have a seat. On the sofa in the living room. The owner of the room, Delia Hill, waved at Dumbledore. Across from her, next to the coffee table, was a single sofa, and on the table sat a glass of chilled lemonade, one of Dumbledore's favorite drinks. You know I'm back, Dumbledore said affirmatively, glancing at the chilled lemonade before walking over to sit on the sofa, taking a sip. It seems you are much more capable than I thought. To be able to arrange this place into a decent home in a place like Azkaban. If you had been locked up in Azkaban 345 times, I think you could also manage to set up something like this. Home. Delia Hill held a book in her hands, and from the cover, it was clear it was a book about ancient magical texts. Dumbledore had seen it before. It was a very esoteric book, yet Delia, who looked no more than 13 or 14, seemed to read it with ease. 345 times, Dumbledore said softly, his expression a mix of confusion and understanding. So how many times have I been here during those 345? 287 times. Delia said without looking up. Then you must know my purpose here. Although I have repeated those words 67 times, it seems you still haven't remembered. However, you should have some vague impressions in your mind that led you to find this place. Delia closed the book and quietly looked at Dumbledore. To be able to do this, Dumbledore, you are truly frightening. Is that a compliment? Delia nodded. The only wizards I have encountered who can achieve this level are you, Voldemort, and Nicholas Flamel. You 3 are the true remembering wizards, even if it's just a vague impression. Others, Bloodman Barrow, Snape, Sir Lug, the ghosts of Hogwarts. They only remember this one time. They have no recollection of the previous 13,765 times. Has this all occurred 13,766 times? Dumbledore took a deep breath, his expression grave. When will it end? I have answered that question for you 32 times. Delia's expression was somewhat helpless. I don't know either. What must be done to bring all this to an end? I have answered that question for you 17 times. Delia smiled bitterly, knowing that only he understood, because he was the protagonist, I was just an observer, and you were the insiders. When he said everything could end, only then could it truly end. Who is he? You've already met him. Dumbledore nodded, and from the current conversation, it seemed he hadn't come here in vain today. Of course, this might have been anticipated by Delia Hill. I'll answer you one more question, then you should leave, Delia suddenly said. Don't ask why, because once you know, things won't run on the right track anymore. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead. This kind of conversation was exhausting. He smiled wryly and asked, so what should I ask? You should know what I'm going to ask, right? You will ask 5 questions, and the circumstances of these 5 questions will vary, based on the current situation. You should ask, why is this happening? Delia said lightly, picking up a book and focusing on the obscure magical text. 1960 was a key year, and January 1st of that year was also a key day. If he dies on some day after that, then both he and I will be pulled back to that day, and everything will start anew. Can you be more specific? I suggest you play a Muggle game. Nintendo's The Legend of Zelda is quite good. Delia's words left Dumbledore both amused and bewildered, but he continued to listen. Remember what I said, after you play that game, you'll understand. January 1st, 1960 is the only save point. If he dies later in the game, he can only reload the save, and because of my uniqueness, I will also reload with him, but I retain all the memories from before, which he cannot do. All the memories from 766 reloads? Dumbledore gasped. He really wanted to shout God. After stabilizing his emotions, he asked, so you mean you've experienced 400,000 years? Not that many, Delia replied. Many times he died just after being born. Out of the 766 times, he didn't live to see his first graduation from Hogwarts at least 10,000 times. You should know, he's someone who loves to court death and can't control himself, which is a big problem. Dumbledore was speechless. A powerful wizard like you. How could you not leave some impression after so many reloads? That impression would gradually deepen until you noticed it, and then there would be those 287 experiences of you coming here. Delia's words made Dumbledore realize, every time he died, he retained a little impression. The next time he reached the place of his death, he would have a strange feeling. If handled properly, he could turn misfortune into fortune, but if not, he would die and reload, repeating the cycle. Dumbledore wanted to say something, but Delia decisively issued an eviction order. You should leave, Dumbledore. Well then, thank you. As for what was happening in Azkaban prison, thousands of miles away, Ask had no idea. His main focus was on stopping Fawkes from attacking the basilisk, and he really had no time to think about anything else. Fawkes was very annoyed, just when he was about to take down the basilisk. A hindrance suddenly appeared in front of him, and Fawkes was furious to the point of exploding. Get lost. Ask waved his hand at Fawkes like swatting a fly. We don't need you here. Just go away. I can handle this. If there was someone or some creature in this world that could make a phoenix explode with anger, most people probably wouldn't believe it. However, Fawkes would tell them that there was indeed someone who almost did it. Whoosh! A fireball flew past Ask's scalp, singeing some of his hair, leaving a bald spot on his head that resembled the Mediterranean. Fawkes caught a few times, turned around, and left. He no longer wanted to deal with this matter. Even if Hogwarts exploded, it was none of his business. TCH, what's this? A child throwing a tantrum? Ask said, feeling a bit displeased as he touched his bald head. He turned around and saw that most of the basilisk's body had already entered the mouth of Salazar, Slytherin's statue, with about 1/3 still exposed, writhing and looking quite comical. That's right. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, when that old man Dumbledore comes back, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Ask shouted at the basilisk. Hearing this, the basilisk moved much faster, and in a while, only its tail was left outside. It's worth mentioning that throughout this process, the black-haired boy had been standing dumbfounded at the side, watching the scene that was difficult to describe in words. If Ask's previous actions had already made his intelligence drop by 101 points, then this time, Ask, the basilisk, and Fawkes together had completely overwhelmed him. Why is this happening? When Ask walked up to him, the previously stern and handsome boy asked Ask with a mournful face. Well, I don't know either. Ask shrugged, then pointed his wand at the boy's forehead, saying with a smirk, tell me, have you thought about how to die? You can't kill me because my true body isn't here. Ask picked his nose, flicked a booger at the black-haired boy's face, which was quite eye-catching. He yawned and asked the angry black-haired boy, are you talking about that diary? You won't find it, even if you could. Ask pulled out a black-covered notebook from his pocket and shook it in front of the black-haired boy. Are you talking about this notebook? The black-haired boy. To condense into a body like this, it must come at a cost. Ask lowered his wand and aimed it at the black notebook. After getting this thing, I know what you really are. Your existence is based on life force. And the one supplying you with life force should be that basilisk. Then for convenience, you hid this notebook on the basilisk under one of its scales, probably somewhere on its eyelid, because that's the most dangerous place. No one would think to look there. The black-haired boy didn't say a word, but his gaze towards Ask had changed, looking at him like he was a monster. I bet a Canute that you're definitely confused about how I know this. Ask was pleased to see the black-haired boy nodding. He smirked and pointed at the pieces of flesh, blood, and a few scales that had fallen when Fox pecked out the basilisk's eyes. It's actually quite simple. Just now, when that turkey pecked the basilisk's eyes out, your true body just happened to fall out. The black-haired boy. I bet a Canute that you're definitely feeling frustrated and want to spit blood. Puffed. Watching the unfortunate boy spitting blood, Ask held the notebook and smashed it down hard on the back of his head. Bang! Looking at the black-haired boy squatting on the ground with his hands covering the back of his head, Ask rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, The completion is quite high, already has the sense of pain. Shattered. The last spell is directed at the notebook in his hand. But the surface of this notebook shines with a glossy sheen, and the spell hitting it is like a cow sinking into the sea, with no reaction at all. Don't bother. If it could be destroyed so easily, why would I create it? The black-haired boy, holding the back of his head, looked up with a cold smile and said, Today, I fell into your hands not for any other reason, but simply because my luck is worse than yours. Don't get too happy. One day I will. Bang. Ask used both hands to slam the notebook onto the black-haired boy's face like a brick. And when he picked it up again, there was some blood on the cover, a poor guy's nosebleed. Holding the weapon, Ask said seriously, Although saying this might seem like I'm pretending, I still have to say that luck is also a part of strength. If you don't accept it, he weighed the notebook in his hand, maliciously staring at the black-haired boy's already flattened face. I will teach you to behave with strength. The black-haired boy, filled with anger and despair, shouted, If you have the ability, just kill me. Don't humiliate me with such despicable means. Ask chuckled, Sure. Tell me how to eliminate you? Do you think I'm a fool? Whether you're a fool or not, I don't know, but if you don't speak, I have plenty of ways to turn you into someone even worse than a fool. Ask casually waved the notebook in his hand, and the black-haired boy instinctively covered his head and crouched down in defense. Then he heard Ask's unabashed laughter, nearly spitting blood in anger. Don't think I don't know how to eliminate you. Although I don't really want to use that method, using it just once shouldn't violate my promise. Ask crouched down, placing the notebook on the ground, and pointed his wand at it, softly chanting a spell. The black-haired boy's face suddenly turned ashen. The things created with dark magic, fiery death, which is also dark magic, can definitely solve it, especially since fiery death is particularly effective against souls. At this moment, Ask's smile seemed eerie and terrifying to the black-haired boy. Just now, he only chanted the spell without casting it. But the black-haired boy had no doubt that Ask could do it. His eyes flickered uncertainly as he looked at Ask, asking in a low voice, What exactly do you want to do? I want to kill you. Then why didn't you use fiery death to burn my physical body just now? Ask snorted. From your tone, it sounds like you really hope I would do that. I'm just curious. Once he calmed down, the black-haired boy's thoughts became much clearer. Judging from Ask's attitude, he probably didn't want to destroy himself, so this was something to be utilized. Goodbye. The black-haired boy suddenly heard Ask say this. And before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his waist, feeling as though an axe had bisected him. He instinctively looked down, his eyes widening in shock as he saw his upper and lower body separate. He turned his gaze to the side, where his physical body, the black notebook, had already split in half, with one half being chewed by a book with teeth. The black-haired boy's chest suddenly split open, and streams of thick black liquid like ink sprayed out. Ask sidestepped, quietly watching the black-haired boy futilely pressing his hands against the crack. His physical body was being devoured by that death notebook, and the wounds on the notebook reflected on his form. The cracks on his body increased, and he gradually began to disappear, leaving only a head, its eyes wide open, staring fiercely at Ask with a resentful gaze. Never try to guess what I'm thinking, because you can never guess. Ask said lightly, I'm a person who holds grudges. You attacked me twice before, and I'm not that forgetful. The reason I talked so much with you and delayed taking action is simply that I wanted to see your expression now. Shock filled with despair. Hope snuffed out before it could sprout. Resentment and hatred that are futile. I think you should take a look too. Ask waved his wand at the basilisk scale on the ground, and the scale transformed into a round mirror that slowly floated above the black-haired boy's head, clearly reflecting his twisted face. You, still not dead yet. Ask rubbed his chin and turned to the death notebook, urging, "You glutton. Can you move a bit faster? I'm in a hurry. It's almost dawn, and I need to go back to sleep. Don't you know this guy is hard to eat? The taste is comparable to cow dung. It's a struggle for me to eat." Heh, as if you've really eaten cow dung. The Death Notebook went crazy, shouting, "That's a metaphor. Do you understand metaphors?" Ask sneered. "Your literary quality is truly abysmal. Don't you have a better metaphor? How about a slug? Get lost." The black-haired boy, unwilling, sank into darkness. Unlike before, this sleep was eternal. He would never wake up again. For some reason, he felt suddenly much lighter. Perhaps because he no longer had to bear certain unnecessary responsibilities. Being free of burdens is probably like this. Really, ending like this without even leaving a name is so embarrassing. The black-haired boy thought, and then he heard the last voice he could hear. "Goodbye, Tom Riddle. It seems I'm late again." Ash sat on the ground, waiting for the Death Notebook to finish eating the black notebook before standing up. When he was about to put the book away and leave, he saw Dumbledore walking over and heard him say, "Tsh, turns out I'm not the only one awake at this hour." Casually putting the book into his pocket, Ask yawned and walked past Dumbledore, waving his hand wearily, muttering, "I have some bad news for you. That guy created a Horcrux." Dumbledore didn't seem surprised at all. He nodded lightly, just as I thought. Ask stopped, turned his head, and said, "Then I'll give you some good news. I've destroyed one of them, so." He rubbed his index finger, middle finger, and thumb together, a clear hint that it was time to collect his fee. "The sink in the bathroom above was broken by you, right?" "Ahem, there's class tomorrow. I'll be leaving now." Ask pretended to cough a couple of times and quickly left. When he reached the entrance, looking at the many pipe openings before him, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and return to the hall. WTF. Facing the empty hall, Ask could only vent his frustration with a WTF. Looking up at Salazar, Slytherin's statue, whose mouth was now closed, not knowing whether it was Dumbledore or the basilisk who had done it. After confirming that Dumbledore was no longer in the hall, Ask could only retrace his steps and think about how to get back to the surface from here. Just as he was pondering how to solve this, the ground suddenly shook like an earthquake, the tremors growing stronger to the point where Ask had to crouch down, using his hands to support himself against the wall to maintain stability. At that moment, Ask had a vague sense of foreboding, linking the suddenly missing Dumbledore, the sealed statue's mouth, the escaping basilisk, and the special underground environment. I knew it wouldn't end so simply. Ask forced a stiff smile, then stood up and turned to look down the winding, quiet, and deep tunnel behind him, his ears suddenly catching a different sound that further confirmed his suspicions. Splash! Boom! Crack! Ask stared expressionlessly at the jet of white water gushing from the tunnel entrance. He donned a protective armor for himself, waterproof and moisture-proof, then cradled his head with his hands and jumped towards one of the tunnel openings, grabbing the edge of the pipe as he went. After that, he didn't need to exert any effort. The surging torrent of water swept him into the tunnel, and he shot out like a roller coaster from the broken water pool in the girls' washroom above. The water spraying from the gap was like a fountain, and Ask was caught at the very top of the fountain, a mess, but fortunately not seriously harmed. Throughout that night, Ask's luck was strangely good. Whether it was randomly kicking a wall to get a hint, or muddling through a trap set by Tom Riddle, or simply choosing the right pipe outlet, these were beyond mere luck. If he used this luck to buy a lottery ticket, he would surely win a jackpot. If Dumbledore had seen this scene, he would have understood instantly. He would know this was not luck, but the result of Ask's countless experiences accumulated from dying. Perhaps one of those more than 10,000 deaths was here, leaving him with a vague impression that ultimately led him to make the right move at a critical moment. Ask lay on top of the fountain, not going up or down, watching the water slowly spill out from the washroom, wondering if Hogwarts would be flooded. Speaking of which, the unluckiest should be the Slytherin common room, as they were underground. People go up while water flows down. Although Dumbledore had disappeared somewhere, there were still people in Hogwarts who could handle the situation. Petrify them all. To be honest, the spell Ask was witnessing now had completely overturned his understanding of spells. At least before this, he hadn't thought of using the petrification spell to petrify water, as he always believed water could only freeze, not petrify. Lying on the uneven top surface of the petrified fountain was uncomfortable for Ask's stomach, so he rolled sideways and fell down in a not-so-graceful manner. Hiss! Ask gasped, holding his knee and grimacing as he vaguely heard a cracking sound. His knee had hit the ground when he landed. Well, as long as he wasn't dead, he wouldn't remember such minor injuries. "Ah, it's you again, unlucky child." Salujar's face suddenly intruded into Ask's view. He was still dressed as before, holding a wand and looking at Ask with a playful expression. his face as punchable as Ask's most of the time. He did that on purpose. Ask felt around on the ground, picked up a banana peel, and threw it at Xiang. If it weren't for stepping on that banana peel, how could he have hurt his knee? Dodging the banana peel, Xiang pulled a banana from his pocket, casually peeled it, and started eating it without any intention of helping Ask. You bastard. Ask glared at Xiang. Why don't you come over and help me? Take me to the infirmary. Sorry, I'm currently sleepwalking. I can't hear anything you're saying. Xiang quickly finished one banana, tossed the peel aside, and started on another, adding that he was a Hogwarts person. He was a Ministry of Magic special investigator, not a babysitter. Are you going to help me or not? Xiang chewed on the banana and said carelessly, I'm sleepwalking. Can't hear. Ask's gaze became dangerous. Regulus, you're asking for death. I said I'm in a dream. Xiang suddenly stopped, the half-eaten banana slipping from his hand, his face filled with terror as he looked at Ask, his expression suddenly turning painful. He clutched his throat, fell to the ground, and began to roll and struggle, his face slowly turning red, then purple, then black. The banana. Is it poisonous? Ask was startled by Xiang and hurriedly crawled over, checking Xiang's condition, puzzled, saying, This doesn't look like poisoning. It seems more like suffocation. Wait a minute, you wouldn't be. Xiang was already unable to speak, and Ask rolled his eyes, somewhat laboriously flipping Xiang over and giving his back a series of hard slaps, almost as if he were seeking revenge. Special methods always have special effects. Xiang finally spat out a piece of banana. Ignoring the broken rib he had sustained and the puddle of blood he had coughed up, Ask's first aid was quite successful. Almost killed by a banana, Xiang, avoiding it like a snake, threw the remaining banana to the ground. Ask walked over to pick up the banana, mimicking Xiang's earlier actions as he ate it. The wheel of fortune turns. Xiang looked down at the ground, cleared his throat, and said, Ahem, my name is Xiang. Not Regulus. You've mistaken my name. No, I haven't. Ask took a bite of the banana and continued. When I was below, I met someone who called himself Tom Riddle. That's not his full name. If you had a Marvelo, it's correct. What does that have to do with me? Ask ignored Xiang and continued. Tom Marvelo Riddle. If you do a simple letter rearrangement, you get a phrase. Do you know what it is? Xiang shook his head, and Ask revealed the answer. I am Lord Voldemort. Ahem, even though I now know that person's real name. This still has nothing to do with me. Xiang said this, but cold sweat was already pouring from his forehead. He forced a smile, turned to prepare to flee, but Ask suddenly raised his voice. Regulus Black. Xiang abruptly stopped, and Ask leaned against the petrified fountain, continuing with a strange expression. That's your real name. Isn't it? Xiang White. Just reverse the order of the letters and their meanings, and it becomes Regulus Black. You've mistaken the person. Sulrug's voice was a bit low and hoarse. I am Sulrug White, a special investigator from the Ministry of Magic and a trusted confidant of Minister Cornelius Fudge. Sulrug, or rather Regulus Black, the missing younger son of the Black family, raised his head and looked at Ask with an unfriendly expression, his eyes flickering as if weighing something. In response, Ask chuckled and pulled a bronze Canute coin from his pocket, tossing it towards Sulrug. I bet a bronze Canute that you really want to kill me to keep me quiet right now. Holding his wand, Regulus's grip tightened and then loosened. As he reached out to catch the coin, gripping it tightly. He stared at Ask for a long time before finally putting the coin in his pocket and turning to walk outside. You lost. That was expected. I deliberately lost. Ask smiled as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. He looked a bit disheveled now, with a sharp pain in his knee, making his mouth twitch occasionally. As he saw Regulus about to leave, he hurriedly called out, Hey, are you just going to leave me here? At least take me to the infirmary or to the entrance of the Slytherin common room. I am an investigator dispatched by the Ministry of Magic, not a caretaker from Hogwarts. Regulus moved even faster, and before Ask could say anything more, he had already walked out of the washroom, his footsteps quick and almost inaudible. Ask rolled his eyes, leaned against the wall, and struggled to pull out a pair of crutches from his pocket, expertly propping himself up. He then awkwardly dragged his injured leg out of the washroom. Truly, they are brothers. Their tempers are quite similar, at least from this point of view. Their father didn't have a surprise child. That's rare. Fortunately, Regulus left quickly. Otherwise, if he heard these rather impolite remarks, he might really come back to silence him and vent his anger to protect the family honor. Using the crutches made going down the stairs quite inconvenient, but Ask had plenty of time. After all, it was a long night, and most people were sound asleep. Ask. Depending on the tone, mood, and context, a single sentence can sometimes have multiple meanings. At this moment, The group of students and teachers in front of Ask exhibited at least 3 different reactions. Hermione's surprise, Professor McGonagall's anger, and Professor Flitwick's irritation. "Good evening, everyone." Ask, with a cane tucked under his armpit, struggled to raise one hand to greet the teachers and students in front of him, appearing calm, as if nothing had happened. But the moment others saw him, they could no longer maintain their composure. "I should have known better than to come," Professor Flitwick said with a face full of regret, looking around. The crowd was packed so tightly that there was no possibility of leaving, so he could only grit his teeth and stay. "It's him again." Professor McGonagall was furious, and she didn't know what else to say. She also knew that saying anything would be pointless for Ask, although she understood that a stern and righteous glare had no effect on someone like Ask. She still shot him a look that could kill, causing some students to tremble at the mere sight of it. Hermione said nothing, merely looking at Ask with a worried expression. When she noticed Ask's abnormal left leg, tears began to well up in her eyes, which made Ask quite happy. After all, someone was concerned about him, wasn't it? The atmosphere was a bit strange. The teachers stood there like statues, silent, while the students gathered around, perhaps intimidated by the teacher's overwhelming presence. All the words the students wanted to say were stuck in their throats, although they felt the urge to speak. They knew that doing so would lead to severe consequences. At this moment, the only one who could remain calm was Ask, and he was also the only one who could break this eerie silence. Ask scratched his head. "Are you all here to use the restroom?" Splash. Professor Frivy demonstrated what it means to fall flat on the ground. Although he was the only one who fell, there are definitely many others with the same tendency. An emotion called egg pain spread like a plague, regardless of gender, and all infected individuals wore the same expression, with 2 big words written on their faces: egg pain. "Teachers, please stay. The deans of each college will lead their students back to rest." At the critical moment, Professor McGonagall was more capable. First, she cleared the area, driving away all unrelated people, so that some things wouldn't be too overtly presented to the students. For example, how Ask was conducting his logical manipulation, and how these teachers were helpless, unwilling, but forced to be manipulated themselves. This would definitely have a huge impact on those innocent, lovely, naive, and carefree children whose values were still being formed. The responsibility and duty of Hogwarts teachers is to teach these students how to be good people, not to be used as a backdrop and props by one of the students to teach others how to be good. Snap. Before leaving, Colin Creevey from Gryffindor secretly took a picture of Ask. The background of the photo is a dimly lit corridor, with Ask standing in the middle using a cane. One hand is scratching his head while the other leans on the cane, and he has a smile that looks innocent and cute at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it carries a hint of malice. He is covered in dirt, but his hair is spotless, shining like straw filled with sunlight. "Hey, make me look handsome." Ask waved his hand at Colin, and although the latter wanted to stay and take a dozen pictures of Ask, Percy Weasley lifted him up with one hand and carried him back with the Gryffindor students. Colin was still trying to fight for his shots, but he could no longer capture Ask. He only managed to photograph the teachers slowly surrounding him, and then Percy roughly snatched his camera away, ending his shooting. About 5 minutes later, only the teachers and Ask were left, and now they could finally discuss serious matters. "Askew." Professor McGonagall had just begun to speak when Ask interjected, "By the way, I think my leg can still be saved." "What do you think, Professor McGonagall?" Although Professor McGonagall wanted to say, "Just cut it off," as the deputy headmistress, she had to be mindful of her image. Therefore, she could only suppress her anger and waved her hand at Ask, as if shooing away a fly. "Thank you," Ask said with a smile. He glanced at the mud on himself and casually moved next to Gilderoy Lockhart, wiping the dirt off his face with his clean, white pajamas. By the time he was nearly done, Gilderoy Lockhart's smile was almost completely gone. He gave a dry laugh and, with an agility beyond the ordinary, stepped back a few paces to clear a path. "Ahem, I just remembered I have some personal matters to attend to, so I'll leave this to you all." When Gilderoy Lockhart said this, the teachers present snapped back to reality, each finding strange excuses to escape from there. In the end, only Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout remained, who were the heads of the 3 Hogwarts houses, with the only absentee being the Slytherin head, Snape. "Be careful, don't move." Professor Flitwick grimaced as he waved his wand, making Ask float up like a kite. He guided Ask towards the infirmary, with Professors McGonagall and Sprout escorting them. There was no conversation along the way. The 3 professors had certainly had enough of Ask's antics. After delivering him to Madame Pomfrey for care, the 3 heads of houses took their leave, leaving Ask alone to enjoy Madame Pomfrey's delicious potions. "Well, I wonder if Dumbledore has dealt with that basilisk." "Merlin, I hope that Basilisk has taken care of Dumbledore. That would make things much easier for me. Just when Ask was rambling on and babbling nonsense, Dumbledore suddenly appeared at his bedside and with a wave of his hand cast a spell towards Ask. Dumbledore's appearance was very sudden, and his spell was released extremely quickly, almost hitting Ask at the same time he appeared. Ask was facing away from Dumbledore, and no matter how one thought about it, he was definitely going to be hit by the spell as he was already drowsy and about to fall asleep. However, at that moment, he turned over and the spell grazed his nose before hitting his pillow, igniting a small, deep red flame on his pillow, which began to creep toward his thinning hair. Ask let out an involuntary exclamation, grabbing the pillow and throwing it away with all his might. He watched as the pillow rapidly burned in the air, turning into a wisp of black smoke, and he patted his chest, still feeling a bit shaken. After the initial panic, he calmed down and turned to look at the now empty bedside, his expression quite pained. Enough is enough. Even chasing me here, really holding a grudge. Ask mistakenly thought the attacker was Regulus Black, believing that Regulus was being petty and had come back to take revenge on him. This was actually a good thing. If he had known the person attacking him was Dumbledore, who knows what kind of trouble would have ensued. The pillow was burned to ashes. So Ask had no choice but to take a new one from another bed, but it was nowhere near as comfortable as the previous one. Yet he had to make do. Just focus on recovering, and then Ask was in the hospital room, laughing foolishly like a madman. While Dumbledore had already returned to his office, where someone was waiting for him, it was none other than Snape, who had not appeared until now. With his usual expressionless face, Snape spoke to Dumbledore in a voice devoid of any mockery, asking, "What were you doing out just now?" "Not much. I had a bit too much for dinner." "Just going out for a walk," Dumbledore said with a smile as he sat down in his seat. He took out a box of candies from his drawer and, under Snape's disgusted gaze, ate more than half of the cockroach clusters. After wiping his mouth with lingering satisfaction, he added that today's harvest was quite substantial, as many questions had been answered. Snape huffed like what? Dumbledore shook his head and asked, "Severus, have you ever regretted it? Is that even question?" Snape furrowed his brow and asked, "What about you?" Sensing the displeasure in Snape's tone, Dumbledore smiled and shrugged. "There are many things I regret, but some are unimportant and will be forgotten in no time. However, there are things that I fear I will regret until I lie in my coffin." "For example?" Dumbledore blinked. "For example, I should have let the Sorting Hat place you in Gryffindor back in the day. This should be something easily forgotten." "No. This is one of the few things I regret the most. Some of you were sorted into the wrong houses." Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence, the Sorting Hat, which had been dozing off in a corner of the office, woke up and angrily shouted at Dumbledore, "You old fool. My judgment was to follow the student's own wishes. If that yellow-faced man was determined to go to Gryffindor at the time, how could I possibly have sorted him into Slytherin? I warn you, Dumbledore, if you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe I will stab the Gryffindor sword into your backside while you sleep?" "Snape." "Dumbledore." An awkward silence ensued. After a while, the Sorting Hat continued to snore, and Dumbledore finally wiped the sweat from his forehead with a sense of relief. He helplessly said to Snape, whose face was contorted from suppressing laughter, "If you want to laugh, just laugh. There's no one else here." Snape was on the verge of bursting out, but Dumbledore's words somehow gave him the strength to hold back the impulse to laugh. "I think that although that old hat, like Dumbledore..." Snape's sentence was also interrupted by the Sorting Hat. "You're the old hat. Your whole family is old hats. No, your hat is green. Ah ha ha ha. I remember now. You are the one." This time, the Sorting Hat shut itself up and curled into a ball, like a ball of yarn, and stopped moving. Retrieving his wand, Snape turned to look at Dumbledore as if nothing had happened and said lightly, "You have spoiled it too much. After all, it is an antique, and sometimes what it says makes a lot of sense. For example, about Gryffindor's sword. Cough, cough, getting back to the point." Dumbledore lightly cleared his throat. "Severus, you are very lucky. At least you are luckier than I am." Snape frowned, feeling that Dumbledore was a bit off tonight. "Dumbledore, what exactly do you want to say?" "Once there was a sincere familial love before me, but I did not cherish it. Only after losing it did I regret it deeply. There is no greater pain in the world than this." Dumbledore first said something that made Snape feel profound, yet gave him goosebumps. Then he let out a wry smile and said, almost as if to himself, "How wonderful it would be if that guy had been born 30 years earlier. How enviable and jealousy-inducing. That person, Severus, you are truly lucky." Dumbledore's musings were extremely boring for Snape, partly because he did not know what Dumbledore had seen or understood on this day. If he were Dumbledore, he would probably be doing some very frightening things right now. "If you're sick, I have medicine here. Do you have any in sugar lemon flavor?" "No." It will definitely be popular. This really isn't available. What a pity. After a meaningless conversation, Dumbledore and Snape fell silent. After a while, Dumbledore waved his hand at Snape, signaling that he could leave. I'm tired. Snape didn't say anything this time, turning neatly and leaving. Before he left, he didn't forget to place a vial of potion on Dumbledore's desk, a potion that could soothe one's mind and spirit. Dumbledore picked up the vial, poured a few grains into his mouth, and his face instantly scrunched up like a wrinkled orange. Cough, cough, it's really bitter. Dumbledore, if he had been born 30 years earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to resist killing him. This is why you told me. Because I'm one of the few who knows and won't harm him, as his save and load files are of no help to my situation. If he had been born 30 years earlier. Luckily, good medicine tastes bitter. After nearly losing his sense of taste due to the potions meticulously brewed by Madame Pomfrey, Ask finally crawled out of bed, waiting for Professor McGonagall to take him to the principal's office to see Dumbledore. What is so special about meeting Dumbledore? After Professor McGonagall turned around, Ask rolled his eyes. It seemed the most powerful wizard of the age was going to pretend to be confused again. It turned out that Ask was right. Well, don't be nervous. I just want to understand what happened at Hogwarts last night. Just tell me what you saw, Dumbledore said, taking out a box of sweets from his drawer, as usual. Before he could say anything, he saw Ask already with a multi-flavor lollipop in his mouth. He looked disdainfully at the shabby candy box on the table, took a hard suck on it, then pulled the lollipop out like he was smoking, pinching it between two fingers, tilting his head to look at Dumbledore, and playfully asked, "Do you really want me to say everything?" Of course, Dumbledore replied with a smile, "Don't worry, just say what you have. As the principal, I want to punish you for saying something wrong. After all, corporal punishment is not right." Hee. Professor McGonagall looked expressionlessly at the two cunning foxes sparring, knowing why Dumbledore had kept her there. Everything happening was a play for her to see, whether she believed it or not. Today's conversation would spread throughout Hogwarts in her name. Dumbledore needed Ask. Professor McGonagall finally understood this point. For decades, she had never seen anyone dare to be so reckless in front of Dumbledore, nor had she seen Dumbledore so indulgent toward someone. Even Snape's protection didn't compare to Ask's. Under Dumbledore's encouragement, Ask finally threw away the last shred of concern, dropping the heavy weight off his heart, and opened up to Dumbledore without reservation. "Well, the thing is, last night I had a stomachache, so I came out looking for the bathroom. The dormitory's bathroom was blocked. And the reason, well, you know." With his usual startling opening, Ask rambled on as if no one was around. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged, still smiling, while Professor McGonagall turned her head aside, but Ask's voice still reached her ears. She felt the mood of Tom Riddle, that bittersweet and painful feeling of being mentally forced yet having to endure it. That does explain why you were there in the middle of the night. It's understandable." Dumbledore's performance at this moment could be described in two words: foolish. Who in Hogwarts didn't know that besides each dormitory having its own bathroom, there was also a large public restroom in the common room? In nearly 1,000 years, there had never been an incident where someone ran outside to use the toilet at night because the dormitory toilet was broken. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. It seemed her work today had just increased, which was to revise and polish Ask's statement, at least so it wouldn't be so full of holes. "Just as I squatted down for a while, I heard footsteps, probably from soft leather shoes. It should be a man." He pushed the door open, and the evening breeze swayed the oil lamp. Dumbledore asked with concern, "Did you see what he looked like?" "No, but I think it should be a man. Around 30, quite tall." Ask began to think of ways to steer the imagined person towards Regulus, deliberately not revealing the identity, leaving a bunch of clues for others to speculate. The result derived this way would be far more credible than what he said. "What did he do?" "I think I heard him recite a spell, but it was one I had never heard before, sounding a bit like a snake hissing, HSSS, HSSS. Then there was the sound of something heavy moving, followed by a hissing sound, but it wasn't from that person. And then?" Ash shrugged, somewhat helplessly saying, "Then I got hit in the knee by a stone that flew from who knows where, and I fainted from the pain. I don't know what happened afterward." So that is how it was. Dumbledore seemed to realize something, muttering to himself, "Last night, someone opened the Chamber of Secrets and killed the basilisk hiding inside. He's a good person, not flaunting his name, but he didn't know you were right there. So he still exposed his identity." Ask quickly nodded and clapped. "Exactly. As expected of Principal Dumbledore. Such reasoning is truly amazing." The last sentence had a hint of sarcasm, but Dumbledore didn't care at all. He nodded, furrowing his brow in deep thought, and after a long while said, "I suddenly remembered there is someone at Hogwarts who fits the description you gave. Could it be him?" Ask also looked enlightened, clapping his hands suddenly. I thought of it too. It seems we're on the same wavelength. Dumbledore smiled, turning to Professor McGonagall. Well, it seems the defense against the dark arts professor we hired this year is quite impressive, truly deserving of his reputation. Ask suddenly froze, his eyes darting, and he stiffly turned to look at Dumbledore, forcing a laugh. You think it's Professor Gilderoy Lockhart? Don't you think so? Dumbledore picked up his teacup and took a sip, standing up and walking to the fireplace. He turned to Professor McGonagall. In a moment, I'm going to the Ministry of Magic. You can inform the students that Professor Lockhart has resolved the Chamber of Secrets issue. No problem. Ask was a bit anxious, but Dumbledore winked at him, sprinkled a handful of flue powder, and disappeared in a flash of fire. Ask. Professor McGonagall had a fleeting smile at the corner of her mouth, but quickly returned to a serious expression, urging Ask, the principal has left. We should go too. Ask forced a smile as he followed Professor McGonagall out of the room. He did have the intention to wreak some havoc in Dumbledore's office as revenge. But Fawkes the Phoenix was glaring at him with an angry look from its nest, so Ask had to abandon that plan. During lunch that day, Professor McGonagall announced this matter to all the staff and students, and the result was as expected. Everyone was delighted, and it was widely welcomed. Everyone believed Gilderoy Lockhart would be awarded the Order of Merlin again because of this incident, and his fame would grow even greater. During lunch, Ask kept looking for Regulus' whereabouts, but found nothing. He hadn't participated in today as lunch and had gone missing from another place. Strange. Why isn't that thing here? Regulus walked out of a door looking gloomy, having sacrificed lunch to come here to look for something, but found nothing at all. With a helpless sigh, he prepared to return to the hall to see if lunch had ended. Perhaps he could scavenge some leftovers. However, going from the 8th floor to the 1st floor, jumping off would indeed be a faster option. With this thought, Regulus walked to the staircase, pushed off with his hand, and easily jumped down the stairs. As for the Chamber of Secrets, that was the end of it. Ask had not asked Dumbledore if he had dealt with the basilisk. The entrance to the chamber, Myrtle's washroom, had been sealed, which made Myrtle quite unhappy. But there was nothing she could do about it. In the end, she could only move to a room on the 8th floor. At least Myrtle no longer had to live in the bathroom, which some consider a good thing. Ugh, what a load of crap. In a deserted corner, Regulus stared at Myrtle's new home with an unhappy expression. That room had originally caught his eye, and before he could even ask Dumbledore for it, it was assigned to Myrtle. The reason for choosing a room on the 8th floor was simply that what he was looking for was on the 8th floor. A rabbit that doesn't eat from its own burrow is not a good rabbit, and a horse that doesn't turn back for grass is not a good horse. Having missed out on the room he wanted, Regulus asked Dumbledore for another room. Any room would do. After all, the place he had previously lived was right next to Snape, and the first face he saw every morning was Snape's expressionless face. Anyone would find that intolerable. We don't have any extra rooms here. When these words came out of Dumbledore's mouth, Regulus really felt an urge to strangle the old bastard. However, he held it back. Given his current status, it would be unreasonable for Dumbledore to cooperate with him at every turn. After a dry laugh, Regulus bid farewell to Dumbledore, deciding to go stay in the Shrieking Shack instead. As for being Snape's neighbor, whoever wants to deal with that can do so. When he reached the 1st floor, Regulus saw Harry and Ron, who had just finished lunch and were preparing to go back to rest. His gaze fell on Ron's jacket pocket, where his sneaky head was peeking out, beady eyes and a shifty demeanor, clearly not a good rat. Unexpectedly simple, Regulus muttered to himself. This rat was also one of his targets. After thinking for a moment, he decided it would be better to resolve a certain matter during this time, and then focus on handling another. When the urge struck, he immediately took action, walking towards Ron, and the two inevitably collided, but quickly separated. Watch where you're going. Ron's attitude was quite poor, although Regulus had intentionally bumped into him. Such an attitude would likely lead to a fight if someone with a bad temper were involved. Fortunately, usually only Neville would clumsily bump into him, and Neville was famously timid and cowardly. Regulus glanced at Ron and then ignored him, shoving his hands in his pockets and swaggering towards the castle exit. He had no interest in dealing with such a minor character. He was very busy. Ron was so angry his teeth were itching. Harry sighed and dragged him towards the Gryffindor common room to prevent him from causing any trouble again. Lately, perhaps it was an early onset of puberty, or maybe he had eaten too many nuts and was feeling hot-headed, but Ron was like a ticking time bomb. One wrong move, and he would explode, dragging Harry, who was nearby, into the mess. In an unofficial count, within 2 days, the two of them had lost 9 points. Oddly enough, none of them were deducted by Snape, but by other teachers. So, the reasons for these 9 points being deducted must have been fair, without any malicious retaliation. They walked all the way to the entrance of the common room, and before Harry could say the password, the door opened by itself. Hermione walked out, carrying a stack of books. Originally, she had a slight smile on her face, but upon seeing Ron, her expression turned frosty, her gaze becoming icy. Good afternoon, Hermione." Harry felt his face twitch. He realized what it meant to force a smile, for the sake of a stable source of homework answers. He had been caught between Ron and Hermione for several months now. Every time he copied the answers Hermione provided, he considered whether he should fully side with Hermione and leave Ron to fend for himself. However, Harry still valued his first friend, Ron, and couldn't just abandon him. "Good afternoon, Harry." Hermione's expression softened a bit. Looking at Harry, who was glancing back and forth between her and Ron, she huffed and said, "I've already given the answers to Neville. I hope you pay attention this time and don't copy my name again." Harry felt extremely awkward. He wanted to argue that it was Ron who did it, but that person had already told everyone he wouldn't copy Hermione's homework again. Revealing that person's secret would be rather unfriendlike. "All right, I have to return some books to the library. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Watching Hermione leave, Harry felt a sense of relief. He glanced at Ron and thought that if Ron maintained such an expression until graduation, then Snape would have a successor. "Come on, Ron. Hurry up and finish your homework. Tomorrow is Monday," Harry urged. Ron stood at the door, looking very grim, his face pale and green, contrasting sharply with his red hair, making him look like an underripe tomato, unappetizing at first glance. He seemed not to hear Harry until Harry repeated himself, prompting him to finally move. Crossing over Harry to enter the Gryffindor common room. Sigh. Harry sighed and followed him. Every day, some people are unlucky, some are lucky, some are sad, and some are happy. That is life. Everyone's life is different, and each person's life is different every day. You cannot step into the same river twice, because both the person and the river have changed. "What are you doing?" In the library, Hermione had just returned a book and was about to leave when she saw Ask walking out with a book in his arms. He handed the book to Madame Pants for registration, and Hermione glanced at the cover, which read Alternative Uses of Charms. "Borrowing a book," Ask replied. After Madame Pants finished registering, he tucked the book into his pocket and followed Hermione out of the library. Hermione was a bit surprised. "You also borrow books from the library?" Ask shrugged, putting the book in his pocket, and said mysteriously, "Because I've discovered something very interesting." "What is it? Guess." Hermione drew her wand, looking at Ask with a stern expression, and the latter wisely confessed. "Hermione, do you think the petrification charm can petrify water?" "It should be possible," Hermione replied uncertainly, then felt her hand lighten as Ask snatched her wand away. He waved the wand at a small puddle on the ground, but the petrification charm had no effect whatsoever. "Invalid." Ask returned the wand to Hermione. "If I said I've seen someone petrify water using the petrification charm, would you believe me? Are you sure? That curse is the authentic petrification spell, with no difference in gestures or pronunciation. Although it seems somewhat similar to the freezing spell in terms of effect, there is still a fundamental difference." As Ask recalled the petrification spell that Regulus used that night. "Out of curiosity, I went to the library to look up information, and then in the restricted section." "Stop." Hermione quickly interrupted Ask, glanced around to confirm that no one was listening, and then whispered to Ask, "Did you go to the restricted section?" "Yes." "Do you know that it's against the school rules?" "I know." Hermione was a bit anxious. "So has anyone found out about you?" Ask replied honestly, "Yes, and many people." "Oh, I have this." He pulled out a card from his pocket, which had a line of small text and a fancy signature that nearly covered the entire surface of the card. Just one glance, and Hermione recognized that it was the signature of Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, who had signed to approve Ask's request to borrow books from the restricted section. Hermione's first reaction was that the signature was fake, but when she turned the card over, there was actually a signature from Dumbledore on the back, so the legitimacy of this card couldn't be questioned. The only potential issue was how Ask got hold of this thing. Who knows how he managed it? Signatures, after all, are not that hard to forge. When Hermione asked about this, Ask seemed very relaxed. "I've had Dumbledore's signature for a long time. There are books in the library with his signature. I just tore the sign page out and stuck it on the card." "Hermione, Professor Lockhart's signature. Well, when I went to get his signature, there were probably more than 20 people in line ahead of me, and when I handed him the card, he didn't even look at it before signing." "Hermione." Ask looked at Hermione, who was looking frustrated and speechless, and chuckled as he pulled out another card from his pocket, which also had the signatures of Dumbledore and Gilderoy Lockhart, but the holder was now Hermione Granger. "I will report you." Hermione accepted the library card and said reluctantly, "Whatever, it's not like I'm worried about debt. More lice, no fear of itch." Ask waved his hand dismissively, lightly grasping at the air, and a hazy, indistinct sphere appeared in his hand, but it vanished in the blink of an eye, making one think it was an illusion. Hermione was sure it was definitely not an illusion, and she even heard Ask utter spell. All petrified, Ask's hand was held in a loose grip, his fingers exerting slight pressure, but he couldn't close even the tiniest distance, as if he was truly holding a crystal ball in his palm. The curse is not as simple as we think, is it? Ask applied a bit more force with his hand. After a brief stalemate, his palm turned into a fist, and then a trickle of blood seeped out from between his fingers. Unfazed, he opened his hand, revealing his fingers and palm covered in small wounds, as if they had been sliced by a razor blade, a shocking sight. When I saw that person turn water into stone, I wondered, can air be turned to stone as well? Hermione found herself unable to answer the question. The weather was nice today, but Regulus's heart was filled with gloom. Regulus felt like one of those pretentious villains in movies who, instead of succeeding, end up getting burned. The flag he had just raised a moment ago had fallen in an instant. Before he left Hogwarts Castle, he thought this matter would be very simple. A piece of cake, but by the time he returned to the shrieking shack and saw everything inside, he could only describe his feelings with one word. Damn. Perhaps it's a bit strange to describe Regulus's complex expression with the term ever-changing, but this word perfectly fits his reaction at the moment, due to his good professional training. After a brief moment of surprise and anger, regardless of what he truly thought inside, a formulaic smile appeared on his face. After displaying a flawless smile, Regulus fixed his shrewd eyes on the unexpected guest in the screaming shed and said, "Are you here to capture him too? Me?" The newcomer pointed at himself with a finger and quickly shook his head, saying, "I'm just passing by." Regulus pulled a pipe out of his pocket and placed it in his mouth, not lighting it, just holding it there. He slightly lowered his head, his upper eyelids drooping a bit, his gaze fixed on the ground between him and the uninvited guest, where there were many chaotic marks, as if something had been dragged across it. "Well, it's getting late, I should be going." Regulus suddenly raised his head, looking at the scruffy, thin man before him with a half-smile, and said, "I think you probably can't leave just yet." Remus Lupin, revealed by Regulus. Lupin didn't seem surprised at all. He stood there steadily, his expression calm. "Why, I'm a special investigator of the Ministry of Magic stationed at Hogwarts, White." Regulus took out a badge-like object from his pocket and pinned it to his chest. While retrieving the badge, he casually pulled out his wand. "I now suspect that you are in cahoots with the wanted criminal Sirius Black. I suggest you cooperate with my work, otherwise." Regulus looked at Lupin with a menacing expression. "I'm not in a good mood right now. Don't make me angry." Lupin shrugged and chuckled. "Oh, then esteemed special investigator. How should I cooperate with your work? Where'd he go? I don't know what you're talking about." "He? Who is he? Is he the Sirius Black you just mentioned?" Lupin innocently said. Regulus casually flicked his wand, and a teacup on the table beside Lupin suddenly shattered, with shards flying past Lupin's clothes and deeply embedding themselves in the ground and wall. "Lupin, the Ministry of Magic has a special file on someone like you," Regulus said slowly, enunciating each word, his slightly narrowed eyes flashing with menace. "Don't call me despicable or shameless. I know I might not be your match, but I guarantee I can still deal with old Lyle." Old Lyle, Lyle Lupin, a world-renowned authority in the field of non-human spirits, is also the biological father of Remus Lupin. His mother has passed away, and in order not to endanger Lyle's peaceful life, Lupin refuses to live with his biological father. This is something that few people know, but Regulus is clearly not among them. He has used the resources of the Ministry of Magic over the years to gather a lot of information for when it becomes necessary to use it. Everyone has a bottom line. No matter how low it is or how thin its presence may be, it still exists. For Lupin, his only blood relative is his bottom line, so the usually approachable and kind-hearted Lupin was angered by Regulus's words. "You," Regulus rudely interrupted Lupin, sounding somewhat impatient as he said, "Since I know your father's name and where he lives, do you think I don't know about what happened between you and Sirius and those people back then? I don't care whether you just happened to pass by or came to meet Sirius Black. He's not here now, and you must give me an explanation." "I really was just passing by," Lupin explained loudly. "Perhaps you don't know, this place is special to us. I just thought I'd take a look when I happened to pass by and found signs of someone living here, so I stayed a bit longer, and then you showed up. That's how it is." "Is it really just that?" Regulus said, feigning disdain, but in his heart, he was thinking of something else. What if Lupin wasn't just passing by? What if he had already met Sirius Black? Regulus suddenly felt relieved, because he had never revealed anything about his identity to that stupid dog. "That's how it is." Regulus glanced at Lupin. then took a few steps aside to clear the exit. He shook his head, indicating that Lupin could leave. Regardless of whether the stupid dog's disappearance had anything to do with Lupin, Regulus knew he couldn't pry the truth out of him. It would be better to let him go and quickly find the whereabouts of that stupid dog. Watching Regulus step aside, Lupin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He cautiously approached Regulus and then slowly walked past him while remaining on guard. His cautious and tentative demeanor made Regulus somewhat scornful. After all, he was a member of the Order of the Phoenix who had experienced Voldemort's dark times. How could he be so? Regulus felt like a fluorescent light had exploded in his head. He suddenly turned around, his wand pointing at Lupin, the dangerous red light at the tip of the wand eager to strike, ready to bring Lupin down with just a thought. Disarm. A wand suddenly emerged from under the table where Lupin had been standing, a disarming spell shot towards Regulus, followed closely by stunning and petrifying spells. Apparate. Regulus instinctively wanted to use apparition to leave, but Lupin, who had been facing away from him, suddenly elbowed him sharply in the abdomen. Regulus had intended to sidestep, but for some reason, he froze and was struck hard in the stomach by Lupin's elbow. His insides felt like they were being churned in a centrifuge, and before Regulus could react, a bear-like creature suddenly pounced from the top of the cave-like room, swiping its paw, causing Regulus to spit out blood and promptly lose consciousness. Was it really that easy? A woman crawled out from under the table, her wand still aimed at the unconscious Regulus on the ground. Not daring to let her guard down, she looked at Sirius Black, who was still in his animagus form, and said, somewhat displeased, "Did you not say he was very strong? How could he be so easily defeated?" The big black dog was also very displeased. After being rescued by Lupin and this unknown woman, he had risked being tracked by the Ministry of Magic to tell them everything, including Regulus's strength. In his description, Regulus was a very powerful wizard. As for how powerful, just look at the unfortunate big black dog. He had really been toyed with to the point of having no temper left. Seeing that Regulus seemed to show signs of waking up, the big black dog angrily slapped him again. While Regulus was knocked out once more, the others present did not notice that Regulus's jacket pockets suddenly went flat, and there was a small piece of thin rope on the ground. You fools! This was Regulus's last thought before he lost consciousness. The events that occurred in the Shrieking Shack that afternoon did not reach Hogwarts. The people here continued their studies and lives as usual. The impact of the Chamber of Secrets incident quickly faded with time, and more people focused their energy on the upcoming Christmas holiday, even though there was still a full month until Christmas. For students, vacation was the priority. Who knows how many students had been looking forward to the winter and summer breaks since the beginning of the school year. In the Slytherin common room, Draco was carefully inspecting and adjusting a broomstick, a meticulousness that was quite rare. Tomorrow was Saturday, and Slytherin's first Quidditch match of the year against Gryffindor was taking place that day. In a sense, this was also Draco's first direct confrontation with Harry, as Harry had missed last year's match due to an injury. Adjusting a slightly bent twig with a small pair of pliers, Draco looked up at Ask, who was sitting across from him, engrossed in a book. "Where are you planning to go for Christmas?" Ask shook his head, his face obscured by the large pages of the book, his voice somewhat muffled. "I don't know. Maybe I'll stay at school this Christmas." "That would be really boring." "I know, but I just can't think of anywhere to go." Hearing Ask say this, Draco quickly set down his broomstick and moved to Ask's side. "You can come to my house." Ask lowered his book slightly, looking at Draco's anxious face. "What'll we do at your house?" "Play. What's fun at your house?" Ask yawned. "If your house really had fun things, why would you need to drag me over?" "I think you're just bored being at home alone." Turning another page, Ask shifted his focus back to the book. "And can you represent your family? Would they want someone like me visiting your house?" Draco had nothing to say. Let's not even talk about whether Draco could represent the wishes of the Malfoy family. Someone like Ask probably wouldn't be liked by most people. If he went to Malfoy Manor, there might even be unpleasantness. By the way, tomorrow is the match against Gryffindor. "Are you really okay staying up so late?" Ask looked up to check the time. It was already close to midnight, although the Quidditch match was at 11 the next morning. Draco usually never stayed up this late, even when he was studying or catching up on assignments. It was a bit unusual today. "Oh, it's already this late." Draco seemed to just realize how late it was. This wasn't an act. He had been so engrossed in adjusting his broomstick that he hadn't paid attention to the time. If Ask hadn't reminded him, he probably wouldn't have noticed. Ask closed the book and turned to look directly at Draco, asking softly, "Are you scared?" "Scared?" Draco was taken aback, then shook his head vigorously. "How could I be scared?" Although Draco tried hard to hide it, Ask had already seen through everything. He didn't call him out on it, just patted Draco's shoulder and encouraged him. "You've been looking forward to this match for a long time, right? Good luck. I'll come to watch your match tomorrow." By the way, I don't think I've ever properly watched a Quidditch match. Draco forced a laugh. Should I be happy about that? Seemingly dissatisfied with Draco's reaction, Ask looked at him with disdain. As a muggle with no talent on a broomstick, do you think I would enjoy Quidditch? It's like you would enjoy exams? Ask said seriously. If it were me, if someone who never pays attention to Quidditch came to watch my match, I would definitely be so moved that I would cry. That's too exaggerated. Not at all. There was someone, when I specifically went to watch his match. He was so moved that he passed out. Ask said proudly. Draco twitched the corners of his mouth. Didn't you just say you had never seriously watched a Quidditch match? Yes, but that time, that person passed out from being so moved and the match was cancelled. So I didn't get to see it. Ask said somewhat regretfully. Draco didn't want to comment anymore. How could a Quidditch match be cancelled because of someone's issue? Otherwise, Gryffindor wouldn't have lost last year's match because of Harry's problem. They could have cancelled the match and postponed it. Therefore, Draco took Ask's words as bragging and didn't pay much attention. However, after Ask said all this, Draco felt he wasn't as nervous as he was at the beginning. After a long speech, Ask suddenly changed the tone, not the conversation but the style. Originally, he should be in the style of a silly 4-panel comic. But now it suddenly turned into a passionate short story. Draco, do you like Quidditch? Unable to accept Ask's transformation, Draco could only nod stiffly. In fact, he himself didn't know whether he liked it or not. Ask's glasses gleamed with white light as he supported his chin with both hands, his head slightly lowered. This posture made Draco feel a bit odd. There seemed to be a strong aura surrounding them. Ask said in a deep voice, if you really like it, then treat it as honor, not as a show-off. Draco felt that he and Ask were not in the same comic panel anymore. He really didn't know what expression or response to use, so he could only choose silence while using his eyes to express his viewpoint. Eye expression, Asks. You've run into the wrong scene, not knowing whether he should be happy or not. Draco couldn't feel happy at all, because although Ask's style had turned back into a silly 4-panel comic, it was still something he couldn't accept or understand. What was that expression on your face? Ask yelled somewhat dissatisfied. You should have answered like this. Coach, I want to play Quidditch. Why aren't you following the script? It's getting late. I should go back to rest. Draco thought it would be better for him to go back and rest. If they talked any longer, he felt he might be brainwashed by Ask, and he didn't want to become like Ask. Finding a word to use as a judgment is really hard, Draco thought with a headache on his way back. After Draco left, Ask put down the book, stood up to stretch, and walked towards the door of the common room. He opened the door and walked down the corridor to the end of the stairs. Ask took out a vial from his pocket, grinning as he walked down the stairs to the first floor. He had something important to do tonight, something that concerned where he would go for Christmas. Ask wouldn't forget that he had an agreement with someone, and he couldn't wait any longer. Quidditch matches won't be cancelled because of someone's problem, will they? That's really great. Raise your hand if you think Ask is a person of integrity, upright, and rigorous in conduct. Good, none at all, that's right. There's a saying that one should have self-awareness, and Ask has self-awareness. He always firmly believes that he is not a good person, which is commendable. At least he is very honest, or one could say he is shameless for daring to say such things out loud. Oh dear, I've done another bad thing. I feel like my conscience has been morally condemned. After poisoning, Ask swaggered back to the Slytherin common room. All the way, his reaction to his actions could only be described as shameless and brazen. If anyone knew the truth, they would definitely not be able to resist beating Ask up. There's a prerequisite. First, you have to be able to beat him. Faced with Ask, many people have this feeling of powerlessness. This guy seems to be immune to everything. Like an indestructible jerk, and you have no way to deal with him. And he occasionally extends some poisonous stingers to give you some not too light, not too heavy injuries. And while you're going crazy, you still have no way to deal with him, often leading to internal injuries. This guy, in fact, there are many like him in this world. For example, LOL, Dota's games with the Sarah mode, 3 lives, 2 towers, commonly known as father-son games. When playing games, the opponent constantly mocks you in a very elementary school manner, making you very angry, wanting to beat him until he kneels and shouts dad. And yet, you just can't beat him. Ability and character have never had any causal relationship. Back to the point, Ask poisoned the breakfast for the next day in the kitchen. And as for how he did it, it's very simple. Open the door, walk in, poison, walk out, close the door, done. Speaking of poisoning the food in the kitchen, Ask isn't the first person. Long ago, there were naughty, unruly students who did this. However, daring to poison laxatives for everyone in the school, regardless of whether they are teachers or students, treating them all the same, Ask is indeed the first. He doesn't care if Slytherin students will be affected. He doesn't care if the teachers will be affected. He doesn't even care if he himself will be affected. Insane. If this matter is discovered, I bet a Canute that Ask's guest treatment at Hogwarts will soon rival that of his time at Durmstrang. Christmas is coming. I'm short on money. Ask sat on the bed, counting the coins in his pocket under the dim light. There were no galleons, only a small amount of nuts, and even fewer sickles. He often makes a big profit, then quickly becomes poor, then finds ways to make money. And the cycle goes on. I wish I had a rich dad. Looking at Draco on the adjacent bed, Ask felt envy. However, as a kid who doesn't even know what his dad looks like, only knows his name from others, and whose only relatively close relative is a notorious former terrorist leader in the wizarding world who is still in prison, Ask could only do one thing. Your dad is still your dad, but your dad's money is my money. Where did all the coins go? Just when I was about to enjoy them, they disappeared. Asker sighed, then looked at the sleeping Draco, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Ha 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 ha. A weapons dealer who doesn't sell arms to the enemy to fight their own country isn't an international arms dealer. The whole school is still the richest in Slytherin. Ha ha ha. Asker's laughter was so penetrating that every student in Slytherin had a nightmare that night. The content may have been different, but they all heard a string of extremely evil laughter. Ha ha ha. After staying at Hogwarts for more than a year, on this day, Asker woke up the earliest, and his laughter scared Draco awake. Awakening from the nightmare. The laughter he heard was exactly the same as in his dream. Draco stared blankly at the ceiling, doubting whether he was still in that nightmare. Ha ha ha. Asker laughed as if no one was around. His eerie and sinister laughter made all the students who heard it break out in goosebumps. They all avoided Asker, and everyone instinctively moved to the sides to clear a path down the middle. The scene resembled a king's procession, except that there was nothing regal about Asker. There was quite a bit of a ghostly aura instead. As a top student, Hermione woke up very early. While peeling an egg, she heard Asker's laughter, and her hand trembled, causing the egg to fall into her cup, splattering milk all over her clothes, ruining her brand new outfit. Hermione angrily turned her head. Just as she was about to explode, Asker's laughter floated over again, this time much closer, as if he had already walked up to Hermione's side. Ha 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 ha. Wow, Asker casually wiped his face with his hand. The warm milk felt quite nice on his face, but it seemed his shirt was also dampened, and it would be uncomfortable when it cooled down. His smile remained, making one suspect he had been placed under a spell that forced him to keep that expression. This time, Asker finally did not emit that spine-chilling, terrifying laughter. Good morning, Hermione. Habitually, Asker almost couldn't help but laugh again, and he quickly grabbed a piece of bread from the table and stuffed it into his mouth to stifle his laughter. Hermione rolled her eyes and poured another cup of milk, handing it to Asker, who had already choked on his food from swallowing too quickly. Did you forget to take your medicine again today? At this time, there weren't many people in the Great Hall. At the Gryffindor table, only Percy and Wood, who were used to waking up early, were present. They had long since gotten used to Asker running over to find Hermione, although Asker's neurotic laughter was somewhat uncomfortable. Considering that it was Asker doing it, it wasn't too bad. Today's breakfast has been laced with laxatives, Asker said to Hermione. If you trust me, then don't touch today's breakfast. Skipping a meal is better than spending a day in the bathroom. One can imagine how expressive Hermione's face was when she heard Asker's words. Perhaps due to her shock and excitement, Hermione couldn't even speak. She could only point at Asker with trembling fingers, who was using milk to wash down the bread. It's okay, it's a slow-acting laxative. It will take 5 hours to fully kick in. There's still time. As long as you take the antidote before then, there won't be any problems. Asker continued to eat and drink nonchalantly. From his words and actions, Hermione was already about 90% sure that the person who had laced the laxatives was indeed Asker. I know what you want to say, but you'll find out soon enough who the person who laced the laxatives is, Asker said, cutting her off. As for whether or not you should tell a teacher, how would you explain what you know? Don't look at me. I won't admit to anything if you do that. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then finally asked in a low voice, what exactly do you want to do? It's nothing. Christmas is coming soon, and I need to find a way to get some travel expenses. Is it really that simple? Hermione seemed somewhat unconvinced. It really is that simple. Hermione immediately pulled out her wallet, looking at Asker. How much do you need? I'll give it to you. Hurry up and find a way to end this farce. Hermione still believed that it was Asker who did this, worried that if the matter was exposed, he would face school punishment or even expulsion. Don't make a fuss. Just enjoy the show. Asker waved his hand dismissively. Though he seemed indifferent, his eyes were exceptionally serious and solemn. This matter is very important to me. I won't be polite to anyone trying to obstruct me. Hermione was both shocked and angry. Even to me? I believe you wouldn't do that, Asker said, pausing before continuing. But if you really did? Hermione, somewhat angrily, pressed. What would you do? I don't know. If one day you're eating in the cafeteria and someone tells you that today's breakfast has been laced with laxatives, would you believe it or not? Perhaps the conditions and information weren't sufficient, so he added more. The person saying this is someone who everyone considers smart, but not very well liked. To many, he is arrogant, looks down on others, likes to meddle in other people's affairs, and enjoys pouring cold water on others when they're happy. If such a person were to say that, would you believe it or not? TSK. I knew it would be like this. Asker sat in his seat, watching Gryffindor with great interest as Hermione argued with some students. This was what he had expected, and it was also what Hermione had anticipated. Although she already knew this would happen, Hermione stubbornly chose a thankless way of doing things. In her view, even if one person chose not to eat the spiced breakfast because of her words, it would be a good thing. On the Slytherin side, the students were enjoying their meal happily. The farce at the Gryffindor table was like a side dish for them, whetting their appetites. Everyone ate more than usual, all smiling and completely unaware that misfortune was about to befall them. Draco, if I told you that today's breakfast has been laced with laxatives, would you believe it or not? For some unknown reason, Asker asked Draco this question. At that moment, Asker's unparalleled intimidation was revealed. Draco, as if bitten by a snake, abruptly threw down the half-eaten bread, stood up abruptly, and jumped back a large step as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. All the Slytherin students turned to look over here, some of whom heard Asker's words. They looked at the food in their hands with terror, then touched their bulging bellies, their expressions shifting from fear to despair. Hey, what happened? Blaise Zabini, Asker's classmate, a boy with dark skin and brown eyes, usually somewhat aloof and dismissive of others. Having arrived a bit late, he didn't hear Asker's words. Seeing everyone with expressions as if their mothers had died, he was naturally curious. He casually picked up a piece of bread. Just as he was about to take a bite, Draco suddenly dashed to the table, jumped onto it, and snatched the bread away. What are you doing? Blaise asked in confusion, suppressing his anger and hoping Draco would explain. Then he saw Draco throw the piece of bread to the ground, casually clap his hands, and slowly walk down from the table, finally sitting back in his seat as if nothing had happened. Someone had put laxatives in a breakfast, Draco said with a very certain tone, but his eyes were fixed on Ask and not just him. All the Slytherin students were looking at Ask, their expressions gradually shifting from one of despair to frustration and indignation. Today was not April Fool's Day. Blaise snorted coldly, reached for another piece of bread, this time deliberately slowing down his movements, fully on guard, waiting for Draco to make another move so he could teach him a lesson. Boom! Shattered. Ask shoved his wand back into Draco's pocket, calmly took a sip of milk, and then said to the disheveled, charred-faced, ragged-looking Zabini, "Don't look at me like that. You should thank me. I saved you once. Save your mom with that." It turns out that the saying that well-mannered people don't curse is completely wrong. Cursing is a talent, an instinct, an inseparable part of people's bloodline that doesn't need to be specially learned. Everyone knows a few curse words from somewhere. Gryffindor has an explosion maniac, or perhaps he should be called an explosion genius, since he is the only one who can make the levitation spell explode. Any spell, once it passes through his hands, will likely result in an explosion, and it can be guaranteed that no one but him will be harmed. Speaking of which, Ask's ability to create such effects in the 4-point room is also quite impressive. I digress. The reason for mentioning the explosion genius is simply to say that Blaise's current look resembles that of the person after an explosion. Hair and face charred, dressed in rags, and steaming. He looked like he had just returned from a war movie set, with an unmistakable smell of gunpowder lingering around him. Blaise cursed for a while before stopping. He was initially prepared to take action, but upon seeing Ask raise his wand again, he made one of the wisest choices of his life. Shut up. The same words, spoken by different people, have different effects. Of course, the words Ask spoke were only half believed by the Slytherin students. The rest they filled in with their imaginations. And the truth of what Ask said should be, today's breakfast was spiked with laxatives by Ask. In fact, if Hermione had said it was a prank by the twin brothers, perhaps more people would have believed it. If she had said it was Ask who put in the laxatives, maybe all of Gryffindor would have mobilized to confront Ask. So, being a good person is really hard. Let's happily be a bad person, After a brief panic, Slytherin regained their composure. They all saw that Ask had also eaten today's breakfast, so Ask must have a solution. After all, he was the one who did it, and the one who tied the bell must untie it. After breakfast, students from other houses left the Great Hall one after another, but all the Slytherin students remained seated, as if waiting for something. Hermione, from a distance, gave Ask the finger and angrily left the hall by herself. Today was rather unsuccessful. Only Neville from the entire Gryffindor had not eaten breakfast. Well, Hermione didn't feel happy about it, because the reason Neville hadn't eaten was not due to her persuasion, but because he simply hadn't come for breakfast today. Oh, what a painful realization. Ahem, I'm not talking about Hermione, but about someone who is about to be unlucky. Someone calmly sipped tea and then pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket, from which many small potion vials could be seen, containing some white powder. 1 galleon per vial. Ask price was quite high, but the Slytherin students were genuinely not short on money and generously opened their wallets. This phrase feels a bit odd here. Everyone bought one, and some bought a few more for emergencies. By the time Gemma arrived, there were still about 10 vials left. Compared to other students pulling out 1 or a few galleons, Gemma was much more generous. She casually tossed a money bag onto the table with a heavy thud. 76 galleons. Ask could tell from a sound how much was inside. He pushed 10 vials from the bag on the table towards Gemma and then searched in his pocket. Wait a moment. I'll get some more for you. No need. Gemma's cold voice carried a hint of chill. Ask stopped and slowly raised his head, looking at Gemma with a half smile. If it's just this amount of money, I feel like I can't recoup my costs. After all, that's 3 houses, so 3 times. Not every student is willing to take out a galleon to buy your antidote that costs less than a single sickles. You just need to wait patiently. Madame Pomfrey and the headmaster will quickly concoct an antidote, and that will be free. Gemma said indifferently, 76 galleons is yours, on the condition that you cannot give any vial of antidote to anyone in any way. Ask stroked his chin and nodded regretfully under the expectant gazes of all the Slytherin students. Then it's a deal. Upon hearing this, all the Slytherin students simultaneously revealed a malicious smile, as if they could already see the other 3 houses students making fools of themselves. Would things really happen as they imagined? What is the purpose of life? Some people have answers, while others do not. Those with answers may live very hard lives, while others may live fulfilling lives. The outcomes can be good or bad, varying widely. As for those without answers, Peter Pettigrew. This name is now engraved on a stone tablet. It represents justice, bravery, selflessness, greatness, and many other shining points of humanity. The owner of this name, like the others on the stone tablet who died fighting Voldemort, became a martyr in the magical world, remembered and revered by future generations. Almost everyone believes that Peter Pettigrew was killed by the traitor Sirius Black on the night Voldemort fell, leaving behind only 2 severed fingers, with no complete corpse. And at the same time, a dozen muggles also died. Sometimes, it must be said, the truth is that for wizards, the death of Peter Pettigrew is more important than the deaths of those dozen muggles. At least, Peter Pettigrew's death was very clear. While those dozen people were labeled as having died in an accident or gas explosion, their relatives didn't even know the truth of their deaths. And wizards wouldn't care how the muggles' relatives felt. After all, the muggle government would handle the aftermath, right? That night, on that street, 2 wizards, a dozen muggles. Life does not differentiate between light and heavy, noble and base, but for individuals, there is indeed a distinction. Few people know that Peter Pettigrew is still alive, and he is the one who betrayed the Potters, while Sirius Black is innocent. Peter is still alive. Using the Animagus transformation, he learned with the help of a few close friends, successfully hiding his whereabouts by turning himself into a pet mouse. And almost no one noticed this. He nearly succeeded. To be fair, living like this is actually very meaningless. Setting aside the guilt and conscience of betraying and harming friends, maintaining the Animagus form for a long time has had an extremely negative impact on Peter's mind and body. A person's Animagus reveals their character, and Peter undoubtedly corresponds to several mouse-related terms, such as short-sighted, sneaky, and two-faced. Oh, and there's one that matches his current state quite well, scurrying away in panic. It has been over a decade since that day, and during this long time, if Peter said he had never thought about what happened that night, that he felt no guilt, regret, or remorse, even Voldemort would hardly believe it. However, he endured it for over a decade, and even when he was discovered and caught, he did not choose to turn himself in. A person who fears death, this is perhaps how many would evaluate him. They believe Peter fears death more than anything else. Compared to death, the struggle to survive as a human or a mouse is nothing. To this, Peter Pettigrew can only smile bitterly. There's a term in this world called better off dead, meaning sometimes living is more painful than dying. Peter has experienced this several times. The longest lasted over a decade, and the shortest was during his first meeting with Voldemort, where he watched a torture session and unhesitatingly chose to betray his friend. No one knows that Peter initially reported false information. He wanted to buy time and then find a chance to escape. Or perhaps he wanted to anger Voldemort with false news so that he could get a quick death. No one knows what he was truly thinking. But Peter forgot one thing. There is something in this world that can make a person tell the truth. A truth serum. Give him some truth serum. This was perhaps the most despairing phrase for Peter. He still clearly remembers the tone of that person at the time, though he has a vague impression of their face. Under the truth serum, Peter revealed the truth, and no one knew that he had once wanted to commit suicide, but was stopped by that person. Aren't you curious? Why do we know that you are the Potter's secret keeper and not that foolish dog as you intended? Peter nodded. This was something he had always found puzzling. Only a few people knew about it. Without that person saying anything, Peter had a terrifying guess. There was a traitor in the Order of the Phoenix. It's interesting to note that that person betrayed Peter, and then Peter betrayed the Potters. If it weren't for that person, Peter wouldn't have been caught and wouldn't have betrayed the Potters, and they wouldn't have died. Everything is that person's fault, originally intending to seek death. Peter suddenly ignited a desire to live. He wanted to find out who had betrayed him. He would catch that person at any cost, before he was killed by other members of the Order. I can't die yet. This was the only motivation that kept Peter Pettigrew alive for so many years. After more than a decade, Peter slowly began to have an inkling of who it was. Perhaps viewing things from a mouse's perspective made a difference. And he discovered some things that ordinary people couldn't see. Peter finally knew who the traitor was. Who was the real betrayer? A person whose name he couldn't say. This person was not like Voldemort, who had cursed his own name so that anyone who mentioned it would be located and attacked by Death Eaters, making people afraid to say his name. Voldemort's name that cannot be spoken is built upon the terror he represents, while this person cannot be named simply because no one knows what their name is. Sometimes, you may not see something, but it indeed happened. Sometimes, you may not remember something, but it did exist. I must say, this person is meticulous in their actions, leaving almost no clues or evidence, to the point that whether this person even exists remains a mystery. They seem to deliberately destroy all evidence of their existence, casting forgetfulness charms on everyone who has seen them, administering potions, destroying all items that bear their traces, even a small scrap of paper with their name on it. Most of the time, they hide like a shadow behind others, making it impossible to recall their hair color or even their voice. Therefore, even Peter knows who that person is but cannot say their name, and he can't even remember their appearance clearly. If it were someone else, they might have long believed they were being overly sensitive, suffering from anxiety and depression that led to hallucinations, and that this person was merely a figment of their imagination, not actually existing. But Peter believes so strongly that such a person betrayed him. This incomprehensible conviction is something he himself doesn't understand. A person whose name, appearance, address, and occupation are all unknown. Can Peter catch him? The answer is yes. I must say, the mouse form gives Peter extraordinary hiding abilities. He first broke free from Regulus's restraints, carefully using the precious time, while Lupin and others attacked Regulus to escape to a corner of the Shrieking Shack. He had been here more than once, so he was very familiar with the place, and he remembered there was a tunnel about the size of an arm leading outside, which was the root of the Whomping Willow, and there was a corner that was just right for him to hide. This place was very safe because the Whomping Willow was extremely aggressive and ordinary people wouldn't approach it voluntarily, and it happened to guard the exit of the Shrieking Shack, which was the only exit that allowed normal people to enter and exit, and the only one known to everyone except Peter. Peter's idea was simple. After escaping, he would hide here, and when Lupin and the others discovered he had escaped, they would surely search for him, but they would subconsciously avoid the Whomping Willow. As Peter was thinking this, predictably, after a few minutes, Lupin rushed out in a panic, glanced around, and then with a sullen face returned to the Shrieking Shack. The area around the Shrieking Shack was grassy, and although the grass was sparse, hiding a mouse's trace was extremely simple. Peter held his breath, patiently waiting. He was not lacking in patience. After all, he had endured for over a decade, and as long as he held on for a little while longer, just a little while would do. During the waiting time, Peter began to think about where to go next. He certainly couldn't go back to Ron's. His identity had been exposed, and going back would be walking into a trap. He wasn't too worried about being pursued by the Ministry of Magic. After all, in the official records, he was already dead, and the officials wouldn't mobilize for such a minor matter. As long as he wasn't caught, Sirius Black would still be a fugitive, and he would be the target of the Ministry of Magic. After thinking it over, Peter decided to hide abroad for a while. He chose to go to Albania, as it was said to be a place where Voldemort had once stayed, and some even said he was still hiding there. It is located in the southeastern part of Europe, on the western coast of the Balkan Peninsula, where there are endless forests, very few people, and it is far from England. Although Peter really wanted to transform back in a human form, rush into the Shrieking Shack, and kill everyone, then grab that guy named Sirius and interrogate him about how he knew his identity and the mastermind behind it, who was likely the one who betrayed him. Peter knew very well that he was no match for the people inside the shack. Lupin, Sirius, the guy named Sirius, and that unnamed woman. Any one of them could easily overpower him and teach him a lesson. The smaller the animal, the stronger their perception of danger, as it is their reliance for survival. Suddenly, Peter felt a chill, as if he were in a frozen wasteland. A light breeze passed by, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He hurriedly scrambled out of his hiding place, rolling and jumping, occasionally crawling and leaping, performing many difficult maneuvers before escaping the attack range of the willow tree. Woof! A large black dog burst out of the shrieking shack like a bolt of black lightning, facing the empty meadow. It paused slightly, sniffed the air a few times, and then chased after a certain direction. It was over. Peter regretted it immensely. He had forgotten that Sirius's animagus form was a dog, and dogs have a keen sense of smell. Had he known, he would have run away at first to create distance and find a way to mask his scent. Which runs faster, a mouse or a dog? The speed of a mouse is 20 kilometers per hour, while a dog is 64 kilometers per hour. If the mouse has a 10-meter head start, how long will it take for the dog to catch up? Peter's math wasn't very good, but he knew he would definitely be caught by Sirius. In a moment of desperation, Peter thought of a risky plan, a gamble, not knowing if he could escape like he did over a decade ago. Here goes. Gritting his teeth, Peter suddenly jumped up and made a 180-degree turn in midair, landing on the ground facing the large black dog that was less than 2 meters away and charging at him. He paused slightly, then lunged forward, leaping towards the black dog. Woof! The large black dog roared, its eyes red as if dripping blood. It opened its mouth wide, revealing gleaming canine teeth, and leaped towards Peter. Snap! Peter was inevitably bitten by the large black dog, caught in its mouth, falling into the jaws of his enemy, facing imminent death. However, Peter suddenly felt relieved because he heard Lupin shout, "Don't hurt him, Padfoot. Only he can prove your innocence." The large black dog's movements abruptly stopped, its sharp teeth forming a guillotine, with Peter's neck caught between its upper and lower jaws. Peter was ecstatic inside. Indeed, they dared not kill him now, because if he died, there would be no way to prove Sirius's innocence, even if they brought his corpse to the Ministry of Magic. The only thing they could prove was that Peter hadn't died back then and was now killed by Sirius. Peter was the true keeper of the Potter's secret, known only to the Potters, Sirius, and himself. Everyone else believed Sirius was the keeper, and the only one who could betray the Potters would be Sirius. If Peter died, Sirius would gain another charge, murder, and Lupin would also be implicated for helping Sirius, the escaped convict, and assisting him in killing Peter. "You stupid dog, try me. If you dare, kill me." Peter screamed hysterically, venting his inner fear. After all, he had almost been bitten in half by Sirius just moments ago. If this brainless dog really went all out without considering the consequences, he wouldn't have a good ending, but Peter would also be dead, and the real betrayer would escape unscathed, never to have the truth revealed. To others, Peter's frantic cries sounded only like the squeaks of a mouse. Both Lupin and Sirius thought he was begging for mercy. After all, he was a coward, someone who betrayed his good friend out of fear of death. Someone who framed his good friend out of fear, wasn't he? Just as Sirius was stunned and Lupin was anxiously running towards him, Peter suddenly fell silent. This silence was not submission or surrender, but rather the brewing and accumulation before the struggle. "Release!" Peter shouted again, and this time, Sirius and Lupin understood what it meant. They were all too clear. Sirius suddenly spat Peter out because Peter was beginning to revert from his animagus form. His expanding body would burst Sirius's mouth, which would cost him his life. Before Peter even hit the ground, he had already returned to human form. Undoubtedly, Peter looked somewhat unattractive, watery little eyes, dull and messy hair, small patches of baldness, a rat-like face with a pointed nose, short but somewhat plump. "Long time no see, Padfoot and Mooney," Peter said, his voice sharp and thin. In front of him, Lupin and the now human Sirius stood side by side, glaring at him with unfriendly expressions. Peter smiled slightly, a not-so-pleasant smile, somewhat comical, but Lupin felt a bad premonition in his heart. "I just won the bet. You really don't dare to kill me," Peter said, raising his hand to reveal a small knife, placing it against his neck, smiling at the astonished two. "Now, I want to make another bet with you, wagering my life that I can successfully commit suicide before you subdue me. Oh, and let me correct a misunderstanding. I am no longer afraid of death, because there is something far worse than death for me. Having to give a reflection report in front of nearly 100 people tomorrow. How unfortunate. Merlin, protect me. May those people collectively get diarrhea and rush to the toilet. Passing by the potions classroom, Ask walked in, glanced at the clock, and saw that it was already 10:30. The Quidditch match would start in half an hour. I should get a watch. Ask murmured to himself, reaching into his pocket with his right hand, skillfully feeling for his money pouch. The cold touch of the gold coins felt quite pleasant, although the means were somewhat underhanded. Money is money. It has no right or wrong, no distinction between justice and evil. It is a special commodity that separates itself from goods to act as a general equivalent. There's a saying that goes well. Money is not omnipotent, but without money, one can do nothing. Passing by Snape's office, Ask looked around, confirming that no one was present before he walked over and lightly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. What responded to Ask was silence. He reached out to twist the doorknob, but unfortunately, Snape's office was tightly locked. Unintentionally entering Snape's office to do something, Ask yawned, turned to look at the corridor behind him, and was torn about whether to go back to sleep for a bit. Since the outcome of the upcoming Quidditch match was already certain and there was no suspense, Draco also believed that today's Quidditch match was a foregone conclusion. He and his teammates were waiting in the locker room, looking relaxed and casual, with no tension in the air, as if all they had to do was go out for a stroll to win the match. We're definitely going to win. The person saying this is Miles Bleach, the goalkeeper, a third-year student. Unlike previous years, this year's Slytherin team has many younger faces, including several third years, while the only upperclassmen are Captain Marcus Flint and Derek Stawn. The main members are as follows: Captain and Chaser, Marcus Flint, 7th year, Seeker, Draco Malfoy, 2nd year, Goalkeeper, Miles Bleach, 3rd year, Chasers, Dryan Pughs, 3rd year, Montalance, 3rd year, Beaters, Bo Taylor, 6th year, Derek Stawn, 6th year. Most of last year's main players have already reached the 7th year and are nearing graduation, focusing more on their studies. Otherwise, these young kids wouldn't have the chance to become the main players. As captain, Marcus Flint glanced to the goalkeeper, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. No one is more qualified than him to judge the outcome of this match. In his view, if it weren't for Ask's schemes, Slytherin might very well lose this year's Quidditch match, because apart from him and 2 beaters, the other players are too young and have never participated in a real match, at most just team training. The current Slytherin team is at its weakest, while Gryffindor is truly filled with talent, and coupled with their hard training, even though Slytherin has an absolute advantage on flying brooms, ultimately, it's the players, not the brooms, that determine the match. All right, let us get ready, time is running out. Lazily standing up, Marcus began to urge the players to conduct pre-match checks, such as whether their sleeves and pants were tightened, whether the brooms were balanced, and so on. Unlike previous days, today's checks were done carelessly. In most people's eyes, there was no suspense about the outcome of this match. As 11 o'clock approached, all the students and teachers began to head to the Quidditch pitch. It was a hot and humid day, with distant thunder rumbling in the air, and it might rain today. Finishing the match early would be a good choice. Marcus thought so, and coincidentally, the opposing Gryffindor captain Oliver would thought the same. In the Gryffindor locker room, Wood, dressed in a red team uniform, looked particularly spirited. Among all the students and teachers at Hogwarts, perhaps he was the one most eager for victory, as this year was his second to last year as captain. He planned to quit the Quidditch team next year to focus on his exams, so this should be his last year as captain. Another reason worth mentioning is that next year Marcus Flint would graduate and leave the school, at which point Wood would have one less opponent, making the matches significantly less interesting. Having never won a Quidditch championship under Marcus Flint, if he could snatch one championship this year, it would be a fantastic achievement. Wouldn't it? The Slytherin team's brooms are better than ours, Wood said. That's undeniable, but the people on our brooms are stronger than theirs. We train harder than they do and have flown in all kinds of weather. So true, George Weasley said, tugging at his collar and making a ringing motion with his clothes. My clothes haven't dried since August. Wood shot George a glare, clenched his fist tightly, and his expression looked fierce. We'll make them regret letting that little brat Malfoy pay to join their team. This statement received the approval of the team members, and everyone turned to look at Harry in unison. He was the Seeker, the only one in Gryffindor who could match Draco. Nothing could vent this anger better than a direct confrontation, teaching him a lesson. It's up to you now, Harry. You need to show them that being a Seeker isn't just about having a rich dad. Either catch the golden snitch before Malfoy does, or die trying on the field. Harry, because we must win today, we have to win. So don't feel pressured, Harry. Fred winked at Harry. Harry forced a smile. How could he not feel pressured? Looking at Wood's expression, if he can't catch the golden thief, maybe Wood would really let him die on the field. However, at this point, there's no choice but to go all in. All right, let's go. Wood seemed not to notice Harry's pained expression. He waved his hand, and George, Fred, Angelina, and the others marched out proudly with their brooms. Their task wasn't too heavy. After all, they were up against those newcomers, who certainly lacked the experience they had. Harry, walking at the back, was distracted. Perhaps it was due to the pressure of this match, as he felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach and really wanted to go to the bathroom. Wood, I'm going to the bathroom for a moment. I'll be right back. Katie Bell, a newcomer, is in her third year and joined the team last year as a chaser. Under Harry's astonished gaze, this usually slowpoke, who only shows remarkable agility on a broom, darted out with indescribable speed and disappeared from Harry's sight before he could finish a sentence. Harry was speechless, but what left him even more speechless was what came next. Wood, I need to go to the bathroom too. My stomach is upset. I need to go to the bathroom. Wood, find a way to stall for a bit. Wood's expression was strange, a very complex one. At first, Harry thought it was anger, but soon he understood what that expression meant. I'm going to the bathroom to find them. Oliver Wood, the brave and fearless captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, spoke these words with a face that seemed filled with tragic resolve, as if he were a martyr about to fall under the enemy's gunfire. Oh, Harry responded absent-mindedly. Then a gust of wind swept through, and he realized he was the only one left in the locker room. Then it was probably at this moment that the bell rang, signaling the players to enter the arena. Looking at the several flying brooms lying on the ground, Harry sighed, then tossed the broom in his hand onto his shoulder and walked toward the entrance of the field, stepping over the brooms on the ground. Merlin bless. He hoped that the Slytherins were in the bathroom. Harry prayed in the typical wizarding manner. Life is like a strong beep. If you can't resist, then just enjoy it quietly. Well, Harry now felt that life for him was not just a strong beep, but also a cycle beep, and he could neither resist nor enjoy it. Harry had always thought he liked women, according to international conventions. Both teams needed to arrive at the field and listen to the referee repeat the rules of the game they were already quite familiar with. When the Slytherin team took the field, they were met with a chorus of boos, except for the area occupied by Slytherin. The students from the other three houses seemed to have agreed in advance to raise banners and loudly chant slogans. As for the content, it goes without saying, Slytherin, you suck. Gryffindor, go. Such obviously biased words and phrases. Perhaps even the students shouting slogans and holding banners are unaware of how unpopular Slytherin has become at Hogwarts. Existence is justification. Ask feels that Slytherin should reflect on whether their actions are correct. And this correctness should not merely be about sitting at the Slytherin table with their chin held high, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, seeing the results through a noble and aloof attitude. In contrast to the noisy reactions of the other three houses, Slytherin's response is rather cold. The older students stand with their arms crossed, watching with disdain, as if they are too good to engage with those beneath them. The younger students might want to shout a few times, but their voices are quickly drowned out, ultimately mimicking the older students' seemingly indifferent stance. Though the way they bite their lips and the stubborn glint in their eyes indicate they are not as calm as they appear. TSK. Why does everyone look so embittered? At this moment, the only one who can smile and make such remarks despite the atmosphere is Ask. In fact, Ask should be the coldest person here. For someone who has never considered himself a Slytherin, any discrimination against Slytherin has nothing to do with him. Let them be happy for a few more minutes. Ask's eyes squint with laughter as he pulls a gold galleon from his pocket to toy with it. He says to the Slytherin students, who suddenly look cheerful because of his words, "May Merlin bless them. I hope there are enough toilets at Hogwarts." Harry doesn't know how many toilets there are at Hogwarts, but he knows how many have already been occupied. Why is it only you? Mrs. Hooch, who was officiating, confirmed that she was not seeing things before asking Harry. Beside her, opposite Harry, the Slytherin team captain, who was built like a gorilla, smiled sinisterly. And the team members behind him also smiled in unison. They must be scared. That's right, those people dared not come to compete. So they sent you to announce their forfeit, right? Ha, just admit defeat quickly, stop wasting time. It's a routine, and at this time, there are always people who mock and jeer without restraint. These individuals lack the awareness that they are merely supporting characters and instead believe themselves to be the main characters. They come running at the slightest issue. Harry, with a calmness he himself could hardly believe, spoke the words above, his voice steady and his gaze clear. If it weren't for the fact that these Slytherin students already knew what had happened, they might have truly thought Harry was speaking the truth. Umph. Draco snorted dismissively, slightly impatiently urging Mrs. Hooch. Mrs. Hooch, they haven't all arrived yet. How can we proceed with the match? Shouldn't it be counted as a forfeit? The first rule of Quidditch is that the game will not be stopped for anyone or anything. Harry glared at the Slytherin team standing opposite him. Based on their behavior and considering what happened this morning, he had come to believe that Hermione was right. It must be these shameless Slytherins who tampered with the food. Although his heart was filled with rage and his face changed from pale to crimson, his tone was very calm as a still lake. However, to the members of the Slytherin team, it seemed that beneath the surface of the lake, a slumbering dragon was slowly opening its eyes. What exactly happened over there? And why are you the only one here? Mrs. Hooch turned her head, frowned, and looked at Harry. Where's Wood? They have something to deal with, and will be here soon. Harry's response was the same as before. Clearly, this answer did not satisfy Mrs. Hooch. But seeing that Harry didn't want to say another word, she chose not to press further. Now I will announce the rules of the competition, and you better adhere to them. If I find any violations, since it is repeated several times every year, the seasoned players can almost recite it by heart. For various reasons, the competition rules are something that every Quidditch team must study. They need to find ways to exploit loopholes and also figure out how to deal with others exploiting loopholes. Just like a lawyer, if you don't know the dozens of loopholes in the law, you wouldn't dare to call yourself a lawyer. The first rule of the competition: the game will not be stopped for anyone or anything. Madame Hooch recited the rules of Quidditch in a neat and brisk manner, as she was accustomed to. Of course, this was just an outline. The specifics were numerous, ranging from prohibiting the use of potions to style hair to dangerous modifications on flying brooms. There were no limits to what one could think of. Rule number: Madame Hooch. Harry suddenly interrupted Madame Hooch loudly. I don't quite understand that rule of the game you just mentioned. Could you explain it to me? Mrs. Hooch looked at Harry, her serious expression not seeming to be an act, but the rule she had just stated, consisting of only 12 simple words, was so straightforward it hardly needed explanation, unless the person was mentally challenged. Harry clearly did not appear to be mentally challenged, so, after a long moment, Mrs. Hooch seemed to understand something, nodded, and began to explain the rule of the game to Harry. The members of the Slytherin team wore extremely gloomy expressions. They knew that Harry was stalling for time, trying to delay until his teammates recovered or until something changed. Mrs. Hooch, I protest. Draco should be the most impatient one. He knows very well that this is the best time to win the match, as he doesn't know when the Gryffindor players will return. He is stalling for time. I demand that the match start immediately. Harry turned his head to glance at Draco, then turned back and asked Madame Hooch, is there a clause in the competition rules that prohibits asking for detailed information about the rules? No. So, regarding the competition rules you just mentioned, a proud person must hate being ignored the most, right? Therefore, for Draco, Harry just glanced at him and then ignored him. He really couldn't tolerate such behavior. Calm down. Marcus held down the somewhat restless Draco and turned to look back. His teammates were almost all restless. From their faces, Marcus saw a lot. And he also saw the one emotion he least wanted to see: fear. They were afraid. There are 7 of them, a whole team, along with some substitute players. Despite their large numbers, they're actually afraid of the Gryffindor team, which now only has Harry. Perhaps it is not entirely accurate to say so. These people are not afraid of the Gryffindor team, nor are they afraid of Harry, but rather they are afraid of the upcoming match, afraid that they will lose. Afraid that they will lose to the Gryffindor team, which may soon be fully staffed. There can be no more delays. Mrs. Hooch, the match started at 11 o'clock, and it's already 5 minutes past. One should say, as expected of the captain, he has a deeper understanding of the game rules. He did not focus on whether Harry's actions were right or violated the rules, but instead pointed directly to the key issue: the start time of the match. A flicker of panic flashed in Harry's eyes, which was immediately noticed by Marcus, who had been staring at him. Madame Hooch glanced at Harry. The match was about to begin. Where were the other members of the Gryffindor team? They have something to deal with, and will be back soon. The response was exactly the same as before, not even a change in tone. Harry looked up. The sky was a bit overcast, as if it was going to rain. This kind of weather reminded him of the training 2 months ago, which had been much worse. From this perspective, perhaps today's luck wasn't so bad, was it? The match could start at any moment. Harry gripped his broomstick tightly, just like a knight holding his sword. He looked at the Slytherin team not far in front of him, a faint smile appearing on his face. This smile contained something that the seemingly strong opponents did not have: confidence. Perhaps I will continue to win today. That's right. Harry has never lost a Quidditch match he participated in. The Gryffindor team has lost, but Harry has never lost. I personally believe that the integrity of Solitude surpasses that of the snake, and is no less than the 3 dregs. When you look at others with a foolish gaze, have you ever noticed that the way they look at you is exactly the same as the way you look at them? Marcus leisurely rode his broom. blocking the way of the diving Harry, along with a few others. Behind him were only two players, a keeper and a chaser. Watching the figure trying to break through the blockade to return to the pitch, Marcus felt a bit surprised. Although he didn't allow Harry to break through the defense of four players, during this time, the Slytherin team had also failed to regain possession of the quaffle. Considering the difference in numbers and the flying brooms, one question was undoubtedly exposed. That skinny boy riding the Nimbus 2000 was better than them. That Wood has indeed found a good teammate. Due to his name, Marcus often refers to Wood as Wood. He knows Oliver, the captain of Gryffindor. Wood always regarded him as a rival, but he never took Wood seriously. The reason was simple. He was the captain of Slytherin, and he had taken away all the Quidditch championship titles that Wood could have won. Wood would always be a loser in his eyes. Why should he care about what a loser thinks? For several years, the only two people in the entire Hogwarts who could truly catch Marcus's attention in Quidditch were perhaps Harry, who is now fighting alone, and Draco, who is flying around below trying to catch the golden snitch. The former is obviously due to his outstanding performance. In Marcus's eyes, it would be easy for Harry to become a professional Quidditch player in the future. As for the latter, it's indeed a rare thing for the Malfoy family to produce a Quidditch player, even more so than Harry's impressive performance. Why would a good young master like him choose to play on the Quidditch pitch instead of doing something else? Is this really a place for playing? Who doesn't know that the Quidditch pitch is one of the most dangerous places in all of Hogwarts? Truly, money can make one reckless. Marcus murmured to himself, stroking the smooth handle of his Firebolt 2001, and added in his mind, foolish people have too much money. In fact, Draco was not the most suitable seeker for the Slytherin team. His contribution to the team's improvement was far less than the few Firebolt 2001s he provided. In Marcus's view, Draco's performance could only be considered average. Compared to Harry, he lacked something called inspiration. Although his movements were standard, they seemed quite unremarkable and lacked brilliance. How boring. This match should end soon. Marcus yawned, twisting his broom to swoop down, for players above were nearly finished, so he might as well help below, hoping Draco would catch the golden snitch and end the match sooner. In contrast to Marcus's ease, Harry was having a hard time. He was beginning to understand why so many Gryffindor players often got knocked off their brooms by the Slytherin team. These guys were just too skilled at crashing. Whoosh! Harry quickly lowered his head, being caught by Bull. The ball thrown by Taylor grazed his hair as it passed. If his head had been a bit higher, Gryffindor would have had a lot of fun today, as they would have had no players left on the field. Relying on his agility and the slight advantage of being lighter than the four big guys, Harry weaved through the net formed by them. Although he often encountered danger, he was managing well enough. He hadn't lost the ball, and he was unharmed. However, Harry knew that this situation wouldn't last forever. Either his stamina would run out, leading to him being knocked down by Slytherin, or Slytherin would catch the golden snitch, ending the match with Gryffindor undoubtedly losing. Taking a moment to glance towards the sidelines, he saw Draco flying around on his broom. About 2 meters in front of him, the golden snitch was flickering and darting about, seemingly within reach. But that moment had already lasted nearly 10 minutes. To most observers, the young seeker from Slytherin was being toyed with by the snitch, flailing about in a disorganized manner. Clumsy like a big bear. Under normal circumstances, Draco's performance would undoubtedly have the other houses laughing and jeering. But now the stand were filled only with Slytherin students cheering loudly, particularly excited and animated compared to the silence of the other 3 houses. Hufflepuff stands. Cedric, what's going on with Gryffindor? Why is there only one person appearing? Where are the others? Facing a series of questions, Cedric, the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, Diggory could only smile bitterly. The absence of so many players clearly indicated that something unexpected had happened, and it all seemed to be the work of those Slytherins. Not to mention the little antics on the field. Now, they were already brazenly starting to take action off the field. If that's the case, then we need to pay attention to next month's match against them. Who knows? Cedric gave a vague answer, and then stared intently at Harry, thinking about what he would do if he were in that position. Ravenclaw stands. The bookworms remained silent, and from their expressions, they seem indifferent. But if their inner voices were released, it would likely be the same question. What is wrong with the Gryffindor team? Slytherin stands. Ask yawned. He was thinking much like Marcus now, that it would be better if this boring match ended sooner, regardless of who won. However, the excited students around him seemed convinced that Slytherin would emerge victorious, which was different from Ask's perspective. In an atmosphere where everyone around was fervently excited, most people's thinking and judgment would be influenced, and those who remained unaffected were quite impressive, like Gemma. Why do I feel like you might be deceiving me? Gemma, who considers herself to understand Ask's consistent nature, did not hide her intentions and straightforwardly raised the question. Are you saying you gave laxatives to everyone in the school? Then why are they all fine? Jama pointed to the other stands, where the people seemed to have no problems at all, sitting there just fine. It wasn't time for anything to happen yet. Ask looked mysterious and smiled. Either do nothing or go all out. What I want is not just to make some money or to achieve a victory in a match I don't care about at all. What do you want to do? Jama subconsciously asked, and then she saw Ask extend a hand, palm up, and shake it. Give me 5 galleons, and I'll tell you the answer. After tucking the 5 galleons into his pocket, Ask smiled happily, then leaned closer to Jama and whispered in her ear, "It's simple. What I want is for you and everyone else to never be able to guess what I'm thinking or what I will do. You. Slytherin will lose this match, I'm 70% sure," Ask said with a grin, and Jama's expression instantly darkened. Although she wanted nothing more than to punch this bastard until he bled, she forced herself to calm down and started to think about everything. Then, she heard Ask's laughter, a laugh filled with mockery and disdain. "Do you want to guess why I'm doing this?" Aska's laughter sounded harsh to Gamma. She felt as if her eardrums were being scratched by that laugh. "I've already told you. What I want is to make sure you won't guess what I'm thinking or what I'll do next." Gamma gritted her teeth and said softly, "This won't do you any good. Because it doesn't benefit me, I won't do it. TSK, TSK. So this is how you see me? As a petty person who only acts for personal gain?" Ask took a pouch out his pocket, pulled out a handful of coins, and then threw the rest to Jama. "My grandfather once told me that everyone has weaknesses, and those who can exploit others' weaknesses to achieve their own goals are considered smart. The smartest among the smart are those who can use the possibility that others might exploit their own weaknesses to calculate their moves. My grandfather claimed to be the smartest of the smart, and he has been trying to raise me to be just like him. However, I am rather lazy and don't want to scheme because it seems too troublesome and boring. So I was thinking, how nice it would be if no one tried to scheme against me." Ask seemed to be addicted to speaking, regardless of how wonderful Jayama's expression was. He was talking to himself with great enthusiasm. Scheming is quite similar to calculation. Both are based on certain rules. For example, calculation relies on addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, while scheming relies on its inherent rules, such as human nature and moral principles. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to scheme against me, first find the rules that can be used to scheme against me. Hee. They are here. Ask lowered the telescope in his hand, glanced at the frost-faced Jama, shrugged his shoulders, and began to walk towards the exit of the stands. For him, the match was already over. For some, the match had just begun. Jama stood at the edge of the stands, and despite the crowd, the surrounding students made space for her. Leaning against the railing, Jama could see what was happening on the pitch without the telescope. The rest of the Gryffindor team had finally appeared on the Quidditch field. This is a terrible thing for the Slytherins. It is also a wonderful thing for the Gryffindors. The Slytherins on the field simultaneously stopped, looking down at the group of rivals standing beside Madame Hooch. They seemed to be arguing about something, but it didn't last long. 6 people flew up on their broomsticks, while the rest exited the field. "What is going on?" A Slytherin player shouted loudly, his tone filled with confusion and surprise, along with a hint of tension. Marcus's hand, gripping the broom, cracked audibly, raising doubts about whether he would break the flying broom. He shot a glare at the person who had asked that stupid question, and, suppressing his anger, growled, "What's going on? We're in trouble." It seems that to confirm the correctness of what he said, Angelina Johnson, the chaser of Gryffindor, caught Harry's pass and charged fiercely towards the Slytherin side. "What should we do?" Drayen Hughes was flying on his broomstick beside Angelina Johnson, and he seemed to have forgotten what to do to stop the Gryffindor seeker, only hovering around her as if escorting her. One idiot. Marcus felt like his lungs were about to explode. He shouted at Drayen and also at everyone else. "However they got up here, that's how we're going to send them back down." After finishing speaking, he turned the broom around and charged towards Angelina like a heavy tank, simultaneously making a gesture to Delian for coordination. Nodding vigorously, Delian, with a dark expression, squeezed towards Angelina, relying on the advantages of his flying broom's performance and his own greater physical strength. He constantly made small moves to disrupt the female seeker's balance and rhythm. When she intended to pass the ball, Delian crashed into her fiercely, forcing Angelina, who was holding the flying broom with one hand, to hurriedly toss the ball out and quickly retract her hand to stabilize the broom. Whoosh! The trajectory of the ghost flying ball is a bit off, but in the end, it was still caught by Angelina's friend Elia. Spinette caught it, but Slytherin's usual close interference was already extremely skilled. Almost simultaneously, Monta Lance dove down from above, using the angle of cover to fiercely grab the tail of the flying broom as he swooped past Elia. The broom lost control in an instant, and Elia clutched the quaffle under her arm, controlling the broom with one hand as she fell downwards with Monta closely pursuing her. "Monta, be careful." Marcus's voice reached Monta's ears. While he was still puzzled, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of one of the Weasley twins grimacing and swinging a bat, then making a waving goodbye gesture towards the terrified Monta. "Goodbye." George Weasley watched with satisfaction as the bludger struck the back of the Nimbus 2001 hard. Although it didn't knock the player out of the game, it would certainly give him a scare and make him behave more. George felt a lot of the pent-up resentment inside him had been released. He had always been the one messing with others. But today he had unexpectedly been outsmarted by that bunch from Slytherin, leaving him feeling embarrassed and ashamed, as if he had capsized in a gutter. As he contemplated how to regain his footing, George kept an eye on the situation on the pitch and couldn't help but furrow his brow. The Slytherin team was not without merit. Their players were no worse than those from Gryffindor, but they had always relied on underhanded tactics to win, which led others to underestimate them. Slytherin had once favored close man-to-man marking, and if a player lacked skill, it was easy to be taken out. This later evolved into 2-on-1 situations, and sometimes they would add a third player to create an overwhelming 3-on-1 advantage. Under Marcus's command, after a brief moment of confusion, the Slytherin team found their rhythm again. They had faced Gryffindor before, and it didn't take long for them to get back into the game. Not only that, but they soon discovered something that surprised and excited them. The Gryffindor team's condition was not good. Many times, the Slytherin team only needs a simple bump to force the Gryffindor team to lose the ball. Often, they try to avoid it as much as possible, looking as if they're made of paper, fragile, and easily breakable. "What are they doing?" Ron slammed the armrest hard and shouted angrily. "Did you not eat breakfast this morning? I would do better than them if I went up." Breathless, Hermione had just climbed up when she heard Ron's complaint. She didn't have the energy to argue with someone like him, but she wouldn't just pretend she hadn't heard. So, she casually added, "Is it okay for someone who didn't make the team to say something like that?" After speaking, Hermione didn't care about Ron's reaction and went down the same way she came up. There's no point in arguing with someone like that. Before you can truly silence such a person, any back and forth is meaningless. Ron, of course, was very upset when he heard this. He recognized Hermione's voice and was just about to confront her when he realized she had already left. It felt like hitting a punch in a cotton for Ron at that moment. So, he continued to vent his dissatisfaction verbally, belittling the players on the field to show off his own prowess. Gradually, the people around him dwindled, and everyone looked at him with strange expressions, but he remained oblivious, lost in his own little world. "If it were me up there, I could definitely teach those annoying Slytherins a lesson." Hermione came down from the stands, and there was no one below. She wasn't very concerned about the outcome of the match anymore. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go to the library to read. This seemed obviously more meaningful, didn't it? On the way back, at the entrance of the castle, Hermione ran in to Ask. "A long time no see," Ask greeted. "We just saw each other this morning, right?" "Well, that's true. But why do I feel like we haven't seen each other for several months?" Ask crossed one arm over his chest, resting his elbow on that arm, with his fist against his chin, looking quite distressed. "Could it be that my memory is failing again?" Hermione glanced at Ask and said irritably, "Are you having another episode?" "Who knows?" Ask shrugged his shoulders, let his hands drop, carefully examined Hermione, and then asked, "Who won?" "How do I know?" "The match isn't over yet." Ask seemed to look at Hermione as if he had discovered a new continent. "Interesting, you left before the match was over. Aren't you the same?" "The problem is that I have never watched a whole Quidditch match." Ask laughed and pointed out Hermione's mistake. "There were always various distractions, and I never had the chance to watch it to the end. However, there was no need to continue watching this match either, as the outcome was already determined." "Was all of this, again, within your expectations?" Hermione's response was a bit harsh, and her tone was somewhat aggressive. She was in a bad mood, and the culprit behind it all was the person standing in front of her. The fact that she hadn't exploded already was a result of her restraint. Asko admitted without any humility that even if he did nothing, the match would still end with Gryffindor winning, because Gryffindor was stronger than Slytherin at the moment. Hermione huffed and turned her head to the side. This was not something a Slytherin student would say. Ask replied, "Do you think I'm a Slytherin student? Are you a Gryffindor student? Does it make sense for us to say this?" Ask waved his hand and looked up at the sky. It was only noon, and it was a rare sunny day. Staying indoors was not a good idea. "I'll take you to a fun place to play." "What place?" "The Forbidden Forest." The Forbidden Forest, with its name indicating that it is a place not allowed to enter, is usually guarded by Hagrid. It wouldn't be easy for someone not very clever to sneak in. "Ask, we've already violated several school rules." Hermione complained all the way, but she didn't hesitate at all in following Ask's footsteps. Rather than complaining to Ask, it was more of an expression of attitude. I've already sacrificed so much. If you don't give me some compensation, as long as no one knows, it doesn't count as a violation. Ask buttoned up all the buttons on his clothes. It is now November, and it had already snowed around this time last year. Once he stepped into the Forbidden Forest, the temperature dropped significantly, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He hated the cold. How can no one know? Hager might be nearby. If he catches us, you're done for. Why do I always have to be the one who gets unlucky? Ask kicked a small stone away, and you're also violating school rules. You're an accomplice, and you'll be in trouble with me, because I'm friends with Hagrid, and you're not. Hermione was very happy, as if she could already see Ask getting punished. This obvious schadenfreude didn't make Hermione feel the slightest bit guilty or embarrassed. On the contrary, if she could see Ask getting into trouble, she would definitely be very pleased. It made a lot of sense, however. Ask tilted his head and pointed to Hagrid's little hut in the distance, saying, Hagrid went to the Quidditch pitch to watch the match today. Who will come and catch me? Who can catch me? Hermione was taken aback, then stamped her foot in anger. You calculated a long time ago? No, not really. Ask touched his chin and then shook his head. I just thought of wandering through the Forbidden Forest on a whim when I passed by Hagrid's hut and realized that Hagrid isn't here. Hermione was somewhat speechless and asked, What if Hagrid were here today? Aren't you friends with him? Let him pretend he didn't see us so we can go in and play. What if he disagrees? We're going back. Ask's response made Hermione breathe a sigh of relief. It was a normal enough answer. However, Ask immediately continued, Then slip in from another place, just don't let Hagrid find out. Seeing Hermione with a look that said she knew it would be like this, Ask laughed heartily, quickening his pace significantly. The Quidditch match was about to end soon, so they needed to make the most of the time and move forward a bit more. The Forbidden Forest had no paths, and Ask and Hermione had no destination. They were just wandering in the forest, directionless and aimless, as if they were simply taking a walk in the park to breathe some fresh air. Very simple. However, if that were the only purpose, enjoying the warm sunlight outside would certainly be much more comfortable than trudging through the dark, cold forest. Stepping in and out of the mud, Hermione didn't believe that Ask brought her to the Forbidden Forest just to wander around and then freeze before heading back. Standing on a large rock, Ask turned to look back at the path they had taken, and all he could see were tall pine trees lining the way. These dense pines looked like giant umbrellas, with overlapping branches filtering the sunlight into dappled patches on the ground. As they turned their gaze deeper into the Forbidden Forest, the light grew dimmer, not merely because the sunlight was completely blocked. The trees there were not necessarily denser than those here, yet it felt less bright, as if something in the depths of the forest was absorbing all the light. It was already quite far away. Ask looked in the direction they had come from. He could no longer see Hagrid's small cabin by the edge of the Forbidden Forest, especially that tall chimney, which could have served as a landmark. People have an innate fear of darkness, and Hermione was no exception. She stopped and was unwilling to take another step forward. I think we should go back, Ask. Hermione's hands were in her pockets. The temperature here had dropped almost 10 degrees compared to outside the Forbidden Forest, plummeting from above freezing to below zero. Because of the cold, Hermione's voice trembled slightly, and the breath she exhaled formed swirling mist. Her face was somewhat pale. Her eyelashes were constantly fluttering. She had been enduring, but could no longer hold on. I'm very cold. Go back. They had just entered for a short while. As Ask turned his back to Hermione, he felt a bit displeased at being interrupted. However, he quickly realized what was happening, turned around swiftly, and, seeing Hermione shivering, he felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't notice you before. You're really cold. Let's go back. There's nothing interesting here anyway. Hermione first shook her head, then nodded, and finally turned around to walk back the way they came. Ask unbuttoned his coat and draped it over Hermione's shoulders, then pulled out another coat from his pocket and put it on. He still felt a bit regretful. There must be something very interesting in the Forbidden Forest. Ask had always had this feeling, and this time it was particularly strong. It's just a pity. Well, there will be plenty of time in the future. Let's come back and take a look tonight. Ask turned around and followed Hermione out of the Forbidden Forest, hoping desperately that something would happen. Preferably that the thing he was drawn to would come out on its own. And then, bang! Hermione was walking along just fine, but suddenly something fell from the tree ahead, landing heavily on the ground and startling her. What? What was that? Hermione took a few steps back, while Ask stepped forward naturally, blocking her in front. He had his hands in his pockets, ready for anything. However, from what he could see, there didn't seem to be any need for concern, as the person on the ground in front of them seemed to be on the verge of passing out. They resembled a human, but Ask stroked his chin and frowned, seriously saying this is just too ugly. The person lying on their back on the ground was indeed far from being described as beautiful or handsome, with a somewhat bald head. The few remaining strands of hair were more unsightly than none at all. Their facial features were irregular, and not to mention the bruises. The person had a shifty look that made one want to punch them. With a short and stout figure, they resembled a potato skewered with 5 toothpicks, with a piece stuck on one of them. Who is he? It seems like he is not from the school. Hermione peeked out from behind, asked, and looked at the person lying on the ground. And at the same time, she noticed that this person who had fallen from the sky seemed to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Should we help him? I think it's best to pretend I didn't see anything. Ask stretched out a hand to cover Hermione's eyes, but she broke free. We can't stand by and do nothing. He's not dead yet. What do we do to save him once he's dead? So let's act like we didn't see anything. What's wrong with you? That's just how I am. As for whether to save the person in front of them, Ask and Hermione have differing opinions. Before they knew it, they started a meaningless argument, gradually going off topic. If nothing unexpected happens, by the time they reach a conclusion, this person will probably have to meet Merlin. People really have to rely on themselves. I think I can still be saved. A person lying on the ground raised a hand, proclaiming their existence, then tilted their head and flung their hand, falling back into unconsciousness. Someone was lucky. The Ask who encountered him today was not alone. Ask walked over to check the injuries of this man, who was barely clinging to life. The injuries on this person were all superficial, but that didn't mean they weren't serious. God knows what kind of torment he had endured. There was hardly a patch of unbroken skin on his body. 15 out of 12 pairs of ribs were broken. His face was battered like a pig's head, and his body was covered with fine, narrow wounds, as if they had been carved with a small knife. Luckily you met me. Ask murmured softly. Today was the day of the Quidditch match, and besides him, no one from Hogwarts would come to the Forbidden Forest. And even if a student did come, they might not be able to save this person, as his injuries were exceptionally severe. Taking out a bottle of potion from his pocket, Ask glanced at the label. It would expire in a week. So, he generously pried open the man's mouth and poured the nearly expired potion into his stomach, finally tossing the empty bottle aside. What was that? Hermione asked, as she saw a burst of green light emanate from the person after drinking the potion, which looked particularly eerie. However, despite its strange appearance, the wounds on that person quickly stopped bleeding and formed a scab, and when they wiped it away with their hand, what emerged was perfectly intact new skin. A potion. I know that's a potion. Hermione rolled her eyes and said irritably, I'm asking what kind of potion that is. Healing potion. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Ask's answer is really hard to believe, and Hermione is a bit angry. She walks over to the potion bottle that Ask had discarded, picks it up, and upon careful inspection, she finds that the label simply reads Healing Potion. Is this bottle of potion really called Healing Potion? Hermione was somewhat speechless. She had already experienced the effects of the potion, but such a magical potion had such an ordinary name, just like discovering that a delicious pastry was labeled black bread at the checkout. What else could it be called if not a healing potion? Ask stood up, his hand almost reaching into his pocket along with his arm, frowning as he searched for what he wanted with some effort. After a while, he pulled out a bottle of potion, and this time Hermione was standing right next to Ask. She saw the label on the bottle that read Blood Replenishing Potion. Blood Replenishing Potion? Hermione searched her mind for memories about this potion, convinced she had seen it somewhere before, and her memory rewarded her with an answer. Oh, he is losing too much blood now and needs a transfusion. Ask poured this nearly expired potion into the belly of the person in front of him. Although it was close to expiration, the potion's effects still caused color to return to the person's face. This made things much easier. It was like repairing a leaking inflatable doll. First, you plug the leak, then you inflate it, and then it can be used again. After receiving the necessary treatment, Ask seemed oblivious to the remaining injuries. The broken rib in his chest caused his thorax to strangely sink down a little, as if something like a battering ram had hit him head-on. Ask poked the broken rib with his finger, and the person in front of him suddenly struggled violently. But the intense struggle caused his rib injury to flare up again, and he couldn't help but scream in pain. Because of the pain, the person finally woke up. He opened his eyes wide, ready to curse, but then he saw Ask crouching in front of him, looking at him with a very cold and hostile gaze. He forced the words back down, managing to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. I ask, you answer otherwise. Ask held a chain mace in his hand, with a wooden handle connected to a length of iron chain, which in turn connected to 3 fist-sized spiked iron balls. This thing was a product of the medieval era. When feudal lords waged war on their subjects, this tool, originally meant for farming, served a brutally lethal purpose. Even chainmail would break under its impact. even though Ask was holding a light chain mace. If it actually struck this person in the chest, it would definitely be extremely bloody and brutal. As for whether he would really act, hadn't it been said before? Never try to guess what Ask is thinking or what he wants to do. Hey, don't be impulsive, I am. Ask swung his arm, and the chain mace drew a semicircle, the 3 small iron balls crashing heavily against a nearby tree, the spikes embedding into the trunk. If this thing hit an unprotected person, it wouldn't be comfortable at all. Who are you? Ask asked expressionlessly. This time, the terrified individual dared not talk back and honestly replied, I am Surug White, a special investigator from the Ministry of Magic. You are lying. Before Ask had said anything, Hermione questioned him first, loudly rebutting, I've seen that special commissioner from the Ministry of Magic, and he looks nothing like you. Indeed, Surug is somewhat handsome, while the person in front of me can only choose between the words very ugly and extremely ugly. He looks nothing like Surug, neither in appearance nor in voice. They're completely different people. I really am Surug. The man who called himself Surug argued, with a look of grievance, saying that he had forgotten Ask's warning and was now filled with thoughts of justifying himself. I encountered someone before, and we had a fierce battle. I was about to win, but that guy somehow managed to switch our bodies. Ask furrowed his brows and then asked, How can you prove that you are Surug? My true identity is Regulus. Before this person could finish speaking, Ask stopped by waving his hand. All right, I believe you. Really? Surug was somewhat skeptical. When did Ask become so easy to talk to? Of course, Ask wasn't that easy to talk to, but due to the change in perspective, he saw something that Surug did not. It's you. Ask stood up, and in front of him, more than 10 meters away, stood 2 middle-aged men. One was scruffy, dressed sloppily, with a stern expression, while the other looked pale, anxious, and had eyes full of despair. Surug turned to look, overjoyed, and shouted at the 2 men, Hey Lu Ping and that stupid dog, have you caught that guy yet? Ask snorted and shook his head, saying to Surug, Do you think their expressions, which look like their whole family has died, mean success? Oh, no way. Surug looked stunned for a moment, then carefully examined the situation. Just as Ask said, neither Lupin nor that stupid dog showed any signs of happiness. It certainly didn't look like they had caught that guy. Damn it, you actually let him escape. Surugu couldn't hold back any longer. He had sacrificed so much, and just when he was about to succeed, these few people came out to cause trouble. After a chaotic scene, he managed to catch up with that person and gave them a good beating, only to end up having his body swapped. Not only was he nearly killed, but he also lost all his face. He had pinned all his hopes on these 2 people, and yet they let that person escape. Don't they know how difficult it is to catch that person again? You 2 useless fools. If it weren't for you, I would have caught him long ago. Ask shook his head again, gently stepping on the broken rib of Sulig to quiet him down. After glancing at a certain someone who looked pale, anxious, and as if it were the end of the world, he smiled and said to Sulig, You are too optimistic, Regulus. This was the first time Ask called Sulig by his real name, which gave Sulig a sense of foreboding. He hesitated for a moment, but then gave up on the thought of continuing to speculate out of fear. However, Ask's voice, filled with mockery and sarcasm, bluntly revealed the truth. Whatever could go wrong would head in the worst direction possible. Ask smiled and said, Clearly, the worst-case scenario now is not that person escaped, but... At this point, Ask glanced at Lupin, whose calm demeanor still bore a serious expression, but the body of the person next to him began to tremble, like a pendulum in a clock. Peter Pettigrew was dead. If one listens closely in forgotten corners, they would hear that every blade of grass has a small yet resonant voice. If one bends down towards the dust, they would see that every ant has a humble yet strong smile. Peter Pettigrew was not a good person, or rather not a good person in the usual sense, compared to the extremely rare virtues of a bald man on a louse's head. His flaws and wrongdoings could perhaps fill a professional book titled On Human Flaws, author Xian. In this world, with people like Peter, there must also be those who are almost completely incompatible and in direct opposition to him. Peter is cowardly, so there must be brave people. Peter is foolish, so there must be intelligent people. Peter is ugly, so there must be handsome people. Peter has accumulated so many flaws, so there must be someone who has accumulated an equal number of virtues. Thus, Peter and the latter should be natural enemies, destined to be lifelong foes, smilingly closing their eyes in eternal sleep only after watching the other take their last breath. There are always some things in the world that are hard to explain. It's not that there are no answers, but rather that the answers are cleverly and secretly hidden, making them difficult to find. At the age of 11, Peter did not know whether to say he was unlucky or fortunate to encounter the person who would influence him for a lifetime. If one were to describe his feelings towards this person, it could perhaps be divided into 3 stages with 3 words: envy, jealousy, hatred. James Potter was undoubtedly the seed of a handsome and wealthy man. The Potter family had been wealthy for many generations by the time it reached him. In short, his family was particularly rich, and he was blessed with good looks, attracting many people around him. Those who wanted to be friends with him might need to line up at King S. Cross Station. However, the criteria James Potter uses to choose friends seem to differ from others, including the rebellious and disowned Sirius Black, the werewolf-blooded Remus Lupin, and the dwarf-like Peter Pettigrew. These individuals formed a small group called the Marauders, having a great time together, although everyone considered Peter to be a liability, more trouble than he was worth. Such a person seemed unworthy to stand beside James. There were so many who thought this way that even Peter himself believed it. Some, like James, found this notion childish and ridiculous, thinking it was his business who he befriended. Even if one day he was betrayed by a friend and lost his life, it was none of anyone else's concern. Wow, so cool. Money really does allow for indulgence. You set your own flag. The opinions of outsiders were just that. While James's views were already known, and Peter's opinions. TSK, who would care? Peter? Who's that? Just a backdrop to James? For those who have never been friends with James, it's hard to imagine the pressure Peter faced. Much like someone who has never dated a top student would not understand how difficult it is to be friends with one. It must be acknowledged that most people in this world are ambitious. After all, those who wish to remain trampled in the mud like a lump of clay are indeed a rare breed. The next narrative could perhaps be called The Rise of Peter, but the outcome is one of mixed results. Who allowed you to gaze upon the king? In short, Peter wanted to catch up to James and stand alongside him seems to belong to an alternate timeline. Indeed, some things cannot be forced. After all, there exists a thing called talent, which is innate, or one might say, natural. Nobility and commoners. Can they not have their own kind? The answer is, many do. People say hard work will surely yield results. This principle is instilled in many from the moment they learn to speak. Until many years later, when they learn the latter half from their own experiences, often the rewards are far from the efforts expended. Peter was fortunate. He learned the latter half at the age of 12, awakening to this truth earlier than others. Peter was also unfortunate. He knew this truth at 12, receiving a greater blow than others, 10 times the effort for an inch closer, while James only needed a 10th of the effort to create a 10-fold distance. Sometimes, reality is this cruel. In fact, mathematically speaking, as long as Peter could exert over 1,000 times the effort, the gap between him and James would gradually narrow. 1,000 times? That's beyond what a person can achieve. Moreover, according to mathematical calculations, this distance could shrink infinitely, yet would never be reached. So, why are you so awesome? Why can't I be as awesome as you? Why do you choose me as a friend if you're so awesome? Do you really just see me as a backdrop to highlight your own greatness? Sometimes, things are just that helpless. Something can mean 2 different things to 2 people because everyone considers things from their own perspective. At the dawn of humanity, hearts were external, and everyone could see each other's thoughts, causing chaos in the world. God placed hearts beneath the skin, and now each person could only see their own thoughts, bringing peace to the world instead. This story tells us that opening our hearts may not be a good thing, especially when done indiscriminately. One can imagine the embarrassment of seeing a neighbor's thoughts of wanting to take one's wife, and a murderous intent arising from that being perceived by the neighbor. Human hearts are like this. Once there is even a hint of dissatisfaction, it can easily grow into ugly, murderous intent. Humanity's baseness is truly lowly. Well-known psychologist Xiang. The troubles of humanity can be summed up in 12 characters. Unable to let go, unable to understand, unable to see through, unable to forget. The so-called unfulfilled desires, lingering thoughts. Leisurely, tossing and turning. When one desires something and is unable to obtain it, the heart gradually turns to a different state. This process is both long and short. Some may develop hatred simply from seeing someone flaunting wealth in the newspaper, while others, whose wives have been taken by others for years, with a house full of children from the neighbor, only pick up a weapon to kill the neighbor's entire family when death is imminent. Based on Peter's character, if his little heart were to turn, it would likely take at least 10 years. To put it into action would be even more distant. After all, Peter is a person of no merit. Suddenly, there is a strange illusion that being of no merit is also a merit. Graduation. James got married. Before the wedding, he gathered his friends and family to join Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. Initially, when James invited him to join the order, he wanted to refuse. The reason? Damn it, I have no grievances with Voldemort. He has killed my whole family, and I'm not one of the people he wants to purge. What is the point of fighting him? By the way, James, your wife is on the purge list. I understand your concern for her, wanting to take down Voldemort first. But how can you betray your brother? For a brother, you'd go all out. For a woman, you'd stab your brother in the back? But, oh, you all join, huh? Oh, then take me along. Just you? The Order doesn't accept background characters. Better go home and wash up for bed. Stop daydreaming. That infuriating response came from Sirius Black. I'm not just some background character. Heh, I will definitely accomplish something great. Sometimes, fate is so wondrous. Peter ultimately did accomplish something great in a way that no one, including himself, had anticipated. What is worse than bad news? Worse news. The body of Peter Pettigrew lay on the ground in some corner of the Forbidden Forest, due to the weather, when Ask and the others arrived. The body had already stiffened, appearing like a frozen chunk of meat, eyes wide open in death. This was Ask's first impression upon seeing the body, although he had seen many whose eyes were wide open in death. His second feeling was one of strangeness. After all, this guy was currently using a fairly decent facade from Surag, and someone who looked anything but short-lived lay dead before him. The sensation was quite subtle. He is. Among those present, the only one still unclear about what was happening was Hermione. Compared to the others, her reaction was relatively normal. What would a normal person's reaction be upon seeing a corpse? A scream? No, only after confirming it was indeed a corpse. And it must be a terribly gruesome sight. Would someone who isn't very brave or isn't prepared mentally scream? Otherwise, Ask, let's hurry up. Just in case. Hermione urged anxiously. Whether it's muggles or wizards, there are always stories circulating in their worlds. Someone encounters a corpse, and then the police or suddenly appear, getting arrested, interrogated, sentenced, wrongfully imprisoned, bending over, picking up soap, buying soap, dropping soap, selling soap. Several years later, perhaps 19 years, someone crawls out of the sewer. Although they didn't encounter a mermaid, they are still in a terrible state, and then they stage a dramatic comeback, punishing those who once wronged them, enjoying it immensely, while they themselves go free, perhaps with a buddy or partner by their side. The first half of these stories is called reality. The second half is called inspiration, and the ellipsis in the middle is called beep. It's rather strange that the protagonists of such stories are usually male, while female protagonists are quite rare. It's unclear at which stage this changed. I told you not to follow. Ask rolled his eyes. He had previously told Hermione to go back first, but she stubbornly chose to come along. Now the situation made leaving not so simple. They had to resolve some issues first. How'd he die? I don't know. He was already dead when we found him. Lupin replied, briefly summarizing the situation. We were about 20 meters behind him when I saw him suddenly fall down. At first, I thought maybe he couldn't hold on any longer or was playing a trick, but I didn't expect. Was there any sign? Like a flash from a curse? Ask asked, and also, what about his current body? Isn't that his? A curse. It's not impossible, but this curse definitely wasn't cast by any of us. I checked the area and found no clues. Lupin's face showed worry. The current situation was very unfavorable for his friend. Their actions had been very covert, and it shouldn't have leaked, but now it seemed very likely that someone was trying to silence them. Ask shook his head. Lupin hadn't provided any valuable information. It seemed that only a professional could determine the cause of death after examining the body. He looked at Surik, who was now in Peter Pettigrew's battered body, his face dark as if it were the bottom of a pot. What's going on with you? Transfiguration curse. Surik gritted his teeth and spat out a term. Unlike Hermione's confusion, Ask was suddenly enlightened, and a smile of schadenfreude filled his face as he looked at Surik's expression. Hermione asked, "What is the Transfiguration curse?" Just like its name suggests, it alters a person's form. It's one of the advanced applications of the Transfiguration spell. However, compared to the Transfiguration spell, this curse is much more obscure. The library only mentioned its effects without detailing the incantation. I really didn't expect someone to have learned this curse. Ask explained, and Surik's face darkened further. He muttered a few curses under his breath and said irritably, "Isn't that dead right a waste? How can he learn such an obscure and complicated curse too? Considering he's also an animagus, perhaps he's been studying this curse for many years." Ask said matter-of-factly, "This curse is indeed troublesome, but its effects are very good. You see that unfortunate guy? Even his injuries can be transferred. This curse is quite useful for saving one's life, but unfortunately, it can only be used once in a lifetime. How long does this curse last?" Surik only remembered the effects and the name of the curse, and he couldn't recall the details. What he cared about now was how long this curse would last, since being in this body was really unpleasant. The duration. Ask pretended to ponder for a moment, then finally spoke up under Surig's resentful glare. It seems this curse can't be lifted. What? At this moment, Surig's heart was collapsing, resembling a black and white comic. However, the tone could shift with just one frame. But there is a way. What way? Thank you for your patronage. 5 galleons. Ask naturally extended his hand. Surig was too distressed to haggle, pulling out his wallet, grabbing a handful of money, and stuffing it into Ask's hands. Looking eager to please, even pleading, what exactly is the way? The method isn't difficult. Since you've been transformed by the Transfiguration curse, you just need to find a body and use the Transfiguration spell to change back. By the way, if you use the Transfiguration curse on this corpse, I'm not sure if death will transfer to you as well. Although using a polyjuice potion is a good idea, there's the issue of resistance. You might find it ineffective after 3 to 5 years or need to drink a whole batch at once to work. The Transfiguration curse isn't actually that hard. Peter doesn't even know when he started learning it, but it seems he took about a decade. You should be able to learn it before you grow old and die. What's worse than bad news? Worse news. For Surig, this was indeed worse news. Today, the misfortune wasn't limited to Surig alone. As the saying goes, brothers fight tigers, fathers and sons go to battle together, misfortune comes in pairs. I'm just writing this randomly, but Sirius Black is also definitely having a bad day. However, he will later realize that Peter's death wasn't the worst thing that could happen. The worst thing is capture him, kill without mercy. Many times you have to admit that a lot of the wisdom passed down from ancestors is quite useful. Art comes from life, whether in movies or novels. The social structure, historical background, customs, and power dynamics may differ from real life, but some basic truths remain unchanged, such as, if a person is killed, they will die. Since someone can write a novel like The Shawshank Redemption, there must exist real people like Shawshank, Li Shank, and Wang Shank. So, being discovered by the police or Urs next to a corpse is definitely not a good thing. If luck runs a little worse like Ask, who has a fugitive and escaped convict beside him, when a group of fierce Aurors surrounds him, what can he say to clear his suspicion? Help! After shouting this classic line, Ask unceremoniously grabbed Hermione's hand and rushed toward the group of Aurors. Ask wasn't worried that the Aurors had already come and knew he was with those dangerous individuals. Apparition can't be used around Hogwarts, and the Aurors wouldn't be lurking near Hogwarts for long. Their timely arrival must mean they already knew Sirius Black would appear here, or someone had sent out information. Just having these details isn't enough, because since the Aurors hadn't been discovered by Ask and the others before, it meant they had the ability to conceal themselves. If that's the case, they could have hidden a bit longer, baited a bigger fish, or made their encirclement more thorough to increase the chances of a successful capture. In the grounds of Hogwarts, 2 11 or 12-year-old children, wearing the distinctive robes of Hogwarts adorned with their respective house emblems, looked like ordinary students of the school. However, there was something amiss when Slytherin and Gryffindor students started mingling together. But that wasn't the main point. The focus was on keeping everyone present in check and getting to the bottom of the situation, especially the wanted criminal, Sirius Black. Currently, 3 people were surrounded by Aurors: Slughorn, Sirius, and Lupin. Among them, Lupin was no stranger to the Aurors. Sirius was the long-sought-after fugitive, and as for Slughorn, he was currently in Peter Pettigrew's guise, and there were very few Aurors here who recognized him. But who cared who he was? Life and death were trivial. If you're not satisfied, then fight. We Aurors are the best. Capture him. A tall, thin Auror, seemingly in charge, raised his wand and cast a spell into the sky. A burst of light resembling a firework exploded in the air, and even though it was daytime, the shimmering pale, white A-shaped pattern was still clearly visible. Among all present, only Hermione probably didn't know what this pattern represented. As the know-it-all in front of her peers, Hermione felt a wave of helplessness. She realized that the knowledge in her head was of no use in this situation. Turning to look at Ask, she found his expression confirmed her thoughts. He had already figured out what she was still confused about. Among the 3 people across from them, surprisingly, it was Slughorn who reacted and acted the fastest. He kicked Lupin in the waist, and the movement was smooth and natural. Peter Pettigrew's short legs surprisingly gave it an alternative aesthetic. Caught off guard, mainly because he hadn't expected an attack from behind by his own, Lupin lost his balance and stumbled forward a few steps, just as 2 Aurors charged in and seized his shoulders, casting a few spells that rendered him unconscious without further ado. Sirius was equally shocked that his own brother Slughorn would attack them from behind. Stunned and furious, he couldn't utter a word. In a desperate situation, Sirius could only clench his fists and glare at his brother. His eyes filled with resentment and anger. If looks could kill, Slughorn would have died several times over. At that moment, Slughorn's face was twisted into a smug grin of triumph, which on Peter's rat-like face only served to evoke disgust from nearly everyone present. Dirty, despicable, shameless, traitor. Stung by that smile, Sirius seemed to be transported back to that night over a decade ago when he confronted Peter in the street, angrily accusing him of his treacherous crimes. The reaction of the person before him, or rather the original owner of this body, was the same as now, the kind of smile that made one want to tear him apart. Sirius's eyes gradually filled with blood, and the ferocious aura surrounding him was evident to anyone who wasn't blind. His current emotions could not merely be described as anger. He wanted to vent these feelings in a way that could not be resolved simply by beating someone up. He wanted to kill the person before him. Traitors deserve to die. The instigator of all this, Slughorn, still wore that irritating smile. He raised his wand, murmuring something that started unclear, but the last few words made everyone present turn pale. Avada Kedavra. Actually, Ass had always been curious as to why the killing curse, which signifies death, was represented by a green light. Wasn't green a color that symbolized life and vitality? While many idle wizards had nothing better to do, very few actually studied the killing curse. Wizards instinctively resisted this spell, subconsciously avoiding everything related to it, so much so that this question had no answer. Although spells generally manifested as bursts or beams of light, that did not mean that the speed of the spell was light speed. Otherwise, the subject of defense against the dark arts would be pointless, because your reaction speed could never outpace light speed, and you would be hit the moment the opponent waved their wand. However, at a distance of less than 5 steps, with the wand and arm length compensating for another step, this distance was extremely dangerous. It meant that it was very difficult to react to a spell at this range. You could basically only take it head on. But how many people in this world could withstand the killing curse and survive? Sirius couldn't react in time, and those Aurors. To be honest, if Sirius died, it would actually be a good thing for them. These Aurors all knew what despicable and lowly things Sirius had done in the past. Anyway, being caught this time would result in a death sentence. So it was better to save some trouble and let him die here. As for the one who cast the killing curse, they could always capture him later. No matter how you looked at it, Sirius was doomed. However, someone present just loved to cause trouble. An obstacle emerged. A wall appeared in front of Sirius, 3 meters high and astonishingly 10 meters wide. While blocking the killing curse, it also separated Slughorn, Sirius, and the Aurors. Behind this wall, there wasn't an Auror in sight. They hadn't even had time to form a surrounding circle. Indeed, the Aurors had arrived in a rush. After receiving the signal, they had rushed over, only to find a group of people, including the fugitive, standing beside a corpse, which happened to be one of the confidants of the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. This was an organized, premeditated murder. Given this situation, could the Aurors still afford to be patient and see if they could fish for bigger prey by widening the encirclement to prevent anyone from escaping? As for why the Aurors could immediately tell it was a corpse, don't you see? It was precisely because this person had died first, which sent out the signal that attracted the Aurors. The professional qualities of the Aurors were beyond doubt, just a brief moment of distraction, and the quick-reacting Aurors had already blasted the wall to pieces. However, Slughorn was gone, having evidently seized the opportunity to escape. But while Slughorn could escape, some others could not. Not to mention Lupin, who was already unconscious on the ground, and Sirius, who was being brutally beaten by the Aurors, half dead and weak. Faced with the unfriendly gazes of the Aurors, Ass could only force a few awkward laughs. He cleared his throat, not forgetting to amplify his voice, and then yelled at the top of his lungs, "Professor Dumbledore, help!" As everyone knows, one cannot use apparition near Hogwarts. The specific reasons are unknown, and how it is achieved is also unclear. It's something from long ago that not many remember. It is well known that Hogwarts is the domain of the greatest wizard of the age, Albus Dumbledore, who has been at odds with the Ministry of Magic since the fall of the Dark Lord. Even if Aurors come here to pursue fugitives, they must first obtain his consent. It is also well known that Sirius Black was once a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and the leader of the Order is that old man. Even earlier, he was the headmaster of that group of young people. When Sirius was imprisoned without trial, the old man was against it, as we all know. In summary, the conclusions that can be drawn are as follows. First, apparition cannot be used around Hogwarts, not even by Dumbledore. Second, Dumbledore should be a sympathizer of Sirius Black, so it is unrealistic to expect him to help capture him. Third, capturing a fugitive on Dumbledore's territory means he cannot escape blame. Fourth, after Dumbledore's prestige is damaged, the Ministry of Magic can consolidate its power. Fifth, resolving everything before Dumbledore arrives, with irrefutable evidence afterward, leaves Dumbledore with no words. Sixth, this point is just filler. Ignore it. This is what those officials of the Ministry of Magic thought while sitting in their offices, drinking tea and reading newspapers, which fits their characterization well. If I had to describe it in 2 words, it would be stupid. In fact, this word also reflects the thoughts of the Aurors present at that time. The reliability of those later mentioned is still unknown, but the first statement made by those officials is clearly wrong. Gold and red flames suddenly descended from the sky, and after landing, a white-bearded, white-haired old man emerged from within. He had a tall and thin body, a straight back with no hint of curvature, a long hawk-like nose that had been broken at least twice, half-moon glasses, a pair of sharp, bright blue eyes, and a long silver beard. If it were just this version of Dumbledore, Asker would see him almost every day. However, today, as Dumbledore seemed different, as he appeared to be in a bad mood. To put it bluntly, his face was somewhat gloomy, completely unlike the kind and harmless demeanor he usually had. Dumbledore, an Auror exclaimed in shock. As a member of a powerful department, he looked flustered, appearing as if he were a little girl being harassed, which was quite unbecoming of his identity. It was impossible to blame him for being timid, as the reactions of the other Aurors were not much better. The only one who seemed somewhat composed was an older Auror, but he was also sweating profusely, as if facing a formidable enemy. In medieval times, entering a lord's territory without reason would be seen as an invasion. If one was lucky, they would be expelled. If unlucky, well, the expulsion might lead to a far-off place, perhaps somewhere called heaven. They had entered without informing Dumbledore. Armed personnel intruded. A murder occurred, and his own student received threats. Hogwarts does not welcome you, Dumbledore said coldly. This statement was not a request. As the ruler of this land, it was a command and a warning. Dumbledore did not specify what would happen if the Aurors did not leave, but no one would want to test Dumbledore's limits of patience. The last person to do so was the only one defeated since the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald, who was a unique Dark Lord. We will leave immediately. The older Auror seemed to be the only one who could speak clearly at this moment, perhaps feeling somewhat cowardly. But even the previously arrogant Aurors had to retreat before Dumbledore. 2 Aurors were holding Sirius Black to one side, and upon hearing Dumbledore's words, they hurriedly dragged Sirius away like a dead dog. The other 2 lifted the body of the deceased Sirig, and the last 2 bent down to prepare to take Remus away as well. Hey, you can't take this person. Asker, who had been standing quietly, finally spoke up. He was not Dumbledore, and the Aurors would not pay attention to such a little kid. That would truly embarrass the Auror. Therefore, they ignored Asker, and the 2 Aurors intended to drag the dazed Remus away. You cannot take him. This time, it was Dumbledore who spoke. The 2 Aurors paused and exchanged helpless glances. One of them smiled bitterly at Dumbledore and said, Headmaster Dumbledore, this person is related to a murder case, and the deceased was an employee of our Ministry of Magic. According to regulations, we must take him back for questioning. Reed Johnson, Phil Gibbs. Dumbledore recited the names of the 2 individuals, looking at the bewildered pair. Dumbledore smiled. A kind smile, but the 2 felt a chill run down their spines. You were once members of Hogwarts. I believe you still remember that every year I remind you of one thing at the start of the school year. The 2 Aurors were stunned, and after recalling, their expressions changed drastically. They tossed Remus aside and turned to flee as if escaping. Within 2 minutes of Dumbledore's arrival, the calmness of the previous scene was restored. Remus lay on the ground, with only Dumbledore, Asker, and Hermione standing. Having dealt with the uninvited guests, it was now time to resolve their own issues. Knowing that it's better to act first than to suffer later, Asker jumped in to speak before Dumbledore could. Ahem, we were just passing by, just bad luck. Asker seemed to regret his words, unsure whether he meant bad luck in encountering the Aurors or Dumbledore. Dumbledore did not delve into this issue, but merely reminded him. Every year, at the beginning of the school year, I remind you of one thing. First-year students, please note that the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to students. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. That's it, huh? Well, we will remember. Asker spoke rapidly, and after finishing, he grabbed Hermione's hand and left without a word. Dumbledore was unconcerned. After bending down to check Remus's injuries, he called out to the already distant Asker, because you trespassed in the Forbidden Forest, a week's labor punishment. Go find your respective househead. Asker, who had walked quite a distance, happened to hear this and stumbled, nearly falling over. After regaining his balance, he immediately turned around and gave the middle finger in that direction, but Dumbledore was already gone. Ah! Grabbing his hair in frustration, Asker looked very pained. He was a lazy person and despised labor punishment the most. It was foreseeable that the headmaster Snape, with whom he did not have a good relationship, would not assign him any easy tasks. Thinking about this lasting for a week, Asker felt a strong impulse to find a way to get rid of Snape and get a Kinder Slytherin head. Compared to Asker, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief because she had originally thought Dumbledore would deduct points from them, which would have made her feel extremely guilty. Of course, before she died, she would definitely deal with Asker, that troublesome jerk. It's all your fault. Yes, I'll take the blame for this. Asker responded casually, but he was actually thinking about how Dumbledore would handle Sirius Black's matter. He wondered if Dumbledore could understand Sirig's true intentions. Otherwise, wouldn't Sirig have died in vain? Deep in the Forbidden Forest, golden red flames descended again as Dumbledore took Remus back to Hogwarts and handed him over to Madame Pomfrey. He returned, and this time, he appeared deep in the Forbidden Forest, an area that even the Centaur tribe, which claimed to have lived here for many years, had not penetrated. At this moment, there were already two individuals here. One was Sirig, using Peter Pettigrew's form, and the other was cloaked and hooded, his features obscured by the shadows of the trees. He stood before Sirig, quietly watching Dumbledore's arrival. Dumbledore stared at the man, sensing a familiar aura about him, which was why he didn't act immediately. He seemed like an acquaintance. However, Hogwarts does not welcome you either. Don't be so certain, Dumbledore. A somewhat weary and aged voice came from beneath the hood. I want to make a deal with you, and you'll be very interested in its content. Oh, really? Dumbledore smiled. I don't oppose a deal, but I want to make some modifications to the content. With a slight shake of his sleeve, a slender wand slipped into Dumbledore's palm. He raised his arm, pointing the wand at the man, still wearing that relaxed smile that suggested everything was under control. If you defeat me, you can leave. Otherwise, you stay. As you wish. Ask ultimately gave up on the idea of getting rid of Snape, partly because the punishment Snape assigned him was to clean the Hogwarts kitchen. Does the Hogwarts kitchen need cleaning? What are those pureblood house elves for? Thus, Ask only needed to make a round in the kitchen each night, grab some food and drinks, and then return to his dorm to sleep. It's worth mentioning that when Ask last visited the kitchen, he scared the poor little house elves so much that they all patted their chests and promised to deliver a midnight snack to Ask every night. Whatever he needed, he just had to leave a note in the dorm, and the house elves would take it back and fulfill his requests while cleaning. Such a good deal? When Draco learned about this, he felt quite unbalanced. However, after considering what Ask had done for those house elves, Draco thought Ask truly was one of a kind. The first Quidditch match of the semester against Gryffindor ended in a draw, or rather, the match didn't count and needed to be replayed. As for why this happened, one would have to ask the unfortunate defense against the dark arts professor, but it seemed he couldn't speak right now to recount his tragic experience. After all, the golden snitch going into his mouth and being swallowed before free-falling from the high platform was a terrifying thought. Even if this golden snitch couldn't be used anymore, Hogwarts had more than one golden snitch, and soon it reappeared on the field. However, Dumbledore suddenly stood up and forcibly ended the match before hastily leaving the stands, disappearing without a trace. Dumbledore must be getting old and confused. This is favoritism. Draco was furious when he mentioned this. The Slytherin team had been dominating, and it seemed they should have won, but Dumbledore declared this match invalid and said they would compete again next time. Although the score from this match would carry over, it gave Gryffindor a breather, and they would be better prepared. While discussing this, Draco didn't forget to complain to Ask, as the so-called school-wide restroom tour never happened. The situation was clear. Dumbledore must have sensed my little tricks and took action ahead of time. This explains his later behavior. He's showing favoritism towards Gryffindor. Ask confidently shifted all the blame onto Dumbledore, showing no guilt or unease, since he had basically refunded all the money to Jamma. Speaking of which, Jamma was indeed unlucky. Ask was the type of character one would want to avoid at all costs. So why would she provoke him? When it comes to severing ties, the more rational a person is, the less likely they are to do it. A personality that flips like a book often limits a person's vision. Moreover, in Jamma's eyes, Ask's character would eventually lead to retribution. He seemed very keen on creating enemies and didn't care who became his adversary. Hermione had voiced her opinions about Ask's way of doing things, but no matter how she expressed it, Ask's behavior didn't change, or rather, it didn't change for the better. Ask had his own unique explanation for this. Don't you find this interesting? What's interesting about it? Hermione felt she was going crazy. She could bet a Canute that less than a third of Hogwarts held a neutral opinion of Ask. If voting could make Ask disappear, she'd probably not see him again the next day. I just like the way you look at me with disdain. yet feel helpless against me. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of dull sounds, Ask casually pushed up his glasses, shrugged, and said to Hermione, who was panting but completely helpless against him, as he had claimed, "I've just learned a little something recently, the repelling charm. It seems the effect is quite good." The repelling charm, as the name suggests, repels. It is also a spell that wouldn't appear in the spellbook because it was invented by Gellert Grindelwald. But seriously, do you think everything would get better if I did nothing? Why wouldn't it? Ask smiled slightly, different from before. His smile was bitter, which puzzled Hermione greatly. "Well, you remember my surname, right? Grindelwald." Hermione nodded. She knew Ask's surname, but didn't understand what it meant. Ask scratched his head. He had thought Hermione knew what Grindelwald signified. But he forgot that the Ministry of Magic went to great lengths to conceal certain things, especially since that event hadn't taken place in the UK and had minimal impact. In the Muggle world, in 1945, a war maniac named Adolf Hitler died, and that global war was nearing its end, which you know. However, around the same time, the war in the wizarding world also ended, yet not many people knew about it. Why? Ask didn't answer, but shifted the topic to another matter. Actually, before coming to Hogwarts, I was studying at Durmstrang. Durmstrang? One of the 3 major wizarding schools in Europe, renowned for teaching the dark arts. After briefly introducing Durmstrang, Ask asked Hermione, "How many students are there at Hogwarts now?" "A few hundred, I guess." "Can you be more accurate?" "Around 400. Ask nodded and calmly stated something quite unsettling. "At that time, there were over 380 students at Durmstrang who wanted to kill me." "What?" I said. "At that time, there were over 380 students at Durmstrang who wanted to kill me." Ask repeated, then glanced at Hermione, understanding what she was thinking. But the situation was entirely different from what she imagined. "I didn't leave because of that. I left because of another matter." "Why?" Hermione asked, feeling her brain was completely overloaded. "Why do they want to kill you? What did you do?" "I didn't do anything," Ask said calmly, "but they want to kill me. From the moment they saw me and learned my name, they wanted to kill me." For such a sensational and unbelievable thing, Hermione could only find one explanation. Have they gone mad? They haven't gone mad. On the contrary, they are very clear-headed because they know they cannot take my life through illegal means, as the consequences would be unbearable for everyone. Ask spoke as if telling a story completely unrelated to him, judging by his expression and tone. The reason is quite cliché, because of hatred, because of killing. In simple terms, my grandfather killed their relatives back in the day. It's quite annoying. Hatred always lasts long. It has been nearly half a century since 1945, yet they still remembering the hatred, remembering the vengeance. Your grandfather, Gellert Grindelwald, is probably the Adolf Hitler of the wizarding world, even sharing the same nationality. My grandfather was also German. At this point, Hermione understood Ask's meaning. There probably aren't many people in the Muggle world who don't know what Adolf Hitler did. By analogy, whether Ask's grandfather, Gellert Grindelwald, was a good person or a bad person, whether he did good or bad deeds, is quite obvious. So, do you think that at Durmstrang, even if I am kind to others, they will let me go? Ask asked a question, the answer to which was quite clear. Similarly, debts don't worry the debtor, and having more enemies at Hogwarts wouldn't bother me at all. So, this is a story of a grandfather who pits his grandson in a difficult position. What did someone say? Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The grievances of the grandfather's generation, Ask could neither resolve nor cared to resolve. As for the saying of repaying kindness with kindness, it turns out one shouldn't read pirated books. The omissions and missing words are too serious, easily misleading the youth. After all, the original words seem to say, repaying kindness with kindness. How about it? Confucius said, how to repay kindness. Repay resentment with fairness. Repay kindness with kindness. A certain sage said so, since they've given face and don't care for it, then just beat them to death and stomp them hard, making them understand why the flowers are so red. By the way, let me clarify, I didn't transfer here for self-preservation. Ask rubbed his hair, as if it was time for a haircut. Long hair always felt uncomfortable. Well, actually, it was to protect those unfortunate souls at Durmstrang. Why? Everyone has a gossiping heart. Perhaps such probing inquiries are a bit impolite and inevitably suspicious of digging into wounds. But Hermione couldn't help but ask. Ask seemed to care little about such matters, looking as if he were fabricating a story, or perhaps reading a pre-written novel. Because someone died later, Ask said flatly, and then they considered me a dangerous person, regardless of whether I did it or not, and expelled me. Hermione really had nothing to say. Although Ask spoke very simply, human lives are no small matter. How could it be as simple as he said? However, if the parties involved did not care at all, then being overly enthusiastic seemed inappropriate. Well, let us stop here. Ask stood up, brushed off his clothes, looked up at the increasingly cloudy sky, turned his head as if he remembered something, and asked Hermione, "Have you read the recent newspapers?" "I have," Hermione replied. "It seems there is no news." "None?" Ask squinted thoughtfully, then said, "There will be soon. It's about time." "You know again." Hermione huffed, very displeased. Every time she was with Ask, she felt her intelligence was insufficient. Why could he see through everything and know everything, as if there were no secrets in front of him? "Isn't it obvious?" Ask said, as if it were a matter of course. "You didn't forget everything we saw last time, did you? That incident in the Forbidden Forest. Someone died there too. It hasn't made the news in recent days, but it will soon make the headlines." Hermione was stunned upon hearing this. During this time, she had been busy with Professor McGonagall's labor punishment and had overlooked this matter. Now that she thought about it, this kind of thing surely couldn't be kept under wraps. Whether it was the death of a Ministry of Magic envoy or the capture of Sirius Black. However, thinking of this matter only raised more questions for Hermione, because although that case from over a decade ago seemed clear-cut, what she saw that day was just a small part, and it had already aroused her suspicion. She remembered the names of several key people. The one named Peter Pettigrew, although dead, should have died over a decade ago, not just a week ago. "Don't worry. In a few days, the newspapers will publish everything." Seeing Hermione still wanting to ask took out a bottle of drink from his pocket to moisten his lips. And of course, he didn't forget to give Hermione a bottle. The two of them chatted as they walked, almost reaching the castle entrance. This time, although it can't be said that the truth will be revealed, at least it can clear that person's name. Well, justice may be delayed, but it won't be absent. Delayed justice is still justice. What is it all about? At the castle entrance, Hermione grabbed Ask's hand, raised her head to stare at Ask, exuding a commanding presence, as if she wouldn't let him go until she got an answer. "This tugging and pulling isn't good, is it?" Looking at the students passing by with various expressions, Ask said helplessly, "I think we will become the news of the school tomorrow." Hermione huffed. "Are you scared?" "I'm not scared, but—" Ask shrugged, then turned his hand to grasp Hermione's hand and lifted it to his chest, as this kind of thing should be initiated by the boy. Having a pale face has one downside. It becomes particularly obvious when blushing. Hermione's face was flushed at that moment. Speaking of describing a person's blush, apples or tomatoes are often used. Rarely are there other descriptors. I wonder if using other comparisons would be better, like, Hermione's face is red like the 5-star red flag. Hermione's face is red like the red light of a traffic signal. Hermione's face is red like nitric oxide or iron trioxide. It's quite unfortunate, although Hermione was very touched. This feeling only lasted a few seconds, and she continued with her previous question. "What is it all about?" Ask's mouth twitched a few times, and his smile froze. "It's not that I don't want to say, but this matter is really hard to explain. You can take your time. I'm not in a hurry. Dinner time is here. Aren't you hungry?" "I'm not hungry. Not eating dinner is bad for your health," Hermione retorted. "Then why don't you hurry up and tell me what you know so we can go eat dinner?" Ask. It was clear that Hermione was truly determined. Ask felt that dragging it out was meaningless, so he said helplessly, "All right, I will tell you everything I know, but much of it is my own speculation without any evidence to prove it." "Humph. It doesn't take long to explain everything because it's really that simple. The reason it's so simple is that many things still don't have answers. It's like a Sudoku game. Once you fill in some parts, you get a rough idea. But until all the blanks are filled, you don't know what each blank represents. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. In a few days, Sirius Black will likely be exonerated, and then Peter Pettigrew will be wanted for the murder of Ministry of Magic emissary, Sir White. And for that case from over a decade ago. Perhaps they know Peter is already dead, or maybe they don't, but it doesn't matter anymore. People need an explanation, or rather, they need someone to take the blame. It's better to pin it on Peter than for the Ministry of Magic to bear the burden themselves. After summarizing the situation in a lengthy paragraph, Ask had a yawn. He wasn't sleepy, just tired. Compared to his lethargy, Hermione was much more spirited, even glowing with energy. But who betrayed the Potters? Who knows? Ask chuckled softly, as if speaking to himself. Now that you know the ins and outs, don't you realize that something feels off? The secret keeper being Peter is known only to the Potters, Sirius, and himself. This is a case of habitual thinking. People tend to assume that the traitor must be one of them. But what if there are other secret keepers, the ones that Sirius and Peter don't even know about? Hermione rubbed her temples. After the excitement, she felt overwhelmed with the amount of information, leading to a slight headache. These are just your speculations. The most likely speculations. And if this speculation is wrong, then something even more incomprehensible might happen. Ask smiled, whispering to himself, if there are no other secret keepers, and neither Sirius nor Peter are traitors, then who else could it be? It's quite interesting. I'd really like to figure out what's going on, but unfortunately, unless that person shows up again, there probably won't be another chance. Although he said this, Ask knew very well in his heart that that person would definitely show up again, for no other reason than that he couldn't possibly back down now. Otherwise, why would he have done so much? What does he want? Or rather, what do they want? Sometimes things are just so coincidental. Just 5 days later, the Ministry of Magic's mouthpiece, the Daily Prophet, published a rare article that took up 3 full pages to report on the matter. Sirius Black exonerated. Ministry of Magic uncovers the truth after years of investigation. The first page featured a large headline and a photo showing the scene of Sirius Black being declared innocent at the Xiang. In the photo, aside from Sirius Black looking utterly bewildered as if he had no idea what was happening, the most eye-catching figure was Albus Dumbledore, wearing a purple robe with the letter W embroidered on his chest, holding a parchment. He was the chief wizard of the Xiang, responsible for announcing the verdict. The first page didn't have much to say. It was mostly an introduction to the scene at the time. The second page detailed Sirius Black's deeds and the case that led to his conviction as a traitor. This had been introduced once before during Sirius's escape, but this time it was evidently more detailed. Finally, the third page mostly described how the Ministry of Magic uncovered the truth, mentioning that a statue would be erected in honor of Surig, who died in the line of duty. The esteemed leaders of the ministry each gave speeches, filled with long-winded praises that caused many to overlook a remark made by the head of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour. The real traitor, Peter Pettigrew, remains at large, but we will catch him soon. This article, avoiding the main issues, distorting facts, covering up the truth, and filled with flattery, was, in a sense, nothing more than a pile of garbage. However, this issue of the Daily Prophet nearly sold out, reportedly breaking the sales record of the previous issue that announced Voldemort's defeat. So this article was actually written by Gilderoy Lockhart. After reading the newspaper, even Ask felt a bit annoyed. Initially, he hadn't paid attention to who wrote it, but upon seeing that it subtly mentioned that the case was resolved with the help of a professor who came to Hogwarts to follow leads, the professor's identity became quite obvious, really generous. Should I say this is the level of performance we expect from you, old man? Sitting in Dumbledore's office, Ask put down the newspaper and gave Dumbledore the middle finger in disdain. It's not about the means, nor the process, but the result. Dumbledore's words also acknowledged the mutual compromise between him and the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry saved face, minimized losses, and diverted people's attention, while Dumbledore saved Sirius Black, which was a significant morale boost for the other members of the Order of the Phoenix. As for the unfortunate Surig, who died, and Gilderoy Lockhart, who gained credit for nothing, one could only say that life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven. There is no one to blame. Ask smirked. Even though he knew this was the best outcome, he couldn't help but mock. Isn't being unscrupulous the Slytherin way? Dumbledore blinked and said, I am neither a Gryffindor student nor the head of Gryffindor. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. In my eyes, Slytherin and Gryffindor are equal. So you delayed the match to restart. Ask rolled his eyes and gestured with another middle finger. Speaking of which, today is the day of a match. You, old man, can skip it, but why leave me here? If you don't give an explanation, do you believe I will eat all your sweets? Saying this, Ask grabbed a cockroach cluster from the jar on the desk and tossed it into his mouth, chewing it a couple of times before swallowing. It's nothing, just chatting. He said this, but if it were just casual conversation, Dumbledore wouldn't have specifically called Ask to the headmaster's office. Ask leaned against the wall, tilted his head, and looked around recklessly, his eyes lingering on the phoenix, Fawkes, in a way that almost tempted the bird to peck at him. How much is your bird? Ask suddenly asked. Not for sale. Name a price. Ask pulled out a pouch of coins from his pocket, as if he intended to settle the transaction on the spot, neither taking out a loan nor asking for a mortgage. Seeing that Ask seemed ready to discuss the pricing of Fawkes for a day and a night, Dumbledore had no choice but to forcibly steer the topic back to the main issue. All right, let's talk business. Does that mean if we finish talking business, you'll sell me the bird? No. Then let's continue talking about the bird. We'll talk business when we're done. The subsequent trivial chatter won't be detailed here. Anyway, when Dumbledore finally shifted the topic to the broader picture, a cheerful sound drifted in through the window's crack. Hey, Gryffindor won. Ask glanced at Dumbledore. So this year's House Cup goes to Slytherin, no problem, right? Dumbledore listened to the cheers with a smile of satisfaction, and then politely declined to ask. The House Cup is something that happens after the school year ends. It's too early for that now. I've already made a reservation, so let us not waste time talking about it. Just tell me if you're going to give it to me or not. Ask sat up a bit straighter, although he still looked like a spineless, soft-bodied creature. His expression had become much more serious. In any case, I'm determined to win the House Cup this year. I'll let you have it next year. This year it's for other purposes. I want it to be useful next year. Ask slapped the table, stood up suddenly, rolled up his sleeves, and pretended to go up and hit Dumbledore. I'll say it once today, either give me the House Cup or give me your bird. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He was quite fed up with this reckless, fearless person who didn't know the meaning of death or respect. It should be said that indeed, a family doesn't enter the same door. The difficulty of dealing with this person was no less than that of someone from the past. After weighing the situation, Dumbledore calculated the significance of what he was about to say against the House Cup and finally nodded reluctantly. Well, you said it. So we've made a pleasant decision. This year you'll give me the House Cup, and next year you'll give me the bird. The latter was your suggestion. Can't you be a bit more generous? Ignoring Ask's unreasonable antics, Dumbledore cleared his throat and finally managed to say the words that had been stuck in his throat for almost 2 hours. Are you interested in the Chamber of Secrets? No. A concise and straightforward answer, typical of Ask. This response didn't surprise Dumbledore, so he continued. There are many treasures in the Chamber of Secrets. Are you interested? You're trying to trick children. Just because you say there are, doesn't mean there are. Ask said disdainfully. Dumbledore smiled slightly and pulled out a book from his drawer, placing it in front of Ask. The pages opened to a certain section by themselves, revealing several highlighted sentences. Ask glanced at it, then looked at Dumbledore again, frowned, and began weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Why did you come to me? I was originally going to look for Harry, but this matter is too risky. Even I can't guarantee safety. You actually spoke the truth? Just a slip of the tongue. Consider it as if you didn't hear it. In fact, even if Dumbledore hadn't said anything, Ask was already prepared to deal with the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk. The reason isn't too complicated. Christmas is coming soon, and he needs to prepare some gifts for friends and family. Extracting things from the chamber is definitely cheaper than spending money to buy new ones. Moreover, everyone says there are many good things in the chamber, and the basilisk is a treasure all over. If he can catch it alive, it would definitely sell for a good price. Dating costs money. Ask looked at his deflated wallet, feeling the pressure, but if Hermione heard this, it would definitely cause problems. Because she really hadn't spent much of Ask's money. At most, she had only bought a few books. In short, making money is easy, but spending it is quick. If he can save, he should. With 5 days left until Christmas, excluding 2 days for the early holiday return for students, Ask had only 3 days left at school. If he couldn't sort it out in 3 days, he would have to wait until after Christmas to return to school. After spending a day and a half preparing properly, late at night, Ask once again strolled out alone. In fact, there were indeed some people wandering outside at midnight. Ask often ran into the Weasley twins from Gryffindor. They would share a knowing smile and go about their business. Actually, Ask had already entered the Chamber of Secrets once, but that time he only accessed the hall, not the core of the chamber. It's quite simple to think about. The scene he saw that day could only be considered the periphery. Items left by Salazar Slytherin, such as books, potions, and props, couldn't possibly be stored there, as it wasn't suitable for keeping things. Items would mold if left there for too long. The girls' bathroom was not Ask's first visit. The last time he entered the chamber, the passage connecting to the lake outside Hogwarts suddenly opened wide as he was leaving, and the rushing lake water not only expelled him from the chamber, but also destroyed the original entrance. However, from what Ask could see now, it seemed Dumbledore had already repaired it. The problem was that if he wanted to enter, it seemed he would have to blow up the water basin. Couldn't Dumbledore be a bit more straightforward and leave an entrance for both parties? Isn't it really fun being a handyman? Ahem, art is about explosions. Ask cleared his throat, drew out the wand he had borrowed from Draco, waved it, recited the spell, and just like last time, he tossed a few explosive spells at the basin. Dumbledore seemed not to have cast any additional spells, and like last time, the basin shattered into pieces, revealing a circular entrance below, dark and obscured, making it impossible to see what was inside. Time to dive into the sewer. Ask took out a hard hat and put on, then pressed a button. The flashlight attached to it was quite bright, and the strong light had good penetration, which was one of the props Ask had prepared. Following the usual practice, he added some defensive spells, walked to the entrance, stretched his limbs, and prepared to jump in. 1, 2, 3. Counting silently to 3, Ask pushed off with his feet, but didn't jump into the pipe. Instead, he leaped to the left side of his original position. As soon as his left foot landed, Ask twisted his waist, straightened his right leg, and kicked hard into the empty space. This kick didn't seem to be in vain. Although he still couldn't see anything, the scream he heard certainly existed. The sensation in his foot also told Ask that he had kicked someone's backside, and it had a nice bounce to it. Evidently, there is someone. Facing the air, Ask seemed to be talking to himself, then took a step to the right and pushed forward with force. No matter who you are, you'll do for scouting the way. Just like before, the sensation in his hand confirmed that there was indeed a person there, standing about 8 meters tall. This unidentified pursuer was quite clumsy, with slow reflexes. If it were Ask, even if he hadn't sensed it before, being kicked would surely make him realize he had been exposed, but this person actually remained frozen in place. A drawn-out scream gradually faded away. Being suddenly pushed into a completely unknown dark tunnel would make anyone feel fear and terror. Ask stood at the pipe entrance, listening intently. He heard the sounds of scraping, panic screams, crashing noises, and finally a loud smack like a big pancake hitting the ground. Looks like there's no problem. Ask shrugged, first glancing around, then walked to the pipe entrance and jumped in. After Ask jumped in, 5 minutes later, a person walked in from the girls' bathroom, looking around nervously. Facing the dark room and the scattered debris, he hesitated for a moment, then approached the pipe entrance, took a deep breath, and jumped in. It seems tonight is quite lively. Having had a similar experience before, Ask was extremely calm this time, as if sliding down a water park slide, with twisting and turning pipes that seemed endless. Just like last time, Ask fell down in a face-planting position, but didn't feel any pain at all. The miserable howl came from the mat beneath Ask, which should belong to the unfortunate follower who had fallen headfirst down the roller coaster and landed in a rather ungraceful manner. Perhaps they had fainted during the fall and were lying still, thus becoming Ask's cushion. Well, thanks a lot. With a lack of sincerity, Ask muttered a thank you, lowered his head, and grabbed the hair of the person on the ground, pulling upwards with some force. TSK. It was actually Professor Lockhart. After confirming the identity of the unconscious Lockhart by grabbing his hair, Ask gently released his grip, causing Lockhart's head to hit the ground, which led to another painful cry and Lockhart waking up again. Good evening, Professor Lockhart. Ask sat on Lockhart's stomach, greeting him while also wiping the dirt off his hands using Lockhart's clothes. Where is this? Lockhart looked a bit bewildered. He was in a rather dire state. His hair was disheveled. Something sticky and foul-smelling clung to him. His clothes were tattered with rips and holes everywhere. And he had some wounds on his face, with a swollen bump on his forehead. Ask cleaned his hands, turned to Lockhart with a blank expression, and asked, Professor, do you have your wallet? Eat dough. Lockhart was about to continue speaking, but Ask impatiently pressed his wand against Lockhart's chin, while the other hand searched for the wallet on Lockhart's body. What are you doing? Robbing the rich to help the poor. Finding the wallet, Ask squeezed it, then smilingly put it into his own pocket, also taking Lockhart's wand. He raised the wand, just about to cast a spell on Lockhart to make him fall asleep again when a rustling sound came from nearby. Unlike Lockhart, Ask was quick to react, jumping to the side and turning off the flashlight above his head. About 10 seconds later, a dark object fell from the sky and landed once more on the unfortunate Lockhart. Another cry, and Lockhart fainted again. History was remarkably similar. The third person to arrive here was quite alert, quickly standing up and reaching into their pocket as if to pull out their wand. Hey, don't bother. Ask held a wand in each hand, looking at the dark figure with a smile, saying, Don't look for it. Your wand is with me. Shaking the wand in his left hand, Ask waved the wand that belonged to Gilderoy Lockhart in his right hand, chanting a spell. Obliviate. Cherry wood with a dragon heartstring, 9 inches, slightly flexible. Walking through the long and winding tunnel, Ask played with the wand in his hand, recalling the feeling when he cast the spell, and couldn't help but shake his head with amusement. Has Ollivander become senile to sell this wand to Lockhart? In the wand-making world, cherrywood wands are known to be very particular, especially when sold. A suitable owner must be chosen, regardless of the core used. Cherrywood wands usually grant their owner deadly power. It is especially important to note that if paired with a dragon heartstring, it must not be given to a wizard without self-control and strong mental fortitude. Yes, indeed, Gilderoy Lockhart's wand is cherry wood with a dragon heartstring, and such wands should not be sold to specific groups of people, and judging by what is known, Lockhart is clearly unqualified. Regarding the selection of a suitable wand when starting school at age 11, Ask has always found it very unreliable. Although there is a saying that you can see a person's life by age 3, To say that a person's future choices and development are determined at age 11 is a bit too fantastical. Isn't it? At least in Lockhart's case. Ollivander selling him the wand was definitely not the right decision. That being said, Ask looked down at the wand he was holding in his other hand. Hawthorn wood with unicorn hair. This combination is not problematic, but the holder seems to be mismatched with this wand at first glance. Generally, wand makers summarize the following rules about wand cores: talented and daring people, phoenix feather, fearless people, lioness mane, people with strong sense of justice and pure hearts, unicorn hair, strong people, dragon tendons, clever and cunning people, dragon nerves, charming people, vila hair, ordinary people, dog hair. Therefore, regarding the wand core, the general holder of this wand is typically someone with a strong sense of justice and a pure heart, while hawthorn would represent contradiction and complexity, making it difficult to master, just like the hawthorn tree itself, whose leaves and flowers have healing properties, while the branches can be deadly. In summary, this wand suits someone who is righteous yet slightly hypocritical, which seems to match its holder quite well. Unlike Ask, who was still evaluating the wand shop owner, the other person following Ask felt anxious. Although he wasn't exactly a good kid, and sneaking out at midnight wasn't a first. To be as calm and natural as Ask might require more practice. Ask, let us go back. Draco finally couldn't hold back. Not just out of fear of the dark and the unknown, but sneaking out in the middle of the night, vandalizing school property, robbing a famous professor, and even erasing his memory with a spell. Any one of these incidents would be a serious violation, and if caught in the act, Draco felt that even though his dad was on the Hogwarts board, it wouldn't help. Then you could just go back, Ask said without looking back. Draco stopped, his face uncertain as he fell into a dilemma, and as Ask walked away, the light here grew dimmer until it was pitch black. Damn it, my wand is still with you. How can I go back if you don't give it back to me? Convincing himself with this reason, Draco set off again, striding after Ask, not knowing if it was because he had stayed too long. After chasing for a while, Draco finally saw a faint light, and his anxiety eased. But clearly, he was too early to feel relieved. After jogging for a bit, when the faint light slowly brightened, Draco realized something seemed off because the light source was not Ask's flashlight above his head. From a distance, it looked more like a bonfire, but as he got closer, he found it appeared to be a fireplace. A fireplace? It was quite strange. Although he could see the flames from afar, he couldn't see anything around the fire. As he got closer, when Draco took another step, everything in front of him underwent a dramatic change. It was like returning from a small dark room to the bright world. The not-so-bright light was so intense that Draco could barely open his eyes and could only slowly adapt to the sudden change in environment through the gaps between his fingers. After a while, once his eyes adjusted to the intensity of the light, Draco lowered his hand that had been shielding his eyes. As he turned his head, his mouth opened wider and wider in shock, unable to close as he took in everything before him. What exactly did he see? Draco had been in Dumbledore's office once during his first year. Although he didn't have a good impression of Dumbledore, he had to admit that when Dumbledore sat in a chair, looking down at him from across the desk, it felt as if he couldn't breathe properly. It was the weight of a millennium of history, a tangible embodiment of the concept of history. The walls were adorned with portraits of past headmasters, and the history of the floor might be even older than some wizarding family's legacies. Every inch of the headmaster's office was filled with an atmosphere that felt like someone was whispering in your ear, telling you that this was the Hogwarts headmaster's office, the core and heart of Hogwarts. Now, standing at the edge of this room, Draco found himself feeling that same sensation. He almost thought he had been discovered by Dumbledore and brought back to the headmaster's office. However, sitting behind that desk was not Dumbledore, but a skeleton, a corpse that belonged to no one he recognized. The layout and decor of this room were also different from Dumbledore's office. Everywhere he looked, there were decorations in silver and green, and serpentine symbols were almost everywhere. From spoons to carpets, the presence of snakes was evident. This was a room with a Slytherin style. Draco trusted his judgment because his own home was similar. Where was this place? Whose skeleton was that? Why was he here? A flurry of questions swirled in Draco's mind as he tried to control his emotions and avoid overthinking. Yet, the more he tried not to think, the more he found himself spiraling into thoughts. Oh, you're here too. A familiar voice interrupted Draco's train of thought. When he looked up, he saw the skull of that skeleton right in front of him, less than 10 centimeters away, its empty eye sockets staring directly into his eyes. Draco had to admit that he was much stronger than Lockhart. At least he didn't faint from fear. However, at that moment, Draco felt as if his legs were petrified, unable to move, causing him to sweat profusely in the cold winter. Suddenly, he felt a blur in front of him, and the skull disappeared, replaced by a familiar face. Ask, "Was it you just now?" Draco, still shaken, turned pale as paper, hoping Ask would nod and say that it was all just a prank. But Ask suddenly frowned, his expression serious as he shook his head. "Not me. Not you?" Draco's voice trembled, but before fear could fully take hold, he noticed what Ask was holding in his right hand, and his eyes widened. "Okay, fine, it was me." Ask waved his right hand, revealing that he was holding the very skull from before. With no guilt for the prank, he patted Draco on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Draco, you need to work on your courage. This won't do. Do you think everyone is like you?" Draco retorted without thinking, arguing that holding a creepy skull as a toy was not something a 12-year-old should be doing. "Hey, if you treat this thing like a treasure, you'll be just like me," Ask shrugged. "This thing doesn't look like a treasure at all." "Oh, so you don't plan on keeping it?" Ask lowered his right hand and raised his left, holding a segment of spine, waving it a few times. He said with a hint of regret and nostalgia, "If I'm not mistaken, this bone seems to belong to Salazar Slytherin. I never expected he would return to Hogwarts and die here." Draco didn't fully register the latter part of Ask's statement, but he clearly heard the first part. Suddenly, he began to doubt his hearing. What did he just hear? That pile of bones belonged to Salazar Slytherin? Merlin above, what was going on? Unlike the disheveled Draco, Ask scratched his head, looking at the spine in his hand and muttering to himself, "This should fetch a good price, right? Salazar Slytherin's bones must be worth a lot." It might have been a trick of the light, but it seemed like the skull in Ask's right hand twitched at the corners of its mouth. Birds of a feather flocked together. Those living near the Juju family had redder skin, those near the Mo family had darker skin, and those living near Ask had a stronger capacity for acceptance. The same words spoken by different people had different effects. Oddly enough, even though Ask, with his colorful language, had tricked him many times, he would never lack the kind of people who would bravely leap into the pit after him. Wait a minute. How do you know it's Salazar Slytherin?" "This." Ask walked over to the skeleton that had lost its skull and a segment of its spine. "How do you know he isn't Salazar Slytherin? If you can't prove he isn't Salazar Slytherin, then why can't he be? That sounds somewhat reasonable. I can't refute it." Following Ask's logic, Draco began to think there might be some truth in it. Since he couldn't confirm that this person wasn't Salazar Slytherin, why couldn't he be? Wait, something seems off. This room, resembling a study, had a strong medieval flavor, with some decorations that could fetch astronomical prices in the Muggle world. Everything in this room was harmonious, except for the skeleton leaning against the chair, which fell out of place. Like a black and white traitor mixed in with a group of brown-yellow pandas, completely mismatched. The skeleton should have been found in a dark, cold cave, covered in cobwebs, with only faded pieces of once grand clothing left, sitting atop a treasure chest with a key hanging around its neck. This robe seems quite valuable. Ask pulled off the robe from the skeleton, weighing it in his hand, only to find it as thin as a cicada's wing and light as a feather. He couldn't tell what material it was made from. With both hands pinching the shoulders, he gestured to his own body, clearly indicating that the original owner must have been over 8 meters tall, far too big for Ask. The robe was a mix of silver and green, adorned with intricate and solemn patterns, with a dizzying badge hanging at the chest area, seemingly a family emblem. The combination of silver and green, the family crest worn at the chest, and the fine material clearly indicated that this was a typical Slytherin-style garment. It is well known that the 4 Hogwarts houses are associated with the 4 elements, which also determines their respective colors. Gryffindor, red and gold, is related to fire. Slytherin, green and silver, is related to water. Hufflepuff, yellow and black, representing wheat and soil, is related to earth, and Ravenclaw, blue and bronze, representing the sky, and eagle feathers, is related to air. Typically, most witches and wizards wear purple or green in public, often together, to recognize one another. In much of Europe, including Britain, purple carries connotations of royalty and religion, and the dye for purple is relatively expensive, so in the past, only the wealthy could afford it. For example, the rings of bishops who are muggles are usually made of amethyst. Green clothing is not to be worn casually. For instance, wearing green at a wedding is absolutely forbidden, as green is associated with misfortune and death. Green is the color of many dark magics, with the killing curse and the dark mark being notable examples. The combination of purple and green favored by witches and wizards actually alludes to the duality of magic, the noble and the vile, the beneficial and the harmful. That's not right. Draco bravely walked over, his good upbringing and etiquette telling him that desecrating the dead is immoral and could even bring misfortune. What's wrong? I think this robe looks pretty nice. Ask turned around to show Draco the newly acquired robe. Although Draco also thought the robe was indeed impressive, and he even wanted to get his hands on it, he still shook his head and said, "Desecrating the dead and disturbing them is wrong. We should leave." Leave? Ask looked at Draco as if he were foolish, shrugged his shoulders, and turned his back to Draco, saying, "Don't you understand the situation? We're in Salazar Slytherin's study, the legendary Chamber of Secrets. Don't you want to take something back as a souvenir?" Salazar Slytherin's study, the legendary Chamber of Secrets. If Draco claimed he had no other thoughts, he probably wouldn't believe it himself. However, what he wanted to do conflicted with his upbringing, presenting an irreconcilable contradiction. If he took even a needle or thread from here, it would essentially mean denying and betraying the etiquette and morals he had been taught for the past 12 years. "I want to, but I can't do this." "Why can't you do this?" Ask put the robe into his pocket and began stuffing things from the room into his own pockets. Whether it was the skeleton or the chair he was sitting on, anything he could take was being shoved into his pockets, as if he were moving. Because it's wrong. What's wrong? Desecrating the dead. Desecrating the dead. Ask turned around, stared at Draco for a moment, and suddenly burst out laughing. Draco was a bit annoyed and glared at Ask, shouting, "What are you laughing at? TSK, you clearly want it, but you insist on denying it for some meaningless reason." Ask held up an emerald, snorted disdainfully, and looked at his desires directly, neither yielding nor rejecting, but trying to figure out what he really needed and wanted to do. "Sigh, what is the point of telling you all this? You won't understand anyway." "I don't understand, but I know that if something is wrong, no amount of embellishment or explanation can cover it up. Then what do you think is right? What do you think is wrong?" Ask asked, pulling Draco's wand out and tossing it to him. "If you think you're right and I'm wrong, then you can stop me." Catching the wand, Draco gritted his teeth and raised the wand at Ask. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Draco still held up the wand, but began to back away from Ask step by step, retreating all the way to the door. "I'm not your match, so I can't stop you alone." Hee, quite self-aware. "I'll go out, find a professor, find Dumbledore, find someone who can stop you." Draco took another step back, one foot already out of the room. "You can still give up now. You think too much, young man." Ask used a scraping ear spoon to clean his ear, smiling as he said, "The one who sent me here to move is Dumbledore. You want Dumbledore to stop me? That joke isn't funny at all. What? If it weren't for the restrictions here, where only those who align with Salazar Slytherin's ideals can enter, the one moving here and desecrating the dead would be the Dumbledore you plan to seek help from." Ask still wore a smile. But Draco felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, chilled to the bone. "Likewise, since I can enter here, it means I pass Salazar Slytherin's test. I am qualified to be his heir. So shouldn't everything here belong to me? I take away what belongs to me. What's wrong with that? Who could be more qualified than me to handle everything related to Salazar Slytherin? That is not right." Draco suddenly shouted. "What is wrong? There is another person who is also qualified." Draco stepped forward. His foot that had originally been outside the room landed heavily on the carpet, making a muffled sound. "That is me. So what? Hand over Salazar Slytherin's body to me, along with his clothes. The rest can belong to you." Draco raised his wand again. This time his hand steadied a lot. "I'm here too. I have qualifications. I just want his body to continue resting here undisturbed." Ask looked at the unusually serious Draco with interest. "What if I refuse?" "That would be the most wrong and regrettable choice you make in your life. That would be the most wrong and regrettable choice you make in your life." In the face of Draco's warning, Ask merely shook his head with indifference and then threw the pile of bones he had collected onto the ground, discarding the precious robe on top of the pile of bones as if it were worthless. "This is what you said." Ask continued to rummage. "You could take this garbage and get lost. Friendship lasts forever." Bah! At that moment, Draco suddenly remembered how he had told his family about his life at Hogwarts last year, and how his father, Lucius Malfoy, had scolded him. "Friends? You consider him a friend? You disappoint me so much. How could I have such a fool for a son?" Lucius seemed very angry at the time, and Draco rarely saw him lose his composure and decorum, almost cursing like a lower-class person, speaking without thinking. But at that time, Draco did not think carefully about why Lucius was so angry, nor did he consider how foolish his first-year life was in the eyes of an adult. Compared to those two chubby sidekicks who did nothing, Draco's actions, which he thought were clever yet reckless, undoubtedly made Lucius, who had high expectations of him, even angrier. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. This was Lucius's final evaluation of Draco's naive view of friendship. If possible, he would like to imprint this sentence into Draco's mind with a spell, so that whenever he thought, he could remember it. Learning by doing, unity of knowledge and action. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Perhaps when he returns this semester, Lucius will be pleased to find that his son has finally grown a little, at least no longer gullible and easily fooled by others' words. But for the parties involved, it's like the moment of breaking out of a cocoon into a butterfly, which is always accompanied by unbearable pain. This pain drives a person to grow and move forward, but no one will ever like it, and they never will. Silently crouching down, Draco carefully spread the robe flat on the ground and gently placed the bones inside, wrapping it up and finally putting it into his storage pocket. He took one last look at Ask, who was scraping the floor, watching him stand on the ladder, putting books from the shelf into a bag. Watching him dismantle the floorboards and take them away. Watching him gradually restore this room to emptiness. Draco suddenly felt that his past self was really foolish. How could he have thought such a person was his friend? Similarly, the towering image of Dumbledore seemed to collapse with a crash. Ask's words nearly shattered Draco's last bit of hope for Dumbledore. From this moment on, he understood how foolish it was to place hope in others. The only person who would never betray him, whom he could completely trust and even entrust his life to, was himself. Think about the recent news reports about the Potters, who entrusted their lives to friends, only to be betrayed and die on the eve of victory. Perhaps their deaths brought victory and peace. But that was not what Draco wanted. He wanted to survive, to live well, to live better than everyone else. He wanted to stand at height, to stand higher than everyone else. Without saying goodbye, without uttering another word, Draco left, waving his wand. The light flickered, illuminating the path, not just the way back. He really left. After rummaging for a while, when his storage pocket was nearly full, Ask stopped. Looking around, he had pried up all the floorboards and packed everything else he could carry into his pockets. There was nothing left in this room worth taking. Quietly tallying up his gains in his heart, Ask suddenly felt he might have been duped by Dumbledore, because many items here were difficult to value and hard to sell. Finding buyers was not easy, and these items were more suitable for reconstructing a personal museum of Salazar Slytherin. It didn't matter. Anyway, these were not what he originally wanted. Ask held a pocket watch-like object in his hand. Although it looked like a pocket watch, inside was just something resembling an hourglass, with a small disc fixing the hourglass being movable. Very familiar. That was Ask's first impression, as he searched his mind for memories related to this item while walking towards the exit. Anyway, he had almost finished searching this area, and it was time to leave. When he reached the door, Ask suddenly remembered what this thing was, but he was puzzled as to why it would appear here. The object Ask held was called a time turner, which, as the name suggests, is a magical item that stores a spell for reversing time for later use. Generally speaking, because the time reversal spell is very unstable, it must be placed in a container. Most time turners encapsulate the 1 hour reversal spell within a small shell, allowing wizards to wear it around their necks and turn it a few times to reverse a few hours. It sounded impressive, but in reality, it was quite useless, as research showed that the longest time travel achievable was about 5 hours. Otherwise, both the time traveler and time itself might suffer serious harm. As for what kind of serious harm, that has not been disclosed. Producing and manufacturing such items is illegal, and if discovered, heavy penalties will be imposed, and the products confiscated. All known time turners are stored in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic on the 9th floor of the British Ministry of Magic. The number of time turners that have leaked outside is minimal, as the staff in the Department of Mysteries seem to have a special ability to detect them, sending people to retrieve them. If this were Salazar Slytherin's room, then it wouldn't be surprising that he had collected a time turner here 1,000 years ago. But Ask was curious because this time turner obviously did not have a history of 1,000 years. The original time turners were actually shaped like hourglasses. The one Ask held was actually designed after 1899, the year when the final corrections were made to time turners, though the experimental results were terrifying and horrific, leading to the Ministry of Magic issuing a ban. That year, Eloise Mintumble was trapped in 1402 for 5 days. Shortly after the Ministry of Magic retrieved her, she died at St. Mungo's Hospital from magical maladies and injuries, and her body had suffered severe damage from the 5 centuries she had traversed on her way back, which was irreversible. In the last few days of Eloise Mintumble's life, worrying signs appeared, and a series of unnatural events occurred, clearly indicating that time itself had been disrupted. The Tuesday she was rescued lasted a full 2.5 days, while Thursday lasted only 4 short hours. She greatly altered the fates of at least 25 people during the 5 days in the distant past, whose descendants did not appear in modern times. The Ministry of Magic worked hard to cover up this incident, and since then, experiments involving time travel have been strictly controlled by law. A 1899 model time turner appeared here. Reflecting on the possible individuals who could have entered this room, Ask blamed Tom Riddle for this, then calmly put this potentially useful little item into his pocket. Going back in time to change some things, one enticing thought, but unfortunately, the safe time limit was only 5 hours. Ask exited the house, and unsurprisingly, the moment he stepped out, the wall behind him transformed back into rock. Looking ahead with the help of the light, the hall where the basilisk was located was still far away. Who would have thought the real Chamber of Secrets was actually in the middle of this path? However, he felt a bit cheated. The most important item had been taken away by him, and everything else in the room combined was not as valuable as it. Ask muttered to himself. The Slytherin students could sense that something must have happened between Ask and Draco. It was as if these two originally close individuals had turned into strangers overnight. Or rather, it was a one-sided estrangement because Ask would still greet Draco, but Draco would absolutely not respond. What happened? This world will never lack people who gloat over others' misfortunes. Nor will it ever lack those who kick someone when they are down, and it certainly won't lack those who, regardless of whether you've done anything, will beat you up just because they don't like you. Feeling in a bad mood? Beat you up. Feeling good? Keep beating you. It's raining today? Beat you up. It's sunny today? You little brat won't get away. Let me beat you up first. After dealing with a few foolish extras who didn't even have names, Christmas arrived. Like most students, Ask took the Hogwarts Express to King's Cross Station and unexpectedly saw a few familiar faces here, including Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, who came to pick up Harry. Although it was called picking up, to outsiders, it looked a bit like a kidnapping. It was probably just a matter of casually patting Harry on the shoulder, then 2-1. 8-meter-tall men hurriedly lifting Harry and rushing out of the train station. Those two were. Hermione recognized Sirius and Lupin, which is why she didn't stop them, while Ron was explained by his parents. In the last few days before Christmas, Harry was called to Dumbledore's office once, during which Dumbledore showed Harry what had really happened that night using the pensieve from his perspective. Of course, there were some subjective interpretations involved, but Harry didn't seem to mind. He trusted Dumbledore immensely, to the point where it could be said he was a fanboy. To this, Ask could only sigh, a classic example of a fool with too much money. But that's fine. Sirius himself was not guilty. Hermione thought this ending was good, and was somewhat displeased with Ask's disdainful remarks. After all, women are emotional beings. Not guilty does not mean he was without fault. Ask rolled his eyes. If Sirius's mistakes were to be listed, it could fill a thesis, and the consequences of his mistakes were quite severe. However, discussing this now was pointless. Besides, he didn't have a good relationship with that stupid dog. At most, they had only played together for a while. Speaking of Sirius Black, Ask couldn't help but wonder what Surig was doing recently, and whether he was enjoying playing Peter Pettigrew. Achoo! Hiding in an underground shelter deep in the mountains, Surig sneezed, muttering a few curses under his breath as he continued grinding dried leeches and unicorn horns. These were the last few materials he needed to prepare, after which he could brew the polyjuice potion. Once the potion was ready, he could go out and continue his business. However, Surig turned to look at the pile of books stacked more than 3 feet high on the table, his already sleazy face wrinkling up like a chrysanthemum. Damn it, I asked you to help me restore it, not to give me a pile of books to study on my own. Well, let's temporarily set aside this unfortunate kid Surig and continue with Ask, since Ask had to make a trip to Gellert Grindelwald's place, as per usual. He had to part ways with Hermione at the station. At their farewell, he stuffed a small gift box into Hermione's hands and smiled, saying, "This is a Christmas gift I prepared for you. Make sure to open it on Christmas Day." Although she was very curious about what gift Ask had prepared for her, Hermione suppressed her curiosity and decided to wait until Christmas Day to open it. Compared to last year's meager offerings, Ask was much more generous this year, thanks to his help in moving Salazar, Slytherin's home, a while back. "What gift did you prepare for me?" After giving the gift, Ask asked for a return gift, but Hermione just smiled cunningly. "Your Christmas gift is at my house. You can come pick it up later." "Oh, I'm very busy this holiday and might not have time to go." "Then just leave it there. Whenever you go, I'll give it to you." "But, no buts. All right, it's getting late, goodbye." Without giving Ask a chance to explain or negotiate, Hermione quickly disappeared into the crowd with her small bag. In response, Ask could only shake his head in frustration and then leave the station to find a place with a fireplace network to use Floo powder to head to Germany. There wasn't much to say about the journey. Just over 2 hours later, Ask appeared outside the Neumont Guard Tower. Returning after a year, Ask couldn't help but frown as he noticed many more wizards nearby. These wizards did not conceal their presence at all, brazenly wandering around Ask, glaring at him with cold stares when they crossed paths. A few wizards had visible veins bulging on their hands, gripping their wands. as if trying to suppress the urge to attack. Before entering the tower, a wizard blocked his path, breathing heavily and glaring at Ask with menace. In response, Ask simply spat out a cold word. Get lost. The unknown wizard did not budge, standing there with arms crossed, looking down at Ask with his chin raised, as if looking down on a crawling insect. Then, Ask made him understand who the real insect was. Get out of the way, or die. Ask was in a very bad mood at that moment, his tone extremely impolite, as if driving away a dog. There was no need to think too much. The fact that these people could appear here without any hesitation clearly indicated that some believed Gellert Grindelwald's time was running out, sending some expendable lackeys to test the waters. Lackeys, eagles, birds, dogs, beasts. Eagle dogs, beasts of prey, not human. How could Ask be polite to these scum? Since they were scum, they couldn't possibly have good judgment, especially since the one blocking the way had a grudge against Ask. His brother had died mysteriously because of Ask's actions, while the culprit was still at large. Now, standing in front of him, demanding he move aside. No way. Although nothing had yet been done, the unwavering stance on the steps still made his position clear. Then there was nothing more to say. Slap. Ask casually slapped the wizard's face. The wizard, standing on the steps at a height of nearly 2 meters, was already a full meter taller than Ask, but this slap disregarded the distance and landed hard on his face. Knowing the distance between them, the wizard had prepared for Ask to make a move, yet he never expected to be slapped for no reason. Get lost. Ask ordered for the 3rd time, his gaze as cold as ice. Counting silently to 3 in his heart, Ask raised his hand high and once again aimed for the wizard's face. This time, his movement was very slow enough that an 80-year-old grandmother could dodge it, but the wizard facing him could only stare wide-eyed and remain frozen in place. Slap. Another slap, this one harder, knocked out several of the wizard's teeth and sent him tumbling down the stairs, rolling down step by step. Do you think this is just any place? Ask sneered, walking up to the wizard and grinding his foot into his face, as if crushing a pest. This is Nilmontgard. This is the territory of the Grindelwald family. Get out. Get out of here. Tell your master that the Grindelwald family has not been wiped out. When Ask saw his grandfather, he instantly understood why there were so many wizards loitering around Nilmontgard, like a flock of crows that wouldn't disperse. Crows are birds that bring omens of death rather than joy. It is said they can smell the scent of death and have an extraordinary perception of corpses. If a flock of crows descends, it often means someone or something is about to die, and they have come to find an opportunity to feast on the remains. The people gathered at Nilmontgard at this moment were like crows, waiting patiently, with those behind them not in a hurry. After all these years, waiting a little longer was no issue. After all, hatred matures and becomes richer with the passage of time and years. This seemed to indicate one thing, a rather bad thing. Gellert Grindelwald's situation was currently very dire. It made sense. Born in 1880, he was now over 100 years old, and without Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone, living this long was enough to prove his strength. Unfortunately, human strength has its limits. Even he, one of the most formidable dark wizards in the history of magic, is nearing the end of his rope despite not actively pursuing immortality. How did it suddenly come to this? Sitting by Nicolas' bedside, Ask's brow remained furrowed. However, Gellert appeared much more composed, slowly savoring an apple before finally speaking. Everyone gets old. There will come a day. That is not right. Ask's eyebrows nearly knitted together as he tossed the apple core out of the window. Shaking his head, he said, Your body was fine before. You could have lived another 20 years at least. Just because it was fine before doesn't mean it's fine now, Gellert replied, pointing to a banana in the fruit bowl. Give me that. Can't you reach for it yourself? Ask retorted, frustration evident in his voice. He picked up the banana, glanced at it, and threw it out the window. Then he pulled out a small vial containing a silvery liquid that looked like mercury and offered it to Gellert. But Gellert refused to take it. You should take the medicine. If you could live a few more years, it would save me a lot of trouble. Gellert smiled slightly at Ask's good intentions before tossing the vial out the window. Sitting up straight, he pointed at Ask and cursed, Bah, you little brat. Are you wishing for my early death? Asking me to drink unicorn blood? Why don't you offer me basilisk venom instead? Basilisk venom. Ask stroked his chin, then pulled out a vial of an unknown transparent liquid from his pocket and handed it to Gellert, saying, If you want to drink it, go ahead. I have a few more bottles, enough for you to have several doses. Gellert. All right, let us get serious, Ask said, putting the basilisk venom back in his pocket and sitting up straight. How much longer can you hold on? 5 or 6 years. Do you think I'm a fool? 3 or 4 years is still possible. Stop joking. This isn't a time for jokes. Looking at Ask, who was getting somewhat frantic, Gellert chuckled and then uttered a number. Ask fell silent, his mind racing as he began calculating what could be accomplished in that time. After a long pause, he finally sighed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said in relief, "All right, as long as you can hold on until then. You and T have to worry about the rest. I can handle it alone. Are you overconfident?" This time, it was Gellert's turn to frown. Even 50 years ago, I wouldn't T have dared to say I could handle it alone, let alone you. You underestimate me. Ask rolled his eyes, clearly irritated by Gellert's skepticism. I never said I'd confront them head on. Everyone can play dirty. Let us see who's darker then. I still don't think highly of you. Who asked for your approval? Just take care of yourself, you old man. Ask shot back without considering Gellert's status. Just don't die before the date you mentioned. That would be a real hassle for me. What tone is that? I'm your grandfather. Do you believe I want to die right now if I want to? Fine. Come on, I have a bunch of lethal poisons here. Pick one. Ask pulled out 7 or 8 vials, each containing liquids of different colors, including the basilisk venom he had previously shown. Gellert glared at Ask, gritting his teeth. Do you really think I'm afraid? I'm so scared. Ask smirked disdainfully, casually pulling out 2 vials, handing one to Gellert and keeping one for himself. You take one, I take one. Let us see who dies first. Don't push me, Gellert said, gripping the vial, his teeth grinding in frustration before he angrily tossed the vial out the window. I can't die yet. If you want to drink it, go ahead. TCH. Ask opened the cap and poured the crimson liquid into his mouth, savoring it before swallowing. It's just juice. Can't you handle that? My vial must be poison. Ask shrugged and replied nonchalantly. Yeah, are your eyes really that old? You can't even recognize bone water? The top floor of Nurmengard fell silent once more, and this time it lasted a long while until the sound of a bell chimed 3 times from somewhere, breaking the calm. Merry Christmas. Ask yawned, pulling a small gift box from his pocket and tossing it to Gellert, then extending his hand expectantly. Where's my gift? In that drawer over there. Gellert pointed to a desk in the corner, and Ask walked over to open the drawer, finding an envelope inside. Picking it up, he squeezed it. It felt like there was only a single piece of paper inside. Nothing else. What's in here? Ask waved the envelope at Gellert, who set the gift box aside and comfortably leaned back on the bed, admiring the moonlight outside. You'll know when you open it. Stop with the mystery. Opening the envelope casually, Ask glanced at the contents of the letter, finally locking his gaze on the seal and signature of the British Ministry of Magic in the lower right corner. After studying it for a while and finding no flaws, Ask looked up at Gellert and asked, when did you become so chummy with the Ministry of Magic? How did you get this kind of authorization? Why didn't you get it from me sooner? Just look at the sender, and you'll know. Ask set the letter down and picked up the envelope to search for the sender's information. Although he had an idea of who sent it, more questions filled his mind. The Department of Mysteries? ISNT Azkaban, managed by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Folding the letter neatly, Ask sat down beside the bed and looked at Gellert in confusion. Why is the visitation authorization for Azkaban sent by the Department of Mysteries? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? By the way, who is the head of the Department of Mysteries? I know the heads of other departments, but for this one, I can't find any information at all. Why don't you visit the Department of Mysteries sometime? You'll find out. That is true. Christmas is a rather special holiday. Both Muggles and Wizards treat this day as very important. As is well known, many Wizards look down on Muggles, and in ancient times, this disdain was even more prevalent. After all, Wizards have magic, while Muggles only have their foolish brains and frail bodies. Thus, Wizards' willingness to treat December 25th as an important holiday clearly ISNT, because it's the birthday of the famous Muggle, Jesus. On this important holiday, Ask, just like last year, did not stay honestly in Nurmengard Tower to celebrate. Although there was no festive atmosphere, no Christmas tree, no snow, no roast chicken, and many other things were missing, at least it provided a place to rest, and he didn't have to worry about losing his life while sleeping. Speaking of which, there aren't many places where Ask can sleep peacefully. Hogwarts is one of them. Ask stood at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic in London, where the large door was closed and all known entrances were sealed. Today was Christmas, and even the Aurors, who usually rushed around like dogs, had the right to take a day off, so there were generally no people around. The timing was just right. A middle-aged man holding a milk tea, savoring it with a straw, stepped out from the shadows. He glanced at Ask, nodded, and said, "Follow me. I'll take you to Azkaban." "Who are you?" "Cryas Greengrass. Just call me Cryas." The middle-aged man introduced himself, though he felt it strange to introduce himself with his back turned to others. And the name sounded particularly familiar to Ask. From the Greengrass family? Ask asked, knowing that this family was one of the Sacred 28, but relatively low-key. There were currently 2 members of the Greengrass family studying at Hogwarts, and if he hadn't heard this person's name today, he probably wouldn't have remembered the family. Do you know Daphne and Astoria? They're my nieces, Cryas replied, then tossed the empty milk tea can into a trash bin, adding, and no need to test me. My identity is meaningless whether it's real or fake. Oh, so it's fake after all. Ask nodded nonchalantly and followed Cryas to a small pub. The White Hart Tavern, located on Rookery Lane. Some wizards believed the White Hart Tavern was the oldest pub in London. But the fact was that the Leaky Cauldron was much older. It existed as early as the 16th century, before the secrecy laws were enacted, when muggles and wizards often drank together in the same pub. And looking at the address of the Leaky Cauldron, 1 Diagon Alley, one could tell how long its history was. However, since some believe that the White Hart Tavern was older than the Leaky Cauldron, there must be a reason for it. The address of the White Hart Tavern seemed deliberately set in opposition to that of the Leaky Cauldron. It was located at 1 Nocturne Alley. Upon arriving here with Cryas, Ask understood what he was about to do. At the entrance of the tavern, Cryas told Ask to wait a moment, then entered the White Hart Tavern alone. Soon after, he emerged with a burly man covered in thick body hair, looking like a gorilla. "Hey, it's you, kid," the man exclaimed with a laugh. Ask gave a half-hearted smile and looked at Cryas, saying, "What about the visitation authorization? Why are we looking for this smuggler? Don't tell me you plan to sneak me into Azkaban." The man Cryas brought was actually Dias, the smuggler who had taken Ask into Azkaban a few months ago. "This isn't smuggling. We have authorization," Cryas explained, pulling out several galleons from his pocket and handing them to Dias. "It's Christmas today, and the person responsible for taking us to Azkaban is celebrating at home and wanted to be back for a week, so we had to ask him for help." Nodding, Ask looked at Dias, who seemed quite familiar with Cryas, and asked, "So why aren't you home for Christmas?" "My family has all passed away. What is there to celebrate about Christmas?" Dias replied, biting down on a gold galleon with his yellowed teeth, grinning as he tucked the money away. The way he acted, it seemed like having no family left was something to be happy about. Checking his watch, Cryas said, "All right, let us go. It's getting late." "Wait." Ask stopped Cryas and asked, "Just to confirm, are you the one who wrote to me?" "No." "What is your relationship with that person?" "He's my boss." "Who is he?" "I can't say." Cryas shook his head, warning, "Those who know his name are mostly dead, and the rest want to live long." "I see." Ask nodded and stood on tiptoe to pat Cryas on the shoulder, saying, "When you die, remember to have someone write to me. I'll come to your funeral." Cryas was not annoyed at all. He shrugged and said, "Actually, I don't even know who he is. So, I could live a long time, definitely longer than you." "What do you do? At the Ministry of Magic?" Ask asked as they followed Dias toward his shabby boat. On Christmas night, although the streets were adorned with colorful lights and the air felt warm and happy, there were very few people around. "Yeah, at the Ministry of Magic, in the Department of Mysteries." "Oh." Ask nodded and then looked up at Cryas, smiling and saying, "I used to have an acquaintance at the Ministry of Magic. He died later. Some people are alive, and he is dead. Some are dead, and he is still alive. Just like the underground organization S code words." Cryas smiled too, then returned to his somewhat stiff middle-aged man's face. Dias's home wasn't far from there, and through the Flu network, half an hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the North Sea on Dias's boat. In about 2 hours, they would reach the most terrifying prison, Azkaban. Along the way, Ask Dias, and Cryas chatted, and the topic inevitably shifted to Dementors. Actually, there weren't that many Dementors in Azkaban before, and the number of Dementors itself wasn't as high as it is now. Dias, whose family had been in the smuggling business for generations, might know Azkaban best among the 3. "I remember the last Minister of Magic, Harold Mitchum. I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he thought that deploying more Dementors around Azkaban would scare off the Death Eaters. But he almost put into practice the idea of some previous brainless minister, resulting in the number of Dementors in Azkaban tripling at least." Dias was very angry when talking about this. The increasing number of Dementors made the smuggling business harder to operate, and he earned less money than his ancestors. So it could be said that Harold Mitchum cut off his financial lifeline. The fact is, even if he did that, the outcome would still be the same. Cryas continued, noticing Ask's silence, and asked, "Why aren't you continuing the conversation?" "I feel stuffy, very annoyed, very uncomfortable," Ask replied, clutching his chest and frowning. He looked up at the sky, which was overcast with low atmospheric pressure, but Cryas and Dias didn't share this feeling. "This is really annoying. Although I wanted to come, now I want to leave." "All right, then tell me, what did I deceive you?" Ask didn't give an immediate answer. Many of his previous words were said out of emotion, and it was impossible to say he had thought it through. However, since he had said it, Ask wouldn't take it back. He was genuinely recalling and contemplating where he had been deceived. Should we go in and sit down to think about it slowly? Glancing at the smile on Delia's face, Ask pointed at the interior of the room, which didn't look like a prison at all, and said, "Is this Azkaban prison or a hotel?" Delia smiled and replied, "Of course it's a prison. I'm in jail. Azkaban is impossible." Having only spoken halfway, Ask suddenly recalled what Diaz had said earlier about smuggling. If these things were brought in through smuggling, then it might not be impossible, but there was still an unavoidable question. Are the people from the Ministry of Magic blind? Being locked up here isn't for enjoyment, but for punishment. Don't you have Dementors coming for you here? Ask felt he had found a point of entry. Dementors love to feed on joy and happiness. And if living here is filled with negative emotions, that would be one thing. But for someone like Delia, who lives so richly, it was impossible for those Dementors not to come knocking. Ask, you're so smart, you've caught the crux right away. Delia's tone sounded like a compliment. But Ask couldn't feel happy at all, because Delia's ability to appear so relaxed suggested that this issue might not be the key after all. Sure enough, after complimenting Ask, Delia moved a stool from not far from the door, sat on it, propped her chin on her hands, looked up at Ask, and said, "The Ministry of Magic and Dementors? Since you can appear before me unscathed, and the Ministry and Dementors can't do anything to you, why can't I? You mean someone in the Ministry is helping me?" Ask shook his head. "I still haven't figured out what my situation is, but Delia, I've checked your information. The Hill family is just a small family without background or history, without money or influence. It's impossible. Don't be so quick to say impossible. Nothing is impossible." Delia continued to smile, but as Ask said, the current Delia, despite having the same appearance and smile, had a completely different aura from the little girl he remembered, appearing much more mature, like an adult soul stuffed into a young girl's body. "As for your question, I can actually answer it." "What do you mean?" "I mean, my grandfather helped a little, allowing you to enter and exit Azkaban to see me." "Impossible." Looking at Ask's disbelieving face, Delia smiled gently, quietly waiting for Ask to slowly accept all of this. Just as she expected, it didn't take long for Ask to begin accepting this matter, and from this, some previously unclear things also had answers. "When was this?" "At this point, you should be asking who my grandfather is, right?" Ask sneered, but the sneer was somewhat forced and guilty. "If I ask, will you answer?" "How do you know I won't answer if you don't ask?" "Even if I ask, you won't answer. You're not me. How do you know I won't answer after you ask?" Just as the conversation was about to turn into a tongue-twisting dialogue, Ask took the initiative to stop and then, with a displeased expression, asked, "Fine, then I'll ask you now. Who's your grandfather?" "I can't answer that question." Ask gritted his teeth, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. "I knew it would be like this. But before you do that, your speculation is meaningless because it can't be proven." Delia seemed to be hinting at something, but Ask, unusually led by emotion, pushed all of that aside. "Didn't you tell me your grandparents died long ago?" Ask's voice rose significantly, looking fierce, but it was useless. Being right doesn't make one's voice louder. "They did die." Delia remained calm, "but I never said I only have one grandfather. That's evasion." Yes, I'm evading. I lied to you, I have no grandfather. And now I have a grandfather with no blood relation helping me. I'm lying to you, and I'm still evading." Delia nodded repeatedly, then raised her head, looking at Ask with a half smile. "But what about you? I should just be repeating what you've done to me, right? You said you have no parents. Your grandparents died early, and a distant relative sent you to Durmstrang. Your family has no money or power, and you offended Victor over some small matter. So you were ostracized at school. Then on the day of the incident, you got a grandfather with power and influence who rescued you. As for me, someone who really has no grandparents and whose parents died early, was abandoned and locked up here." Ask's face gradually lost color, and he covered his face with his hands, as if he couldn't bear to meet Delia's gaze. Delia's voice was still soft, but it felt like a series of small knives piercing Ask. "You say I lied to you, so can I also say, Ask, you also lied to me, and you lied to me first." Lie, a verb, meaning to gain others' trust with false information in order to obtain improper benefits. No, it's not like that. Ask's explanation was only heard by himself, weak and powerless, just like his feelings at that moment. No matter how eloquent and quick-witted one is, even the undefeated debater can find themselves speechless. There are always some things that cannot be denied, cannot be refuted, and cannot be shirked. Lying? That's right. It is indeed lying, regardless of the motive, regardless of the outcome. Strictly speaking, that is lying. This cannot be denied because it is a fact. If a person kills someone, regardless of whether he did it to save someone, regardless of how deserving the victim was, strictly speaking, that is murder. Is every murderer sentenced to death? It seems not. Since not every murderer is sentenced to death, Does that mean there are reasons for killing? It seems also not. Do you still not want to come in? I. Delia asked again, and Ask, who was somewhat dazed, only saw her lips moving but didn't hear a word. Then he saw Delia stand up, take a step back, gently drag the stool back, and finally, bang! The thick, sturdy door almost slammed into Ask's face. The violent vibration and noise making his head spin. What he saw was no longer the sweet-smiling girl, but the interwoven wooden door. After standing for a long time, Ask took a step back, touched his nose, and bitterly laughed to himself. It seems I've said something wrong again, really. I didn't even get to say Merry Christmas. What a failure. The winter night in Azkaban was very cold. Standing on the third floor, Ask hadn't noticed before. But now he felt that standing here for another second was a trial no less than a final exam. Considering that Delia seemed to have invited him inside to chat slowly 3 or 4 times before. But he had refused. He could only say it was self-inflicted. And he couldn't blame anyone. Forget it. Anyway, I've seen her, know she is doing well, has a powerful grandfather protecting her, and is doing better than I am. That's enough, right? Another round of self-talk. Ask shrugged his shoulders and left with a more relaxed and casual stride than before. However, a minute later, he came back, stood at the door, and knocked, but the door didn't T-open, nor was there any response. TSK, you force me. Glancing at the window next to the door, Ask pulled out a hammer from his pocket, casually smashed the glass, then tossed a small gift box inside. Finally, he shouted Merry Christmas and fled in a panic like a thief who had done something wrong. Crack! When the window shattered. Delia was sitting on a bench behind the door, the scattered glass pieces barely landing at her feet. Looking at the small gift box on the ground, Delia stood up, walked over to pick it up, and then, facing the broken window, felt both angry and amused, though the amusement was probably more prominent. He was nothing like her, still acting like a child. After breaking the window, Ask jogged to the stairway, only to realize he seemed to have lost track of where Chris and Diaz had gone. Stopping, with time to think, Ask finally sensed that something was off. Wait a minute. It seems like the Dementors aren't coming after me? The Dementors should fear Chris S. Boss, the one who single-handedly killed a bunch of them. The Ministry of Magic didn't bother him, and he himself was fine. So why are these Dementors not attacking and instead keeping their distance? Could it really be true that the saying about someone with the surname Zhu living nearby, having a redder complexion after spending some time with Chris, is accurate? Feeling a bit uncomfortable, it seemed like someone had plotted against him. Ask had a vague feeling, but he couldn't see through it clearly, as if there was a layer of mist. However, one thing was certain, Chris S. Boss definitely had issues, and his identity could probably be narrowed down to someone within the Ministry of Magic. He wouldn't be young, since Delia called him Grandpa, and he held a certain status, as being able to play around in Azkaban without consequences indicated. Moreover, even if Cornelius Fudge wanted to protect someone in Azkaban, it wouldn't succeed. Additionally, Chris S. department was the Department of Mysteries, and that letter also came from there. I know who you are. Ask wore a look of deep resentment. In his logic, if it weren't for that guy sending him a letter, there wouldn't have been so much trouble afterward. Therefore, no matter how one thought about it, the current situation was that person's fault. Don't let me run into you, otherwise Achoo! In Delia S. room, a person dressed in black and white checkered clothing, with a pixelated face, wearing a pixelated mask, couldn't help but sneeze. Canute. That kid is definitely talking bad about me. Leaning against the sofa, arms sprawled over the back, the masked man stretched, making a series of cracking sounds. Phew, this time has really worn me out. If it weren't for that stupid dog and its stupid brother, I should be surfing on a beach in Hawaii right now. Delia walked over to the sofa opposite the masked man, holding the gift box, pointed at the broken window where cold wind was rushing in, and said irritably, Hey, the window is broken, didn't you see? Hurry up and fix it. Hey, I just got here. Can't you let me rest a bit longer? The masked man replied grumpily, And can't you solve such a trivial matter yourself? No, you're scaring the Dementors. There's free labor here. Why should I do it myself? Please, this is your house, not mine. Are you going to fix it? Fine. The masked man stood up, shrugged, pulled out a large piece of glass from his pocket, walked to the window to measure, then took out a glass cutter to trim it. After confirming the size was right, he smashed the original window glass completely and replaced it with a new glass. After watching the entire process, Delia couldn't help but cover her face with a book, and a muffled voice came from beneath it. You could have solved this with a spell, yet you really replaced the glass. Are you even a wizard? This is the fun of life. Nodding in satisfaction at his work, the masked man tidied up the debris and garbage, then returned to lean against the sofa. Glancing at the gift box on the coffee table, the masked man reached out but missed. What a fuss. I'm just curious about what's inside. Aren't you supposed to know everything? Delia hugged the gift box, looking disdainful. Then tell me what's inside. Guessing right won't benefit me. Anyway, it's Christmas today, and we're both free. Let us treat it as a game. The masked man waved his hand, indicating he wasn't interested. I already guessed what's inside a long time ago. He is a person full of surprises and unexpected things. Maybe what's inside is different from what you guessed. Oh, really? The masked man shrugged, then cleared his throat and began humming a song, a very ordinary and well-known song. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey. This song wasn't too long, and soon the masked man finished humming, then gestured for Delia to open the gift box, confidently saying, "Bet a Canute, I'm right." Delia said nothing, just smiled and shook her head, then opened the gift box, extending her hand towards the dumbfounded masked man. You lost. 1 Canute, no cheating. Being imprisoned in Azkaban. Probably not many people would care whether today was a holiday or if there would be a break. Over the years, even during holidays, the prisoners here felt no festive atmosphere. What they had was only desolation, fear, and despair. Therefore, when an apple flew in through the gaps of the window bars, most prisoners merely glanced at it and then continued to curl up, squinting their vacant eyes, unsure if they were sleeping or pondering something. Merry Christmas. Tossing an apple through the iron bars of the window, Ask repeated a greeting like a tape recorder, then leisurely pulled out a red apple from his pocket and walked toward the next cell. Azkaban actually doesn't have many permanent residents. Ask had distributed half of the apples he had in his pocket and had already gone around Azkaban. On the 4th floor, he encountered Chris, who was currently delivering warmth to the community with Dias, comforting the lonely and disabled. Each person was given a new blanket and then noted down to demand repayment from their relatives and friends later on. Ask took a bundle of blankets, feeling soft and warm in his arms. Just holding it made him want to snuggle up and sleep all day. The blankets should have been sun-dried, and, sniffing them closely, there seemed to be a hint of sunlight-esque scent. Actually, it was the burnt smell of dust mites. This blanket was quite nice. Are you guys really short on money? As for the motivations of these two, Ask was still somewhat curious. Chris had a family background and later had a boss backing him up, so it didn't seem like he was in a position where he needed to make money this way. As for Diaz, his family had been involved in smuggling for generations. They were at least comfortable, and since his whole family was dead except for him, there were no patients to drag him down or any significant expenses. Why was he still risking his life in this line of work? Because it was fun, was Chris's answer. He wasn't short on money. He just found it interesting. So he didn't consider it a profession, just something he did occasionally. Money? Who would complain about having too little? Diaz looked at Ask as if he were foolish. As for the danger Ask mentioned, Diaz said that people die for wealth and birds die for food. If he died on the road one day, it would just be fate. Ever since his father said he would take him for a big health treatment after this trip and then disappeared without a trace. With even the body never found, he had come to terms with it. All right, I guess I asked a stupid question. But you must have made quite a bit of money, right? Did you save it or spend it? Spend it, of course. Why would I save it? Spend it all? Of course, if I didn't spend it, would I still be saving it? Ask helplessly realized that his views on money with Diaz seemed to be from different dimensions. He also noticed something. Diaz didn't mention how he spent the money, only saying he ate and drank, and occasionally found someone for a quick fling. Was it really that simple? Actually, it wasn't just about the money. Sometimes, Diaz was like toothpaste. If you didn't squeeze him hard, he wouldn't say much. However, this time what he said was quite thought-provoking. Well, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a partner of justice, and I thought it would be fitting to bring some things to the people in Azkaban. Ask nodded. Doing good, well, that can indeed be seen as a kind of partner of justice. Hee. Diaz rubbed his bald head and chuckled foolishly. But Ask felt that this smile didn't seem that innocent. All right, let's go. After delivering warmth to those on the list, Chris checked his watch and urged Ask and Diaz to hurry and leave. The group left the prison castle as if they were taking a stroll, finally arriving at the place where the small boat was docked. Diaz went to untie the ropes while Ask and Chris stood quietly at the edge of the island waiting. Hey, did you hear something? Ask asked Chris, who nodded and frowned, replying, There's a bit of a sound. It seems to be coming from. He suddenly turned around, pointing towards Azkaban prison. It's coming from there. The moonlight was dim because the clouds were too thick, but it was still possible to distinguish that the sound were coming from a prison. It was just unclear what they meant. However, when Ask looked up, the Dementors floating in the sky seemed to be moving towards Azkaban prison, and those closest to the castle should have. Could it be? Ask suddenly realized, and Chris seemed to have thought of the same thing. They exchanged glances and could only shake their heads helplessly. their eyes filled with pity and sympathy as they looked towards the castle. So this is how the money was spent. It really was a pity for him. Ask looked at Diaz, not knowing what to say. The perfume extracted from the roots of the happiness tree. Just smelling it could make one feel happy. To use it to scent a quilt was truly extravagant. I remember the happiness tree has been listed as an endangered species, strictly prohibited from being cut down, with heavy penalties for violators. What a grudge. Chris's lament was succinct. You can't judge a book by its cover. TSK, TSK. Ash shrugged. The two of them deliberately lowered their voices and used a spell to muffle their sounds, so Diaz couldn't hear what they were saying. Soon, Diaz had the boat ready and called Ask and Chris to board. There was nothing more to say. In silence, the small boat sailed away from the area, and Ask's journey to Azkaban came to an end. Ask had come, but it felt as if he hadn't come at all. However, it was hard to say whether this trip had been worthwhile or a waste. It was time to say goodbye. We can use apparition here. I'll go first. I have some things to take care of. Just as they were about to return to the mainland, Chris took his leave, and before Ask could stop him to ask for a ride, he disappeared with apparition, running so fast. I wish you would fall apart halfway. After cursing a few words in annoyance, Ask asked angrily, Diaz, how long until we reach the shore? 10 minutes, why? I don't want to go back to England. Take me to Norway. No problem, but it will cost extra. Ask looked at Diaz's outstretched hand, knowing it was time to be taken advantage of, and the money he would contribute would turn into happiness tree perfume, which wouldn't bring happiness. Forget it, I didn't bring any money today. In the end, Ask chose to give up. After all, once he returned to the mainland, he could find a place connected to the flu network to use flu powder to go to Norway. I can give you a discount. I really didn't bring any money. You can also use something instead. I still have 2 pounds of apples. Do you want them? Golden apples? Red Fuji. You might as well keep them for yourself. The so-called trip to Norway was just a joke. After Ask revealed his intention, Diaz threw him off the boat while they were still 7 minutes away from the mainland. TCH, it was just a joke. Thanks to his proficiency with the flotation charm, Ask didn't actually fall into the sea. After all, in the North Sea in December, well, if you could soak in it for a while without getting sick, you'd have the physique of a beast. Standing on the surface of the sea, Ask estimated the rate of his magical power consumption. He figured he wouldn't last another 5 minutes before the spell wore off, and he fell into the water. He still hadn't accumulated enough magical power, which was quite a headache. Besides time, dark magic, and risking his life, was there any safe and effective way to quickly increase his magical power? Ask took out a rubber raft from his pocket, of course, in its folded state. He also pulled out a pump and, standing a foot above the sea surface, inflated the raft. Once it was inflated, he let it down and lay inside, drifting with the waves. Perhaps he hadn't felt it before, but now Ask felt his magical power was insufficient. He wouldn't compare himself to the average level or his peers. That was meaningless, after all. Those people years later wouldn't sent a bunch of kids to play house with him. There were only a few ways to increase magical power. In a sense, there were no shortcuts. Even Voldemort, even Gellert Grindelwald, truly dominating the world only happened after they reached adulthood. Voldemort was born in 1926, and his most arrogant period, when he was almost uncontainable, was in the 1970s. Nearly 50 years later, Gellert Grindelwald was born in 1880 and was defeated in 1945 at the age of 65. A Dark Lord, a big boss, in their 20s or even younger, had never appeared in the history of magic. The increase in magic was unavoidable. Ask could only make do and think of other solutions, such as learning more spells, acquiring more skills, and collecting better magical items. With this in mind, he looked at his hands. It seemed that the wand he inherited from his grandfather had been broken for almost a year. During this time, he had been using others' wands or casting spells without a wand. Ask had not forgotten that he still had a wand, one obtained through somewhat dubious means from Ollivander. A disobedient wand that nearly got him into trouble. He almost forgot that he actually had a wand. Ask pulled the wand out of his pocket. It was made of ash wood with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches long, with good flexibility. He was already well aware of the wand's performance. Sometimes, some matters were quite helpless, like having a crush on a goddess while the goddess looked down on him as a. Ask's situation was similar. He admired the wand, but the wand did not admire him back. Since the wand couldn't run away by itself, they were stuck in a non-violent resistance. What exactly makes me unworthy of you? Ask asked, somewhat confused as he held the wand in front of him. He was indeed puzzled because, based solely on the wand's material, the phoenix feather core was perfectly suited for him. He was the kind of person who was talented and enjoyed challenges. If the ash would made the wand incredibly loyal, would Ollivander really sell a proud wand that refused to acknowledge its master? Ask seemed to have forgotten one thing. The wand did have an owner, but that owner hadn't come to claim it for many years. If he thought about it this way, perhaps the wand's owner was still alive, which is why it wouldn't submit to Ask. This wasn't pride, it was loyalty. Perhaps taking you away was a mistake. Should I return you? Since he couldn't make this wand obedient, it didn't make much sense to keep it by his side. Moreover, he had already gathered the materials to make a wand, and this time, there wouldn't be any problems. However, Ask recalled that during his last meeting with Ollivander, he seemed to have completely disregarded this wand and didn't mention wanting to reclaim it. Forget it. It's rare for me to show kindness. You can stay with me for now, and I'll help you find your irresponsible owner, return you to your rightful place, and then collect a few thousand galleons as a reward. Having made up his mind, Ask straightened up, grabbed the paddle, and paddled towards the mainland, following the instructions on the active point map. Don't think too much. This active point map is just a map, but it has a built-in positioning function, showing where you are, but it can't show where others are. Diaz was not too bad. He hadn't thrown Ask too far. Just as Ask's arms began to ache, the inflatable raft reached the shore. After disembarking, he left the raft and paddled behind, stretching his body before heading towards the nearest town, the town of Alnwick, which was only 10 kilometers away. This town also had a famous landmark, the Alnwick Castle. Alnwick Castle might be an unfamiliar name to many, but its other name is certainly unforgettable. Otherwise, you would have wasted your time reading this book. Hogwarts Castle is actually Alnwick Castle, or rather, Alnwick Castle is a tourist attraction for Muggles, while Hogwarts is a school for people like Ask. The Muggle Repelling Charm is a very interesting spell. In places where this charm is cast, Muggles will subconsciously ignore the place and can never enter. Hogwarts and its surrounding area have been subjected to this charm. The designer of Alnwick Castle was actually a Muggle who graduated from Hogwarts and built it in 1096. For some reason, he didn't finish his 7 years at Hogwarts and dropped out midway, but Hogwarts Castle left a profound impression on him. Like Hogwarts Castle, Alnwick Castle retains a medieval architectural style on the outside, while the interior is primarily designed in the Italian Renaissance style, ancient and elegant yet magnificent. It quietly sits on a picturesque highland, surrounded by mountains and water, with rivers, pastures, lakes, and forests closely encircling it, creating one of the most beautiful scenes in the Green Mountains and clear waters. No one knows what feelings that Muggle designer had when he almost exactly replicated Hogwarts Castle here. Just the fact that he managed to restore the castle to this extent suggests that Hogwarts held a special significance for him, as most people cannot accurately depict their beloved companions with such precision. Since he had come to Alnwick, it would be a shame not to visit the castle and leave Diaz, who had dropped him halfway, behind. Sometimes, fate is indeed quite magical. Of course, fate is not necessarily always good. Encountering a beautiful woman only to find out she is your first love is one kind of fate, while running into a vicious dog and getting chased when trying to avoid it is also fate. What a coincidence. In fact, it was not a coincidence at all. Lupin sat down next to Ask, while Sirius Black sat on the other side. Looking at the nearly finished breakfast on the table, Lupin smiled and said, "It was quite difficult to find you. We spent 3 days looking for you." "Oh." Ask wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and casually replied, "You have something to discuss with me, right? Go ahead, what's the matter?" "You don't seem surprised at all," Lupin said, "as if you knew we would come looking for you." Ask raised his eyelids and looked at Lupin as if he were a fool, sarcasm spilling from his lips. "Do you believe I would be surprised? But does surprise have to be expressed? Besides, you yourself said it took 3 days to find me. If there was nothing going on, would you waste 3 days doing something so meaningless?" Unbothered by the unfriendly tone in Ask's words, Lupin chuckled and said, "That's true. It seems I just stated the obvious. You can remove the word seems." Lupin nodded as if accepting Ask's suggestion, then said, "Let's get to the point. We came to find you today, too." "Not interested." Ask interrupted before Lupin could finish, then stood up, pulled out some money, and placed it on the table, seemingly intending to leave. "Stop." Sirius pressed a hand on Ask's shoulder. He was quite tall, and even sitting down he could reach Ask, who was standing. "What is it now?" Ask pushed his glasses up and asked without turning back. "We haven't finished our conversation yet. Why are you leaving?" Sirius said somewhat angrily, feeling that Ask was ignoring him, which annoyed him greatly because there were still some debts he hadn't settled with Ask. "Is your business more important than mine?" "What important business do you have?" Sirius asked casually, and Ask's answer nearly made him jump. "I drank too much water. I need to pee." "Isn't that more important than your business?" "You." Ask turned around, expressionless, looking at Sirius's hand still resting on his shoulder. "If you don't let go, do you believe I will shoot you in the face?" "You dare." "Puffed." As Ask discarded the water gun casually, he tilted his head, looking at Sirius, who resembled a small star washed ashore by the tide, and innocently said, "You told me to do this." Damn it. Sirius was about to explode with anger. One careless move, and who knew where Ask pulled out the water gun from? Spraying him with a stream of ice-cold water from the water pouch, enhanced by the expansion charm. Without even glancing at the growling Sirius, Ask turned his head to look at Lupin and said blandly, "No matter what you all have going on, I have only one answer. I'm not interested. Don't you really want to hear me out? You came to me because of that unfortunate guy situation, right?" Ask sneered, meeting Lupin's gaze and saying, "You spent 3 days finding me, but 30 days didn't help you find him. So you thought of me because I seem familiar with him and you want to use me as a breakthrough." That's indeed the case. Lupin did not deny it. We need to find him as soon as possible. His current situation is very dangerous. If the Ministry of Magic finds him before we do, he will be in even greater danger than he was with the Bigfoot because he's been sentenced to death in absentia, and those Aurors won't show mercy. In fact, he is not in any danger at all. Ash shrugged. No one can catch him. He is hiding in a very safe place. Lupin stood up, blocking the space between Sirius and Ask, and said in a deep voice, "The Fidelis Charm? Why do you think it's the Fidelis Charm?" Ask glanced at Sirius and raised his voice slightly. "Isn't the one behind you the one who already proved the Fidelis Charm to be useless?" "What do you mean?" Sirius shouted in dissatisfaction. "I mean, he's very safe," Ask replied with a smile. "And I don't trust you all because the incident from over a decade ago has proven that you are completely untrustworthy when it comes to protecting others." "That was just an accident," Lupin said solemnly. No one expected those Death Eaters to catch Peter, who had always been inconspicuous, and that Peter didn't escape. Maybe it was an accident. Ask did not comment on Lupin's response, but he reiterated, "He is very safe. If your only concern is his safety, then you don't need to worry. If you're worried about something else, I'm sorry. Even I can't find him because he doesn't trust me. You must be misunderstanding something. I'm not on his side." Lupin nodded. "Since we know he's safe now, and we can't help, then it has to be this way." He turned to Sirius and said, "Let's go back and tell them this news." Ask stood there in silence until Lupin and Sirius turned to leave and then said, "Them? The Order of the Phoenix? There's one thing, whether you know or not. I think it's necessary to remind you that there's a traitor among you, and it should be this person who sold out Peter." "Thanks, Dumbledore has already figured that out." Upon hearing this, Ask nodded. If he could discover such things. There was no reason for Dumbledore, the leader of the Order of the Phoenix, not to have discovered them. Lupin and Sirius left just like that. Ask thought for a moment and decided to go to London, first to find Ollivander to help resolve the wand issue. Although he couldn't apparate, with the help of the Flynn network, Ask soon arrived at Diagon Alley and quickly found Ollivander's wand shop. "Good afternoon." Upon entering, Ask greeted Ollivander and then casually sat down at the workbench, taking out the prepared materials from his pocket. "I've changed my mind. You will make this wand, and I'll just provide the materials." Ollivander, who was checking the storage of wands by the shelf, paused for a moment upon hearing Ask's words, and then asked, "Weren't you planning to make it yourself?" "About that, I thought it over. After all, you are the master wand maker, quite professional. I have enough theoretical knowledge, but my practical skills are still lacking." Ask casually made up a reason. "Don't worry, this time the payment won't be short. Money isn't the issue. All right, just put the materials there, and you can pick up the wand in 5 days. After receiving Ollivander's promise, Ask sighed in relief, withdrew his hand from his pocket, bid farewell to Ollivander, and left the wand shop. On the way, Ask held the book that had been hidden for a long time and asked puzzledly, "Why didn't you let me make that wand myself?" "Very simple, because when you were planning to make the wand yourself, I saw your death," was the serious reply. Synopsis: loves to mess with people, loves to slap faces, and loves to act crazy and silly. Limitless abilities, no bottom line, and infinite goofiness. Loves small money, truly sweet. Is there a student in Hogwarts cooler than me? You actually dare to raise your hand? Okay, I bet a canute that you're doomed. I am a madman. I am an idiot. I am a fool. I am a goofball, and I dare to say and admit it. Not convinced? Come bite me.